I casually struck out with a palm, and a huge palm print appeared on the unfinished building in the distance. Just because I watched kung fu movies 30 times, I actually practiced the Tathagata palm from the movie. It turns out that I am truly a one-in-a-million master. My grandfather told me on his deathbed that there is no hereditary mental illness in the family. It's just that my talent is too high to show, and when I turn 18, the physical restrictions will be lifted. And today is my 18th birthday. I sneaked into Director Chen's office of the Department of Psychiatry. Dr. Chen took out a baseball bat from the disinfection cabinet and placed it in front of him. As a psychiatrist, it was normal for him to bring a baseball bat to work. I held up my mental health certificate and asked earnestly, "Dr. Chen, do you think I am intelligent?" Dr. Chen let out a breath and then smiled as he put away the baseball bat. "Lin, I actually noticed it from the very beginning, but I didn't expect you to come and ask me about it today." "What do you mean?" I suddenly became nervous, placing my hands on my thighs and unconsciously gripping them tightly. Dr. Chen looked at me with a sincere gaze and said, "You are the one-in-a-million extraordinary master." After that, he took out a CD from his drawer with a picture of Stephen Chow on it and the words Kung Fu. He said, "Take it back and watch it. You will definitely gain something." I felt puzzled. What could I gain from just a CD? Dr. Chan replied very seriously, "The Tathagata's palm and toad skill. Aren't they considered achievements?" Hiss, could it be that my talent is so high? Thinking back to Dr. Chen's first words, "You are the one-in-a-million peerless master." There is much to ponder in this sentence. I accepted the disc and decided to return to my hospital room to contemplate it carefully. I returned to my hospital room, where there was a small screen with 2 wires connected to a DVD player. I plugged it in, inserted the disc, and the movie Kung Fu started playing, looping continuously. I saw it at 12:30 at night. After watching this Kung Fu for the 30th time, I clearly felt that my body was burning like fire. Then, a thin layer of black sweat emerged from my body, accompanied by a foul smell. Suddenly, I felt clear-headed and incredibly comfortable in my body. I stand by the window, facing a half-finished building. I stand with one palm raised in front of my chest, and a roar like that of a tiger and leopard emanates from within my body. Time slows down in my eyes, seeing even the dust floating in the air, and witnessing nameless energy surging towards me. This feeling is very strange. I did not feel very excited. At this moment there is a feeling that I am one with the heavens and the earth, neither sad nor happy. I pushed out a palm in front of my chest, and a palm print fell from my hand. This palm spread from the inside out, from half a meter to 2 meters, then expanded to 10 meters, emitting pure golden energy. The palm print in the dark night shines like a Buddha's light, falling squarely on the unfinished building opposite, 19 stories high, 2 unfinished buildings side by side, countless concrete fragments, sounding like the explosion of a bomb in the night. Residents in the distance are awakened from their sleep, and the nearest Jianghai Second Mental Hospital building is shaking noticeably. In the nurse's changing room for psychiatric patients, 2 disheveled individuals rushed out, one of them being the on-duty Xiao Zhang, and the other being Director Chen, who hadn't even had time to fasten his belt. Earthquake! Everyone evacuate quickly! All patients evacuate quickly! Emergency lights were turned on, and all nurses started to take action, while downstairs security guards also deployed emergency airbags. From the window, one person after another jumped down. Only I stood by my window with a calm face, looking at my hands, murmuring to myself, "The Buddha's palm, I have mastered it." I clenched my fist, with a look of determination in my eyes. Director Chen didn't lie to me. I really am the one-in-a-million peerless master. "Grandpa, can you see it? The restrictions in my body have been lifted." Dozens of lighting lamps were turned on in the night, and all the patients were gathered together, except for those who were unable to move. Almost everyone jumped down. Nurse Xiaozhang asked quietly, "Director Chen, this doesn't seem like an earthquake, does it?" "It really doesn't seem like it. Where would there be an earthquake that shakes just once?" "It's all quiet now." However, someone then let out a scream. Director Chen was now feeling annoyed, unable to bear being yelled at, and angrily scolded. "Old man Zhang, what are you yelling about?" Old man Zhang, wearing a security guard uniform, looked a bit aggrieved as he pointed in a direction. "You'll know when you look over there." On the 2 unfinished buildings in the distance, the steel bars inside are exposed with concrete. Most of the steel bars between the 2 buildings are damaged, and the damaged edges form a complete giant palm. This scene shocked everyone speechless. However, Director Chen turned back and looked at the handprints on the unfinished building, feeling like he had seen them somewhere before. After pondering deeply, a picture emerged in his mind. This palm print, it seems like the Tathagata palm from a kung fu movie. Director Chen did not connect this matter with me. After all, he is not crazy. That night I slept soundly. I was the only one not disturbed by the rhythm of life. In the morning, I had breakfast in the cafeteria, And there was morning exercise in the morning. Everyone was running or practicing Tai Chi on the playground, while I was practicing the Buddha's palm in front of a tree. Every time I wave my hand, I am striving to control my strength. Like last night, it was because I didn't know how to control my strength. But today, through practice, I can focus my strength on a single leaf. With one strike, I can make only one leaf tremble. On the playground, Director Chen, wearing a white coat, earnestly said to 7 patients, "The I Ching Jing has the effect of strengthening the body. Learning it will bring endless benefits to everyone." After Director Chen spoke for a while, 3 of the 7 patients were drooling, another 3 were laughing at the air, and 1 was counting his fingers. "This won't do. We need to find someone to motivate them. Lin, are you interested in learning the I Ching Jing?" Seeing me practicing palm strikes against a big tree for 20 minutes, it's a waste not to use such a readily available person. Moreover, Lin is a good patient, obedient and sensible. I shook my head. I won't learn martial arts that have no benefits. There are benefits. How can there be no benefits? Director Chen immediately became unhappy. I am practicing the Zhuangjiushan bone cleansing and tendon changing technique, passed down from the 57th generation temple guardian of Laojun Temple. After mastering this technique for a day, one can cleanse the bones, remove the marrow, and eliminate diseases. My eyes lit up with excitement. Although I didn't understand what Laojun Temple was, this thing seemed very powerful. Learning it would be the right choice. From Director Chen's mouth, there has never been anything fake. "Director Chen, I will learn." Okay. Director Chen showed a face that could be taught like a child. But in fact, he was very happy in his heart. Sure enough, with Lin Baiyu as an activist, the other 7 patients all finally focused their minds. Too good. Director Chen's heart rejoiced. This is actually a set of healthful gymnastics he has summarized for cardiovascular and also varicose veins. Most of the fitness exercises of China are integrated, and some traditional martial arts movements are also mixed in. After all, it is a doctor. As long as it can be beneficial to the patient, then all of them. With a serious expression, Director Chen warned Lin Baiyu in front of him, "This is the supreme gong method that my grandfather obtained when he kowtowed for 5 days and 5 nights in front of the Laojun Temple. You've learned millions, yes millions. It's important to remember not to pass it on." Hearing this, Lin Baiyu nodded seriously. But a great wise man with drooling at the corners of his mouth and eyes looking in different directions immediately took a stand. "If you don't let me pass it on, I'll pass it on." "Good, then you must remember not to pass it on to our little ones in the institution." Director Chen feigned an angry look. "If you won't let me pass it on, I'm going to pass it on to my good friends in the yard." "Good, then you mustn't learn it later." "I will learn it seriously." The only girl among the 7 patients, Zhang Shuiyan, lightly grunted, nervous. Then proceeded to look down and count his fingers. 7 people finally tricked a person on the thief ship. Director Chen hearted as a happy ah. Today's job looked like it could be over soon, and he wanted to go back to touching fish. Then let's now learn the Shangshuan 9 Heavens bone cleansing and flexibility techniques. First technique. The body is like a tiger and the shape is like a dragon. Outside like a crane, inside like a turtle. Learning 1 merit is worth 10. The outer disciples do not understand the subtleties of the Tao, and mistake the side doors for the Tao. Director Chen casually made up a few sentences. As a graduate student, this skill is still there. He typed out a few moves, and Zhang Shuiyan recognized them. They were all moves that were often done by old men and women in their own neighborhoods, and she herself would not have to learn them. She continued to count her fingers down. Big Smart, on the other hand, was learning hard, straining to get every move down. Lindbergh was different. Just every word from Director Chen was like rain falling on his heart. Lin Baiyu's movements were similar in shape to Director Chen's, but not divine. There was an invisible aura between his every move. From within 3 meters of his body, a light wind swirled around him. Lin Baiyu had finished learning the first gong after Director Chen at the moment, but did not feel that her body was cool and comfortable. Instead, she felt as if her body had been thrown into a steamer and roasted. The body is indescribably painful from the inside out. His organs felt like they were being pounded by 1,000 hammers, and his expression twisted in pain. The force worked like it was intentional, from one's organs, then the pain to one's limbs, then bones, then muscles. Lin Baiyu's body began to expel layers of stinky sweat. After this process, he suddenly felt a lightness in his body. I felt as if I had tied a 10-pound sandbag on my foot, and now I was suddenly cut off in the middle with a pair of scissors. It's an indescribable relief all over now. Lin Baiyu looked at his own hands, his heart incomparably excited. Is this the power of the Shangshuan 9 Heavens bone washing and tendon repairing technique? So powerful, so awesome. Since birth, I have had a vision defect, but today my eyes are bright. Lin Baiyu's glaucoma was actually cured. The first merit is taught. Director Chen began to teach the second gong. Only to see Director Chen's body posture change once again, entering the second stage, his mouth still chanting leisurely. Though the word is good, though the word is good. The world treats fame and fortune as treasure. A handful of dirt after 50 years, I don't know how to cherish the true life. Cultivate my Xian second kung fu, and open the golden eye to distinguish the truth. Dr. Chen stood in front of the 8 patients over and over again, moving very slowly and carefully demonstrating the movements. And behind him, Lin Baiyu, after playing the second set of work, the original black pupil of the eyes, was replaced by a hint of golden light. The golden light gradually covered to replace the black pupil. In the white sun shines an unnoticeable golden light. Zhang Xueyan, who had been standing there all along refusing to practice this old man's deceptive feats, was stunned. She stood beside Lin Baiyu, watching as his eyes went from being slightly bright to flashing as bright as a light bulb. Zhang Xueyan's mouth went from an O to a fist. Ah! A scream that resounded throughout the courtyard. Big Smart couldn't hold back any longer. He pointed at Lin Baiyu and exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Director Chen, ah!" Lin Baiyu, his eyes are literally glowing with gold. Director Chen stood 5 meters in front of them and heard Big Smart shouting. His demeanor was calm and his tone was loose as he replied, "That's normal." Oh. Big Smart nodded, "So this is normal. It's me being abrupt, huh? Everyone keep practicing, don't stop." Chapter 3, The Great Intelligence. This man is nervous. Big Smart words don't shake a psychiatrist's sense of relief. How is he supposed to hang out in psychiatry if he doesn't even have this much slack? Director Chen nodded his head without looking back and praised Big Smart. "The fact that you've made progress shows that my gong method is effective." Lin Baiyu's eyes glowed with gold at the back, her hands playing similar moves to Director Chen's as she spoke. "Director, I believe from the bottom of my heart that your gong fu was effective, and it's true. That's for sure." A hint of pride appeared on Director Chen's face. "I'm the director of psychiatry. Would I tell you lies?" "Absolutely not," Lin Baiyu replied with certainty. Director Chen's face was complacent. The boy is so gullible. If we can keep ramping up the talk, we might be able to cure him. Director Chen finished teaching the second kung fu and began to teach them the third kung fu. "Learn to roar seriously. I'm going to teach you the third feat, which is very important. It's very important, oh, it's very important, oh," said it 3 times. "N." Lin Baiyu nodded heavily. Director Chen began to play the action, then frowned in meditation. It's really hard for him to think of so many words at once. Ahem. After dryly coughing twice, Director Chen thought. Open golden eyes, open golden eyes. Seeing the true dawn walks the yin and yang, the fog is heavy with cause and effect. A head and 2 arms are really tough, granting Yuxuanchuan's third feat. Heads are transformed into 3 flowers gathered at the top, and blessed beings are gathered in perfect perfection without measure. After saying this, all of a sudden, the heavens and earth were darkened. A white cloud just happened to block out the sun, casting a shadow over the tiny playground that was the mental hospital. And at the moment, Lin Baiyu closed her eyes. Because he felt this as it was last night, the magical energies were back again, and this time they were coming in very large quantities. A large amount of magical energies were coming towards him. Lindbergh's body instincts didn't want to reject them. So naturally he closed his eyes. Most importantly, he believed that Director Chen would not harm himself. Lin Baiyu's body moved at will, and the moves he struck this time were not at all like Director Chen's anymore. The divinity in it becomes more and more special. Lin Baiyu's body kept moving slowly, and his body looked like it was stacked in 3 places. This was followed by another closing, and the body coalesced into unity once more. On the sidelines, Zhang Xueyan had long since stopped counting her fingers. She was looking at Lindbergh the whole time. After Lin Baiyu's body coalesced and united, on top of his head, 3 translucent flowers were born, shaped like a lotus but like an enlarged shaped pear flower. The 3 flowers coalesced above Lin Baiyu's head. Regardless of the movements his body made, these 3 flowers obediently floated above his head as if they were rooted. Ah! For once, it wasn't Big Smart calling. Instead, it was Zhang Xueyan who, with a trembling hand, pointed at Lin Baiyu beside her and shouted, Director Chen. Lin Baiyu's head really did give birth to 3 flowers. Big Smart was on the other side of Lin Baiyu, his 2 eyes looking in different directions. His head turned to look at Lin Baiyu, and then he swept his eyes at the 3 lotus flowers floating in the void above his head. With a calm expression, Big Smart asked rhetorically, what's wrong with that? Director Chen has said that 3 flowers will coalesce, and Lin Baiyu has 3 flowers on her head. Is that a problem? Zhang Xueyan's face reddened with anger, pinching her waist and scolding, Are you it? Isn't this a big problem? It's not like there are 2 flowers, isn't it normal to have 3? Is this a problem? Big Smart covered her mouth and nose, hiding from Zhang Xueyan and whispering, This person is insane. Next to Big Smart, the drooling older woman poofed out a laugh. Ho 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 ho. A bit of saliva just happened to splash on Director Chen's pants. Director Chen glanced behind his feet and his heart pumped. My goodness gracious, the gift Xiao Zhang bought me, new pants, Shen Mingming, you have to endure their patience, you're a doctor, you can't be mad at them. 3 consecutive silent recitations of the word patience. Director Chen calmed down. Decided to hurry up and finish his work. After the 3rd set of moves, Director Chen jumped straight to the finishing moves. For the time being, I'll teach you the 3 feats, so practice diligently and I'll teach you the rest tomorrow. After saying that, Director Chen did not wait for Lin Baiyu's question and ran to his office as if he was flying. He wanted to wash the saliva on his pants. Lin Baiyu was lost in her heart. He thought he could learn the whole set of feats. Pity. But it's not bad to learn 3 feats. Lin Baiyu began practicing the Shangchuan 9 heavenly bone washing and tendon strengthening technique that Director Chen had imparted to him on the playground. Although there were only 3 feats, Lin Baiyu was practicing happily. Lin Baiyu spent the next 2 days watching Kung Fu. He wanted to learn Toadstool Kung Fu. Although Toadstool Kung Fu is not as good as Rudraksh, learning more is the same. Lindbergh is thirsty for knowledge. In addition to watching Kung Fu, Lin Baiyu would also work on her exercises in the morning. Practice Director Chen's Shangchuan Zhoutian washing bones and tendons technique until you are skillful. And in the afternoon, there would be a panel discussion in the mental hospital. Because people like them, who are locked up in mental institutions for years, also need spiritual sustenance. It is good for the mind and body to have times when people gather to talk. Lin Baiyu never used to speak in this occasion because his condition was very bad, and Director Chen had been treating him for so many years just so that Lin Baiyu's condition wouldn't worsen. But during this recent period, Lin Baiyu's growth made Director Chen heartily happy. This kid just spoke at the afternoon seminar. Director Chen's office, which he happily shared with Xiao Zhang. Nurse Xiao Zhang is peeling an apple. You seem to care about him. Of course I care. Lin Baiyu is only 18. I really think it's a shame that he's locked up here. I actually have a very silly idea, and that is to hope that Lin Baiyu will get completely well, although this idea is rather remote as all. What's the use of getting better? People like that won't get far going out. It works, why not? Lin Baiyu can go to school, can go to college, can have her life back. That's the end of the topic for Director Chen. Because that's too far away. Lin Baiyu, in his current condition, would have to be in the institution for a conservative estimate of 10 years before he could get out. Things like letting Lin Baiyu study in college were just Director Chen's wishful thinking. Having seen too much harsh reality in such places, Chang knew how whimsical her boyfriend's idea was. Zhang Xueyan's family has arrived. Okay, I'm coming. Not eating the apple. Come and eat later, put it here for me. Director Chen left his office in a hurry. In addition to the inpatient area, there is also a reception area for family members, which is the only place where all the patients can get free. Regardless of the severity of the situation, it is invaluable to be able to have a brief moment of freedom outside in the company of family members. So Director Chen has a very bad habit of creating more family and patient time. It was only after having to rush in that Director Chen came to the family visiting room. Zhang Xueyan reluctantly said goodbye to her mom. In the house, Director Chen and Mama Zhang were now left. Director Chen went straight to the point and sighed, looking shriveled, but still had to confess. Zhang Xueyan's condition has recently deteriorated. I recommend increasing the dosage. Chapter 4. I'm divine, but I'm really not. When Zhang's mom heard this, she directly cried out. She had just been strong in front of her own children. Now it's finally time to let it out. I know. Woo hoo hoo hoo. That kid just kept all me talking about how his eyes were glowing and he saw 3 flowers growing on the heads of the people in the sick bay. Honestly, I don't know what to do with a woman's family anymore, and I didn't realize that little Potato's condition had worsened. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have pushed her to study in the first place, I blame myself. Zhang's mother was in the greeting room crying, and Director Chen handed her a packet of paper. Pity the world's parents. Director Chen had been kind and comforting and waited until Zhang's mother had stabilized before she began to say, don't give up, we as doctors will be in there to provide full support. I have a little boy under my care who came into the hospital when he was 15 years old, and he's been doing much better lately. Including myself, I can't figure out how he's getting better. There is hope in this world, you mustn't be overly sad. Doctor, I trust you. Tell me what to do, I'll support you as a parent. Oh. The topic finally came back to the point. Director Chen touched his slightly bald head, then said, this child was originally severely depressed and had moderate OCD, and now he has a problem with fantasizing. I'm recommending an increase in dosage here. To keep her condition under control. Zhang Mama's heart pumped. It would be a lie to say she wasn't heartbroken and tried to ask, can you not use medicine? Then medication can be used as a last resort, and I can do a little more behavioral intervention with her at the moment. Director Chen exhausted his medical knowledge to come up with a solution. I can do a behavioral intervention on her. The boy on my hand who's been making great progress lately is about the same age as Zhang Xueyan, so let them live together and talk about each other's illnesses and it might pay off. Doctor, I hear you. But unexpectedly the door to the greeting room was roughly kicked open. The people who came were unexpected by both Director Chen and Mama Zhang. The two little nurses stopping left and right actually didn't even block it. This one who kicked down the door was Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan, wearing a hospital gown, looked mad and said, I am a psychopath, but I am not a psychopath. That guy really has 3 flowers on his head, you really are blind. Mr. Zhang, calm down. Come on, let's go back first. 2 nurses rushed another doctor and tied Zhang Xueyan out of the greeting room with a restraining belt. Zhang Xueyan was like the hard-to-tie pigs in the countryside during New Year's Eve, being pinned down on the ground by the 3 men and twisting around constantly. Zhang Xueyan was being pulled backward while in the greeting room, and her booming voice could be heard from outside the door. Mom, I really didn't tell any lies. These doctors are simply They're stupid. Director Chen wanted to explain Zhang Xueyan's situation. But I didn't expect that Zhang's mom's face didn't have any unhappiness, instead her eyes revealed a hint of relief. Zhang mother's face smiled in relief. Since little potato got sick, this is the first time I've seen her speak with such spirit. Seriously, just now I thought she was getting over her mental illness. Doctor, let my daughter move into that Lin student's dormitory, it feels like it would be beneficial. Director Chen sweated, this parent's nerves are a bit big from some places. Zhang Xueyan was locked up in a hospital room. Nurse Xiao Zhang held a syringe and shot down a needle on Zhang Xueyan's arm. I've sedated you, so just calm down for a while. Zhang Xueyan pursed her lips before speaking. Little sister Zhang, next time before you inject me with glucose, would you tear the label on the bottle first? Ha! Ha 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 ha. Nurse Xiao Zhang picked her feet in embarrassment. This was all discovered by you. Ouch, ouch. Why am I so stupid? Nurse Chang gently patted herself on the head with her hand. Zhang Xueyan didn't say anything. Very quietly, he turned his head to look out the window. The yard is a great sight, with trees and flowers and a small shallow pool. Zhang Xueyan was quiet for a while. Finally Director Chen came in. Calm down. I'll take you to meet your new housemates. Zhang Xueyan was released from her restraints and she moved her wrists. Lin Baiyu was watching Kung Fu with a serious face in his dormitory number 666. There was a knock on the door. Zhang Xueyan held her luggage while the 2 doctors pulled a trolley and brought her bed along with her exclusive trash can. From today on, you're going to be good friends. Nurse Xiao Zhang said this to both Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan, like Lin Baiyu, possessed a certain degree of self-awareness. So making the bed and putting away her belongings, Zhang Xueyan could do it all by herself. If it doesn't get done, Nurse Chang, who stays behind, will help her. From making your bed to finishing organizing your belongings. Zhang Xueyan was just like any ordinary female high school student, there was nothing different about her. Then I'll say goodbye for now, remember to call me if anything happens. See you later sis. Hey, that's a good girl, here's some candy. Don't want to tell the other nurses, it's against the rules after all. Zhang Xueyan hugged her knees and shrunk down on the bed. It was getting dark outside. Lin Baiyu didn't attend this afternoon's seminar. But Director Chen didn't expect Lin Baiyu to be just fine all at once. The ability to not get worse is the greatest therapeutic progress. Zhang Xueyan hunkered down on the bed and decided to open her mouth to find a topic. You have been in the dorm all afternoon. Yes. Because I want to learn Rudraksh. Oh. Ah. Zhang Xueyan first nodded, then her eyes widened. What? What did I just hear? Rudraksh. You're kind of funny. If you're in school, you should have a lot of girls chasing after you if you're so good looking and funny. Lin Baiyu stood up from in front of the DDD. This bedroom was divided into 2 parts. The one by the window was Lin Baiyu's hospital bed, and the VCR, if it was there, was placed in the middle of the 2 hospital beds. Lindbergh walked from the VCR to the window. Pulled back the white curtains. All the while asking rhetorically, am I funny? Kind of. After Lin Baiyu pulled back the curtains, Zhang Xueyan's gaze lingered curiously on this strange boy. What's he gonna do? You'll catch a cold if you leave the windows open at night, right? Only to see Lin Baiyu wearing a hospital gown, pulling back the curtains in front of the window and pushing open the glass window. The bright moon outside shed its white light and fell on Lin Baiyu's body, who tilted her head and looked at the night scene outside. If you don't go to the hospital gown, this boy has the air of a male protagonist in a novel full of teenage sense and sunny features. These are what the girls are privately focusing on and discussing. Zhang Xueyan watched very quietly. But what happened next made Zhang Xueyan go crazy again. Lin Baiyu put one hand up in front of his chest, staring out the window at the rotting building. During the day, I have been able to accurately control the strength of the Rudraksh palm's hand, but I have not been able to control that kind of magical energy very well, and I am going to fight to control that kind of energy tonight. Lin Baiyu took a deep breath. The entire world became extremely different in his eyes. There was an energy in the air that no ordinary person could detect. These energies were involuntarily surging towards Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu's palm pushed forward. The palm of his hand stretched out of the window. From the palm of his hand, he launched a palm print, which condensed and spread outward. 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters. The vast Buddha's light lit up the street with a mischievous sound. It compared the glow of the streetlights at night. The whole street was rendered in golden light. Under the night, the green belts on both sides of the street, as well as those shared bicycles parked on the side of the road, reflected the magnificent golden Buddha's light. Zhanghai Second Mental Hospital, opposite the rotten building, adding another huge Buddha palm print. Ward 666 was like being filled with a sea of gold. Ah! Zhang Xueyan sprinted like a 100-meter flyer. Rushing to the door of the hospital room, he rapped playfully on the outside. Little Sister Zhang, Little Sister Zhang, Little Sister Zhang. Xiao Shang, who was at the nurse's station, was frightened and rushed over. Run to Ward 666. Outside the door of the ward, she was relieved to see the intact Zhang Xueyan through the glass. What's wrong? Take your time. Nurse Chang said gently. Zhang Xueyan shouted in panic from inside, Sister, he was just practicing the Rulai Divine Palm. His hands are emitting Buddha's light. Sister. Ooh-hoo. Nurse Xiao Zhang gave Zhang Xueyan inside the ward a smile through the glass. I know. Like an extremely patient big sister, Nurse Xiao Zhan was very gentle and persuasive. Did you see student Lin practicing the Rulai Divine Palm? That's normal, because Lin watched Kung Fu just a few days ago, and boys, they all have dreams of martial arts. Don't be afraid, little boy, classmate Lin won't hurt you. It's true that he didn't hurt me, but he was really practicing Rudraksh. Do you guys think this is really normal? He's literally sprouting Buddha's light from his hands. Zhang Xueyan felt that she was the one who had missed the point. Zhang Xueyan summoned up 120% of her own courage and ordered Lin Baiyu at the window. You give me another slap of the Rulai Divine Palm. Lin Baiyu was originally meant to practice the Rudraksh palm. Even if Zhang Xueyan didn't say anything, he would have continued to strike his palm. Lin Baiyu put one hand up in front of his chest. A palm strike followed to exit horizontally. Golden Buddhist light exploded onto the street outside. The white walls of Ward 666 were illuminated through with golden light. Zhang Xueyan slapped the glass hard. Sister, you get it now, let me out. Chang was outside the door looking in towards the door glass, a soft smile popping up on his calm face. Pust. Looks like you two are getting along well, you know enough to join forces and lie to me. I knew you didn't want to live here, but it's good that you're used to getting used to it, and Director Chen said that it would be good for your condition if you moved in here. Tonight, I'm saying there's nothing I can do to make you move out. Nurse Chang thought she saw through everything the little girl had in mind. Through the glass, she touched Zhang Xueyan's face and said cheer to her. And then it's gone. Zhang Xueyan's eyes were terrified as she watched little sister Zhang's figure disappear out the door. Don't ask for it, don't ask for it. Zhang Xueyan prayed. But it was no use at all, not a single response could be heard from the door anymore. Zhang Xueyan cowered in the doorway. A look of fear. Her long dark hair exploded. Gingerly, he climbed onto the bed, then grabbed his pillow as fast as he could and hugged it tightly, cowering dutifully in the corner of the bed. Zhang Xueyan looked at Lin Baiyu by the window with a horrified face. Humans have always carried fear of the unknown. This is the case with Zhang Xueyan now. Lin Baiyu put up a single palm in front of his body. The arm was pushed out horizontally. Outside the street, a golden Buddha's hand once again illuminates the entire streetscape. Chapter 5. Electric sparks are coming out of Lin Baiyu's hand. Is this normal? At 11 o'clock at night, the lights went out in the asylum. Psychopaths have a set bedtime, and when it's time to go to bed, the lights must go out. The deep dark corridors were lined with patients about to go to sleep lying indoors on either side, and a handful of people flipping through novels. And in this dark hallway, Ward 666, from the crack of the door, from the glass of the front door, a very regular rhythm of blinding golden light emerged. Zhang Xueyan hugged her pillow and leaned against the head of the bed, sleeping in a daze like this. Lin Baiyu launched his final palm. His face lit up with joy. Because he was finally able to control the Rudraksh palm. Coalescing the palm power within half a meter, instead of just bombing the building with full force right off the bat. Lin Baiyu closed the window and drew the curtains. Put your own bedding down and lay down on the bed. Ha! This new one is sleeping in a weird position. Lin Baiyu looked up at the next door and thought about not minding her own business. People have their own habits. Nurse Chang was wearing her regular clothes and sneakers, walking down the road from work with a cozy look on her face. She stretched and said languidly, "Great, finally I'm not on duty." At Zhang's side was Director Chen, who was holding hands. After lamenting about his wonderful evening, Xiao Zhang added, "Just now in the hospital room, Zhang Xueyan has greatly improved." "Oh? How?" Director Chen came to be interested. "Did you know that Zhang Xueyan would actually lie to people and still join forces with Lin Baiyu to lie to me? There's a winter sun in the hospital room. She had Lin Baiyu turn on the little sun and lied to me by saying it was a falsehood about Buddha's light." Ha ha ha. Director Chen's stomach hurt from laughing. This kind of low-level deception is really somewhat hilarious. But well, being able to tell lies and work as a team is a big step forward for everyone. Individuals' mental health, the ability to speak out about their emotions no longer repressed, this is a major step towards health. Telling lies is also a step to know how to release to achieve the purpose. Zhang Xueyan really great progress especially for her kind of depressed children. Director Chen held Xiao Zhang's hand as he walked down the road after work, suddenly feeling a little proud. It seems my decision was not wrong. They both glanced upward at the same time. The light in Lin Baiyu's sick room was found to be extinguished and very quiet, and it was feared that the inside was asleep. But after walking up a few steps further, they realized something was wrong. Ha! How the streetlight snapped in the middle. On this road, why is there one pothole after another? And the pits are all in the shape of handprints. Where are the college students playing performance art? Ugh! The third-floor cafeteria in the Spirit House. Nurses push wheelchairs and bring those more serious patients over for meals. Lin Baiyu typed her breakfast at the window, scooped up a bowl of white porridge, and then sat down in her usual spot. Then came the housemate who had just entered his sick room. Zhang Xueyan, with dark circles under her eyes, walked over with her own dinner plate. Lin Baiyu asked kindly, "Didn't sleep well?" Zhang Xueyan nodded her head and squinted her eyes. "After being tired all night, of course I can't sleep well. Then next time I'll close the curtains so the Buddha's light won't shine on you." "No, your Buddha's light can't affect me anymore." Because I'm completely abnormal now, and I'm completely attuned to you. It's not uncommon for everyone in the institution to be more or less dysfunctional. Finished breakfast. Lindbergh finally had his favorite part. Morning. But what made Lin Baiyu feel admired was Zhang Xueyan's strong mental state. Obviously she was still so sleepy in the morning, but ended up being in high spirits by the time she got to the morning drill. Not at all like the shriveled state of the morning. "You've been to catch up on your sleep?" "No." Zhang Xueyan shook her head. "You're doing that, it's going to hurt, isn't it?" "Ha! So what if I'm hurt? That's how I got through my freshman and sophomore years of high school." "No wonder you're mentally ill." Big Smart suddenly added. "I don't want to be talked to by anyone but you." Zhang Xueyan compared a middle finger. But thought better of it and put it back. Zhang Xueyan is not snapping her fingers today. Instead, he tilted his head back and looked at the sky. Director Chen purposely changed into an old pair of pants today, having learned the hard way after his last experience. Good clothes aren't meant to be worn to work. Old, tattered, ugly ones are perfect for work. Looking at the 8 people in front of him, Director Chen was happy. Because everyone is one and the same. Today we plan to come and practice yelling. Come on, let's go from the first feat. Director Chen typed out the 3 feats he had previously taught in turn. When the 3rd feat was struck, Lin Baiyu's head once again gathered 3 flowers. Lindbergh enjoyed the process. This was because the 3-flower gathering was only so easy when he practiced under Director Chen. If he had practiced in private, it wouldn't have been so easy at all. "Director Chen, why is it not easy for me to gather the top of even 3 flowers myself?" "Oh, that's because you didn't get the full. What 9 Xian tendon technique, it's like this. Isn't it called the upper Xian 9 heavenly bone washing and tendon strength?" Sweat. Director Chen didn't expect Lin Baiyu to remember so clearly. It was actually a name he had made up off the top of his head, or he could remember so much. I really hope that Lin Baiyu's classmates will never ask me what the mnemonics of the previous 3 feats are, or else they will reveal themselves. I'll have to make a patch. After Director Chen finished thinking in his mind, he said seriously while practicing, "Student Lin, do you know why you memorized the name and I was wrong?" "Why?" "Because you are blessed with a deep destiny." Alert! It's only those with a deep blessed karmic score like this Taoist Dharma that can remember it and learn it. Those who don't have a thick blessing score often can't learn things even if they have them in front of them, which is why you can remember it so clearly. I see, Director Chen, when you put it like that, I understand. Ha, it's good that you understand. Director Chen laughed twice. In the future, if student Lin asked again about the fact that he had made up those feats, he would be able to use this issue of deep blessings to excuse himself. Come on, we'll start learning the fourth feat now. Blessed beyond measure, blessed beyond measure. Cultivating the Taoist mind without the Taoist method is like a floating duckling that can hardly support its body. The heavenly thunderbolt descending is just right, and 10,000 giant waves can't stop me. Director Chen's hands were suddenly thrown backward as if a peacock were opening its screen, and then suddenly taken back and placed in front of his body, which was the standard refining gymnastics of the Vedic offering of the pestle and mortar. The 8 people behind him, the only 2 practicing big smart, but it is difficult, because his body is a little obese, this posture for him, too high-end. Lin Baiyu pressed his hands behind him, then turned back and gathered them in front of him, shaped like a standard Confucian salute. But it was in the palms of Lin Baiyu's hands. Snap! There was a flash of lightning. Then next the lightning coalesced into a thumb-sized ball of thunder that condensed in the center of his palm. Big Smart opened his mouth wide. Director Chen, electricity is coming out of Lin Baiyu's palm. Director Chen said without looking back in front of him, it's normal, scientific phenomenon, not strange, not strange. That little girl, don't you think that's strange? Big Smart felt strange to the core. This electricity, it can kill you. Zhang Shuiyan's tilted head finally lowered as she looked at the electric ball in Lin Baiyu's hand and calmly stated, it's normal. Hearing this reply from Zhang Shuiyan, Director Chen's entire body stood in place, moved to the point of tears. Today's Zhang is in a stable mood. And the compulsion to count fingers has improved dramatically, and I'm afraid if we keep this up, we'll really be cured. Steady, steady. As a qualified psychiatrist, a good mindset is a priority. Come on, let's move on to the next credit. Chapter 6, Don't Trust Yourself, Trust Me Lin Baiyu. Director Chen hits his 5th form of health gymnastics. And of course not forgetting his own bull. Ahem. There is no other way of saying that you can get around mirror again. There is nothing missing from the original reflection. We will be at peace for 10,000 years, but we can't escape from the calamity of our destiny. But learning 10,000 strong means, I do not know that the law is self-fulfilling. After Director Chen finished this move, the 3 flowers on top of Lin Baiyu's head homed in on his body. Lin Baiyu felt the energy around him being continuously injected in towards himself, this time as long as the 3 flowers in his body were not extinguished, then the energy from the outside world would always enter his body. His golden eyes, on the other hand, could remain open all the time. After talking about the 5th gong, Director Chen finally taught a few more movements for closing the gong. Complete. Finally taught. Director Chen turned around. The 3 flowers on Lin Baiyu's head had already returned to the body, while the golden eyes were hidden, looking no different from the eyes of an ordinary person. Director Chen asked the 8 people in front of him, how's it going, this Jing gymnastics of mine? Lin Baiyu frowned and reminded Director Chen, it's the upper Xian 9 heavenly bone washing and tendon strength. Director Chen touched his nose in embarrassment. Why was the name of this gongfu so long? But luckily he patched up Lindbergh. I know, but I'm not as blessed as you are, so I can't remember. Lin Baiyu asked again, then what should be done to deepen Director Chen's blessing? Director Chen was really too good to Lin Baiyu, and he wanted to repay him more. Where could Director Chen understand Lin Baiyu my question? He again prevaricated and replied, if you do more good deeds, I will deepen my blessings because of you. Oh. Lin Baiyu nodded heavily, so it was like that. Director Chen asked the question he had just asked once more, how are you guys doing with this Jing gymnastics of mine? Of the 8 people, only Lin Baiyu finished learning the whole set. Big Smart learned the first 3 styles. The 4th style was too difficult for him and he gave up on not learning it. It turned out that of the 8 people, only 2 had learned such a result. Director Chen was actually barely able to accept it. Because a patient can be willing to communicate with him, and that's not a bad situation. As a psychiatrist, it's important to keep a good mindset. Director Chen finished teaching his own drill. Back to his office. He's wearing a white coat, and he's been walking with his head down this whole time. Ugh, what about the fact that doing drills doesn't motivate them? I need to think of a better way to exercise them. Wait for Director Chen to leave. They were dismissed in place and could continue with gymnastics, or walking, and basketball. Very few people play it though is all. Lin Baiyu still remembered Director Chen's words just now. Do more good deeds, then you can increase the blessings for Director Chen. On their own side. Zhang Xueyan was silent as she finally finished her gymnastics. She walked over to a flower bed and sat down, then planned to sleep. I was up all night yesterday and now I finally can't hold it together. Beautiful tanning, here I come. Zhang Xueyan cheered happily in her heart before lying down. Suddenly there was a man blocking her sunlight. Eh? And the person blocking her was no other than Lin Baiyu. Go away. Zhang Xueyan said without a trace of anger. Lin Baiyu shook his head and said to Zhang Xueyan, who was lying on the flower bed, let's practice the upper Xian 9 heavenly bone cleansing and tendon strengthening technique together. That's radio gymnastics, cheating stuff. Zhang Xueyan didn't even carry out any thinking and directly blurted out. Lin Baiyu sighed softly, her heart was overwhelmed with pity. This child, is the fortune so low? If Lin Baiyu was asked to choose between trusting Director Chen and trusting the Zhang Xueyan in front of her, then the answer did not require any hesitation at all. Then Director Chen was right and wouldn't lie to himself. What is the explanation for Zhang Xueyan's words? The blessings are not enough to realize the mysteries. It was as if Director Chen himself had said that even he was not blessed enough to forget the full name of this technique. Then it was understandable that Zhang Xueyan was unable to discern the wonders of the gongfu and could only recognize it as radio gymnastics. Lin Baiyu squatted beside Zhang Xueyan, giving up the sunlight. I don't really know you, but are you really going to spend the rest of your life in a mental institution? Zhang Xueyan was lying on the edge of the flower bed, her eyelashes fluttering with her closed eyes, but her face remained calm. Lin Baiyu squatted there and turned to Zhang Xueyan with a sincere face as he touched his conscience and said solemnly, you don't believe in Director Chen's words, so do you believe in me? Director Chen is not blessed enough, so he is unable to teach you the upper Xian 9 heavens bone washing and tendon strength. But I'm different. I'm blessed with a thicker skin. If you learn from me, I will teach you. You will definitely be able to learn the Shangshuan 9 heavens bone washing and tendon repairing technique. Xueyan, I believe in you, you just have to learn from me, I can definitely teach you. ? Zhang Xueyan opened her eyes. And then a smile. At the moment, the two of them, one squatting there and one lying on the flower bed, were very close, and their posture was somewhat ambiguous. Zhang Xueyan is actually very beautiful, even without makeup. Even if wearing a hospital gown every day, you can see the bones of the ice-clear temperament. When she was in school, there was a line of people chasing her that went nowhere. Lin Baiyu's heart inexplicably rippled so much at her glance. Then Lin Baiyu blushed slightly and actually somewhat dared not look at her. Only Zhang Xueyan hooked her finger at Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu bent her ears to listen. Zhang Xueyan's red lips flicked out, get the hell out of here. Lin Baiyu's expression froze, not expecting to hear these words come. Then Zhang Xueyan said super loudly, I'm telling you, my natural life is not good, I was born with a cheap life, I can't walk out of this mental hospital. I'm doomed to stay here for the rest of my life, I don't like the outside world at all. For others, it's easy, I'm hard as hell okay. I'm just so bad, I'm so trashy, I've been a mess all my life, I just can't get on. Go teach whoever you like. Seeing that Lin Baiyu actually hadn't moved away yet, Zhang Xueyan then continued to speak, if you really have the ability to teach me, I'll be a cow for you for the rest of my life, and I'll wear a JK, black silk maid outfit every day to serve you as a maid for the rest of your life. In the yard, I wash all your socks and clothes, I warm your bed in winter, I serve your wife during her monthly cycle, and I write your children's schoolwork. So get out of my sight now. It wasn't that Zhang Xueyan had an explosive temper, but she truly despised anyone who tried to help her because she genuinely couldn't walk away. Zhang Xueyan saw that Lin Baiyu finally stopped speaking. She closed her eyes and rolled over, then faced the flower bed with her back to everyone. Where no one could see, a tear flowed from the corner of Zhang Xueyan's eye. She mumbled in her mind, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to swear. I'm sorry Lam Pak Yuck, I'm sorry Lam Pak Yuck, I'm sorry Lam Pak Yuck. In this world, no one loves me, and I'm not going to go out and love anyone. Zhang Xueyan thought that she had heard Lin Baiyu because she had just spoken with too serious a tone. Lin Baiyu sat on the edge of the flower bed. Turning around, he wiped the tears that were streaming down from the corners of his eyes. I just wanted to teach you kung fu, but you actually want to wash my socks and warm my comforter. Grandpa, you're right, there really are more good people in this world. Lin Baiyu heard the meaning of Zhang Xueyan's words. She was asking for help. I hope I can teach her. And the series of words she had just spoken were promises of how she would repay herself if she did teach her. There are still a lot of good people in this world. And what they lacked was a person like Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu looked like she had made some kind of decision. Zhang Xueyan, I'm sure you can learn. Chapter 7 Ms. Zhang tonight, I'll take you to break out of prison. Lin Baiyu didn't bother Zhang Xueyan anymore. Last night, Zhang Xueyan didn't sleep all night. All she needed now was rest. Lin Baiyu knew that he must not disturb her at this time. He practiced the Shangchuan 9 Heavens bone cleansing and tendon strengthening technique 5 more times in the spiritual courtyard all by himself. He didn't stop until all of his own strength had been expended. And after Lin Baiyu stopped practicing, a thick layer of dirt was attached to the surface of his body. Every time after beating the Shangchuan 9 Heavens bone cleansing and tendon strengthening technique, a layer of dirt would be discharged from his body. However, after the discharge, apart from the incomparable stench on his body, Lin Baiyu himself felt refreshed. There was a feeling of coming to life, and the body was crispy and indescribably soothing. Lin Baiyu went back to her dormitory by herself, took off her clothes and took a shower. There wasn't much in the asylum in the morning, then it was just exercises. Then the rest of the day is all free. After changing into clean clothes by herself, Lin Baiyu headed to a place. Director Chen's office. Lin Baiyu stood outside the door and knocked. "Come in." Lin Baiyu walked in, then brought the door with her. During this recent period of time, Lin Baiyu had performed well, Director Chen that was in his eyes. Right now, he was alone with Lin Baiyu again. Director Chen pulled out a handful or two of finger tiger covers from a drawer. As a psychiatrist, it's normal for me to have finger tigers in my drawer, right? Gold and yellow finger tigers, respectively, were worn on the hands of Director Chen. The metallic luster on top reflected Lin Baiyu's face. Director Chen placed his hands on the table, maintaining a distance where he could slam his fist on Lin Baiyu's face at any time. The best defense is the offense. Lin Baiyu did not have any dissatisfaction with Director Chen's behavior. On the contrary, he thought that Director Chen must have his reasons for doing so. "Director Chen, I came here today because I have a question to ask." "Oh, it's this one, you ask?" Lin Baiyu took a deep breath, then touched his right hand into the pocket of his own clothes. Swish! A mental certificate with a 2-inch headshot of Lin Baiyu was held up in front of Director Chen. Lin Baiyu asked seriously, "Do you think that I really have a mental problem?" Eh? Director Chen was ecstatic in his heart after hearing this question. "Geez, Lin-san, from when did you have such a doubt?" Director Chen was so enthusiastic with his inquiries that he forgot to distance himself from Lin Baiyu for a while. This is a good thing. As a patient, actually began to question the stereotypes that others have left on him, and began to learn to reflect, like Lin Baiyu. Such a patient, if he can have this behavior, then it means that his consciousness is reviving. That's a big improvement. The big kind. Lin Baiyu thought for a moment, then said, "Because I want to help Zhang Xueyan. I want to know why she is depressed and why she is OCD. I want to figure it all out. I want to help her. Since you want to help others, you have to help yourself before you can do so." "Oh, so that's it." Director Chen was a little sad. He made an assessment of Lindbergh in a short period of time. It's not the autonomous emergence of a sense of self-check, but rather because of a desire to help others. In this respect, Lin Baiyu's condition had not improved, but only appeared as a psychological emotion similar to sympathy because of other people. Director Chen then said to Lin Baiyu, "Zhang Xueyan's situation is actually very complicated, but not that complicated." Question mark. Zhang Xueyan is a student of our Jianghai No. 1 middle school with good character. Then again, that's also my alma mater. In fact, there's nothing wrong with the kid at all, the only problem is that he's too good. Her parents gave her an elite education with super high pressure forces from a young age and completely neglected this child's character development. Life there is all test papers. The jungle is not about fighting and killing, it's all about human affairs. The specifics are that someone at school falsely accused her of stealing money from her classmates, and a couple of those pricks joined with the others to convince the teacher just like that. The boy wants to prove himself, wants to explain. But it turns out. Lin Baiyu tensed up as she listened. What kind of scene would that be? One man facing 10? Hundreds of people slandered and antagonized? As a result, how was it, did you find out the truth? Director Chen exhaled helplessly. The result was that the camera was broken, but someone proved that it was Zhang Xueyan who stole the money from the people. Rocco couldn't prove that he had eaten several bowls of flour. Zhang Xueyan couldn't prove it either, so she got sick. Where are those classmates? Her mom told me that the classmate said something about how she might have misread it herself, but even if she misread it, it was Zhang Xueyan's own fault for going through someone's school bag that day. Director Chen suddenly tapped his head. He chided himself for talking too much. You mustn't say anything to Zhang Xueyan. I know. You don't. Zhang Xueyan hadn't even gone through people's school bags or taken their money. If you tell Zhang Xueyan what that classmate said, it will irritate her again. Lin Baiyu asked, as long as the name of the classmate who falsely accused her. Director Chen, do you know? How could I possibly know that much detail? It could also be that Director Chen didn't want to tell Lin Baiyu too much detailed information. But this much is enough. Jianghai No. 1 High School. Having that name is enough. Lindbergh left. Lin Baiyu didn't participate in the afternoon seminar because he was in the library, checking the map of Jianhai City. The map was labeled with the location of the psychiatric hospital, as well as the location of Jianhai No. 1 Middle School. Noting down the route to and from the library, Lin Baiyu left the library. Back in Ward 666. Zhang Shuiyan has been sleeping. She had slept in since morning and hadn't even eaten lunch. But Xiao Zhang didn't let anyone disturb her, saying that Zhang Shuiyan seldom slept, and that being able to fall asleep naturally was not an easy thing for her, so she didn't want to be disturbed. Wait until after dark. Zhang Shuiyan just woke up from her bed. The moment he opened his eyes, a large face disliked him. Lin Baiyu's face suddenly appeared. It made Zhang Shuiyan startled. You? Zhang Shuiyan was about to open her mouth. Lin Baiyu suddenly said, "Tonight, I won't be practicing the Rudraksh palm." What's it to me? Even if Lin Baiyu practiced Rulai Divine Palm, Zhang Shuiyan had gotten used to it and wouldn't get as emotional as before. It has a lot to do with you. Lin Baiyu walked over to the window, pinched the 4 screws on the window with his fingers, and removed them with his bare hands. Fingers jammed into the small gap between the window's aluminum and the wall, and the window, which had been nailed with barbed wire and was only able to reach out with one hand, was dismantled. Zhang Shuiyan sat on the bed in shock, unable to speak. Lin Baiyu stood by the window, and the moonlight outside shone on his body as if shining freedom Indiana. In the next 50 years, Zhang Shuiyan's heart could never forget the image of this scene. Lin Baiyu's face was expressionless, but one could hear that he sounded determined. It has a lot to do with you, because we're breaking out of prison. Zhang Shuiyan was organizing her words. However, she was picked up by Lin Baiyu in a whole princess hug. Feeling her body being held in the air, Zhang Shuiyan was a bit confused as to what was going on. When Lin Baiyu carried her to this window of the hospital room and watched her head pass through the window, and then her long black hair fluttered in the night wind, the outside world that she was already familiar with but hadn't seen for a whole year unfolded in front of her eyes. Zhang Shuiyan finally realized how bad the situation was. Jesus, this is the 5th floor. It doesn't matter if I die, but you can't. You have a good life ahead of you. Lin Baiyu, you put me down and retreat safely by yourself. Before she could finish her words, Zhang Shuiyan saw one of Lin Baiyu's legs completely step out of the window. Lin Baiyu was holding a girl in his arms, his whole body sitting on the window, feeling the cool night breeze on his face. His heart was beating a little fast at the moment. Honestly speaking, now Lin Baiyu somewhat understood the feelings of the fledgling bird that was pushed off the nest by its parents in that moment. That's knowing you have the strength, but not being able to cross that mental barrier. Lin Baiyu looked at the shared bicycles on the ground that were too small to see their wheels, at the sidewalks that were only as thick as a fingertip, and at the trees on the pocket-sized green belts. His heart was beating wildly. Lin Baiyu, you can do it, you can do it. You can definitely do it. After saying that, Lin Baiyu's heart was ruthless, and his other leg rolled over the window before jumping down with Zhang Shuiyan in his arms. Chapter 8. Zhang Shuiyan was made to cry by Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu jumped down with Zhang Shuiyan in his arms as 3 flowers gathered above his head. Countless tides of energy around him came towards him. A drumming sound similar to that of a frog resounded within Lin Baiyu's belly. Just as Lin Baiyu was about to fall to the ground and turn into mush with Zhang Shuiyan, Zhang Shuiyan looked at the ground that was getting closer and closer, and her heart gained great relief for no reason. Relaxation, coziness, peace of mind, all sorts of feelings that had all gotten away from her early in life, all of them came back in this moment. All the pain that had been inflicted on her in the past was said goodbye to her in this moment. It's just a shame that you took someone else with you when you died. Zhang Shuiyan thought so in her heart. But what happened next was a little different than she had expected. Lin Baiyu's toes pointed on the ground. The impact on his body was all but melted away. He hugged Zhang Shuiyan and sank his body downward, then all the energy in his body gathered at his feet. Boo! The body carried Zhang Shuiyan toward his cannonball, rushing to the sky. The mental hospital had 7 floors, and this full-force jump of Lin Baiyu's just happened to be flush with the rooftop of the mental hospital. Lindbergh watched from left to right. He saw the abandoned construction debris on the rooftop of the mental hospital. And the dry, cracked siding on the building next door. It's an amazing feeling. After Lin Baiyu's body rushed to the highest point. It paused in the air for that brief moment, and then began to slowly descend again, with increasing speed. Zhang Shuiyan's long hair all stood up upside down. Lin Baiyu was significantly bolder the second time around after the first experience. This time he landed on the very same tree. Lightness, lightness. Having watched Kung Fu for so long, Lin Baiyu had seen light Kung Fu. Once more the frog-like beating of the drums resounded in his belly. Lin Baiyu immediately felt her body lighten. He's also much slower in his downward stroke. The exact point of his foot was on one of the leaves on one of the green belts. The foot tilts out with a huge reaction force. Lin Baiyu didn't feel like she was stepping on weak leaves, but more toward lending her strength to some hard wall. Lin Baiyu's body rose into the air once again. The feeling of this huge drop reminded Zhang Xueyan of when she hadn't been sick yet and had been taken by her parents to the amusement park to ride through the big pendulum. Zhang Xueyan opened her eyes, and she wrapped one hand tightly around Lin Baiyu's neck. With the other hand, she tucked her hair behind her ear extremely quickly, but just as soon as it was straightened out, it was messed up again. Zhang Xueyan's heart was beating rapidly, and her mouth opened into a big O. She saw herself actually in this big city in the dead of night, leaping from building to building. This view is more exciting than Spider-Man. Lin Baiyu held him, her body leaping into the air between buildings. Seeing that he was rushing to a certain B building, his body adjusted his posture, and before he was about to hit the sun partition on the building, his speed suddenly reduced, followed by a clean point of Lin Baiyu's toes. The legs were slightly bent and the body shot out with a bang. Zhang Xueyan could hear the sound of air breaking in her ears the moment her body shot out. Lin Baiyu was like this, moving at an extremely fast and very straight distance at 1 a.m. in Jianghai City. For the first time, Zhang Xueyan looked at the city she had lived in for more than 10 years from the perspective of Spider-Man. Used to take the bus to see as to look up forever depressing building, and congestion, and dense traffic lights, as a child was dreaming of why there is no levitation car so that there is no need to traffic jams. Zhang Xueyan went from being nervous in the beginning to being happy now. She wanted to yell a few times and enjoy the feeling of being an ape to Tarzan. But it shouldn't be a good idea to disturb people late at night. A smile hung on Lin Baiyu's face. Director Chen really didn't lie to me. He was originally very unsure of himself. After all, Rulai Divine Palm had been practiced many times, but Toadstool Kung Fu had always been in the way of venue restrictions, and he had never practiced it. In Lin Baiyu's eyes, the Toadstool Kung Fu attack effect was not strong. What was powerful was the Fire Cloud Evil God stance in the play. Lin Baiyu had only sensed it, and today was the first time he had used it. However, after using it more than twice in a row, Lin Baiyu discovered something very important. I really am a 1 in a million supreme genius. After only a few uses of Toad's skills, he felt that he was using it skillfully, not in the least inferior to the Fire Cloud Evil God in the play. Lin Baiyu was leaping for a full half hour, with the theory that the straight line distance was the shortest. Finally, I saw the faraway Jianghai First High School. It could take up to 3 hours if you're taking the bus. Because the mental hospital is in the suburbs. Zhang Xueyan also discovered this. Lindbergh's destination could be his own school. Lin Baiyu made a few light jumps and arrived on the school gate of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. At his feet, the words Jianghai First Middle School were written in large letters on a red background. Further down are electronic gates with pedestrian entrances and exits to the left and right. Lindbergh was physically standing on someone's school door. Lin Baiyu put down Zhang Xueyan. After hugging the whole way, Zhang Xueyan's legs almost pinched Lin Baiyu to death. It was originally a princess hold. But Zhang Xueyan was overly excited, and by the halfway point, she became a body pendant, with her 2 crossed legs clamped on Lin Baiyu's waist. Zhang Xueyan looked at the former campus that used to be there in the past, and in an instant, gloominess colored her entire face. Then a tremor appeared in her hands without hand control. I remember Director Chen popularizing the condition called somatization, which is something that requires immediate intervention or something could go terribly wrong. Lindbergh decided to intervene now. You trust me, nothing is going to happen to you. I'm intervening in your condition right now. Lin Baiyu put up a palm in front of his chest with one hand. Then aimed not far away, one of the 5-story buildings with the words Ziyuan Building written on it pushed out horizontally. The golden handprint flew away from Lin Baiyu. The palm of his hand released a golden light in the air and enlarged in equal proportions. 5 meters, 8 meters, 13 meters. Boo! The huge palm slammed into the Ziyuan Building from the front. Crushed flower beds on the floor of the building. The glass on each classroom shattered in unison. The balcony corridor began to turn off, revealing the steel and concrete inside. Buddha's hand destroys the school building and presses it down. The school building had a huge extra palm print from the center. The floor structure had been completely destroyed, and the floor was covered with broken red bricks and mud-stained test papers and workbooks. Zhang Xueyan's body stopped shaking. Turning to look at Lin Baiyu beside herself in fascination, there was doubt, shock, and a gradual calmness in her eyes. Lin Baiyu was happy. My intervention really did work. Director Chen really didn't lie to me. Lin Baiyu's idea was simple. He actually didn't know who those classmates who had heard Zhang Shuiyan were, so dragging the other party out and beating them up was not doable. So since this was the case, take it out for her from somewhere else yourself. Tear this school down. Lindbergh saw that his intervention was having an effect. Once again, a single palm was erected in front of his body. Another large palm of Buddha's light was pushed out horizontally. Another school building was hollowed out from the center and a large handprint was pressed out. A ray of Buddha's light coalesced and pushed out again. Residents in the surrounding neighborhood turned in their beds at home. Noisy, which site? The 123456 complaint line and the mayor's hotline were busted tonight. Lin Baiyu has put his handprint on all the buildings in this area, and all of them have become dangerous buildings. Each building becomes an ultra-modern piece of performance art. Zhang Shuiyan was at Lin Baiyu's side, her head lowered, her body trembling. She didn't say anything, and the trembling in her body gradually increased. The face hidden under the black hair, Lin Baiyu could not see the expression. Only to hear Zhang Shuiyan say quietly, "You? Doing this? Is it for me?" The wind blew. A clear tear fell between Zhang Shuiyan's black hair. Lin Baiyu's heart pounded and pounded. Crap, why is she emotional again? I'm doing it wrong. Lin Baiyu bit her own lips, her face a little white. Now he really wanted a cell phone to ask Director Chen how he should calm down Zhang Shuiyan in this situation. Zhang Shuiyan covered her stomach, her body trembling violently, then extremely slowly sat down. Sitting on the front door of this school. Zhang Shuiyan's speaking voice was soft and gentle. Did you think? Tearing down the school that hurt me would make me better. The more Zhang Shuiyan spoke strangely calmly at the moment, the more worried Lin Baiyu's heart became. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have gotten ahead of myself. It's obviously your school, it's obviously the memories and experiences you've struggled with here. It was my fault, an error in judgment, thinking it would make you more comfortable. Zhang Shuiyan, go ahead and scold me, it's fine to hit me. Lin Baiyu was completely flustered. How high his faith was before he set out, how much his heart regretted it now, and his whole being was like falling into an ice cellar. Zhang Shuiyan used her pinky to hook her bangs behind her ears, revealing an expression she could no longer strain. Zhang Shuiyan's face was red and her mouth was already laughing to the point of collapsing. Zhang Shuiyan could no longer face up to this naive expression of Lin Baiyu's, and she couldn't hold it in any longer. I don't go to school here, what are you doing tearing down someone's school? Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, you're simply too TM. Ah ha 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 ah. I can't, I really can't. Zhang Shuiyan covered her stomach and pounded the ground. Tears of laughter fell to the floor one after the other. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Ah ha 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 ha. Zhang Shuiyan now finally understood what it was like to laugh until you got a stomach cramp. Lin Baiyu's mouth was slightly open, nor did she breathe. Frozen there, huh? Then it was like being frozen. Lin Baiyu suddenly felt her body go soft. He felt the 3 flowers in his body draining away at breakneck speed. And the world changed at breakneck speed in his eyes, the magical energies contained in the air disappearing. Everything in front of his eyes was like a passing cloud, and his body became weak for no reason. At the moment, Lin Baiyu's mind was filled with just one thought. Dr. Chen lied to me? Lin Baiyu looked like the sky had collapsed. The body took a step backward, about to fall. Chapter 9. Goodness. The 3 flowers within Lin Baiyu's body were like being placed under the summer sun. Ablation visible to the naked eye. The outermost leaves of the flower, then the stamens of the 3 flowers that dissolve into themselves. Just as the 3 flowers were about to disappear completely, Zhang Shuiyan, who was sitting on the ground crying and laughing, wiped a handful of tears and gasped, "Why did you tear down someone's school? This is the elementary school attached to Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School. I went to the high school next door." Zhang Shuiyan pointed to the piece of school building next door, that was where she studied, while this piece that was demolished by Lin Baiyu was for elementary school students. You're simply tearing down someone's elementary school building in the good middle of the night. Lin Baiyu was like a drowning person being rescued to the shore. He sat down for a moment. A big breath of air. This time it's his turn to ride the jumper. Just went through heaven and hell inside. I told you? How could Director Chen tell me lies? Lin Baiyu shook her head mockingly. Or I didn't have enough faith in myself to be disturbed. There's no way Director Chen would lie to me. Ugh. Thinking of how she actually did not trust Director Chen just now, Lin Baiyu was blaming herself from the bottom of her heart. Later. There is no later. Director Chen would not lie to me. If there is a discrepancy between Director Chen's words and the other party, then it must be the other party who is hiding their part of the truth. But that part of the truth that Director Chen told is the truth. As such as what he met today, Director Chen would never lie to himself. Zhang Shuiyan was studying in Zhanghai First Middle School. And Zhang Shuiyan was concealing part of the truth about herself, deliberately separating the schools to achieve the effect of deceiving herself. Later. There is no later. Lin Baiyu, there is no next time. Be sure to remember to the death that Director Chen will not lie to you, and always beware of people using partial truths for cover-ups to deceive you. Lin Baiyu cupped her chin, clearing her mind more and more. This also has something to do with what Director Chen said about the blessings, that those whose blessings are not thick enough just can't see everything and instead are misled. This will indirectly lead to one being deceived and misrepresenting the words of Director Chen. I still don't have enough faith. If I had enough faith, I wouldn't have suspected Director Chen just now. Lin Baiyu was blaming herself. But in the midst of blaming himself, he didn't notice that the 3 flowers in his body were being repaired at a rapid pace as if it were a time reversal. And out of sight, the world once again became what it once was. Once again, the air was once again filled with unnameable things. It's back, it's back. Those energies are back. Zhang Shuiyan realized that Lin Baiyu was sitting there without saying anything. She gently shook Lin Baiyu's shoulder. Then tried to say something serious and nice, but as soon as she saw a few buildings in front of her, she was a little tense again. Take a few deep breaths. Zhang Shuiyan spoke frankly, however, I feel him. Zhang Shuiyan looked at the pile of rubble in front of her. She looked up at the moon in the sky and said from the bottom of her heart, the ancient moon shines today. Those things happened to me, it really made me suffer and really made me want to die. This world is really not nice at all, it really harbors good and huge malice. But I still want to eat mom's cooking. I still think they're so over the top, they're really full of malice. Though it's all too much for me to bear, all too painful. It's really, really hard. But after this experience, I can definitely handle it better. The process wasn't what Lin Baiyu had envisioned, but the outcome was good. Zhang Shuiyan had finally lived up to her good intentions. It was the peace that had just nearly caused Lin Baiyu's Dao heart to shatter that had caused him to have a major crisis. Lindbergh didn't need to go back and go destroy the high school building next door. They're seniors, they can't study if they ruin the building, and I had a great time tonight. It's been a while since I've laughed so hard. Zhang Shuiyan asked Lin Baiyu to carry herself back again. The two of them left the place with a whoosh of their figures. Hoyuk South Park Subdivision, Block 12, Unit 1, 7th floor. At the desk, Mom, who had just blow-dried her hair and was wearing her pajamas, sat coldly in front of her own son. Write as much as you can. Just. On what? Mom Evil Dragon growled. Dad in the living room was smart enough to take a rag and start wiping the table and cleaning the windows to do his chores. Do it even if it's not dirty. On what Xiaoyunji you brain over dim, summer vacation there are still 3 days to the beginning of the school year, I see you this science homework by then how to complete. Ooh-hoo. Right me. Super loud, sending echoing sounds through the house. Dad in the living room wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, realizing that at this point it would be best to pour a glass of water and send it in without saying a word, and even better if there were washed grapes and watermelon. Dad's cell phone suddenly rang. Pull out your cell phone and take a look. Weebly parent group at all. Spread over nearly 50 words. The father, carrying the water, walked into the child's bedroom. Mom was furious to see her man. The desk slapped loudly. I just made a sin in my last life when I was an ox and a horse, and in this life I came to be a daughter-in-law in your old Xiao family. Mom, being a human being in this life shouldn't be a sin in a previous life. How is it not a sin? If I hadn't sinned, could I have been so miserable as a human being in my life? Your mom, I'll just lie down in the meadow and eat grass right now, it's more comfortable than working with you on your homework. Honey, you don't really have to worry about it. It sure doesn't bother you that you. No longer giving his wife the chance to continue her evil dragon rant, Dad held a smile on his face and said softly, the school year is delayed. Exclamation point. Alert the little chubby guy who was doing his homework, his eyes lit up with a glare. Question mark. A question mark hit Mom's face. Son, I'll tell you one. But. Bad news. Put. Your school got blown up yesterday, ha 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 ha. Teachers told parents to check their own summer homework and to switch to online at the beginning of the school year. Ha 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 real death, my dear school was blown up by someone, haha, this person is too kind. Chapter 10, Believe in the White Jade of the Forest and you will live forever. Lin Baiyu didn't realize how much of an impact he had brought to the entire Zhanghai city. The next day. Director Chen entered his office and on the short video app on his phone, he had long been screened by those huge palm prints. Almost the whole of China is discussing this matter. Director Chen also looked to leave a few comments. It's very similar to the handprints on the door of my hospital. Director Chen turned off his cell phone. In Ward 666. Lin Baiyu didn't get up on time today. Because I stayed up late yesterday. If the point of going to bed at 11 o'clock at night was exceeded, Lin Baiyu would inevitably sleep the next day. And how many hours beyond 11 o'clock will surely delay getting up again until the equivalent time the following day? Lin Baiyu wasn't worried. Because this was a mental hospital, even if one didn't go to breakfast, the cafeteria would have warm rice porridge and donuts left for them. Lin Baiyu slept until she woke up naturally. Lin Baiyu stretched out on the bed. He dressed himself in his hospital gown and was surprised to find that the dirty clothes he had piled up under his bed, which he had intended to wash today, were gone. There is a special laundry chore in the spirit house, but that needs to be paid for. Lin Baiyu hadn't been that extravagant, and a little bit of money was a little bit of something that could be saved. That's why he washes his own clothes, like other patients who can take care of themselves and whose families are not very wealthy would also choose to do so, just like Lin Baiyu. Just as Lin Baiyu was surprised how her clothes had disappeared. The door to Ward 666 was pushed open. The person who came was none other than Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan smiled and asked, "Awake? How do you feel?" Lin Baiyu squatted by her own bedside and didn't answer. Zhang Xueyan asked again, "Where are your clothes props? I have to dry your clothes." Zhang Xueyan's hand was carrying a basin. This basin was Lin Baiyu's, and the clothes inside were also his. Lin Baiyu opened her mouth and was about to speak. Zhang Xueyan suddenly turned a little red in the face and panicked as she sophistically said, "Don't misunderstand me, I'm just idly panicking. Director Chen said that I'm able to do more things that can benefit my body, and that people who are depressed can effectively fight against somatization if they are able to exercise their body." Director Chen said so. Director Chen said that? Aha! Zhang Xueyan nodded heavily. I see. Lin Baiyu scratched her head in embarrassment. "I really thought you were washing my clothes on purpose." "Humph, you wish. I did think too much because I grew up taking care of myself and never knew what it was like to be loved." Zhang Xueyan's heart twitched as she couldn't laugh anymore. Seemingly, Lin Baiyu knew a lot about his own situation, but what exactly happened to Lin Baiyu, and for what disease he entered the hospital? Zhang Xueyan realized that she was actually completely unaware of it. "I'm afraid Lin Baiyu's problem will be very complicated." Lin Baiyu smiled and said thank you twice. Took out his clothing brace. "Then I'm counting on you." The clothes drying area was on the other side of the playground where it was well lit and would be moved to the playground if it was afternoon. Zhang Xueyan bottomed her head and didn't say anything along the way. She was a little bored inside. He's showing signs of getting better, but what about Lin Baiyu, who helped him? As Zhang Xueyan walked away from the dormitory area at the end, she stood at the stairway and glanced at the departing Lin Baiyu from a distance. Lindbergh was like an enigma. Zhang Xueyan wanted to help Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu walked to the cafeteria by herself and asked her aunt for a bowl of white rice porridge. If he got up late, Lin Baiyu wouldn't eat much because he wouldn't be able to eat at noon. Lin Baiyu was quite obsessive about the midday meal, believing that lunch could not be less, and that if breakfast could be simpler, it should be simpler. After eating, Lin Baiyu went to the playground. Not much time passed. From another path in the playground, Zhang Xueyan walked over, holding an empty basin in her hand. Lin Baiyu stopped her. "You and I will practice the Upper Xian 9 Heavens bone cleansing and tendon strengthening technique together." Lin Baiyu's eyes gleamed. "Good." Zhang Xueyan answered extremely dryly this time. Lin Baiyu's face was delighted. It's always rewarding to put in so much work. Lin Baiyu started teaching Zhang Xueyan to practice kung fu in the playground. Zhang Xueyan finally stopped counting her fingers and tilting her head to look at the sky. Lin Baiyu taught very carefully. "We start with the first merit. The first feat is the foundation of bone cleansing. If you can practice it, even if you can't learn the next 4 feats, the first feat alone will benefit you endlessly." If it was the Zhang Xueyan from before, then she would have wanted to say that it was all a lie. But it happened yesterday. And how to explain what happened yesterday? Lindbergh is really an amazing person. Seeing that Zhang Xueyan was still standing there without following her movements, Lin Baiyu was very patient and said with a serious face, "Don't think. Just trust me. As long as you believe in me, I can definitely make you succeed." "Okay." Zhang Xueyan then took a step outward with her feet and began to scholar Lin Baiyu's stance. Lin Baiyu realized that today's Zhang Xueyan was so gentle today. "I don't even swear at myself anymore, and I speak quietly, not at all as rough as before." This made Lin Baiyu have a good change of heart towards Zhang Xueyan. Lin Baiyu said to Zhang Xueyan, "You're so gentle today. Especially smile at me when you came into the house earlier. I haven't seen you smile in all the time I've known you." Zhang Xueyan didn't retort, but asked, "How do you like my smile?" "Like?" Zhang Shuiyan was red from her neck all the way to her face, and she didn't say a word for the half hour that followed. Lin Baiyu willed so many points of the first feat to the non-speaking new Zhang Shuiyan. The first gong, cleanses the bones and removes dirt. Recorrecting the sinews and bones is a superior method for body molding. Why don't you get back to me? Did you just say like to you and it made you shy? I'm not shy. Am I the kind of girl who is easily shy? Zhang Shuiyan replied with her chin up. Stubbornness was written all over his face. So did you hear everything I said? I hear you, but I still can't feel the energy you're talking about. It means you're too blessed. But with me, who is blessed with deep destiny, by your side, you will be able to learn. I believe in you. Zhang Shuiyan only felt that her body was so strange. After Lindbergh said to himself, I believe you're done. She then felt like there were countless ants crawling on her body, and her body couldn't stop itching. This itching sensation pierced from the skin into the flesh in a flash, leaving Zhang Shuiyan, who wanted to scratch an itch, with no way to do so. This tickling sensation burrowed from the skin all the way into his own flesh. Then her body heated up like fire, and Zhang Shuiyan suddenly realized that a feeling completely different from the fiery heat was bubbling up inside her body. The qi was cold and made her feel bad. These chilly feelings flowed like qi from all parts of his body to his stomach. Zhang Shuiyan had wanted to practice. But then she covered her stomach and exclaimed, I can't. Zhang Shuiyan did not give Lin Baiyu any chance to reply, fleeing in a puff of smoke. And the direction she fled was the bathroom. Zhang Shuiyan fled away. Lin Baiyu, however, came to a sudden realization. So that's it, she's realized the energy, the first gong is taking effect, that's normal for removing defilements. Chapter 11, Mr. Lin, why are your eyes glowing gold? Lin Baiyu's physique was better than Zhang Shuiyan's, so his defilement was only discharged on the surface of his body. Zhang Shuiyan's was different. She was coming from the inside out. Lin Baiyu waited for a long time. Zhang Shuiyan came back with a brisk pace. The sunlight sprinkled on Zhang Shuiyan's head, and the light wind blew the tresses of Zhang Shuiyan's hair. Along the way, there were so many people who were eyeing Zhang Shuiyan, and many of them who were of similar age, or within 30 years of age, were looking at her with wide eyes. What a pretty girl! When did such a girl with a fairy spirit come to the institution? Can a girl like that be sick? It doesn't look like it. What a beautiful sister. Strange, kind of looks familiar, but I just can't name who it is. It's like which who? Kind of looks like it but not like it. Zhang Shuiyan heard the words of the bystanders, and she suddenly had the feeling of being back on campus again. When she was in school, her daily routine during her freshman year of high school was such that no matter where she went, people were talking about it in private. She always gets the most attention whenever she's in a crowd of girls. Zhang Shuiyan walked over as soon as she came from the road, then stopped in front of Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Zhang Shuiyan forced herself to hold back her laughter when she saw him in this state. For some reason, she didn't find it interesting that the next person had such an expression, but the only thing that made it interesting was seeing it on Lin Baiyu's face. Zhang Shuiyan purposely didn't speak with him, but instead walked up around him in a circle. The meaning is obvious. Like to see? Give it a closer look. Lin Baiyu watched Zhang Shuiyan up close and felt that she had transformed from an ugly duckling into a legendary elf princess. Never before had I felt that Zhang Shuiyan was this good-looking. Upon giving Zhang Shuiyan a closer look, Lin Baiyu realized that Zhang Shuiyan's change from one visit to another was there. Her skin's got blood color. Once Zhang Shuiyan was naturally good-looking too, but that was only 7 points, placed in a pile of people was able to be looked at more than once. And now, it's turned into a 9.7. It really is that close to being perfect. The bit that's left is the human imagination. Don't underestimate this little bit of qi and blood, there is a lot to be said for it in Chinese medicine. Blood sufficiency is contained within, and blood deficiency leaks out. Zhang Shuiyan looked like a different person all of a sudden, which could be seen by how much her body had changed. Lin Baiyu quipped with an unchanged expression, "You've become good-looking. Can't you be a little more surprised?" Zhang Shuiyan pinched Lin Baiyu's nose with her upper hand, feigning an angry look. Lin Baiyu once again increased her tone, "You've become good-looking. I swoon. That's so embarrassing for you to say." Zhang Shuiyan let go of Lin Baiyu's nose, then asked him to teach himself the second gong again, while consolidating the first gong, so that he could check if he practiced it correctly. "I had just practiced a little bit when I was forced to cut it off because of a stomach ache. Now she's going to check her first feat." Zhang Shuiyan didn't realize that she had really believed Lin Baiyu in the process of subliminalization. Believed everything that came out of his mouth. Otherwise she wouldn't have been so aggressive. Director Chen was on the third floor window, looking down. He happened to see the two people, Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu, who were doing their own healthy gymnastics the other day on the playground. Director Chen was moved to tears. Zhang Shuiyan has grown up and finally knows to actively cooperate with the treatment. There's hope for this kid to get out of the hospital, there's hope for him to get out of the hospital. Director Chen was flying high with joy. It was just a shame that he had to maintain his image as a doctor in the hospital, otherwise he would have danced to celebrate. Director Chen looked at the grass with a pleased face, two people practicing drills on each other. Lin Baiyu was teaching and correcting while Zhang Shuiyan was listening carefully. Nurse Xiao Zhang burrowed out from behind Director Chen's back and silently whispered, "It's a bit of a good knock." The playground of the mental hospital. Zhang Shuiyan finished her first feat in front of Lin Baiyu. In this instant, Zhang Shuiyan felt it all over again. That one sizzled from the inside out. But this time she didn't have a stomach ache, and that unbearable feeling of ants crawling on her body was gone. Nowadays there is only one feeling, and that is as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring. It's really cozy. Can't tell you how it feels. Why didn't I think old man calisthenics had such a great effect before? Zhang Shuiyan was suspicious in her mind. Her gaze rested on the body of Lin Baiyu, who was about to enter the second feat in front of her. Zhang Shuiyan's peach blossom-like eyes turned and locked onto Lin Baiyu's body, and now there was only one conclusion. What Lin Baiyu taught wasn't old man calisthenics, it was really Yi Jin Gong. Director Chen is really a hidden master who doesn't come out of the world. Yes, it must be. If that's not the case, then what other conclusion is there to explain the change in yourself? Director Chen. Zhang Shuiyan's heart gave birth to infinite admiration for Director Chen. But in terms of closeness, she still preferred Lin Baiyu. As for the reason, only she knows. Daughter heart cannot be guessed, cannot be guessed. Lin Baiyu hit the second merit and voiced a reminder, "Pay attention to my movements." Aha! Zhang Shuiyan obediently nodded her head. This time she was serious. And the attention is still focused and the OCD has gotten much better. Still, physical subtleties can be incongruous. Zhang Shuiyan grudgingly followed Lin Baiyu's movements. But Lin Baiyu had clearly slowed down to a crawl, but she just couldn't imitate it completely. The kind of temperament that Lin Baiyu had, Zhang Shuiyan's inferior imitation had no way of using the essence. Behind the window on the third floor, Director Chen picked up his own thermos cup and was just about to drink tea, and after seeing Lin Baiyu's movements, his tea-drinking action paused. Did I teach this maneuver? How is this a little different than when I created the movement? Director Chen held his teacup and watched Lin Baiyu's second feat in meditation. He remembered that he didn't have the moves to do that. The movements that Lin Baiyu had made, now that he thought about it carefully, seemed to match his own in many ways. Director Chen gave himself an explanation. It's true that you can't be too strict with them, it's good enough that they're willing to work out, there's no need to be exactly to my standards, it's not like it's a driving test. Zhang Shuiyan clumsily imitated Lin Baiyu's second feat. But every movement of this second gong is as difficult as heaven. Lin Baiyu did it so easily, but Zhang Shuiyan felt that her hands and feet were not her own, and it was especially hard to follow, let alone make it. Lin Baiyu was about to make a second feat. The pupils of his eyes were shifting from black to gold. And just at that moment, Zhang Shuiyan behind her fell to the ground with a snap. Lin Baiyu immediately stopped and went to help Zhang Shuiyan to check her condition. Upstairs on the third floor, Director Chen had only just touched the thermos on his mouth when he was once again forced to stop. Attempted drinking X2. Director Chen rubbed his eyes, then pressed his entire body against the glass to look downstairs. Did my eyes just glaze over? Why do I see Lin's eyes glowing gold? He was bubbling in the true physical sense, not the medical sense of an anemic bleary-eyed. Chapter 12. Your math equations are rich in Beethoven's oboe rhythms. Dr. Chen turned his head to his girlfriend beside him and asked, "Honey." Nurse Chang made a serious face, "Way it at work." Nurse Chang. Nurse Chang made a face like she couldn't do anything about it. She slipped a bag of white stockings out of the pocket of her own nurse's uniform and unwrapped the bag right in front of Dr. Chen, then took off her shoes and started wearing them. Dr. Chen instantly sweated. That's not really what I meant. But Nurse Chang has already started wearing it, it's not too good to say something else frowned upon now. Nurse Chang took off her shoes and stood barefoot on the ground, her legs in milky white stockings. Matching a nurse's uniform made Dr. Chen gulp. Dr. Chen hugged Nurse Xiao Zhang and whispered in her ear, "Nurse Xiao Zhang, I'm sorry for this." The curtains on the third floor were then pulled up by Director Chen. Lin Baiyu's very fine movements demonstrated the second feat many times. But Zhang Shuiyan just couldn't practice. After Lin Baiyu taught him for the 5th time, Zhang Shuiyan still couldn't get the hang of it. Lin Baiyu bowed her head in deep thought. The problem wasn't with himself, then it was with Zhang Shuiyan. According to Director Chen's theory, one of the important criteria for judging a person's ability to learn Kung Fu is blessing. Director Chen has said that it is because he himself is not blessed enough that he often fails to remember the name of Gong. Lin Baiyu himself, however, was able to remember precisely because he was blessed with a very deep middle. It seems that it's still because Zhang Shuiyan's blessings are too shallow. But if you work hard enough, you can grind an iron bar into a needle. Zhang Shuiyan was able to go from being clueless to being able to vaguely sense the energy in the heavens and earth today. That's progress. The second Kung Fu can definitely be learned if you keep practicing. Zhang Shuiyan strained to break away from the second feat. The second feat, let alone learn it, she couldn't even beat it down completely. Zhang Shuiyan always felt that it was usually very easy to do these simple things that could not be any simpler, but it was like 1,000 weights. The second feat came after the fight, and she slumped down in utter exhaustion. Zhang Shuiyan sat on her but on the ground, panting heavily. Sweat stained her bangs into a patch on her forehead. But even with this, Zhang Shuiyan was still charming. That's what you call a good-looking person, even if they're spitting blood. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan were sitting side by side. Zhang Shuiyan was breathing heavily at the moment. She didn't feel any hard feelings, on the contrary she felt that her body was indescribably relaxed and at ease. At one time I never understood how those people who run every day keep going, but now I can kind of understand. How? It's really good to work out, and it feels especially soothing when your body breaks a sweat. Lin Baiyu nodded seriously. Noon. Lin Baiyu carried her silver-white dinner plate and found an out-of-the-way seat. Only after sitting down did a man beside him join in. Lin Baiyu knew who it was without looking up. A white lotus root-like arm, using chopsticks, held a piece of pork ribs and placed it in Lin Baiyu's bowl. Lin Baiyu turned her head to look at her in uncertainty. Zhang Shuiyan stared at her noon and said with a disinterested face, I hate wasting food, I like to eat vegetarian. So it is. Lin Baiyu lowered her head and ate the ribs and bones in the bowl. After the meat was finished, there was a tasty sucking of the marrow inside. Meals are not free in mental hospitals. These are divided into 3 grades, and within the 3 grades they are divided into those that require human feeding and those that do not. By Lin Baiyu's reckoning, the price of a meal fed by the caregiver's ama is $30 in labor. The poor really can't afford such a disease. There are 3 grades of meals, and Lin Baiyu always eats the cheapest all-vegetarian. Only once in a while, when your body can't take it anymore, will you buy a serving of scrambled eggs with lettuce to improve your meal. The taste of meat was something he hadn't tasted in a long time. So Lin Baiyu eats very attentively. Just as Lin Baiyu sucked the ribs for the second time, those chopsticks, those hands came over again. A slab of ribs was chucked into his bowl. Lin Baiyu looked up slightly. He looked toward Zhang Shuiyan. Zhang Shuiyan didn't say anything, she was just working one by one as if she was carrying them, pinching the sweet and sour pork from her plate into Lin Baiyu's bowl. Lindbergh's half bowl of rice on top. Piled up a small grain-like pile of ribs. This time the bowl was full of ribs and the rice was buried to the bottom. I don't like eating these, Zhang Shuiyan said softly. Then she lowered her head and picked at her bowl of rice without a word. Lin Baiyu nodded, still expressionless. However, he touched his heart, and always felt a hot feeling in his heart, a feeling that was very comfortable and made his mind suddenly remember his grandfather. Lin Baiyu painfully ate 2 ribs and suddenly stared at Zhang Shuiyan with flashing eyes. Zhang Shuiyan, who was in the middle of drying her rice, was all caught by the flickering gaze. What's wrong? Zhang Shuiyan inclined her head to Lin Baiyu. I really don't like meat. Don't mess. Think nonsense? Zhang Shuiyan's voice was as thin as a mosquito at the end of her speech. She had been in middle school, in high school, in school. Seen a lot of boys give themselves that look. Initially, she was still small, and did not understand why play well with friends will suddenly one day in the eyes will emit such a light, until other people confess to him more. Zhang Shuiyan, no, the original boys and the person they like to confess, the eyes of the god is not different from the usual. Zhang Shuiyan had been outstanding since she was a child and had never been attracted to any member of the opposite sex. She didn't really understand how to like someone. But at the moment, Zhang Shuiyan was suddenly a little fidgety in her seat. She wanted to run away, but more than anything, she wanted to hear Lin Baiyu speak to herself. Zhang Shuiyan sat in her seat, not daring to look into Lin Baiyu's eyes, her ears red, her chopsticks picking around in her bowl, not knowing what she was looking for. Lin Baiyu's eyes sparkled as she said to Zhang Shuiyan beside her, I want to confirm a layer of relationship with you. N. Zhang Shuiyan lowered her head, purposely covering her face with her hair to keep it out of sight. Lin Baiyu didn't understand what was wrong with Zhang Shuiyan. His shoulders were close to Zhang Shuiyan and he said in a righteous manner, You really seem like my grandpa, can I change my tone to call you grandpa in the future? Zhang Shuiyan's entire body instantly red-warmed after hearing Lin Baiyu's words. She hadn't been this aggravated since she was a child. Chopsticks in hand. Snap. Folded in two at the tiger's mouth. Zhang Shuiyan raised her head with a look of wanting to eat someone. She roared at Lin Baiyu in a supersonic tone of voice in this noisy cafeteria. Lin Baiyu, Moncler. Are you out of your mind? You're ing properly sick. A bit of white dust shook off the decorated ceiling of the cafeteria's roof. The entire cafeteria, the entire nursing staff who were feeding the food, the patients who were in a tantrum and did not want to eat, and the patients who were dazed and not in good spirits, as well as the big woman who was working on the dishes, all of them quieted down, and all of them focused their sights on Zhang Shuiyan's body. The whole house was silent. I don't agree with you. Inside the cafeteria, Big Smart stood up from his seat with a spoon in his hand and a few grains of rice on his mouth. He raised his hands and clasped his fists in invitation to the four directions, then spoke. Everyone here is mentally ill. If Lin Baiyu doesn't have water in his brain, that would be truly abnormal. Inside a mental institution, don't you think he's got a big problem if his brain doesn't have any problems? The corners of Big Smart's mouth turned up slightly. My logic is just too brilliant. Snap. From the other end, a man with long hair tied back on his head stood up, and he applauded earnestly dozens of times. With a sincere face, he exclaimed, "Never before have I heard such a brilliant mathematical theory. Your mathematical theory is rich in Beethoven's oboe rhythms, and in the oboe rhythms lies the smell of Buddha's feet. Within this mental hospital, there is actually a person of your caliber hiding. It was an oversight on my part that I didn't realize you until today." Chapter 13. Doctor, am I really out of my mind? Big Smart raised his hand and said modestly, Where? Your Excellency is able to hear my words, so I'm sure that you must also be a dragon and phoenix among men in the Jianghu. The man with bundled hair heard this and was moved to the point of practically crying out. I spent 100 days refining the Black Dan, but my parents, who are flesh-eyed and mortal, insisted on saying that it was pulled out of era. I don't think that today, I can actually meet my soulmate here. Big Smart opened his arms. Throughout the cafeteria, thousands of miles across the sea of people walked to this mentally ill friend. Here, you can be completely yourself. Big Smart spoke with a sincere face as he hugged the other. I could tell right away that there was something extraordinary about you. Man, you really know me. Whoa. The two embraced each other and hugged and cried in this cafeteria. They all say I'm sick. Actually, they're the ones who are crazy. Woohoo. What's the point of seeking money when mortals age dozens of years without seeking immortality? Just in time. Inside the cafeteria, the patient, who was being watched by 3 caretakers, suddenly jumped up on the table. With an agitated, maniacal face, he pointed at one of the little white doctors and chided, Ing Zhang. I finally met you today. Sword come. The young man was seen pulling a handful of already cooled donuts from inside his own pants. The body lunged at the doctor. Don't. The little white doctor shielded his hands in front of him, his body struggling, but he couldn't shake the patient. Don't you come over. Just saw the guy plunge his sword into this little white doctor's mouth. With the cool fries stuffed into his mouth, swirling around and around like a Thomas spiral in his mouth. The 2 doctors easily stood the man up left and right and dragged him out of the cafeteria. Before leaving the cafeteria gates, can still hear the words. Even if I, Jinko, have traveled to this day, I will still make up for the regrets of my previous life. Ing Zhang, I will kill you. The cafeteria is back to what it was before. Zhang Shuiyan sat down. Compared to what she just said, no one really cares what she did. The nurse practitioner won't think she doesn't know what she's doing because the kids are a little noisy. Instead, it will feel so good that the child can know to give voice to his or her temper without repressing himself or herself. This will help the spiritual psyche a lot. Lin Baiyu ate her bowl of rice. Zhang Shuiyan sat on the side and didn't talk to Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu didn't understand. Am I saying something wrong? Unable to think straight, Lin Baiyu quickly finished the ribs on her plate, as well as the potatoes and sour cabbage on her plate. Just as Lin Baiyu was about to leave with her plate, Zhang Shuiyan's hand came over again. This time it was a piece of chicken thigh meat. Zhang Shuiyan didn't look at Lin Baiyu, just looked in another direction. Lin Baiyu couldn't see the expression on Zhang Shuiyan's face at the moment. I only heard Zhang Shuiyan say, I don't want to eat this chicken leg today, so you can eat some for me. Good. Lin Baiyu caught a chicken leg meat and brought it into her mouth. The chicken thighs were covered in fragrant onion oil, and the chicken thighs were so tender and smooth that Lin Baiyu instantly ate them in her stomach. He prefers chicken thighs a bit more than ribs because they have more meat without bones. Zhang Shuiyan chucked all the chicken thigh meat on her plate again without saying a word. Lin Baiyu ate a whole bowl. was about to get up. Zhang Shuiyan chucked another piece of chicken leg meat over. Eh? Lin Baiyu asked, wasn't your plate empty just now? Zhang Shuiyan smiled, finally willing to look at Lin Baiyu. That means it's your eyes that are seeing things. Lin Baiyu licked his tongue. In all his years in the asylum, he had never eaten so well, even on New Year's Day. Lin Baiyu finished the chicken thigh meat in the bowl again. Zhang Shuiyan was calculating how much Lin Baiyu had eaten. Excessive intake at one time can cause gastrointestinal burden. Zhang Shuiyan decided to call it a day. Lin Baiyu was obviously still not satisfied. Lin Baiyu picked up her rice tray and was about to get up. Zhang Shuiyan suddenly said again, at night. Nothing. ? Zhang Shuiyan stopped talking and lowered her head to eat. Lin Baiyu realized that Zhang Shuiyan had actually not eaten a single bite of rice just now. Could it be that she had been watching herself eat? What a strange person who likes to stare at other people's food. Lin Baiyu walked away with her own rice tray. When Lin Baiyu walked away, Zhang Shuiyan punched another serving of chicken thigh meat. She sat in her seat alone and whispered, I can't even top it with just veggies. Another look at the already empty spot next door. I really don't know how the boy who left has lived these 5 years. Lin Baiyu left the cafeteria and he walked the whole way with a major question in his mind. How on earth did Zhang Shuiyan manage to conjure up chicken leg meat out of thin air? If there was a god in this world, Lin Baiyu did not believe in it. But if it was Director Chen who said that there were gods in this world, Lin Baiyu would believe it unconditionally. As to why? Because he's Director Chen. Lin Baiyu stopped in front of an office. There was a name tag in front of the office with a picture of Director Chen at work and his name and other information. It's so strange today, Director Chen's office door is actually closed. Lin Baiyu knocked twice. There was a distinct clutter of voices coming from inside, and the crash of chairs hitting the table. Finally, after Lin Baiyu had waited for a long time, just opened the door. But the person who opened the door made Lin Baiyu feel a little surprised. Little Sister Zhang. Nurse Chang smiled, said hello and left. Lin Baiyu walked into the office on her own and closed the door. Director Chen rarely lit a cigarette. It's not allowed according to the rules, but right now Director Chen would love to smoke it. And he and Lin Baiyu were old friends. Director Chen stood by the window and pulled back the curtains, ensuring that the smell of smoke would not spread to Lin Baiyu. Director Chen, you sit down and smoke. You're too young to be breathing second-hand smoke, not to mention I'm a doctor. Lin Baiyu pulled out the spirit card from his own body, and the card opened up with a 2-inch headshot photo of Lin Baiyu on it. Lin Baiyu asked, Director Chen, am I out of my mind? N. Director Chen, who was enjoying the pleasure brought by nicotine, had his pupils dramatically shaken. When Lin Baiyu asked this from his mouth, Director Chen had only one thought. It's over. Director Chen directly threw the cigarette he was holding, which was only half smoked, out the window. Work is work and rest is rest. The two have to be kept separate. The question Lin Baiyu asked at this moment was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue in his eyes as a psychiatrist. A poorly handled patient is going to get worse, alright. One of the most important things for a mentally ill person is not to take the bull by the horns. Director Chen sat across from Lin Baiyu and asked with a concerned expression, Student Lin, why do you have this doubt? That's because. Chapter 14 Director Chen, I want to learn the laws of space. That's because I find myself unable to understand other people's behavior. What's wrong with that? Everyone's behavior is unique in its own way. Director Chen suddenly stopped. He didn't want to read Lin Baiyu the paper he read in graduate school. Could you be more specific? What exactly is it that makes you feel incomprehensible? Director Chen opened his mouth to ask. Lin Baiyu then told what happened to her during the meal. I can't figure out how Zhang Shuiyan changed the chicken leg meat. I can't get it out of my head, and I suspect I'm sick in the head. She often scolds me and I wonder if I am really mentally ill. Oh. Director Chen said 3 O's in a row, and he completely let it go, so that's what you care about. Don't be troubled, Mr. Lin, don't be troubled, this kind of small matter doesn't need to be troubled at all. Let me show you how it works, and you'll understand. ? Lin Baiyu expressed her incomprehension. I only saw Director Chen hem and haw, then tucked his hand into the pocket of his white coat. Lin Baiyu couldn't tell what was in his pocket, but Director Chen took it out after messing around with it for a while. There was nothing special about Director Chen placing his hands on the table like it was meant for Lin Baiyu. The hand is still intentionally palm up. It was indeed empty of anything inside. Lin Baiyu didn't know what he was going to do. Director Chen said with a caring face, Student Lin, do you know about the laws of space? ? Lin Baiyu shook her head in confusion. Never heard of it. He's been in the hospital since he was 15 years old, locked in this cage all day, with no access to anything. But the word space law must be awesome. Director Chen patted Lin Baiyu's shoulder, stating that it's normal that you haven't heard of it. It's a big world out there, bigger than you can imagine, and there are a lot of things that you don't understand, and that's normal. Director Chen turned over his notebook. From the last page, it was torn in front of Lin Baiyu. It's torn into a strip of shredded paper. Director Chen tore up the shredded paper and handed it over to Lin Baiyu's hand. Lin student, come check if these are ordinary papers. Good. Lin Baiyu took the shredded paper in her hands, very carefully, almost turning over every piece. It was really all very ordinary shredded paper. Chat? Director Chen brought the paper back, then turned to Lin Baiyu with a mysterious face and said, "You have to keep an eye on it, don't blink." Only to see Director Chen clench his right hand into a fist, and then little by little, with his left hand, he shoved the broken finger on his hand, through the part of the tiger's mouth. The fists were clenched so tightly you couldn't see what kind of mechanism was inside. But just before showing the shredded paper again until Director Chen put his own fists together. Lin Baiyu had never seen Director Chen take anything at all. Director Chen's expression was exaggerated, like he was stuffing something very tight. Hey shoo, one at a time, with a mouth to match the sound. Until all the shredded paper was stuffed by Director Chen. Director Chen turned to Lin Baiyu and asked, "Guess, what did I just do?" You just shoved shredded paper into your hand. Really? Really, I saw it all. Yes? Yes. Are you sure? Are you sure I have shredded paper in my hand? Pretty sure. Lin Baiyu replied. So I'll open it? Good. Director Chen looked like a child who had succeeded in his treacherous plan. Wow. Right hand open. But there was nothing in his hand. Lin Baiyu's pupils widened. How was this possible? Just clearly shoved the shredded paper in his face. He saw it clearly. Lin Baiyu was again undeterred and asked Director Chen to open his left hand, but it turned out to be similarly empty. Director Chen hemmed and hawed, "Student Lin, there are so many more things in this world that you can't understand and haven't seen. But you have to remember that knowledge is infinite, and there is no way you can be able to know all the secrets behind everything." Lin Baiyu's mouth was wide open, now too surprised to speak. Director Chen saw that the atmosphere was almost rendered. With both hands in front of Lin Baiyu, he showed the front and back of his left hand, and then the front and back of his right hand. Indeed, there was nothing in hand. Director Chen folded his hands in front of his body, followed by a gentle blow from his mouth. Countless snowflake-like shreds of paper flew out. Lin Baiyu didn't even blink as she watched. All of this was puzzling him. Lin Baiyu excitedly asked, "Director Chen, what is this? How did you do it? Want to know? Think. Okay, do you still think you have a disease in the back of your head? Still a little. Harm, so you're going to continue to be troubled? No worries, Dr. Chen, you said that the knowledge in this world is endless. I can't possibly understand the truth behind everything." That's right. Dr. Chen finally breathed a huge sigh of relief. Can count on making another patch for Lin Bert to put on. As long as Lin Baiyu is well, Director Chen is well. Lin Baiyu, however, continued to ask, "Director Chen, just tell me, how in the world did you do it? Teach me. Want to learn? Wanna learn this space law. Trying to be like you guys, being able to suddenly change things and then suddenly change them away. No way. Our Slanting Moon 3-star cave hasn't confiscated any disciples for quite some time." Director Chen deliberately refused. Lin Baiyu couldn't sit still in anxiety and pleaded again and again, "Director Chen. You. Just teach me, I really want to learn the laws of space. Alright then, I'll make an exception and let you join our Slanting Moon 3-star cave." Good. Thank you, Director Chen. Starting today, you keep drinking 8 glasses of water and walking 20,000 steps every day. Then you'll be able to learn this spatial law. Director Chen added with sudden solemnity, "When I first learned this spatial law, it took me 20 whole years to succeed. If I slacked off for a day in between, then I wouldn't be able to practice." Lin Baiyu thought for a moment, then asked back very sincerely and with absolutely no malice, "Director Chen, you've been studying for 20 years before you succeeded. Is it because your blessing is too low and your talent is not high enough?" Director Chen was dumbfounded by Lin Baiyu's question. How did this thing get involved with fortune fate again? Hearing the words Fu Yuan, Director Chen took a long time to remember that this was the patch he had given Lin Baiyu earlier. If Lin Baiyu hadn't mentioned it, he would have forgotten about it. One cannot refute what one says. Otherwise, wouldn't the logic just go haywire? You have to go with the flow. Director Chen nodded heavily. Yes, it took 20 years because my blessing was too low. You're blessed with thick karma, and you're still one of the 10,000 absolute geniuses. With your ability to hold out for 10 days and 5 days, you should be able to succeed. I see. Lin Baiyu came to a realization. Lin Baiyu solemnly thanked Director Chen. Director Chen, you've taught me so much, and today you've imparted the spatial laws to me. I really don't know how to repay you. Ugh, talk about repaying favors. If you cause trouble out later, just don't give up your master. Chapter 15. If you don't eat, I'll rip your head off. Director Chen stubbed his toe on the ground in embarrassment. Set a slanting moon 3-star cave and brought himself too deeply into it, actually reciting the lines of Bodhi's ancestor. You go and practice. Director Chen said to Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu's eyes swept away the gloom that had arrived. Sunny positively walked out. Director Chen was also originally going to say that Lin Baiyu should stick to drinking water and walking every day for 10 years. But then a second thought. What kind of person has the fortitude to last 10 years? Let's just forget about it. Besides, the kid is only 17 or 18 years old, so today's troubles might be forgotten tomorrow. Medicine has shown that 8 glasses of water a day can maintain a certain level of fitness and improve health. This works just as well in the spiritual realm and taking 20,000 steps. This exercise goes up again, which is only good and not bad for the body. Let's take it one step at a time, and if he's still having problems in 10 days, I'll figure out another patch. Director Chen removed a thumb sleeve that was similar in color to human skin from his own right thumb after Lin Baiyu left his office. There was also a piece of shredded paper picked out from the inside of the thumb sleeve that hadn't fallen just yet. I didn't realize that the little magic tricks used in college to fool girls would be used on patients today. Director Chen smiled and put the thumbtacks away in his pocket. Then lay back in the chair and look out the window at the white clouds. Life, is full of troubles, but it can also be full of surprises. Lin Baiyu was keeping her head down from the moment she walked out of Director Chen's office. He was counting his steps. 20,000 steps a day is so hard to count. Lin Baiyu still did not attend the afternoon seminar today. Instead, count the paces out there. He walked the entire 3.5 hours on the playground in the afternoon, finally completing 20,000 steps. And on this way, he doesn't forget to drink water. Luckily, there was Nurse Xiao Zhang who gave Lin Baiyu a little bit of information about how people can be poisoned by drinking too much water at once. Lin Bird didn't slam dunk himself. But this also creates a positive cycle. When you walk thirsty, you drink, and when you're done draining, you walk, and then you drink again. There's not much difference between mastering the laws of space and the upper Xian 9 heavens bone wash and tendon technique. It's just one that takes a little longer to see results. In the beginning, Lin Baiyu only felt that walking was boring. But once he understood the benefits, he no longer found it difficult to walk and drink. Evening. Lin Baiyu came to the cafeteria. In front of the food window in the cafeteria, he looked at the braised pork ribs, roasted elbows in sauce, kung pao chicken, boiled pork slices in front of his aunt. With all this hard food, he was only able to sniff as many bites as he could and eat them all. Then walk to your familiar veggie area. Lin Baiyu ordered 2 vegetarian dishes. Usually at night, he doesn't eat much. But today, things are a little different. Staring at her entire plate of veggies, Lin Baiyu ate with no energy, her stomach protesting. Especially when he thought about the flavor of the oil in the chicken thigh meat he ate for lunch, his mouth was salivating. Just in time. Beside Lin Baiyu, a man sat down. Zhang Xueyan sat down and pushed her dinner plate towards Lin Baiyu. Zhang Xueyan's meaning was obvious. I'm on a diet for the night and I don't eat much, so fix me some. It's all food, and it's not good to waste it. After Zhang Xueyan finished speaking, Lin Baiyu raised her head. Lin Baiyu saw that on Zhang Xueyan's dinner plate, there was brightly reflecting greasy chicken thigh meat, and there were red shredded chili peppers on the meat. In addition to the chicken thighs, there were ribs and a side of scrambled tomatoes with eggs. Lin Baiyu realized that something was wrong with the situation. You don't eat much at night, why are you playing for 2? Lin Baiyu should have been able to see, even if she was slow, that Zhang Xueyan for the evening was playing 2 portions of dishes. The portion sizes on the dinner plate were off at a glance. Zhang Xueyan said forcefully, it's not because Auntie's hands shook and typed so much for me that I paid for 2. Really? Lin Baiyu asked. Fake. Zhang Xueyan turned her head and looked at Lin Baiyu expressionlessly. If you don't eat again, I'm really going to rip your head off. Eat, I'll eat. Lin Baiyu took a big bite of a few pieces of chicken thigh meat over. That's the flavor. The smooth, tender meat of the chicken thighs is complemented by the flavor of the juicy oil and the hint of spice. It made Lin Baiyu simply unable to forget. It's so delicious. Lin Baiyu genuinely vocalized her feelings. Zhang Xueyan snickered from the sidelines. He also didn't forget to put a rib in Lin Baiyu's bowl. With this beautiful dinner, Lin Baiyu's consumption during the day could be considered replenished. The two of them, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan, returned toward 666 together. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Nurse Chang, a 5-person floor with her own co-workers, start locking the door. Because after 8 o'clock it's a night shift thing, and at night you're not allowed to go out except when necessary. There will be times when management is strict. Nurse Chang checked into room 666. Rooms are usually for 1 to 4 people. Nurse Chang saw the inside of the house through the glass in the door. Lin Baiyu was talking to Zhang Shuiyan. Chang nursed a smile and pushed the door open. You two have gotten a lot closer. However, there was another most crucial sentence that Nurse Zhang had not said, and that was that Zhang Shuiyan was in a much better state. People have also become much more cheerful, and these days you can often see Zhang Shuiyan smile, and the most important thing is that the OCD has greatly reduced. Except for a fixed number of times, Zhang Shuiyan didn't even appear to be counting her fingers anymore. That's what made Nurse Chang feel the happiest. Nurse Xiaozhang joked, will Lin still be practicing Ru Laishan palm tonight? Lin Baiyu shook her head, no more practicing. Because he has practiced his Rudraksh palm to the point of fire. No more practicing. Zhang Shuiyan was quite shy and angry. Little sister Zhang, did you think that I was lying to you that day? Ha, I could tell right then and there that you two were tricking me with the little son. Sister Zhang, I didn't, he really does know the Ru Lai divine palm. Well, he will. Little sister Zhang coaxed Zhang Shuiyan like a child. After the chat session, Ward 666 was closed. Zhang Shuiyan suddenly asked as she lay on the bed, how come I didn't see you this afternoon? My afternoon, huh? Practicing the laws of space. What are the laws of space? Chapter 16 Lin Baiyu, so you're really not a psychopath. Zhanghai No. 2 Psychiatric Hospital. The hospital's courtyard playground. Some were giggling at the sky, some were talking to rocks, and others were chatting with each other. Big Smart sat in a chair while beside him was a man with his hair in a long bouffant, both of similar age, both in their early 20s. Brother, who do you think we can call a hero in this courtyard? There's only one as far as I can see. Who? Ying Zheng. The book is in the same language, the car is on the same track. Truly the world's first hero. That's not living in modern times, I'm talking about the characters in our courtyard. Didn't Jingke point out who Ying Zheng was last time? Oh, you mean? That's right, according to my observation, Jingku must have had his soul extracted from the Six Roads mansion and thrown into the modern era by a great power of the current generation, so he still retains his previous memories, and with the interpretation of certain people's mouths, you can also understand it as he is a traveler. Big Smart couldn't meet Jiao's eyes and looked at him with a puzzled face. Good brother, you've read a lot, you can't lie to me. Brother Wulong. He Qing seriously turned his head to him and said, I'm a person who never likes to tell lies. Ho Qing is the name of the man with the hair tied up. Big Smart was surprised, that's impossible, it's not logical. How it doesn't fit. I am a person of cultivation, only I have not cultivated. If I can be given a chance, I am bound to soar to the heavens. Although I didn't cultivate it, it doesn't mean that other people can't succeed in cultivating it. This Jingku must be a famous traveler, and there's a great secret hidden behind him. Big Smarty clapped his hands together. You've got a good point there, you've got a good point there. A nurse was behind the two of them the whole time they were talking. This nurse is none other than Chang. Chang's face looked a little worried. Her gaze kept coming and going over Big Smart and He Qing, these two. The condition has worsened. The fact that the patient is doing well is not considered a happy event in the institution. Because with something like psychosis, the most common scenario is that the patient is found to be doing better yesterday, but then another day will somehow be stimulated and become exacerbated. Good and bad is the pain and nightmare of everyone who suffers from the disease. You can't swing it, you can't get rid of it. So Chang decided. How about moving Big Smart's hospital room to Lin Baiyu's room? Zhang Shuiyan had gotten better because she was in Lin Baiyu's hospital room. So let Big Smart go in there too, can't it get better too? The possibilities are high. It's worth a try. Lin Baiyu was practicing with Zhang Shuiyan on the playground in the courtyard. This time, under Lin Baiyu's full tutelage, Zhang Shuiyan finally persisted until the end of the second feat. Nowadays, she was finally able to struggle to get the second feat out. Come on, it's not even close to the end. Lin Baiyu cheered from the sidelines. The second feat is just a little bit short of being able to complete it. However, Zhang Shuiyan's body was as if she was carrying 1,000 boulders on her back. The body was maintained in this position, unable to move a bit more at all. As soon as one pushes out one's right palm, the last step of the second gong is complete. Zhang Shuiyan stood in a horse stance, her legs trembling. She was nearing her limit. I can't do it. Zhang Xueyan said with a sobbing voice. She had tried many times. From not being able to do a single move in the beginning, I've come this far. Zhang Xueyan begged for mercy. Lin Baiyu, let's continue tomorrow for example. No. Lin Baiyu was strict, the opportunity is today, not tomorrow. If you punch through that bottleneck today, it won't be there tomorrow, and if you come back to it tomorrow, it's going to get harder. But, Zhang Xueyan was on the verge of crying. She really couldn't hold out much longer. Lin Baiyu squatted beside her, looked at Zhang Xueyan and said, don't be discouraged. You believe in yourself. But you must believe in me, and if you believe in me, you will surely succeed. Lin Baiyu's eyes gaze snowed. Zhang Xueyan didn't know what was wrong with her, but when she met Lin Baiyu's eyes, she suddenly developed a lot of strength from somewhere in her body. The extra strength out of nowhere caused her legs to stop shaking. Borrow this bite of strength. Zhang Xueyan aided with a horizontal thrust of her palm. Finally, the second feat is complete. When the second feat is complete, Zhang Xueyan was surprised to find that the world had changed. She looked up, her eyesight surpassing human limits. Her gaze penetrated the troposphere and then the stratosphere. Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu didn't reply because at this moment, Lin Baiyu's face was full of relief. Zhang Xueyan did. At this moment, the ebony blackness of the pupils of Zhang Xueyan's eyes was replaced by a golden color, and the eyes of her eyes turned pure gold. The color gold radiates in the daylight. Zhang Xueyan looked up, her eyes traveling through the troposphere and then the stratosphere. A gate was seen. I saw a gate. The gate? What a beautiful gate, never seen one so good-looking, grand, magnificent, but not like the golden solemnity of the Buddhists, much less comparable to any known landscape on earth. So pretty, really. So pretty. Zhang Xueyan looked hard, looking upward from the two sides of the coiled dragon gate posts, where two words were topped. I was about to look away when suddenly everything disappeared again. And the golden light in her eyes was greatly weakened. It's as if everything that just happened was a false generation. However, Zhang Xueyan's mind was remembering it incomparably well, everything she had just seen was too real. That can't be fake. Have you ever seen that thing? Zhang Xueyan asked. What? Zhang Xueyan told everything she had just seen. Have you seen it? Haven't seen what you said. Lin Baiyu shook her head, but for your query, I might be able to ask Director Chen tomorrow. When in doubt, it's always a good idea to ask Director Chen. That's fine. Zhang Xueyan realized that she had gained another ability after opening her golden eyes. That is, like Lin Baiyu, saw the strange energy in the air. However, what surprised Zhang Xueyan the most was that anyone's body would exhale a certain amount of energy on its own, but the amount was very weak. Almost to the point of invisibility. But when she placed her golden eyes on Lin Baiyu's body, it was completely different. In the entire mental hospital, a third of the energy was swirling towards Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu didn't actively absorb it, except when practicing. Once he started practicing, the energy around him would influx into his body in an exaggerated manner like rivers converging into the sea. Lin Baiyu explained this by saying that he was deeply blessed and had practiced the Shangchuan 9 heavenly bone cleansing and tendon strength. Zhang Xueyan realized that apart from Lin Baiyu, her own body would also absorb a portion of the energy, and it was much more compared to ordinary people. Lin Baiyu? Question mark. Zhang Xueyan said with incomparable seriousness, I've always thought that you were a psychopath. But today I realized that everything you originally said was true. A smile finally appeared on Lin Baiyu's face. Director Chen would never lie to me. Chapter 17, Ward 666 has a lot of auras, so I transferred in. Hospital cafeteria. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan both bought a cup of Coke. Cheers. Zhang Xueyan smiled happily. After so many days of hard work, I finally managed to do the second feat. Lin Baiyu was right, once he succeeded then he would never be defeated by this one difficulty again. Without your encouragement, I'm afraid I would have put this off until the next day. You're welcome, I believed from the beginning that you could do it, and you did. The two men were gorging themselves in the cafeteria. While this was going on, 3 workers from the hospital entered Ward 666. Walk in and start assembling a hospital bed. Took a top bunk on Lindbergh's hospital bed. Big Smart then carried a large bag to Ward 666. He laughed a little at the unfamiliar surroundings. Nurse Chang, be a good girl and go inside for a few days, you'll soon like it. Nurse Chang's words were gentle, but they were not to be denied. Big Smart reluctantly walked in with his bag, then sat on Lin Baiyu's bed with a disheveled look on his face. He wasn't even in the mood for lunch. Nurse Chang took 2 bottles of yogurt and bread to coax Big Smart in Ward 666. In the afternoon, Lin Baiyu did not return to her hospital room but took a walk inside the building. He's already done 3 of his 8 glasses of water a day. Zhang Xueyan bumped into Lin Baiyu several times inside the building. Will you be able to do that? 20,000 steps a day is just a very common health theory. Lin Baiyu didn't refute Zhang Xueyan, just smiled. It's quite good to be able to keep the body healthy, isn't it? After the last experience, Lin Baiyu had learned that all people were deceived by a portion of the truth. One will never falter again. Dr. Chen's words can't be wrong. If you say you can practice it, then you can definitely practice it. It's a certainty, not a possibility. Lin Baiyu talked to Zhang Xueyan on the 5th floor for a couple of words before leaving. Zhang Xueyan pushed open the door of Ward 666. Zhang Xueyan's face was visibly taken aback, and then she met the big wise guy in the room on all fours. Why are you here? Then there was the sight of the bed that had been added to Lindbergh's. Randomly figured out why. So you were transferred to this room. Big Smart took a sip of his yogurt and forced himself to calm down. How did you know I was transferred in? Not turned in, or else? I volunteered to come in. There is aura in this house. It is completely different from the others. I have long heard from my brother He Ching that there is aura in heaven and earth that is miscellaneously endowed with a flowing form. Above it is a clear court, below it is a fiery prison. Zhang Xueyan rolled her eyes and sat on her own bed with a look of you continue. Once Big Smart started talking, he opened up, and there was no more nervousness or depression in his body. Instead, he started to talk a lot. Lin Baiyu walked back from the 1st floor to the 5th floor again. He heard someone else's voice in his sickbay, but there really wasn't a rule about not letting people in sickbay. Moreover, Big Smart and Zhang Xueyan seemed to be chatting happily. Although Lin Baiyu didn't pay attention to see Zhang Xueyan's expression is all. Lindbergh walked all afternoon. By 5:30, the 20,000 steps and 8 glasses of water requirement was finally done. Today is the 2nd day. Lin Baiyu wanted to go to the cafeteria, but looked down and thought, should I ask Zhang Xueyan to join me? Look at the mental hospital, that's how people with good relationships do it. Lin Baiyu went to Ward 666. In the house, he met Zhang Xueyan, who was tilting her head back and re-entering a numb state. It had been a few days since he had seen Zhang Xueyan like this, and Lin Baiyu heard another voice when she pushed open the door. Big Smart? Lin Baiyu spoke in surprise, why are you here? Then he saw his bed again, with an extra top bunk obviously assembled on it just today. I didn't see this thing in the morning and all through the morning, and then I came back in the afternoon and saw it. Then it's noon when one ceases to be. Big Smart was holding an empty yogurt in his hand and met Lin Baiyu with a serious face as he answered the question he just asked. Why am I here? That's of course because there's enough aura here to have an increase in my lifespan and benefit my physique, that's why I'm here. Aura? Lin Baiyu scratched his hair and asked, unable to feel his head in 2 feet, what is aura? Ha ha. Big Smart saw another one who didn't get it. Big Smart's heart was overjoyed. You don't get it, do you? Let me tell you about it. Not listening. I'm going to dinner. Lin Baiyu asked Zhang Xueyan, Zhang Xueyan, are you going? Zhang Xueyan's eyes were finally glowing again. She rubbed her eyes, a little uncertain as to how much time had passed outside. I'm not going. You didn't even eat dinner? Lin Baiyu was slightly surprised. Yes, I won't eat dinner, I'm made of steel, I won't be hungry, much less need to eat. You're made of meat, not steel. Then you're asking me if I'm going. What answer is there but to go? Okay. Zhang Xueyan shook her head. She didn't feel it before. In the past few days when she was getting better, her neck's power had greatly decreased, which made her neck sore when she came back after half a day of godly wandering in the afternoon. It wouldn't have been like this before. This also indirectly proved that Zhang Xueyan's situation was really much better. Zhang Xueyan also realized that she was much better. The two of them, Zhang Xueyan and Lin Baiyu, were walking side by side. Because I came to call Zhang Xueyan today, a little late in time, so in the dormitory, a lot of people poured out. I don't know if I can grab the old spot today. Lin Baiyu chanted in a small voice. It's quite good to be a bit more lively. Zhang Xueyan replied carelessly. Lin Baiyu suddenly turned her head to look at Zhang Xueyan beside her. Zhang Xueyan's height was not short, it was in the middle of the range among girls, but in the eyes of boys, it was the optimal height. Lin Baiyu was 5 feet 8 inches, and Zhang Xueyan walked beside her, just short by a head. From Lin Baiyu's perspective, Zhang Xueyan, who was walking side by side with himself, was tiny, like a miniature. And when viewed from a distance, it was out of the way. In the small distance of walking side by side with Lin Baiyu, there were quite a few men who wanted to cast multiple glances at Zhang Xueyan, and even some younger doctors who couldn't hold their gaze. But the doctor's gaze is much more restrained than the patient's. Lin Baiyu felt Zhang Xueyan, who was walking side by side with him. Because of walking beside Zhang Xueyan, and as a result, Lin Baiyu also received a lot of attention. Lin Baiyu felt this feeling of walking side by side. The heart suddenly warmed. Between Lin Baiyu's walks, the back of his hand unintentionally touched the back of Zhang Xueyan's hand. So soft. This was Lin Baiyu's first thought. I didn't realize a girl's hand was so soft, the skin touching so smooth, as bouncy and soft as it looked. Lin Baiyu looked at Zhang Xueyan beside her, who didn't move. Lin Baiyu boldly touched the back of her hand again. The last time was unintentional. This one was intentional. The back of Lin Baiyu's hand boldly leaned against the back of Zhang Xueyan's hand. This time there was no separation. Lin Baiyu was able to carefully feel the touch coming from her skin. It went like that for 5 or 6 meters. Zhang Xueyan hadn't said anything the whole time, just walking quietly at Lin Baiyu's side like this. Lin Baiyu suddenly realized that he had once not noticed that Zhang Xueyan was actually born with a smile on her face. At the moment, she was walking on her side, with a smile, if any, hanging at the corner of her mouth, which was very nice to look at, and made people's hearts happy when they saw her. Lin Baiyu suddenly stood still. Engaging Zhang Xueyan also stood and stopped together. Right here in the narrow passageway of the mental hospital, amidst the dense flow of people, Lin Baiyu suddenly said to Zhang Xueyan, "Can I hold your hand?" Chapter 18, If you don't believe me, you should believe Director Chen. Zhang Xueyan was half a step ahead, and Lin Baiyu couldn't see her expression. But only to see, Zhang Xueyan silently passed her hand over. Lin Baiyu held the hand with both hands. This touch, this warmth, Lin Baiyu couldn't help but have moist eyes. Lin Baiyu didn't take a few steps while holding Zhang Xueyan's hand, and her emotions were getting more and more agitated. That's how my grandfather used to hold me. The entire dormitory hallway then resounded with Zhang Xueyan's roar. Lin Baiyu, you big shot. The sound was so neutral that it scared the deaf oldest man's deafness even more. Still, Lin Baiyu didn't let go. Zhang Xueyan didn't take her hand back either. The two walked to the cafeteria together. The old place by the window was really taken. Lin Baiyu had no choice but to find a close seat with Zhang Xueyan. After the two sat down, Zhang Xueyan gave Lin Baiyu a piece of stewed pig's trotters in an old-fashioned manner. The white, tender skin of the pig was glistening with oil, and was bubbling with the hot aroma of bone broth. Lin Baiyu took a hard sniff. Then the lower mouth bit into the thick pork rind. The popping teeth are aromatic. Zhang Xueyan laughed a little before starting to move her chopsticks. Lin Baiyu still ate an all-vegetarian meal today, and somehow managed to order only one vegetarian dish for the evening. Zhang Xueyan took a large piece of shredded potato from Lin Baiyu's food plate, with some chopped chili peppers in it. Zhang Xueyan was not polite to him, and Lin Baiyu finally took the initiative, and for the first time, took away a piece of cabbage from Zhang Xueyan's food plate. Zhang Xueyan didn't move and gave him a piece of chicken thigh meat in his bowl. "It's your favorite food, I asked my aunt to beat it on purpose. Why don't you hit more of your favorite foods? Eat when I tell you to, what's with the nonsense?" Zhang Xueyan glared with her eyes and scolded with an exasperated voice. Lin Baiyu's head shrunk. Not another word. Why is Zhang Xueyan so complicated? Calm one moment, angry the next. Completely mind-boggling. Lin Baiyu thought in his mind. But the rate of eating chicken thigh meat remains unabated. The chicken thighs were really flavorful and most importantly meaty. However, Zhang Xueyan drank half of the soup in the bowl and then pushed it to Lin Baiyu. "I don't drink it, it's too fishy." Lin Baiyu took a small taste and asked doubtfully, "Is there any? I don't taste fishy at all." Zhang Xueyan was about to speak again. Lin Baiyu knew what this pre-shake of her cursing was and hurriedly shut up, then continued to drink the bone soup, agreeing, "It is indeed fishy." Eh? Only then did Zhang Xueyan make peace with the situation. Then biting his chopsticks, he very quietly watched Lin Baiyu eat from the side. Snort. Someone sat down across from Lin Baiyu. Opposite Zhang Xueyan, there was also a person sitting at the same time. It was He Cheng. Big Smart sat down and bottomed out. "This my friend." After Big Smart finished opening his mouth, he realized his friend wasn't responding. One lift found. He Cheng, the C, actually stared at Zhang Xueyan on the opposite side of the room with his eyes as if they were jumping out of his head. A hand that blocked He Cheng's gaze. Zhang Xueyan followed the hand to see that the person who had struck was none other than Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu put down her chopsticks, her expression even colder than usual. "My friend doesn't like people staring at her like that." He Cheng straightened his back and made an album with his hands. "I see the brightness of the 86th in your face, as well as a hint of a fairy's toes. That's why it makes me sit on my ass so much, really I should be heading to hell." Zhang Xueyan, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, wouldn't be able to do the whole thing. What's this? Lin Baiyu withdrew her hand, as long as the other party could withdraw their gaze. Big Smart explained for his good brother on the side, the stars in the sky, there is a fairy on the 86th one, and Zhang Shuiyan is like a fairy. He apologized for his rudeness just now, as it was his own fault for not minding his eyes. Zhang Shuiyan looked at Big Smart, really? Why did she get the feeling that the person in front of her was talking divinely? He Ching had been so focused on just eating from the beginning when he had been so rude to him to the end. Great smarts but come not to eat. Lin Baiyu, do you know how much chance you have taken up in your body? Lin Baiyu ignored it and just focused on eating the chicken leg meat in front of her. Big Smart suddenly went off and it felt like a punch in the cotton. In order to convince Lin Baiyu that he had entered his hospital room, it was definitely not because he had been kicked out, but because Lin Baiyu's hospital room had a lot of spiritual qi. He Ching also went out of his way to invite his good buddy He Ching over, just to add credibility to his argument. Don't you believe me? Big Smart looked disbelieving. It's amazing that there are people in this world who can't believe in themselves. One's own theories are so subtle and brilliant that anyone should just fall under the spell of one's own ingenuity. Big Smart's words made Lin Baiyu spit out a chicken bone from her mouth. Seeing that Lin Baiyu was ignoring him, Big Smart finally released his big killing move. If you don't believe me, you'll always believe Director Chen. ? Alarmed. The chopsticks in the hands of Lin Baiyu, who was eating, stopped. He stuffed a chicken thigh meat in his mouth, then looked up at Big Smart. Big Smart had the look of a man who was sure to expect this kind of situation. Listen to me as I explain to you that this world is actually full of auras everywhere. As it was before the millennium, so it is today, 1,000 years later. And my brother is the man to prove that argument. When he finished, Big Smart gave his goodies a powerful pat on the back. Big Smart this clap, almost He Ching's rice to clap out. He Ching wiped his mouth, smoothed his breath before saying, completely good, I am the person who cultivates. The great intelligence continued, and I have observed that there is plenty of aura in your room. So? That's why I dared to conclude that there was a great chance inside, so I moved in. Big Smart finally got to the point, stating with a breezy face, you mustn't have any other ridiculous thoughts when I enter your house, I'm totally running towards the aura and chance. In this world, is there really an aura? Lin Baiyu asked questioningly. He'd never heard that in all his life. Of course there is. He Ching, who was at the side, immediately couldn't sit still. Do you know about the heavenly court? Do you know about the cultivation paths? Do you know about the 3 great ancestors of the 3 teachings? If the aura doesn't exist, then how did they refine it? Lin Baiyu didn't take a stand, but that look of disbelief was still there. Big Smart said, you could have verified it with Director Chen. Lin Baiyu finished her meal without saying a word. Inside the cafeteria there are clocks hanging on the walls. Lin Baiyu looked up at the wall. There's still half an hour until Director Chen leaves work. Actually, Lin Baiyu herself had questions she wanted to ask Director Chen. That was what exactly was the thing that Zhang Shuiyan's golden eyes saw. The reason why he had gone to teach Zhang Shuiyan that was entirely for Director Chen. After all, Director Chen had said that if he could teach more people, then he would be able to obtain a blessed fate. Out of great clever provocation and that question in his mind. Originally planning to wait until tomorrow when Director Chen went to work to ask the question, Lin Baiyu felt that she couldn't wait today. A huge cloud of doubt, a mass of questions intertwined and clogging up his mind like a giant ball of wool. Lin Baiyu felt as if she couldn't wait for tomorrow. One huge question made his brain glow. After leaving the cafeteria, Lin Baiyu only felt the sky spinning. There was a huge blockage in his heart that made him stifled speechless, a wave of retching from the meal he had just eaten, but he couldn't vomit because of the severity of the blockage in his heart. Coupled with the brain fever, it made Lin Baiyu feel that after walking out of the cafeteria, the passageway outside the cafeteria was like a twisted snake's stomach. The originally straight road suddenly changed into an S shape, like he was constantly twisting inside the snake's stomach. So many other people's voices appeared in Lin Baiyu's mind, from Zhang Shuiyan's, from Big Smart, from Director Chen, and from He Ching. What's up with those 2 gilded stone pillars in Lin Bird's sky? Lin Baiyu, you believe me, this is the gongfu I begged from the Lao Jun temple definitely has effect. I go to your house, that's because there's chance and aura there. I am the practitioner, and what is my existence in this world if there is no aura? In front of Lin Baiyu, a nice familiar person walked over. The man had 5 heads and 2 legs on his lower body, but 3 upper bodies. Only these 5 heads lowered themselves down in front of him, and in an instant all 5 heads spoke at the same time. Lin Yu white dry how, to okay. Lin Baiyu's face turned white, holding onto the wall and staring blankly at the unrecognizable nurse in front of her. Are you Nurse Xiaozhan? How did you suddenly grow so much head? Can you talk 1 head at a time, 5 together? I really can't hear you. I really can't hear you. Chapter 19 Director Chen, is there really aura in this world? You'll be fine, I'll take you to Director Chen. You're such a useless kid, you can't stand such a little bit of excitement. Pity my boyfriend who's been teaching you for so long and this hasn't grown at all. This doll grows so fragrant. I like his head. Lin Baiyu's face turned white, and she looked at Nurse Xiaozhang in front of her in a vain manner. Nurse Xiaozhang, this is the right way to do it, you talk one head at a time so that I can hear you clearly. But Nurse Chang, the rest of your head is talking differently than usual. How am I doing is for a psychopath like you to evaluate. The second from the left, Nurse Shang's head, spoke angrily. And others are picked up again at the same time. I'll be damned, it's really a loser with no ears. You're so handsome, Lin-san. Mr. Lin, do you want to come in together? We can press another head here. Oh. Lin Baiyu smiled at the fifth head, that still counts. My body. Lin Baiyu couldn't get her words out. He felt his body suddenly vacate. His body went completely limp. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a jellyfish wrapped around his waist with 2 tentacles and was carrying himself forward. Jellyfish's head suddenly turned to look at herself. On the jellyfish's head, in a neat trapezoidal shape, were 18 blood-red eyeballs. 18 eyeballs pressed into Lin Baiyu's face at the same time. Chirp 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 chirp. Lin Baiyu couldn't understand what he was saying. But because of the speech, the 2 tentacles of the jellyfish made Lindbergh's body posture move. Lin Baiyu's body was like cotton, although it had bones inside, her body was at the mercy of others. Lin Baiyu's head went from sleeping on her shoulder and then to tilting her head. Lin Baiyu saw that the top of this building that was constantly twisting like a snake. There's a bull's head, and a horse's face. 2 men with chains in their hands, their eyes on themselves. Only looking at himself with a good deal of dislike. What are they talking about? It's hard to hear, it's hard to hear. Lin Baiyu tried to listen carefully to what these 2 bull-headed horse faces were talking about, but she ended up hearing nothing. Lin Baiyu only felt the sky spinning. His own head once again spun around on his shoulders, and when it came to a stop, his own head was hanging on the right side of his shoulders. This time Lin Baiyu saw another sight. Wearing a bead-dripping glazed imperial crown on his head, he was clad in the Black Fury 9 Dragon's robe, his waist was wrapped in a gold and jade sash, his hand was holding a golden light and a husher jibby, and his other hand was pressed on the King of Qin's sword on his waist. The man had a hallowed appearance of black hair and black beard, and a country face. Lin Baiyu heard him say something as he passed by. Wretches, wretches struggling in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Baiyu's pupils suddenly widened as he memorized the appearance of the jade seal in his opponent's hand. 18 jellyfish with blood-red eyes then led themselves to a door. Chirp 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 chirp. Lindbergh wanted to say thank you. But alas, the mouth was open and nothing could be said. The first head of Nurse Xiaozhang spoke up. I'll bring you to Director Chen, he'll cure student Lin. The second head sliced dead pig in heat all day. If it wasn't for the fact that he's the director, I wouldn't even look at him. The second head suddenly opened its mouth and took a bite out of the third head. The second one, Nurse Chang's face, had an extra gaping hole, an extra bloody hole in the right cheek, and you could see the white, ghastly teeth exposed. Nurse Chang, the third head, whimpered and cried. Waste, you useless waste, you can't get into graduate school, you can't get into a better school in the college entrance exams, and you'll be stuck in a dead mental hospital for the rest of your life with these dead mental patients. You're a loser, loser deserves to be eaten by me, wahahaha. On the second head, the young nurse chewed on the bloody flesh of her other head, red blood running from her head down to her neck, while bloody flesh frothed at the corners of her mouth. Lin Baiyu's perspective turned once again. The door to Director Chen's office opened. Hundreds of flies came out of Director Chen's house. It was followed by an unpleasant stench. Lin Baiyu's face was twisted together. If it wasn't for the lack of strength, Lin Baiyu would definitely have to dry heave. Sent in by 18 eyeballs of jellyfish. Lin Baiyu met Director Chen. The body looked like a pile of rotting hills, huge and chubby, with a tiny head on top of this one huge hill of rotting flesh. And behind the mountain of decay were black plastic bags, rotting and fungus-ridden fruits, and leftover vegetables, as well as broken electric fans, old furniture, squashed and flattened toothpaste, all mixed together and emitting a foul odor. A sea of garbage with no end in sight. If the ocean was endless, then Lin Baiyu felt the vastness of the ocean in this trash. It's true that you can't see the end of it, and when you look up, there's nothing but garbage in the distance, and then it's just the horizon. Director Chen's office is in this world of garbage. And in front of an unseen desk in front of it was a small, plain white chair. Lindbergh was gently placed on a small chair by jellyfish. Nurse Xiaozhang, who had 3 upper bodies and 5 heads, was also at Lin Baiyu's side. The first head with the face of a small nurse said, "Don't be afraid, Lin student. The second one, just because you're a useless piece of trash, you make me postpone my shift again, you useless piece of trash, why don't you go to hell? Isn't it easy being a psychopath, why don't you just die right now and make me work overtime for free? Third, oh yeah, as long as it's in Director Chen's hands, there's no patient who can't be cured. The fourth, Director Chen how to become bald again point and body and become fatted, just talked about when there are abs it, alas, when the director, I do not know when can continue to rise. The fifth was an unexpected silence. Chirp 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 chirp. Lindbergh sat on the tiny pure white chair. In a world of junk, this little plain white chair really stands out. And the chair under this ass is the only clean spot. The tiny human head that topped the fat, rotting body opened its mouth. Lin student, are you not feeling well and can't move your body again? Lin Baiyu had no way of opening her mouth to answer and could only blink her eyes. Let me help you. Director Chen raised two chubby but half-rotted arms. On both arms, the left wrist was rotting with rotting flesh and white bone could be seen, while on the right hand it was rotting up to the elbow area. The skin on Director Chen's body was also greenish-black, the skin was wrinkled and covered with irregular rotting holes, with a warm yellow stench rising from within. Director Chen raised his arms in the air. Under his breath, he shouted, "Mana! Mana! My mana!" Lin Baiyu saw that a bloody mouth opened behind Director Chen. The ocean of garbage looked like it had found a dumping hole and was swallowed by the large mouth behind Director Chen. Countless rotting fruits, greasy smokers, and a host of other garbage were eaten by that one big mouth behind Director Chen's back. Director Chen's body was bigger than it had just been. Mana! Mana! All my mana appear. Student Lin, I've infused your body with mana, you can move now, try it. Lin Baiyu subconsciously replied, but I still can't move. Ha! Can talk. Lin Baiyu tries to control the body. He could actually move himself. He sat back in his chair with a look of delight on his face. This one will finally get moving again. Director Chen, you are so powerful, I was cured by your magic power. N. On the small carrion hill, Director Chen on the top of the hill asked, you came here, or you have questions you want to ask me, right? What questions do you have? You tell me first. Director Chen, is there really an aura in this world? Chapter 20, Lin student, this world not only has aura, there is also the heavenly court. Faced with this answer from Lin Baiyu, Director Chen first looked confused, then patted his head in thought. The person is wearing a white doctor's coat. Another hair fell out because of this clap of his own hands. Director Chen looked at his hair painfully. And then he saw the urgency in the eyes of his girlfriend, Nurse Chang. However, Director Chen remained true to his role as a doctor. Strive to take good care of your patients. Director Chen spoke up again and asked, you should have more than just this one question. Sitting across the desk, Lin Baiyu nodded seriously, there are actually other problems. After Zhang Shuiyan practiced the second stance of the Shangxuan Zhoutian washing bones and tendons technique you taught her, she saw two pillars in the sky that were golden like a gate. Director Chen immediately grasped the point. Oh, so that's what it's like. Director Chen knows what to do. He actually complained a little inside. Complaining that Nurse Xiao Zhang had put Big Smart into Lin Baiyu's ward without consulting herself. A lot of people, so that other people's thoughts affect Lin Baiyu, originally has been gradually into the good Lin Baiyu, and now there is a confusion of thought. This is a bad situation. However, although Nurse Zhang was responsible, but as a doctor himself, he could not shirk the trouble in it. Director Chen spoke earnestly, oh student Lin, have you ever read any mythological stories? Myth? In this Chinese tradition of ours, the sky, in fact, is not empty. There exists a heavenly court there that is invisible to ordinary people. Celestial court? Can Director Chen see it? I am not blessed enough to be invisible. I see. Then you won't be able to see it. The heavenly court is in charge of all things great and small in the world, among which there are those of marriage, those of wealth, those of officialdom, and so on and so forth of all kinds. And those who go up to the heavenly court are the ones who are able to keep cultivating so as to qualify to go up. Student Lin, you and I are both mortals and are not qualified to go, so why don't we just continue to drink 8 cups of water and walk 20,000 steps a day, okay? Thank you Director Chen, I finally understand. Lin Baiyu let out a long sigh of relief. The lump of air that had been clogging up his chest dissipated completely. Sure enough, if you have a problem, you're right to come to Director Chen. Director Chen can help him. Lin Baiyu sat in her office, looking at Nurse Xiao Zhang who was wearing a nurse's uniform beside her, and another person who looked a little familiar, but should be an intern's. Director Chen was still a bit uneasy. Continuing with the question, Mr. Lin, can you tell us what you are thinking right now? What are your feelings in your heart? To Lin Baiyu's psychological dredging is good, but the thought has to be further confirmed, whether it is straightened back from those chaos. If the thought is a problem, MO will become a seizure in the future. Lin Baiyu answered honestly as she sat on the stool. There is no idea. What you said, Director Chen, then it is true. I don't need to have any ideas. Director Chen nodded. The patient's ability to listen carefully to medical advice was also a key to progress. Is there any discomfort left, any hard to move feeling in your body? No. Okay then, we'll see you tomorrow. Director Chen finally took off his white coat. Nurse Chang and the intern doctor together had a likeness in their bodies. It's finally over. Lin Baiyu walked out of the house and said goodbye to Director Chen. He walked out of the office by himself and headed for his hospital room. That very young intern doctor, only after confirming that Lin Baiyu had walked away, said with emotion, just now and now are really worlds apart, just like two people. Nurse Chang laughed, you've only just arrived, so you'll see it later. The patients are all poor people, we should help them, as well as the fact that they are all good people, don't ever discriminate against them. Director Chen said seriously while taking off his white coat. Take off your own white coat and have a meeting with the night shift to hand over. Then Director Chen and Xiao Zhang left the hospital arm in arm together, while that other intern doctor left with his companions. I just saw you, you're so brave, I was really intimidated by the patient named Lin Baiyu. I'm afraid too, but I can't see death. That said, there was a patient who poked you in the mouth with a donut and called you Ying Zheng before. If it was me. Stop it, stop it. The dead memories are attacking me again. The two interns left the hospital together. For her part, Lin Baiyu returned to the ward by herself. Pushed the door open. Zhang Xueyan sat on her own bed, her body tilting the sky somewhat stiffly. And Big Smart was lying on his top bunk. The hospital beds are sturdy and the big smart ones don't creak and wobble when you lie on them. Lin Baiyu came in and called Zhang Xueyan twice. It took Zhang Xueyan a moment to come back from this state. Zhang Xueyan sat on the bed to see Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu wanted to smile and say hello. However, it turned out that Zhang Xueyan pounced violently. Lin Baiyu felt that she was being hugged so tightly. This was the first time Zhang Xueyan had hugged herself, while the last one was when the two of them went outside together and blew up a building so close to each other. Lin Baiyu thought for a moment, but she still imitated the time when her grandfather coaxed her when she was a child, following his example and gently patting Zhang Xueyan's back. Only when Zhang Xueyan's hold on herself loosened did Lin Baiyu realize that Zhang Xueyan's eyes were full of herself. She appeared to be really worried about herself. Because the last time he saw this kind of expression was the first time Lin Baiyu got sick, and then this kind of look came out of his grandfather's eyes. Lin Baiyu raised his hand and touched Zhang Xueyan's face, gently wiping away the tears from the corner of Zhang Xueyan's eyes. You really seem like my grandfather, Lin Baiyu said bluntly. Zhang Xueyan cried and laughed. Lin Baiyu, it's good that you're back. Lin Baiyu was unsure. I've always been in the warped sickness hospital, never gone out. I know, so you must be good, you hear me? I've always been fine, and just now Director Chen used his magic power to save me, making me better. Lin Baiyu spoke about this matter and violently remembered that there was still one last cup of water for today's 8 cups. He finished the last cup in front of Zhang Xueyan and Big Smart. Big Smart lay in bed already asleep. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan were talking. It was mostly Zhang Xueyan talking and Lin Baiyu listening. Towards the end, Lin Baiyu suddenly came to life. I heard from Director Chen what the pillar you saw was. What is it? Director Chen said that the gilded one is probably the heavenly court. And what you see should be one of the gates of heaven. After Lin Baiyu finished speaking, she said to Big Smart again, you were really right, there really is aura in this world. Director Chen told me, not only is there aura, but there is also the heavenly court. Big Smart rolled over in a daze. That's for sure. When I say something, it's all based on theory. Do you have any more theories? Tell me about them. Of course there is. Big Smart lay on the bed, closing his eyes as he returned. According to my theory, this house is the most abundant in aura, but there will be places in the outside world where aura is even more abundant than here. Outside? But we just can't get out. We can get out. Lin Baiyu spoke. Chapter 21. I really didn't lie to me, I really saw the master. After Lin Baiyu finished speaking, she heard Big Smart's sleepy snores become louder. And at this time, knock, knock, knock. From outside the ward's building. One light went out. Immediately followed by Lin Baiyu's ward 666. The lights inside went out in the same way. All that was left was the moonlight spilling in from outside the window. Lin Baiyu was in the darkness, leaning against the moonlight, and Zhang Xueyan looked at each other face to face. Going out for a walk? Zhang Xueyan asked in a small voice. She was afraid of disturbing the sleeping Great Smart. If Big Smart wakes up, then there will be a commotion. Big Smart slept soundly. Lin Baiyu also had the exact same intention. Good. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan's together, remove the 4 screws from the window. Then take the wire mesh down with the window and place it against the base of the wall. The moonlight outside was very good. The moon looked like an alabaster disc hanging in the sky. There were also stars dotted in the sky. The wind at night was much milder than before, not so cold anymore. Zhang Shuiyan very actively wrapped her arms around Lin Baiyu's neck. But didn't let Lin Baiyu have another princess hug, instead is letting him carry himself. Lin Baiyu's feet felt like springs had been installed. Whoosh! The whole thing flew out. The 2 men were in the darkness, leaving a trail of silhouettes by the windows, and then a man jumped out from one of the windows on the 5th floor of the 2nd People's Hospital in Shanghai City. Lin Baiyu carried Zhang Shuiyan on his back and leapt down from the 5th floor at great speed. The extremely fast wind blew Zhang Shuiyan's black hair behind her ears. The ground is getting closer. Instead, Lin Baiyu's body was beating a drum at the moment. Boo! The body was all light. Lin Baiyu's feet landed firmly on the ground without causing a single movement. With Lin Baiyu as the center, dust rolled up within half a meter, like a boundary spreading and eating outwards. Lin Baiyu's feet were a little bit lower. Zhang Shuiyan's hair was slowly falling down, but it suddenly accelerated to hang down. Lin Baiyu rushed into the sky with Zhang Shuiyan on his back. The body soared 10 meters high. The feet continuously exerted force, stepping on the leaves of the tree several times in a row just like that, and flew over. Flying out of the asylum, flying out of a tall building, flying out of this miserable trail. Lin Baiyu flew out of here with Zhang Shuiyan. In the darkness of the night, in the deserted steel metropolis, 2 men leapt in the moonlight. Lin Baiyu roamed aimlessly, sticking to the Wanda Plaza, his body leaping over the 30-story floor. The body was plastered against the outer layer of an insulated panel, and the body whooshed, curling the air and flying away. Like a dark shadow flashing across someone's bedroom, across some piece of high wall. On the rooftop of the 30-story building, Lin Baiyu stood firmly with both feet. At night you can see a few small lights on the road, standing too high to tell if they are battery-operated or car headlights. Zhang Shuiyan lay on her back behind Lin Baiyu, looking down at this entire steel forest. Stand tall and see far. Zhang Shuiyan opened her arms and stood at the highest point, shouting loudly. Ah! The sound spread out. In a nearby neighborhood, the sound-activated lights in the building snapped on continuously. Zhang Shuiyan was dressed in the striped sickle of a mental patient, and she laughed freely. Often when I was reading I was thinking about what a blast it would be after the carp jumped through the door. But the entrance exams were like a mountain of pressure, and I couldn't even think about how I would feel after carp. But Zhang Shuiyan looked at the steel forest in front of her and felt like she was the freest in the world today. A bird that can't be corralled. Fish cross the sea at this time, flowers bloom on the other side of the sky. After Zhang Shuiyan finished speaking, she suddenly added to Lin Baiyu, "You've been practicing spatial laws recently, right?" "Yes." Lin Baiyu nodded. "I'll help you." "How can I help?" "Didn't Director Chen say that auras exist in this world, and that you believe him while I believe you? Since there really is one, then again, according to Big Smart's theory. That really sounds like nerves to me." Zhang Shuiyan suddenly lowered her head and held her chin there in thought. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan were wearing hospital gowns, and the 2 of them were standing on the rooftop of a 30-story building. Lin Baiyu said expressionlessly, "In a mental hospital, if it's not nerves instead, it's not normal, so we're all normal." "Makes sense." Zhang Shuiyan snapped her fingers. She stopped thinking about the rest. "Since that's the case, let's go and find out if there's any place with sufficient aura in this Shanghai city based on his theory." "What if there is?" "If anything, it will allow you to master the laws of space faster." "How to find?" "Idiot." Zhang Shuiyan whacked Lin Baiyu's little head. "You're so strong that you'd even ask me." Zhang Shuiyan's hands condensed a hand seal mark. This hand seal Lin Baiyu knew that it was the 2nd feat of the Shangchuan 9 heavenly bone-washing and tendon strength. Only to see Zhang Shuiyan then merge her fingers like a sword, and make a light stroke in front of her own eyes. Golden eye open. In the darkness, Zhang Shuiyan's eyes emitted a brilliant golden light. In Zhang Shuiyan's eyes, the entire world had changed. This energy exists in this world, and when not previously understood referred to it very directly and collectively as magical energy. And now that energy finally has a name. Reiki. In this metropolis, the amount of aura is pitifully low. The aura of the asylum is better instead. Zhang Shuiyan observed Lin Baiyu's back for a long time, almost taking in half of Shanghai City. "Well, see? No. There is." In Zhang Shuiyan's gaze, she saw a place where aura rushed up to the sky. "It's a treasure that can't be beat. I've found a place with plenty of aura." "Where?" Ganghai Heritage Museum. Heritage Museum? Isn't that a place that collects antique paintings and calligraphy? Yeah, the aura there is so strong that it rushed out of the walls and is almost through to the sky. Is it not good to go to any place? What's the harm in leaving it once? Lin Baiyu nodded and leaned his body forward. The body then fell downward, parallel to the ground, from the roof of the 30th floor. The body rubs against the air to make noise. Zhang Xuan looked at her hair in disarray, living up to the appearance of a brunette witch, and spat, "The next time I come out with you, I'll make sure to put my hair up." Eh? Sit tight. Lin Baiyu flicked his foot. The whole person flew out like a cannonball. In the bedroom on the 25th floor, there was a girl in her pajamas, awakened by the commotion. She stood in front of the window and watched as Lindbergh carried a girl on his back, kicked gently at the glass of his home, then flew out. Wow, lightweight. Standing at the floor-to-ceiling windows in complete shock. Only when Lin Baiyu's figure, again, tapped the upstairs of Block C across the street, did she think to get up and take a picture with her cell phone. But then look up again and everything in front of you is calm. The girl patted away the half-footprints left on her landing. WeChat, circle of friends, 2 a.m. Families, I'm really not lying, but there really was just a man who flew out of my house by stepping lightly on the glass. There really are martial arts masters in this world, wow. You believe me? Ah, sisters, believe me, wow. I want to go to Wudong to worship my master. There's also an accompanying picture. A not-so-obvious footprint left on the landing. Flying around for less than 20 minutes. The building in front of us is the Jianghai's Cultural Relics Museum. On her back, Zhang Xuan spoke, your speed is much faster than before. Because the body absorbs aura every day. Ganghai Heritage Museum. There was a layer of security gates outside the main gate, a small light inside the guard post further outside, and a security guard who brushed his jitterbugs. Lin Baiyu took it easy on the branch directly outside. The whole crossed over 5 cameras and landed with Zhang Xuan on the balcony of the 4th floor. Inside is an office. The windows weren't locked up. Good luck, ugh, let's go inside. Chapter 22, why don't we sneak out of the asylum and make some money? The window opened and Zhang Xuan took the lead by jumping in. And Lin Baiyu was right behind him. The place was 50 square feet, and it was full of books, and there was a spread of paintings and calligraphy on the desk. Softened pulp on top. This is supposed to be where artifacts are restored. Zhang Xuan pushed open the door. Inside is an internal passageway of an office, which should belong to the staff passageway, and not accessible to tourists anymore. Zhang Xuan and Lin Baiyu found an elevator. Don't take the elevator, there'll be surveillance inside. Come with me. Zhang Xuan was actually not a stranger to this place. You've been here? Lin Baiyu asked. I've been here a couple of times before, and I'm familiar with all the places I've turned inside. Zhang Xuan said, leading Lin Baiyu everywhere. Down to the 2nd floor in the safety staircase. Then another door was pushed open. Ancient bronze area. In the visitors area, numerous artifacts are exhibited, all of which are bronze objects in the category of weapons. There were all kinds of dynasties, and Zhang Xuan, like Lin Baiyu, would not have recognized what era it was from if she did not go through those introductions. Lin Baiyu saw. There really was so much aura present in this house. There are far more of them than can be found in a mental hospital. Take it all short. Zhang Xuan said encouragingly. Lin Baiyu nodded. Within Lin Baiyu's body, 3 flowers emerged. The surrounding sea of spiritual qi all poured in towards Lin Baiyu's body. Zhang Xuan was only able to watch dryly, as she didn't have the 3 flowers in her body, and if she wanted to actively absorb these auras, she couldn't do it yet. So it was only possible to watch. The 3 flowers in Lin Baiyu's body were slowly running. Until the 3 flowers run to their limits. The 3 flowers in the body turn from their original translucent state to a solid body with green leaves at the bottom of the flower. However, if such a small amount of aura wanted to solidify all 3 flowers, it was still a little short of the mark. Lin Baiyu sucked out all the aura attached to the bronzes on this floor. It was only barely enough to solidify the root and leaf portions of the 2-3 flowers. It's not even close. But it's so much more effective than being inside a mental institution. When the aura of this floor was given to all of them to be emptied out, Lin Baiyu stopped. There's more upstairs. Lin Baiyu spoke. No way. Zhang Xuan voiced her opinion, we should leave, this place is equipped with night vision cameras, maybe the people in the surveillance room have already fallen asleep, we can be lucky once, it's impossible to be lucky a second time. It's time to go. Lin Baiyu felt that she was 1 flower short of her 3 flowers. But it's a shame to see an opportunity disappear like that in front of you for nothing. Just as Lin Baiyu was planning to leave, he caught a glimpse of one of the bronze swords. The aura came out of the sword again once more. The rest of the bronze swords were also re-emitting their auras, but this one was the strongest. Lin Baiyu looked at the ancient sword placed on the exhibition table. Heartbeat. The palm of the hand traced across the exhibition table. The exhibition stand in front of us was then empty. Zhang Xueyan's eyes widened and she almost screamed out. Zhang Xueyan pressed her voice to exaggerate, disappeared. Lin Baiyu laughed a little. I've been conducting the cultivation of spatial laws for 5 days now, and originally Director Chen said that with my talent it would only take 5 days if I was the fastest. He had just inhaled so much aura, which had given him so much growth. I just thought I'd give it a try, and I didn't think it would actually work. After Lin Baiyu made his move, he actually did take away this bronze sword in front of him. Lin Baiyu felt a space within her body. The space was pure white with no end in sight, but as he tried to view in this white space, indeed, there was a wall of air blocking itself. 2 cubic meters. This was the size of the space that Lin Baiyu had tested out. And inside the 2 cubes, there was a bronze sword sitting quietly. Lin Baiyu once again struck out. Fingers were like scissors, separating a gash in the air. A bronze sword fell into his hand. Hold this sword. Lin Baiyu had an unspeakable feeling in his heart, and the sword was held in his hand as if he could go anywhere under the sun. Put it back. They'll be sure to line it up tomorrow when they realize it's missing. Lin Baiyu sighed. Zhang Xueyan was right. There's bound to be a lineup when something's missing. They can't take this stuff with them. However, before putting it back, Lin Baiyu gave Zhang Xueyan something to play with. Only then did the two reluctantly return the item. As long as the alarms on the development table don't go out, then anything taken and returned will be fine. Lin Baiyu has gained quite a lot this night. He and Zhang Xueyan came from somewhere and went back to somewhere. Thoughtfully, he closed the door for the family, then walked into that artifact restoration room, then out the window, and finally after making sure the window was closed. Lin Baiyu's body jumped as he carried Zhang Xueyan on his back. But this time it was Lin Baiyu who was startled. Only this time his body was seen rushing out like a cannonball. The body leapt high into the air. Originally, Lin Baiyu's limit was just 10 meters, about the height of a 4-story building. But with today's jumping height, Lin Baiyu visually estimated that he was afraid that it would have to be a 7-story building. Physical strength was greatly enhanced, and this was no longer in the realm of lightness. Zhang Xueyan also discovered this. You jump a little higher, you might be taken for some out-of-this-world old god. Lin Baiyu nodded expressionlessly. It was really like that. Lin Baiyu quickly adapted to the strength and enhancement of his body. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan flew all the way through Jianghai City. It took less time to come back than when it came. This was still due to the fact that Zhang Xueyan couldn't withstand the wind and cold of the night, and had deliberately slowed down her movements in order to take care of Zhang Xueyan. If Lin Baiyu was by himself, then the speed would be even faster. Lin Baiyu brought Zhang Xueyan to the Jianghai Second Mental Hospital and was about to jump up the stairs. Zhang Xueyan suddenly said, "Wait." ? Lin Baiyu stopped moving. I'm dying for a roadside tenderloin, a lamb kebab, I'm dying. I kinda want to. Lin Baiyu asked a very important question. Do you have money? No. There is separate consumption in the hospital. Zhang Xueyan has money in her hospital account, but she can't take it out, so she can't spend it outside. But I really want it. Zhang Xueyan twisted around on Lin Baiyu's back. Do you know that I used to buy 2 skewers on the side of the road when I was studying in the evening, especially the skewers sold next to the first middle school? This food stall is the best. Ooh, I want it so bad. Really want to eat it. Why don't we get out of the hospital tomorrow night and make some money? Getting out of the hospital to make money? Zhang Xueyan's eyes glowed. If you have money, can't you buy skewers? Chapter 23, Tell sister what happened to her and you. Zhang Xueyan's mind recalled her own array of roasted chicken legs, roasted golden mushrooms, and so on. But can we find a way to make money? Zhang Xueyan remained skeptical. Lin Baiyu, however, said, We're all so strong, can't we do it by going out and making a buck? That's true. Zhang Xueyan nodded. It makes sense when you put it that way. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan came to an agreement under the building of the mental hospital. Decided to leave tomorrow to make money for skewers. Lin Baiyu carried Zhang Xueyan on his back and leapt up to the 5th floor. Lend a hand on the wall. Taking Zhang Xueyan with him, he slipped into his hospital room. Big Smart is sleeping soundly in the hospital room. But fortunately, this guy seemed to not snore when he fell asleep, otherwise Zhang Xueyan might not be able to sleep a whole night. Zhang Xueyan got off Lin Baiyu's body. Zhang Xueyan had an exceptionally satisfying night today. Thrill-seeking is also a quest in the heart of a girl. Lin Baiyu took off her outside clothes and lifted up her own bedding just as she was about to lie down to sleep. Zhang Xueyan suddenly whispered from her own bed, "If you want to get into my bed." "What?" Lin Baiyu turned her head to ask. Because he really didn't hear it. Zhang Xueyan lent her long black hair to block her actually red face. "It's nothing, good night." "Oh." Lin Baiyu laid down and closed her eyes. Zhang Xueyan similarly laid down, but did not immediately fall asleep, instead looking at Lin Baiyu in the dark room, before closing his eyes and falling asleep. The next day, Lin Baiyu's habit was to go to bed at what time, then delay getting up until what time. It was 3:30 a.m. when I got back last night. So Lin Baiyu had been delaying getting up until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The later he slept at night, the longer Lin Baiyu's doze would last. As for Zhang Xueyan, after the brutal torture at school, no matter how many hours she slept last night, she would definitely open her eyes at 5:30 the next day without an alarm clock or someone calling. Zhang Xueyan was on her own bed, giving the first feat of the Shangchuan 9 Heavens bone cleansing and tendon strength a fresh beating. She was sweating profusely in what was clearly a cool hospital room. The surface of the body discharges a layer of dirt. Zhang Xueyan felt extraordinarily refreshed, although she didn't sleep much last night. Every time after beating this Shangchuan Zhoutian bone washing and tendon strengthening technique, she would have a feeling of being transformed. I really don't know how Lindbergh feels. After all, Lin Baiyu was able to type out all of this technique in its entirety. And Zhang Xueyan was currently only able to strike out the second feat. As for the second feat, it currently needed to be completed under Lin Baiyu's tutelage. She hadn't been able to do it on her own. It starts at 7 a.m. The door to the ward was then lifted all the way. Because there are some older people who simply can't afford to stay any longer. According to the rules of the hospital is that the day shift is not allowed to open the door access without coming. But rules are dead, people are alive. Zhang Xueyan took the dirty clothes he changed out of yesterday from under Lin Baiyu's bed and put them into a basin. There is a communal washroom outside. To the north is a bathroom cum laundry room, while the one to the south is a washroom cum pantry. Patients with mobility carried a tea bottle to the pantry to get water, while others went to the bathroom to brush their teeth. Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, was one of the few who went to do the laundry. Lin Baiyu slept soundly. Big Smart woke up after half an hour. He rolled off the top bunk and got dressed. It was discovered that Zhang Xueyan had disappeared. Big Smart himself had wanted to wake up Lin Baiyu. But unexpectedly, he lightly patted Lin Baiyu several times, but the result was that he rolled over and continued to sleep. Big Smart had to leave the hospital room on his own. A long time has passed. The time for breakfast has passed. But Lin Baiyu still didn't wake up. A man pushed open the door to the hospital room. Zhang Xueyan opened the door of the room with her buttocks while her hands were carrying a silver rice tray with a bowl containing white rice porridge that had been blown to the point where it could be eaten straight away, as well as a donut and a shelled tea egg and a meat bun that was steaming hot. Zhang Xueyan was as if she was squatting in a horse stance, her waist carefully bending down bit by bit. Then the dinner plate was given to the table. It's amazing that the white rice porridge didn't spill a bit along the way. Zhang Xueyan walked to Lin Baiyu's bed. "Get up." At the first sound, Zhang Xueyan was gentle. "Speak softly too." Until Zhang Xueyan called so gently for the 6th time. Lin Baiyu still didn't have any little reaction. Zhang Xueyan couldn't take it anymore. "Your ass." Zhang Xueyan knelt on one knee on the bed, lifted the bedding with one hand, then grabbed the collar of Lin Baiyu's clothes and lifted the sleeping Lin Baiyu up, yelling, "Lin Baiyu, do you believe that the mania of a depressed person can press your dog's head against the wall?" Eh? The sleeping Lin Baiyu finally woke up. He struggled to open his eyes, but the world around him was too white to see. Eh? Lin Baiyu rubbed her eyes hard. But the eyes still won't open. His eyes felt so swollen and sore, and the sun's rays stung him when he opened them. "Grandpa, I'm so sick. I want to go back to sleep." Zhang Xueyan sighed. "There's simply no way to take this guy." Zhang Xueyan walked to the door and closed it. Wards don't have a counterlock as a feature, and the glass on the door doesn't have curtains or anything to cover it. Zhang Xueyan looked like a thief. A quiet look through the glass at what was going on outside. After confirming that no one is there. Only then did she walk over to the table under the TV and pick up the almost cold bowl. Sitting on the side of Lin Baiyu's bed, he took a spoon and dug out a mouthful of full grains of rice. Each grain of rice had already been cooked out of the porridge flavor, and the white rice porridge was very moisturizing in the mouth. Leaned the spoon against the red lips. Tried the temperature of the rice grains and the creamy rice porridge. Only then did she pass the spoon to Lin Baiyu's mouth. Lin Baiyu was cooperative, her mouth opened and she drank the rice on the spoon with the porridge water into her stomach. Zhang Shuiyan scooped up another spoonful, then placed it on her own lips to test the temperature before reaching out and sending it to Lin Baiyu's mouth again. A bowl of rice porridge was thus fed by Zhang Shuiyan spoon by spoon. Lin Baiyu on the bed was well behaved. Zhang Shuiyan was thinking about how to get this guy to eat the donuts and tea eggs as well. I didn't expect that as long as something was brought to his mouth, this guy would be like a robot with an automatic program set up. His mouth would open directly and whatever it was would start chewing automatically and then swallow it into his stomach. Poof. Zhang Shuiyan went back to her own bed and pulled out a wet tissue. Returning to Lindbergh's bedside, he lowered his head and began to wipe his mouth. Zhang Shuiyan's long black hair fell down from her shoulders and unintentionally touched Lin Baiyu's neck. In a reflex, the sleeping Lin Baiyu slapped her face. He mistook it for a mosquito. Zhang Shuiyan couldn't help but smile as she watched. Then smoothly covering Lin Baiyu's bedding, Zhang Shuiyan picked up the empty dinner plate and opened the door. Outside the door, Big Smart stood on the edge like a doormat. Zhang Shuiyan's face swooshed red. "You asshole, when did you get here?" Zhang Shuiyan was empty in her heart as if she had been a thief, and she spoke in an extraordinarily aggressive manner. The two eyes of Big Smart looked in different directions. "Just got here, didn't see anything." When Zhang Shuiyan heard his words, and also saw this look on his face, the more she thought about it, the more she blushed. Exasperated, he stomped his foot. Can only be held in the heart of the fury, mouth pursed, and turned into a bite, want to curse but cannot curse, to quickly escape, but cannot escape. The little red face stood there for a while. Zhang Shuiyan finally said, "Big Smart, do you want to become stronger?" "Don't want to." "Then do you want to know how to speed up the intake of Reiki into your body?" "That's impossible, my good man." Big Smart was just about to trot out his own unrivaled philosophical arguments and impeccable theories when she saw that Zhang Shuiyan's momentum was off. He hurriedly braked the car. Zhang Shuiyan now only wanted the guy in front of her to obediently follow her words and didn't have the time to listen to his theories. "I have a set of methods that will accelerate your aura intake and will be extremely beneficial to your body." "Really?" Big Smart was impressed. "True or not true provided that you listen to me." "Okay, I hear you. I don't care what you just saw, you keep your mouth shut and don't tell anyone." Big Smart's two eyes revealed incomparable surprise. "You? How did you know that I came long ago?" "I told you to shut up." Zhang Shuiyan red-faced and shouted loudly. This voice made Nurse Xiao Zhang, who had just come on duty, jump and hurriedly look over. Feeling Nurse Xiao Zhang's gaze, Zhang Shuiyan hastened to quell her fire. She didn't want to make a bigger deal out of it. Nothing exists, everything is empty." Big Smart tried to speak. Only then did Zhang Shuiyan nod in satisfaction. "Nothing exists. Nothing exists." Zhang Shuiyan turned her head and flashed a sweet smile at Nurse Xiao Zhang. "Sister Xiao Zhang, you're here." Nurse Chang chimes in with a response. Seeing Zhang Shuiyan like this, the smile of a youthful female high school student, made Nurse Xiao Zhang feel that the class smell on her body was eliminated so much. Harm. I've really become a woman of my age too. Alas. Nurse Xiao Zhan was secretly hurt in her heart for a while. If it had been any other occasion, though, she might have reminisced about her youthful prettiness in college, but now she was dealing with a patient. After Zhang Shuiyan left, Nurse Chang finally got a chance to be alone with Big Smart. Nurse Chang was still wearing a smile, but because she had just started work, this smile was not as gentle as usual, with a three-quarter professional fake smile. Nurse Chang pretended to be careless, but in fact vigilant asked, "Tell sister, just Zhang girl and you say what sister saw her and you quarrel well." Big Smart gazed at Nurse Xiao Zhang's face and replied in a serious manner, "I am not talented. But they also have their own set of criteria for judging the outside world. Which, in my humble opinion, if a woman with less than D breasts can't be called a sister, even if she's older, she can't be counted as anything more than a flat little auntie." Hiss. Nurse Xiao Zhang felt a surge of blood rise from her heart, like a volcano erupting, towards her scalp. Her hair had a tendency to blow up in a flash. "Calm down, Zhang Ye, you have to calm down. He's a patient, you're a nurse, he's mentally ill, you're a nurse. You mustn't take him in general." Nurse Xiao Zhang's fists were clenched, her body felt like it was 20 degrees below zero in winter, her whole body shivering, unable to own. Nurse Chang kept her head down and breathed heavily. Constantly urging myself to calm down. I just saw that Nurse Chang couldn't hold on any longer. Playing hard to get. Then ran into the nurse's area and into the changing room. Confirmed that the locker room door is closed. Open the window and yell outside from the 5th floor, "Your mom. My old lady works a pussy shift, makes $4,000 or $5,000, and gets called a flat little auntie by a psychopath." I'm flat, your sister, your whole family is flat. This forced class is halfway to the top, lol. Chapter 24 Big Smart learns marrow cleansing technique. Zhang Shuiyan explodes with anger. After yelling dozens of times into the air, Nurse Chang's heart finally calmed down. This nurse's area is soundproofed, because it was originally designed with this in mind for patient riots. Take care of the safety of the doctors and nurses before treating the patients. Only after the fire in her heart had been vented did Nurse Zhang finally come out beautifully. But the smell of Ben on his body grew more and more condensed. A.M. After breakfast, it was finally time for the morning drill session. Director Chen didn't come over, only 2 young interns were down there urging everyone to exercise more. Among them are those who play badminton, those who take a walk, and those who giggle at the sky. In short, regardless of any kind of medical condition, anyone who can move must move his body at this time of the year. Even if you are a wheelchair user, take a ball of wool and learn how to lint in the shade of the sun. Those who really can't be disciplined and have a temper will be taken extra care of, and a few of them will be allowed to play mahjong. If you can't get 3 of them together, your aunt, who is neither too young nor too old to be a caregiver, will have to step up to the plate. On the playground. Exercise and fitness in the area this fast. People are at a minimum. Zhang Shuiyan, on the other hand, stood on this one lawn with Big Smart. As previously agreed. As long as Big Smart didn't give the matter away, then Zhang Shuiyan would teach him how to actively absorb the aura in the air. I'll teach you to practice Kung Fu, which Director Chen's ancestors begged for from the Laojun Temple. Temple of the Old Lord? Big Smart's face was puzzled. Because he hadn't heard the name. Then they immediately said, you should not be lying to me, right? Laojun Temple, I have not heard of. This is what famous people. Zhang Shuiyan rolled her eyes. For your own good, and you still don't recognize it. Zhang Shuiyan told Big Smart others to ruminate and collect their minds. Then Zhang Shuiyan began to grate the first feat of the Shangchuan 9 Heavens bone cleansing and tendon repairing technique in front of the great intelligence. Wait until Zhang Shuiyan had finished her first feat. It took a great deal of cleverness to finally understand. Why did it just feel so familiar again? Harm, isn't that what Director Chen taught us? And would you? Big Smart really won't. And Director Chen hadn't come down for a few days, and had been soaking up his office whenever he could lately. It's a little hard to get him to come down and teach. Big Smart gritted his teeth. I'll learn. Big Smart had learned it before when Director Chen taught it. But not by the 3rd feat. And it didn't stick around back there. But after his brother He Qing's introduction, Big Smart has realized how vast the world is. Human lifespans are only a few short decades. Time goes by. Life is too pathetic. If there really was a way, a very slim chance, to make the mortal body actively suck now the unseen, unnoticeable, unheard aura in this heaven and earth, Big Smart is willing to give it a try. Big Smart was learning beyond belief this time. Strive for perfection in any move. He Qing was at the moment sitting on a chair alone, talking to a piece of grass. Nurse Chang's decision was still the right one. Sure enough, as soon as he got Big Smart to change wards and after staying with Lin Baiyu, he was much better. Now He Chang and Big Smart were invariably separated. And the 2 of them won't get together and talk crazy. That's a big help to the condition, yeah. Nurse Xiaozhang searched the courtyard twice. Why haven't I seen student Lin? It is important to realize that afternoon seminars are not usually attended by Lindbergh. But the morning exercise in the morning, that Lin Baiyu will not be absent. What's going on today? Morning exercises and seminars are not allowed to be missed. But patients are alive, and nurse practitioners can't force patients to do things they don't like. So as long as you can pick one to attend in the morning and one in the afternoon, then the doctors and nurses go with the patients. But how come Lindbergh didn't show up in the morning today? Nurse Chang went to her boyfriend's office first. Inside the room, Director Chen was studying foreign papers and peer-to-peer forum articles. Director Chen was holding a ballpoint pen, his hand subconsciously kept gripping backward from the top of his head. You could tell he was a little manic, but still had to read it. Nurse Shang stood in the doorway with a displeased face and warned in a low voice, grip again, I'll see how much hair you can still keep after this year. If your hair falls out before you're 35, don't expect me to live with you. Ha. Director Chen immediately lowered his hand like a small child who had made a mistake. Nurse Chang leaves through the door of Director Chen's office. Then walked to the 5th floor. Ward 666. Through the glass on the door, Nurse Xiaozhang saw Lin Baiyu, who was lying on the bed and whimpering. Sleeping in today? Nurse Chang retreated. Lin Baiyu had rarely slept in, but that didn't mean it hadn't happened. Since we will not be attending the morning exercise, the afternoon seminar. She was about to urge Lin Baiyu to make sure to show up. Nurse Xiao Zhang made a note of this and decided to pay extra attention to Lin Baiyu in the afternoon. The playground. Zhang Xueyan finally felt that it was not easy for Lin Baiyu. Turns out it's so hard to teach someone. Obviously, it's a very simple action, but Big Smart learns it with 100 mistakes. No matter how you teach it, there is no way to teach it well. And someone as good-tempered as Zhang Xueyan was made to feel numb. Great cleverness had been taught countless times this day, but Zhang Xueyan found that he was always unable to give the first feat a precise hit. The talent is much worse than his own. You still have to practice, continue tomorrow. Oh. Big Smart didn't feel any disembodied sensation, only a pain in his bones as if they were falling apart. Noon. Zhang Xueyan returned to the hospital room and took a look. The bastard Lin Baiyu was actually still sleeping. She had to go to the cafeteria by herself, eat, and then walk all the way back to the ward with a tray of food. Under her gentle wake-up call, Lin Baiyu finally have opened her eyes. Still sleepy though. Lin Baiyu smelled the aroma of rice. Walking over to the table, he opened his mouth and ate. Lindbergh, he got his spirits up after lunch. What time is it? Lin Baiyu asked. It's noon, it's almost 12. Lin Baiyu hurriedly went to look under her bed, because the clothes had been accumulating for several days and it was time to wash them. I've already washed it for you. Zhang Xueyan returned. The clothes under the bed were gone, and Zhang Xueyan had long since hung up on the playground. In the afternoon, Lin Baiyu opened the practice of 8 cups of water in 20,000 steps. But unfortunately it was interrupted by Nurse Chang before it was finished. You didn't show up for the morning exercise, and you have to be there for the afternoon seminar. Lin Baiyu had no choice but to go to the seminar. The seminar is in an indoor activity room. Inside there are ping pong tables and pool tables, some leisure. But the main thing is to bring everyone together and talk together. Which has doctors dominating the conversation for all. Try to steer towards the aspects of truth, goodness, and beauty. Lin Baiyu, on the other hand, was sitting here somewhat reluctantly today. He was more interested in practicing his spatial laws than discussing them. The laws of space can already be used. But Lin Baiyu wanted to know if he could make his spatial laws increase even more. Only 2 cubic meters of space was just too small. Lin Baiyu didn't say a word at the seminar. The internist in charge of hosting it was in a big hurry. That's not good. I was out yesterday afternoon and I heard that another new movie was starting. It's in a forest near our Jianhai then, building a small photography base. Hearing this sentence, Lin Baiyu raised her head. Lin Baiyu's movements were in the eyes of the intern doctor. Sure enough, as long as the outside is mentioned, everyone is very enthusiastic. After all, after being cooped up in here for so long, things outside are very new to those inside. Zhang Xueyan moved her bench. Sitting next to Lin Baiyu. Zhang Xueyan leaned on Lin Baiyu's ear and whispered, "Tonight, why don't we just go to that movie and TV base and have some fun? That's something to go on. It's a movie, maybe we'll need a dragon set." Chapter 25, I'm really not mentally ill, my theory is fine. Zhang Xueyan's words made sense. Lin Baiyu thus confirmed the plan of action for the night with Zhang Xueyan. That was the end of the afternoon seminar. Lin Baiyu had dinner with Zhang Xueyan in the evening. Wait until the lights go out in the ward to make sure it's safe outside. Finally Lin Baiyu unscrewed the screw. But Zhang Xueyan on the bed was giving Lin Baiyu frantic winks. What are you doing? Lin Baiyu looked innocent. Taking down the windows. Big Smart sat on the edge of the bed with a shocked look at the fierce man in front of him, actually removing the screws of the window with his bare hands. Big Smarty's mouth opened to an O and he sucked in his breath, unable to make a sound. Mighty man. Zhang Xueyan wanted to laugh at Lin Baiyu's anger. Just like that, to break out of jail in front of the Big Smart guy. Lin Baiyu, however, said that she didn't want to wait until after midnight to make her move, or else she wouldn't be able to get up again the next day. Not being able to wake up early and miss morning exercises was unacceptable to Lindbergh. Lin Baiyu removed all 4 screws with his bare hands. Then he turned to Big Smart and said, "You stay and watch the house. Lindbergh is ready." The windows were removed, along with the barbed wire. Zhang Xueyan warned at Big Smart, "Don't tell anyone about what happened today, or else I'll make you eat your words." Big Smart was still in his own shock. Can't understand what these two are planning to do. Lin Baiyu stood by the window. Then he said to Zhang Xueyan, "Come up." Zhang Xueyan was incomparably skilled at lying on Lin Baiyu's back. Arms around his neck. Go. Lin Baiyu stepped on the window and flew out with Zhang Xueyan. Big Smart doesn't know what's going on yet. He saw Zhang Xueyan and Lin Baiyu jumping off the building together. Aha! Don't die! Big Smart shouted. Big Smart hurried to the window. Hands raked over the edge of the window to look out. Only to see a silhouette, whooshing from the downstairs to soar up into the sky. And this person was no other than Lin Baiyu, who was wearing a hospital gown and had escaped from the mental hospital. Zhang Xueyan wrapped her arms around Lin Baiyu's neck, and in the moonlight a head of black hair flowed. The moonlight shone on Lin Baiyu's face and also on Zhang Xueyan's face, who was smiling. Big Smart looked straight at the two men and disappeared from his sight. Across the street from the rotting building, a few steps and a point, then the figure disappeared ahead. And then at last all that could be seen was a black, hurrying through a steel forest. Big Smart slapped his hands playfully on the window edge. Two eyes looked in different directions and shouted with an excited face, "My theory is correct. My theory is right." Although he didn't do it himself, the person in front of him did. Baiyu Lin. Lin Baiyu proved for me that I was right. Haha, I really am an absolute genius. There is nothing wrong with my theories and derivations. A few ghostly howls from Big Smart in the dark. It made a few patients in the surrounding wards roll over. Then lay down again and went back to sleep. Sleeping pills in psychiatric hospitals are the most consumed drugs. The nurse on duty did not come to see Ward 666. Because Big Smart is playing normally like this. Normal behavior of a mentally ill person is normal in a mental institution and does not need to be viewed by anyone. When something unusual happens, that's when you need to focus your care. Zhanghai City in the dark. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan came out earlier this night. So were able to see that there were still delivery boys on the road, and chauffeurs. The road was also lined with men who had just returned from a drinking trip in groups. So lively. Lin Baiyu carried Zhang Xueyan on his back and admired the earthly city with interest in the air. He'd been cooped up in the hospital for so long he'd forgotten what hilarious meant. Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, was struggling to discern the direction. Zhanghai City was really familiar to her. Just by relying on the few buildings around her, she could tell where she was. It's a superpower unique to the locals. Go that way. Zhang Xueyan kept printing in the direction of the huge whooshing billboard. Lin Baiyu nodded. The body turned around. Borrowing a force towards the next office building, his feet ran as if they were self-adhesive, running vertically 90 degrees on the walls of the office building. With a little bit of foot once again, he took Zhang Xueyan and flew out. Gliding through the air for 100 meters, he landed precisely on the billboard, and then flew out with another point. 2 kilometers ahead, a campsite could be seen. There were huge lights there, and 5 buses, and 2 sedans. That's the place. Zhang Xueyan said excitedly. It was an undeveloped area. It is a forest that is all natural. It is also a mecca for locals to visit in the summer because of the excellent scenery. The last 2 years have been watched by people in the movie and television industry. The point is that this place is just too good for a movie, with excellent graphics and no need to set up or key in post. Lin Baiyu nodded. Taking Zhang Xueyan with him, he rushed towards that side. Wait for the place. Just realized it's massively crowded. There must be close to 300 people coming and going. There would have to be 100 of them in the group show. These group actors were hugging their boxed lunches, squatting under the trees and gathering in 2s and 3s to eat and chat. The groundskeeper, who wore glasses, was a middle-aged man of 35 who had blossomed. Rushing to Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan. Sweating profusely, he shouted, "My goodness, you two have finally come. Do you know that if the two of you don't come tonight, Director Chen can scold me to death?" With that, the groundskeeper pulled Lin Baiyu's arm and headed inside the theater set. It's been said that this scene tonight is particularly important, a big climax in a movie. You two have to go out and take private jobs. Do you realize I almost lost my job? Lin Baiyu opened her mouth and tried to speak several times. But Zhang Xueyan, who was following behind, was laughing with her mouth closed in joy. Tell Lin-bird to keep his mouth shut. The stage manager took Lin Baiyu through the crew, and saw several tents inside, which had people this and makeup, and props masters arranging the scenes, and a lot of staff members were busy inside. As well as the cloth-covered camera, and a general director who stood in front of the camera, looking anxiously at anyone and wanting to curse. With a sheepish look on his face, the field attendant brought Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan around the back of the tent. Then at a place to change clothes, he threw Lin Baiyu a set of armor and a suit of clothes. Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, was assigned a set of ancient dresses. You two, hurry up and get dressed. Here's the script, the lines are just 2 words, and the important thing is the fight scene. Lin Baiyu finally tried to speak after a few hesitations. But Zhang Xueyan didn't give Lin Baiyu a chance and took the initiative to open her mouth to ask, "Can the movie pay be settled in cash?" Okay, as long as you can make Director Chen happy. I'm really going to finish playing. If you guys don't perform well, I really don't need to be in the industry. 2 brothers, 2 grandfathers, I beg you to come beautifully to the play. The field agent's face was crying and begging. He was really mad in a hurry. On the way out of the tent, the groundskeeper grumbled again. You 2 rushed back from the hospital set, didn't you? And you didn't even change your clothes. Zhang Xueyan happily explained, yes, in order to hurry up. The field manager shook his head and sighed. Then out went the big 10 curtains being lowered. Zhang Xueyan picked up the script and casually flipped through it twice, then dropped it. Come on, get changed. Ugh, but I don't know how to shoot. This kind of fake martial arts against you, a real master. Do you still need to act? Just come directly to the real one. Chapter 26, letting you hire actors. How did you let the masters come down? Zhang Xueyan didn't give a damn about that script. Flipped it twice and dropped it straight away. Then pulling one of the curtains inside the tent closed, he began to take off the striped clothes of the asylum that he had been wearing for so long. Lin Baiyu thought about it and followed what Zhang Xueyan said. Once Lin Baiyu told Zhang Xueyan to trust herself. Zhang Xueyan had practiced the Upper Xian 9 Heavens bone washing and tendon repairing technique. And now, it was time for Lin Baiyu to try to believe Zhang Xueyan. Since the other guy said he could do it, then it means it really works. I have to believe her. Lin Baiyu took off her own hospital gown. Seriously, every day for the past 5 years has been spent in a hospital gown. The first time she wore other clothes, Lin Baiyu was still really a bit uncomfortable. Lin Baiyu was just putting on a dress, but he had the feeling of cracking a heavenly problem. This thing. How should I wear it? Disconnected from society for 5 years, Lin Baiyu stumbles into trouble for the first time outside of a mental institution. The end of the curtain. Wow. The white curtain was pulled back. Zhang Xueyan was wearing a long white dress and her long black hair was draped in front of both shoulders. The long skirt was of white gauze, fluffed up underneath, while it was cinched at the waist with a thin, aqua blue band. This white dress will Zhang Xueyan set off like a fairy from heaven, and the designer of this dress is obviously more than just like a human fairy who does not eat earthly fire, but also extraordinarily intentional, so that the fairy's small figure is revealed. The costumes for the movie are really considered top-notch. No matter which angle one looked at Zhang Xueyan from, one could not pick out a single flaw. Lin Baiyu held the won't-wear costume in her hand, her eyes staring at Zhang Xueyan's face, body, and toes. There was no way to withdraw his gaze. Zhang Xueyan smiled faintly, took the initiative and came forward. It's dressed like this. Zhang Xueyan hands around to Lin Baiyu's back, to help him organize his clothes, around the chest to tie a good knot, and then taught him that these pants directly set up good, matching the lack of a belt. There is no way to wear, can only wear the armor together with the pants tied. Zhang Xueyan is very attentive and relevant. Everything is personally on hand to help Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu looked like a clueless teenager who had just come down from the mountains and didn't understand anything about this modern city. The clothes didn't move, and the energy-saving light switch in the tent didn't understand. All very unintelligible. Everything needed to be taught and guided by Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan looked up and met Lin Baiyu's eyes. You're looking at me all the time? Zhang Xueyan asked. Ever since Zhang Xueyan appeared in front of Lin Baiyu in this outfit, Lin Baiyu's eyes had never left her side. Lin Baiyu nodded woodenly. Cut. Zhang Xueyan skimmed her mouth, a look of displeasure on her face. She had seen this expression of Lin Baiyu many times. Do you think, again, that I look like your grandfather? Not this time. Lin Baiyu's expression was calm, yet serious. I think you're really good looking. Zhang Xueyan lowered her head so that Lin Baiyu wouldn't see her expression. Waiting a good long time to press the corners of his mouth down. Zhang Xueyan once again re-faced Lin Baiyu. But when she happened to meet Lin Baiyu's gaze, Zhang Xueyan couldn't take it anymore. She covered her stomach and couldn't stop laughing. Ha 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 ha. Being looked at like this by others, Zhang Xueyan felt nothing, but to be able to say from the mouth of Lin Baiyu, a straight man of steel, that she looked really good, Zhang Xueyan felt that she was simply too accomplished. A little bit of pride, a little bit of stealing. Waiting to laugh for a long time. Only then did Zhang Xueyan stop. Help Lin Baiyu put on his armor. The moment Zhang Xueyan walked out of the tent, including Lin Baiyu, he could feel dozens of gazes around him focusing towards Zhang Xueyan's body. It wasn't until the light shone on Zhang Xueyan's skirt that Lin Baiyu realized that the skirt would reflect glistening light from the light. The dress is pretty, but not as pretty as the even prettier Zhang Xueyan. A good horse goes with a good saddle, a man goes with his clothes, and a flower goes with its green leaves. The moment Zhang Xueyan appeared, there was a considerable commotion from some of the people around them. My God, how is this understudy even better looking than Yang Ying? This understudy is totally the heroine of the novel in my mind. This face value is simply schoolgirl level. Which movie and TV university schoolgirl is out saving up for work experience? That body, that waist is too thin, I'm going to die of jealousy. Guys, I'm off work today, I must get her WeChat. It's a must. I'm sorry, I don't want to wait for the end of the shift, I need to go now. Zhang Xueyan walked out, and not only the group actors and staff, including the discerning director Chen, all froze. He had seen so few girls like that. He'd seen a lot of pretty girls, and had long ago become immune to the average beauty. After all, South Korea's technology is very good. What you want to look like a beauty, he was able to use the knife to give you carved out, really cannot Botox to the face, hard to give you a whole lot of what you want to look like. By the time director Chen gets to the bottom of this, face value is actually a rather phony contraption. He was more interested in temperament. Natural beauty is hard to give up, and this is the real key to test whether a girl is beautiful or not. All of director Chen's fire was left behind. He made a 180-degree turn in his attitude toward the field service. In fact, the field manager was dumbfounded after he saw Zhang Xueyan change her clothes. He had just been talking to Lin Baiyu, ignoring Zhang Xueyan behind him. The field agent froze on the spot, in self-doubt. Do I have such great resources on my hands? When did I meet such a good-looking girl? It's not right, is there something wrong there? Director Chen asked in a pleasant manner, little girl, have you finished reading the script? Zhang Xueyan fell to reply, finished reading. All clear? Clear, just leave the fight scene to me. Hand it over? Upon hearing this, Director Chen's eyes lit up. How many years has it been since a batch of martial arts actresses came out 20 years ago, and in recent years it's been hard to see martial arts female characters with face and strength. This sentence alone made Director Chen feel a lot better about Zhang Xueyan. He couldn't afford to scold Zhang Xueyan later even if she made a mistake. The group show is in position. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan were dragged to put on makeup. A wig was glued to Lin Bird's head. Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, had a bit of ash melted on her face, as well as a bit of blood stained on the corner of her mouth. When it's all done, Zhang Xueyan and Lin Baiyu finally saw real acting on the set for once. About 3 stories high on a small cliff, the hero holds a sword in his hand and recites a large line with deep emotion. And the heroine, on the lawn below the cliff, was covering her shoulder and suffering an injury. After reading the necessary lines and walking through the plot, the hero stood on top of a cliff and drew his long sword, then jumped in place. Cut! Director Chen shouted. It's just one clip, played out a full 15 times, with close-up takes. Director Chen called Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan over. Later, the hero jumps down from the mountain and then has a fight scene with the heroine. Done. Just one sentence and the account is finished. Lin Baiyu's head went blank. Instead, Zhang Xueyan was assured, no problem at all. Lin Baiyu pulled Zhang Xueyan aside. Worried, he asked, is it really okay? Of course it's no problem, the fewer demands he makes, the more room we have for free play. Later, you'll jump straight down from the mountain, swing out a sword, I'll dodge twice and flip a few times, and fight you twice and be done with it. Need to use Rudraksh. Zhang Xueyan rolled her eyes, do you want me to die? Understood. Zhang Xueyan stood on the lawn where the female number 1 had just stood, and assumed the same pose as she had just done. Lin Baiyu also stood on the cliff. The second-tier starlet patted Lin Baiyu's shoulder, over to you. Lin Baiyu nodded without saying anything. After standing on the cliff, the props teacher on the set and a bunch of guys started setting up the wigwam. But when the male number 1 left, Lin Baiyu looked at Director Chen. He mistakenly thought he could start. Wearing a suit of armor that had to weigh 5 pounds. Drawing the sword on his belt. With a little footstep, the whole person was above the air. The body makes a nice arc in the air and flips over. The body rushed straight towards Zhang Shui on the ground, the sword in his hand clenched tightly, stabbing straight at the top of the opponent's head. Zhang Xueyan had gone through the bone-washing exercise these days. Although the physical quality was not comparable to Lin Baiyu, it was far too much stronger than an ordinary person. The qualities of a level 1 athlete were all a bit lower than Zhang Xueyan. In a moment that seems electric to outsiders. In Zhang Xueyan's eyes it was 3 times slower. Only to see Zhang Xueyan taking small steps back, arms spread out, the whole person flew backwards. This sword seemed to outsiders that it narrowly missed the ground a foot in front of Zhang Xueyan's feet. Director Chen recalled this scene years later, in front of reporters and cameras, saying that it was really shocking, and that it was obviously his first time shooting a movie, but he looked like a veteran actor. It's really so shocking that I was thinking that I could just pass this one scene and not have to do a second one at all. Over and over again, yeah, can you imagine? Back to the crew. Lin Baiyu misses with a sword. The sword folded in a curve on the ground, and then with the help of the rebound, his body landed on the ground. Everything is all natural. It doesn't look fake at all. Director Chen didn't remember until this time that he hadn't even called for the start yet. Looking at the camera again, luckily the assistant director was quick on his feet and recorded what had just happened. The props teacher, on the other hand, was utterly confused. The props teacher looked at the wyvern in his hand. No. I'm not even on this wigwam yet. How did you jump down from the mountain? And that pick of the sword in the air to lend strength to flip over, that's something a normal person can do? The field agent was also confused. It's over. I wanted to hire 2 actors to play martial arts masters, but I didn't expect to actually hire the masters from the mountain down as actors. Chapter 27. Your paycheck isn't 2,000, how much is it then? Zhang Xueyan had narrowly escaped this one by opening her eyes in the eyes of the crowd. Up until this point, all the cameras on the set were highly operational. All the cameramen don't want to let go of any of the beautiful shots. Lin Baiyu kept Zhang Xueyan's words in mind and just really hit a few sets. The sword in Lin Baiyu's hand swept across the ground. A flying sand danced in the sky. Zhang Xueyan secretly laughed in her heart, this fight isn't quite good. Flying sand in the sky requires 3 people to spread pre-prepared ash on the ground if props are used. And this hand of Lin Baiyu's was simply divine. But what's even more divine to the crew, and to Director Chen, is yet to come. The onlookers at the scene tensed up as they just saw the flying sand sweeping towards them. How could this weak little girl escape out of this sword-like killing move? Not to mention Director Chen. Even some of those female makeup artists on the set and the idol prop makers couldn't bear to look down. Because that's way beyond filming. Dangerous. Everyone mentally gave this warning. Only Zhang Xueyan, who was in the midst of the dusty sky of killing moves, was smiling faintly before closing her eyes. Before her eyes completely closed, a hint of golden light emanated from Zhang Xueyan's pupils. Zhang Xueyan closed her eyes, but saw the world outside more clearly. If it wasn't for the concern that the golden eyes would be discovered by others, she would have said nothing to close them. But the visual impact of this eye closure is much greater. What is this? What kind of kung fu is this? Sixth sense, it's a sixth sense, isn't it? Using ears as eyes, this is definitely a stance of using ears as eyes. Hiss, this teacher is also too godly to be acting. Only to see that in the yellow rolling smoke and sand, Zhang Xueyan easily dodged a sword that everyone thought was impossible to avoid. The white sleeve of the coat was waved. The smoke has cleared. A slender figure reappeared before the public's eyes. If not to take care of the shooting, Zhang Xueyan wouldn't wave away the smoke. She suddenly felt that filming was so much fun, and the fake fights with Lin Baiyu against each other like this were really too much. The point was that Lin Baiyu was accommodating Zhang Xueyan completely. It allowed Zhang Xueyan to really live the addiction of a master. Lin Baiyu struck another sword flower. Killing towards Zhang Xueyan and Lin Baiyu then exchanged a few rounds. It was only at this point that Director Chen violently picked up the loudspeaker and shouted, "Cut!" Lin Baiyu immediately stopped. Zhang Xueyan did the same. The male and female leads who were resting on the sidelines looked dumbfounded. Been on the set for so long. It was the first time that such a great feeling of disparity had arisen in my heart. Especially the female first, she felt that she was practically useless, she couldn't compare her face value to others, and she still couldn't compare her fighting skills to others. There's simply no place to outshine people, and the only thing you can take away from them is the little bit of celebrity traffic you have on your hands. But who doesn't know in this business that it's normal to be read today and not tomorrow? There will always be people who look good for you. Director Chen snapped and clapped from beside the camera. This was followed by a round of applause from all the surrounding cast and crew teachers. There are no surprises. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan were so good that they exploded okay. The visual impact is incredibly strong. The producer has a crazy idea right now to overthrow everything that has gone before and have these 2 masters fight, and he believes that he can recreate the glory of the year when Hyung Chang's kung fu movie was #1 in the world. Director Chen no longer dared to underestimate the 2 young men in front of him. He took it upon himself to start going over the details for the 2 young men, what he wanted, and for them to add to what they had just done. After speaking, Director Chen asked somewhat humbly, 2 teachers, what I just said, can it be realized? That's just the perfect picture in a director's mind, and it's hard for anyone to reach that high, given the technical and financial limitations of the scene. But unexpectedly, Zhang Xueyan didn't understand Director Chen's meaning. No problem. Zhang Xueyan replied with a big smile. Including Lin Baiyu, who gave a relaxed nod. For the trouble that others simply couldn't achieve, Lin Baiyu was easily able to do so. Director Chen was about to jump for joy. Then how about I up the paycheck for you 2 tonight to this amount? Director Chen raised 2 fingers. Lin Baiyu's eyes glowed, 200? This has been good for many meals. Zhang Xueyan disgruntledly poked him with her elbow. Is it 2,000? Director Chen laughed a little. It's 20,000. So much for the prop man and the money saved on hiring special effects. That's 20,000 bucks well spent. Zhang Xueyan, an ungraduated student, never thought she could earn so much money one day. And Lin Baiyu even started to convert in his head, how many meals could he eat in the mental hospital with so much money? As per Director Chen's request, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan fought once more. This time the moves were more brilliant and more difficult. Then a couple of additional close-ups. The understudy scene was the highlight of the evening. The two main actors, if it is not because Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan's fight scenes are real swords and knives, real impact is too strong, the two of them would have long gone in a commercial vehicle. Wait until the fight scene is done. The male one ran up. Turning to Zhang Xueyan, she said, how about making a friend? My hotel doesn't live far away. I'll bring you to talk about the resources in the movie circle. Zhang Xueyan didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she took the initiative to approach Lin Baiyu, then took Lin Baiyu's wrist. All this behavior speaks for itself. Lin Baiyu looked at this second-tier male number one with an expressionless face. Think of the force and bravery in this one's hands just now. The male lead actor backed away resentfully. What happened to him? Lin Baiyu asked in disbelief. Missed my mom, so I left of my own accord. Oh. Lin Baiyu nodded her head with seeming understanding. $20,000 is just too much to pay in cash. The field service is very shrewd for Lin Baiyu Zhang Xueyan to purchase a cell phone. Although Zhang Xueyan was in a mental institution, her identity information was working. Bought 2 phone cards. Pay for the bound account and receive the $20,000. It was supposed to be $23,000, but the cell phone money was bought by the field service, so it had to be taken out of their hands. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan did not have any objections to this. Taking the money, the two made a point of buying clothes. Walking out of the clothing store. Zhang Xueyan's upper body was a Pikachu's white top and her lower body was a pants. Rinpaku's, on the other hand, was the same Pikachu's top. Why buy a couple's outfit? Because it's cheap. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan were finally able to walk down the street in a dignified manner this time. No more hiding. But the hospital gown wasn't thrown away, it was stuffed into Lin Baiyu's space. Chapter 28, Do you think I'm a psychopath? Zhang Xueyan walked on the blind side of Guangji Road with her hands open and eyes closed, cherishing this hard-won freedom. However, on the contrary, Lin Baiyu, who had been imprisoned for 5 whole years, did not have much mood swings. Lin Baiyu walked in this strange city. He had no sense of the night scene around him or the unfamiliar atmosphere of life in a modern city. Just watch calmly. Zhang Xueyan opened her eyes. It was almost dawn now. Could see some of the people who had worked the big night shift walking to and from work. Some people rushing out of the province on business trips can still be seen Mercedes-Benz on the road in their cars early in the morning. Zhang Xueyan said, there's money, so if we leave earlier tomorrow night, we should be able to make it to the roadside stalls. Eh? Why are you upset? I didn't. Phew. Zhang Xueyan said, you seem to have a hard time with emotions. Will? Go. Zhang Xueyan took the initiative to wrap her arms around Lin Baiyu's back. Then Lin Baiyu slightly lowered her body. Zhang Xueyan's legs were clamped onto Lin Baiyu's waist. Lin Baiyu reached out and hugged her thighs. Lin Baiyu walked to an unoccupied place, then with the cover of a building, he swished. Taking Zhang Xueyan on a flight. This was the true strength of Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu tapped twice in a row on the tree, and his entire body once again rose 15 meters. There are more people at the moment, and I'm afraid that if the height is too low, it might be possible to be seen. In the air, Zhang Xueyan wrapped her arms around Lin Baiyu's neck, then said softly, Lin Baiyu, do you have a chance to get out of the hospital? Me? Lin Baiyu inclined her head and thought for a moment, I didn't think about going out. Don't you long for freedom? Staying with Director Chen is more reassuring to me. Is it? Zhang Xueyan's expression was a bit lonely. But Lin Baiyu didn't see any of these expressions. Lin Berg avoided routes that could be discovered. Go as high as you can. In the Jianghai metropolis, there is a black and white new energy vehicle traveling on the car market road, and there are also non-motorized lanes on the battery car carrying people through. And above the heads of these people in these cars, Lin Baiyu was as fast as a black shadow on a high building. Constantly jumping and moving between steel buildings. Lin Baiyu was high in the air as fast as he could, choosing to cross 5 office buildings in a straight line. As a glimmer of light broke through the sky, Lin Baiyu carried Zhang Xueyan and tumbled into the first mental hospital of Jianghai. 5th floor. What it was like to leave is what it is like to come back. Big Smart's eyes were wide open, red blood covering them. You guys are finally back. Zhang Xueyan and Lin Baiyu were in a much better situation than him. At least the two of them didn't have such red eyes. You shouldn't have stayed up all night. Lin Baiyu. Of course. Big Smart patted his chest proudly. You know, I've been guarding for you all night. It's actually okay not to guard. After all, the nurses don't check in at night. But Big Smart is the one who thinks he's getting all the credit in the world. I have helped you, and you will teach me the skill of flying in the air. Lin Baiyu used his powerful physique and 2 fingers to put the window back up again. The screws went in with just finger strength. So powerful that looking at it made Big Smart feel envious. Lin Baiyu said while installing the window, I don't have the skill of flying in the air, and I can't teach you. That's what you don't understand. Big Smart was suddenly confident again. Because Lindbergh bumped into his specialty again. There is aura in this heaven and earth, and you have now relied on the aura to beat up your body and gained a physique that is unimaginable to ordinary people. But this is but one of the little manifestations of the benefits of Reiki. You haven't realized the real beauty of it yet. And flying in the air, that's how powerful Reiki really is, 1,000 times stronger than that what light power. Ever read Journey to the West? Big Smart asked. No. Lin Baiyu shook her head. Poof. Big Smart held his head up triumphantly and smiled without saying a word. Zhang Xueyan was disdainful on the side. Don't listen to his crazy talk. Journey to the West, that's a story written by others. It's all fake. Who said it was fake? Big Smart's face turned a little red with emotion. That's real. How could it be fake? According to my theory, the heavenly court, the ceiling of the gods, and the 3 religions that are all incredibly real and cannot be fake. The aura is the best proof. Big Smart emphasized again and again, I can't go wrong with my theory, I can't go wrong with my theory. Lin Baiyu laid down on the bed, ignoring Big Smart. Instead, she looked at Zhang Xueyan with trouble. Sleeping? Sleep there are still 3 hours before breakfast, can sleep so long. Lin Baiyu scratched his hair. Once he goes to sleep, he won't wake up until nighttime. Zhang Xueyan knew Lin Baiyu's habits and said to him, you go to sleep, I'll take care of everything. But if you don't go to morning exercises, and if you don't attend the afternoon seminar, Nurse Chang will come. You sleep at ease, I'll take care of everything. Zhang Xueyan assured. Hearing Zhang Xueyan say that, Lin Baiyu laid down. Having not slept all night, Lin Baiyu's entire quickly entered into dreamland. Zhang Xueyan only slept for 2 hours before heading to the cafeteria. Great smart morning exercises were taught in the morning though. The playground of the mental hospital. Nurse Xiao Zhang and Director Chen walked over together. Student Zhang, why don't you do a test with me? Director Chen said with a smile. Nurse Xiao Zhang, on the other hand, spoke from the sidelines, a very simple test, you won't be given any injections or medication. And there's a reward when it's done. Zhang Xueyan instructed Big Smart to carefully study the Shangxin 9 heavenly bone washing and tendon technique, while she herself left with Director Chen. The place to go was Director Chen's office, which Zhang Xueyan was no stranger to. Director Chen pulled the curtains up. Then the air conditioner was given a change. A form was pushed in front of Zhang Xueyan. You fill out this test form, it's all very simple, and when you're done let Sister Zhang take you out. Zhang Xueyan smiled, then picked up a pen and started writing. But while Zhang Xueyan was smiling on her face, she was not smiling in her heart. The form to be completed is a depressive psychological stress test form. This kind of similar form at one time Zhang Xueyan filled out a lot. Zhang Xueyan took a black ballpoint pen and started to fill it out. It's basically multiple choice. However, Zhang Xueyan had left a mindfulness in all of her choices, that is, she deliberately chose the not-so-good answers. Because it was the only way she could stay in this place longer. Zhang Xueyan finished filling out the entire form in front of Director Chen. Director Chen nodded and held the watch up. Nurse Zhang, on the other hand, said gently to Zhang Xueyan, Zhang girl, you wait outside for a while. Okay, sister. Zhang Xueyan got up and left. Outside the office, there was a bench on which Zhang Xueyan sat and waited quietly. Zhang Xueyan didn't notice that Nurse Xiao Zhang even deliberately gave her an extra glance when she sat on the bench. The office door closed behind him. Director Chen asked, how's it going? She didn't appear to be snapping her fingers. Director Chen directly tossed this form in his hand to the side. This table was actually a fake. What was really wanted to be tested was actually Zhang Xueyan's OCD condition. Based on these days of observation, Zhang Xueyan's condition had improved greatly. Depression itself is treatable, and more than any other mental illness, it is the one with the greatest hope of being treated and then re-entering life and society. Zhang Xueyan's OCD got better, which was a heavenly good thing for Director Chen. Zhang Xueyan's situation had gotten so much better, and that had nothing to do with Lin Baiyu. Lindbergh is well worth looking into. If all the patients in the entire institution were put in Lin Bayu's house, wouldn't they all be able to be cured? However, Director Chen was just thinking about it, but this kind of idea might be able to be tried in the future. In any case, one can be cured is one. Zhang Shuiyan's form was filled out, and little nurse Zhang did what she said she would do. Come on, let's take you to someone. Question mark. Outside Director Chen's office. Nurse Xiao Zhang took Zhang Shuiyan's hand. The two walked to a place that was familiar to Zhang Shuiyan. A greeting room where you only get to meet twice a month. Now that Zhang Shuiyan's situation was better, there was no limit to the chances of meeting. Zhang Shuiyan met her mom here. The first moment they met, Zhang's mother began to cry, but on the contrary, this patient Zhang Shuiyan herself did not feel that she had suffered much. After all, it was just yesterday that we had a crazy time and had a great time making a movie. Instead, she is now thoroughly acclimated to life in a mental institution. Zhang's mom stroked her own daughter's head and said with a comforting expression, Director Chen and I said that you've made a lot of progress lately. Mom decided to fight to get you discharged from the hospital and treated at home. Hearing this sentence, Zhang Shuiyan's brain went deaf for a moment. The brain buzzed. Zhang Shuiyan herself didn't listen to what her own mother said at the back. Zhang Shuiyan's face turned a little white. Get out. Yeah, mommy's taking you home from this place you don't like. Not like. Do. The first person that appeared in Zhang Shuiyan's heart was Lin Bayu. Go out and meet with Lindbergh again. Zhang Shuiyan wanted to go home and be free so much before. But nowadays, she seems to have no reason to go out. I don't want to go home. Zhang Shuiyan suddenly said softly. Hearing this, warm anger suddenly appeared on Zhang Mama's face. What kind of words are you calling this? Do you want to be a psychopath for the rest of your life? Is your life going to be wasted in this place? Do you realize how much time you've wasted here, how much schooling you've done? What are the neighbors saying about you behind your back? Zhang Shuiyan suddenly became bloodless. Her entire back stiffened. Nurse Chang didn't want to disturb the reunion between loved ones, so she avoided it. If she were here, she would have realized that Zhang Shuiyan was in a bit of a bad situation at the moment. The pupils of Zhang Shuiyan's eyes were dilated and she completely didn't hear exactly what her mom was saying. Zhang Shuiyan's fingers uncontrollably clicked again. She unconsciously looked down and counted her fingers, but internally 1,000 voices filled her mind. You won't be able to go to Beijing if your math score is only this low. Art can be a plus, can't your waist be any softer? All study and no friends, whose fault is it if not yours? Have you never thought about the problem from your own body when everyone else blames you? Besides your studies, I expect you to manage the people around you as well. I'm too lazy to think about your personal affairs. Countless voices filled Zhang Shuiyan's mind. These voices grew louder and louder, gradually occupying Zhang Shuiyan's mind. Zhang Shuiyan didn't even know where she was anymore. She saw herself surrounded by countless people and saw herself fall into a mud puddle. Seeing the mud puddle was a lot of green and red money, and test papers with red scores. And outside the mud puddle stood circle after circle of students. Their faces wore masks and creepy smiles. It's all you, it's all you, it's all you. The money is what you get, the money is what you get. A myriad of voices filled the brain all at once. Zhang Shuiyan was completely unaware of how the situation outside was going. All she knew was that it was so loud. The world is so noisy. It was so loud that she couldn't even breathe. Everything is crammed into one piece. The ceiling of the hospital's greeting room looked like the air in the summer heat and began to melt. The white decorative ceiling looks like hot white chocolate starting to melt. The milky white fell down toward the ground. Zhang Shuiyan wanted to escape. But there is simply no controlling yourself. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Zhang Shuiyan felt so strange at the moment. Her body and brain, as well as her eyeballs and brain, were separated. She heard her mouth chanting 1, 2, 3 over and over. Saw the ceiling melting and saw a face suddenly blocking the ceiling. That's her mom's face. Zhang Shuiyan looked at the skin on her mother's face and let out a so bare sound. It's like dead pork dropped into a pool of sulfuric acid. The human skin on the outside fell out with a clatter, and the yellow skin turned Q-tip in an instant and ripened into translucency. Underneath the skin was a nice weird rainforest skin of a poisonous frog. There were mange growing on it, one by one, oozing yellow pus, and a strong clash of red, white, and purple colors on the frog's skin to shock the eye. Zhang Shuiyan suddenly laughed. Mom, you look so strange. Do I look like this underneath my human skin? Zhang Shuiyan saw a large amount of thick yellow juice oozing out of this poisonous frog's mangy face. As the thick juice flowed more and more, I could actually see little yellow maggots burrowing inside. Mom, you're showing me hungry. Mom, seriously, I feel so relaxed right now. Ha ha. It was because Zhang Xueyan realized that the voice in her head was gone. Suddenly the buzzing in my head was gone. The next thing I knew was that maggots were no longer burrowing out of my mom's face in front of me. Instead, all the black strands of hair on his head looked like they had come to life. One by one, they stirred in the air, and a white eye hung from each black silk, and the eye had its own eyelids blinking at Zhang Xueyan. Mom, seriously, you're really showing me hungry. Mom, I want it. Mom, you're showing me hungry. It took Nurse Qin Xiaozhang and 2 doctors, teaming up, to separate Zhang Xueyan from her own mother. Zhang Xueyan pulled her hand on her own mother's hair, with a silly smile of unknown significance on her lips, and kept making noise about wanting to eat. Zhang's mom had many strands of her hair yanked out. There's a bald patch on the scalp. Zhang Xueyan, however, still giggled with her mouth. It took the 2 doctors a lot of effort to set Zhang Xueyan back up. And after Zhang Xueyan went back, all that's left is Zhang's mom's breakdown and crying. This kid is crazy, this kid is really crazy. Does she know what I've done for her? Does she know what she's doing? Zhang's mom broke down and cried. Nurse Chang should now rush to the patient's side immediately to calm her down. But the families don't seem to be optimistic either. Nurse Chang could only comfort the family first. The 2 interns didn't know what to do. Director Chen is in his office. Zhang Xueyan's current situation was awful, and she had to be stabilized before she could do anything about it. And Nurse Chang didn't follow. What to do? We should get the patient back into familiar surroundings first to get her stabilized, then we'll split up and you'll go find Director Chen. Once the 2 doctors agreed, they sent Zhang Xueyan back to Ward 666. In Ward 666, Lin Baiyu is sleeping. And Big Smart was out doing his morning exercises. Once she entered into Ward 666, Zhang Xueyan really calmed down. The 2 interns breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. In that case, it seems like it's okay not to invite Director Chen. Zhang Xueyan sat on the edge of the bed, her head lowered as she kept counting her fingers, entering into a repetitive dead cycle. When people talk to her, she ignores them. Lin Baiyu slept until the afternoon and woke up in hunger. The time for lunch was long past. There wasn't even a single snack in the house, and Lin Baiyu opened her eyes and sighed. It's just a matter of toughing it out. Lin Baiyu turned her head and saw Zhang Xueyan on the hospital bed. What's for lunch today? Zhang Xueyan stopped counting her fingers and paused to reply, eyeballs, yellow pus from poisonous frogs. Lin Baiyu let out an "oh." He wanted to go back to sleep. But dragging his eyes, which were too sore to see, he went to wash himself out with water. Then finally refreshed, Lin Baiyu returned to the ward with her own basin. Once Lin Baiyu left, Zhang Xueyan started counting her fingers again. Going to the playground? Lin Baiyu asked. Zhang Xueyan didn't say anything, but obediently walked off the bed. Lin Baiyu walked in front and Zhang Xueyan was in the back. On the playground in the courtyard, where the sun was shining at this time of day, few people would be around. Lin Baiyu stood under the sun, and the sun stung his eyes so much that he couldn't open them. Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, stood in the shade. Lin Baiyu spoke, remember the first feat. Let's practice today. Eh? Zhang Xueyan's reaction was not high, but her body still possessed the muscle memory to start swinging up. Lin Baiyu also began to strike out the Shangchuan 9 Heavens bone cleansing and tendon repairing technique. When the first feat was finished, a large amount of spiritual qi in the heavens and earth surged towards Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu's eyes were finally not sore, her spirit was suddenly much clearer, and the physical fatigue brought on by a night of no sleep began to be released. Soothing. Lin Baiyu suddenly discovered a great use for the one aura, which was the ability to quickly recover his state. On the contrary, Zhang Xueyan. After Zhang Xueyan finished her first feat, she followed this breath and finished her second feat. Zhang Xueyan squatted on the ground and looked at the ground without saying anything. Lin Baiyu walked over. Zhang Xueyan raised her head to Lin Baiyu and asked, "Do you think I'll be a deus ex machina? I'm just mentally ill, how big of a problem is that?" Lin Baiyu's face was expressionless. Seeing this tone and expression of Lin Baiyu, Zhang Xueyan suddenly laughed. Zhang Xueyan felt better. The gloom in his heart was swept away, and all those voices in his ears were gone. "Teach me the third kung fu, I want a triple blossom too." "No problem. And me." A voice rang out from the corner. And that person is none other than Big Smart. Big Smart walked out. He's been practicing for most of the day. There's no slacking off. The first kung fu has been thoroughly practiced. Chapter 29. Lin, do you believe me? Practicing the first kung fu, Big Smart managed to wash his bones. The whole thing is much more refreshed today. It also carries a gust of wind between walks. Lin Baiyu, I've practiced my first feat. Big Smart said and started hitting the first feet. Indeed, very standard. Even because Big Smart never suspected Lin Baiyu from the beginning to the end, and was trusting him from the bottom of his heart. That was why Big Smart's progress was much faster than when Zhang Shuiyan started practicing. Lin Baiyu asked, "Why are you suddenly on such good terms with De Clever, teaching him the Shangchuan 9 Heavens bone cleansing and tendon strength?" "It's because..." Big Smart talk had only just made the beginning of a sentence. Zhang Shuiyan's fierce gaze then looked over. Big Smart kept his mouth shut in a hurry. Zhang Shuiyan said, "In the hospital, we always need to leave behind an eye, don't we, so that if we go out in the future, someone will give us cover." "Is that so?" Lin Baiyu said. "Absolutely, absolutely." Big Smart spoke earnestly from the sidelines. Only spoke with some weakness. When it comes to telling lies, Big Smart becomes this. Lin Baiyu began to teach Zhang Shuiyan her third feat in the playground. And Big Smart is starting to learn the second kung fu. Zhang Shuiyan had inexplicably become very talented at learning the third gong. It's as if he's suddenly a different person. Obviously, no amount of teaching could make her learn it before, but nowadays, Zhang Shuiyan realized that her body was no longer as heavy as it was before. The whole body has been decongested. Physically, it was as if it had been transformed. It has been further enhanced. "You've changed so differently." Lin Baiyu spoke. Because Lin Baiyu also found out. During this morning and half a day of sleeping by herself, Zhang Shuiyan's body was greatly enhanced. That feeling. It was like as how Lin Baiyu felt that day in the Cultural Relics Museum after absorbing a large amount of heaven and earth aura, after his body got metamorphosed. Zhang Shuiyan also got such a metamorphosis. "What did you go and do this morning?" Zhang Shuiyan's eyes dimmed for a moment. Then the head remembers itself, and the sight of the peeling mom, and the yellow pus, and the eyeballs, and all that stuff. "Went for a walk in a wonderful world." Wonderful world. Lin Baiyu remembered her situation that day. Lin Baiyu thought that this world was really strange. Zhang Shuiyan learned the third kung fu very quickly. 3 flowers coalesced out of the top of his head. When the 3 flowers have gathered, the sun in the sky was obscured by dark clouds. Lin Baiyu could then see a subtle lightning flash in the dark clouds, but the movement was just very small. "It's broad daylight and it's not raining, how can lightning flash?" Big Smart snapped his hand aside and said, "I get it." Alert Lin Baiyu, "What do you know again?" "This must be the legendary heavenly calamity. My brother He Ching has said that once a person who cultivates has passed a long period of time, the heavens and earth will send down a thunderbolt. But this lightning just flashed twice and it didn't fall. That I don't know." He Ching is not here either, and Big Smart's theories cannot be effectively supplemented. Zhang Shuiyan's head was covered with 3 flowers. The 3 flowers then converged into her body. The spiritual qi in the heavens and earth was now surging towards Zhang Shuiyan's body in large quantities. Lin Baiyu threw the task of teaching great cleverness to Zhang Shuiyan. "Because he's going to go find Director Chen. If there is any doubt in your mind, then you are right to approach Director Chen." Lin Baiyu left the playground. By this time the afternoon seminar was approaching. Lin Baiyu could just use the excuse of going to see Director Chen to avoid the discussion. Director Chen stood outside the office and was greeting Lin Baiyu from a distance. "Come." Lindbergh himself froze. How did Director Chen know I was looking for him? Only Director Chen sat down across from Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu went in and closed the door. Lin Baiyu sat down and looked at Director Chen and asked, "Director Chen, don't you take a baseball bat in your hand?" "Harm." Director Chen smiled bitterly, "I'm a doctor who puts patients at ease, how can I use a weapon against them?" "Oh. Lin student Zhang Shuiyan and you seem to be very happy together, I see you guys talking and laughing. Oh. You mean just now? So Director Chen saw you practicing in the playground?" "I saw just a little bit, but I am happy that Zhang Shuiyan can be in such a good mood with you." Director Chen had already learned about the morning's events from Nurse Xiao Zhang. Director Chen, after listening to the process involved, a vague guess as to what the process was all about. There are times when you really don't blame your opponents for being too strong, you blame your piggy teammates for being too stupid. He had adjusted Zhang Shuiyan to such a good level, but as a result of meeting with her parents, he had broken this little girl's emotions again. As a doctor in a mental hospital, he was really helpless. Obviously he has done all that a doctor can do. But the problem is not with the children at all, can't these parents realize that their own behavior and decision-making is problematic? Bitter too. Director Chen took a sip of tea. He also didn't forget to pour a cup for Lin Baiyu as well. Lin Baiyu had done him a great favor this time. Zhang Shuiyan was well adjusted by his side, and being able to let the patient adjust on his own without using the doctor was a big step forward in increasing the patient's psychological defenses. If she was irritated again the next time, Zhang Shuiyan shouldn't become so serious. Director Chen, I actually have a question for you. You say. Lin Baiyu took a deep breath. The tea that Director Chen pushed in front of him vaporized and drifted to his face. Lin Baiyu exhaled. Then from his hospital gown, he pulled out a red book. Psychosis. Flipping open the small book in front of Director Chen, Lin Baiyu's 2-inch headshot was revealed. Lin Baiyu pointed at her psychosis and asked with a serious face, Director Chen, in this world, is there really someone who can do aerial flight? Ha! Director Chen felt that Lin Baiyu's question jumped so much. How did it go from being a royal flight again? Director Chen lifted his own teacup in a very, very slow motion and took a sip of water. But in fact, thoughts were racing inside. Lin student's previous question was there about the heavenly court, and now it's pulled above imperial flight. How's that kind of going in a peculiar direction? It's only right that my extra patches shouldn't have this subconscious guidance. So there's only one possibility. It all started when Big Smart came along. Ah, student Lin, who told you about this matter of imperial flight? It's Big Smart. Director Chen slapped his thigh, and it was true. I knew I shouldn't have let Big Smart live there. Director Chen immediately adjusted his facial expression. As a doctor, if he shows in front of the patient that this is a serious problem, then this will undoubtedly make the patient's psychological mood bigger. Director Chen decided to give Lindbergh another update. This time it can't be a small patch. Instead, we're going to give Lindbergh a full brain update. Big Smart's comments have disturbed all the patches Director Chen has added to Lindbergh in the past. Trying to make the previous patches continue to work on Lindbergh's body and make Lindbergh's logic self-consistent and keep his consciousness stable. Then being a psychiatrist, he had to come up with something hard. Director Chen pushed open the window. Then he sat down by the window and pulled a pack of cigarettes out of his white coat. Mr. Lin, don't tell anyone about my smoking. You can rest assured, Director Chen. Director Chen lit one, then took a drag, then began to ask with a serious face. Mr. Lin, do you believe me? Director Chen, I believe you. Chapter 30. Director Chen, is this really an amazing feat? Lin Baiyu's eyes glowed brightly as she uttered the sentence. Director Chen, I trust you. Trust me then. Director Chen inhaled a cigarette, not to mention how happy he was in his heart. His fear is that patients won't believe him. The patient who can follow the medical advice to the letter, I will be able to make him well. Director Chen looked at the clouds outside the window and said to himself, Student Lin. It's a wonderful world out there, and it's a hopeless world out there. Lin Baiyu looked at Director Chen with a stunned gaze. Director Chen sensed Lin Baiyu's gaze and stopped here at the point of his words. Because until you are absolutely able to do so, you will only do a disservice to a patient confined in a mental institution by telling him how good freedom is. Lin Baiyu was in such a state, good and bad. Director Chen took another drag on his cigarette and glanced toward the bottom of the building. His face was scared like a grandson for a moment. Nima. Director Chen's body flashed in with a swish, then crouched on the ground. He asked softly toward Lin Baiyu, take a look for me. Did the dean look toward me? Just now Director Chen took a look downstairs and noticed a little old man with white hair standing there. Lin Baiyu, oh so quietly. Walk over to the window. There's no one down there anymore. Dean walked away. He's gone. Director Chen hurriedly sucked up this mouthful of cigarettes and mumbled, it's over, I'm going to be criticized. Director Chen, I can intercede for you. It's useless to intercede, it only makes it worse. I'll light another one to lighten the mood. Director Chen leaned back against the window and renewed another one. Where were we? Director Chen recalled, oh, I see. After taking 2 puffs of smoke, Director Chen began to say to Lin Baiyu, what do you think of this world? The world? Lin Baiyu looked at Director Chen and then at the clouds outside the window. Actually, Lin Baiyu has been locked up for 5 years. He would have been in elementary school. For what the world was really like, Lin Baiyu had no idea at all. It's a small world, as small as a dorm room. When Director Chen saw that Lin Baiyu didn't say anything, he opened his mouth to continue. This world of ours, it's especially amazing. Didn't you ask me about the heavenly court before? Yes. In the long past, there were immortals in the heavenly court, and for some unknown reason, these immortals were hidden from view. But recently, the world has changed again. What? Lin Baiyu was puzzled. That is, there are rumors that the immortal is about to descend into the world again. Question mark. Alarmed. The world is always changing over and over again, and creating and destroying in the midst of change, and it is said that someday the fairies will come back again. And at that time, the world order will be shuffled once again. Director Chen inhaled a cigarette. It's probably in 100 years, and in 100 years the immortals will descend. 100 years, it would be a question of whether Lin Baiyu would still be alive then. It was a well-intentioned lie. It was also a time for Director Chen to update Lin Baiyu's worldview, in order for his mind to be more self-contained. It's not a bad thing for people to be superstitious as long as they are safe. Director Chen smoked a cigarette. Second-hand smoke dispersed from the inside of his mouth. Lin Baiyu's mouth opened into an O shape. So it is. The fog in his mind lifted a little more. I get it again. Lin Baiyu suddenly understood again, understood Big Smart's remarks and why I Ching was like that, understood everything in this world. Understand why there is an aura and why there is a heaven. Know better. The truth about this world. In the future, there will be fairies descending. And at that time, the order of the world will be in chaos. Director Chen. Will you be affected when the order of the world goes haywire? Will do. Lin Baiyu didn't say anything. Director Chen let out a long exhale of smoke. He had no choice but to give Lindbergh a major update in order to make it self-consistent while keeping past patches from failing. It's a good lie. Then, Director Chen, how exactly should Imperial flight be possible? Director Chen laughed bitterly, feeling like he had moved a stone to hit his own foot. I've just finished updating my worldview. Is it too much to say now that I don't know how to fly in the air? I still have to make up another one. Director Chen said in his heart. Director Chen thought for a moment and said, Student Lin, do you remember the name of our sect? I know. Lin Baiyu's eyes glowed as he said word for word, Slanting Moon 3-Star Cave. Sweat. Director Chen rubbed his forehead. Why did I put that name to use? Director Chen has so many patches that he has some trouble keeping track of them himself. The 3 stars of the Slanted Moon Cave? Then continue to make it up with the Slanting Moon 3-Star Cave. Sentinel flight is actually a later term, and in our sect, it's divided into Tong Yun and Driving Mist. However, Tong Yun is an extremely skillful technique that you cannot control with your current strength. So what can I learn? Climbing clouds. Are you still continuing to practice the space laws from last time? I've practiced successfully, and I need to expand the space for now. Keep up the good work. The practice of climbing clouds is actually heavy on persistence as well. It's not that difficult. You start today, recite the classics recorded by the ancient great powers every day, and when you can spit a mouthful of clouds out of your mouth, you'll have practiced climbing clouds. Those who are less gifted and less blessed take 10 years and 9 years, whereas you may be able to do it in 2 weeks. I see. Lin Baiyu gave a heavy nod. Director Chen, I understand. It's good that you understand. I will now teach you the canonical texts that have been passed down from the ancient great powers. Director Chen's hand was about to draw open the drawer when he suddenly realized that his window curtains were not drawn. He got up again and drew the curtains up, then made sure that he was good and closed the window, and that his surroundings were completely secure. Only then did he get secretive and grab the drawer with both hands. Ooh la! The sound of wooden drawers rubbing against a wooden desk resounded in this quiet office. Lin Baiyu unknowingly held her breath. His eyes looked straight at Director Chen's hand. Because of the perspective, he couldn't see what Director Chen took out of it, he could only see the drawer being opened. Director Chen took out a book with plastic wrap on it out of the drawer with both hands. The book is written in such big letters. Required ancient poetry for middle and high school. Director Chen solemnly handed this book over to Lin Baiyu. You mustn't be deceived by the cover and name of this book, which actually hides amazing feats. Lin Baiyu took the book in his hands. He didn't read much, but he recognized the words on this. But Director Chen, this is just language extracurricular reading. That's right. When you think about it, isn't the more mundane something is, the safer it is? If I use Luoyang paper to record my feats, and wrap the outside with gold silk, telling others that I am an ancient book. I'm expensive as hell, would this thing still be passed down to this day? Makes sense. Mr. Lin, do you still trust me? I believe it. This book contains amazing feats, just practice what I say, you'll be able to see the effects in less than 3 days. Lin Baiyu held the book in her arms and said seriously, Director Chen, I believe you. Chapter 31, Great Wisdom Practicing Second Kung Fu, Seeing the Heavens. Lin Baiyu left Director Chen's office, clutching the ancient poems that junior and senior high school students must memorize. Director Chen stood in front of his office. Eyes watched as Lin Baiyu left. Lindbergh was in a good mood. Holding the book in his heart, he said triumphantly, it's true, as long as there are doubts, it's right to look for Director Chen. Now that Director Chen has explained it to himself. Lin Baiyu was thoroughly understanding. Understand the three Ching, heavenly court, aura, and all those things in the mouth of the great wisdom. It turns out to be a law that is bound to occur in the world. And those will all be things that happen in the future as well. Lin Baiyu's mind was clear, so if he did the math, what Big Smart actually said wasn't bad, except that he had made the same mistake. That's only getting a piece of the truth, not the whole. In 100 years? Then I should also have to make some plans earlier, or else if I really wait until that day, won't I be cleansed by the big powers? And Director Chen too, I have to be strong and protect him too. Lin Baiyu was halfway to the door when she unsealed this book of mandatory ancient poems for middle and high school. The plastic wrap was thrown in the trash. Time waits for no one. Lindbergh is in a race against time. Page 1. Trapped Dragon. 10 years of luck, the dragon is trapped in the well, once gained the power to enter the green clouds. Green dragon out of the sea is unstoppable, the clouds to see the sun to set the world. Lin Baiyu watched with great interest. But he didn't forget Director Chen's request. It still has to be recited. You will probably be able to see the results in a week of chanting. Lin Baiyu opened her mouth to read. It's just very loud though. Lin Baiyu walked all the way back toward 666. Afternoon. Zhang Shuiyan and Big Smart are attending the seminar. Lin Baiyu still skipped the afternoon seminar. Lin Baiyu was inside his hospital room, constantly going over the poem Trapped Dragon. After reading more, Lin Baiyu suddenly felt something in her heart. Close your eyes. A hand reaching out always feels like you're touching cold dragon scales. This poem, it's extraordinary. Lin Baiyu could feel that this poem was not ordinary. He closed his eyes and continued to chant silently under his breath. It turned out to be like a real dragon was coiled up in his house. In front of the bed, he touched the body of this one dragon, walked up 2 steps to the left and felt the claws. In the empty position on Zhang Shuiyan's bed was a faucet. The dragon's eyes are topped with eyelashes, and then above that are dragon horns that are hard to the touch. Dragons that look like this. Lin Baiyu opened her eyes. The front of his own face was empty. The touch in my hands was gone too, there was just air. But the feeling just now was half-hearted. Lin Baiyu continued to recite the next ancient poem. Director Chen had said that it would only take 3 days, and that you would see results after 3 days. Lin Baiyu continued her recitation. Evening. Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu were eating at their usual place. Zhang Shuiyan finally didn't have to give herself an extra meal today. Because Lindbergh can afford to eat the meals at the mental hospital. The 20,000 that I made yesterday will allow Lin Baiyu to eat here for a year. Lin Baiyu can be considered extravagant. Big Smart pulled his good brother, He Ching, while sitting at the next table to Lin Baiyu and the others. Lin Baiyu bit into the chicken leg meat in her mouth. Zhang Shuiyan, on the other hand, was relatively quiet as she drank her bone soup. Suddenly, Lin Baiyu said, "They've looked at you many times already, what's going on?" Lin Baiyu had long noticed that those nurses had come to see Zhang Shuiyan many times. Zhang Shuiyan naturally knew why these nurses came to see her. Word should have gotten out about the greeting room and these nurses are checking themselves out. When Lin Baiyu saw that Zhang Shuiyan didn't respond in any way, he didn't say anything and just lowered his head and ate his meal. Zhang Shuiyan thought about whether or not to open her mouth and give a rundown of what happened in the morning when Lin Baiyu was sleeping. Let's eat. Lin Baiyu suddenly said, "My grandfather said that eating is the most peaceful time to not think too much." Zhang Shuiyan smiled a little, her heart at ease. In the evening, Big Smart once again devilishly looked at Zhang Shuiyan, hoping that she would continue to teach herself the Shangchuan 9 heavenly bone washing and tendon repairing technique. Effort doesn't fail people. Because Big Smart finally got the first credit out of the way this afternoon. This was a little faster than Zhang Shuiyan at first. Zhang Shuiyan had no choice. Only to continue to teach the second Kung Fu again. Before teaching it also asked Lindbergh's opinion. This was fine with Lin Baiyu, as it was Director Chen's blessings that would be increased by spreading this Kung Fu around. Being able to allow Director Chen to gain benefits and obtain blessings, this was something Lin Baiyu was happy to see. I will now teach you the second feat. Zhang Shuiyan began to fight on the playground. This is a busier time of year in mental hospitals. Doctors and nurses are getting ready to leave work and give their jobs a final wrap. The patient, on the other hand, is going crazy. Anyway, it's one of those times when no one cares. Big Smart and Lin Baiyu were practicing in the playground, and no one paid attention or cared. It was getting dark. Zhang Shuiyan's movements were a struggle for Big Smart to watch. Lin Baiyu's cooperative guidance from the sidelines. The Big Smart body became as heavy as 1,000 pounds, as if Zhang Shuiyan had been there in the first place. The body only has to move that little bit to catch its breath. Puff. Big Smart fell to the ground. I can't at all. Big Smart gasped, indicating that he really didn't have the slightest bit of strength left anymore. Then wait until tomorrow. Right now, Lin Baiyu just wanted to go back to the ward and then read the mandatory ancient poems in junior and senior high school to go. No. Big Smart suddenly spoke with determination. What's done today needs to be done today, I can't wait for the next day. That's kind of like what I said. Lin Baiyu said. Because by the time the next day rolls around, I really don't want to practice anymore. Big Smart looked at Lin Baiyu and asked, do you think I can practice successfully today? Lin Baiyu had wanted to say that he couldn't. But it suddenly occurred to him that once Director Chen had said something to him. Lin-bird, do you believe me? Lin Baiyu temporarily changed her mind. I believe in you, you will be able to practice today. Yes. Big Smart regains his footing. This time he no longer practiced from the first feet. Instead, it's straight from the second feet. Big Smart's body suddenly became much more flexible than before. The body though still feels incredibly heavy when hitting the second feet. However, Lin Baiyu was surprised to find that Big Smart was actually playing the second feet. It was slow, but there really was a little bit of action towards the front. After great cleverness had given the second feet a perfect half, Zhang Xueyan also put away her contempt. A fine layer of sweat covered Big Smart's forehead. A bead of sweat dripped from his chin and landed on the ground. Big Smart is still holding on. The body moves very slowly. But it was holding on with a death grip. Lin Baiyu could see a vein bursting out of Big Smart's forehead. Big Smart was under the expectant gaze of Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan. The palm of the hand gave a final push. The final step of the second feat is complete. The sun was just setting in the sky at the moment, and the last bit of afterglow had been collected by the heavens. On the playground of this unoccupied mental institution, Big Smart's eyes were tinted with a golden color. A golden light flashed out quite suddenly. The world has changed in the eyes of the great intelligence. Haha, I see it, I see it. Big Smart was very excited. I see this air covered with auras, and also I see the darkness filling the earth beneath. With that, Big Smart looked up toward the sky again. Big Smart was amazed by the view from the sky. Just see the great clever gaze through the layers of clouds, straight to the mysterious area that human technology is currently unable to reach. There, the sky is not the same time as here. It's dark now. But what the great wise saw was still daylight. Did you see a gate? Zhang Xueyan asked. Big Smart shook his head, not the gate. What's that? Chapter 32 Give them a higher dose of medicine. Big Smart looked up at the sky at a landscape he'd seen that he'd never seen before. He thought about a lot of his own theories, but realized that none of his past theories would come in handy with the shock of the moment. One has no words to describe what one sees. Eventually Big Smart spoke up, I saw it, the Heavenly Palace. These are the only two words that allow the great intelligence to express what it sees. Tengu. Structured as a palace in the sky. It's not a place where mortals can live, it should be all fairy homes. In addition to the Heavenly Palace, Big Smart also saw an orchard, where old trees are all over the place. All the trees bore a single red peach as big as a volleyball. Big Smart spoke up, and I saw the peach tree. The tree was radiating divine light and it was so beautiful. That peach smells so good and looks delicious. Big Smart said, unconsciously drooling. On that one peach tree, each peach gave off an unearthly glow. Big Smart feels instinctively needy, special. This stuff is just fantastic. Lin Baiyu finished listening to Big Smart's words and suspected that what he saw should be the same as the interior of the heavenly court. Lin Baiyu raised her head, there are a lot of treasures. It would be nice to actually learn to prancing around. Isn't that a chance to get some of that stuff? Peaches? What will the peaches taste like? Lin Baiyu didn't go to think about it too much, because it was useless to think about it. Instead, it was Zhang Xueyan who was particularly excited, and he asked Big Smart what he was looking at. Big Smart pointed it out to her. Zhang Xueyan herself came out with her golden eyes lit up. But alas, nothing was seen. Except for the first time he lit up his golden eyes and saw the gates of heaven. After that, when she lit up her golden eyes again, she couldn't see anything, and even if Zhang Xueyan herself looked in the direction that Big Smart was pointing to at the moment, she couldn't see anything at all. The golden light in Big Smart's eyes gradually converged. Then the heavenly palace disappeared from sight, and the peach tree was gone. Back in Ward 666, Big Smart wouldn't break to reflect on what he had just seen. The heavenly palace. What a beautiful heavenly palace. If I can live there, then my life is complete. Peach, I want to eat it so bad. Big Smart drooled. Close your eyes and pretend the peach is right in front of you. Unfortunately, there was nothing in one bite. The only thing that bites is air. But even with all this, Big Smart is still having fun. He kept closing his eyes and his hand kept picking at the air. Then the mouth closed and the teeth made a slight clashing sound. Big Smart just sat on the bed eating air one after another. This state of him is normal in a mental institution. Lin Baiyu, on the other hand, sat on her bed and read. Zhang Xueyan got a headache when she saw the book. I say, can you stop reading this book, it gives me a headache when I see the name of it. Zhang Xueyan was in tears. She really didn't expect to see this kind of extracurricular books when she was in a mental institution. There's a sense that there's no escape. Lin Baiyu returned, it must be watched, it's the only way to gain access to the clouds. Question mark. Zhang Xueyan opened her eyes towards Lin Baiyu, taking off the clouds? She immediately came over curious. He borrowed Lin Baiyu's book and flipped through it carefully and thoughtfully several times. It's just a very ordinary book. Very common, how can it be a secret to prancing around? Lin Baiyu, where did you get this book, you won't be tricked. No, it's from Director Chen. Big Smart had heard the two of them talking from the top bunk as well. He got down and came to look down at the bunk. Then also spoke, it's just very ordinary books, you've been tricked by Director Chen. Zhang Xueyan nodded in agreement. She was well read, and she had seen far too many of these books in bookstores before. It's simply very common extra reading and the names are spelled out as mandatory for middle and high school. Lin Baiyu smiled mysteriously, you don't understand. None of them understand the power of Director Chen. I didn't expect Director Chen to actually fool even you guys. Lin Baiyu was no longer going to fall for the previous trick. It was once because of Zhang Xueyan's words that Lin Baiyu almost fell for it. Now he won't. He knew these people were just short-sighted. Can't see the baby in this thing at all. Director Chen, you're right, if one thing is packaged in a very uncommon way, then that thing can't be passed down at all. And the only way to pass it on is to turn it into a high school book. Lin Baiyu doesn't go to explain. Because he believes in Director Chen. Director Chen would never lie to himself. And the two people in front of me are just seeing a little bit of the truth of things. They simply don't understand. This is really a read for middle and high school students. But it is also the practice of Dharma. Lin Baiyu didn't explain too much, some things just need to be successful, then others will understand that what he said and what Director Chen said is true. Director Chen would never lie to me. Lin Baiyu thought like this and continued to read and recite to herself. Zhang Xueyan persuaded her for a long time, but Lin Baiyu wouldn't listen. And she stopped advising. Big Smart also put his head back and then lay down on the top bunk, holding a non-existent peach in both hands. Woohoo, bite on the air. Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, continued practicing the three-flower gathering in the house. The dormitory wasn't very big, so she practiced her third kung fu standing barefoot on her own bed. Lin Baiyu recited the second of the mandatory ancient poems for middle and high school. Inscription on Tianqingguan of Fengxiang Province. The Jade Emperor has not yet arrived at the heavenly talisman, and the goods are mixed with the flow of the world. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes. That feeling of being blessed with a spiritual heart came back. In front of him, a cold, sharp-edged blankness was felt. Though the eyes can't see. But Lindbergh's skin was feeling it. There was light, wind, and sword energy. Lin Baiyu reached out her hand and touched the air in front of her. Lin Baiyu unconsciously sat up straight. The palm of his hand then clenched in the void. It is? Sword hilt. So real to the touch, like there was actually a sword in front of you. Touching from the hilt to the body of the sword and then going forward towards the sharp tip. Lin Baiyu didn't dare to go up to the sword blade. But it accidentally touched the tip of the sword. Ha! Lin Baiyu's brows frowned slightly. Immediately, he opened his eyes. Found the second joint of the index finger of his palm, skinned with a sharp wound. The wound is small, like it was poked by a sharp object. Lin Baiyu put her finger to her mouth and licked it. Then he closed his eyes again and continued to feel the sharp sword. This time the hands came together and felt it in the air. Nurse Chang is going off duty. There's just so much going on today. Especially Zhang Xueyan. She was relieved to want to come and visit before the end of the shift, as well as to hand off to the night nurse. Disease number 666. Nurse Chang pushed open the door. Just see in this ward 666. The innermost bunk beds. Big Smart on the top bunk was holding the air in both hands with his eyes closed, biting it over and over as if he were biting into a hamburger, and then there was a barfing sound coming from his mouth. As if the air was some kind of wonderful food. Look at the bottom bunk again. Lin Baiyu, on the other hand, sat in his seat with a big horse. Straighten your back. Eyes closed, hands groping for air in front of himself. Because Lin Baiyu's performance is so realistic, it reminds Nurse Chang of the performance art show Airwall that she has seen in the past. Like, really too much. Lindbergh's fingers are really expressive. It was as if there was actually a sword placed in front of him. Nurse Xiao Zhang looked at Zhang Shuiyan again. Zhang Shuiyan was practicing on her bed at the moment. It was getting to be a more important time at the moment, so she didn't say hello when Nurse Chang came in. Zhang Shuiyan was currently feeling her body with full concentration. Inside her body 3 flowers were running. Zhang Shuiyan was going to follow Lin Baiyu's example of condensing the 3 flowers within her body. This way the 3 flowers wouldn't be too much of an eyesore to show outside of her body. So that's the state of Ward 666 at the moment. Nurse Chang didn't say a word and left quietly. Nurse Chang left the area and went to the conference room. Director Chen is already sitting here. And the night nurse arrived. Director Chen was the first to speak up and reported the main tasks, as well as a certain number of patients who needed extra attention. On to Nurse Chang. Nurse Chang said, I think that all the patients in room 666 need to increase the dosage of medicine. Chapter 33 Lin Baiyu encounters Eastern Ninja. Director Chen, who was in the process of organizing today's work report and was about to leave work, stretched his neck out after hearing these words from Xiao Zhang. What? Director Chen inquired about the situation. Nurse Chang then gave a full account of what she saw after she went to Ward 666. Director Chen conducted his own analysis based on what Nurse Xiao Zhang said. The patient's behavior is bizarre, and that's really one of the therapeutic goals that we're trying to correct. But imagine Big Smart finally being able to be quiet and not talk crazy. Zhang Shuiyan is also emotionally stable practicing healthy gymnastics, which is for us to see in terms of objective evaluation. This should be some kind of progress. In the office, the other doctors nodded. Makes sense. From that perspective, it's really no problem. In a behavioral sense, it did improve. But the situation that Nurse Chang mentioned should also be noted, and we need to follow up on the patient even further. After Director Chen had made his comments. Finally off duty. Everything was handed over with the night shift. The nurse on the night shift started checking in. After giving each room a head count, it's time to clear the air a little. And then it's time to start dispensing. Some patients are unable to sleep at all and need to be dosed with a little sleeping pill and some other psychotropic medications. Deliver these medicines one by one to the ward and watch that they eat them, don't throw them in the trash. This is another one of those times when it's a battle of wits. But fortunately, generations of nurses down the line have taught mindfulness, and skillful nurses have their own means of coping. It's Ward 660 CX's turn. I'm afraid this is just about the easiest check-in ever. A head count was counted. All 3. Without any dispensing, he left the room and locked it. There is a pager in the room if needed. With 3 pagers there is absolutely no chance of not being able to call someone. Lin Baiyu had been sitting on the bed all this time sensing the sword intent. Wait until 9 p.m. Lin Baiyu felt someone patting her back. Lindbergh, I opened my eyes. What? The person who shot Lin Baiyu was Zhang Shuiyan. Zhang Shuiyan said with an expectant face, let's go out and buy fried skewers. Lin Baiyu looked outside. It's only a few o'clock. Rare lights are to wait until after 10. Going out at this time of year, there's a good chance you'll get caught, right? Zhang Shuiyan said, let's change our clothes, who would recognize us? With a wink, Big Smart came out of his fantasy of eating peaches. Yelling loudly, I want it too, I want it too. You can't, Lin Baiyu can only take me, not you. Then I want to get out too. You stay and guard the house, we'll come back and bring you fried skewers. Phew, okay. Big Smart, though reluctant, could only agree. Lindbergh waved his jade hand. Like magic. 2 more sets of clothes on his own bed. Big Smart looked envious. How can I practice the skill of picking things up from the air? This is not spacing out. Lin Baiyu explained seriously, this is the law of space. And how about learning the laws of space? 8 glasses of water a day and 20,000 steps a day for 10 years. A year and a half if the talent is high, a week if it's a supreme genius like me. Zhang Shuiyan took away her own set of clothes. Then pull up the curtain in the center of the ward. Zhang Shuiyan suddenly pulled back the curtain by a corner again. Turning to Big Smart extraordinarily, he said, turn your head across the room. Big Smart nodded. Lin Baiyu also started to change her clothes. After a while, the hospital gown was changed. The 2 of them, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan, weren't any different from the young couple outside who were in love. Changed clothes. Lin Baiyu began to remove the window. Big Smart could only watch dryly from the sidelines. Zhang Shuiyan said, stay home and keep house, we'll bring you fried skewers. The windows were removed along with the barbed wire. Lin Baiyu looked outside. The lights on the road were still on at this time of day. If you were in the hospital room and looked out the window, you could easily see everything moving. Do you really want to go out? Lin Baiyu asked. Zhang Shuiyan gulped, her mouth already recalling the taste of the fried skewers on the roadside at school. Zhang Shui heaved back, go. Lin Baiyu carried Zhang Shuiyan on his back and the two of them fell down towards the window in. Lin Baiyu then stomped his foot at the void, not giving anyone a chance to see him. The whole thing soared into the sky. Another step in the void. Fly across the street to the crappy building. Zhang Shuiyan was stunned. In her eyes, just now Lin Baiyu stepped on the place empty, as if he had stepped on a piece of tempered transparent glass. It looked like nothing, but the rebound force coming from the contact of her feet was something that even she could feel. Lin Baiyu landed precisely on the rotten building across the street. Zhang Shuiyan asked like a curious baby, how did you just do that? Lin Baiyu replied, remember the book I recited earlier? Remember. What I've just demonstrated is the minimum basic cloud climbing. Zhang Shuiyan realized that a huge chasm had actually appeared between herself and Lin Baiyu. One can no longer see exactly what he is using the technique for. Lin Baiyu, my means have reached the point of being out of this world. That book of yours, lend it to me later. Could be. Lin Baiyu came to Jianghai No. 1 Middle School under the command of Zhang Shuiyan. There really is a whole street of food trucks outside of Jianghai No. 1 Middle School. Zhang Shuiyan pulled Lin Baiyu and rushed over. Lin Baiyu didn't have half a feeling for the snacks around him because he had never eaten such things at all. It's a little noisy in here. Lin Baiyu was a bit uncomfortable here, as he had always been quiet in the asylum and had only seen so many regular people. Seeing so many people for the first time made Lin Baiyu feel that little bit uncomfortable. But Zhang Shuiyan was the one who made Lin Baiyu feel warm. Zhang Shuiyan pulled out her cell phone from her own pocket. The skewer owner recognized Zhang Shuiyan at a glance. Yay, school's out. The owner is a middle-aged woman with a kind smile. Your face looks a little yellow because you deal with fumes every day. Zhang Shuiyan smiled in greeting while pointing at the plate inside and asking Lin Baiyu, do you have any favorites? Haven't eaten. Lin Baiyu answered honestly. It's true that he's never had one. Then you're in for a treat today. Zhang Shuiyan picked several of her favorites. Lin Baiyu stood in front of this roadside stall and looked upwards. The black eyes were covered with a golden light. Lin Baiyu was in front of this snack stall, his eyes emitting a faint golden light, and no one actually noticed. Even Zhang Shuiyan didn't notice Lin Baiyu's peculiarities. After ordering the skewers, Zhang Shuiyan realized that Lin Baiyu's golden eyes were open. What are you doing? Zhang Shuiyan pinched Lin Baiyu's waist hard. This is the time of year when it's crowded. Isn't it obvious to others that they have special eyes? Lin Baiyu, however, did not withdraw his golden eyes. There are 3 of them there. Which? Following Lin Baiyu's line of sight, further inside was the school building. There was nothing inside, it was all black and quiet building. Not outside, inside the dirt. In Lin Baiyu's eyes, there were 3 people in the dirt, traveling through the ground. Chapter 34. You guys, you're breaking the law, okay? The 3 men were not dressed as natives, tightly clad in black, with a bandana clasp tied around their heads attached to the underside of their noses. One person had a Japanese sword on his back. Feet curved under the mud as if they were in seawater. The body was traveling through and through, and it actually wasn't slow. Woo! A siren sounded in the distance. Fully more than 5 police cars driving from a distance, and with a dozen or more black minivans behind them on coordinated errands. And it was these 3 Eastern ninjas that these cars were chasing. Lin Baiyu then looked at the 3 Eastern ninjas, running in a direction that was completely different from the same direction as these people. They lost them. Lin Baiyu left the food stall. After Zhang Shuiyan picked a few skewers, she looked up. Lin, where is everyone? Zhang Shuiyan looked around and realized that no one was around. Your boyfriend just seemed to be in a hurry. Hey, he ran really fast. He's a gym student, right? He's not my boyfriend. Ha, I get it, relationships aren't allowed in school. Lin Bird walked to the dead end of a nearby school. Here is the back of a nearby public restroom. Lin Baiyu's eyes opened. The golden light shone in the darkness as if it were a lamp. Lin Baiyu locked onto the 3 ninjas in the darkness. Escape toward that place? Lin Baiyu's foot pointed, and a huge force carried his body out. Lin Baiyu could see more clearly from the air. The other side fled to the south. South? Isn't there a harbor? These 3 ninjas are trying to escape from Miss Wiro. Lin Baiyu couldn't make a move in the city, and there was no way to take the up out of these 3 ninjas underground. Lin Baiyu then followed them. The 3 showed up in Red Leaf Park only after they were completely out of sight of the police. Red Leaf Park is on the edge of Jianghai City, and further out is the harbor, where you can leave Jianghai City by boat. 3 ninjas burrowed out of the ground under a cross tower in the park, under the masonry of the floor. Hard stone drills appear as waves like water. The 3 ninjas slowly came up out of the ground. After floating out of the mud, the 3 ninjas collapsed to the ground in unison, panting heavily from exhaustion. Wouldn't you be able to repair it? Recluse is so physically demanding. These baka, they have no idea of the power of my Tokoyami. With this, the East will regain its former power. A white jade purifying vase was taken out from the hands of one of them. The purifying vase radiates smoothness at night. Lindbergh walked down the blind alley from the other end of the park. It's like being a high school student out for a night walk. Lin Baiyu walked up to these 3 ninjas, staring at the white jade purity bottle in their hands. Ah Mudgive, it's the teenager from Wasia. Kill. The ninja on the left had 2 shuriken between his fingers. The black shuriken was so fast that it could not be seen and flew towards Lin Baiyu's face. A green roar rattled inside Lin Baiyu's chest. LOL. The 2 shuriken bounced off the wall of air and crashed into a nearby tree as they were about to slice into Lin Baiyu's neck, the shuriken going into the wood. Ha! The leader of the group, the big brother ninja who had shot 2 shuriken, nearly dropped his eyes in shock. Ah Mud here, let me. The little brother said. Lin Baiyu took a step in front of these 3 people with no expression on his face. Watch this white jade pure bottle more closely. The ninja spoke. Junior of China, have you ever heard of a saying? The other party's words were lame, but Lin Baiyu understood them. What? Within 7 paces. The gun is accurate and fast. From his nightshirt, he pulled out a black pistol. The black hole of the gun was aimed at Lin Baiyu's head. The distance between Lin Baiyu and this gun was only 2 meters. Boo! The fire went out in the darkness for a split second along with the sound of the gunshot. The 3 flowers within Lin Baiyu's body instantly blazed with light. Time in the outside world was as if a movie had been slowed down hundreds of times. The expressions of the 3 men in front of him and the folded movements of their clothes were clear to see. Especially the bullet suspended in the air in front of him, its rotational speed, and the orbit Lin Baiyu could see clearly. Lin Baiyu thought a lot in his head. One does not appear to have the speed to dodge it. Likewise, he hadn't practiced any body protection techniques or anything like that. Then attack. The best defense is the offense. Rudraksh. Lin Baiyu's palm released Buddha's light. A palm print collided with this bullet. The golden palm print flew out with the bullet. Lin Baiyu stood in front of the 3 ninjas intact. Lin Baiyu stared at the black pistol, thought briefly, then said, "You guys? Breaking the law, know that?" The elder ninja brother presented the white jade purification vase with both hands, then stood on both feet and made a standard 90 bow. In mid-sentence, he shouted, "Red beans and mud dead honey Masai. We will turn ourselves in and ask your honor to leave us alive." Lin Baiyu didn't expect the other party to come to this. Lin Baiyu simply thought, go talk to the police, but you should be locked up for many years. Just as Lin Baiyu was in this daze. The one on the far right of the 3 ninjas drew his back Japanese sword. The Japanese sword was as red as blood in the darkness, and Lin Baiyu's face was reflected on the blade. "Drink, you're done. Confront Muramasa, and your head shall be sacrificed to him." The crimson Japanese sword was drawn. The red peak of the blade slashed diagonally towards Lin Baiyu's neck from bottom to top. The first thing Lin Baiyu did was to dodge. The opponent wasn't as fast as he was, even bullets could be dodged, there was no way he couldn't dodge this knife. However, Lin Baiyu realized that he couldn't move his body at all. His gaze had been locked on the blade ever since his sight had taken one look at the eerie red blade. It was as if the body had been bound with 1,000 chains. Lin Baiyu couldn't even move a finger. Just then, in Lin Baiyu's mind, a sword roar resounded. Lin Baiyu, who should have been unable to move, opened his mouth and softly recited, 800 autumns in the years of attaining the way, without ever flying a sword to take a man's head. Click. The demon sword Muramasa didn't chop on flesh and blood, and Lin Baiyu's neck and head didn't separate. This? The ninja's pupils suddenly dilated. He stared at Lin Baiyu's hand in horror. How you can move? Lin Baiyu's hand was not only able to move, but also held a golden chi in his hand out of nowhere. The golden chi coalesced in the void, lax but not scattered, tangible but not real. In Lin Baiyu's hands it was somewhere between real and false. Lin Baiyu held this sword and blocked down Muramasa. Why am I moving? The answer is simple, because my sword cut off the curse on your demon sword. Lin Baiyu put up a single palm in front of his chest. A piece of Buddha's light emerged. The opposite ninja flew backwards with his sword, hitting a tree and spitting out a large mouthful of blood after landing. The golden sword in his hand disappeared. Lin Baiyu threw out another palm. A Rulai divine palm, as big as a tall building, pushed the two human ninjas in front of him out horizontally, his palm plowing a huge furrow in the ground. The two endured a flow of blood from their minds. The eyes rolled up white and there was no sound. The white jade purifying vase was stolen by these three ninjas. It's a Chinese thing. But what about this demon sword? Lin Baiyu waved one hand. The demon sword was stowed away in his space. D. The sirens of police cars sounded in the distance. From all sides, police cars surrounded this park, and huge searchlights shone around towards the sky. There are a lot of people on the other side. There were hundreds of them. Only a small number of them are police, while others are synergistic. These people gave Lin Baiyu some sense of crisis. Can't let them find me. Lin Baiyu put his palm up in front of his body and pushed out with a round of Rulai divine palm. This palm is loud and powerful, but it's actually empty. Huge Buddha handprints can attract a lot of attention. And he himself escaped by the opposite path. A man in a black suit who had rushed to the scene only felt a cool breeze flow past his face. Turned my head again to see that there was nothing. And if he had been able to look up at the sky, he would have realized that there was a teenager flying in the sky. Chapter 35. Aura revived after one night? The guns in the hands of the 5 policemen were already loaded, which was ready for a war in the park. The young constable followed behind the old man. Officer Zhang glanced backward and lowered his voice to scold, "What are you brats following me for?" Shaoli smiled back, "Master, I'm learning from you." "Learn, get in the back and make everyone who is your contemporary stay in the back with you." "Master, I can't go to the back when it's this exciting." "What will you tell your family if you die?" "Master." Just as this master and disciple were talking, orders came from the front. All bullets discharged. The people of Eastern Japan are taken care of. Officer Zhang took a long, soothing breath, unloaded his own pistol and put the gun away. At the same time, he said to his disciple, "In the future, if there is a dangerous mission, hide back and don't charge forward. To serve the people, master. There will be plenty of time for service when you've been married and had children, which you can't do now." "Yes." Little Li took a bad rap from Master Tun and put his own gun away. Shaoli, with a very white face and a ring of greenish-colored scruff on his mouth, followed his own masters back to meet the 3 Easterners. 2 of the team members had been judged dead on the spot. The only other one collapsed under the tree, not suffering any life-threatening injuries. "Ambulance squad, get this man to the hospital." "That won't be necessary." The men in black suits surrounded them and said to the police, "We, the Supervisory Law Division, will take these 3 away." The white jade pure bottle was taken away by them. At the same time, the other 2 Easterlings' bodies were taken away by them in body bags. The one that's alive is taken together. The gang, however, actually didn't use handcuffs, but a bright yellow talisman, which was stuck to the chest of the living Easterner. "Is this a big dance?" Li wondered. "What age is this? How can anyone still be so superstitious?" But all the officers had the good sense to keep their mouths shut when they thought of the amazing things they had just stumbled upon. It's out of their hands. Unmavic. Recently newly organized institutions in China. It was specifically designed to control this group of people who were born with strange abilities. And such people are officially referred to simply as oddballs. The world is currently experiencing this situation only in Asia. Someone is suddenly born with supernatural powers. No experts have worked out why this is the case, and the only one with an inkling of what is going on is Eastern Japan, which is at odds with China. Chen Jiahao was the team leader of the Jianghai City Supervision and Law Division this time. There are 20 people under the group. The first hospital in Jianghai. Constable Li Jr. and his own master stood in the ward, but for once they weren't the main characters. Because of the special status of the Supervisory Law Division, most of them are still needed to show their faces. In the hospital bed, the Easterling had woken up. Chen Jiahao didn't pass on a suit today, but wore a suit outside the Meituan and ran in, and really carried a takeout in his hand. Constable Li and his own master Zhang looked at each other, then chose to remain silent. Leaders must have their own reasons for doing so. Chen Jiahao put the takeout down. Inside were a few pastries that he had bought to treat the officers to. Chen Jiahao greeted the 2 officers and then branched off from the 2. Only Chan Kaho and this ninja were left in the hospital room. "You guys came all the way to Jianghai just for a Song Dynasty white jade purifying vase? If it's an antique, there should be even older ones in the Jianghai Cultural Relics Museum." Meh. The conversation got stuck. This ninja had hard bones and wouldn't say anything. The poison sacs in his teeth had been removed, and now he couldn't even kill himself if he wanted to. It doesn't matter if you don't answer, because I have a way of making you talk. Your East Japan has been secretly training ninjas, and we in China have actually set up a Department of Extraordinary Functions organization. This world is really amazing. There are so many supernatural things that can't be explained by science, especially the human body, which is even more mysterious. If you'll cooperate. Baka Yahoo! The ninja immediately took his head and slammed it against the wall. But alas, this is a special ward. The walls are soft. After making an effort to bump twice, Qin Jiahao still said in a persuasive manner, if you cooperate with me, Huaxia won't treat you poorly, and we can even secretly bring your family over. Don't try to make me give in. The day when TOEI unifies the world will surely come. After saying that, the ninja was about to bite his tongue. But Chan Kaho was one step ahead of him. Only to see Qin Jiahao take out a pocket watch. The ninja suddenly looked as if he had been immobilized, and then his eyes drifted off into a drowsy sleep. Qin Jiahao said in a gentle voice, "Why did you steal the white jade pure bottle?" "Because it has energy." "What is energy?" "Energy. It's just energy." "How do you guys earthbound?" "Utilizing energy. Plus practicing." Qin Jiahao's body suddenly lowered, and his tone was a little sharp as he asked, "How did you guys cultivate, and how many of you became ninjas?" "Everyone. Cultivate together." "How do I cultivate?" Qin Jiahao eagerly inquired. But the other person just repeats the words practicing together. Blood then flowed from both eyes. Qin Jiahao immediately put away his pocket watch. The ninja collapsed onto the bed looking numb. Qin Jiahao sighed. Leaving the hospital and getting on a battery-operated bike, with a change of car in the middle of the ride, this was to be on the lookout for unseen enemies. Qin Jiahao returned to the Supervision and Law Division's base in Jianhai. Inside the conference room, 5 people sat inside. Chan Kaho went in without even changing his clothes. Opening his mouth, he said, "The great changes in the world, China, must not lag behind. If the East can cultivate, so can I, Huaxia. Force is the only fundamental to protect yourself. Boss Chen, according to this, are we going to start that program? Initiate an aura recovery program. Release the cultivation levels all over the net now, so that the experts hiding in the shadows understand that Huaxia has noticed them, and hopefully they will come out and cooperate with the country." On this day, Shakian, Blockhand, hundreds of official media, as well as TV stations, all urgently broadcast a message. The Huaxia Order Law Pavilion announced the levels of practitioners: treading dust, moving mountains, reclaiming seas, breaking formations, entering clouds, walking in the void, transforming yang, breaking clouds, and prosperous immortals. Morning. Zhanghai No. 1 Middle School's homeroom teacher, Song Changqing, walked into the restroom in a daze, squeezed some toothpaste and started brushing his teeth. This time of year he likes to pull out his phone and swipe through short videos. It's not good for the family. The night has passed and the sky has changed. The official media released the practitioner level. I just slept on it, not expecting the sky to change. I'll go ahead and post the official announced rank for everyone. Song Changqing sobered up for a split second when he heard this voice. What the hell? What is the situation with the practitioner level? Song Changqing's first thought was a rumor. Definitely a rumor. How did this come about? But when one enters the official media, one finds that it is really not a rumor. The official media is really announcing this news, and it is reported by a number of media outlets together. When will you be able to practice? Hoping to hide it from me alone, are you? I hope I don't see my coworker flying on a sword on my way to work on my electric bike. So I can't believe in science anymore. I'm not going to grad school, Jojo. After a good night's sleep, is this a revival of the aura? Is it too late for monasticism? Which is better to major in, Taoism or Buddhism? Anyone know how to say? Lin Baiyu woke up in hospital bed 666, completely unaware that the world outside had changed because of him. Chapter 36, This is all a conspiracy. Cultivators must not reveal their identities. Lin Baiyu got up first. He called out to Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan didn't bother with him after she got up. Still mad about yesterday. Lin Bird wants to reconcile. But Zhang Xueyan still didn't reply to him. Lin Baiyu had never met such a thing as a girl getting angry. He can only watch. Thought about it, in that case. Just brush your teeth first. Lin Baiyu got up and left the hospital room. Looking at Lin Baiyu's back as she left, Zhang Xueyan was furious. This guy actually can't even coax a girl. Zhang Xueyan punched the bed heavily in anger. When Lin Baiyu walked away, she changed her position and laid down again. Cafeteria. Lin Bird did in his usual position. Zhang Xueyan was a seat away. Lin Baiyu looked up several times, then wanted to speak again. Lin Baiyu thought in her heart, there's something strange about Zhang Xueyan today. Then he went back to eating his breakfast with his head down. Under the table, Zhang Shuiyan's fists were clenched tightly, and her eating motions became louder and louder, already going beyond eating more like she was taking it out on the dinner plate. The playground of the mental hospital. Big Smart is learning the third gong. Zhang Shuiyan was fighting for credit in front of him, but she didn't say a word. Lindbergh is drinking water on foot. The laws of space still need to be practiced consistently. However, while walking, Lin Baiyu was also reciting Trap Dragon under his breath at the same time. The truth is that you are walking, but you are actually practicing both without delay. Lindbergh attended the afternoon seminar on a very rare occasion. In the lounge area on the second floor, the big guys gathered. Nurse Chang broadcasts the news of these days. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan sat together. The two men looked up and watched the newscast on the television together. On the TV, the female presenter, who had short hair and appeared very stable, was broadcasting the news. According to foreign networks, the latest research from Harvard's Office of Scientific and Technical Research indicates that there has been a massive expansion of a particular class of molecules in the Earth's air during the year. This particular molecule brings numerous benefits to the human body. One of the most notable features is the ability to extend human life. Placing an elderly person at the end of his or her life in a dense concentration of special molecules can prolong the time of death as far as the eye can see. Foreign experts named this particular molecule element 666, signifying the devil's reward from heaven. And our country announced the system of practitioners at 5 a.m. last night. It is also hoped that practitioners within China will take the initiative to contact the police in their neighborhoods. After these two messages were read, the nurses and doctors had cell phones, so they received the information a little faster, while the patients were feeling tremendously surprised. Is this going to change the sky? Special molecules sounds like auras to me. Oh ho, the world is coming to an end, the world is coming to an end. Cultivators do exist, I was right. Do even foreign countries know about the magical energy? Big Smart suddenly closed his mouth, feeling that he had lost his words. There are some things that it's better to know for yourself and never let anyone else hear about them, or else you'll make a big mess. The press release is over. The seminar has begun. I have one thing to say. One mentally ill man in a hospital gown raised his hand. Nurse Chang nodded, signaling for him to speak. The man spoke. There is no such thing as a free lunch. If the country didn't have a conspiracy, then it wouldn't have let the practitioners out in a big way. It must be a conspiracy, it must be a conspiracy. Nurse Chang smiled and nodded. Then pick up the little notebook beside you and start taking notes. Benjamin Chang, the paranoia of victimization remains severe. Lin Baiyu's pupils widened as soon as she heard this. So that's what it's like? Is it because you want to harm the practitioners so you have to organize them? If that was really the case, then Lin Baiyu felt that he was in some danger. But then why would the state want to harm the practitioners? When Zhang Benming heard Lin Baiyu's question, it was as if he had found an outlet and spoke at length. That's because it's going to be a human body research. Think about it, cultivators live for hundreds of years at every turn. How many people envy such a strong life force? In the past, practitioners may have been powerful, but nowadays who can't do it by moving mountains and reclaiming the sea, and really not dozens of artillery shells can shoot down practitioners. That's why you have to collect cultivators, just to do human research. After listening to Zhang Benming's words, a flash of light lit up in Lin Baiyu's eyes. As it is, Lin Baiyu came to a realization. Originally, I thought the country was in a difficult situation and needed the help of cultivators, but now it seems that this is definitely not the case. Definitely not. Zhang Benming said in a serious manner, how could the country be in a difficult situation? It's all a conspiracy of the higher-ups. Lin Baiyu didn't say anything, because he had originally thought about whether or not to go to the police station to walk around. Maybe he could help on the other side. After all, those three ninjas took it down themselves. Without themselves, these three ninjas would have already taken the white jade pure bottle out to sea. Nurse Chang continued to take notes in her little notebook. A victimized paranoia filled with his own arguments cannot be solved by relying on outsiders. He can only walk out on his own. Finish writing today's entry. Nurse Chang's mission is halfway accomplished. Inside the Zhanghai City Police Station, Officer Zhang Daoyun has been guarding the station for the past half day. His protege, Li, also came to visit several times. The same question is asked every time. Master, how's it going? No one. Officer Chang rolled his eyes. Officer Shaoli was puzzled. The netizens in Zhanghai City have posted a message for us to find that expert. Even the two surrounding municipalities have helped. Why hasn't this master come to us yet? Who knows? Officer Zhang was also helpless. This is the first time I've stumbled upon someone who doesn't want to cooperate with us. Could it be that people who cultivate don't want to care about mortal dust na? Whatever. Then why did 3 Easterlings kill 2? I don't know, Master. Master, going out to jerk off tonight? No, your master's wife won't let me eat it. Okay. At this very time when Lin Baiyu was in the mental hospital, Shanghai City had already been openly searching throughout the city for the expert who had stepped in to help the police last night. But when the news went out, it drew splashy traffic from major media outlets. But no one ever came to report to the police station in Shanghai City. This distressed Officer Zhang, who was in charge of the matter. Inside the Shanghai City Psychiatric Hospital, Lin Baiyu was in her room at the moment. Having just finished dinner, he picked up the mandatory ancient poems for junior high and high school and continued to recite them. The Year of Attainment. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes. He felt it again, that one sword. But this one felt different. Because the distance between him and this one sword had gotten quite a bit closer again. Lin Baiyu could feel this sword trembling after giving it a once-over like he had done in the past. It is? Lin Baiyu leaned her ear over. He heard a very faint sound. N. Lin Baiyu house body listened. I understand what you mean. Lin Baiyu understood the meaning of this sword now. It's hungry. Want to eat. And there's something special about what it wants to eat. Lin Baiyu waved his hand. From his space, he took out the crimson red demon sword. Chapter 37. Want to learn how to refine weapons? Have you heard of the 6-dimensional divine flame? The demon sword was held in Lin Baiyu's hand. The blade shone with a channeled brilliance. It took a long time for anything to show up. Lin Baiyu closed his eyes again as he moved closer to the invisible sword and asked, "Don't you want to eat it? Why don't you eat it after I brought it out for you?" "Ooh, so you have to cook it to eat it." Lin Baiyu bent over the edge of the bed, closing her eyes and listening with her side ears. Only in front of him it was empty. And no one else in the ward except Lin Baiyu could hear a sound. Lin Baiyu put back the demon sword in his hand. The next day. Director Chen's office. Knock knock. Come in. Director Chen didn't raise his head, but he had already guessed who the visitor was. Boo. The door was closed. Sure enough. Director Chen read in his heart. Looking up again, the person I saw couldn't have been more familiar. Baiyu Lin. There was no one else but Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu was a little nervous about coming today, because this time he asked some difficult questions. Lin Baiyu sat in the chair, and for the first time, she appeared restrained. Raising his head and realizing that Lin Baiyu wasn't speaking, Director Chen finally spoke. "What's the problem again? Just say it." "But?" "That's a bit of a difficult question." Hearing this from Lin Baiyu, Director Chen's heart went cold. It's over. Something must have gone terribly wrong again. Director Chen put down all the work at hand, his hand unconsciously began to touch his arms, but thought that he had been criticized just before this time to smoke again. Taking a sip of tea, Director Chen spoke, "Tell me first." Lin Baiyu hesitated. The more he hesitated, the more Director Chen's heart suffered. "Student Lin, don't you believe in my strength?" "Director Chen, I definitely trust you," Lin Baiyu assured on the spot. "But this problem is not quite the same as the previous ones. It is more specific and more difficult." "Go ahead." "Sure, I'm afraid to embarrass you." "What's so difficult about that? I'm a doctor." "How do you refine a magic weapon?" "Huh?" Director Chen was confused. Director Chen suddenly felt some pain in his temples and hurriedly rubbed them. He was the director of a mental institution, and in the case of the patient sitting in front of him, the question asked was actually not psychological, but in the area of refining. Isn't that a bit of a big span? Lin Baiyu's words caused Director Chen to lose track of his brain circuits for a moment. Seeing Director Chen froze behind his desk and did not move, Lin Baiyu knew that he should not have asked Director Chen this question. He is not an expert in this area, he is just a psychologist, and he is not omnipotent. I'm really still being abrupt. Lin Baiyu was chagrined in his heart. Director Chen, I have no more questions, I'll go back first. Lin Baiyu said that she was about to get up and take her leave. Wait. Director Chen stopped him. As a professional psychiatrist, it's not unusual to know a little detective psychology, is it? Director Chen's head recalled the Conan manga he read in high school. Behind the surface behavior of any suspect lies one truth after another. What is the identity of the person in front of you? Lindbergh is a patient. Sick patients. Would the words asked by a psychopath be empty words? Absolutely not. Director Chen supported his hands behind the table, his head lowered so that his face could not be seen. Lin Baiyu sat across the table. A laugh of unknown significance was heard coming from inside Director Chen's mouth. Ho, ho drink, ho ho. I didn't think even that was obvious to you. Lin Baiyu breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the chair, sitting across from Director Chen. The whole person tensed up. Director Chen looked so scary in front of him, especially with that laugh, it made Lin Baiyu clench her fists nervously. Gollum. Lin Baiyu gulped. The sound of Director Chen's laughter grew weirder and weirder. Eventually, phew. Director Chen exhaled and raised his head again, saying seriously to Lin Baiyu. In fact, I am the key person responsible for the contemporary Qitian program. I belong directly to the president of the country. And the Order Law Pavilion, which promulgated the cultivation levels on the internet yesterday, is nothing more than my subordinate department. Me. Far above them. Hiss. Lin Baiyu sucked in a cool breath. Director Chen. I can't believe you're hiding so deeply. How could I not think of that? I should have figured it out a long time ago. Is it hard for a common psychiatrist to really teach people the Rudraksh palm and the laws of space? Can't. That's a definite no. If that's true, then I'm not a goddamn psychopath. All mysteries are solved. Lin Baiyu, sitting in the face of Director Chen, was first shocked, and then sat there and smiled, with a I'm finally relieved smile on her face. How are you? Director Chen asked curiously, why aren't you surprised? I was surprised, but then I thought about it later. Oh, that's what Big Smart taught me, that everything should be thought of logically, and if the logic doesn't work, then it's wrong. So I thought for a moment about how a regular doctor could be so amazing. How can one teach such things as Rudraksh and the laws of space? The only person who can teach me this much is you, Director Chen, who is the head of the Qitian program. Originally, there had been a hint of confusion in the deepest part of my heart, thinking that Director Chen was also a bit too omnipotent, as if he knew everything, as if everything was uttered just to cajole me. Phew. Lin Baiyu's entire body was extremely relaxed. He leaned back in his chair as if he were lounging in a couch. Lin Baiyu's body and mind were relaxed to the extreme at the moment. But today, I have come to a complete understanding. Director Chen is the head of the Qitian program, not a mere psychiatrist at all. Right. Director Chen showed an expression of a teachable child out. Director Chen said, so, refining weapons, I know how to do that too. Lin Baiyu's eyes radiated trust. As always, Director Chen, I trust you. I trust you more and more. Good. Director Chen revealed an amiable smile. Then opened the window. From the drawer, he took out his own private stash of packs of cigarettes. I'll smoke one first, and then I'll teach you the art of smithing. Director Chen's expression was breezy. He took off his own white coat and filled his mouth with a cigarette. LOL. The lighter lit a flame. The cigarette's tobacco burned. Director Chen took a deep breath. Eyes slightly narrowed. The whole person's shoulders are unconsciously relaxed. Nicotine enters the lungs this instant. He wouldn't be a god even if he was given one. Director Chen leaned against the window and snickered at Lin Baiyu. At this time, even if the Jade Emperor were to grant me immortality, I wouldn't go. Ha ha. Then Director Chen once again eyed the outside of the window. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Director Chen's mood was heavy again. This child, the condition has become serious. It's my fault, I shouldn't have updated the version in the direction of mythology for Lin Baiyu before. What a straw dog. Hell, what's going on with the country that it would suddenly develop a cultivator class? This is also a major reason for the aggravation of Lin Baiyu's condition. But with this little updated version of me on his behalf, he should be able to fit in better. Kind lies. After smoking several mouthfuls of cigarettes, Director Chen did not extinguish the cigarette but actually threw it directly out of the window. Enjoy the feeling of nicotine still lingering in your body. Director Chen closed the window heavily. He's already got an eyebrow. Sit down again. Examining Lin Baiyu. The child, Lin Baiyu, is considered one of the more serious yet younger children in their institution. Cure him and he will get one merit. If he can't be cured, then he must be kept stable and conscious as he is today, and his condition must not be aggravated. Director Chen smiled and said to Lin Baiyu. Student Lin, I've thought of a very profound weapon refining technique. What is it? Have you heard of Teisho? No. Lin Baiyu shook her head awkwardly, then lowered her head in embarrassment. So, have you heard of the 6 Jins of Divine Fire? Also. No. Lin Baiyu suddenly raised her head, her gaze snowy and bright. But the name sounds especially awesome. Chapter 38, Classmate Lin, I'll tell you to practice the divine incantation now. Feeling awesome, that's right. Director Chen slapped his thigh straight. A hefty grin remained on his lips. Lin Baiyu, this child, really good at coaxing. Even if you say words that can't find any evidence at all, he can still believe you. If you follow the doctor's advice, then you will definitely recover. Director Chen was about to continue speaking. Suddenly, the angry voice of an old man was heard coming from under the building. Downstairs, Dean, a cigarette but cupped in his hand, yelled at the building above. Who the smokes? Don't even put out your cigarette, and come to me of your own accord to collect your punishment. The voice was shouted so that almost everyone in the office could hear it. Director Chen's old face reddened. Tucked his head under the table. It was as if the dean was cracking up in his ear. Finished? Director Chen's expression was aggrieved. Crouched under the table for a long time. Lin Baiyu finally said softly, Director Chen. Phew. It's okay, I'm okay. Man up, big deal. Director Chen said with bravado. Lin Baiyu was shocked and immediately advised, that can't be done. Director Chen, you are my most respected Director Chen, I will not let you die. Harm. Director Chen smiled sagely, how can anyone not die? People die, but fairies don't. Well. Director Chen didn't pick up on Lin Baiyu's words, but secretly opened a notebook on his desk. His eyes searched the book over and over. The book was purposely raised, with the book facing Lin Baiyu, who didn't know what was written in it. Found it. Director Chen's heart rejoiced. Patch, blessed edge. Director Chen saw the two words in the note behind them, and his dead memories became clear again. Himself at once gave Lindbergh this patch. In order to be able to make Lindbergh's worldview self-consistent and stable. Director Chen actually paid a lot of attention to logic every time he patched up Lin Baiyu. But because there were so many patches, Director Chen had to give all the previous patches at once in a small notebook. For future times. I sure was prescient. As a psychiatrist, it's not unusual for me to have too many patches for my patients to remember, I guess. Director Chen had an answer for what Lin Baiyu had just said. I can't become an immortal, my blessing is too low. Lin Baiyu nodded, it's okay Director Chen, I will keep doing good deeds so that your blessings will increase. That's great. Director Chen meant it with those words. Lin Baiyu has such a belief, then in the future he will be a good person, or rather, patients who have such a belief will have a great probability of reducing the risk of antisocial personality. Good thing, that's a good thing. Director Chen took a beautiful sip of tea. Back to the point. 6 Din Divine Flames, refining one of the topmost magic treasures. But the 6-dimensional divine flame was like a cloud. By the way, is there a continuation of the recitation of the mandatory ancient poems for middle and high school? Yes. Can you memorize it? Lin Baiyu recited 1 or 2 on the spot. Director Chen nodded with satisfaction. The task of walking 10,000 steps and drinking 8 glasses of water a day should also continue. I have continued. Good. If we continue, we might be able to practice the sleeve. At that time the mountains, rivers, sun and moon can all be contained in one palm of your hand. Sleeve? Lin Baiyu's eyes sparkled brightly. That sounds so awesome. Director Chen said that was particularly impressive. The 6 Din Divine Flame is too advanced. If you want to learn it, you'll have to start with a relatively low level of samsara fire. And the way of cultivating the Samadhi True Flame is extraordinarily grueling. Can you persevere? Director Chen looked at Lin Baiyu with a very grave expression, as if he was entrusting a huge task. Of course. This one actually involves something else besides persistence. What is it? Powerful enlightenment. You will only be able to finally master the 6-dimensional divine flame if you thoroughly enjoy setting fire. Who? Lin Baiyu exhaled and was silent for 2 or 3 seconds before finally speaking as if he had made a decision. I can't do anything in a mental hospital, I'll definitely try my best to cultivate my interest in enjoying setting fires. That's good. It's a relief to hear you say it like that. Director Chen pulled the curtains up, and the room was suddenly a little dark. Director Chen said with a serious expression and a lowered tone. Do you remember what I once said? The more ordinary it is, the more likely it is to be passed down, and if you tell others that this matter is very uncommon, then this dharma is not going to be passed down at all. I remember. Director Chen. I will now tell you this way to cultivate the samsara fire. That's. Hoo. Lin Baiyu's breathing was getting louder and louder. And Director Chen's expression turned more and more serious in the gloom as he was recounting a shocking big secret. That's chanting the divine mantra. Lin Baiyu suddenly shouted, Director Chen. Please teach me the divine spell. Good. Director Chen nodded, then pulled out his cell phone from his own white coat. Opened up Netflix. Click on the search bar and type a few words. This is a set of processes that run smoothly and should be a regular user. Director Chen tore a page out of his notebook, then handed the ballpoint pen to Lin Baiyu. You write, I read. Oh. Lin Baiyu picked up the pen and it felt so strange. The pen felt like a piece of wood when it was squeezed in her hand. It didn't have the same feel that she used to have when she was in school. So strange. Suddenly picking up the pen again, Lin Baiyu remembered that she was once a student. It's starting. Oh. Okay, Director Chen, read it. Ahem cleared his throat. Director Chen opened his mouth to read aloud. Iwaki store smells like smoke, and next door is Kokosaikan. Lin Baiyu took a ballpoint pen, and a rustling sound came from writing on the paper. After writing this one divine incantation, Lin Baiyu hummed. Director Chen sat behind his desk, holding up his cell phone in a serious manner as he continued to read. The mama-san inside the store, the tea ceremony, has 3 stages. Director Chen. Lin Baiyu suddenly asked, then when I'm reciting, the tea ceremony has 3 segments in the middle, shouldn't it also be spaced out a bit, or longer? Director Chen gave a thumbs up in admiration. Classmate Lin, you really are very talented, I really didn't misjudge anyone. He. Lin Baiyu smiled with some pride. Then looked down and continued writing while making a mark. The boss who teaches boxing and martial arts. Practicing iron sand palm and playing Yang family gun. Hardcore kung fu is the best. Iron cloth shirt and golden hood. Aha! Quickly use the nunchucks. Humph. Use your nunchucks. Martial arts practitioners must remember that benevolence is invincible. Who's practicing Tai Chi? Wind and water. Use your nunchucks. Use your nunchucks. Ha. When Director Chen read this paragraph, his entire body involuntarily shook, his head nodded rhythmically, and his shoulders shook. It couldn't be helped that Director Chen's mind had already brainstormed music with a beat. Lin Baiyu, who had her head lowered, realized that the rhythm of Director Chen's reading was so great. Listening to it on its own is inexplicably so charged. Lin Baiyu lowered her head to write the divine incantation, and her entire body unconsciously shook to the rhythm of Director Chen. Such a picture emerged in the office of the head of the psychiatric department, Mr. Chen. Doctors in white coats, holding up their cell phones as they read, shaking their bodies to recite the lyrics. The patient in the striped suit, on the other hand, was swaying along and taking notes. Director Chen shook it while waiting for Lin Baiyu to finish writing. But Lin Baiyu wrote as fast as he read, not to mention the need to write down some parts fast and some parts slow. Director Chen suddenly spoke out of turn. Lin student do you listen to music? Lin Baiyu, who was writing, suddenly stopped. He lowered his head, his face a little red, not daring to look at Director Chen. My grandfather doesn't have a cell phone. So how did he contact the hospital in the first place? It's all about begging the owner of the kiosk next door if you need it. Oh. Director Chen suddenly blamed himself a little. Mentally, I faced myself and said, you're so curious. After reciting the entire divine mantra, the paper in front of Lin Baiyu took a large note. It was filled with crooked writing, and he was a little ashamed. All that I had learned in the first place went back to the teacher. Can't even write. Director Chen said very gently, it's written in great detail, and the divine incantation hasn't lost a single word. Lin Baiyu breathed a huge sigh of relief as Director Chen didn't mention anything about the word. After leaving Director Chen's office, Lin Baiyu immediately recited under his breath. Iwaki store smells like smoke, and next door is Kokosaikan. After reciting the first divine mantra, Lin Baiyu then stood in place with a violent lurch, her pupils dilated. A wisp of black smoke came out of Lin Baiyu's mouth and nose. Inside Lin Baiyu's chest, fire started from the dantian, rushed up to the chest, and was conceived in the lungs. A clearly visible fire burned at the lungs. The fire was weak, but it was incredibly powerful. Lin Baiyu held her own breath. He had a feeling. Himself, if he exhales now, this one samadhi fire will surely burn the whole corridor, then all the doctors will die under the mouth of their own fire. It will also include Director Chen. Chapter 39, Director Chen's words, you must believe them. No, Director Chen absolutely cannot die. I mustn't hurt Director Chen either. Lin Baiyu held a light piece of paper in her hand. Standing in the hallway of the doctor's office, a layer of sweat broke out on Lin Baiyu's anxious body. Just at this time of crisis, the 3 flowers inside him suddenly turned. The fire was quieting down, as if a seal had been put on it. Lin Baiyu finally let out a long breath. The little fire went quiet. Fortunately, Lin Baiyu returned to the ward with this piece of paper of hers. In the house, Zhang Shuiyan was looking through the ancient poems that Lin Baiyu had thrown on the bed. After being away from school for too long, Zhang Shuiyan realized that she suddenly liked these things a bit. The old poems that were once so hard to memorize and so hated now seem like real treasures, written in such a way that they resonate with people who find them really straight soothing. Zhang Xueyan looked up and saw Lin Baiyu who had returned. He also saw the piece of paper in Lin Baiyu's hand. And words written like a dog crawling. "What are you holding in your hand?" Zhang Xueyan asked. Lin Baiyu tapped her head and thought, "Zhang Xueyan, you should write beautifully." Poof. Zhang Xueyan was suddenly a bit smug. "At the very least, it's better than you. Then you can help me make a new transcription of this divine incantation. It's too hard to read what I've written." "A divine spell?" Zhang Xueyan dropped the book and said to Lin Baiyu, "Bring it to me." Lin Baiyu was precious of handing the paper over. "You take it carefully." "I took it all the way back without daring to fold it." "Got it." Zhang Xueyan rolled her eyes at Lin Baiyu's baby-like behavior and muttered in a small voice, "I haven't seen you being so precious to me." "What?" "Says you're so nosy." "Oh." Zhang Xueyan took the paper over and first looked at it very carefully. She had expected some difficult, obscure literary text. But at first glance after reading it, she was not convinced. As a result, after finishing the entire page, Zhang Xueyan's teeth itched with anger. Zhang Xueyan threw the paper on the table with a heavy hand. Breathing a little roughly, her tone was angry as she asked Lin Baiyu, "Who told you to write this? Why?" "Phew." Adjusting her emotions, Zhang Xueyan asked again, "Tell me, was it that one person in the courtyard who told you that this thing is a divine spell?" "What's wrong with you? The divine spell is fine." Lin Baiyu noticed that Zhang Xueyan was a bit agitated. But when Zhang Xueyan looked at Lin Baiyu with such a look of certainty, a fire rubbed up in her heart. Zhang Xueyan kicked the door open. Then standing at the door of the ward, his face furious with anger, roared loudly, "Really think mental illness is a little cutie? Ah, teasing little cutie. Playing with it, is it? This thing, which let Lin Baiyu write." "Whoa whoa." A large hand covered Zhang Xueyan's mouth from behind. Pulled her back from behind. Lin Baiyu didn't understand what was wrong with her, suddenly getting so angry for a good reason. "Take it easy, this thing is real, it's really a divine spell." Zhang Xueyan was infuriated, plus Lin Baiyu was actually tricked into this. She was even more enraged, saying that she would do anything to find the other party and make them apologize to her. Lin Baiyu finally confessed, "This was taught by Director Chen." "Director Chen?" Zhang Xueyan's fire subsided by a large margin, then finally calmly asked again with certainty, "It was really Director Chen who taught you? How could it be fake?" Lin Baiyu patted his chest and said, "Who in this hospital, or even in the entire world, is so capable of teaching samsara fire? Who else but Director Chen?" "But..." "Don't you but, luckily what I just said Director Chen couldn't hear me, otherwise I really wouldn't have the face to see him. He's been so good to me and taught me so many things, how can you still scold him? But it's really not a divine spell, it's lyrics, it's J Theory's lyrics." "Is this in conflict?" Lin Baiyu asked rhetorically. "Doesn't this conflict?" Zhang Xueyan was confused. "If it's not lyrics, can the divine spells be preserved till today? You see, even you know these divine spells. Then it shows that saving it in the form of lyrics is a great way to do it, yeah. If they were written on bamboo slips and thrown into a tomb, the wind would have dried them out by now, and who would have had the chance to see these divine incantations?" Zhang Xueyan was defeated. More importantly, Zhang Xueyan was also very much a believer in Director Chen. Lin Baiyu would never lie to Zhang Xueyan. And Zhang Xueyan even respected Director Chen in particular. "Have you had any success after practicing?" "Of course." Lin Baiyu led Zhang Xueyan to the window. "Pick up that piece of paper. Open your mouth and read. Iwaki's store smells of smoke, next door to the Kokujikan. He's a man of integrity and honesty, huh? Use the nunchucks, huh? I'll use the knife defense, huh? Nice roundhouse kick." After reading, Lin Baiyu felt a fire as big as 2 thumbtacks stored in her lungs. Lin Baiyu's face rose red. The mouth and nose were pouring out black smoke. Zhang Xueyan, who was leaning close, took a step back as she couldn't open her eyes from the smoke. Lin Baiyu approached the window. Arms pushed through the barbed wire to open the window. Finally the mouth opens. In Zhang Xueyan's perspective, Lin Baiyu's mouth spat out a mouthful of round, bead-like balls of inflammation that emitted an orange-red glow in the daylight. The samadhi flame at first spat out from Lin Baiyu's mouth only the size of a thumb. But to mid-air. In the air 5 meters away, it was rapidly expanding, swelling into a large fireball with a diameter of 5 meters. The scorching heat made Zhang Xueyan mistakenly think that she was soaking in a volcano, facing the lava inside directly. You can also smell the heat making the air bake. Sweltering, suffocating. Samadhi fire word. It crashed into the 2 rotten buildings across the street. The rotten building burns from the 17th floor. The two rotten buildings in front of them then touched fire like two huge donuts, enlarged thousands of times, pressed and inserted into the earth, with a layer of oil poured over the surface. The flames burst into flames and burned the entire building. Two side-by-side rotting buildings that spontaneously combusted in the middle of the day. The trailing flame at the top shot up 8 meters into the sky. People in the center of downtown Shanghai could see a bright yellow fire light up in this area. And the ones who live in the neighborhood say they can't stand it. The flame was far enough away that it couldn't burn them, but for some reason, the temperature of the flame wasn't like a normal open flame. Distance of 2 or 3 miles away once directly in front of the flames, but feel the heart, from the inside out hot 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 hot. There were even old people who looked straight in the face and fainted. The nearest mental hospital is the worst. Woo-hoo! The air raid sirens went off. And accompanied by the announcement, please bend over and leave the sick room. All safe passageways are fully open. All the patients, doctors, and nurses escaped. Underneath the mental hospital building. Director Chen's hair was drenched in sweat and his face was all sweaty. All the other doctors are pretty much in the same mold. It all looks like it was just fished out of the lake. Downstairs, everyone saw the fire blazing across the street. A block away, yet they felt like they were on fire in front of them. To hell, why is it so hot? Director Chen wiped his forehead and frowned. The security guard, Mr. Zhang, threw away his security hat. Not right, I have been involved in fire rescue, it should not be so hot. Only the air was roasted and twisted. Everyone's eyes, looking at the ground, felt like the ground had turned into milk candy, melting and shaking in the twisted air. Director Chen suddenly said, "There. Let's go to the underground garage." The fire was across the street, it couldn't burn them from across the street. But the point is that the temperature is too damn horrible. If we continue to stay, people will be roasted to death. It's such a good idea to hear. All agreed. A nurse with 10 patients and a doctor looking after 2 nurses. In an orderly fashion, everyone all rushed into the silent underground garage. I had only just made it to the garage entrance when a cool breeze hit my face. Ah! The man who had walked in front of them was instantly liberated, tilting his head back and sucking in a big breath of cool air. The same was true for the people in the back as they walked into the underground garage. From front to back, it was rather like everyone had degenerated into savages. Once everyone was in the underground garage, the caretaker started to get busy. Some patients can't leave their familiar surroundings or else they start to develop illnesses, and there are other patients who should never be let go, or else the hospital takes a big responsibility. Everything's a mess. Director Chen also forgot to call names to see who else hadn't come down. Ward 666. Zhang Shuiyan, head of 3 flowers, from the body within half a meter, there is a layer of transparent film, looks weak with a finger can pierce the kind. But it was separated from the terrifying heat. The aura in Zhang Shuiyan's body was rapidly depleting. While Lin Baiyu, who was standing beside her, was looking at the burning building across the street with an excited expression. Gee, that's awesome. Lin Baiyu jumped excitedly. Like a child. He was completely unaffected by the heat. After Lin Baiyu finished being excited, she looked at Zhang Shuiyan with a solemn face. You must believe Director Chen's words. Because Director Chen would never lie to me. Chapter 40, Music in the Ear, Cultivation continues to rise. Zhang Shuiyan looked at the fire in the rotten building across the street. And this weird, uncharacteristic temperature of a normal flame. A burning sensation remains on the skin. Zhang Shuiyan had to take a fresh look at the divine spell. After a long time. Zhang Shuiyan spoke, Director Chen, truly a man of God. Lin Baiyu smiled. You finally believe. With the facts in front of her, how could Zhang Shuiyan not believe them? Lin Baiyu added, don't worry, when I've practiced the 6th in divine flame, I'll definitely teach it to you as well. You can learn it too. Looking at this piece of paper in Lin Baiyu's hand, Zhang Shuiyan raised a question. The cultivation of the divine mantra requires chanting, and so does the cultivation of your tendrils. How can one person split 2 corners? This. Lin Baiyu was also naive for a moment. Seems so. How can you practice at the same time when you only have one mouth? Why don't you refine it for me? Lin Baiyu heard a sword roar after he finished speaking. Lin Baiyu immediately changed her words, it's better to do your own thing, I'll refine it myself. The sound of the sword chirping was not heard by Zhang Shuiyan. Then can you refine 2 kinds at the same time? Can you handle it? Zhang Shuiyan asked again. This question stumped Lindbergh. It seems really Lin Baiyu thought he was very diligent, but he couldn't recite 2 different texts at the same time. Seeing him so distressed, Zhang Shuiyan suddenly said, "Have you ever heard this song?" "What? It's this thing you read, it's got a tune, want to hear it?" "Think. Get the cell phone out." "Oh." With a wave of Lin Baiyu's hand, a smartphone fell into his hands. "This is from Zhang Shuiyan. There's another one by Lindbergh himself." Zhang Shuiyan took the phone in her hands, and then rummaged under her own pillow to find a headset. "Hey, I thought it was a liability when I brought it in, but now it's just in time to use it." Zhang Shuiyan plugged the headphones in and then Baidu nunchucks. "You put it on." Lin Baiyu put the white headphones on her ears. Zhang Shuiyan turned the sound down to half the size and then said, "Get ready." Lin Baiyu nodded. Zhang Shuiyan then tapped the play button on the triangle symbol. A strong electric guitar sound came through the headphones. Lin Baiyu's face was expressionless. Music. It seems he has some appreciation for it. Zhang Shuiyan felt a bit sorry, because such sensual music couldn't even evoke a reaction from Lin Baiyu, so there should very much have to be music that could evoke it. Lin Baiyu calmly listened. Then the lyrics he knew so well came out of his headphones. "Iwaki store smells like smoke, and next door is Kokosaikan. The mama-san inside the store, the tea ceremony has 3 stages." Lin Baiyu's eyes widened, feeling incredulous. Zhang Shuiyan had been paying attention to Lin Baiyu's feelings, and when she saw Lin Baiyu's expression, Zhang Shuiyan happily asked, "How is it? Isn't this song particularly catchy?" "No." Lin Baiyu's eyes widened as she shook her head. But that look on his face was clearly one of surprise. Zhang Shuiyan was a bit upset. "You're lying, you're obviously very surprised." "I was very surprised indeed." Lin Baiyu was surprised, but not because she heard the song and thought it was good. Instead, it's because a horse stands forward, a left hook, a right hook. In the headphones, the song continued. And Lin Baiyu's body. One more flame. And as the music in the headphones became faster and faster, it became more and more orgasmic. The samadhi flame within Lin Baiyu's lungs was growing with it. After the song was played, the samadhi flame that Lin Baiyu had just cultivated on his own came back inside his body. In order to prove to Zhang Shuiyan that this was really a divine spell, Lin Baiyu used up the samsara fire that he had cultivated. And now a song to listen to. The samadhi fire in the lungs has been repaired back. After the song was played, Lin Baiyu froze on the spot for a long time without speaking. Zhang Shuiyan removed his earphones. "What's wrong? Is it uncomfortable to wear the ears?" "No." "Then why are you stupid?" "Because Director Chen didn't tell me that I can cultivate samsara fire by listening to songs. Can it be fixed?" Zhang Shuiyan put the headphones on her own ears. Then clicked on the song. One song to listen to. Nothing. Zhang Shuiyan didn't feel any power. Nor did he experience what Lin Baiyu said, that a fire would rise out at his dantian. "There's nothing. I don't feel anything." Zhang Shuiyan didn't believe in evil and listened to it again, but she still didn't experience the feeling described by Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu clapped her hands together and came to a realization. "I understand. It must be because your talent isn't as high as mine, that's why you can't cultivate it." "Ugh." Zhang Shuiyan sighed, then tossed the headphones to Lin Baiyu. Lindbergh's headphones were shoved into his ears. Click to play. After the electric guitar and the intro is played, it's officially time for the lyrics. LOL. From Lin Baiyu's dantian, a ball of fire rose miserably. It then stayed in his lungs and turned into a small orange fire. The 2 fires merged and grew with each other. It's a third the size of a ping-pong ball today. Now that he was cultivating the samsara fire in this manner, then it wouldn't take long before he was able to cultivate it to its fullest. And what's more, listening to songs doesn't prevent Lin Baiyu from reciting the mandatory ancient poems for junior and senior high school students. Lin Baiyu gave the book in his hands. Great, now I can continue practicing prancing. At this point, there was a sudden cacophony outside the house. There are a lot of people coming up the stairs. There were quite a few of them by the sound of the footsteps. And the blaze in the rotten building across the street was extinguished by 5 fire trucks. He had just been talking to Lin Baiyu about the samsara fire and hadn't noticed the situation in the outside world. After the fire was out, all the patients came back in an orderly fashion. Zhang Shuiyan reminded, "Put the phone away." "Oh." Lin Baiyu dryly and tightly put the cell phone away into his space. Only the headphones were still hanging out of his ears. A nurse came out of the next ward, and with a chance glance at the door, she noticed that Lin Baiyu had an earphone with a white cord hanging from her ear. The nurse's entire body instantly exploded. With a terrified look on his face, he pushed his way in and asked in a very nonchalant tone, "Whose cell phone is it?" and handed over. Lin Baiyu could hear that this nurse's voice carried a tremor. Hiding a cell phone in a mental institution is a big deal. Lin Baiyu said frankly, we don't have cell phones in the ward. Lin Baiyu, you are a good boy, sister knows that you would never lie. Our ward really doesn't. Lin Baiyu said without blushing or jumping. Because he really didn't have a cell phone in his hospital room. The cell phone was hidden in his space. Zhang Shuiyan explained, that's my headphone cable when I was first admitted to the hospital phase brought in to listen to songs, but it turned out that my cell phone wasn't allowed. Phew. The little nurse finally let out a long breath. Scared me to death, you know. Lin Baiyu, next time don't mess with me like this, I can't help you guys from scaring me. Ha ha. Zhang Shuiyan couldn't stop laughing. Sister nurse, I can't bring my cell phone, so is an MP3 okay? Okay is okay, but the memory card holds information that we need to check. No problem at all, so can I request an MP3? Trying to download a J-Theory nunchuck. Well, that's too easy, I can bring you over a downloaded MP3 this afternoon. Zhang Shuiyan gave Lin Baiyu a look. Lin Baiyu was grateful. He would never have thought of that. The nurse left. After the nurse left, a ghostly cry came from outside the asylum. Aha! Ooh-hoo! Ow ow ow! This voice was familiar to Lin Baiyu. That voice is Director Chen. Lin Baiyu's heart tightened. Something happened to Director Chen. Chapter 41, Where is Samadhi? True fire better than thunderbolt? Director Chen's voice came up from outside the gate of the mental hospital. Lin Baiyu stood at the window and looked out hard, but she couldn't hear anything. All that could be heard was the sound of Director Chen crying. The voice was tearful and sad to hear. Lin Baiyu's heart was instantly tense. Director Chen was his benefactor and had been heavenly kind to him. Lin Baiyu did not want to see Director Chen get hurt. Could it be? It was the Samadhi flame just now. It hurt Director Chen. Lin Baiyu's face instantly turned pale. His hands clutched at his hospital gown and his breathing went haywire for a moment. If it was really his own mistake that injured Director Chen, then Lin Baiyu felt that he didn't need to live anymore. Zhang Shuiyan hurriedly helped Lin Baiyu sit down. Then added, don't be anxious, Director Chen is in the office, didn't you just meet him today? How could your Samadhi flame possibly injure him? Also, Lin Baiyu responded mechanically. But the brain is still all but irrational. The whole thing is still hanging on by its last breath. Zhang Shuiyan told Lin Baiyu to be quiet and listen carefully to what Director Chen was shouting. Only a few miserable cries of Director Chen could be heard coming from outside the window. Aha! I just bought a car. I just bought a electric car. It hasn't been 2 weeks since I bought it. Grip the grass. Grip the grass. In front of the building of the psychiatric hospital. Not far from the gate, on the edge of the greenbelt, parked a battery-operated car that had become ashes and only a skeleton remained. The skeleton was burned to a charred black color, and there was black smoke constantly rising out of it. Director Chen cried old tears. I just bought a car. A block away, the car ended up spontaneously combusting from the heat. Now the man has burned down to this skeleton by the time he gets here. Director Chen cried a lot. Hearing that it turned out to be Director Chen's battery car that burned, Lin Baiyu was now completely relieved. As long as it doesn't put Director Chen in harm's way. Director Chen was downstairs in the psychiatric hospital, gradually calming his cries under the comfort of many of his colleagues. A male co-worker was comforting, and 2 young nurses were talking nicely. I just don't see Nurse Chang. Until Director Chen was crying a lot. The mood slowly quieted. With red eyes, Director Chen turned to the left side and stared at the camera and asked, did the shot come in yet? Nurse Chang was 5 meters away, after 3 other nurses held up their cell phones. The phone cases are still from the SpongeBob SquarePants and Patrick Star Cuteness department. Nurse Chang gave her boyfriend a thumbs up, got it on camera. What about you guys? Nurse Chang asked, rushing to her sisters. Done. Send it all to me for editing. Okay. Sent. Hey, thanks guys, I'll get you some bread after work. Director Chen spat. Then climbed up from the ground trembling. The male colleague came over to help Director Chen. Director Chen said thank you. Just cried my eyes out, ahem. My mouth is so dry, I'm a little dehydrated. Director Chen turned to the few people around him and asked, what do you guys want to drink? I'll order now. He. A few people were nonchalant and asked for some fruit tea. Director Chen immediately placed an order on his cell phone, as well as a few of Zhang's good sisters who also had a share for everyone. Director Chen is very atmospheric. Boss atmosphere. Nurse Xiao Zhang squatted on the side of the road, her eyes staring at her cell phone, her fingertips flying to operate. After editing each and every one of the videos sent by her best sister. Remove the 3 videos differently by virtue. And then a perfect, no less than some little upstart cutout piece took shape. Okay. Ha ha ha, it worked. Hearing Xiao Zhang's voice, Director Chen happily rushed over and squatted on the edge of the road with Nurse Xiao Zhang. Director Chen came up and asked with an excited face, "Did it work? Did it work? Quickly show me." "Here." Nurse Xiao Zhang handed her cell phone to Director Chen. Director Chen saw it from the beginning to the end, and he admired the look of his woo 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 several times. Then again, "Send this video law to my mom." Nurse Xiao Zhang nodded, and then tapped her WeChat, and then sent the video to a friend with the nickname Flowery Moon. Little Nurse Zhang thumb rested on her voice, her tone suddenly turned extremely distressed and said, "Auntie, Jiafeng cried so much, I am heartbroken to death, can you persuade him?" "Oh, Auntie, I've been trying to persuade him for half an hour. Chen Jiafeng just won't listen to me, and said that without the battery car to and from work will have to let me squeeze the bus. In fact, I don't care at all, it's nothing at all for a young man to suffer this much, all I care about is that the family is unhappy. Auntie, please persuade him." After Nurse Chang clenched her throat, she coughed twice and took 2 breaths. It's exhausting to talk like this. Director Chen watched from the sidelines as his girlfriend sent over this voice, nearly jumping up and down with joy in his place. Well. That's a surefire way to buy a car, huh? We won't have to ride electric bottles anymore. Director Chen received a text message after a while. The text message was crude and direct. Is $600,000 enough to buy a car? Mom doesn't know anything about cars. Director Chen said hello to the dean and left the afternoon shift. Sick bay 666 was pushed open. There's no one in there. The nurse placed an old MP3 in the most conspicuous place on Lin Baiyu's bed. Lin Baiyu is walking 20,000 steps a day at the moment. While walking, you don't forget to memorize the required ancient poems for middle and high school. Lin Baiyu practiced the laws of space very seriously. Couldn't hear the outside myself. Lin Baiyu. A voice suddenly rang in his ears, which caused Lin Baiyu to stop. "Ah, it's you, sis. I got the MP3 you requested, just missed you and put it on the bed for you." "Great, thanks." "You're welcome." Lin Baiyu continued her walk downstairs. Because it takes 7 laps of the 1st through 5th floors to count for 20,000 steps. Lin Baiyu didn't want to return to his room and let his count get wrong. Lin Baiyu returned to the 5th floor from the 1st floor again, and then picked up the MP3 on the bed when he passed by his ward 666. There's only one song in there. There are 3 buttons and the body is black. Lindbergh nodded. The familiar sound of an electric guitar rang out. That's right. Lin Baiyu found a headphone cable from Zhang Shuiyan's bed. Plugged into his ears, familiar music played. And when the lyrics partially entered, Lin Baiyu felt that from his dantian, a majestic fire chi was born. The fire rushes straight upwards. It ends up gathering in your own lungs. The fire in his lungs grew again. Lin Baiyu walked out contentedly. Standing in front of her ward, Lin Baiyu lowered her head and recited in a low voice, "My talent is high and my blessings are thick. It's definitely possible to practice spatial laws, cloud writing, and samadhi true flame together." Lin Baiyu believed Director Chen's words. Director Chen would never lie to himself. His own talent was so high that he wanted to be able to do everything at once and do it all. "Try it, it shouldn't be too hard for me," Lin Baiyu said, and began to take a step forward. Then the mouth continues to recite ancient poems from middle and high school. And at the dantian, a steady stream of fire is born toward the lungs. Lin Baiyu would still be distracted by the song at first, but gradually, he found that he was able to take control and became more and more spontaneous. Lin Baiyu's 3 feats were practiced at the same time. Evening. The cafeteria of the mental hospital. Zhang Shuiyan slumped down across from Lin Baiyu, unable to raise any energy at all. Lin Baiyu. You eat so well. Yeah. Lin Baiyu replied in a serious manner. He didn't feel like eating because everyone's meals came out of the same pot. You don't understand the troubles of the mediocre. What is that kung fu? I'm just short of the Thunder Law chapter nowadays, and I'm dead set on practicing it. It's hard as hell to hit all 3 flowers and come up with this. Is it hard? So that means you don't understand. Zhang Shuiyan's head once again knocked on the table, a serving look of desperation. She really did her best. Previously in her studies, Zhang Shuiyan had accumulated some experience, she knew her talent in certain areas, and she also knew that she could only reach the point of barely being able to make it even if she tried hard in certain places. And cultivation is one of those weaknesses. How's the big smart? He's really hard-working, but while Sankoana is out of reach. Lin Baiyu finished all the dishes in front of her. Turning to Zhang Xueyan, she said, let's go out at night. Okay. Zhang Xueyan swept away all the funk, as if she had been pumped with chicken blood. Evening. In Ward 666. Everyone's here. Lin Baiyu removed the window along with the barbed wire. Big Smart is upset but decides to stay and guard the house. Lin Baiyu jumped on Zhang Xueyan's back. But not before landing on the 4th floor. Where Lin Baiyu's feet landed, there was an additional small cloud in the air. It looks like liquid nitrogen emanating from it. Lin Baiyu's feet powered up and he flew straight out in a very pleasing manner. He was in the middle of the 5th and 4th floors, hiding from the other patients. Lin Baiyu carried Zhang Xueyan on his back and left the mental hospital. Going for skewers? Go go go. I didn't have a good night. Lin Baiyu carried Zhang Xueyan on his back and rushed to the steel metropolis of Jianhai City. People come and go on the road. It was past rush hour by this time, but there were still a lot of cars on the road. Lin Bird landed in Red Leaf Park. This place is darker and there's not a lot of people. Last time, Lin Baiyu was here, solving 3 Eastern ninjas. Further ahead is Jianhai First Middle School. There would be more people there, so Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan walked to the curb. Zhang Xueyan finds her favorite skewer. Boss, here I go again. Zhang Xueyan said and started fetching the dishes. Lin Baiyu was not a fan of these things. After ordering a large portion, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan sat down. Zhang Xueyan took a big bite while Lin Baiyu mostly watched. Until 12 o'clock at night. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan walked on the road. The direction they went forward was the Cultural Relics Museum in Jianhai City. Inside Lin Baiyu's body, the 3 flowers hadn't completely solidified yet. Tonight, the 3 flowers will be completely repaired. However, it's not just me who has to practice, you have to come along as well. Lin Baiyu said. What's the point of me having practiced? I can't even practice the Thunder Law chapter. Maybe if Manhwa builds a good foundation, he'll be able to practice. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan knew their way around and slipped inside the Heritage Museum. Inside the surveillance room, Constable Lee Jr. is slumped over the table sucking on bubblegum. After the last theft of artifacts, the management of the Heritage Museum has now been upgraded by 5 levels. But this one is different. Constable Lee Jr. was just about to press the alarm button, but his hand stopped in mid-air. It's 2 o'clock late at night now. Constable Lee Jr. pulled out his own cell phone and dialed the master's number. Master. The person on the other end of the line was obviously still a little disoriented, but still braced herself. Go ahead. Remember the information that old Chun from the Supervisory Law Division mentioned? Call Leader Chan. Harm, old Chan is simple and clear. You brat, tell me it's okay, tell someone else you'll get in trouble. On the other side of the phone, Officer Shaoli didn't listen to his master's words, his eyes staring at the images coming from the camera, holding his cell phone and saying, it's about 6'5" to 6'8". The weight is 130 pounds or less, and the walk is characterized by being very flat, so there is almost no sound. On top of that is that old Chen is certain that the person who solved the 3 Eastern ninjas was one of our Chinese, with the Jianhai natives being the most suspected. What are you trying to say? Did you find something? On the other end of the phone, Officer Zhan was refreshed for a moment. He got up from the bed immediately and began to dress. Cop Lee Jr. continued. I saw a man whose appearance and features are still exactly as described by old Chen. Are you on duty at the Jianhai Cultural Relics Museum today? Don't want to alarm people, they are our honored guests. Master. Constable Lee Jr. gulped. Breathing became ragged. Then a long exhale. He stared at the surveillance screen in a daze, as if he had been held in place by a fixation spell. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan walked to the area where the bronzes were displayed. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes. The aura in the surrounding heaven and earth madly surged in towards him. The 3 flowers within Lin Baiyu's body could no longer be hidden, converged at the top of his head. In the dark bronze exhibition area, Lin Baiyu's head, 3 flowers gathered. The 3 flowers radiated a blue light in the darkness, illuminating the bronzes within the glass with reflections of bronze blue light. All the bronzes, their bodies were radiating energy as if they were breathing. At this time, even if an ordinary person was on the sidelines, they could still see the aura in heaven and earth. With the help of the camera, Constable Lee Jr. received the scene in full view. Lin Baiyu's 3 flowers had finally all solidified to perfection. Phew, it's done. Lin Baiyu's realm went to the next level. It was just that I didn't know whether or not this portion of my own strength nowadays would be able to reach the dust-treading requirements announced by the Order Law Division. Lin Baiyu thought about it for a moment. He was just a psychopath. What was going on outside was no concern of his own, and he didn't want to be captured for human research. There's another floor upstairs. Lin Baiyu had finished, then it was Zhang Shuiyan's turn. The ones above are all porcelain. Dates are available for all dynasties. Zhang Shuiyan gathered 3 flowers above her head, and just like the scene just now, it was as if the surrounding aura had found a vent, madly gathering towards Zhang Shuiyan's body. After Lin Baiyu's 3 flowers were elevated, his own perception became much stronger. Lin Baiyu pinched out a lotus seal on his hand, then his 2 fingers were like swords, and he made a stroke in front of his eyes. Golden eye open. The world in Lin Baiyu's eyes changed differently. The auras in the world were seen more clearly in his eyes, and other than that, Lin Baiyu's visual gaze could no longer be blocked by objects. Lin Bird looked up and looked at a camera that was facing her. Constable Li Jr. in the surveillance room was shocked. He locked eyes with Lin Baiyu in the surveillance screen. The surveillance screen is a night vision state, everything is blue subject, Lin Baiyu's appearance is like a layer of water mist, see some unclear. Lin Baiyu looked at the camera, her heart in turmoil. It's over, I've been discovered. I'll be dragged off to human research. One more turn of the head. Zhang Shuiyan had now reached a kind of more critical time. The incomparably simple meditation for Lin Baiyu was extremely difficult for Zhang Shuiyan. If Zhang Shuiyan's cultivation was interrupted at this time, then it would be impossible for all 3 flowers to condense in the future. What to do? Lin Baiyu's heart pounded. In this artifact exhibition hall, Lin Baiyu was scared to death. With Samadhi fire? As long as the Samadhi flame is used, everything here will be burned to the ground, and none of the evidence will remain. A wisp of black smoke came out of Lin Baiyu's mouth and nose. But just then, Lin Baiyu's mind, however, recalled an image. Those were the words his grandfather had said to himself at the end of his life. The world is very unpleasant and very beautiful. Forget the ones that hurt you, and remember the ones that are good to you, and the ones that are kind, and protect them. Grandpa's words rang in my ears again. But Grandpa, I'm not even capable of protecting others. I'm too weak. I'm afraid of being taken for human research. Grandpa! I don't want to die, I'm so scared. In Lin Baiyu's mouth, the blazing heat had already finished brewing, and he was going to spit out all of the Samadhi true flame that he had stored these days, all at once. But it's a downtown Ganghai location. A flame 5 times stronger than the last rotten one. This time it won't be a single building that will be swept away, but a large area of residential dwellings. Just when Lin Baiyu was about to destroy everything without any consequences, suddenly an alabaster-like arm wrapped around Lin Baiyu's neck from behind. A gentle body heat pressed against the back. Then came the familiar scent of body odor wafting over. Zhang Shuiyan spoke softly, rubbing her own face against Lin Baiyu's. It'll be fine, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. We'll be fine. Even if you're captured for human research, I'll stand in the way to protect you. We'll be fine. Lin Bird, don't hurt innocent people because you're not a bad boy. Lin Baiyu, we'll be fine. We're psychopaths. We've got big amulets. And since Director Chen trusts you so much, you can't fail Director Chen. The orange-red glow in Lin Baiyu's mouth converged. Director Chen. Zhang Shuiyan's words reminded Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu suddenly had his aura running in his body, and his hands set up the stance of a Vedic sacrificial pestle. To cultivate the Taoist mind without the Taoist method is like floating weeds that can hardly support the body. The heavenly thunderbolt descending is just right, and 10,000 giant waves can't stop me. The mouth finished reading. Lin Baiyu's hand was on the palm of his hand. Crackle. There was a flash of blue lightning. Crackle, crackle. The more the lightning gathered, the more dazzling it became. Lin Baiyu pressed his palms on the ground. A huge current of electricity filled the room for a moment. Dun 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 dun. The CFL's overhead made a series of passing sounds. Each dun means that the energy-saving lamps, which were turned off overhead, are lit. All floors of the Heritage Museum, the offices, the exhibition area, the street lights and emergency lights inside are all lit. The 3 flowers in Lin Baiyu's body flew. All the auras were spat out in one huge amount at once. Lin Baiyu's arm crackled and flashed out a series of thunderbolts. Officer Li Jr. in the surveillance room had a bad feeling as he pressed the control tone button inside. Wanted to speak to Lin Baiyu. Grab the black microphone on the monitor console. We have no evil. The words were only half spoken. The current of the voice broke off without reaching Lin Baiyu's side. All that came out of the nearby black speakers was the sound of a meaningless electric current. Bump! The light bulb above Lin Baiyu's head exploded. It then spread out from the center of Lin Baiyu like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. All the energy-saving lamps were like New Year's firecrackers, and one by one they all went off. Even the outermost security guards heard the commotion. The circuits buried in the walls radiated a burnt, bitter flavor for a moment. This current traveled throughout the artifact gallery and eventually rushed into the surveillance room that was in the basement level. Boo! The explosion resonated throughout the surveillance room. Black smoke rolled up in a flash, obscuring the ceiling. Constable Lee Jr. is subconsciously prone. The monitor console in front of him blew a huge hole through the center. Black smoke rose skyward and red fire burned inside the monitor. The hardware inside, and the plastic along with it, ignited and had a tendency to grow larger. Smashed the nearby fire hydrant on the glass, took out the fire extinguisher inside, covered his mouth and nose. Small Lee police officers began to put out the fire. The fire was under control in a flash. It was the black smoke that didn't stop. Get on the ground and escape through the surveillance gate. Gallery. Lindbergh pressed his hands on the floor tiles. The face was a little white. Breathing very hard. Zhang Shuiyan rubbed Lin Baiyu's head. Good job, little brother. Lin Baiyu sat on her butt and said sheepishly, I just. Really? La. Zhang Shuiyan stated that was all in the past. My 3 flowers have solidified. We should go out. Return the way you came. Restore the road back to what it. The alarms here are controlled by electricity. Now they are burned out. We steal 1 or 2 antiques cannot trigger the alarm. Then leave through the window. Let's go. Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu were one in front of the other. Open the closest window. Then the two jumped together. After the 3 flowers had condensed, Zhang Shuiyan also finally possessed a stance like Lin Baiyu's. It's just that it's a lot worse than Lin Baiyu. But this time, Zhang Shuiyan finally experienced the feeling of an expert. Jumped off the building. When it landed on the ground, there was actually no cushion at all. The recoil underfoot was not too strong either, and was exactly at a level that one could accept. The feeling is the same as jumping in place. Finally, I understand why Lin Baiyu said it was nice and simple, because it really was. It's about the same as a normal person jumping a little. It was only that Lin Baiyu jumped more than 10 times the height of an ordinary person. Zhang Shuiyan was in a somewhat excited mood. Can I jump on it? Zhang Shuiyan pointed to the tree that was 2 stories high on the green belt not far away. It was with the help of this one count that Lin Baiyu jumped up to the 3rd floor of the Heritage Museum. Try it. I'm a little scared. Nothing will happen to you with me. That being said. But the mental hurdle. Ordinary people can't really get past it. Zhang Shuiyan clearly knew that her ability had been raised so high. Look at the tall trees in front of you. Zhang Shuiyan thrice summoned her courage, and then when she was about to exert her strength, she let go of her feet, and her whole body fell down limply. The jump was about the same height as a normal person. I'm so scared. Lindbergh knew the feeling. When he first jumped down from the 5th floor while holding Zhang Shuiyan, Lin Baiyu had dawdled for a long time. You close your eyes. No, I really can't do it. Zhang Shuiyan desperately shrank back. It wasn't like her to try out her divine powers anymore, and she didn't want to experience what it was like to be a martial arts master. You might as well take me away like you came. You close your eyes. Lin Baiyu told Zhang Shuiyan to close her eyes. Then took her hand. Feel the fluctuation of spiritual energy in my body. Go! Lin Baiyu issued a call to arms. A drum-like froggy sound came from within Lin Baiyu's body. Zhang Shuiyan could feel that the amount of aura in Lin Baiyu's body was changing. Under ordinary circumstances, the aura would constantly converge towards Lin Baiyu's body, and while the moment it was used, Lin Baiyu was like a valve. All entrances are closed. And the aura in his body was like fuel, adding energy to Lin Baiyu's body. Zhang Shuiyan's internal aura was tuned to about the same magnitude as Lin Baiyu's at this time. Lin Baiyu grabbed Zhang Shuiyan's hand and dashed up. The two then landed firmly in the tree. Open up. Zhang Shuiyan opened her eyes. Finding myself at the moment stepping on the green ethereal foliage. Darker green branches, buried in foliage. Zhang Shuiyan's face was a little red. Success. I can't believe how easy it is. Go. Lin Baiyu brought Zhang Shuiyan with him, and his body flew out again. The leaves under their feet lent a hand, and the 2 men rushed off as if they had springs under their feet, drawing an arc in the air. Constable Lee Jr. shouted from the floor of the Heritage Museum. Higher power, we mean no harm. Tall man. Lin Baiyu flew in the air far away. Turning to Zhang Shuiyan, she asked, what is he talking about? It must not be a good word. Can't say I'll be the one to catch you in this category. Then let's run away. No, we're going to return the favor. Zhang Shuiyan turned her head and shouted to the back, I will definitely come back. Say it. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan's internal auras cranked up their output at the same time. The bodies of the two men looked like ghosts, leaving a continuous shadow in the moonlight. Then disappeared into the steel metropolis. In the distance, police cars drove by. Only Officer Lee was a step too late. Chapter 42, Director Chen of the Department of Supervision and Law Enforcement, Director Chen of Psychiatry? Lin Baiyu took the initiative to send her to the door. Get out of the police car. Officer Zhang then met his protégé's gray head. The police uniform on his body shakes off a bit of dust when he takes a step. How are you doing? Walk with me to the bathroom, smoke in your lungs and you're done. Master, it doesn't matter to me, go after those two tall people. Cut the crap and follow me. Officer Zhang's tone did not allow for refusal. Little police officer followed his master to the first floor bathroom, lying next to the sink to wash his face. Even with the black dirt in the nostrils together, a police uniform cannot be washed. A brief debriefing with his master. The other guy was afraid of us, and I could sense that the guy was young, maybe not as old as me. Master, you shouldn't have stayed just now, rushing over might be able to catch up. Driving a police car with a siren blaring, does that look like a plea or an arrest? It seems like think long and hard. Officer Zhang still understands in his heart that he will not be able to catch up even if he chases after him, but will instead make an ugly mess. Zhang Hu is not about fighting and killing. Lin Baiyu took Zhang Xueyan and the two of them, and together, they strolled over the sky of Jianghai City. A mass of white sheer clouds transformed under Lin Baiyu's feet. Even without the aid of external objects, he was able to travel through the air. It was a pity that Lin Baiyu couldn't gather a large amount of clouds, otherwise he would be able to fly in the air. Zhang Xueyan felt so excited. For the first time in my life, I'm stepping on clouds and walking in the sky. For her part, Lin Baiyu was used to this. Back at the dormitory, Big Smart, who was in charge of guarding the house, had long since laid down and gone to sleep. The two of them, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan, quietly walked in. The barbed wire and the windows were put back together. The next day. It's business as usual at the first mental hospital of Jianghai. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan both drank a bowl of rice porridge. Then go downstairs. Big Smart has been downstairs for a long time. Practicing alone. Jianghai City Police Station. Constable Li Jr. walked in today in civilian clothes. Swiped his face and walked into the police work area, where outsiders were not allowed. The inside is busy. Walked into one of the tables. Master. Officer Zhang looked up and realized that his apprentice had arrived. Giving you a day off to do something. Master, I can't help it. What did old Chen say about yesterday? Isn't their supervisory law division the one that manages these cultivators? He said he had something very important to do today and took 2 days off. Alas, I won't be able to sleep well for a day until I bring back the masters. Heh, you brat, your breath has come up instead of your age. Officer Zhang didn't have the good sense to drive away his apprentice. At the end of the day, he pulled 2 vouchers from the cake store out of his own pocket. A 50% off coupon, so precious. I usually hang online to sell them. I'm giving them away to you boys. Eat more to make up for it. Jianghai Second Ring Road on the fast lane. A brand new Mihanji, a new energy vehicle that is on the move. Director Chen's hands grip the steering wheel, his shoulders a little tight. And sitting in the passenger seat was a man of about the same age. The man was leaning against the car window, a cigarette in his hand. Just relax, the more nervous you are, the more things will go wrong. Just after saying this, the left front wheel of the car crushed a piece of foam. Bump. You don't talk. Director Chen's hands were busy, looking at both sides of the reversing mirror. His foot on the brake was about to slow down and pull over. Don't stop, keep driving. I just hit something. Director Chen was slurring his words and his whole body was flustered. But the body was honest enough to move its foot off the brake. It's just garbage, you don't panic when you get used to driving it. Okay. Director Chen adjusted his breathing and stabilized his emotions. Gradually, I'm getting used to the feeling of driving on the road. Hands and feet are getting more and more able to let go. Director Chen grabbed the steering wheel with both hands and looked at the passenger seat. We really do look quite similar. Nonsense, I'm your own brother. Can it not be like that? I say, Kaho, what exactly do you do for a living? In college I went to medical school, you went to the National Defense University. You never told me what you did after graduation. My job description is similar to yours, managing special populations. What kind of people? Psychopaths? People with special physical needs that require care. You can also understand as patients. I'll show you around my office. You haven't seen me in a white coat yet, huh? Mihanga set up the navigation. The first psychiatric hospital of Jianghai City. Director of Psychiatric Hospital, Chan Ka-fung. Director Chan. Supervisory Law Division City Director, Chen Jiahao. Responsible for the management of all oddballs in Zhanghai City. None of the odd fellows have reported in so far, it's a bare bones commander. Nihonga stopped at the entrance to the mental hospital. It's not like a regular hospital with traffic coming and going. The reality is that very few people come, but when they do then it's a big problem because it means that the other person will come and be hospitalized. Director Chen rolled down the window. Stick your head out. Master Zhang. Tick-tock. The gate's stem lifted. The car turned left and drove into the underground garage. Director Chen was very proud. Today is finally the surf turning over and singing. Chen Jiahao wasn't too optimistic. Why don't you buy an oil car, which is good for long distances? I'll just commute to work, what a long run. So do you have a charging place here? Director Chen found a blind spot, the underground garage of the psychiatric hospital. There is actually no charging post. It's a big mess. We'll talk about it later, it'll always work out. Speechless. With a warm face, Director Chen led his brother into the courtyard. No outsiders are allowed in here except doctors and patients. But Director Chen brought his brother in by swiping his face. Nurse Zhang, wearing a nurse's uniform, saw the Chen director was frozen for a while. It really seems like it. However, if you look closely you will see that there is still a difference between the gait and demeanor of the two people, but if it is in the case of not looking closely, it is absolutely confusing. Downstairs Lin Baiyu was flipping through the mandatory ancient poems for middle and high school. The book turns over in the hand, and the body of strength rises. In Director Chen's office, Chen Jiafeng changed into a white coat. Standing in front of his brother and showing off, he said, "Well, how was it?" Chen Jiahao smiled proudly and said, "The look of a doctor." "What do you mean doctor? Like, I am a doctor. And a little-known doctor, too." Director Chen said and pulled back his curtains, pointing to those patients below and then to Lin Baiyu's head. "You see, that's my patient. It's not very nice to say this smugly, but I did realize my childhood dream that I was actually healing people." "Ha ha. Am I good at your oldest brother?" Chen Jiahao nodded his head sincerely in response, and he also stood by the window to look towards the downstairs. "Which ones are your patients?" "Quite a lot. This, and this." Chan Ka-ho expressed his satisfaction with his brother's achievement. But then stood in front of his own brother, pressed his palm on the window towards the group of mental patients downstairs, towards the figure of Lin Baiyu who was reading a book, and sighed and said, "Alas, when will I be able to be like you? I could wake up laughing in my dreams if I had so many strange people under my hands. Odd man out is what it is." "You heard wrong, it's mechanics." Zhang Jiahao sat down with a sad face on the chair that Lin Baiyu often sat on, then opened his mouth short of breath to complain, "I'm recruiting laborers. These workers, God forbid, I've raised the offer that well, and none of them came." "Oh, so you manage mechanics." Chen Jiafeng took out the packet of tea leaves from his own drawer and then made a cup of tea. Pushing the paper cup in front of his brother, Chen Jiafeng comforted, "Work is always bitter and sweet. Cheer up." Chen Jiahao smelled the aroma of green tea and felt slightly better. Chen Jiahao suddenly had a twinkle in his eye and stared at his oldest brother with a smirk. Ever since he was a child, the moment Chen Jiahao appeared with this kind of smile, Chen Jiafeng understood that the fart the other party released must be stinky. "What do you want?" Director Chen asked of his own accord. "Hey! Lend me your white coat, I'd like to go downstairs." "Hiss, that's against the rules." "1 week. I'll teach you to drive for a week." "I'm loaning it to you, remember don't hurt my patients, they're all fragile and complicated, don't interact with them." "Okay, I just wanted to see if anyone would recognize me. I'm not going to hurt your patients." Chen Jiahao took off his jacket. Then he exchanged clothes with Director Chen and put on a white coat that smelled like disinfectant. Chen Jiahao had just walked out of the office in his white coat. Just heard an intern greet him. "Hello Director Chen." Hello. With his hands behind his back, Chen Jiahao tried to make a steady effort and walked down the stairs step by step holding in his laughter. And downstairs, the yard. In the courtyard, Lin Baiyu, who was flipping through a book, stumbled upon a big problem. That said, how far must the Samadhi true flame be practiced before one can practice the 16 divine flame? It's so tempting to ask Director Chen about it. Wearing a white coat, Chen Jiahao walked down the stairs and pushed open a door that idlers were not allowed to approach. The door pushed open. What came into view was a yard that was comparable to a small garden. Good lord, this place is better than a park. Chen Jiahao read in his heart. Wearing a white coat, Chen Jiahao walked into the courtyard. It feels foreign to everything around you. But up until this point, no one had actually been able to recognize his identity. Chen Jiahao still remembered his oldest brother's instructions. Don't communicate with the patient. but can't help that patients come to him and talk to him. Director Chen. Eh? Chen Jiahao stood and stopped in his tracks. Turning around, it was a very young, quite handsome-looking little teenager. Lin Baiyu stood in front of Director Chen of the Supervision and Law Division and asked innocently, "Director Chen, I have a question." Go ahead, but I may not be able to answer you until later." Director Chen of the Supervision and Law Division smiled bitterly, and could only find his old brother in the back and forward the question to him. But shouldn't a youngster like that be in the middle of school? It looks like high school. In a mental institution at such a young age? What a shame. I don't know what I'll ask, probably something emotional, maybe one of those breakups, or a student irritated by school bullying. I've got to be vigilant not to hurt this young man. Chen Jiahao was building up in his mind. But Lin Baiyu asked a question he would never expect. Lin Baiyu, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, was as expressionless as usual, and opened the question in a very calm tone. Director Chen, I've refined the Samadhi True Flame, but how can I advance to the Sixth Ding Divine Flame? Chapter 43. Director Chen, are all the patients in the mental hospital absolute geniuses? Director Chen of the Supervisory Law Division stood in front of this mentally ill person, hearing a question that one would never think of on their own. Chen Jiahao was confused. Chen Jiahao stood still and suddenly froze speechless. Samadhi fire, six jins fire? These things he knows. Supervisory Law Division of the ancient spells of the great books recorded, Samadhi true fire, that is a serious Taoist divine ability, non-immortals, great cultivators cannot be used. Ordinary oddballs can't even use this stuff yet. The Department of Justice does not actually exist. But the rank information published by the Order Law Division is something that the Supervisory Law Division has come up with. Chan has also been involved in ranked choreography. The lowest level of the two realms of treading dust and moving mountains are the ones that are collectively called out as Jiren. And those who go beyond this realm can't be considered oddballs, they would have to be cultivators and practitioners. The supervisory and legal department of the whole country of Huaxia hadn't been able to find out a few strange people, while he, as the director of the supervisory and legal department of Jianghai City, was so backward to pitiful and miserable that he wanted to bawl his eyes out. Because Director Chan Kaho, he didn't even collect half of the odd man out. But Chen Jiahao was thinking at the moment, what did I just hear? What kind of question did this little teenager ask? Chen Jiahao covered his head with one hand, and his entire body was motionless. Chan Kaho is in the middle of a dangling in place. Lin Baiyu stood in front of Chen Jiahao and spoke again to repeat. Director Chen, I've already practiced the Samadhi True Flame, how exactly should I practice the Sixth Din Divine Flame? Director Chen. Director Chen? Director Chen, what's wrong with you? Chen Jiahao shook his head and put his hand down. Just lost my temper. Managing his facial expression for a moment, Chen Jiahao smiled and said, Little teenager, what question did you just ask me? Lin Baiyu's eyebrows furrowed. There was something strange about Director Chen today. Used to call him Lin's classmate. Lin Baiyu didn't think much about it, and once again, he repeated the question he had just asked. I've already practiced the Samadhi True Flame, how should I practice the Sixth Din Divine Flame? Chen Jiahao's pupils dilated up violently. I really didn't hear you right, you're asking me how to practice the Sixth Din Divine Flame? Is there a problem? Lin Baiyu asked in disbelief. Chen Jiahao was first shocked, then his heart was in ecstasy. The first thought was, I found it. My lord has finally found a strange man. No longer do you have to be a grandson in front of the leader, you have become a grandfather yourself. But on second thought, there's something wrong with the situation. Chen Jiahao sniffed the faint smell of disinfectant coming from the white coat on his body. And look around, there are psychopaths in hospital gowns everywhere. Where is this place? This is a ING mental hospital. Chen Jiahao's expression looked like he had eaten a pound of laxatives. Your questions, come to my office later and I'll answer them. After saying that, he didn't wait for Lin Baiyu to reply. Chan Ka-ho left. He walked straight back to his office. How much joy you hold in your face when you leave, and how sad you are when you return. Third floor, Director Chen's office. A good vacation and a broken defense by your patients. Chen Jiahao spoke and walked in. Director Chen was sitting in his seat, swiping at Shakian. What, I don't care if you break defense. My patients must not suffer emotional turmoil because of you. Don't worry, I've got the numbers. Chen Jiahao forwarded Lin Baiyu's question to his brother, and then also talked about what had happened after he had gone out, repeatedly assuring him that he had in no way harmed any of his patients. Director Chen then nodded reassuringly. Director Chen explained, that patient, is the biggest trouble I've stumbled upon since I took over, and his life is pitiful. As for the question about the Samadhi fire, it was just a joke I coaxed out of him in order to cure his condition. I told you. Chen Jiahao's mouth was very dissatisfied, obviously still holding a grudge about what had just happened. He took off his white coat. Eat, go get a drink somewhere. Chen Jiahao was already preparing to search for a good nearby pub from his phone. Available results. Director Chen, however, had already put on that one white coat. Director Chen, haha. Chen Jiahao's face looked like he had eaten another pound of laxatives. You're not going to work, are you? Sorry. Director Chen laughed and pointed to his nose. I, for one, am a workaholic, and there is no reason to take off the white coat once it's on. You. Chen Jiahao had a hard time saying anything. Director Chen also spread his hands helplessly. Lin's classmates will come to me. If I'm not here, he'll be uneasy. Tack. Chen Jiahao slapped his forehead. This is tantamount to saying that I've moved a stone and smashed my own feet. Say, Chen Jiahao made an appointment with Director Chen for the evening. Director Chen finally nodded in agreement. That. Director Chen suddenly hemmed and hawed. Remember to pick me up from work. I have to have someone in the passenger seat, otherwise I won't drive on the main road. Got it. Chen Jiahao closed the door smoothly. Downstairs in the yard. Lin Baiyu flipped through the book and suddenly felt something in her heart. Then from the pocket of his sick pants, he slipped out a mini MP3. The tangled white headphone cord was combed away, and then the headphones were tucked into his ears. The MP3 plays the only music inside. Lin Baiyu squinted her eyes and waited for the music intro to end. That's what it feels like. Lin Baiyu listened to the music and her body unconsciously swayed along. From Lin Baiyu's dantian, a fire chi was born and rushed into his lungs. A strand of samsara flame that emitted an orange-red glow merged into a samsara flame that was as big as a fist. The headset hangs on and the cultivation keeps rising. Lin Baiyu contentedly lowered her head to continue flipping through the book, accompanied by soft reading under her breath. He stood on the lawn in the small courtyard, the blue and white striped hospital gown he was wearing, hugging a book, his body swaying rhythmically. The whole person looked. Got a comment from Director Chen. On the third floor, Director Chen is unsure of his patients. Opening the window, he stuck his head out so that he could carefully observe Lin Baiyu's every move. Make a comment about Lin Baiyu's behavior. What a standard for a psychopath. I'm awesome. Director Chen was happy. Because Lindbergh is in a stable condition. As long as it's stable, then it's progress. Window closed. Director Chen still researches his peers' articles. Also refer to your medical records medical conditions written down during this time. Zhang Shuiyan and Big Smart had a left and a right, and Lin Baiyu just happened to form an impenetrable triangle. The two of them stood to the left and right of Lin Baiyu, practicing the upper Xian 9 heavens bone cleansing and tendon strength. The three men made a unique sight inside the asylum. Noon. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan were seated face to face. Zhang Shuiyan suddenly looked up and said to Lin Baiyu, "There's something odd." The rice is not right. What meal is wrong? I mean, there's something odd. The rice is right, what else could be weird about that? Zhang Shuiyan was speechless, taking her chopsticks and pounding them hard on her plate. Haven't you noticed that Big Smart is invisible when he eats lately? Lin Baiyu raised her head. It's still true. After looking around the cafeteria, there was really no sign of Big Smart. Maybe he's eaten. That can't be justified, they all practiced together, they didn't eat Big Smart, no reason they should have. Lin Baiyu took a bite of rice and asked vaguely, then you think? Where is he? It's likely to harbor a conspiracy? Zhang Shuiyan was confident in her intuition. Yard. All of them left. Big Smart stayed on purpose. In addition to Big Smart, there was one other person who stayed just as long. Big Smart said to the man standing in front of him, "Brother He Cheng, I'll teach you the Shangchuan Nawatsid Kung Fu that I've gotten from undercover agents these days. It's the upper Xian 9 heavens bone washing and tendon repairing technique." He Cheng's eyes were lighting up. Big Smart began to demonstrate the first feat. Afternoon. On the third floor, Director Chen was in his office drinking tea. Suddenly there was a knock on the office door. "Come in." Squeak. The gate made a sour-toothed sound. Lin Baiyu walked in and then brought the door with her. Director Chen looked up at Lin Baiyu in desire to speak. According to hospital rules, being alone with a patient is not allowed to close the door. Well, be more lenient with Mr. Lin, perhaps this child subconsciously doesn't want our conversation to be overheard. Director Chen thought in his heart. Lin Baiyu obediently sat down on the chair. Phew. Exhaled, trying not to be nervous. Afterward, he only saw Lin Baiyu put his right hand and slowly reached into the top of his hospital gown. Lin Baiyu didn't blink as her hand reached into her clothes. Every time Lin Baiyu made a move, Director Chen had the feeling that he would be shot in the head by a gun in the next second. It couldn't be helped that Lin's classmates really had the icy coldness of agents who pulled out guns. Tisk. Director Chen stroked his chin and suddenly commented, "You're quite suitable to be an actor." Lin Baiyu didn't listen to Director Chen. Instead, his hand went into his shirt. Brush. A small, shiny red book was pulled out by Lin Baiyu. Then turned the page in front of Director Chen. Lindbergh's message, along with a 2-inch photo exposed in the office. Lin Baiyu, male. 18 years old. Director Chen, I have a question. You ask. Director Chen was tempted to say, I knew you would come. Well. Organizing his words, Lin Baiyu opened his mouth. In our courtyard, are they all legendary supreme geniuses? Why would you say that? Because. Lin Baiyu lifted her head in thought and said rightly, because every one of us has a sheet of psychosis and psychosis I also have. So are they also hidden 1 in a million supreme geniuses? Lin student, why do you suddenly have this doubt? Just complete the question first. It's because I taught the Shangshuan 9 heavenly bone cleansing and tendon repairing technique to Zhang Shuiyan and Dai Jiqing, but they learned it in a completely different situation than I did, so that's why I have this question. Oh, how so? Director Chen didn't expect Lin Baiyu to actually ask this. Director Chen took a sip of tea, his entire body old and relaxed. There's no rush, no hurry. Director Chen decided to patch up Lindbergh one more time. Director Chen spoke. Mr. Lin, you're not like them. Alarmed. Lin Baiyu asked, different there? You are blessed. Director Chen said, not only are you blessed, you are also one of the best in the world. Understand? 1 in a million, where it would be so easy to meet. But Director Chen. Lin Baiyu's expression had a hint of pain as he clutched his head and lowered his head as he asked, but aren't you the person in charge of the Qi Tian program? If these guys don't have talent, how come you're here? Hiss. Director Chen's hand with the teacup shook twice, his heart pounding. It's over, it's over. One of Director Chen's worst fears came to pass. The patient is starting to take the bull by the horns. Bitterness also. Director Chen wanted to smoke now, very, very badly. Steady. 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 Say the word steady 3 times in a row in your mind. Director Chen gave a smile that put the patient's mind at ease. Mr. Lin, do you believe me? Lin Baiyu raised his head, the pain on his face was gone, he nodded his head with an innocent face, I believe. Director Chen pressed his imaginary hand reassuringly and smiled, that's good, that's good. Director Chen stood up from behind his desk and pressed his hands on the table, his entire aura changing. The tone of voice was no longer as gentle as before, but rather overbearing and wild. In fact, this mental hospital contains all of the greatest geniuses in China. Eh? So that's how it is. No wonder a cowman like Director Chen would be hiding here, so it all made sense. No wonder, no wonder. Lin Baiyu was continuously surprised. Director Chen revealed an expression of, this is all seen through Baiyu, there's really nothing I can do about you. Continuing, but you are different. Me? Yes. Director Chen nodded and resumed his seat. Remember your grandfather. Grandpa. Lin Baiyu's eyes suddenly showed sadness. Your grandfather did a lot of good deeds, so the blessings on you are unusually deep, and modern people, how many of them can fulfill the 4 words of a clear conscience? Only your grandfather could say that, so your blessings are deeper and your enlightenment is higher. You're the only one who can cultivate in the entire mental hospital, they're too tainted, and no amount of enlightenment can cleanse them or make them successful. Is that so? Then how come Zhang Shuiyan and Desmart can practice too? That's because of you it's you who recognized them, it's the blessing in you that washed away their filth, that's why they have the qualification to cultivate, or else any one of the supreme geniuses in the entire mental hospital that would not have the qualification to cultivate. So it is, so it is. Director Chen, your words have opened me up completely. In the words of the great intelligence, your logic is unbelievably fluent na. So Lin Baiyu, this time, you finally have no doubts, right? No more. Phew. Director Chen collapsed into his seat like a deflated ball. If Lin Baiyu went to look at Director Chen's face at this moment, it will be noticed that his face is covered in sweat. Nervous. Even psychiatrists are nervous, right? One wrong decision and a major breakdown in the patient's mental system can kill a person. This life, if not the patient's, then your own. Director Chen thought for a moment and wiped the sweat off his face with his white coat, then took out a transparent riot shield from the cabinet behind him. That style is the same as the Beyoncé 5-star Admiral. It makes sense, doesn't it, that as a chief of psychiatry, I would carry a shield to work. Director Chen took the notebook of his and blocked Lin Baiyu's line of sight to write and draw on it. Gesturing, he signaled for Lin Baiyu to wait a moment to speak. This time Director Chen gave the patch on top of the original one. Sort of a small patch. Only the smaller the patch additions are, the better they can be for themselves and for Lin Baiyu. Finished writing. Close the book. Lin student this time you understand. Understood. Any other questions? Yes, that query was also asked of you in the morning. Oh wow, this I remember, Samadhi True Flame. Tell me a little bit about how you practiced it first. Director Chen would never admit that he had long since forgotten how he had instructed Lin Baiyu to practice the Samadhi flame in the first place. You asked me to recite the divine mantra. Wow, I'm impressed. Director Chen superficially came to a realization, but in fact, in his heart of hearts, how could he not expect, this child is actually so persistent. He's not still practicing that prancing cloud thing, is he? To avoid continuing to patch and bloat Lindbergh's system, Director Chen decided to continue to build logically on the original patch. Mr. Lin, do you know that quantitative change produces qualitative change? I don't know. It means that the more things there are, after a certain number of them, his volume will naturally change, and the nature of the Samadhi True Flame will change into the six-dimensional divine flame. Director Chen, I see. Director Chen sighed in relief and hurriedly grabbed a pen, writing down notes in his small notebook. Looking at Director Chen, who was clattering and writing, Lin Baiyu had one last question. Director Chen, this is the last question. You say. Director Chen returned without lifting his head. Thunder Law, how is it enhanced? It's because I've found that Thunder Law is sometimes better than Samsara Fire. Ha! The ballpoint pen in Director Chen's hand fell to the floor. When did I teach you lightning? When did this happen? Director Chen's face chilled. A breath of cold air went straight to the sky in his heart. Hiss. When? Go through the notebook again. No, it doesn't say that. It's over. When was this? Director Chen's expression was very tense as he grabbed his blast shield and blocked Lin Baiyu out. I'm sure I shouldn't have patched it too much, I can't remember it myself anymore. Director Chen's expression was tense. A sudden skim of what was written in the notebook. There it is. Director Chen, who was hiding behind the blast shield, spoke gently, Student Lin, are you sure you want to cultivate the Thunder Law? I'm sure and certain. A rare emotion came out on Lin Baiyu's face. But it's going to be a hard road, and I don't really recommend it, said Director Chen, leaning up to the sky and letting out a long sigh. Look compassionate. I have to practice. Lin Baiyu pleaded once again, Director Chen, teach me to practice the Thunder Law. Well, since you're adamant about it. Director Chen said reluctantly in a look-alike tone, the cultivation of thunder technique is incredibly difficult, and the rate of growth is even slower than you can imagine. A supreme genius like me is slow to practice? That's right. Director Chen nodded seriously, then warned with a serious expression, Lin Baiyu, it's still too soon for you to turn back, if you go out this door now and promise not to mention this matter in front of me again in the future. I can pretend it didn't happen, but if you're going to keep asking, you will have to bear the consequences entirely on your own. And I'm warning you again. Director Chen's expression this time can no longer color as serious but fierce, as if telling Lin Baiyu, if you really step on this road, then never turn back. Hoo. Lin Baiyu gasped for air. Heart pounding faster. There was also a layer of sweat on his hands from Director Chen's fear. Outside the window, the clouds fell in a cloud. In Lin Baiyu's eyes, Director Chen's entire face was devoid of the gentleness and brightness of the past. In the gloom, the left side of his face was completely dark, and a crimson glow radiated from his black pupils. Lin Baiyu felt like her heart was about to spit out from the bar of her mouth when she met with that red light. The immense pressure caused Lin Baiyu to sit on the chair and dry heave. Hoo. Lin Baiyu gasped for air. Loudly, he replied, Director Chen, please teach me the thunder method. That sound of movement. It startled the nurses in the hallway on the third floor, and the doctor who was napping in his office. Everyone heard this abnormal roar from Lin Baiyu. Hiss. A doctor opened the door from next door to Director Chen and walked out. He quietly came to the side of a nurse and said in a very low voice, go and invite the dean over, just say that something has happened to Lin Baiyu, tell him to come to Qin Jiafeng's office quickly. The nurse nodded with a stony expression, took small steps away, and then ran out as fast as she could. The doctor, on the other hand, pulled out of his white coat a black painted axe with light reflecting off the blade. This doctor stood outside the door of Director Chen's office, his hands holding an axe, ready to break down the door to save his life. Inside the office, Director Chen was completely unaware of the situation that had arisen outside the door. He laughed, a big laugh. Lin Baiyu is on his thieving boat again. Good. Director Chen spoke, Lin Baiyu, this is what you said yourself, remember that you cannot regret it, much less interrupt it. Lin Baiyu nodded heavily. The way to cultivate the Thunder Law, that is to do good deeds. So, think it's easy? That's for you to do for the rest of your life. From the moment I said these words, in order to impart to you the heavenly means of the 9 heavens ing yuan thunder sound puwa heavenly honors. You can't disconnect from your practice for the rest of your life. Otherwise. Or else. Lin Baiyu's heart was in her throat. It looked alive like a wounded kitten. Otherwise it will implicate me, causing me to be struck by 5 thunders and die. Director Chen closed his eyes. Spoken in a sad manner. There was a great sense of generosity in dying. No way. No way. Lin Baiyu screamed loudly, you can't die, Director Chen. A good person like you absolutely cannot die. So you must insist on doing good deeds, or else I will be struck by 5 thunders. Okay. I'll stick to it and do more good deeds. Lin Baiyu suddenly asked back again, so is there any benefit to this? Sure. As long as you persevere, then you will receive a steady stream of blessings instead of depleting the blessings passed down to you by your grandfather. The blessings you receive that are all your own, and you can still give them to others so that all others can be blessed as well. Can I also give blessed edge to Director Chen? It can, and it will also allow me to prolong my life, add life all kinds of benefits, I can't say enough. Good, I understand. Lin Baiyu clenched her fists and regained her confidence. Director Chen, I will do more good. Lin Baiyu had no more questions. Director Chen also smiled and lowered the shield he was holding. Lin Baiyu opened the door. The door pushed open and saw so many people. Aha! Outside the door stood a dense crowd of doctors, almost blocking the entire corridor. Lin Baiyu couldn't even get out. Standing at the front was an old gentleman with white hair, wearing a somewhat ill-fitting white coat, an eye over his eye, and a very thin person. Dean Lu looked toward the door. There were no bloody scenes, no suffering on, no violence of any kind. How are you, Mr. Lin? The Dean greeted. Dean, what are you guys doing here? The hospital conducts fire drills, now it's just Chen Jiafeng, we're waiting for him. Oh, so, we're done. Good boy, go play. Dean Lu pulled out a revolver from his white coat. Oh no. It's a good idea to report a mistake. Dean Lu grabbed his white hair and smiled, hurriedly stuffing the pistol into his white coat before taking out a pack of want snow cakes. For you to eat. Thank you, Dean Lu. Lin Baiyu opened the snow cake as she walked. Doctors and nurses in the corridor automatically stepped aside when they saw him. Everyone watched him leave. After Lin Baiyu left, Director Chen had a bitter face, knowing that he was finished. You guy. Dean Lu dispersed the crowd. Let everyone go back to their respective posts. President Lu looked at Director Chen and smiled. But the more President Lu looked like this, the more Director Chen knew that something bad was going to happen. Dean, let me explain. I don't listen. You want to put in charging posts 2 years from now. Ha? 2 years. Director Chen immediately became anxious. He pounced and hugged Director Lu's thighs, crying, Aya, no way, Dean. I use electricity to get to and from work. Without electricity, my car would be useless. Dean, find me. Please. Ha! Dean Lu left without saying a word. Lin Baiyu left in a good mood eating a snow cake. He put on his headphones and started the day with 20,000 steps and 8 glasses of water a day. The mouth also recites recitation of ancient poems from time to time. Ward 666. Lin Baiyu had just taken a bath and changed into a clean hospital gown. The daily exercise was so heavy that it caused Lin Baiyu to take a shower every day, but he was happy with himself. Inside the house, Big Smart was lying on the window, looking out. Zhang Shuiyan was flipping through books on her own bed. It's that book of old poems by Lindbergh. Zhang Shuiyan came over via Lin Baiyu and threw an apple to him. Then, without leaving any traces, he took away the dirty clothes that Lin Baiyu took off and threw into the basin under the bed. Lin Baiyu's perceptions were sharp, or he could be fooled by her. Lin Baiyu took a bite of the apple and was just about to speak, I'll wash it myself. Zhang Shuiyan snatched a step ahead. You don't think I'm going to do your laundry for you, do you? I'm just going to the bathroom and throwing it over for you on the way. But Zhang Shuiyan once again said, I've already helped you throw away your clothes, and I'm drying your clothes for you again because I'm obsessive compulsive and can't see things not being perfect. But I'm just exercising. Director Chen said it's good for my condition. Well, eat your apple. Lin Baiyu silently ate her apple. In Ward 666, only Big Smart, who was lying on the window opening and watching, was left, and Lin Baiyu suddenly said, I miss Director Chen. Because Director Chen would never interrupt Lin Baiyu and would only listen to him patiently. Big Smart, who was lying at the window opening, spoke up, Director Chen hasn't left yet. Lin Baiyu was puzzled, didn't leave? It's this time of the day, if you don't leave, there will be no bus. Oh yeah, he bought a car. So why don't you go? Lin Baiyu nibbled on an apple with a puzzled look on her face. Oof. Big Smart found his fan from the bed, then snapped it open and began to analyze it with great poise. According to my logic, there must be two reasons why a person has a means of transportation and doesn't use it. 1. He can't drive. 2. The car broke down. Suddenly the door was opened by someone who went and returned to Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan spoke directly. It's out of battery. There are no charging piles in the mental hospital. Director Chen is a newbie in new energy vehicles. Is that so? Lin Baiyu took a bite of her apple. Or else. Lin Baiyu grabbed the apple and decided to go out. It's not gay time yet, it's the time that belongs to the self-use event. It's just that with Lin Baiyu's routine, she wouldn't have gone out before. To do what? Zhang Xueyan asked curiously. I'm going to do some good. Lin Baiyu remembered what Director Chen had just said to him today. To do more good deeds. It is only then that you can receive the blessings that are yours. Then helping Director Chen recharge his battery should qualify as a good deed. As Lin Baiyu ate the apple, in her other hand, a current flashed. Chapter 44 Lin Baiyu sneaks into the underground garage to cultivate thunder technique. Director Chen had said that doing more good deeds would enhance the Lei Fa. He only talked about good deeds, but didn't limit it to anything. So charging Director Chen's car should qualify as a good deed. Lin Baiyu finished eating the apple and walked to the courtyard on the first floor. The front of the asylum had big iron gates and so many nurses and doctors over there that it was impossible to get out from the front. Only from somewhere else. First floor yard, west corner. Above the 2.5-meter high wall, there was a layer of sub-electrified grid wrapped around it. Ordinary people can't escape at all. But Lin Baiyu was no ordinary person. Checking around the place, there was no longer anyone here. The nurse on the night shift is now handing over the day shift duties. It's the window. With a wave of her hand, Lin Baiyu took out a set of clothes from her space. There's no way if you're in a hospital gown in an underground garage, you're bound to get caught back. Lin Baiyu changed her clothes. A light jump over the 2-meter high wall. Landing on the outside of the yard was a small alley. On the ground was a drainage ditch, and you could still see the plastic bags and bubbling buckets of garbage. Lin Baiyu tapped 3 times on the wall and jumped out. Out of the alley next to the entrance and exit of the underground garage, and a little further ahead, you can see the gate and the gate guarding Master Zhang. Lin Baiyu followed the entrance. The underground garage is a downhill slope. Lin Baiyu had only entered when a black Toyota drove by. The light shone in front of Lin Baiyu's feet. Lin Baiyu didn't get nervous and walked towards the front with an expressionless face. The black car wiped the floor with him. Lindbergh headed inside the garage. The garage was small, with less than 20 cars, and inside it was easy to spot Director Chen's car. Because all the other cars had license plates, only Director Chen's didn't, and it had a red strip of cloth on the reverse mirror. Lin Baiyu walked up to Mihanjia's body. Pressing his palm on the hood of the car, Lin Baiyu honestly didn't know where the car's battery was. However, if the lightning covers a large enough area, the current can naturally get inside the battery. To cultivate the Taoist mind without the Taoist method is like floating weeds that can hardly support the body. The heavenly thunderbolt descending is just right, and 10,000 giant waves can't stop me. Ray, come on! The 3 flowers within Lin Baiyu's body began to revolve. The aura in his body turned into lightning. Lin Baiyu's hand crackled with a burst of electricity. Blue electricity flickered chaotically in his hands, like thin threads of silk, flashing across the inside of the dark garage. Electricity was bubbling from Lindbergh's body. The current drilled into the body of the car. In a split second, Lin Baiyu figured out the structure of this car and found the location of the car's battery. I see, I shouldn't have touched the hood, the charging port is actually on the right side of the car. Lin Baiyu was enlightened. The aura in his body once again increased in magnitude. Director Chen's Mihanjia 2 headlights automatically turned on. The car's center screen lit up with the bodywork and the car's power level. 12%. 25%. 40%. The electricity was increasing by leaps and bounds. Until this new energy vehicle is completely charged. Lin Baiyu withdrew her hand. And the moment he closed his hand, a golden light the size of a sesame seed emerged from the roof area of the car. This golden light locked onto Lin Baiyu and flew towards him. Lin Baiyu was surprised. The body sidesteps to try and avoid it. But unexpectedly, this golden light is like a plankton, flying so fast but without any recoil. After Lin Baiyu sidestepped and dodged, this grain of golden light slammed directly into his chest. Lin Baiyu hurriedly touched her body. Found nothing out of the ordinary. But The golden flowers in the body, but at this moment, as if ink had been dotted into the water, the 3 golden flowers appeared to react, from the original solidity and emptiness, was dotted with a hint of gold color. Is this my blessing? What Director Chen said, as long as one does good deeds, then one will be blessed. Lin Baiyu had just done a good deed and fully charged the battery for Director Chen. And that's what he gets for doing good. A very, very small grain of blessing. This is a blessing that belongs solely to Lin Baiyu, not his grandfather. Lin Baiyu's heart warmed, so this is what it feels like to do good, it's really quite good. Lin Baiyu had gained nothing but a grain of golden light. There was an additional half-void, half-real empty phase at the Dantian. It was a constant swimming flash of electricity. Lin Baiyu felt the electric light, the lightning method has finally been enhanced. Lin Baiyu snapped his fingers. A flash of lightning flashed through his fingers. Just now, there was no recitation of the Thunder Law catchphrase of the Shinshuan 9 Heavens Bone Cleansing and Tendon Strengthening Technique. This was Lin Baiyu's newly cultivated thunder, which was stronger and had a wider range than the previous one. All that was needed was for something to touch it, and Lin Baiyu would be able to transmit this thunderbolt, according to his own mind, which could attack people or do good deeds. Lin Baiyu was about to leave the underground garage, but unexpectedly at that moment a footstep was suddenly heard. The footsteps were familiar. It's Director Chen. Lin Baiyu ducked behind a car in front of him and hit a visual gap. From the elevator, Nurse Zhang put on her regular clothes and held Director Chen's arm with a happy face. It's great to finally not have to wind up in an electric car or squeeze the bus to get there. Director Chen's expression was a bit unnatural. Home wind? What's wrong with you, are you upset? How come? Just. Director Chen was tempted to tell his girlfriend that it was this car that had run out of power. But seeing Zhang Yeye's happy look, he really didn't want to spoil the other party's fun. It's over, the words won't open. Director Chen cursed in his heart. Pull out the car keys. The car's headlights flashed. Zhang Yeye naturally opened the co-pilot, then sat up with a happy face. Get in the car, my prince. Get in the car and take your princess home. Good. Good. Director Chen appeared to be emotionally stable, but he was actually already cursing in his heart. Director Chen got in the car and made a draft in his mind. That's weird, why is the electricity in this car gone? Director Chen stared straight ahead and blushed as he uttered the words. Director Chen's heart pounded. It's really embarrassing, the first time I let my girlfriend ride in my own car, but it turns out that yesterday I was packing my bags and making sure that you become a woman with a car, but today I can't even drive it. Director Chen was already looking for a crack to burrow into. But there was no sound of Zhang Yeye's noise coming from her ears. Instead it's gentle, the voice. No power? Doesn't this show 100%? Director Chen was stunned. He looked down at it, a hint of doubt in his gaze, a hint of dementia. How is this possible? This isn't right, it's obviously only 12%, how did it become full? You've got it all wrong. Come on, get me home. Oh, good. Lin Baiyu didn't hear what Director Chen's conversation was after he got into the car, but he watched Director Chen leave with Nurse Xiao Zhang. Charge 1 car, enhance the thunder method once, charge 10 cars. Is it a continuous enhancement? In this garage, in addition to Director Chen's car, there are 7 other new energy vehicles. Lin Baiyu raised her arm. Thunder light pulsed within the palm of his hand. I'm doing a good deed. Lin Baiyu walked in the center of the underground garage, with new energy vehicles parked on both sides. Lindbergh walked by. The headlights on the new energy car are unsuspecting. Dang! The headlights lit up. The headlights of all 7 cars flashed up simultaneously in the dark garage. And in the center, Lin Baiyu opened her arms. Thunderbolts in his hands poured electricity into the 7 vehicles. On the control screens of each car, the car's charge was steadily creeping up. The elevator dinged. Open in -1. Inside came out all the hospital doctors and a couple of nurses. For Lin Baiyu, they were all so familiar faces, and some of them had even spoken. Dr. Fong took his colleague into the car. I'm really leaning, today Qin Jiafeng got the dean into trouble, originally said to get the charging pile, and then yellowed. Bought the wrong trolley in the first place. You know what? Zhanghai's 4th-tier city, grandma only has charging piles at the east end, I can't go home from work in my car, I have to go to Dongyue Plaza to charge up before I can go back. Disgusting batch, I still have to today. Dr. Fong put on his seatbelt and was about to turn on the navigation. Suddenly his expression froze. It was Thursday, and it was his custom to go to East Hyatt Place to recharge his batteries. But tap the control screen to take a look. It says in big bold letters 100% battery. sitting in the driver's seat as if under a spell, looking at 100% power for ages. Dr. Fong covered his face and sighed to the heavens. Finished. My car broke down. This added to the already poor family's woes. Chapter 45. The outside world is horrible. Lin Baiyu believed the other party's words. Kind reminder from a coworker. Could it be that you're misremembering? It's not wrong, I charge it once a week and every time it's Thursday, it can't be wrong. Could it be that your wife drove it out yesterday and charged it for you, old Fong? Dr. Fong was silent for half a second. I don't have a wife. That would be you. Dr. Fong snaps, no girlfriend either, there's a golden hair at home. Maybe it was Bruce who drove out. Dr. Fong laughed. Drove off in his car. He worried for a long time along the way, just in case the power went out halfway through the trip. Back home. Dr. Fong sent a message inside the work group. It's weird that my car is fully charged from work. Director Chen, so I'm not the only one, I told you I remembered the power correctly. Dr. White, me too, the car's charge is inexplicably full. Where have you been? Zhang Xueyan asked. She had already hung up Lin Baiyu's clothes and had only just returned. Lin Baiyu, on the other hand, entered Ward 666 one step after her. Lin Baiyu pulled Zhang Xueyan into the house. Lin Baiyu hid his right hand behind his back without speaking. Nurses on the night shift have their own rules. After checking out a ward outside the corridor, he finally arrived at Lin Baiyu's room. At the moment, Lin Baiyu's right hand was still hidden behind himself. The night nurse feigned anger, pushed open the door and walked in, and said to Lin Baiyu, let my sister see what you're hiding, okay? Lin Baiyu hesitated and didn't give her hand. Hurry up. This time the nurse's tone turned a little more serious. Lin Baiyu extended her hand. There was a grain of golden light in his hand, a blessing he had just acquired from the underground garage. Instead of absorbing it, he held it in the palm of his hand. The purpose was to show Zhang Xueyan. The nurse on the night shift glanced at Lin Baiyu's hand, then laughed bitterly, you're joking with your sister. After saying that, he left Ward 666. Only when the nurse left did Zhang Xueyan speak, are you teasing her? Lin Baiyu cupped her hand in front of Zhang Xueyan, you can't see? In Lin Baiyu's eyes, a grain of golden light lit up on the palm of his hand. Golden light floated in his hands. Zhang Xueyan confirmed that the nurse on the night shift had left, then opened her golden eyes. Pity. After the golden eyes opened, they still couldn't see anything on the palm of Lin Baiyu's hand. Big Smart opened his golden eyes in the same way. There's nothing, Lin Baiyu, you can't be stupid. Lin Baiyu collected this grain of blessing into his body. The 3 flowers in his body had an extra splash of gold color. Lin Baiyu could feel that the increase in his strength after the blessed edge entered his body wasn't much, but there were endless benefits for the future and for his destiny. It's about the feeling of knowing that the next time you draw a card, you're going to catch a good one. Lin Baiyu was incomparably certain. If he had been ready to deal the next time last day, he would have been able to touch it and would have been better off than the last time. It's fine if you guys can't see it. Lin Baiyu did not force herself. All he knew was that Director Chen hadn't lied to him. The blessed edge is real and still visible. Thunderbolt became strong with the increase of the blessing. Lin Baiyu spoke of the thunder law practice he had begged for with Director Chen in the afternoon. Do you guys have any good ideas? How can I make the thunder law cultivation faster? I might have. Zhang Xueyan smiled faintly. How? You'll understand when it gets dark. The door to the ward opened after dark and was barred. Big Smart patted his chest, I'll keep house. But really, he wasn't capable of flying out. Zhang Xueyan now had the ability to move independently, but she still liked to let Lin Baiyu carry her. As for the reason, Zhang Xueyan only said she was lazy. Lin Baiyu escaped from the mental hospital with Zhang Xueyan on his back. A white cloud emerged from under Lin Baiyu's feet. With the light force, Lin Baiyu flew out with Zhang Xueyan's body. Do you have any plans? First we go to a graphic store, order some ads, and then? Going for skewers. Okay. Shanghai City, Zhang Xueyan professional. Even Zhang Xueyan told Lin Baiyu about a mistress incident that had happened inside a certain neighborhood, or a husband cheating on his wife. A graphic store in the neighborhood of Ganghai 1 Middle School. Zhang Xueyan used to print a lot of study materials here. Is Auntie Summer there? In the graphic store, a middle-aged, exquisitely dressed woman with short hair came out of the back warehouse. Yeah, Lu Irma, what brings you here? I haven't seen you in ages, thought you transferred. Ha, it's almost as good as transferring. Lin Baiyu stood beside Zhang Xueyan, silent like a dolly plaster statue. Zhang Xueyan talked to this Anxia for quite a while. Lin Baiyu, on the other hand, was casually walking around. By the time Lin Baiyu was farther along at the head of the store, she was standing in front of another row of stationary shelves. It was only then that Auntie Xia snickered in a very small voice, "Second girl Lu, your boyfriend is really short on words." No, we're not like that. Humph, I used that excuse when I was younger. It's the people you meet. Auntie Summer suddenly drifted off for a moment, then stopped mentioning it down the line. Just spoke up and said, "Have more patience with the boys who have less conversation, they're fine and dandy." Zhang Xueyan carefully peeked down in Lin Baiyu's direction, then fell silent. Then asked Auntie Summer how much it would cost to print 200 copies of the advertisement leaflet. Zhang Xueyan mentioned the manuscript and requirements were pitifully small, even the page size was not required. For 200 advertisements, Auntie Summer charged 29 cents a sheet. Zhang Xueyan directly transferred 60 yuan. Auntie Xia told Zhang Xueyan to come pick it up tomorrow. Out of the 1 yuan graphic shop, Lin Baiyu walked beside Zhang Xueyan and asked curiously, "What exactly did you come up with?" "The mountain man has a plan, you'll find out tomorrow." "Aren't you surnamed Zhang? Why does Auntie Xia call you Lu Er?" "Ah, well, every time I go to her, I carry a lot of skewers in my arms, so I love to be called Lu Irma." Zhang Xueyan bought a lot of skewers on the side of the road, and this time, instead of packing them, she sat at the small table in the back, bought 2 cans of Coke, one for each of her and Lin Baiyu, and sat on the side of the road and ate them. Next door, there's another table. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan sat face to face. And behind Lin Baiyu, there was a young man who was a bit stronger and older than him. Lin Baiyu took a sip of Coke, and when the other party's back unintentionally bumped into him, he moved in the direction of the table. Constable Li Jr. blew Please Island beer into the bottle and yelled with a somewhat reddened face, "Master, just tell us how we're so stifled." Officer Zhang, who was sitting across from him, raised his hand and pressed it falsely, signaling to keep his voice down. It was off-duty time and both of them had their police uniforms off. Grunt, grunt, grunt. Constable Li Jr. didn't see his master's gesture. Blow a whole beer. The empty beer bottle banged hard on the small table as Officer Li took off his own white short sleeves. "Master, those oddballs went too far. I can't believe they blew up a heritage museum." Alarmed, Lin Baiyu, who was sitting behind Constable Shaoli, sat up straight in an instant. "Zhanghai City, there's actually a strange person who blew up the Cultural Relics Museum." Lin Baiyu was surprised in his heart. Meanwhile, ears perked up to listen, wanting to know what strengths and levels of the other strange people in Zhanghai City were, and what position he himself ranked among these people. Lin Baiyu didn't have a good and courageous mind, but had great thoughts about protecting herself. Officer Zhang raised a finger. "Be quiet, no business talk during off-duty hours." "I don't have any official business, that's all I heard from my friends." Constable Little opened a bottle of beer again. Then his face flushed slightly, and the whole man was already 3 times drunk. The odd man out, blowing half the artifact museum 900 meters into the sky. Police on duty, Imperial sword flight to the sky, save down the old people. "Master, you say this strange man is how to think. How could he hurt sweet and innocent old people?" Lin Baiyu, who was sitting behind Constable Shaoli, slapped his forehead and lost his voice. "What, blowing up 900 meters, the police Imperial sword flight?" Lin Baiyu felt the sky treading. What kind of strength, what kind of mighty and powerful person would have to be able to do this? He hadn't even managed to fly in the air himself, and now he couldn't even climb a cloud. Lin Baiyu lost her voice in surprise, allowing Constable Li to hear her. "Officer Chang is not a talker, not a good person to talk to." Constable Li Jr. hiccuped and sat over with a red face. "Send over a bottle of beer and get close to Lindbergh." "Little brother, you don't know about the strange people attacking the artifact museum a few days ago, do you?" "I don't know." Lin Baiyu shook her head. "Hiccup, brother, listen to my oldest brother. I have here." Hiccup. "My friend has first-hand information." At that time, the odd man out was found by the police on duty. Heck. Constable Shaoli's angry neck veins showed and he slapped the table straight in front of Lin Baiyu. Speaking in an irritated tone, he said, "Just tell me, why is this? Obviously the people's police have acted so friendly, so harmless, so wanting to cooperate, but what's the result?" The odd man out actually punched out. At that time, it caused space to shatter and heaven and earth to change color. My friend said at the time that it was obviously 7 o'clock in the evening, but it turned out that the moon in the sky was like it was on fire, and the sky changed. Grunt, grunt, grunt. Constable Li Jr. took 2 big, painful sips of his drink. Lin Baiyu grabbed her knees as she listened, her mouth slightly open, the whole person only sucking in her breath, unable to say anything. "Are the strange people out there so scary?" After blowing through 1 bottle, Constable Li Jr. opened another, his face redder in drunkenness. "Finally, I heard someone ask a rhetorical question. Finally, not a bore like the master." Constable Lee Jr. was in a good mood and wanted to touch base with Lindbergh. Lin Baiyu excused himself, after all, he didn't drink. Constable Lee didn't care, and after clinking a bit, he took another sip for himself, and with a red face continued to describe the night. I'm telling you, the Heritage Museum was blown 3,000 meters into the sky, and that's just the small stuff. Isn't it 900 meters? Harm. Constable Lee waved his hand with an unpleasant look on his face. You don't know, I was flying into the sky, where I could count out a few hundred meters, that's all based on my feelings. Oh, understand. Lin Baiyu nodded seriously. I was there, and all I saw was the Heritage Museum being blown up into the sky, my friend. The People's Police. One thought on the spot, save lives. It has to be saved. The people must not be half-assed. It was then that my friend pointed with one hand. Wow. All the swords in this half of the city flew into the sky. My friend carried 1,000,000 flying swords, took to the air, and saved all the old people in the relics hall. For a good cop like me, why wouldn't odd man work with me? What gives him the right? Grunt, grunt, grunt. Lin Baiyu watched as the beer in the bottle went down by the naked eye. Then the strange friend in front of him opened another bottle. It's still open with teeth. Knock. Beer foams up. Constable Shaoli continued to say to Lin Baiyu, you don't know, my heart is suffering. Just good people like me. That weirdo actually smoked my friend. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Grunt, grunt, grunt. Blow down another half bottle. Constable literally lay on the ground, crying loudly while questioning with his mouth, what grounds, what grounds, what grounds? I'm a good comrade in arms. Officer Zhang hurriedly came over and apologized twice. Sorry, my coworker had too much to drink. Then pulling his apprentice, he intended to leave. But one hand was on Constable Lee Jr.'s hand. Officer Zhang went to check it out and realized it was a student-looking boy. Lin Baiyu grabbed the hand of Officer Lee, who was already unconscious from drinking, and said with a cherubic face, thank you, stranger. Officer Zhang didn't understand what the man was thanking for. Hurriedly, he left with his apprentice. Lin Baiyu watched these two leave. Zhang Xueyan had already eaten a lot of skewers in front of her face. Curious, she asked, what did you thank him for? I thank him for telling me such important information. Lin Baiyu said seriously, it turns out that the strength of the strange people out there is already terrifying to such an extent. And the police were actually able to fly with their swords. It's just horrible. Zhang Xueyan, we must hide our identities and never let the others know that we're also strange people. The auntie who fries the skewers, carries an iron plate full of skewers and places them on the table. Two odd little students, here are your skewers. Thanks auntie. Thanks auntie. After Zhang Xueyan thanked her, she picked out a rice cake from it and took a bite and said helplessly, how do you know that the police can fly with a sword? I think he's just drunk and talking crazy. But I think what he said is true. Lin Baiyu said word for word, her expression extremely serious. Chapter 46, Classmate Lin, let me tell you the story of the outstanding graduates of the 3-star cave of the slanted moon. Zhang Xueyan finished the rice cake in her hand, then said, you shouldn't trust him. Question mark. Why don't we go back to the hospital and ask Director Chen? Lin Baiyu's eyes glowed brightly, that makes sense. When in doubt, just look for Director Chen. The next day. On the fast lane of the 4th ring road of Jianhai, Director Chen sat in the driver's seat and drove much more comfortably today than yesterday. You're much better today than yesterday. On the passenger side, Chen Jiahao was smoking a cigarette. Ha, that's for sure. That said, you have to work today too, right, so is it really okay to stay with me? Speaking of this, Chen Jiahao had a depressed look on his face. I don't even have one, how am I going to get to work? He said, throwing the cigarette in his hand out the window. If only I had half as many people in charge under me as you do. In that case, I'll be able to dominate Jianhai, oh no, even China. Chen Jiahao thought beautifully. Director Chen comforted, Jiahao, things always start from the smallest detail. You'll be able to find the workers you want. Maybe. Jianhai Psychiatric Hospital. Lin Baiyu put on cleanly washed clothes. Together with Zhang Xueyan, they went to the cafeteria. A.M. Lin Baiyu was wearing headphones and flipping through a book in the small yard. After lunch, Lin Baiyu came to the 3rd floor. Knock knock. Come in. Director Chen was brushing the shaking cause behind the desk sub, a rare relaxation today, did not continue to watch the paper, also did not write the medical records. Director Chen looked up and spotted Lin Baiyu. Rin san ah. Director Chen watched as Lin Baiyu closed the door behind her and then sat down on the chair with a well-behaved face. The person who came is not good. Director Chen chanted in his heart, then put his cell phone away. A smile that puts the patient at ease. Mr. Lin, what's wrong? Director Chen, I have a question. You say. From her own bosom, Lin Baiyu pulled out the red spirit certificate and displayed it in front of Director Chen, placing it on her desk. On the document, there was a 2-inch headshot of Lin Baiyu and a series of details. Lin Baiyu's expression was grave. Director Chen. I am. Director Chen suddenly stood up again and said, Student Lin, you wait first. Director Chen took out a mysterious object from the cabinet behind himself, then hid it in his arms. It was placed in his white coat without letting Lin Baiyu see what it was. Director Chen, what's that you're holding, a tiger finger trap? No. Fragmentation grenades? No. Director Chen suddenly had a serious expression and felt like he was being falsely accused. As an honorable psychiatric doctor, how could I have brought something so horrible? Besides, that thing is a controlled substance. Lin, I'm a psychiatrist, how could there be something so dangerous in my office? Isn't that what you said, being a psychiatrist? It's better to talk about your problem first, Rin-san. Director Chen hurriedly pulled back to the topic. Lin Baiyu stared at the spiritual documents on the table and said to Director Chen, I feel so weak. What makes you think that? Because I realized that I was out of step with the outside world. The moment Director Chen heard this sentence, his heart was not hard to bear, but instead is somewhat happy. Yeah, how is Lin's condition? How is it getting better? Being able to consciously compare oneself to the next person, to the outside world, this is the social nature in a normal person. In the past, Lin Baiyu's body has always lacked such a thing. This is a small, huge step forward for Director Chen Lindbergh. Congratulatable. It's not worth the days and nights of looking up information, researching papers, and doing online exchanges with doctors at major hospitals. Director Chen suddenly had a feeling of old tears. One's hard work is not in vain after all. Lin student, you continue. It's a scary world out there. They can actually blast a building into the sky with a single punch. Such strength is truly terrifying. Like this? Director Chen stroked his chin, the joy he had just felt washed away all of a sudden. Director Chen suddenly felt that this was not good enough. Lindbergh had been so out of touch with normal teenagers that all of his own previous patches had too much to do with mythology, thereby making him a bit of a nervous wreck. If Lin Baiyu was allowed to go in this direction, then it would simply not be half as good for the condition. Steady. Director Chen mumbled 3 consecutive words of stability in his mind. He decided that he would give Lindbergh another patch. Who am I, Mr. Lin? You're Director Chen. What about besides the director? Lin Baiyu suddenly said with a straight face, you are the chief person in charge of the Qi Tian project. The important person who encapsulates the geniuses of all of Huaxia. That's right. Lin student, do you believe me? Director Chen, I believe you. That's good. Do you realize that everything and anything in this world will be defeated one day? If one, for one's part, wants to be invincible forever, then one has to undergo a grueling ordeal. Are you afraid of the outside world? Yes. Are you worried that meeting up with those horrible, powerful people out there will wipe you out with a single punch? Yes. Lin Baiyu sat on the chair, her face pale. Director Chen really knows everything. He saw through all the thoughts in my mind and he knew what I was afraid of. He understands better how scary the world is out there. Director Chen smiled slightly. I will pass on to you the magic that will make you invincible. Director Chen. Lin Baiyu got excited. Shoo. Director Chen had already suffered from Director Su last time. This time he didn't dare to scare Lin Baiyu again. Lin Baiyu's emotions collected. Director Chen said, do you know the best student representative in our Slanting Moon 3-star cave? I don't know. It's okay if you don't know, I'm going to teach you the same skills that this outstanding student representative must have when he goes out and mixes with the community. As long as you learn from him in the future, even if you run into an expert who uses the 6 Jin's divine flame someday, he won't be able to do anything to you. Director Chen. Lin Baiyu's fists were clenched tightly as he sat on the stool nervously. This skill, it must be very difficult and hard to learn. It will be different for different people, some find it hard and some find it easy. Director Chen, please teach me the skills to save my life. What this outstanding student representative learned to do is this. Vajra unbreakable. Director Chen took a sip of hot tea. To say that the greatness of this divine power that will be 3 days and 3 nights cannot finish. Do you know how this fine cadet of ours learned to be adamantine? I don't know. After he graduated from our Slanting Moon 3-star cave, he returned home and started to mix with the society, and at first he was prosperous, but it turned out that his business was too big to affect others. by 18 or so people, tied to the 8 trigrams furnace refining, and as a result of the blessing of practicing into the invincible body of the Vajra. One man can do a dozen. Lin Baiyu's eyes glowed. This senior is really something. With Lin Baiyu's estimation of his own strength, he probably wouldn't be able to last more than a few moves against other strange people outside. After all, he himself was not capable of punching a building up to 900 meters in the sky. That's not all. Director Chen colorfully explained, a dozen or so people, it's the big cadres of the other society, and the juniors in the back that line up 8 streets. That outstanding graduating student from our Slanting Moon 3-star cave took them all out hard, only to be caught in a trap before being put in the 8 trigrams furnace. Awesome, awesome. Lin Baiyu sat on the chair excited beyond belief. Slap your thighs straight on. Director Chen, this Vajra unbreakable body must be very difficult to practice. That's for sure, it's a great kung fu to die for, you need to die countless times to practice it. Die. Lin Baiyu was a bit backed up. But hearing that one person could single-handedly take on hundreds of people, such a heroic thing, made Lin Baiyu herself unable to help but yearn for it. Director Chen laughingly raised his cup again, ready to take a sip. Only to find the teacup drained. I've just been speaking so carefully and attentively that I've drained my glass. Director Chen got up again and poured himself a glass of boiling water. The white mist pounced on Director Chen's face. Director Chen put the teacup to his mouth and blew a few breaths. Lin Baiyu sat on the chair with an extremely hard heart. Only after Director Chen had finished this mouthful of water did he resist the urge to say, Director Chen, can you tell me the cultivation method for this Vajra unbreakable body? Sure. Director Chen, I am very persistent. The good deeds you told me about before, I'm making an effort to do them. I know, I've had my eye on you from the beginning, Lin-san. But, Director Chen, I'm a little afraid of death. Student Lin. Director Chen walked out from behind his desk. Patting towards Lin Baiyu's shoulder, he asked, do you still continue to insist on practicing Samadhi True Flame? Yes. I heard you applied for an MP3. Yes. In life, it's good to develop an interest, or a few interests, that's good. Good. Oh. Lin Baiyu scratched his hair, not understanding why Director Chen was talking about interest. Director Chen, this gong method. Don't be in a hurry. Director Chen hid a bad smile on his face. Are you sure you want to train the Vajra unbreakable body? No? I want to practice. But I'm afraid of dying. Harm, I'll tell you, as long as you die 10,000 times. The Vajra unbreakable body will be practiced. 10,000 times. Lin Baiyu tripled his volume. Dying once is already a huge horror. Cultivating this incorruptible body of the Vajra is actually going to die 10,000 times. Director Chen, I'm not going to learn. Lin Baiyu didn't dare to go and die 10,000 times. Student Lin, I sincerely suggest that you practice your Vajra unbreakable body, it will do you a lot of good in the future. I can't, I'm scared to death of Director Chen. For the first time, Lin Baiyu showed fear and dread in Director Chen's office. Lin Baiyu, who could no longer sit down, was about to flee from the stool. But Director Chen was pressing down on his shoulders. You will definitely be able to refine a Vajra body, don't you believe me? I believe. Lin Baiyu was tempted to continue to say, although I believe, but Director Chen, I am afraid of pain and death. Hearing Lin Baiyu say the letter to herself, Director Chen smiled, laughing a lot. It's like the villain of a treacherous scheme. I'll teach you now the way to die. The one thing that Director Chen had just hidden in his white coat from the cabinet was about to be revealed. Lin Baiyu saw that it was a palm-sized thing with a yellow plastic shell that carried a screen in the center, a cross key on the left and 4 round keys on the right. And underneath the buttons is a black rocker. On the back of this peculiar machine are then 4 large letters. PS4 Gaming Handheld. Chapter 47, Cultivating the True Me and Soul Caliber, Refining Martial Arts and the King of Fighters. Today I realize that I am me. Lin Baiyu is a child who couldn't even touch a cell phone as a child. What a PS4 is, he is much less likely to know. Lin Baiyu watched as Director Chen pulled this out. This is the important treasure that allows you to cultivate your Vajra unbreakable body. Director Chen, even though I've never played with this kind of thing, I recognize the words, it's a game console. Yeah, it's a game console, is there any doubt? Have you forgotten, Lin student, that the more ordinary, the more everywhere things can be preserved? If we put the method of cultivating the Vajra unbreakable body in an 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, would this gong method still be passed down to this day? As if. Also, if this kung fu was written on paper and drawn in ink, would it still be guaranteed to be powerful in its original form? Can't. That's right. Director Chen followed the advice. That's why we're going to pass on this high dharma of living toward death, programming it with data and playing it. Even if the human books disappear one day, the action in this game will still be remembered. Director Chen, the person who can come up with such a solution is really high. Student Lin, let's practice once now and hammer our bodies. The PS4 handheld was handed over to Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu held it in her hand, not even knowing where the on button was. Director Chen teaches very carefully and is very patient. Point here. See, light up the screen. I've downloaded 3 extremely powerful body refining spells for you. After you return to your dormitory, you must practice diligently. I'm afraid I won't be able to use it. It's okay, it's super easy to get started. Director Chen taught Lin Baiyu how to use the up and down buttons to manipulate the interface choices inside, and then the 4-dot buttons on the right, that one is return, okay. Then there's the volume issue. Volume is bad, can't play outside. After all, this was a mental hospital, and things that would be irritating to patients were strictly regulated, and the sound was deliberately messed up by Director Chen. This particular intervention for the condition is the best means that Director Chen has thought of so far, and it is an intervention that is only for Lin Baiyu and not for others, so no other patients can be allowed to hear the sound of the game. Lindbergh understood what the button keys on either side were for. Being able to act like a cell phone and know how to manipulate it. It's got the setting brightness in there, and the text descriptions for those all figured out. Although Director Chen was treating the patient, a trace of pity could not help but rise in his heart. Are kids that old that they've never even played a game? Director Chen thought that if it was the few bare children who came to visit his house on New Year's Day, this thing didn't need to be taught, they would be able to play with it on their own and familiarize themselves with it. Understand the basic operation. Now it's on to the main event. Student Lin, this first body refining technique is called Black Wind Xian Fury Bone Refining Technique. You click on the first game. Is this the one called Mario? Yes, this is the Black Wind Xian Fury Bone Refining Technique. If you can practice this Mario spell through, then it means that your bones, then, have been cleansed, and at that time, your bones are so strong that ordinary people can't hurt you at all. Director Chen asked with a happy face, how is it? Is it a lot more reassuring now? There was no smile on Lin Baiyu's face, instead he was a bit overwhelmed. Director Chen, I don't know how to this Black Wind Xian Fury Bone Refining Technique is so hard to refine, it just suddenly went black, and a red heart was missing from it. Oh, that one was a trap, you didn't jump so you died once, the red hearts on it are lives, only 3 at a time. If you run out of 3, then you didn't make it through this level. Director Chen took the PS4 handheld and gave Lin Baiyu a demonstration of jumping, and then using his head against a rock. Take it for yourself and have a good time comprehending it, and remember to practice the Black Wind Xian Bone Refining Technique first. Then I'll teach you to fight Contra and KOF. Okay, Director Chen. For the first time, Lin Baiyu felt the difficulty. Director Chen handed the charger to Lin Baiyu and warned him that this body refining magic treasure could not be lent to others. The other people in the courtyard don't have the same depth of kung fu as you do, and if you lend it to someone else, you'll injure their bones. I know. Come on, practice slowly, it's a bit difficult at first, but with your talent, you'll master it completely after 2 days of practice. Lin Baiyu slipped the Palm Pilot into his own pants pocket, then left the 3rd floor. In the afternoon, Lin Baiyu practiced spatial laws as usual, as well as the cultivation of samadhi true fire and taking off the clouds. Nowadays he is quite skilled at doing all 3 things at once. One time, you can practice 3 feats. This was also the result of Lin Baiyu's work these days. Evening. In Ward 666. Zhang Shuiyan and De Jiqing sat together on Lin Baiyu's bed. There's a Lindbergh in the middle. The two of them stared at the handheld in his hand with eager, envious faces. Big Smart couldn't remember how many times he had slapped his thigh. The handheld shows a turtle shell that kills Mario. Big Smart was pained beyond words. How can you die here? Just jumped and passed off. Lindbergh was playing for the 3rd time, and he could never have imagined that the turtle would hit and himself over. After dying yet again. Lin Baiyu was lying on the bed, his eyes a little blurry, because he hadn't even beaten the 1st level until now. This game is a bit too difficult for the current Lindbergh. Big Smart spoke up, let me do it. No way. Lin Baiyu grasped the palm machine in her hands and said with a serious face, Director Chen said that you can't give it to anyone else, you don't have enough power and you'll be hurt by the backlash of the Black Wind Xian Bone Refining Technique. Big Smart smiled, Lin Baiyu, do you really think I'm a little cutie? Do. I'm just god-awful. What you're holding in your hand is just a game console, it's not even a magical thing. Lin Baiyu's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at Big Smart, you don't believe Director Chen? Big Smart stammered, Faith. But looking at the game in Lin Baiyu's hands, Big Smart couldn't stand it anymore. He pleaded, Lin Baiyu, just let me play a hand, just one life. You'll know how to pass this Mario after you see me play it. But Director Chen said, I'll take all the consequences together. The backlash was of my own volition. Under Big Smart's strong request, Lin Baiyu couldn't argue with him and handed over the Palm Pilot. The handheld arrives and Big Smart gets into the game again. Lindbergh, you're actually not supposed to jump here, there are invisible bricks up here. Look, top it off and out comes the gold. The right hand pressed the button 3 times in succession. The screen shows Mario jumping up, finding the hidden brick and headbutting it 3 times in a row. When the 3rd time came, Big Smart suddenly loosened the force in both hands and the Palm Pilot almost fell to the ground. Lin Baiyu caught it with a quick eye. And the Big Smart guy on the bed went black in both eyes and fainted. Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu instantly panicked. Lin Baiyu reached out to touch it. Fingers touched something like water, the hand retracted, and in the light Lin Yu's fingertips were this thing, it's horrible. However, the one who gained the most was Lin Baiyu, because after he had seen the hand Big Smart had shown, he finally understood how the Black Wind Xian Fury bone refining technique should be refined. Chapter 48, Saving the Suffering of Cyber Buddha. Holding the palm top in his hands, Lin Baiyu stared at the palm top screen with full concentration. Control the tiny Mario to take 2 steps forward, then press once more to jump. Sure enough, the hidden bricks were jacked up. A gold coin popped up on top of the brick. Lin Baiyu sat on the bed, suddenly breathing must the whole person did not move. Zhang Shuiyan, who was sitting beside him, suddenly felt a scorching heat coming from Lin Baiyu's body. It made Zhang Shuiyan have to avoid moving away from Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu let out a breath. He felt, just moments ago, a force that entered his body and burrowed into his bones. It was like a large hand that pressed the bones of his entire body. The flavor is indescribably soothing. Lin Baiyu put down her Palm Pilot. Standing up from the bed, a firecracker of movement came out from inside his body out. Lin Baiyu felt as if her body had been soaked in a fine medicinal liquid, then taken out and massaged on carefully with big hands. At this moment, Lin Baiyu looked internally at his body. The bones were found to be snow white, and the bone patterns on the bones became even more refined. The previous body had been washed, turning Lin Baiyu's body into a superior one, and now it was the bones that had been enhanced even further. Lin Baiyu felt the changes in his body. He inhaled and then exhaled again. There was not a single flicker of emotion. Sat down again and continued to play Mario. The Black Wind Xian Fury bone refining technique was finally a little bit of a threshold that he had touched. Zhang Shuiyan sat next to him and asked, Are you upset? No. So you're sad? Why do you say that? Shouldn't you be happy because you've gotten stronger? Should I be happy? Lin Baiyu looked towards Zhang Shuiyan, then continued with his head down to look at the palm top. Zhang Shuiyan shrugged her shoulders, then took Lin Baiyu's mandatory ancient poems for junior and senior high school on the side and read them. After 10 minutes, Big Smart was sent over. The scalp broke a little, used gauze to cover it, the blood stopped and I'm waiting for a slow recovery. After the lights went out in the ward, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan listened to the commotion outside together. Big Smart's head is bleeding today, so Nurse Chow Yun might come to check on her. Only after dragging it out until it couldn't be delayed any further did Zhang Shuiyan urge Lin Baiyu to unload the window. After opening the windows and barbed wire, Lin Baiyu hugged Zhang Shuiyan. Big Smart has laid down to sleep. A snort rang out of his mouth. Lin Baiyu carried Zhang Shuiyan as usual. Flipping out from the 5th floor, a white mist appeared under Lin Baiyu's feet the moment he jumped out of the window. Lin Baiyu was a natural point. But this time it was not like before. The one suspended cloud after Lin Baiyu's foot pointed on it. However, it shattered from the center, and Lin Baiyu's entire body directly fell to the ground. Lin Baiyu took Zhang Shuiyan and fell down the stairs at great speed. It hit the ground and landed in a large crater. Lin Baiyu's feet stepped on the ground, causing the stone path underneath his feet to crack open with a spiderweb-like crack. Zhang Shuiyan's mouth opened into an O shape in shock. Before asking, Are you in pain? Me? Lin Baiyu looked down at her feet. Then he moved around a bit more, and realized that he wasn't in any pain at all, and it could even be said that his body wasn't half affected, except for a slight sensation coming from his skin. The refining effect is obvious. Lin Baiyu felt that her body was different from before. He stomped his feet hard before escaping from the mental hospital with Zhang Shuiyan. Lindbergh just missed. There wasn't a harmonious match with his body, which is why he stepped out of the cloud and landed on the ground. Lin Baiyu ran the spiritual energy in his body. The body became light again. Clouds once again condensed out from under his feet. A point followed, and only then did the entire person, as usual, fly and dash out with Zhang Shuiyan. Zhang Shuiyan pointed in a direction. To where? Eh? Lin Baiyu rushed towards the city of Zhanghai with Zhang Shuiyan. The graphics store at JH1. The outside door was half closed and things were put away. Auntie Summer is wearing a sports outfit today. As soon as Zhang Shuiyan came in, Aunt Xia complained, "Second girl Lu, I was 5 minutes late closing the door in order to wait for you." Sorry Auntie Summer, I'll bring you skewers next time. Okay then. But near the first psychiatric hospital in Zhanghai City, there's a place to charge the car? Well, you'll find out later. Zhang Shuiyan took a small, thick white flyer and left the place. Zhang Shuiyan then mounted another Lin Baiyu brand transportation vehicle and rushed to Donghua Plaza at night in a straight line distance. 200 charging posts were installed in the parking lot here. It was full of new energy vehicles parked inside. Zhang Shuiyan distributed a copy of the flyer in her hand to Lin Baiyu, then said with a wave of her big hand full of energy, "Go big, little brother." Lin Baiyu followed what Zhang Shuiyan had taught her and clipped this flyer to the windshield wiper. The two worked together, and as a result, the flyers ordered by Zhang Shuiyan were actually not enough. "It's over, no more," Lin Baiyu said. "It doesn't matter," Zhang Shuiyan said. Zhang Shuiyan closed her eyes to feel the wind blowing on her face. Lin Baiyu took a sip of her drink and suddenly said, "Forgot to buy clothes." "It's okay, the clothes don't matter, I just want to hang out with you." The next day, had breakfast in the cafeteria. As if she was a thief, Lin Baiyu went over the 2-meter-high fence in the small courtyard that had no cameras. Then behind the fence, changed into clothes from space. Strutting into the underground garage again. Inside, 7 new energy vehicles are still parked in their old spots. Director Chen's license plate wasn't on yet, but there was a temporary plate attached to the windshield. A nuisance sound rang out from within Lin Baiyu's palm. In the dark underground garage, dozens of thin lightning bolts flashed from Lin Baiyu's right hand. Stand in front of these 7 cars. Lin Baiyu's arm flung out, and the thunderbolt in his hand was like a firework that landed on the ground. The headlights of the new energy vehicles parked in the parking spaces all lit up at the same time. Director Chen's manhwa, the power on the center screen rubbed up. After about 10 minutes, Lin Baiyu's internal aura was drastically depleted, with only 0.2% left. All cars are fully charged. For the first time, Lin Baiyu felt a sense of exhaustion. But immediately after that, it was a grain of golden light, as if it were plankton, that suddenly appeared in the underground garage and then flew towards Lin Baiyu's body. All of this blessed golden light entered Lin Baiyu's body. The empty phase on Lin Baiyu's dantian, that one thunderbolt became a touch thicker. The power of the thunder method has increased. The power of the lightning method was increased, then Lin Baiyu's control range was further enhanced. The coverage area of the lightning method was now 200 meters. With such a long distance, Lin Baiyu no longer had to sneak into the underground garage. One can do good deeds for oneself by casting thunderbolts directly in the small courtyard of mental illness. Lin Baiyu returned the same way, after returning to the ground. A very casual glance out of the underground garage. Saw a very slow new energy vehicle driving past outside the gates of the mental hospital. In the car, it was a young guy. Eyes were searching the street at the moment. "What's going on? Where are the charging posts? I've been around 3 times and I haven't seen any yet." He looked down again and saw that his car's battery was down to 2%, which was dangerously low, and he could no longer drive to Donghua Plaza. So he's going to beat a dead horse and plan to look around again. "I can't really find it, so I'll have to call a tow truck." Lin Baiyu's eyes sparkled brightly, staring at the white new energy vehicle outside the yard. A good deed has come to the door. Lin Baiyu walked back to the wall outside the small courtyard, which was outside the road, only to see that a new energy car traveling slower than the grandmother's grocery cart. Finally, this new energy vehicle stopped on the road on the west side of the mental hospital. And this location just happened to be less than 200 meters from Lin Baiyu. This was within Lin Baiyu's control. Inside the car, the guy slammed the steering wheel, pulls back his shirt and pulls out a cigarette, lights it. His brows were furrowed into a Chuan character, and the entire person was extremely upset. Sitting in the driver's seat, he cursed, "Damn, buy a new energy car, so troublesome I give myself to find a crime. I must have had a brain fart to believe sales in the first place." One cigarette finished, he lit another. Second-hand smoke gathered in the car. He subconsciously went to press the window. Turns out the button clicks down and the window doesn't respond. He then remembered that the battery was dead. I was about to pull away from the handlebars when the sound of a motor running came from under my fingers. Woohoo! The window moved down. Ha! This youth stared incredulously, feeling that the scene in front of him was somewhat magical. He's had the car for a year, and he's driven it twice before without power. That's breaking down on the road and calling it a day. No reaction at all. Now why is this window rolled down? No, I remember the battery being dead. This car, where's the electricity coming from? He moved the window down completely. The second-hand smoke from the car dispersed, and he took another drag with the cigarette in his hand, then looked down. On the center screen to your right, the car's status changed. It went from having a black screen to being in charging mode. Grip, what's going on here? Cyber Ghostbusters? The guy immediately jumped out of the car. Then walk around your car in a circle. No, it's not hooked up to a charging post. Am I bleary-eyed in the middle of the day? He sat back in the car once more. Turned the screen off and on again. Turns out the display was much clearer this time, how much more time it would take to fill up and what the charging speed was. That shows exactly how much full charge is currently in the car. Holy, did the ING Buddha show up? Next to this mental hospital, an empty car that should have no power is now getting power back out of thin air. To which this young man had only one idea. Pull out your cell phone. Pulled out the camera, pressed on the red shoot button in the center, stepped out of the car and circled around, then came back and shot my own center screen. Post this video to your friends when you're done. Matching text. Guys, you may not believe it, but I met Cyber Buddha today. Save the suffering Cyber Buddha, wonderful new energy. Lindbergh is in a mental hospital. Somewhat strained to control the lightning. The distance is a bit far. It's a little more consuming. Eventually a grain of blessed golden light floated over from outside the asylum's walls. In the daylight of the day, this golden light was extremely dazzling. It flew above Lin Bayu's head and then fell down. Inside Lin Bayu's body, the three flowers were tinted with an additional hint of gold color. The blessings that belonged to Lindbergh himself had increased again. On the empty phase above the dantian, that one thunder light became even more active. But there is no sign of growth. It's been good, it's been very, very good. Lin Bayu now felt like he had become even stronger than he had just been. Director Chen's Dharma is really powerful, it can cultivate both Blessed Fate and Thunder Dharma, it's like killing two birds with one stone. It's really right to trust Director Chen. Lin Bayu felt that the happiest thing in her life was to run into Director Chen. That said, can Blessed Edge be forwarded out? I hope that Director Chen will also be blessed with thicker karma, so that it will have a lot of benefits for his future life. It will add to the chi. Lin Bayu took off the clothes on her body, and with a wave of her hand, the clothes disappeared and were put into space. Changed into his hospital gown again and hopped back inside the asylum. Chapter 49, Thanking Cyber Buddha and Casting a Golden Body for Cyber Buddha. Back in the small courtyard, Lin Bayu went forward to walk out from the corner that had no camera direction. But I didn't think about it, and I ran right into each other with one of the doctors. The doctor immediately looked a bit agitated and asked Lin Bayu, "What are you running here for?" It turns out that this spot was intended for a camera in the first place, but it turned out to be too difficult to install in the corner above it, which made it the only dead space in the hospital. Every day at work, there are doctors and nurses that rotate over here once a day to check in. For fear of a patient escaping from this place. Lin Bayu's eyes fluttered as she said, I didn't do anything. Ha! This doctor knew what to use against Lin Bayu, so he said, "Lin Bayu, why don't you go to Director Chen's office this afternoon?" "Yeah, I was planning to go." Lin Bayu's eyes radiated a pure and innocent light. It makes the doctor feel less confident. Is there really nothing? It is inaccurate to judge psychopaths by what normal people think. But he met Lin Bayu's eyes and couldn't see how he was lying. And to the patient, have plenty of patience and love. This doctor then let Lin Bayu leave. Jasper himself, after completing a round of inspections, informed Nurse Chang to go to Ward 666 for a head count. He himself went to Director Chen's office. Reporting all the things he did in the small courtyard to Director Chen thanked this colleague. "Good, I'll just take care of my piece of business." "Right, Dr. Fong ah." "What?" Dr. Fong, who was about to leave, asked suddenly. Director Chen said euphemistically, "Lin is a very good student and a very, very good teenager. I'll see him later. Don't say anything about coming to my office this afternoon. Just tell me. I'll take the initiative. I believe in that boy." Besides their patience, and using a threatening tone, while they won't hear it for a while, they'll report hostility to you and me later on after they've understood. Yikes. Dr. Fong slapped his forehead in chagrin and hurriedly apologized. "Director Chen, look at this brain of mine, taking out the same set of rules that regular hospitals use to manage patients." Dr. Fong said with a serious face, "Director Chen, let me know when Lin Bayu comes to your place this afternoon. I want to apologize." That would be best. Director Chen gratefully sent Dr. Fong out of his office. In the morning, in the small courtyard on the first floor of the psychiatric hospital. Lin Baiyu wore headphones and demonstrated for De Jiqing and Zhang Shuiyan. The Shangchuan 9 Heavens Bone Washing and Tendon Strength Lay FA chapter, also the closing chapter. Only by learning these last two pieces could the Shangchuan 9 Heavens Bone Washing and Tendon Repairing technique be considered truly complete. Before it was complete, even if they practiced the first few feats 1,000 times, 10,000 times, the effect they got would be greatly reduced. This is where Zhang Shuiyan's current bottleneck with Big Smart lies. After Lin Baiyu had finished practicing the complete kung fu, she didn't realize that behind a nearby flower bed, there was a person squatting. A serious face was peeking out. Zhang Shuiyan was determined to thoroughly learn the Thunder Law today. Big Smart, on the other hand, wanted to say something. That would be best, and I also believe that you can learn. Lin Baiyu spoke. Lin Baiyu spent the entire morning exercise teaching Zhang Shuiyan the Thunder Law chapter. Lin Baiyu taught very, very carefully and conscientiously. Zhang Shuiyan also finally of the Thunder Law chapter. However, when it came to the last style of the Vedic sacrificial mortar and pestle, Zhang Shuiyan's hand did not have any electric light appearing within the palm of her hand. Zhang Shuiyan didn't get discouraged, but rather, with a burst of energy, she finished practicing the last of the retractions as well. Just as Lin Baiyu had described, as long as one could beat the final closing, the Shangchuan 9 Heavenly Bone Cleansing and Tendon Strengthening technique would then be considered truly complete. Zhang Shuiyan felt warm all over at the moment. Like soaking in a hot spring in the mountains. The whole thing is indescribably soothing. The surface of the skin, on the other hand, discharged a layer of dark, smelly sweat. But how come there's no lightning in my palm? Zhang Shuiyan asked in disbelief. Lin Baiyu pondered for a moment. According to Director Chen's words, that's because you guys don't have enough blessings. Although you're all very talented people, if you don't have enough blessings, you won't be able to continue to go higher. All right. After Zhang Shuiyan finished speaking, she directly laid down on the lawn. It takes the shape of a large letter. Even if she couldn't practice, it didn't matter, she was already content anyway. She was very, very happy with her life here. Big Smart also followed Zhang Shuiyan's example and laid down on the lawn. Today he is still just originally stepping on the ground. Lin Baiyu said, it's not like the road has come to an end, you still have the opportunity to continue your advancement. What are the chances? Just be blessed. But this was a question Lin Baiyu would have to ask Director Chen, whether or not something like a blessed fate could be transferred to someone else, and how it should be done. Lindbergh was listening to music with his headphones on. Within Lin Baiyu's lungs, the samsara fire had already taken up a fist-sized portion of his left lung. Instead of hurting Lin Baiyu in his lungs, he emitted an orange-red glow within his body. Lin Baiyu continued to walk in the small courtyard, striving to complete the task of walking 20,000 steps a day in the morning, and then set aside more time in the afternoon to refine his body. It was during this effort of Lin Baiyu's morning practice of spatial laws. Outside the mental hospital, 2 more new energy vehicles drove over. The outside of the car is labeled Sooner Tic Tacs, at your service. The dropmaster was driving extremely slowly, was holding up his cell phone, walking around the outside of the mental hospital, and was constantly comparing video footage on his phone. The video on the cell phone shows a white car, and the dropmaster is observing the surroundings of the white car. He stopped the car after driving a second lap and after watching this video on his phone an unknown number of times. Put the handbrake on the car. Then turn the camera on. The camera took a screenshot of 5 pictures. There are roads and trees and angles of buildings in the distance. After comparing the lines one by one, this drip master slapped his thigh, found it. He gets out of the car and gives the video another look. Then get back in the car and give the position of your car a slight angle adjustment, finally adjusting it to exactly the same position as the video car. Then stare at your car screen again. Master Drip's breathing became lighter. Sitting motionless in his seat. Nothing happened, nothing. There was no increase in power at all. He also made a point of pressing the car window, trying to replicate the process of that video owner. Nothing happened as a result. The drop master, sitting in his car, whacked himself on the head in chagrin. Lao Wang, are you ing stupid? Really ing? I'm literally grass. Nima. Where in this world is the Bodhisattva who saves suffering? Where is the Buddha who saves suffering? Ing. He then slammed his fist on the car's pan, unintentionally pressing on the horn. Drip. In the small first-floor courtyard of the mental hospital. Lin Baiyu's ears twitched and he looked up. With a car? His eyes lit up. On the other hand, Zhang Shuiyan, who was lying flat on the ground, raised her head and smiled at the corner of her mouth. And Lin Baiyu exchanged a glance at each other. Last night's hard work paid off. Lindbergh walks over to his usual spot and enters that tiny pinch point. Hands pressed against the wall. The empty phase thunderbolt above his dantian was as if it had been activated like a ray of lightning, passing through all parts of his body to appear within Lin Baiyu's palm. Lin Baiyu directly channeled this lightning out to avoid being seen. Injected toward the parked downwind dropper. The car, with the driver in the driver's seat. Slumping over the steering wheel, unable to take it any longer, he stained his sleeves with tears. A message popped up on WeChat on my cell phone. Master Wang, this side of the hospital has been dragging on for a long time, so please pay the bill. Master Wang, lying on the keyboard, did not bother to look at the phone, but heard the sound of WeChat. He knew what the other party sent. This is the third time this week that I've hyped it up. Honey, I really can't carry it anymore. I really can't carry it anymore. I really can't carry it anymore. If there really is a Buddha, please help me, Buddha. Master Wang raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky through the windshield, looking through the clouds to the unreachable blue sky. Tears were all over his face. The wrinkles on his face were tangled together, and his crow's feet were even deeper from crying and squeezing. Master Wang's eyes were red, and pleading. If there really is a Buddha, there really is a Bodhisattva. I, Wang Limin, have been a soldier in South Tibet for 10 years, and I saved people by the Yangtze River 5 years ago, and I ask myself that I have never done anything bad. Help me, help me. Let me turn it around. I'm not lazy, I'm willing to earn money with my hands. Please help me, please help me. He cried and folded his arms. Heads lowered and backs bent, foreheads touching the steering wheel. After a long time. Maybe enough crying, maybe enough venting. Tears dried on Wang Limin's face. He cried and laughed. Without saying anything, he picked up his cell phone and started looking for a dealer, ready to sell his car. If you continue to drive, a drop can ensure a source of income, the family can still hold out for a while, but now he can't even pay for a charge, so what else can he do? The car is nothing but a liability. Was checking messages on my cell phone. Wang Limin suddenly felt a little stuffy, and subconsciously went to tap the center control screen, wanting to turn on some cool air. But a look up. I saw the screen change. Wang Limin's mouth was open, and an intake of breath sounded in the car. Wang Limin couldn't believe his eyes and felt that he should. Struggled a bit in his atheism and theism. Then unbuckled himself, pulled the door and got out of the car. Outside the car, with his eyes on the sky, he folded his hands and knelt down heavily, his forehead on the ground. Just knelt like that for a long time. It took Wang Limin a moment to get back on his feet, and the car was fully charged. He right-clicked to pick up the separate software, and once again, he folded his arms and chanted softly. Thank you, Seb Buddha. I will shape the golden body for you in the future. A sweet female voice came over the phone. Congratulations, you have taken the order. Rush to plug the data cable into the phone. There's a $20 commission on this order. It's a good day. Wang Limin drove his car to pick up the order. Noon, cafeteria. Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu were eating in pairs. Lin Baiyu, have you ever been to southern Tibet? Nope. Me neither. Eh? Zhang Shuiyan leaned toward Lin Baiyu and said in a very small voice, I had a dream in my first year of high school. Eh? Lin Baiyu looked up at her. I want to travel to South Tibet and see the legendary Thousand Buddha Palace. Lin Baiyu stroked his chin in thought. I'll take you when I learn to prancing clouds. Chapter 50, Mr. Lin asks how to divide the blessings and fates, and Director Chen teaches the creation of the heavenly court. The other end of the cafeteria. Big Smart is having dinner with his good buddy He Ching. I say brother, just go talk to Lin Baiyu, he's very nice. He Ching agonized, I took one more look at that female cultivator earlier, and felt that my Tao heart was not pure at all. I don't want to go near them. But I've taught you all that whatever kung fu, but you can't learn it, you only have to go to Lin Baiyu. I can't, I messed with him that time, I can't go see him. I just looked at Zhang Shuiyan so many times, little things. Unlike you, poor Taoist me, that is up with greed, I am really sinful. You're pulling it down brother, you'll never be able to cultivate for the rest of your life if you're like this. These words caused He Ching's expression to turn grave. That's a true statement. How can you keep practicing like this? The only way out is to break the demon of happiness and find a way out. He Ching stopped talking and lowered his head to eat. Afternoon, Director Chen's office. 2 thuds. Sound Director Chen's voice came from inside the door. Come in. Director Chen's door opens. Lin Baiyu walked in. Director Chen smiled slightly, then told Lin Baiyu to hold her tongue for a moment. Why don't you sit here while I go out for a bit? Oh. Lin Baiyu herself obediently sat on the small chair in front of Director Chen's desk. Hands on his thighs, back straight, like a student. Lin Baiyu sat, that after waiting for a while. Footsteps came down the hallway. It's Dr. Fong in the morning. As soon as Dr. Fong entered the office, he cheerfully pulled out 2 packs of want little snow cakes from his white coat. Lin student, it was my fault for what happened this morning, I misjudged you. I hope you can forgive me. The morning? Lin Baiyu looked up and thought for a moment. It's only right that nothing happens in the morning. Dr. Fong didn't understand Lin Baiyu, but Director Chen knew that Lin Baiyu didn't take it to heart. And now Dr. Fong has apologized. Director Chen did this so that Lin Baiyu's subconscious mind could eliminate the unpleasantness, eliminating the defiance that might come back to haunt her in the future. Director Chen gave Dr. Fong another wink. Dr. Fong nodded. Then a finger goes to the eye. Both eyes immediately turned red and tears fell to the ground. With red eyes, Dr. Fong said, Student Lin, I've really never seen a student as good as you. If I could have gotten to know you earlier, then I wouldn't have become so cold. Lin Baiyu seemed to know what was going on. It should be in the morning. Dr. Fong is apologizing for misunderstanding me this morning. Dr. Fong. Lin Baiyu opened her mouth. Dr. Fong reddened his eyes and looked at Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu continued, that's already in the past, Dr. Fong doesn't need to be too concerned. Dr. Fong's mood didn't fluctuate much. At the side, Dr. Chen couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth in happiness. Lindbergh has improved. Once upon a time, Lindbergh would never have said it was all in the past. Rather, he will keep his heart in his heart, and in the end, even if someone comes over and apologizes to him, even if someone talks to him, he will still be unable to think straight, and then the whole person will be in a state of confusion. But under Lin Baiyu's own active consciousness, she would actually say something like this. This made Director Chen, who was the attending physician, feel happy as hell. Fantastic. Director Chen smiled from the sidelines. Feel the pride of being a doctor. Dr. Fong then left in peace. He even looked at Director Chen one more time as he left, and then the two of them whispered extremely quietly outside the door. Lin Baiyu was in the house and didn't see what was going on outside. Director Chen, you're a real cow, your psychoanalysis is just too accurate. I've been with him long enough to know better. I want to learn from you. Ha ha. Dr. Fong stopped talking and went to wash his hands. The cayenne pepper rubbed on his hands was so hot it was hard on his eyes. Back in the office. Director Chen took out a paper cup and poured one for Lin Baiyu. Then filled his teacup again. Lin student, what is it? Director Chen sounded pleasant and in a good mood. Lin Baiyu opened the door and stated his question. Director Chen, I have enhanced my Thunder Dao cultivation by practicing 9 heavens Ing Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Heavenly Father's Thunder Dharma Avenue. You mean you're doing something good, are you? Yes, I did 2 good deeds just this morning, and I've accumulated a lot of blessings from the daily routine I've been doing for the past few days. Good. Director Chen nodded. Although Lin Baiyu's worldview is still very different from ordinary people, but well, being able to do good will later prove that he won't become a sociopath. There is room in this community for a good person. Director Chen was happy. Lindbergh was, as usual, following medical advice and still had great mobility. Lin student, go on. So I wondered what I should do to gift some of the blessings I've received to others. Oh, is that the problem? Director Chen thinks it's a very, very good thing. If Lin is now passionate about doing good and wants to spread this passion of his, then this is excellent. Director Chen decided to put on another patch. Only this patch is very different from the previous ones. He wanted to draw Lin Baiyu towards the real world, towards this society, instead of simply pulling his 3 views in those strange directions. Director Chen feels that today will be one of the easiest treatment consultations he has ever had. Lin student, do you know about the club? I don't know. It's okay, I'll talk to you. In college, I used to join the drama club, and at that time, whenever I was free, I would go to the club every day. Lin Baiyu listened humbly. But again, because he had never been to college and had never seen a pretty schoolmate, he was half-hearted. Director Chen decided to get to the point. To share one thing, you need to create an organization that will promote what you believe in as you wish. So Lin, if you are passionate about doing good and want to share everything you get, then you should also create a seminar similar to a psychiatric hospital, something like a club organization in a university. So that I can share my blessings? That's for sure. So if I create the organization, will Director Chen participate? Director Chen smiled and asked rhetorically, haven't I already participated? In Lin Baiyu's head, a thought suddenly flashed through, yes, let me walk on the path of the 9 heavens Ing Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Heavenly Honors, isn't it, Director Chen? After figuring out this key. Within Lin Baiyu's heart, there was an additional peculiar mist, which was not pure white, but shone with a haze, with breathing stars shining inside. In the meantime, Lin Baiyu felt that Director Chen, who was in front of him, had an additional uncommon connection with himself. The 3 flowers inside Lin Baiyu's body suddenly turned. A drop of clear dew coalesces on the 3 flowers. Lin Baiyu waved one hand, and a dewdrop came out from within his palm. It was suspended in Lin Baiyu's hand. Director Chen did not see this one sky dew. This heavenly dew Lin Baiyu was like an arm. He maneuvered this one heavenly dew and flew towards Director Chen's body, dripping on top of his head. Director Chen was sipping his tea. Suddenly my stomach felt a pang of discomfort. Director Chen didn't move as he turned to Lin Baiyu and asked, "Student Lin, what other questions do you have?" "Director Chen, why don't you go to the restroom first?" "Ah ha ha." Director Chen laughed a little badly. I didn't expect to be seen by Lin's classmates. Lin Baiyu, however, said in a serious manner, "This is a natural phenomenon for you." "Yes, yes." Director Chen smiled. "Then let Lin Baiyu have questions to come back tomorrow." After saying that, Director Chen directly rushed into the bathroom. Lin Baiyu watched Director Chen rush out of his office. Inside the office, Lin Baiyu's alone said, "If you wash the marrow and cut down the bones, it means that you will force out the dirt in your body. This is a normal phenomenon for you. Zhang Shuiyan has also experienced this kind of thing." Lin Baiyu walked out of Director Chen's office. He was in a great mood. Because he knows how to share the blessings out. But Sky Dew Lin Baiyu couldn't share more on his own. A drop just now is its own limit. It was because Lin Baiyu had discovered that the birth of heavenly dew required a blessing. And he was blessed with that much himself. Afternoon seminar. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan sat together. The two of them don't speak much, they just clap when it's lively. Hardly ever volunteers to speak. And that's when Big Smart sat over. Big Smart and Lin Baiyu said, "Lin Baiyu. Do you remember my brother He Qing?" "Don't remember. I want you to meet for dinner tonight." "Something wrong?" "There's something." "Okay." Big Smart breathed a sigh of relief. This offer was actually made by him on behalf of his brother, Ho Qing. Evening, cafeteria. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan sat together at the usual place, only that they were sitting in different places today. Zhang Shuiyan did not sit across from Lin Baiyu, but sat side by side with him. While Zhang Shuiyan's opposite side sat to Smart, Lin Baiyu's opposite side was He Qing. He Qing felt like he was on pins and needles at the moment. He was completely unaware that Lin Baiyu would be here. Big Smart smiled and opened his mouth with his first words. Brother He Qing, have something to say." He Qing didn't expect Big Smart to open his mouth so directly. He Qing frowned and took a deep breath. In fact, he did have something to say, it was so hard to hold it in these days. He Qing apologized towards Zhang Shuiyan very seriously. "I was the one who offended during the last meal, and my Taoist heart wasn't firm enough to be seduced by mortal looks." The corner of Zhang Shuiyan's mouth twitched. Is this a compliment or a scolding for being too good-looking? Either way, it was with great difficulty that Zhang Shuiyan was able to stop her smile. But it's amazing that the other party would think about such a small thing for so long. It's just a small thing. How can this be a small matter? In the eyes of a cultivator, every word and action is my way. It's the Tao, then it's a big deal, it's about my future cultivation. Big Smart suddenly spoke up and teased, "Future cultivation? You can't even open the golden eye, I'm afraid." Big Smart was proud. Hang out with Lin Baiyu and eat 9 meals a day. He Qing followed the Tao to mix, and hadn't even cultivated a mouthful of aura out after more than 10 years. Lin Baiyu looked at He Qing. He Qing and Lin Baiyu's gazes locked onto each other. It was found that Lin Baiyu's eyes were frighteningly intimidating, and inside they were like a deep, unseen pool of water. Deadly and bottomless, what's in there and how deep it is a secret. He Qing immediately lowered his head and quickly took a bite of his meal. Lin Baiyu said, "Zhang Shuiyan has already forgiven you." Phew. He Qing heard this and closed his eyes. A stone that had been pressed in the bottom of his heart for a long, long time was finally gone. He Qing was also familiar with himself, coupled with Big Smart's mediation, he could be considered to be familiar with Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu was eating her meal when she suddenly opened her mouth to ask something. "I already know how the blessing should be shared with others." Zhang Shuiyan, great smartness, you'll have a chance to practice the thunder law. Big Smart was suddenly agitated. But beside Big Smart was someone even more excited. He Qing slapped his hands on the table, his entire body unable to contain itself with excitement. "What, you guys are actually refining lightning techniques? That's a secret method of the Heavenly Court's Thunder Ministry." The entire cafeteria went silent. He Qing realized that his emotions were agitated and hurriedly sat down, and then his hand pinched the Blessed Life Taoist seal and recited silently twice under his breath. Lin Baiyu continued to speak again. Director Chen said that I need to create an organization and then get you guys to join so I can share the blessings with you. I'm in. Zhang Xueyan was the first to speak up. Lin Baiyu then saw that within his heart, within that mass of 7-colored haze, there was an additional qi. This is Zhang Xueyan. As for Zhang Xueyan herself, she felt that after saying those words, looking at Lin Baiyu felt that he had become handsome. Big Smart, on the other hand, was the second to take a stand. I'm in. He Ching immediately spoke, Brother Lin, you know me, I'll go through fire and water. Within Lin Baiyu's heart, there were 2 more breaths. These breaths existed in his heart, and Lin Baiyu felt that as soon as he went to pay attention to the breaths within this 7-colored haze, it was as if he was the king of the world and could control them. Lin Baiyu directly withdrew his mind. As he went to focus on the breath in his heart, he noticed that the 3 people in front of him, with the exception of Zhang Xueyan, the remaining 2 were all uncomfortable. None of them know why that is. Only Lin Bird knew. Words. Big Smart asked out of the blue, then our organization has to have a name, right? Or else we'll say go out in the future and call the organization an organization? Isn't that too bad? Ha ha. He Cheng suddenly said with joy, I have a superior name. Don't, I'm not comfortable with the name you came up with. Zhang Xueyan suddenly said. If you have to start, you might as well make Big Smart more stable. He Cheng insisted, the name I came up with is really good. Big Smart suggested, why don't we call it Flying Starman? So low, Zhang Xueyan had a look of dislike. How about calling the cafeteria Dazzle Rice Group? Zhang Xueyan spoke. Lin Baiyu didn't take a stance, and De Clever was unconvinced the name you came up with, it's like a child playing house, it's not domineering at all. You're so low, you'll get backhanded jokes when you talk about it. There's nothing formulaic about what you've started, and we're going to be underestimated when we tell it. Want to hear mine? He Ching finally had the chance to speak. Lin Baiyu, tell me. He Ching said 2 words, extremely short and simple, but after saying them, the noisy Zhang Xueyan and De Jiqing both quieted down. Because with this title, there's really no room for nitpicking. Because no one is picky. Our organization, we might as well call it Heaven. He Ching suddenly chanted. 10,000 paths of golden light rolled in red neon, and 1,000 streaks of auspicious gas sprayed purple mist. The blue sunken glaze casts the heavenly gate, and the bright front of precious jade makes up the court. Chapter 51 updated at 12 noon. Ho Ching is an excellent name. Lin Baiyu had never thought of the word heavenly court as something he could take over and use himself. Then use heaven. It's a name that is inexplicably reassuring to say, as if it were a psychopathic condition. Something that could put Lindbergh at ease was good. The name, good. When Lin Baiyu finalized his organization, it was Heavenly Court. Although there were currently only 4 people in the Heavenly Court, when that name was spoken, that could bluff quite a few people. Each finished their meals. In Ward 666. Big Smart stood at the window. The gauze has been removed from his head. This made Nurse Xiaoyun TSK after she came to check it out. You're actually healing from this head injury, new skin is growing. Big Smart knew why he was getting better so fast, and it was all because of Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu sat on her bed playing a game. The nunchucks is playing in my headphones. Mario's first level was finally broken by Lin Baiyu. Huaxia, Yunzhou, Longhu Mountain. In the non-scenic area at the back of Longhu Mountain where the Taoist masters rested and met their guests, a middle-aged man dressed in a tang suit was visiting an old friend. Heavenly Master Zhang, please also come out to exterminate the ghosts. The middle-aged man who opened his mouth was none other than Chen Jiahao's top boss, Bai Chuanzai. The 60th Tiancher of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Baoyu, was wearing a very simple sweatshirt, holding a bushel fan in his hand, and wearing grey cloth shoes on his feet. Except for a Taoist hairpin on his head holding his long hair, the whole man was not half as different from an old man in the countryside. Tiancher Zhang pondered for a long time and finally said, if I tell you that I haven't practiced half of my aura, would you believe me? Ha ha ha. Bai Chunin felt that he had heard the funniest words. The head of the Taoist sect in China, the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, actually said that he hadn't practiced half of his aura. Who would believe this? Tiancher Zhang had obviously anticipated the expressions of his visitors. Tiancher Zhang shook his bushel fan and said unhurriedly, I have long since passed the age of cultivation, and even if there is a change in heaven and earth, I won't be able to catch up with the opportunity. And I don't want any fighting law. Tiancher Zhang, you are a heavenly master. If you can't do it, who else can I go to? Huaxia has its own high-level people. The superintendent of laws has gone to search the whole world, and there are but 8 strange men in search of them. This time the ghosts are real. Tiancher Zhang, are you going to let even the last little bit of hope for my supervisory law division grind to a halt? Well. Tiancher Zhang shook his fan and looked at the clouds in the sky. The little Taoist boy brought up a cup of Mao Jian. The aroma of tea wafted through this parlor. I have a shut-in disciple, but he has been practicing for 10 years and has only gained weekly. Hearing this, Baekchun was agitated. He can do thunder. Will. Yes. Baekchun in his excitement slapped his palm on the coffee table, tea spilling out and splashing on the table. But you may be mistaken. Tianchi Zhang was quiet and didn't say anything. Another little boy, leading in a young man in a Taoist robe, no more than 20 years old. This is the shut-in disciple, and also will probably be the next generation of celestial masters. So young, that was Baekchun's first impression. Tianchi Zhang nodded to his disciple. Eventually this shut-in disciple came to understand. Only to see him inhale, the Baekchun in the room, Zhang Tianchi all heard it and also watched his movements carefully and intently. Only this disciple of the Tao sect was seen raising his arm. Within his palm, a hair-thin flash of electricity flashed. If you don't look closely, you'll see that the electricity is as if it's not real. After a sliver bubbles up, another sliver drills out. Tianchi Zhang smiled and said, "He is already the strongest and most powerful disciple within our sect. I'm a 60th generation heavenly master, and then according to the records within the sect, the last time a person was able to cultivate the thunder law, that was still the 15th generation heavenly master, Senior Zhang Quanjun." Saying this, Zhang Tianchi's mouth, there is since dynasty also have so a little pride. Because of the thunder law, it's just too hard to come by. Just this. Baekchun finally realized why Tianchi Zhang had told him not to have too much expectation. Because it's really nothing to look forward to. Heavenly Master Zhang, I heard that this lightning method is specifically used to kill ghosts. Yeah, especially restraining the sperm ghost category. Then why don't you let this disciple practice more? This is too weak. There's no way. Tianchi Zhang spread his hands and said with a smile, "The books within the sect have written that to enhance the thunder law, one needs to kill ghosts and perform good deeds. Where are the ghosts for this little disciple of mine to kill? I've got it on my side, and quite a bit of it." Tianchi Zhang shook his head. "No, it's too dangerous." Baekchun gave a disappointed hug before leaving in silence. After descending Lung Fu Shan, behind Baekchun, a man suddenly called out to him, "Mr. White." Baekchun turned around in a flash and saw the little Taoist priest who had just been there. Only this little Taoist priest now took off his Taoist robes and put on his regular clothes. "I want to go. I want to go kill ghosts and save people." Baekchun was looking at the little Taoist priest in front of him who had taken off his Taoist robes. "Little Taoist, do you realize how dangerous that would be?" "I don't know, but I want to." "Okay." Baekchun is in a hurry now. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, then he was going to grab it. Inside the red leaf forest in Jianghai, there was a small tent. Inside lay two dry bodies. From the looks of it, they are all young men, and this is the 5th case in Jianghai City. Chen Jiahao, as the director of the Department of Supervision and Law in Jianghai City, can hardly be blamed. And Baekchun has transferred a high-ranking apprentice from Lung Fushan, Zhang Bei. Chen Jiahao met with Zhang Bei, a very young man with his hair tied back behind his head, fitting the image of a Taoist priest. Only the boss can't solve it either. Zhang Bei was proud of his status as a Dragon Tiger Mountain. "I know all the talismans in the Dragon Tiger Mountain, and I'm the only person who has cultivated the thunder law in the last 100 years. Chen Jiahao's gaze finally lit up for a moment. "Let me show you your lightning technique." Zhang Bei opened his palm. Zip! An electric current bubbled up inside the palm, then it went out like a candle flame. Chen Jiahao said, "Have you ever seen a ghost?" "Never seen it." Zhang Bei's gaze glowed. He said with great bravado, "As a close disciple of the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, if I can kill 1 or 2 ghosts and go back, my senior brothers will surely think more highly of me. I've come to the right place this time." Chan Ka-ho stood across from him without saying anything. "Just tell him we're going to the Red Leaf Forest tonight." "Why at night?" Zhang Bei was puzzled. "Because the cast of the play hasn't been found yet." "What do you mean?" Jianghai City contributes 10% of all Chinese aquatic products and 50% of foreign goods in South China. Once a panic is caused, the blow to the economy is unimaginable. And the people who died before, with that tragic appearance, had already circulated a lot of horrible legends in Jianghai City. All these legends have been passed from one to the other on the internet. In order to appease the people, the superintendent of laws had no choice but to come up with a dim trick. Hire a crew to make a movie. Get someone to pretend to be a Taoist priest, then get a couple of animators to make a CG out of it to fool the people and tell them that the ghosts have been exterminated. It was a last resort. Chen Jiahao was forced to do nothing, and this method was still thought up by Baekchun. The first psychiatric hospital of Jianghai City. On the first floor, in the small courtyard. Lin Baiyu is still standing in this clinch today. But outside the gates of the mental hospital today, the number of cars parked went from 1 to 20. That much? Lin Baiyu was a bit surprised. Some flyers had been handed out, but he hadn't thought it would be so powerful. But Lin Baiyu didn't realize that most of these cars outside the small courtyard were driving cabs. Wang Limin was inside his group yesterday, assuring with his character that he could really recharge his batteries at this place. If you sincerely believe in Cyber Buddha, your cars will surely be able to charge the electricity. Relying on Wang Limin's connections inside the group. 20 cabs drove by today. 20 cabs are parked outside the mental hospital. Old Wang, don't dream, I tell you, there is no Buddha in this world. I don't even believe in that stuff, and I came here purely to see you laugh at old King. Old Wang brother, you don't listen to them, we have good and serious life on the line, and they played this bet, know that there is no Buddha in the world on the line, the other don't think too much. Wang Limin's expression was calm. You guys wait a little longer. The charge he witnessed being filled yesterday. Cyberfoam is real, this can't be fake. If it's a fake, is the $300 he made yesterday and paid into the hospital a fake? Wang Limin thought about all the processes he did yesterday. Murphy, is that a honk? With that, Wang Limin began to do as he was told. Honked the horn in the car. Drops. Lin Baiyu inside the courtyard heard the sound. Walked over to that little corner and saw what was out there. There were 20 new energy vehicles outside. So much. The empty phase above Lin Baiyu's dantian was coalesced by the flow of lightning. Lin Baiyu's palm flashed with lightning. Palm against the wall. Zip. On the highway outside the compound walls. Wang Limin's friends gradually stopped laughing. The first man sat back in the car and noticed what was on the car's center screen. He hurriedly stepped out of the car and said to his peers around him, "Look at your car, look at your car." The other man laughed oldly, "Why are you also accompanying old Wang in his act?" But this time, the laughter tapered off. Because they found out. Your own car's power is really going up. Bam! The master who had just voiced his mockery of Wang Limin, the thermos cup in his hand fell to the ground. He was utterly confused. Lives most of my life. I can't believe I actually saw a miracle. Wang Limin's face was filled with pride, save the suffering and the Cyber Buddha. From the outside of the asylum. 21 grains of blessed golden light flew over. All of this golden light flew into Lin Baiyu's body. On Lin Baiyu's dantian, the void phase thunderbolts opened up into 4 from the original 2. The 3 thunderbolts exchanged flows with each other. The control range of Lin Baiyu's lightning had changed from 200 meters to 300 meters. At the same time his own 3 flowers, crossing another layer of gold color. Lin Baiyu's thunder method became stronger and this time, was able to condense another drop of heavenly reveal. Give it to Zhang Xuan. Morning exercises. In Lin Baiyu's small team, there was an extra He Ching today. He Ching stood in the team, as a newcomer to the heavenly court. He Ching was the only one who hadn't learned the Xianzhou Tian bone cleansing and tendon strength technique, so this task was handed over to Big Smart. That. He Ching raised his hand and confessed, actually, Big Smart has taught me many times. But I simply can't learn. How come? Lin Baiyu said, if we can learn it, you can definitely learn it too. You can definitely do it if you try. But I've tried so many times. Then try again, and this time maybe you will, if you're absolutely, positively serious. Then I'll believe you for once. As He Ching said that, he continued practicing the upper Xian 9 heavens bone cleansing and tendon strengthening technique under the guidance of the Great Intelligence. Lin Baiyu even made it a point to stand aside and watch for a long time. He stopped paying attention until he was sure there was no problem with what Big Smart had taught him. He Ching felt so strange practicing this time. When he practiced before, he felt that every action was very simple, so he didn't pay extra attention to it, and he just tried to imitate Big Smart as much as he could. But after Lin Baiyu's instruction, it was discovered that there was a great mystery within this Shangchuan Jotian bone washing and tendon strength. If you look at it and practice it with a trippy attitude, there's no way you'll ever learn the essence of it. He finally realized why his good buddy, Big Smart, was practicing this stuff with immense difficulty. Turns out it's really hard. He Chang stood on the lawn practicing the Shangchuan 9 heavenly bone washing and tendon strengthening technique. The first gongs, the first poses, all made him feel tough. It was as hard to move as if his body was filled with lead. The joints of the body, there is no longer the usual silky smoothness, on the contrary, it has become incomparably stiff, and every time you move a point, you feel that you are surpassing a certain lock on your body, a certain boundary. Lin Baiyu didn't pay any more attention there. Instead, he pulled Zhang Xuan to the side. There's a good thing for you. What? After you take this, you will definitely be able to practice thunder magic. A dewdrop coalesced in the middle of the 3 flowers within Lin Baiyu's body. In Lin Baiyu's hand, there was an extra drop of crystal clear heavenly dew. This heavenly dew was round like a pearl and floated above the palm of the hand. Lin Baiyu asked, "Did you see it?" Zhang Xueyan wiped her fingers across her eyes and opened her golden eyes. In the light of the golden eye, he saw what the "you see it" refers to in Lin Baiyu's mouth. A nice drop of dew. You sure can see. Director Chen can't see it, but you can definitely see it. I knew it. And I'm relieved. This drop of heavenly dew floated out. Then it landed on top of Zhang Xueyan's head. Zhang Xueyan immediately felt an extremely cool nourishment pouring from the top of her head to the soles of her feet. The feeling was like being exposed to the desert for 10 days and 10 nights. Like a cactus that has been in a drought for a long time, it absorbed the rain of life just before it was about to die. What a marvelous feeling! Zhang Xueyan couldn't help but close her eyes, the feeling making her a little intoxicated. After Zhang Xueyan's body was washed by this heavenly dew, Lin Baiyu exhaled. It's finally over. Try the lightning method again. Zhang Xueyan had already successfully typed out the Thunder Law chapter, only that the thunder light in this palm was never able to coalesce. Since Lin Baiyu said so, then she did as she was told. Zhang Xueyan punched out the Thunder Law chapter. The body is set up in the posture of a Vedanta offering a pestle and mortar, all the while mouthing the words. To cultivate the Taoist mind without the Taoist method is like floating weeds that can hardly support the body. The heavenly thunderbolt descending is just right, and 10,000 giant waves can't stop me. Zhang Xueyan finished reading. The expression changed. She looked at her palm in surprise. A blue bolt of electricity bubbled up inside the palm. There was no end to the crackling. A thin streak of lightning flickered in the palm of his hand. As a matter of fact, Zhang Xueyan had been electrocuted when she was small, and she knew what it felt like to be electrocuted. It was numb. But at the moment, an electric current was running amok on the palm of her hand, yet she didn't feel any discomfort. Zhang Xueyan put away her stance. Looking at the lightning in the center of his hand, he hemmed and hawed. Lin Baiyu, you're amazing, I really practiced. Lin Baiyu nodded in relief. However, the lightning power of the Thunder Law chapter isn't very powerful. What's stronger is the Thunder Ancestors Tao that Director Chen taught me. That's the true Tao of cultivating Thunder Law. I want to learn. No way. Lin Baiyu shook her head. This avenue is very demanding, and I'm afraid that if I pass it on to you, I'm afraid that it will be unfavorable to Director Chen. And whether Zhang Xueyan can do good deeds for the rest of her life, this matter remains to be tested. It was only now that Lin Baiyu realized that Director Chen had really carried a great deal of risk in the beginning before he had imparted this Thunder Ancestor's great Tao to himself. Director Chen, really trust me ah. Lin Baiyu decided to do as much good as she could and never let Director Chen down. Lin Baiyu thought about it and looked at the appliances in the courtyard. All of these things require electricity, and it's not worth wasting that money. In the empty phase at Lin Baiyu's dantian, 4 thunderbolts flashed and flowed irregularly. It then converged in Lin Baiyu's palm. As it is. Just a little more kindness. The entire mental hospital's electricity is contracted by itself. Lin Baiyu landed a slap on the ground. From the first floor courtyard, including the reception computer at the front desk, as well as the stairs, rooms, bathrooms, and all electrical appliances, all of which were supplied by Thunderbolt of Lindbergh. The 3 flowers in Lin Baiyu's body continued to output aura. One time, a blessed golden light flew out and surged towards Lin Baiyu. Acting slowly, Lin Baiyu found a chair and sat down, then wore headphones and didn't move a muscle there. Because it's not the same as a new energy vehicle, it needs to be stable and control the power supply. Lin Baiyu was trying to control the 3 flowers in his body, only letting one of them operate in the hope of entering the realm of automatically outputting thunder spells. It's hard. However, Lin Baiyu felt that since he was a 1 in a million supreme genius, it was only right that he should learn this little thing. A little bit of pain, a little bit of exhaustion, and he's sure to learn. If you really can't learn, you can ask Director Chen for advice again. I'm sure I can. Lin Baiyu's entire mind sank into his body and began to try to control a flower alone on its own. Nunchucks played in his ears. Lin Baiyu's dantian gave birth to another fire chi, this one rising up to his lungs. The samadhi fire in the left lung was about to be filled with the size of the last finger. Chapter 52, I asked you to hire an actor to pretend to be a Taoist priest, and you invited the god of the Thunder Ministry? It's only as close as it looks though. However, Lin Baiyu's samadhi true fire cultivation was very slow. Listening to the nunchucks at a time can only raise so much as a meter-sized grain of samadhi. There was still a considerable gap from that 6th in divine flame. But luckily for Lin Bird, he didn't need to actively take control. Lin Baiyu sat on the chair until noon. Even during the lunchtime cafeteria, it was all about eating while at the same time practicing how to make one of the flowers operate automatically to output Reiki. This problem Lin Baiyu didn't finally have until the afternoon. Afternoon seminar. Zhang Xueyan finally heard Lin Baiyu say her first words to herself. I've become a success. Lin Baiyu spoke with joy. What you've become. Zhang Xueyan sat next to him. It's time for the seminar and everyone is sitting together. Since the morning, even when Zhang Xueyan spoke to Lin Baiyu ignored him. At the moment the doctor understood, and the other doctor was ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Nurse Chang smiled and walked up. He walked to Lin Baiyu's front, then squatted down, tilted his head and spoke to Lin Baiyu very gently. Lin student, today Zhang girl called you many times, you ignored her, she wants to play with you. Sister Zhang is also very much want to talk to you, but you just ignore sister it. What's wrong? Lin Baiyu didn't expect that while he was honing his lightning technique, so many things had actually happened in the outside world, not to mention that he didn't hear Zhang Xueyan or Nurse Xiao Zhang calling him. I didn't what? Lin Baiyu replied as always. Nurse Xiao Zhang quietly breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Lin Baiyu answer in such a way. The other two doctors also had their shoulders relaxed and were no longer on guard. These are delicate treatments that only doctors and nurses understand the horror and terror of. All the patients are dumbfounded, sitting on stools. Zhang Benming spoke, Lin Baiyu, you must have been abducted by aliens thought, if you run into trouble like this next time, remember to call someone to save you. Lin Baiyu shook her head, I didn't, I was just attacking the problem. That's good, that's good. Nurse Xiao Zhang pinched Lin Baiyu's face extremely gently. It's just as well it's the same Lin student I used to know. Well, Sister Chang is going to continue to listen to your speeches. Nurse Chang stepped back and resumed her seat, then took her notebook and wrote a few words on it. Lin Baiyu, once again, is abnormal. Circumstances, detachment from the real world, silence. After writing these words, Nurse Chang asked with her own sweet smile. Who else has a speech to make? Big Smart raised his hand, flat little anti-eye. Snap. Nurse Chang buried her head into, the non-existent chest. Fists clenched, his body kept trembling slightly as he sat on the stool. The ballpoint pen in her hand was crushed in half. Hold back, hold back, hold back. They're all god-awful. They're all god-awful. 3 times in a row in my own mind. Nurse Zhang reared her head, a smile once again on her face, only that smile was a bit forced and stiff in any case. You say. Ha ha. Big Smart, you go on. I want to keep listening to the news. Hey, that red leaf forest thing just now, it seems like it's our Jianghai city, right? No, that's not healthy enough, what are we going to imbibe? Nurse Chang put her hand to her ear. Only to see everyone, including Zhang Xueyan, including Lin Baiyu, reply in unison, healthy positive energy. Hearing such an answer, Nurse Xiao Zhang was satisfied, and then continued to lead the conversation. Which is nothing more than positive goodness and beauty, and all those sports, preferences, and such topics. Constantly communicating with them, trying to pull them in a good direction. Evening cafeteria. Lin Baiyu sat down at his seat with his rice tray. Zhang Xueyan didn't sit next to him this time, but sat across from him, deliberately talking to Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu then answered more. Nurse Chang, who was outside the cafeteria, had been watching the area. Until Nurse Chang left. The big guys were relieved, except for Lin Baiyu. He Ching said, I say, Brother Lin, although you're also a demented person, you must act normal, otherwise they'll sneak around behind your back. Give him a higher dosage of his medication. Big Smarty chimed in, that flat little auntie has been watching you for a long time, you should be more resourceful and say more very logical things to make her understand that you're extraordinarily good at what you do. Oh. Lin Baiyu nodded. But with that look on his face, he's clearly saying, I'm not even on board, and I don't care what you guys say. Zhang Xueyan was so angry that she stepped on Lin Baiyu's feet under the table. Then his hands clenched and his toes crushed hard on his insteps, back and forth over and over again many times. But the feeling under her feet was not like stepping on the back of a person's foot, it was more like a cast iron lump that made Zhang Xueyan's paws hurt from stepping on it. Lin Baiyu ate to herself. Zhang Xueyan gritted her teeth and asked, do you know why you were stepped on? I don't know. Well, won't you ask me? Do I need to ask? Zhang Xueyan was so angry that she pounded her fist on the table and cursed loudly, Lin Baiyu. Just keep feeding me. This voice overpowered the cacophony of the entire cafeteria. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Lin Baiyu's body. Lin Baiyu gulped, don't be angry, I won't eat. Ha, drink. When Zhang Xueyan heard this reply, she smiled and sat down before pulling her fingers through her hair without saying a word. Evening. After the night nurse checked the room, Zhang Xueyan lay on the bed, not having the strength to use her brain anymore today. Turning his head again, he found Lin Baiyu sitting on his bed, continuing to refine his body. Mario, he's already beaten the second level and is now stuck on the third. Big Smart said that nothing would dare to touch that Palm Pilot again, and only Lin Baiyu could figure it out by herself. So die again and again. But Lin Baiyu was tireless. Because every time he died, his body was tempered. This game is not boring at all. The headphones were removed from his ears. Lin Baiyu raised her head and locked eyes with a pair of good-looking peach blossom eyes. Zhang Xueyan looked at him from close range, then gave a smile. Lin Baiyu's heart suddenly slowed down a beat. Somehow, his eyes left the handheld, and without a trace of fondness. Lin Baiyu felt Zhang Xueyan's gaze was so warm and comfortable. There was a magic that drew him in, making it impossible to leave. Zhang Xueyan stared at Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu suddenly felt a warm current in her heart that turned hotter and hotter. Lin Baiyu said to Zhang Xueyan, "I seem to like you." Zhang Xueyan's eyes narrowed and a hint of wit spread across her face. "What are you trying to say again?" Lin Baiyu, who was sitting on the bed, looked up at Zhang Xueyan, who was standing in front of her, and said, "I say, it seems like I like you." The big smartass on the top bunk said, "We're all psychopaths, and stand-in messengers are always going to be attracted to each other. It's different." Lin Baiyu looked at Zhang Xueyan. "I've noticed that you've grown more and more beautiful. You really do look like my grandfather." Hiss. Zhang Xueyan gritted her teeth. Although she had already done enough mental construction in her heart, she was still furious when she really heard this sentence from Lin Baiyu. "Zhang Xueyan, I really want to bite into your hand." "You bite. I'm civilized, I don't hurt people. Get the cell phone out of your space and swipe it for me." "Oh." Lin Baiyu casually waved his palm. A cell phone fell into his hands. "This is the one with Zhang Xueyan." Zhang Xueyan held her cell phone in her hand. Long press to turn on. The screen lit up and 15 unread messages popped up on WeChat in 2 seconds. "Do I have a friend on this card?" Zhang Xueyan looked puzzled. She hadn't added any of her friends at all, even if they were former classmates. That was one that hadn't been added. How come there are 15 messages? Zhang Xueyan held her doubts and asked Lin Baiyu, "You used WeChat to send me a message?" "I don't have WeChat, I'm not registered." "Who's that?" Zhang Xueyan tapped on her WeChat. There was only one contact in there, a picture of Captain America as an avatar. The notes are then the movie. Oh. Zhang Xueyan continuously let out her surprise. Big Smart leaned over the side of the bed curiously. "Why, tell me something funny." "Nothing, it's just that the field agent, who made money from the movie before, was looking for me." It's supposed to be looking for us." 15 messages in a row, all in emergencies and the like. The last article opens the door. "I already know you guys aren't my actors, but that's in the past, and I don't pursue that sort of thing. I have another job in hand right now that I'd like you two to act in. Price is good. If you see it, please fire back." Zhang Xueyan showed Lin Baiyu the message from her phone. Lin Baiyu didn't have any comments. Filming, he's not interested. But making money, he was interested in. "Then I'll come and ask." Zhang Xueyan snapped her fingers and started typing. "How? Where is the location? How much money? Too much time for us to do it, and it's a nighttime play only." Sent this series of inquiries. Zhang Xueyan suddenly felt that there was little hope. Because where are all the night shoots? Last time that was all luck. That's not necessarily true. Lin Baiyu suddenly said, "I'm now, most of all, having luck." Zhang Xueyan was not hopeful. The other side of WeChat, however, returned in seconds. "My goodness, you've gotten back to me." Su Field Service suddenly want to cry. He did field service for so many years. Those little actors saw himself. That one is not a teacher called himself. Whoever sees himself isn't offering himself up. But when you think about it, people with power should be honored. How else could you invite it? A low profile should be a good idea. It's too much of a coincidence that your old man's requests all fit satisfactorily with my needs. I can't show my face yet. That's even more coincidental. You're still a stand-in this time. In Ward 666, Zhang Xueyan was stunned. "Holy, what's with him? He says yes to everything I say. This guy can't be lying to me. Day, where's the loin cut?" Zhang Xueyan looked at Lin Baiyu again. Lin Baiyu said, "My luck will definitely be good, because I have many blessings. This time it's not my grandfather's fortune, it's my own." Zhang Xueyan sent over another message again. "I'm a girl, I'm scared, I'm taking my friend with me." No seconds back this time. Instead, a breath of time passed. "Still the same one from last time?" "Yes." "That's great. I'm going to find him, and you too. What about the price, bottoming out at? Zhang Xueyan thought about it. She had once heard that a day for a featured performer was 1,000 at the bottom and 5,000 at the top. Any higher than that is even less. We're asking for a paycheck of $40,000. The last time the pay was 20,000, this time Zhang Xueyan's directly increased to double. Hey, I wouldn't be able to. He still agrees. Lindbergh, you couldn't be luckier. There's no way he'd agree to that. It's against economics, it's against the market. Not against the heavenly Tao. Lin Baiyu spoke very calmly. This time the other person didn't reply to the message for a long time. Instead, they sent a direct locator. This locate is the same old place, the Red Leafy Woods. And handed over a $2,000 bonus. No problem. Staring at the message in her cell phone, Zhang Xueyan's eyes widened. That's a yes? The other side actually didn't even question it. The other party sent over another message asking Lin Baiyu for them to arrive faster. Lin Baiyu instantly put down the palm top in her hand. This kind of thing, making money, was something that Lin Baiyu was very enthusiastic about. After experiencing the joy of eating in the cafeteria and never having to look at the price list again, he became very active. Unscrewed the screws with his bare hands and removed the windows and barbed wire. Lin Baiyu greeted Zhang Xueyan. Let's go. Zhang Xueyan obediently hugged Lin Baiyu from behind before wrapping her arms around his neck. Big Smart is lying in bed. Remember to bring me something good to eat. Lin Baiyu thought about it, and I'm afraid she didn't have time to buy it. So the hand waved. Another cell phone was pulled out of the space. It's his. Lin Baiyu threw the phone on the bed, then carried Zhang Xueyan and disappeared into the distance. Lin Baiyu's speed was extremely fast, condensing a cloud in the air, and the whole person disappeared after a few moves. Big Smart looked at the cell phone on the bed and his scalp tingled for a moment, the pain in the top of his head as if it were coming back. He pinched the corner of the phone with 2 fingertips, then tossed the horrible thing aside. Set me up with that kind of stuff again, I won't fall for it a second time. Big Smart hunkered down in the corner and would never touch his cell phone more than once. Red Leaf Grove. The lights, the camera, the actors have everything in place. Behind the camera, the director had watched the footage he had shot over and over again. I am the Taoist priest Changkong of Longhu Mountain. This time I have gone out to the mountains to practice, and have exterminated all the mountain ghosts here, so please rest assured that the people in the Wasia are at ease. Finally another one plays out, and these are like movie plots, or wars on the newsfeed, or important footage taken by journalists on the front lines, and it's full of parody. That's why director Zhang is not willing to take this hot potato. What's the difference between this and cheating the people? The director, who had no reputation, sighed. The script, and the angles, and the tone of the actor's voice are deliberately honed. For him to embody a sense of journalistic investigation. And then added some lines written by deceitful screenwriters. For the sake of deception. All the episodes have been filmed. The next thing you know, it's almost a martial arts scene. The requirements of martial arts theater are simple. Perform the feeling of killing someone with force into the air in front of you. This time, they were striving for realism, so Executive Su, the first person who came to mind was Lin Baiyu and the others. No one but them can put on a martial arts show that good. And again, it's 100,000% urgent. That's why they have to be there and the price is given high. That's beyond top condition for a featured performer. Redleaf Forest, the prop master set up a magic altar covered with bright yellow cloth. The center of the cloth, there are 8 trigrams in Tai Chi pattern, and on the front of the altar is placed a camera. Several strips of green tape were used on either side of the puja altar, all of which were prepared to facilitate the keying of the green screen at a later stage. There were also white dots on the ground all around that were conveniently placed for CG animators to use to model fixed coordinates. The prop master is ready for all these things. Even the CG animators over there started to build models of the ghosts and monsters in conjunction with the photos and videos coming in from the field. Strive for a realistic scare. Now all the people were waiting for Lin Baiyu to arrive. The makeup artist is ready. The same do-rags as the protagonist hang on a hanger. Just then, from outside in the woods came the sound of rustling footsteps. Everyone in the entire crew looked over, including the 2 male and female leads in their Taoist robes. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan walked over wearing the couple's clothes they bought last time. Seeing the 2 of them, Field Agent Su hurriedly ran over to greet them. You two, finally. Field Agent Su was about to cry. If these 2 didn't come today, then he would be out of luck, and the entire crew's filming mission would completely fall apart. Entering a tent, clothes were already hung up. The people inside walked out. A curtain was drawn between Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan looked at the Taoist robes in her hands and said with a smile, "What is the act this time?" A Taoist priest coming down from the mountain? I don't know. On this end, Lin Baiyu was a bit headstrong, because these clothes were a bit troublesome, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Lin Baiyu couldn't tell which one was to wear inside and which one was supposed to be worn outside. Such a situation left Lin Baiyu completely baffled. Zhang Xueyan had already changed her clothes. Lin Baiyu only picked out one white dress that she wore in the innermost part of the dress, the rest were all messy, leaving no way to separate them out. I'll do it. Zhang Xueyan didn't say anything. Get right to it and start organizing. Lin Baiyu felt so amazing. Zhang Xueyan's fingers were like playing the piano, and she quickly straightened her clothes. Lin Baiyu put on a purple Taoist robe. Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, had put on a yellow robe, far lower in terms of rating than Lin Baiyu's, and looked like a disciple. 2 people went out. Simple makeup was applied, the main thing was the wig on top of her head that took a bit of work. When it's done, Field Agent Su brought the 2 Lin Baiyu to the scene. The director couldn't wait, all the cameras were on standby, just waiting for people to arrive and start shooting. Lin Baiyu still wanted to ask what lines to read and what actions to do. Once you're back in the game, you've got previous experience built up. But as it turned out, this director was in a hurry to get them, to hurry to the front of the props. There are no requirements, remember just one thing. Kill the ghost. Kill the ghosts however you think you should. Kill the ghosts as you see fit. Lin Baiyu asked rhetorically, how do ghosts get killed? Idiot. Zhang Xueyan said, of course it's with lightning. Ghosts, spirits, charmers, and such shapeless ones are afraid of thunder. I see, then this I will. Lin Baiyu, who was wearing a purple Taoist robe, spoke. He suddenly had confidence. Really, then there's no need to act, he will. The other side of the red leaf forest. Chen Jiahao drove his car and brought Zhang Bei to the south side of the forest, while Lin Baiyu and the others were here in the north. Little Taoist, all we can do is this with a talisman, but this talisman can only suppress the ghost, it can't kill it at all, everything depends on you. Chan Ka-ho also felt desperate. They had tried to buy a mahogany sword, but it didn't work at all. Let me meet them. Zhang Bei was confident. After cultivating for more than 10 years, it was finally time to show off. In a dark forest, if there are no lights, then an ordinary human's naked I can't tell what's in there at all. The men of the Supervisory Law Division, with 20 glow sticks lit up in their hands, threw them into the woods in front of them. It's not enough, bring me all the inventory. Chen Jiahao said. Zhang Bei's heart fluttered and fluttered, his face was a bit agitated, and he gasped a bit sharply. In the blue ethereal light. An eye lit up in the quiet woods. White, pupil-less eyes. The body's neck had a clear break, the body emitted black gas, and the whole person appeared semi-transparent. This was a female ghost whose neck had been strangled. The neck still shows pre-birth wounds, and the trachea can be seen partially exposed to the air from the neck, as well as the bloody vertebrae within the neck. Chen Jiahao's face was expressionless, including the supervisory judge beside him, who was also used to seeing big waves. All of these people had talismans in their hands. As long as this ghost dares to come over, then all the talismans greet it. Even if she couldn't be killed, she had to be piled up with talismans to trap her so that she wouldn't harm anyone else. Zhang Bei? There was no reaction around Chan Ka-ho. Zhang Bei foamed at the mouth and fainted on the ground. The muscles in his thighs twitched. It's... Damn, hothouse flowers, they've never seen a ghost. Old Lu, are you a man? Chen Jiahao suddenly shouted at a certain one in the crowd lined up in front of him. Director Chen. You suddenly. What's the point of asking someone such a private matter? You go and give Zhang Bei artificial respiration. Really duh. The brother named Old Lu pinched an orchid finger. Walking up to Zhang Bei. Little Taoist, let me save you. Mama 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 mama. Old Lu pouted and kissed. The colleagues of the Supervisory and Legal Affairs Division gave each other a wink. If you see me showing signs of passing out later, make sure you wake me up. Brothers, make sure you help each other. Don't ever fall into Old Lu's hands. If you guys don't wake me up, remember to just get me killed. The soldier can be killed, not insulted. Ahead in the woods. The female ghost walked quietly, her legs seemed to walk on the ground, but her whole body was straight through the trunks of the trees, through the grass, walking in a light, weightless manner. Chen Jiahao pinched the talisman in his hand and defended himself against the female ghost in front of him with a tense face. Still not awake? Nope. Old Lu, speed up. Director Chen, young Zhang has woken up. Alas, Old Lu you technology can. Zhang Bei stood up shakily. Worthy of being a shut-in disciple of Longhu Mountain, he now had no fear when he saw the female ghost again. Let the trail stand in the forefront. Thunderbolt. Within Zhang Bei's palm, a faint electric light flashed in the darkness. The glimmer of electricity was faint. Yet it seems like it has great power. After flashing for a moment, the female ghost that was originally advancing suddenly widened her eyes, and her mouth that couldn't speak was writhing there. Ha ha ha. Zhang Bei laughed proudly. My Longhu Mountain Taoism. It is truly strange. Zhang Bei took a deep breath and urged the thunder law once again. The lightning flashed again, then went out. Zhang Bei took a step towards the front, while the female ghost just took a step backward. Chen Jiahao's face was overjoyed. Oops, it really works. This ghost is really afraid of thunder. But then Chan Ka-ho couldn't stop laughing. Because as they step up, the supervisor of laws went into the woods. It wasn't until it was in here that they realized that they were wrong. Originally, it was thought that there were only 2 ghosts in the red leaf tree forest. But behind the female ghost, there were hundreds of ghosts. These ghosts have translucent bodies, obviously slumbering. A smug look flashed across the female ghost's face. Not good. All cover your mouth and nose, don't let these guys smell the yang. Everyone in the supervisory law division, including Zhang Bei, covered their mouths and noses together. But deep in the woods, instead, it lit up with a red, bloody light. These ghosts that have been sleeping here for who knows how many years have all awakened. The body went from nothingness to a translucent state. It was only at this moment that Chen Jiahao realized what he was about to deal with. Inside this, there was actually a scattered set of shadowy soldiers, wearing 3 different kinds of armor and holding in their hands broken swords from their lives, with gaping holes in their blades. After death, these dead souls left behind on the battlefield again finally woke up. It's over, I'm totally done. Chen Jiahao's face was ashen. He had more than just been tricked, he had compounded the problem. Jiang Hai. There's a big problem. Chen Jiahao was going to immediately contact the headquarters and ask them to bring all the oddballs in for support. 200 soldiers gradually awakened, their cold and temperatureless gazes shooting at the necks of Chen Jiahao, as well as the necks of a group of supervisory law division people. They want blood. Light of the talisman. Chen Jiahao shouted. All of them revealed the talismans they had cupped in their hands. But alas, there was only a slight tremor, and the shadowy soldiers continued their advance towards them. Zhang Bei pushed aside the 2 supervisory law division men. I'll do it. At this moment, Zhang Bei was already hot-blooded. Instead of sitting and dying, we should stand and live. A flash of electricity lit up his hand. The shady soldier at the front of the line visibly froze. Then a uniformed stop. Chen Jiahao would like to ask this little Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain, are you good or not? Just this rubbing electricity. The other side is a full 200 soldiers. Zhang Bei stood at the front. He felt like he didn't have much aura left in his body. 2 or 3 more electrifying outbursts and it's going to be completely depleted. But thunder law seemed to be very intimidating to them. Zhang Bei stood at the front. Suddenly, he saw that the last row of shady soldiers actually turned their heads of their own accord. Then the rows of soldiers all turned their heads and headed north. Zhang Bei let out a huge sigh of relief. Until this time, he did not feel safe, and as soon as the man was at ease, all the courage and strength that had just been born dissipated. The whole man dropped down to sit in the mud, letting his pants get covered in yellow mud. Chen Jiahao's face, however, was more ugly than crying. Shen. Director Chen, didn't we survive? Why are we? So? Zhang Bei spoke breathlessly, but he no longer had the strength to continue on. Zhang Jiahao knew what he meant. Zhang Jiahao despaired. Over there, it is within Jianghai City. Further on it is the city. If we're dead and they're heading south, I've got the word out, they'll be there in 6 hours. But now. It's over, Jianghai City is completely finished. It's going to be the first place to turn into a ghost town after the aura is revived. Red Leaf Forest, Northside Natural Scenic Area. In front of the altar of the law. Lin Baiyu was wearing a purple Taoist robe, and he had a frown on his face. Very quietly, he asked Zhang Shuiyan, who was standing straight beside him like a little disciple. How should I perform killing a ghost? I don't know how. If you can't perform, let's do it for real, like we did last time, and just fight for real. Even if you say so, I can't find the feeling or look of a Taoist priest. Lin Baiyu scratched his head, feeling so distressed. Just in time. Lin Baiyu suddenly felt something in her heart, and the confusion and hesitation in her eyes all disappeared. Zhang Shuiyan, who was standing next to her, was the first to feel that the Lin Baiyu's aura beside her had changed. Then came the lighting technicians with their lamps, and then the props technicians who handled the props with electric fans in their hands. Wow, this expression, this demeanor, it really has the inner flavor of a god. Brothers, put some wind in his sails. Boss, should we get on liquid nitrogen, dry ice, and give this actor dude some fairy dust? Wait and see what happens first. Where's the wind? It's blowing. A breeze blew Lin Baiyu's purple robe. The director suddenly came to life. Gee, this actor, his demeanor is so awesome, professional. The last time I saw such a professional demeanor was when I was a Taoist priest on the cast of Immortal Sword and Sorcery. Those Taoist priests from Shushan are exactly like him. The director suddenly forgets that he's making a deceptive little short movie. He threw his whole body into it. The remote control in his hand began to manipulate the camera hidden around Lin Baiyu, striving to capture all the images to perfection. There were two other cameramen, too, who were pumped up. Unbeknownst to Lin Baiyu, at this moment, his own self, acting as a Taoist priest, was simply divine. Lin Baiyu's eyes were fixed on the depths of the woods. Zhang Xueyan also looked into the depths of the woods, and besides black, it was still black. What can there be to see? Nope. Sound it. Zhang Xueyan suddenly became nervous. Her perception was definitely not as strong as Lin Baiyu's. At this moment he had already realized that the wild animals in the woods, all of them had no breath. The only people present were those in the crew and the sound of breathing. Inside, something is coming over. Zhang Xueyan's voice trembled a little. Eh? Lin Baiyu looked into the darkness. Out walked, or rather floated, a woman. Long black hair, the windpipe falling out of his throat and hanging over his chest, black hair draped over his head, vertebrae visible in the flesh and blood in his neck, the whole thing between a void and a reality. And from behind this woman. Instead, out stepped the shady soldier who had lost half his face and exposed his white skull, the saber in his hand long since rolled its blade. The face was grim, devoid of any emotion, and the brain seemed less than inspired. And behind him, there were a full 200 soldiers of the same appearance, who were wounded in different places. Walk over to the yin and yang. Taking the lives of nearby animals. That's what makes the woods quiet. They're sucking the yang out of the living. Phew. The shady soldier leading the head spoke. Now these 200 soldiers were only 12 meters away from Lin Baiyu. Not only Zhang Xueyan, but the entire crew, were completely confused. Huh, what's that? It seems like a ghost. Grip, which theater prop master made it? This ghost is so realistic. Attention all camera departments, the other side must be a friendly army. Director Zhang must have called someone else over to help us shoot the movie. Cheer up. Cheer up. Yeah, Director Zhang turned out to be hiding in another theater group nearby. Awesome, Director Zhang. Lighting guy, give those shady groupies some light. No, it doesn't work, the light hits the light and goes right through it. Then keep it the way it was. The conversation over the intercom stopped. Across from Lin Baiyu. The female ghost, with a slight smile, said to the yin soldier at her side, "This is a fake, just like that man." Phew! The long knife was raised. The whole army attacked. Only to see these 200 soldiers take a simultaneous step and float a step forward. Lin Baiyu raised his eyebrows. The right hand that was gathered under the purple robe was revealed, and he said with an ironclad face, "You and the other yin ghosts and dead soldiers, how dare you set foot in the yang world in front of my 9 heavens Ing Yuan Thunder Sound and Universal Harmonization Heavenly Honored Thunder Department Prefects. If you dare to take a step forward, don't blame me for breaking your path to reincarnation and destroying your souls." The leading soldier gave a lurch for it, half of his head and only one remaining eye looking at the long-haired female ghost. Ha ha ha, cheating still looks like cheating. Turns out it was a lie. Brothers, keep moving. The 200 soldiers took a step forward at the same time. Lin Baiyu didn't put in a hard word. Only a hair-thin bolt of electricity flowed within his palm. The female ghost wore an expression that was not what I expected. Snap, snap, snap. With all the crew dumbfounded. Behind the camera, in the eyes of the director who forgot to inhale with his mouth open. The electric light in Lin Baiyu's hand increased in size in an instant. Blue thunderbolts, as thick as an adult's index finger, were hundreds of them, countless thunderbolts and thundersnakes swimming and running within Lin Baiyu's palm. A huge thunderbolt exploded in this quiet grove of red leaf trees. Die for me. Push your palm outward. A bombardment of thunderous sounds exploded from the center of Lin Baiyu's palm. Dozens of thunderbolts, irregular, struck out towards the 200 soldiers in front of them. The armor of these soldiers and the weapons in their hands were like ice meeting lava, easily pierced by lightning. Without the protection of the armor, all of the lightning struck the souls of the yin soldiers. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chen Zhouhao, who was in the woods to the south, suddenly raised his head. The rest of the supervisory law division tilted their heads together. Zhang Bei, hey, the weather forecast didn't say it's raining today? The 200 soldiers had no power of resistance at all in front of Lin Baiyu. In the empty phase above Lin Baiyu's dantian, the four thunderbolts were traveling at great speed, cheerfully sucking up the aura within Lin Baiyu's body, constantly dedicating thunderbolts within Lin Baiyu's palm. Rolling thunderbolts struck out from Lin Baiyu's palm. For a time it was like a violent wind and rain, the sky whistled, and the sound of thunder resounded across the land. Only this time, the heavenly might did not come from above the dome of the sky. Rather, it comes from the power of one man. The other hand in Lin Baiyu's purple robe was also held out. The three flowers in his body were desperately running. The stone in front of him was blown to pieces. Fallen trees. 100-year-old tree was split in half down the middle, still standing in the middle of the woods. Within the woods, these 200 soldiers were completely drowned in lightning. Lin Baiyu's lightning coverage, 300 meters. It's no longer like being struck by lightning with this bunch of shady soldiers. What the closest Zhang Shuiyan saw was a group of soldiers bathing in the thunder pool. The bones dissipated in the wash. There wasn't even any smoke left. It just evaporated. Thunder pool descending for a full 5 minutes. Lin Baiyu made sure that he didn't let go of any of the soldiers before he closed his hand. I have to say that the thunder method is really a great nemesis for ghosts. All of these soldiers stood in Lin Baiyu's attack range, and without even moving, wearing a purple robe, he annihilated them all. Finished. The ground was scorched black. There were also trees turned into black charcoal, burning with a little spark. Visually, there was a full 200 meters. Trees are down. But that 100-year-old tree was split in half. The prop master was tickled. Lightning strike wood, so precious. Although he is an atheist. But with this, even the godless become gods. All done. Lin Baiyu felt that he was considered to have acted out the whole scene according to the real killing of ghosts, right? The director saw this purple-robed immortal standing still and finally shouted out a card. Then Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan took off their clothes. The director was waiting just outside the tent. In his hand was a contract they had prepared before they arrived. This is a secret contract, neither side is allowed to tell the identity of the other side, or else there will be a $1 billion breach of contract. The purpose of this contract was to silence the two Lin Baiyu. No one is allowed to say anything about lying about the video and lying about the old white man's name. Signed the papers and sent out an $80,000 paycheck. The director sent Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan out of the theater with a respectful face. Take your time, Immortal. Immortal, I'm troubling your old man tonight. Immortal, disciple just received poorly. Immortal Master, pay attention to keeping warm when flying with the Imperial Sword. Immortal Master, blessed life is limitless, disciple worships and retires. Waiting to walk away. Lin Baiyu scratched his hair and asked, that director, why do you keep calling me immortal? Who knows? Zhang Shuiyan said, but with $1 billion in liquidated damages, these guys wouldn't dare to reveal our information. This contract that would have gone against us has instead gone greatly in our favor. That's true. Sending off the two. The director called Field Agent Sue over. Old Sue, you can really give me some new tricks. I asked you to hire a stand-in actor, and you brought me Reikade Masamune. In the woods, a batch of people came drilling out. Chen Jiahao rushed over with his own men. As a result, he didn't see a single shady soldier, but instead smelled the burnt odor and the miserable appearance of the woods. You guys, what just happened? Chen Jiahao said with a serious look on his face, tell me about what kind of person came through just now, I want to know the full, detailed information. But all the staff present kept their mouths shut. Because everyone in the room signed a $1 billion confidentiality contract. Chapter 53, the workers you want to hire, my patients just fit the bill. The director doesn't know who Chan Ka-ho is. But he knew how deep the water was within his line of work. Having been a white glove for the people above him this time, no one who comes will dare to push themselves. If he dares to push it, then he has a ton of blackmail from the people above him. The original $1 billion breach of contract was here to seal everyone's mouths and protect the top, but this time, by mistake, it turned into a protective umbrella for Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan. Both of their identities were protected. Grass. Chen Jiahao cursed in a low voice. He was such a big director of the Supervision and Law Division that he couldn't even ask a single question. Director Chen, let's call the police. Hit the demon bell. Chen Jiahao led his own brethren to search the area, not wanting to let go of any of the Yin soldiers and ghosts. Zhanghai City is in a state of panic these days. Can't spare any more shady ghosts. Police cars came by, but only one. And the person who came down was also an acquaintance of Chan Ka-ho. Officer Zhang and Constable Li Jr. It's you guys. There's no one else but us. Officer Zhang gave a bitter laugh. Then very bluntly told Chen Jiahao something very undesirable. It's a matter of, stay out of it and don't ask. I am the director of the Shanghai Supervision and Law Division. I'm in charge of all the strange people, and now there's one right under my nose, and you're telling me to leave it alone. Then Director Chen, you're in charge of all the wonders, what did you call us for? Chen Jiahao took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and distributed one to each of the two in front of him. Constable Li Jr. declined, he doesn't smoke. Chen Jiahao and Officer Zhang both lit up. Walked away to a less crowded area. It wasn't until there were no other people from the Supervisory Law Division around that Director Chen said, it's the situation up there, isn't it? I don't know anything, and I'm only here because I know you so well. Officer Zhang added, Director Chen, there are so many strange people in the world, there's no need for you to hold on to one. There are so many strange people in the world. Chen Jiahao gave a bitter laugh. Only he knew how scarce the handlers were. Finish a cigarette in the grove with Officer Chang. Chan Kaho said that he had just spoken too heavily, while Officer Chung said that he understood and that sometimes that little bit of window dressing was needed. Zhang Hu is not about fighting and killing. The two of them walked out together talking and laughing. Constable Li Jr. heard the two of them talking about soccer and about the game in Hepburn 2 days before. When he came back, Chen Jiahao distributed another cigarette to Officer Zhang, then said to Constable Little Li, it was my temper that got the best of me just now, and I apologize to you. I'll buy you a barbecue someday. You're too kind, Director Chen. The crew, under the protection of the Superintendent of Laws, exited the Red Leaf Forest. Witness the group leaving. Chen Jiahao, who still remained within the woods, accompanying his brethren to do the finishing work, lit another cigarette. Spitting out a mouthful of white circles, he said pitifully, Boss Bai, you're really moving a stone to hit your own people's feet. Faint move, faint move. The next day. Shanghai City on the 4th Ring Expressway. Amihanjia driving on the road, Director Chen now driving become more and more comfortable, has cultivated the skill of one-handed driving. Just don't play music while driving, and the whole thing has to be a full view of the surroundings. On the co-pilot, Chen Jiahao sulked. You know, I came close to finding the workers I needed. It's that close. My teacher said when I first started that you shouldn't expect too much from the future because things won't go the way you want them to. Ugh. Chen Jiahao covered his face with his hands. Am I going to be a bare-bones commander for the rest of my life? Say, what kind of workers do you really want and this time back to Shanghai, still leave? If it's done well, then it's stabilized not to leave. I want workers. 5'8" tall, about student-like, and according to the information, he's going to be able to do fire, but the latest material on him was updated just last night, and he should also be able to do electricity. Ha? You have to have an electrician's license and an open flame license, huh? The requirements for that are indeed a bit high, but it's not so bad that you can't find someone like that. No. In the passenger seat, Chen Jiahao held his head, he was annoyed and suffocated. I was wanting someone who knew both fire magic and thunder magic. After giving these words out, Chen Jiahao's palms went cold for a moment and his face changed dramatically. It's over, giving away the secret. This kind of thing is said to the average person, and the oldest brother who works as a doctor in a mental hospital has only bad things to say about it, not any good things to say. Chen Jiahao moved his eyes a little bit to look at his old brother who was driving. Fortunately, Director Chen held the steering wheel with both hands, apparently not taking Chen Jiahao's words seriously. He just laughed and said with a relaxed expression, if you say so, it reminds me of my patient. I then have taught him the 6th Din Divine Flame, and the Thunder Ancestors Tao. It's very much like your description. Oh. Ha, really, I'd really like to meet him then. You've seen it. Ha? Just that student Lin who asked you about practicing samsara. I lied to him that practicing the 6th Din Divine Flame requires first refining the Samadhi True Flame. Oh, so that's it. Ha ha ha. Chen Jiahao followed his oldest brother's words. I only hoped that my oldest brother would forget what he had just said and take it as some sort of joke as well. It's like the jokes he tells when he teaches his patients. The car drove all the way to the first psychiatric hospital of Shanghai City. In the morning, Lin Baiyu got up on time. He squeezed on the toothpaste and stood in the bathroom with the other patients in hospital gowns brushing their teeth. Lin Baiyu looked at herself in the mirror. The black pupils of his eyes were tinted with a wisp of gold color, and gradually his entire eyes turned golden. He looked at himself reflected in the mirror. Inside his own body, one of the 3 flowers crossed a layer of radiant gold color. After destroying the 200 soldiers yesterday, he gained an unimaginable blessing of golden light. Lin Baiyu didn't understand why. One's own blessings will gain so much. But the increase in blessings also allows for the coalescence of more heavenly dew. Lin Baiyu at the moment, on the 3 flowers, was lying 3 drops of heavenly dew. When there was something good, the first person Lin Baiyu thought of was Director Chen. Go meet Director Chen and send him a drop. Cafeteria. As Zhang Shuiyan had said, their dazzling rice squad had gotten bigger. From what was a threesome, it's now a four. Nurse Xiaoyun, who was on the night shift, purposely came to look at Lin Baiyu for a few moments before handing over the shift, and then reported the situation to Nurse Xiao Zhang. These 2 days of observation, along with the information, were recorded and then sent to Director Chen's desk. In the morning's morning exercises, He Qing finally practiced the first feat of the Shangxuan 9 heavenly bone washing in tendon strength. He Qing stood on the playground, his eyes streaming with tears. And by his side, Lin Baiyu, Zhang Shuiyan, and De Jiqing presented a triangle surrounding him, applauding him. Lin Baiyu, congratulations. Zhang Shuiyan, congratulations. Big Smart, you're finally done. On the 3rd floor, Director Chen pulled the window open and looked at the situation below. Well, it's a pretty normal gathering of psychopaths. After giving this evaluation, Director Chen then went to look at the materials on his desk. It was his opinion to let Lin Baiyu create the organization, and counting accurately, he was still considered the first person in this organization. The patient's condition is normal. This is normal psychopathic behavior. Director Chen wrote 2 words on this material in his hand. Dismissed. Then threw it into his filing cabinet. Although dismissed, he continued to receive it as material. He Qing cried and sobbed as he walked over to Big Smart and reached out his hands to hold him. Thanks. Then in turn, he walked over to Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu to shake hands. Thanks. After shaking it, He Qing left the center of this triangular formation and pulled a bunch of flowers from the flower bed, with their roots along with the mud. Then stepped on the bench in the small yard. Lin Baiyu, Zhang Shuiyan, and De Jiqing stood together side by side in front of him and watched. He Qing held the bouquet of yellow flowers with black mud in his hand diagonally on his arm and wiped the unstoppable tears from the corners of his eyes. He Qing's face was red, and he spoke sourly, not even speaking completely. He couldn't stop crying throughout. Until Big Smart was coaxing from below, "You're such a big man, and you're still crying so hard. Shame. After being flirted with like that. He Qing finally laughed again. Calm your breathing. Standing on this bench, he saw, from a height, all the sick people. He Qing spoke. Here I would like to thank my parents first and foremost. Without them my brain would not have entered the magma, thus gaining a 7th life. Secondly, I am most grateful to my iron brother, Big Smart, who encouraged me when I couldn't hold out and wanted to howl like a wolf. In this hospital, you and I are unbeatable together. The second most is Miss Zhang Shuiyan. You are beautiful in person, and your heart is also plated with a layer of high reflective light is beautiful. Most importantly, thanks to my Ringo. Woo. Whoa. Ringo. I love you, and without you, I wouldn't even be able to walk this avenue. Strike that. He Qing could no longer restrain his excitement. Throwing the flowers in his hands, all of them in a brainstorm, up into the sky. This bouquet of muddy, joined together yellow flowers tossed and flown into the sky. In the small courtyard, there were 2 people on the stone platform playing chess with their sticks. Horse 5 into 4. Oh, stinky chess player. Watch me eat your cannon. Ah. The old man sitting across the table, his face suddenly turned pale, pointing his finger at his chess partner. Shivering, he said, Run. Oh, I'm going to eat your cannon. Saying so, the white-haired old man squatting on a stool grabbed the red cannon and stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it. Crunch. I'll eat it. Tie. A bouquet of flowers with yellow roots and mud hit him precisely on the top of the head. The yellow flower landed firmly on top of his head, shook a little, and actually didn't fall off. The red cannon chewed up and swallowed by him. At noon, after dinner, there was a knock on the door of Director Chen's office. Chapter 54. Lin Baiyu said to Zhang Shuiyan, I like big ones. Come in. The doors were pushed open. Lin Baiyu walked in. Director Chen and Lin Baiyu were old acquaintances and did not meet each other halfway. Director Chen swiped his cell phone on his own desk. Usually when a patient comes to see him, Director Chen will put his cell phone away the first time. Although they were mentally ill, the dean continued to reserve their right to complain. It's just that sometimes their right to complain is more outrageous and not taken on board. But seeing a doctor on his cell phone, such a complaint would be sent to the dean's ears. Lin Baiyu sat down on a small stool. He saw a video playing on Director Chen's cell phone. The video has over 70 million likes. The amount of likes on this point is scary as fizz. Lin Baiyu also looked up. It was a wooded area, and it was a very handsome-looking Taoist priest, wearing a purple Taoist robe, talking about something. Then the camera panned again, and this back made Lin Baiyu look somewhat familiar. Only this purple-robed Taoist priest was seen, and thunderous light bloomed on his hands. Those seen soldiers in front of him were devastated, and all of them were washed within the thunder pool. Director Chen also had to give a nod of approval after reading it. The video, it really leaves him speechless. The country is so powerful, it solved the trouble in Shanghai City so quickly. Director Chen clicked on the video comments section. I, Lung Fushan, am awesome. At Long Fushan Official, the Taoist masters are so awesome, disciples must go and worship the three Qing. I can't, I'm going to learn Lei Fa, I'm going to learn at Long Fushan Official. Taoist master is so handsome, I want to be Taoist master's dog. I'll bring my own collar. Crisis averted, this time the Red Leaf Woods can finally go again. Director Chen also left a comment. He thought about it. The district thunder law is nothing more than that. This sentence was seen by Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu sucked in a sharp breath on the spot. Director Chen was truly a hidden bigot among bigots. Director Chen. Director Chen put away his own cell phone and gestured for Lin Baiyu to continue asking. Isn't it right enough that the video is about the thunderbolt? Well. Director Chen felt a little weepy. The only reason he posted that comment was because he was following the trend. It's true that you can do 60 push-ups in front of me, but if it's the internet, all I can say is, you've got some practicing to do as far as you're concerned. But across the street from his own patients, Director Chen doesn't really want to say anything about the internet. Patients are not allowed to go online inside hospitals, and as for why, it's too complicated a situation. Since Lin Baiyu asked that, Director Chen then took out a notebook from a drawer. This is a patch note from Lindbergh. Turn 2 pages. Found one of the patches. It just happens to work on this scene. Oh, student Lin, do you still remember the 9 heavens Xing Yuan thunder sound universalizing heavenly honors way that I taught you? I remember, I've been doing good deeds for the past few days. That's good. The lightning method in the video, although quite good, was still far too poor compared to Lei Zhu. The lightning method in the video could only be considered as the weakest little lightning messenger in the Ministry of Thunder. In the Ministry of Thunder of the 9 heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Heavenly Honors, there are the 9 divisions, the middle division of the inner courtyard, the east and west Huatai, and other divisions. And within it is divided into the Thunder General and the Thunder Messenger, and the one in the video, the Thunder Envoy under the Thunder Messenger. He, needs more practice. So it is. Lin Baiyu nodded modestly. I will definitely work hard. Lin Baiyu stated. Director Chen smiled slightly, not caring. After all, what does the person in the video have to do with Lin Baiyu? Director Chen didn't take it all seriously. Lin Baiyu was here on business. Director Chen, I have something for you. Lin Baiyu opened her hand in front of Director Chen. Director Chen saw that Lin Baiyu was empty inside her palm. But then he looked at the kid's expression, which was incredibly serious. Director Chen was deliberately pretending to be surprised. Yeah, you want to give this to me? Director Chen asked, pointing at Lin Baiyu's empty palm. That's fine. Director Chen reached out his hand and grabbed a ball of air on the palm of Lin Baiyu's hand. Then withdrew his hand. It appeared to Lin Baiyu's eyes that the drop of heavenly dew floating on his palm had been ingested by Director Chen. This stuff is instantly absorbed once it gets close to the skin. The efficiency of absorption that was even higher than Reiki, it was a rare good thing. After this drop of Lin Baiyu's heavenly dew was absorbed, Director Chen suddenly had a gurgle in his stomach. He felt a twinge in his gut. Then pain from within. Dr. Chen covered his stomach and thought, did I eat bad again? Lin Baiyu had come here today to deliver something to Director Chen, and didn't have any other questions she wanted to ask. He then got up and prepared to leave. Right, Director Chen. I've almost succeeded in repairing my samsara fire. Oh. Director Chen replied perfunctorily. He realized that his stomach pain had intensified again, and the hand that was covering his stomach began to pinch his flesh. Quick! Can't help it. Director Chen's face turned slightly green. Lin Baiyu left after sharing the good news with Director Chen. After Lin Baiyu left, Director Chen ran out of his office like the wind. His footsteps echoed through the hospital corridors. After rushing into the bathroom, there was a flurry of activity. Whoa. Lin Baiyu decided to temporarily put down the cultivation of spatial laws today. His own space was currently 7 square feet, enough for him, more than enough even, and it didn't matter if he stopped for a day. Ward 666. Lindbergh put on his headphones. An electric guitar sounded. This was followed by the sound of a male voice singing. Iwaki stores are filled with the smell of smoke. Next door is a martial arts school. The mom and pop in the store. The tea ceremony has 3 stages. After a song is played, A flame regenerated from the dantian within Lin Baiyu's body and finally gathered in his lungs. Inside Lin Baiyu's left lung, the samadhi true flame had been fully filled. The samadhi flame within his lungs glowed with an orange-red color. Lin Baiyu didn't try to deliberately control it, but let the samadhi true flame operate naturally. The samadhi flame continued to rotate in Lin Baiyu's lungs before collapsing inward. Compressed, dramatically smaller. Under Lin Baiyu's gaze, he saw a change in the orange-red glow of this samsara fire. The orange-red light disappeared, and instead a golden light was gradually born and appeared. In Lin Baiyu's lungs, a grain of fire that was a little bit smaller than a small thumb coalesced. But instead of being orange, the flames glowed with a golden color. This ray of light radiated divinity, and Lin Baiyu thought that the fire was very pretty. Too good to be mortal. Lin Baiyu raised her finger. A grain of fire coalesced at his fingertips. The fire was pure gold, not a trace of impurity visible. If one got close to it, one couldn't feel its temperature yet, and compared to the samadhi flame, this flame looked somewhat human and harmless. But only Lin Baiyu knew that this fire. The weight is so heavy. It was such a small pellet that holding it in his hand actually made his arm feel sore. Lin Baiyu confirmed that there was no one outside the door. Then the crimson demonic sword in the space was taken in his hand. It's daytime. If one refines a weapon at night, the light of a fire through the sky comes out from the room. It's a little too compelling. Lin Baiyu held the demon sword in his hand. He heard, again, the sound of a sword ringing in his ears. Lin Baiyu then closed her eyes again and recited again. 800 years after the attainment of Taoism, I have never taken a human head by flying sword, the Jade Emperor has not arrived with the heavenly talisman, and the goods are mixed with the flow of the world. Lindbergh's jade hand felt in the air, touching the hilt of a sword. The body of the sword was cold and cool, and the sword's intent rushed through his hands when he touched it. Buzz. I get it, you've waited too long. I'll start now. Lin Baiyu placed the crimson demon sword on the grain of golden flame at his fingertips. As soon as the sixth din divine flame came into contact with this demonic sword, it roasted the blade of this sword. The black substance dripped to the ground, along with a blood-red smoke that puffed into the sky. Lin Baiyu sensed that there was the smell of blood within that smoke, as well as the sound of wailing and a hint of a soul, which was not one person's, but had been extracted from so many people's bodies. And then twisted into such a strange complex. But now these people are finally liberated. The sixth din divine flame was like a scalding red-hot knife plunged into the cream, easily practicing this demonic blade. A standard Japanese sword in Lin Baiyu's hands took less than 2 minutes to refine. Lin Baiyu felt that it was still his fire that was too small. If it was bigger, this thing could be instantly melted by the sixth din divine flame. It can't be helped, the sixth din divine flame is too difficult to practice. Lin Baiyu had practiced for so long, and only managed to get this much out of it. Murakomasa, the famous sword of the East, disappeared. In Lin Baiyu's hand, there was only the hilt of an Eastern Japanese party wrapped in black cloth. In front of Lin Baiyu, the small mass of refined iron that melted out. A moment later it was eaten by some object. Lin Baiyu continued to warm and roasted with the sixth din divine flame. But this time it was much gentler. It's just a matter of keeping this iron from getting cold. In front of Lin Baiyu, this piece of fine iron was floating and changing shape. It eventually coalesced into a small sword that was only as long as his index finger. Lin Baiyu withdrew the sixth din divine flame and stared face to face with this small sword. It was not the first time he had met with the sword. Thank you for saving me last time. The little sword nodded. Very divine. Before it had no reality, only emptiness. And now, finally, a body that barely fits. It is for Lin Baiyu is still dissatisfied. Buzz. Lin Baiyu listened sideways. Oh, I understand what you mean. I'll look for materials to make you bigger. The door to the hospital room was pushed open. This small sword swished and hid behind Lin Baiyu's back. Zhang Shuiyan walked in, her hair wet and a white towel hanging around her neck. Bring the door. Puzzled, he asked, I think you were just talking. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan were good friends, there was nothing they couldn't say. So Lindbergh was honest and said, yes, I'm talking. Say what? I'll look for materials to make you bigger. Zhang Shuiyan grabbed her towel and stood at the entrance of the room. Lowering his head, he looked to himself. Then she raised her head again, blushing, looking wherever her eyes would go, but she didn't dare to look at Lin Baiyu's tone was a bit weak. So? When we go out tonight, you take me to buy papaya? What is the use of buying papaya? Lin Baiyu was momentarily puzzled, then a serious science, what's the use of that thing? It can't increase in size. No. Can it? Zhang Shuiyan pretended to be strong and tried to find something to do. Lifting the long hair behind her back to her front, she then used a white towel and rubbed it back and forth with both hands. It seems. Also, someone once said that papaya doesn't have that effect, and that was all a rumor. Is there such a thing as a rumor? There. Zhang Xueyan blushed slightly. Lin Baiyu. So you're that kind of person too. What man? Like the big ones. Who doesn't like the big ones? It's nice to touch and use. Small doesn't work well at all. Saying that, Lin Baiyu summoned a small sword from his back. Chapter 55. Lin Baiyu, no matter what the noise is, don't make a sound. The little flying sword came in front of Lin Baiyu and nodded the tip of the sword, expressing his approval of Lin Baiyu's words. It's too small and really doesn't work well. Buzz. Lin Baiyu listened attentively. Oh. It says an inch short is better than a mile long. Lin Baiyu said. Only to see Zhang Xueyan grabbing her towel, the whole person instantly red warm. Hiss. Ha! Zhang Xueyan took a deep breath and then exhaled. The entire Ward 666 was filled with the sound of Zhang Xueyan's inhalation. Lin Baiyu's face was expressionless. Only Zhang Xueyan raised her head and smiled at Lin Baiyu. Ha 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 ha. Lin Baiyu, stand in front of me. Question mark. Lin Baiyu didn't understand, but did as she was told. Zhang Xueyan stood in front of her bed, then Lin Baiyu and Lin Baiyu looked at each other. Zhang Xueyan smiled at Lin Baiyu, and that smile was soft and gentle. Lin Baiyu had known Zhang Xueyan for so long, and it was the first time he had seen her smile so gently. Lin Baiyu couldn't help but look smitten for a moment. Zhang Xueyan, you have such a gentle smile. Aha, yeah. Yes. Then turn around, will you, and whatever happens later, you don't squeak. Good. Lin Baiyu didn't understand what she meant, but did as she was told. Lin Baiyu turned around while his emotion said, your smile, it's just like my grandfather's, so kind. Zhang Xueyan put her hands together and then clasped them, her index and middle fingers erected ones. Then crouched down. Standing outside of Ward 666, a Zhang Xueyan scream could be heard coming from inside. 1,000-year kill. Aha! The corridors of the ward echoed with the miserable Lin Baiyu's miserable screams from beginning to end. Lin Baiyu collapsed onto the bed. The whole thing was lying on its back with some sweat on its face. The eyes were godless and the whole person was motionless. Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, lay on top of Lin Baiyu's body as if she was stacked on top of him, her face rubbing in Lin Baiyu's hair twice. Taking a deep breath, he smelled the scent of shampoo on Lin Baiyu's head. Zhang Xueyan had a happy face. This time it was real fun, not pretend. Little brother, I forgive you. After saying that, Zhang Xueyan was in an extremely good, excellent mood. Zhang Xueyan suddenly felt like her depression might be on the verge of getting better because of this move, the 1,000-year kill. He walked over to the window, then pulled the curtains further to either side. On the bed, Lin Baiyu was still lying on her back, her entire consciousness chaotic. Why? Why? My refined body didn't protect me. Meow, ha ha ha. Zhang Xueyan walked back with a bounce. Little fool, even if it's iron cloth shirt, that also has a weakness. Lin Baiyu lay on the bed, eager to roll over. But one movement leads to the whole body. Let you make it bad? Zhang Xueyan asked, will you still dare to do so in the future? I didn't make it bad. Lin Baiyu's eyes were filled with clear stupidity. Lin Baiyu wanted to get the mandatory ancient poems for middle and high school. Wanted to continue refining his prancing. Zhang Xueyan was in an extremely good mood at the moment. Let me do it. Zhang Xueyan brought over the book of poems under Lin Baiyu's pillow. With great difficulty, Lin Baiyu tried to roll over, only to try and fail, try again, and fail again. Zhang Xueyan smiled faintly. Bringing that one book over, he then sat on his but on Lin Baiyu's bed and patted his thighs. Come here. Question mark. Lin Baiyu didn't understand. Stupid. Zhang Xueyan propped Lin Baiyu up, then placed Lin Baiyu's head on her lap with 2 pillows under her neck. Make sure that it won't be too hard for Lin Baiyu to lie down like this. Lin Baiyu was lying on the bed, his face facing Zhang Xueyan, and he felt a faint fragrance on Zhang Xueyan's body. His face twisted twice involuntarily. Zhang Xueyan's thighs, not fat but meaty, rubbed comfortably. Zhang Xueyan picked up the mandatory ancient poems for middle and high school. Started reading it. Lin Baiyu lay on Zhang Xueyan's lap and listened with her eyes closed. Afternoon. There was no sign of Lin Baiyu in the seminar. And there's one more person who didn't show up either. And that person is He Cheng. In the small courtyard on the first floor. He Cheng and Lin Baiyu are here. He Cheng wanted Lin Baiyu to teach himself the Shang Shan 9 Heavens bone washing and tendon repairing technique. Actually, it's just as well you let Big Smart teach. Not the same. Definitely not the same. Big Smart taught him for so long, but he didn't learn. And just yesterday, Lin Baiyu had only nudged himself a few times, and he had successfully practiced his aura. Such a huge difference made He Qing realize that Lin Baiyu was the real thigh he should hug. That's fine. Lin Baiyu asked a question before instructing He Qing. The Taoist sect, isn't it strong? The Taoist sect. Aren't you from the Taoist sect? You should know it well. In fact, He Qing did not have a Taoist license at all. Although he called himself a poor Taoist, he had never practiced in a Taoist temple at all. However, He Qing said with a genuine face, the Taoist sect. That's the toughest in the world. Hiss. Lin Baiyu sucked in a breath of cool air. Number 1 in the world? Is it even stronger than Director Chen? That's for sure. He Qing enjoyed seeing this expression on Lin Baiyu's face. So there's something you don't understand too, brother Lin. Let me explain it to you properly. This Taoism at present to Longhu Mountain is the first. A total of 13 Taoist temples in the world is the most authentic, and also owns 30 blessed cave land. If you cultivate in it, you'll get 1,000 miles a day. 1,000 miles a day? Lin Baiyu was confused. Can there still be such a magical thing? How could there be such a magical place that one has never heard of? He Qing spoke with conviction. That blessed heavenly cave can be all the inheritance place of Taoism inside the powerful tide. I have not even gone in. Hiss. It seems that our heavenly court is really a frog in a well. Lin Baiyu sighed heavily, his head hanging down. The whole thing was mopey. Ringo, how are you? Lin Baiyu braced her breath and replied, Director Chen said that my ability has already reached the point of being a thunderbolt. I mistakenly thought that I should be a little successful after so many days of practicing, so I thought I would compare myself with the people out there. But I don't know any strange people out there, so I came to ask you how the Taoist sect is. So that's how it is, Brother Lin. The Tao sect is very strong, inherited for thousands of years, with a very strong heritage. It's not something you and I can compare. Underlying, blessed cave. Lin Baiyu rubbed his chin. Though heaven is weak compared to them, but I have Director Chan. Chapter 56, Director Chen, impossible, everything is fake. Lin Baiyu was in the small courtyard, accompanying He Qing as he practiced a set of Shangchuan 9 heavenly bone-washing and tendon strength. This gongfu, Lin Baiyu practiced that quite easily. But for He Qing it was a difficult step. Lin Baiyu, on the other hand, was teaching carefully from the sidelines. Until it's an hour before Director Chen's shift ends. Only then did Lin Baiyu leave He Qing, instructing him to practice on his own. Ringo, this is so hard to practice. Come on, I'm sure you can learn. All right. Lin Baiyu left after a bit of encouragement. He Qing restarted from the first feat of the upper Xian 9 heavens bone-washing and tendon strengthening technique. But this time things are different. The first feat is much more skillful than the last, and not as hard to hit. It's so strange, after being spoken to by Brother Lin, why do I feel that this gong method has become simpler? Third floor. Director Chen's office. Lin Baiyu stood outside the door and knocked. Director Chen was wrapping up his day's work, and it was the right time to do nothing. Rin-san. Director Chen smiled and greeted Lin Baiyu as she came in. Mr. Lin, do you remember the good deed I asked you to do? Remember. Oh. Director Chen's words had a point. You, then, are still holding out. Yes, I've been persisting every day, and in the last few days, my persistence has received very good results, and my thunder law has grown greatly. That's good, that's good. Director Chen was slowly cultivating Lin Baiyu. Hopefully, he will gain a heart for helping others and for giving to the community. As long as he could keep him going, then his own treatment would eventually show results. Lin-san, you must have come to see me about something. Yes. Director Chen, have you heard of the 36 cave days? Director Chen was about to open his mouth to reply, but suddenly closed it. As a psychiatrist, any bit of information about a patient, that's something to pay attention to. Mr. Lin, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Because I feel that I'm too weak. I also want to have a seed of blessed cave land to cultivate, so that my growth can become faster and more speedy. Director Chen asked again, who spoke to you about this matter of the 36 cave days? He Qing. So it's him. Director Chen pondered for a moment without speaking. Wait for a half hour to pass. It was only then that Director Chen opened his mouth and said, Student Lin, have you ever heard people say at a seminar that the outside world has become much different, and that someone has announced a cultivation level? Have heard. Student Lin, you and I are both ordinary people who can't do anything big at all. Remember what I said before. Doing good. We, just be ordinary people for the rest of our lives, just pass by ordinary. Lin Baiyu sat down on the small chair and suddenly blinked. But Director Chen, aren't you the chief of the Chi Tian program? Lin Baiyu suddenly felt the sky spinning again. In his own stomach, the stomach acid was refluxing, watching Director Chen's face turn a little twisted. Looking at the table again, like cotton, it began to collapse and sheepish in the air. From underneath the table, a mass of hedgehogs crawled out, with all sorts of junk sticking out of their backs. Immediately after that, countless garbage rushed towards Lin Baiyu and smashed over. Director Chen's office suddenly turned into a dump. Lord Chen. I'm the head of the Zygon project. Lin Baiyu recovered in a flash. All of what had just happened to his body disappeared, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. Director Chen? Director Chen flipped through his book in a panic. Why did Lin come to me at this time with my notes? After rummaging around in the drawer for quite a while, I finally managed to get my notes out. Director Chen went through all the patches. Student Lin, the 36 cave heavens are nothing more than ordinary goods in the mortal world. This world was divided into 33 heavens, and the 36 cave heavens were merely the lowest imitation of the 33 heavens. Legend has it that the place where the immortals are located, that's the true blessed land for cultivation. What is it? Morocco Palace. This is the real place to practice. Dr. Chen's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his heart was in a state of impatience. How is it that you come to ask yourself questions at this time? Steady. 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 Chant the word steady 3 times in a row. It was then that Director Chen slapped his own forehead and got up to go rummage for something from the cabinet behind himself. Inside Director Chen's locker, a jigsaw puzzle turned up. Put this puzzle in the hands of Lin Baiyu. Oh Student Lin, this is the legendary Morocco Palace. If you can put it together, then you will have the most powerful cultivation blessing. Lin Baiyu's eyes lit up for a moment. Really? Of course, would I lie to you? Director Chen's expression was calm, but there was an extra hint of seriousness in the calmness. Lin Baiyu looked at Director Chen's eyes and said with a serious face, Director Chen would never lie to me. That's right. Lin Baiyu took this piece of the puzzle away. Until after Lin Baiyu left. Director Chen was in his office, but his expression was not very happy. After a while, Nurse Chang suddenly came through the door. Nurse Chang's expression was cold. Go home alone tonight. Where are you going? I'll give you a ride. No need. After saying that, Nurse Xiao Zhang directly threw Director Chen a backward glance. Watch Nurse Chang leave. Director Chen suddenly had a pain in his heart, followed by cold and clammy hands and feet. He looked out the door, and the hospital's clean white corridors were suddenly filled with more red blood. Ha! From the ceiling, from the floor, red blood bubbled up. Director Chen shook his head. Open your eyes again and everything is back to normal. Director Chen took a deep breath and took out a bottle of milk from the cabinet. After inserting the straw in and taking a big gulp of milk, Director Chen finally recovered. But then he looked at his hand and realized it was trembling slightly. What's going on? Director Chen was silent for a while, drank all the milk, then opened the window and threw the milk bottle directly from the 3rd floor. Director Chen flipped open his notebook. Wrote down in my notebook the patches I hit today. The situation was a crisis and I had to put in one more patch. After writing this patch, he took off his own white coat. Sent a text message to Dean Seo. I'm taking a vacation. Director Chen did not wait for Director Su's reply and left the hospital directly on his own. Director Chen walked alone into the underground garage. Then sat in the driver's seat and realized the car was fully charged. It's been like that for the past few days. Every time the electricity is full. He drove his car out of the mental hospital, and outside the hospital, he saw quite a few new energy vehicles gathering around the hospital. Also seen on the west side of the hospital on the side of the road. There were a few workers building a small temple. There was also an old craftsman who was carving a clay figure out of a straw. Director Chen was distraught. Driving by myself, I navigated to a place. Jianghai City People's Hospital. Director Chen stood on the floor of the People's Hospital and hung up the internal organs department. The registration fee was collected and then the line was formed on the 3rd floor. Director Chen heard the call, he pushed open a white door and walked in. Inside were 2 doctors, a man and a woman in white coats. And a computer. Director Chen sat in front of this brain surgeon wearing highly nearsighted glasses. Name? Chen Jiafeng. Gender? Male. Occupation? Psychiatrist. The brain surgeon's pupils instantly widened, half joking, half inquiring. Say that again? Psychiatrist. Okay, so tell me what's going on. Director Chen has a lot to say. He feels stressed, he feels anxious, and he also feels like he hasn't had time for a long time because of his job. There's also the fact that he's feeling distracted because of his girlfriend's problems. All sorts of things, all of them rushing into their world in a rush. He's a psychiatrist. He knew what was going on with his mental activities. He felt that he was a psychiatrist and that it would be a joke for him to say such a thing. Deliberate for a long time. Director Chen said, "My brain is hallucinating." Psychological problems can be solved by Director Chen. He's still highly self-regulated, but what's with the blood I just saw at the end of? Hallucinations? Ever had a family history? No. Having a history of similar diseases? This is the first time I've ever seen a hallucination. I don't have any family illnesses and I've never stumbled upon this before. All I know is that I'm currently in a situation that's a little different than it once was, but I can't tell you exactly what the difference is. Director Chen directly brainstormed what the doctor wanted to ask and said it all. All this doctor could say was, "Take a CT." Director Chen received 2 slips and went to CT radiology. Tossed around in the Shanghai People's Hospital for a long time. Director Chen didn't find out anything. Instead, they let a whole bunch of away. To summarize, it's a stressful job. That can't be right. If it's just work stress, I should be able to handle it pretty well. It shouldn't be. Director Chen recalled when he started to experience this condition. It seems to be 2 days ago. What's the difference between 2 days ago and once? Healing and saving lives. Answer Lin's question. The only difference is, Director Chen, I want to give you something. It's sky dew. It seems to be different here too. Harm, I am truly ridiculous. Director Chen smiled to himself, an invisible, non-existent sky dew. Am I to blame him for the problems that have arisen in my body because of my patient, who gave me an invisible drop of heavenly dew? Director Chen felt that if he really thought this way, then he could really become a psychopath. As a doctor, it's important to keep things as loose as they should be. Director Chen threw all the medical records he had just brought from the hospital, as well as the doctor's CT, into the trash. It can't be, it's all a lie. Chapter 57 Easterning, except for Shanghai, there are no masters in Huaxia. Lin Baiyu returned to Ward 666 with a large bag of puzzles in her arms. Nurse Xiao Zhang came by before the end of her shift and distributed an apple to Zhang Xueyan. When Lin Baiyu came back with the puzzle in her arms, this apple had already been cleaned. Zhang Xueyan divided the apple into 3 parts. Lin Baiyu, this is yours. What the hell are you holding, such a big pile? From Director Chen. Zhang Xueyan and De Jiqing curiously came over together. This thing did not expect the weight to be quite heavy. Lin Baiyu placed this thing on the table and received the DVD player on the table into the drawer. It was a large black plastic bag. Zhang Xueyan smiled and was about to reach out to unwrap it. There was some excitement in that look. It's just plain. Shoo. Zhang Xueyan raised a finger and blocked Lin Baiyu's mouth. Don't tell a girl what's inside this express bag. Lin Baiyu nodded. Zhang Xueyan tore open this black bag. Inside is a packet of clear puzzle pieces. God, there's so many, when will they be put together? Lin Baiyu pondered for a moment. Since it's the Milo Palace of the Great Luo Heaven, it's only right that the construction is more complicated. Big Smart patted Lin Baiyu's shoulder. I said, Lin Baiyu. It's just a very common puzzle. You hardly think that this is some kind of magic prop. Don't think so. Lin Baiyu replied expressionlessly. But I believe in Director Chen. Zhang Xueyan didn't say anything and just opened one of the packages of puzzles. Gee, we're in for a treat tonight. Are you going to spell it? Wah, I'm the 3rd best at jigsaw puzzles, even though that was elementary school. Zhang Xueyan thought for a moment. If I didn't have heavy studies, I would have become an art student. Saying so, Zhang Xueyan unwrapped the 2 packages of puzzles all together. The letters A and B are written on the bag. These are 2 of the adjoining parts, so if you put them together well, you can go to the next part. How about, I'm professional or not, amateurs don't know this trick. Lin Baiyu nodded, professional. Big Smart said nothing, lay down on his own bed and went straight to sleep. Lin Baiyu, is there a gong method that can be practiced directly lying down? No. You and Director Chen should ask for it. Give me a gong method that matches mine to practice. Next time you see Director Chen, you can ask about it. Great, if it's really there, then I can get stronger by sleeping. After saying that, Big Smart exhaled directly. It's good to be young, dip your pillow and go to sleep. Lin Baiyu shook his sleeve. From the sleeve of the hospital gown flew a tiny flying sword. Lin Baiyu sat on his own bed and started refining his body. Mario for handhelds. Lin Baiyu finally beat the 3rd level. There was still quite a gap from dying 10,000 times, but at this rate, Lin Baiyu estimated that with 2 months it should be almost done. Tonight, Lin Baiyu Zhang Xueyan rarely did not go out. Instead, they stayed in the psychiatric ward. Shanghai City, Seaport. From the murky waters, a ninja burrowed out with a kelp on his head. His body shook twice. A heat rose from his skin and the salty seawater immediately evaporated, leaving a white pickle on his body. Click, click, finally. This ninja made 2 seals on his hands. Boom. A puff of white smoke exploded from beneath his feet. The ninja costume on his body turned into a freshly off-duty office worker in a flash. Patting the black suit on his body, he felt satisfied. 3 baka died somewhere. He walked in the darkness, and when he was out of the harbor, his feet were like springs, and he whooshed up into the sky. And then avoided the camera and advanced through a tree. At the same time, he commented under his breath, there really are cameras everywhere in China. Gee, that makes me bad at finding schoolgirls. Let's finish the 100 Demons boss's mission first. Sanpei Ichiro nosed in the air. He smelled the distinctive scent left behind by those in the group before they died. Found it. Red Leaf Forest. Sanpei Ichiro finds a message left by his compatriot before his death. There was only one person on the other side, and it was a teenager from China. Mihira Ichiro scratched his hair with a difficult look on his face. Kiso. How can someone who can break a demon's sword be something I can fix? Sure enough, it's better to use something special. Sanpei Ichiro took out a piece of talisman paper from his own bosom. Then unzipped his black suit. In his hand, somehow, he took a bituminous. Finding the spot on his stomach where the bitter bile was, he cut it with a knife. The wound was cut open and the bitter bile, which was bubbling with blue light, was taken out. He kept screaming from his mouth, wouldn't it be possible to fix it? Sure enough, it hurts. Cut your own bitter bile right off alive. Then it was pasted on the talisman paper. Sanpei Ichiro's 2 eyes dangled backward. The original almond eyes were dangled into thin slits, and the slits in the eyes to see the missing eyeballs. Through the slits saw a centipede with 100 feet long white hairs wriggling inside. Streaming colored sticky juice flowed out of Sanpei Ichiro's mouth. He breathed heavily. The wound on his stomach wasn't bleeding. The talisman paper was releasing a red glow and drew a 1 summoning formation after it fell to the ground. That 1 bitter gall was swallowed by this summoning formation. 3 hands reached out from the summoning formation. 3 arms were as white and tender as a young girl, and then the 3 arms propped up a head on the ground. The head is as big as a stone pier in front of the neighborhood, and the head has long black hair, which flutters in the wind. The fishy smell of fish came out, but this one was still sugary. That head had a face on it, a face half male and half female, a mouth slightly open, spitting out a large puddle of amniotic fluid with yellow excrement, and from the amniotic fluid stood up translucent spiders trembling. Sanpei Ichiro screamed under his breath that it hurt so much. Then slapped his face. The expression on his face returned to normal. Only the wound on his stomach was the same as always. Redress. Sanpei Ichiro said to the style god in front of him, Kotenju-chan, let your wind blow throughout China. Oh yeah, the little sky beads ah. Shanghai is our last target to blow the wind outward first. This god crawled on the ground with 3 girlish white arms crawling 2 steps, and his mouth discharged another mouthful of amniotic fluid mixed with excrement. And in the amniotic fluid, those translucent, full-bodied spider-like things spread out on their own. The little heavenly pearl was currently weak, and she needed strength. There is a public restroom at the entrance to the Red Leaf Forest. The little heavenly beads crawled on the ground with their 3 arms. Wearing night vision goggles, the angler, who was getting ready for a big day, rubbed shoulders with the little sky beads. For the little heavenly beads, just ignore them. And after he walked past the little heavenly beads, a small, glassy spider, however, crawled from his feet to his legs, then his stomach, and finally to the underside of his nose where it stayed still. The fishing man took a sudden breath. The spider was sucked in, down the nostrils, flew through the rooted nose hairs, reached the nasal passages, and then crawled into the throat knuckles with barbed claws that easily grabbed into the flesh. Start sucking in yang energy. Ahem. Fishing guy covered his throat, weird. But he didn't care, he just thought it was an itch. The little heavenly pearl stepped into the men's restroom with a tender teenage girl's arm, which opened the first door. A voice came out from the inside of that one odd head. Yadala K. Yimasu. Standing on the pit that had been scrubbed clean by the cleaning lady. One of the white arms lifted and aimed at the blackness within that pit. The arm was split wide open from the tiger's mouth position, and half of the small forearm was limp and boneless, opening up with tiger shark-like teeth. The arm slammed into the defecator. Grunt, grunt, grunt. A mass of sewage sucked up by this one white arm. The head of the small heavenly bead began to increase in size uncontrollably. The sound of the stock pool and the stock pool rang out. The bones of her skull were opening and enlarging. Eventually it was like it was too much to bear. A beige-green gooey juice naturally flowed from both nostrils. Those white lips opened and sucked all of the sticky juice into their mouths, wasting absolutely none of it. The body was huge again. Start with this public restroom in the red leaf forest. A transparent spider with a tail spitting out a long spider silk. Relying on the momentum of the wind blowing the spider's silk, it carries itself far away. Sanpei Ichiro was currently in front of a burger joint, crab burger in hand, and he looked up at the sky as if it were raining spiders in full bloom. It's like this, and I'm surprised no one sees it. It's just a matter of taking down Wasia. The only thing to be wary of was that frighteningly strong expert from Jianghai City. There is nothing to fear but him. Chapter 58 Little brother, were you hurt by the ball? Ward 666. Lin Baiyu was actually the first one to get up today. He got dressed. The one curtain in the center of the ward was actually still open. Under normal circumstances, Zhang Xueyan should have already gotten dressed and washed up. Zhang Xueyan. Lin Baiyu called out softly. No response from the opposite side. Lin Baiyu called out again. Eventually he pulled back the center curtain. On the hospital bed, Zhang Xueyan was sleeping. Lin Baiyu walked over and saw that on Zhang Xueyan's bedside table, half of those puzzles that she had unwrapped yesterday had been finished by her, and the other half had been portioned. It's really quite professional. Lin Baiyu felt that if it was herself, she might be a mess. Lin Baiyu was thinking about how to go out when suddenly her gaze went to Zhang Xueyan on the window. Zhang Xueyan wore a hospital gown during the week, so she could see her toes below her pants, in addition to above her neck. The rest of the part sees nothing. Lin Baiyu suddenly gulped and couldn't move his eyes away. What's going on? Lin Baiyu was confused and didn't know what was wrong with her. It was as if his gaze was locked on, with no way to move away from Zhang Xueyan's body. Zhang Xueyan was lying on her own bed. Her hair was a bit disheveled, and she was breathing softly with her eyes closed. A strand of black hair, coincidentally, landed on top of the collarbone. Lin Baiyu stared at the collarbone, and for some reason, his mouth secreted another large mouthful of saliva, which he swallowed again. Gollum! This one caused a commotion. Lying on the bed, one of Zhang Xueyan's arms stretched out, taking away a large piece of bedding. The futon lifted a larger corner. Lin Baiyu stood by Zhang Xueyan's bedside and suddenly felt her heartbeat become faster. He couldn't move his eyes even more, from taking Zhang Xueyan's neck in, then that collarbone, and then his eyes moved downward. There was actually a peak in the middle of the bedding. Lin Baiyu saw that below Zhang Xueyan's collarbone was like a plane, and after his line of sight traveled across this short plane, it was suddenly blocked by a large mountain, and Lin Baiyu's line of sight suddenly lifted up. Then it went from the foot of the hill to the halfway point, but that last bit of scenery above this halfway point was blocked with bedding. Hiss. There was the sound of Zhang Xueyan's breathing in the ward of number 666, and the sound of a big smart grunt behind the white curtain. But it was all briefly covered by the sound of Lin Baiyu sucking in cool air. Lin Baiyu realized that she couldn't move her eyes anymore. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Being mentally ill, Lindbergh experienced this feeling for the first time. Lin Baiyu took another look and realized that his hand had actually lifted up. What are you doing? What are you doing? Lin Baiyu's right hand, uncontrollably, attacked towards the bedding that was blocking him from climbing the mountain. Lin Baiyu's face was shocked as he grabbed it with his left hand. Lin Baiyu found himself in a state of confusion. No way! I'm going to intervene. In this most dangerous situation, Lin Baiyu again remembered Director Chen's words of wisdom to him. Lin Baiyu clenched his palm into a fist and ate a punch into Zhang Xueyan's chin. Zhang Xueyan's fists hidden in the bedding clenched. But the face remained as it was, breathing slightly, expressionless, eyes naturally closed. Zhang Xueyan's heart, however, rubbed with fire. Her fists, hidden in the bedding, unclenched and gripped the bedding on the inside. Rubbing. Pull the bedding down a few more inches. No. Lin Baiyu's eyes were like they were on lockdown, staring at the retreating downward bedding in the full view of the big mountain that was going to appear. I can't take it anymore. With a whoosh, Lin Baiyu retreated behind the curtain. The white curtain was lifted by his impact. Zhang Xueyan, who was in her own bed, opened her eyes, and her mouth smiled, revealing the tiger teeth inside her mouth, smiling but somewhat evilly, like a villain in a movie. Sitting up from the bed. The bedding naturally fell to his lap. Zhang Xueyan stroked her own chin and headed in Lin Baiyu's direction, swinging 5 punches in a row at the air through the curtain. He had a flailing look about him. Her expression was a little exasperated, but more than that, she was cool with winning this smelly man. Hospitals, cafeterias. Lin Baiyu seated in the position, He Cheng and De Jiqing sat together on the opposite side. The seat next to Lin Baiyu's was empty. Zhang Xueyan had always been the first to get up and the first to arrive here to take her place. Today was the last one. Big Smart took a sip of soy milk and asked curiously, Lin Baiyu, why do you look so vain? Did Mario lose another fight? No. No. Lin Baiyu stammered. Let the Big Smart He Ching are showing a kind of, the sun hit the west side came out. Can still see this kind of expression on this Lin Baiyu's face, rare, really rare. Taking a seat with his dinner plate. Zhang Shuiyan grumbled with an expressionless face, I slept on a pillow last night, and my jaw hurts a bit when I get up in the morning. He Ching was puzzled, is it supposed to be jaw pain? Big Smart took over, it could be that the neck is pressing on the cerebral nerves, which is causing the pain in the big jaw. Zhang Shuiyan gave a thumbs up, Big Smart, you really are smart. Lin Baiyu's head finally lifted up after hearing Big Smart's explanation, indeed. Zhang Shuiyan turned her head and looked at Lin Baiyu with a playful look in her eyes. Zhang Shuiyan passed Lin Baiyu a seductive eye and smiled, I'm in a super good mood today. Why good? Big Smart asked as he took another bite of his donut. Zhang Shuiyan really wanted to give Big Smart a shout out at the moment. Because she could finally say what she had been holding back for so long. Zhang Shuiyan wrapped her hand around her back and grabbed her hospital gown. The original white hospital gown was instantly tightened, revealing Zhang Shuiyan's A4 waist and D-cup covered figure fiercely. He Ching was instantly dumbfounded, wow. Big Smart, on the other hand, put down his chopsticks and whistled. Zhang Shuiyan twisted her waist. The whole thing was deliberately off balance. Fall over towards Lin Baiyu's shoulder. Finished a crash with the ball. Oops. Zhang Shuiyan weakly apologized, I'm sorry little brother, I didn't bump you. Lin Baiyu grabbed the chopsticks with her hands and hid her head under her arm, then ate the donuts without saying a word, and didn't let anyone else see her expression. Zhang Shuiyan sat upright and loosened her hands, the loose hospital gown again hiding her figure. Zhang Shuiyan took out a tea egg from Lin Baiyu's plate. While peeling it, he said to Big Smart and He Ching, for a little girl like me who is still studying, there are always a few days a month when I am in a super happy mood. And I am, today, in a particularly good mood. He Ching asked in disbelief, how's it cool? Count you in boys, isn't that good enough? He Chang and Big Smart, who were sitting on the opposite side of the table simultaneously, oh. In that case, it's really cool. According to my logic, being able to make your opponents, and even your enemies, admire you from the bottom of their hearts is perfectly in line with the heart, yet disgusting to your opponents. Only this is extremely difficult to reach. Precisely because it was difficult to reach, Zhang Shuiyan, right now, was especially cool. Hidden under her arm, Lin Baiyu's expression turned even more exaggerated. Lin Baiyu's head was tucked under his arm, not letting anyone see his face at the moment. With one free hand, he grabbed the fries towards his plate and ate them. Zhang Shuiyan placed the peeled tea eggs on Lin Baiyu's plate. Lin Baiyu felt toward her plate several times without touching it. With a smile in her eyes, Zhang Shuiyan pushed the tea egg under Lin Baiyu's hand. Lin Baiyu whimpered and ate the Zhanghai City. Chen Jiahao brought the superintendent of laws to the seaport. Zhang Bei had now also changed into the uniform of the supervisory law division. Zhang Bei, come and take a look. Director Chen, I can't see it, but I can see that there's movement in that place. Zhang Bei suddenly pointed his hand to the south. Chen Jiahao and all the people from the supervisory law division followed the direction of his finger and looked over. Somewhere. Red Leaf Park, where it smells like tainted spirits. To put it in Eastern terms, style gods. Let's set off. Chen Jiahao issued the order. Chapter 59. The more ordinary, the more correct. This is Director Chen's usual routine. Chen Jiahao didn't expect that he was actually back here after a few days. The red-leafed woods are extensive and complicated to get to inside. It's not hard to find the gods. It's not the style gods that matter, it's the one mastermind behind the scenes that counts. Zhang Bei followed behind Chen Jiahao with his bag on his back. He took out a packet of incense ash from inside his bag. Then another tail of fox fur was produced. After lighting it in front of Chen Jiahao, a wisp of smoke flew out. Zhang Bei rushed over in a direction with all of them. Shanghai No. 1 Psychiatric Hospital. Inside the small courtyard on the first floor. Lindbergh is continuing the good deed. Inside his body, the empty phase on his dantian continued to function. Outside the mental hospital, no less than 50 new energy vehicles were parked. Lin Baiyu's lightning method was greatly enhanced. In addition to the enhancement of the thunder law, he also detected another rather peculiar meaning. That's one more opening in the empty phase. Lin Baiyu's mind sank in. Open your eyes again. Came to a place. It was a small temple, and through the light outside he could see out onto the road. This place was familiar to Lin Baiyu, it was the highway outside the mental hospital. And outside of this small temple were a number of cars parked. Lin Baiyu had an incense burner in front of him, and then there was a steady stream of incense being offered to himself. These incenses are not as good as the blessings, but they make do. Lin Baiyu suddenly saw someone worshipping himself. What a situation. Wang Limin bowed down to the statue of Cyber Buddha and then muttered, "Cyber Buddha, please also bless my wife's recovery." Lin Baiyu realized that she actually heard this person's heart, and more importantly, half of the incense in this body of hers came from this person. Well. But the point is I don't know your wife either. Lin Baiyu tried to scratch his head, only to realize that his current self was an illusory existence. But just after this one thought moved him, he suddenly saw a vision. That an ICU ward. In the room, there was a woman with tubes all over her body, looking like she wasn't going to live long. There are still 2 drops of heavenly dew on the 3 flowers of Lam Baiyu. Lin Baiyu didn't even think about it and directly sent out a drop. Sky dew flew over the woman's head and into her body. Lin Baiyu's consciousness returned in a flash. Lin Baiyu looked at the empty small temple. There were many cars parked outside, but the only person who came to worship was the one called Wang Limin. This temple, I'm afraid he built it too. Lin Baiyu's consciousness looked inward at this clay statue. Inside, there was the same gaping hole. Consciousness went inside and rejoined his body. When Lin Baiyu's consciousness was not in his body was still practicing. He Qing was in the small courtyard, finally practicing the Shangxuan 9 heavenly bone washing and tendon strength to the 2nd feet. His eyes radiated a golden color. He Qing raised his eyes toward the sky. Big Smart asked curiously, "What do you see?" He Qing opened his mouth and stuttered a bit. "What did you see, tell me?" "I saw 4 words. 4 words? What words?" "Divine heavenly jade clearance." Lin Baiyu, who was supposed to be taking a walk, suddenly took off her headphones. "That place, I know. Where the Thunder Ministry of the 9 Heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Heavenly Honors is located." Lin Baiyu continued walking after he finished speaking. Evening. Inside Ward 666. Zhang Xueyan put together the attic in her hands. "Come and see the pieces I've put together." Lin Baiyu, who was originally sitting on the bed playing a game, heard this and immediately put down her handheld and walked over to Zhang Xueyan's side. Only to see Zhang Xueyan's hand pieced together was a small attic that looked plain and very ordinary. Zhang Xueyan commented, "The shape of this thing is too industrialized, there's no beauty of traditional culture at all, it's too common." Lin Baiyu smiled. "What? Something wrong with my evaluation? No problem, it fits perfectly." But therein lies the biggest problem. Because it's really common. Ordinary enough that you can get it by going to one of the supermarkets. It was precisely the very ordinary that made Lin Baiyu realize that Director Chen had good intentions. If it wasn't common, how could something so good have been passed down until now? Zhang Xueyan once again said, "Lin Baiyu, you actually shouldn't trust Director Chen too much. Look, it's a regular puzzle, so maybe he's just using it to coax you." Lin Baiyu nodded. But that look on his face, Zhang Xueyan could tell that it was one of complete disbelief. After the last time, Lin Baiyu was already summarizing one thing, and that was to never be deceived by a part of the truth. Always trust Director Chen. Lin Baiyu took this tiny attic. He went over the little loft carefully. It's one of the small pieces of a huge jigsaw puzzle. Lin Baiyu carefully looked over this small piece of the puzzle. The blind spot was eventually discovered. In this loft, 4 large words were written on a small plaque. Those 4 big words are nothing else. It was the Divine Heavenly Jade Clearance. 9 Heavens in Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Heavenly Honors Base Camp. Lin Baiyu stared at these 4 words, Divine Heavenly Jade Clearance, and went to look at them. Suddenly, I realized that my entire being had become so small. And as these 4 words Divine Heavenly Jade Clear became incomparably huge, Lin Baiyu proceeded to realize that he had actually left Ward 666 and arrived at an immortal realm with a misty immortal aura. It was still daylight in the distance at the moment, and the clouds in the sky moved in an irregular pattern. There are other buildings in the distance. But it was all hidden, and Lin Baiyu tried hard to see it but couldn't see it clearly. But he had the Divine Heavenly Jade Clear house before him. The stone steps extended out under his feet, and the clouds under his feet automatically dispersed a path. The doors in front of them automatically parted to the left and right. Lin Baiyu walked in. There's someone inside. To be more precise, there is a godhead present. Inside were each of the muscular and sturdy godmen, and all that remained here today was their aura, and the aftermath of what had come before. Inside, the thunderous aura permeated everywhere. Lin Baiyu felt the thunder law in his body become more active. In the past, thunder law, which required constant accumulation of blessings in order to increase, was able to grow automatically while standing in this room. Within a short period of time, the thunderbolt grew by another one in the empty phase above Lin Baiyu's dantian. Here, it's so suitable for practicing thunder law. Lin Baiyu followed his heart and continued walking towards the front. He saw a main seat in front of him. This should be the bit of Thunder Joe. Lin Baiyu walked to the front and then looked towards the path she had just come from, and many more names appeared in her mind. The two in the front have strong auras. These two are the generals of the Thunder Ministry, General Thunder Duke of the Nine Heavens and General Cloud Thunder of the Eight Directions. And further back in the list are the Messenger of the Savage Thunder of the Five Directions, the Messenger of the Chief of the Thunder Ministry, as well as 36 Lei Gong. Why don't we see Thunder Ancestor? Lin Baiyu curiously searched through this mansion. The house shouldn't be just this small, there's so much more to it that hasn't been revealed. Lin Baiyu had already walked through all of this. Now there is only one place left to go. That's the main seat in this house. All the places were cloudy and not enough to see. Only this Thunder Ancestor's throne appeared incomparably real. Lin Baiyu walked towards that throne. In that position, a paperwork was left. Lin Baiyu picked up this piece of paperwork and ghostly opened it to view it. Chapter 60, Too Normal to be Psychotic. Above that instrument, no words were written. It's just a blank. The instrument was held in his hand, and Lin Baiyu felt that the material was extraordinary. Although there is no text left on the top, but it is left a noble with red clay seal stamped on the treasure seal. Up some 8 big words. Tai Shang opens the heavens and executes the symbols and the calendar. Isn't this the Jade Emperor's decree? If there isn't a single writing on it, but it bears the Jade Emperor's Chi Dragon treasure seal, doesn't that mean I can just write anything on it? As soon as this thought came out of Lin Baiyu's, an unstoppable thought came out of his heart in a frantic manner. The empty divine heavenly jade clear mansion was filled with vacant god positions. In addition to these generals of the Ministry of Thunder, there is also this divine seat of the Nine Heavens Ing Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Tian Zun who is also vacant. That said, who can be the Nine Heavens Ing Yuan Thunder Sound Puhua Heavenly Honors? And why can't you be called Lin Baiyu? This greed comes together. Lin Baiyu blinked, and then directly threw this paperwork on the seat. Not holding back in the slightest, he even wiped his hand, which had just touched the instrument, on his own clothes. Lin Baiyu walked out of this divine heavenly jade clear mansion with an expressionless face. Then going back to look, and yet you really seduce my greed. But the thing is, I'm a psychopath. You evoke greed in a psychopath. This seems to me that I'm not normal. Only without greed, without any thought situation, I am a very normal neurotic. Director Chen taught me for so long. I must listen to him. It's not okay to be a dysfunctional psychopath. If my neuroses don't exist anymore, then I must be abnormal. Keep it up, it's very good right now. Lin Baiyu left and the divine heavenly jade clear mansion, stepping over the doorway out of the gate and into the cloud of mist outside the mansion. His mind scurried back in an instant. From the air towards the small opening within the lightning. It flew back into itself again. Lin Baiyu stood in place and looked around all of Ward 666. I'm back. Zhang Xueyan, who was standing beside Lin Baiyu, was puzzled. What are you returning to? Haven't you been standing here all along? It's not like you've left. Big Smart, who was lying on the upper bunk, suddenly raised his arm and pointed his index finger to the sky, and opened his mouth in a very unconvincing manner. I don't recognize your words. Everyone's a psychopath, and his words aren't normal if he acts normal. So Zhang Xueyan. Big Smart suddenly sat up from the bed and stared at Zhang Xueyan's face with eyes like torches. Your brain is so full of normal logic. You're not getting better, are you? Zhang Xueyan's expression was stunned. The whole thing panicked. My illness. Of course I'm not well, how could I possibly get better? Zhang Xueyan said this with an extremely loud voice. Lin Baiyu interrupted them. I'll take you somewhere. What place? The divine heavenly jade clear mansion, which is where I just went. Lin Baiyu grabbed Zhang Xueyan's arm. Big Smart sat on his top bunk and watched the two of them. Only Lin Baiyu grabbed the unfinished piece of the puzzle. Then the other hand was grabbing Zhang Xueyan's wrist. A whoosh followed. Zhang Xueyan and Lin Baiyu closed their eyes at the same time. One of their two bodies fell naturally sideways onto the bed, their heads landing on the pillows with a thud. Lin Baiyu, on the other hand, let out a thud. The whole thing fell to the ground. But even so, the two of them had their hands firmly stuck together as if they were coated with strong glue and didn't let go. Zhang Xueyan didn't know where she was at the moment. She looked up and realized that in the sky, instead of clouds, there was a brilliant Milky Way. Overhead, to the northwest, is the Big Dipper. The one to the south is blue in color, and the most unusual one is the southern spinning star. Farther away there was what looked like a chaos, with the two colors surrounding each other as nebulae in outer space. These things Zhang Xueyan heard the teacher will have astronomical science when he was small. Even though it's been so many years, there are still several things he teases to remember. Zhang Xueyan looked at her feet again. Beneath a sky full of stars is the image of the sun and the moon. The sky beneath his feet at the moment was not dark, but white. The clouds were lax in the sky while the white clouds were free to float. Zhang Xueyan stood on the clouds, feeling that it was all so unreal. Lin Baiyu. Are we in heaven? I don't know, but I know it's in front of the divine heavenly jade clear mansion. How do you know it's the divine heavenly jade clear mansion? Here. Lin Baiyu pointed behind her. Zhang Xueyan followed the direction of Lin Baiyu's finger, and he saw this small pavilion with a fairy-like atmosphere behind him. The attic has 8 steps with carved stone pillars of flying birds and flowing clouds. This thing does not appear to be a bird. What's that? Lin Baiyu asked. Xia Shan, a divine beast that has been recorded in the remnants of the classic of mountains and seas, can bring stability to one's heart, and after eating his flesh, no matter what kind of person it is, he or she will become a benevolent person with a pure heart mirror. Zhang Xueyan didn't rush to walk into this divine heavenly jade clear mansion. Instead, she held hands with Lin Baiyu and circled around outside here. Don't tell me, it's like what Lin Baiyu said, the clouds outside are so heavy. One could only barely see some imposing palaces inside as the clouds moved. So grand. How can it be imposing when you can't even see it? I can't see it, but a girl's intuition says it must be very grand. Zhang Xueyan walked slowly on her feet for some reason. Originally, Lin Baiyu had brought her here to take a look at the god seats here, and the images that remained of those thunder ministry gods who were riding the light. But it turned out that Zhang Xueyan seemed to be really too much of an Ocheng. Oblivious to what's inside, not even a little bit curious. Lin Baiyu accompanied Zhang Xueyan as she walked. Finally Zhang Xueyan looked like she had strung up her courage and didn't dare to look into Lin Baiyu's eyes, turning to look into the distance. I heard. Only boyfriend and girlfriend. You can only hold hands. After Zhang Xueyan finished speaking, the corners of his mouth couldn't hide the slight upturn. Lin Baiyu's face was expressionless. At the moment he had one thought in his mind: why was Zhang Xueyan walking so slowly? This place was full of clouds, what was there to see? Carelessly, he replied, why yes, that's how my grandfather held me in the first place. And I'm holding you for the same reason my grandfather did. ? Afraid you'll get lost. Lin Baiyu thought of her grandfather again after she finished speaking, and a happy smile appeared on her face. TSK. The corners of Zhang Xueyan's smiling mouth instantly collapsed. Cut. Then it was about to let go of Lin Berg's hand. Don't let go, don't let go. Zhang Xueyan, however, didn't care. The two men were in the middle of an argument. Lin Baiyu's hand loosened. Don't. Lin Baiyu hadn't finished her words. I saw the Zhang Xueyan figure in front of me suddenly translucent, then gradually fading and eventually disappearing. In Ward 666. Zhang Xueyan's hand and Lin Baiyu's loosened. Big Smart squatted on the ground, observing Lin Baiyu with a serious face, using his own little fat hand, poking the Zhang Xueyan and Lin Baiyu's hands loosened. Zhang Xueyan, who was lying on the bed, opened her eyes. Big Smart asked curiously. You realize what just happened to you? I know, a trip to the Divine Jade Palace. No, I mean, you in the stay sick room. ? Look at your own hair. Zhang Xueyan curiously picked up a strand of her hair with her fingers. The original pure color of her hair turned into the color of white clouds, with a cloudy haze reflecting off of it, but more importantly, Zhang Xueyan felt that there was an extra ray of lightning within her body. ? Zhang Xueyan closed her eyes and exhaled earnestly. On his own dantian there was an extra set of thunder light that was both imaginary and real. This lightning wandered above the dantian and did not cause a single damage to himself. And Zhang Shui realized that he could actually control this thunderbolt. The thunder technique that he had learned was from the same source and origin as this thunder light. However, this thunder light was even more powerful than his own thunder method. It was more like a thunder used by Lin Baiyu. Zhang Xueyan felt that within her body, there was still thunder qi. She absorbed those thunder qi with all her might. The hair started at the tips, that flashed with a flash of electricity, and the black color came back from the ends of the hair. Zhang Xueyan opened her eyes again, and her hair had turned black as before. Lin Baiyu walked back from the Divine Jade Clear Mansion. Chapter 61. Lin Baiyu disappeared into thin air with Zhang Xueyan. Aside from Lin Baiyu himself, no one else was qualified or had the means to be able to walk into this mansion. Without the Lindbergh Jade Belt, it would be bounced away from this divine heavenly jade clear mansion. How come? Big Smart asked. Lin Baiyu said, maybe it's because Director Chen taught this to me and not someone else, that's why it's like this. It makes sense in that way. Big Smart gave a long oomph. That makes the logic flow well. Zhang Xueyan was even more interested after realizing that these individual puzzles were so peculiar. Well then, I'll see what it's like to finish the puzzle. Tonight, Zhang Xueyan decided to work all night. Being mentally ill and not needing to go to work anyway, it didn't matter if you didn't sleep all night. Is that good? Lindbergh himself was not sleeping all night, that would be very hard. But Zhang Xueyan felt indifferent. Big Smart was the first to slip back into his bed. Lindbergh was a close second. Lin Baiyu returned to his bed with the one that had been spelled out in the attic of the divine heavenly jade green mansion. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes on the bed. His mind did not enter the divine heavenly jade green mansion. Instead, look inward at your own emptiness. In the midst of the 5 chaotic flashes of lightning, an opening was seen that existed in this empty phase like a gate. Lin Baiyu took a step forward. The whole world changed from the dark chaos of thunder. Lin Baiyu's gaze returned to the small temple outside the hospital. Lin Baiyu felt so strange. Because underneath this clay elephant, the man named Wan Limin came to offer incense again. Wan Limin lit 3 sticks of incense in front of the incense burner. Then with extreme devotion he said, "Save the suffering and the Cyber Buddha, I have earned another $300 today. My home depends on you. Thank you for your help in discipleship. Today the disciples can only build a small temple for you. If there is another day, if there is a future, my disciple will surely cover the whole of China with your temple, so that your golden body does not have to be dwarfed in such a small place." Lin Baiyu looked at him quietly. Another incense flame burrowed into this clay mold. Lin Baiyu really didn't know what the incense actually did. It would have to exist in a clay figurine, and you wouldn't know how to take it even if you wanted to. You can ask Director Chen when you get a chance, he'll know. Wan Limin after this pillar of incense. Lin Baiyu suddenly had a thought. Wanted to see the man's wife again. The scene before him all changed. Lin Baiyu came outside that one ICU ward again, and he saw the woman lying on the bed. Things are much better today. Lin Baiyu retreated again. The mind returned all the way back to his body, and the divine heavenly jade clear mansion in his hand emitted a faint glow. Lin Baiyu had once again arrived at this one fairy realm that was beautiful beyond words. Then walk through the door. Find yourself a random spot. Then meditate. I wonder what the difference is between sleeping in here and outside. Within Lin Baiyu's body, the lightning was growing. Taking the great mansion of the Thunder Ministry of the Heavenly Court as one's dojo for practicing Thunder Dharma. Lin Baiyu's empty phase increased from the original 5 thunderbolts to 10 overnight. The next day, Lin Baiyu woke up from her bed. He made a point of looking at the curtains next door. Seeing Zhang Xueyan's curtains pulled back, he mentally sighed in relief. Fortunately, only then did Lin Baiyu get up. The first feeling was that sleeping inside the divine heavenly jade clear mansion felt no different from sleeping outside. Another difference is this. The empty phase on the Dantian, the lightning increased 2-fold. This is horrible. With so much lightning, Lin Baiyu was afraid that it would take a week if he relied on simply doing good deeds to accumulate blessings to improve. Lin Baiyu got up from the bed, squeezed on the toothpaste, brought a towel and went out. However, before going out, he found that Zhang Xueyan's bedside. There was one more thing. Spelled it again. Why so fast? Lin Baiyu walked over to Zhang Xueyan's bedside and picked up the piece of the puzzle. It just so happened that Zhang Xueyan, who was outside the door, also came in suddenly. She'd only just finished washing her hair. Awake? Yes. Seeing that Lin Baiyu had already picked up her work from yesterday, Zhang Xueyan laughed. This time, the puzzle is even simpler. There's no features whatsoever, just 2 colorless pillars. No color? Lin Baiyu looked down towards the puzzle in her hand. Indeed, this time the jigsaw puzzle, with a green background and the rest of the picture no more, is really quite a rudimentary product from the industrial assembly line. It's not even remotely worth it, and it's not good enough to look at. However, Lin Baiyu was watching for a long time before he suddenly asked Zhang Xueyan, "Do you remember when you opened your golden eyes?" This? Zhang Xueyan hung up her towel. "How can I remember this? It was ages ago." "It was ages ago, but do you remember what you saw?" "Of course I remember, that one image that anyone who has seen once can never forget." Two large pillars stood in the clouds. The pillars were entwined with golden scales shining in the sun and red bearded dragons, and inside the immortal clouds were transformed into bricks and laid on the ground. It's just that there should be writing in the center of the column, but unfortunately it's hard to read. Lin Baiyu said, "Let's go see what words are written on that." "You've learned to ride the clouds?" Zhang Xueyan exulted. "Nope. But even if one learns to soar through the clouds, one can't reach those two great pillars." Lin Baiyu grabbed the piece that Zhang Xueyan had only put together last night. Then together, they sat on Zhang Xueyan's bed. Next, something appeared that Lin Baiyu had never expected. Ward 666. Big Smart is sleeping on the top bunk. Suddenly the door to the hospital room was pushed open. Nurse Chang has changed into a new nurse's uniform that she just received today. After opening the door, but with a startled gaze, going back to the bed in the house, Big Smart was lying asleep in the top bunk position. Big Smart usually sleeps in and needs to be called up. Whereas Zhang Xueyan was the earliest riser, Lin Baiyu wouldn't remember to wake anyone up. The task of getting Big Smart up fell to Nurse Chang. "Ha! Where are the people?" Nurse Chang rubbed her eyes. She clearly remembered that she had just been opening the door. There are seen to be 3 people in the house. Didn't Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan just sit on the bed? Nurse Xiao Zhang, with a bad smile on her face, quietly walked into the hospital room. "So where, exactly, is it, kids?" Nurse Chang said as she looked around. Then walked over to the curtain by the window. "So, where should it be?" Nurse Xiao Zhang was excited and lifted the curtain directly. But as it turned out, the back was empty. Nothing. Question mark. Nurse Chang subconsciously looked under the bed again. But there was nothing under Lin Baiyu's bed, only Zhang Xueyan's bed couldn't be seen underneath and was covered by a sheet. Nurse Chang gave a heady smile. Chapter 62, Dragon 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 Dragon. Nurse Chang grabbed the sheet under the bed. And then said with divine secrecy, "Sister is coming." Swish. The sheets were lifted. But it turned out to be nothing. No? Nurse Chang's eyes widened. There's actually nothing in there. Nurse Xiao Zhang did not believe in the evil, but also took her hand to feel under the bedboard. But reach in and touch nothing. God, there really is nothing. Nurse Chang was certain that her eyes hadn't been blurry at all just now. He looked at the entire ward and suddenly felt a chill whoosh up from the soles of his feet. People are missing. The patient is gone. Nurse Zhang immediately launched a search in the room, but the result was only a Big Smart lying on the bed. I clearly saw the 2 of them sitting over here. All nurses, start looking for Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan now. Nurse Chang mobilized all the restaffing. Start looking inside the hospital. The first one was the cafeteria, but it turned out to be empty. Then proceeded to walk from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. The door to the 1st floor was well locked and no doctor had ever seen a patient come through. But the entire hospital was turned upside down and Lin Baiyu could not be found. Why don't we ask Director Chen to find it? He's on vacation. Go look in the yard on the 1st floor. The moment Lin Baiyu was in a place with Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan looked at the 2 large pillars in front of her and pinched Lin Baiu's face with a look of disbelief. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. What about this one? It hurts. Zhang Xueyan's hand increased in strength, painfully causing Lin Baiyu's cheeks to redden, leaving a small mark. Lin Baiyu looked at everything around him. This place was foreign to him. But to Zhang Xueyan it was familiar. Because she's seen it. And Zhang Xueyan raised her head. Finally, she saw the 2 words on the stone pillar that she hadn't read clearly before. Nan 10. We are, hardly, in heaven. This should be the territory of the Great Milky Way. And what you just spelled out is the entrance to heaven. The surrounding aura was dense. Lin Baiyu suddenly slapped his head. Suddenly, he remembered that he still had the last drop of heavenly dew on him that he hadn't given away. Isn't now the best time to give Zhang Xueyan? Lin Baiyu said and took out the last drop of heavenly dew on her 3 flowers. On the palm of his hand, a clear dewdrop floated. Zhang Xueyan received the heavenly dew. The body is baptized with the dew of heaven. The aura here is very abundant. The 3 flowers within Zhang Xueyan's body were tinted with a pure white color. Outside this southern heavenly gate, a large amount of spiritual chi flowed towards Zhang Xueyan. Only when there was no way for the aura here to flow in anymore did Zhang Xueyan's absorption stop. Shall we go in and have a look? In front of Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan was the southern heavenly gate. Legend has it that when you walk into this place, inside are 3 bridges to immortality. The left is for military generals, the right is for civil officials, and the one in the center is for only those of distinguished status. The two of them, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan, arrived under the southern heavenly gate. The center of this stone pillar looks like an avenue. But alas, there was a huge wall of air-like barrier, and they could only stand on the outside, unable to go any further. Lin Baiyu searched this area for a long time, and there was no one else besides the two of them. Lin Baiyu suddenly scratched his head with some embarrassment. Zhang Xueyan said, "Why are you still taking me back? I don't know how to get back." After Lin Baiyu said these words, a light was brought out from his body. In the next instant, Zhang Xueyan disappeared with him. Inside sick bay 666. Zhang Xueyan and Lin Baiyu returned to where they had just been, standing beside the bed as if they had never left. And yet the whole asylum is looking for madness. In the cafeteria, Big Smart is undergoing a severe torture. Nurse Xiaozhang sat in front of Big Smart with a serious face. "Say, where did they people go? Tell me." Big Smart wiped his eyes. "Flat little auntie, I really don't know, I just slept in last night in." Big Smart was completely flustered in his mind at the moment. Did these two go out again last night? It's daytime and they're not even back yet. Big Smart has always been truthful. He really doesn't carry the slightest bit of a lie. Nurse Chang's entire body was furious. How about not being able to get the truth out of Big Smart's mouth? And it's not like you can do anything to this person, even because it's a mentally ill person. Nurse Zhang can't even get angry, she has to be coaxed properly. This trick of Big Smart crying worked very well, and Nurse Chang could only sit on the stool and get dry and angry. Finally, from Ward 666, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan walked out. All of the nurses and doctors who had been frantic with anxiety breathed a sigh of relief. "Where have you been?" Lindbergh confessed. "All the time in the ward. In the cafeteria." Nurse Xiaozhang heard her colleague's report and finally sighed in relief. "It's good to have people back. It's good to have people back. As long as the patient doesn't get out, then it's all fine." A.M. A small courtyard on the first floor. Lin Baiyu sat on the stool, the 3 flowers in his body running slowly. Outside the mental hospital, the car stops for 10 minutes before leaving straight away. Then another car will come back in at the location where it left. A grain of blessed golden light flew towards Lin Baiyu. The 3 flowers in Lin Baiyu's body turned more and more golden. It wasn't until half an hour later that there was less traffic outside the road. Lin Baiyu felt as if there were more and more cars outside the hospital in the last 2 days. After the traffic was smaller, the 3 flowers in Lin Baiyu's body stopped, 2 of them, leaving only one barely maintaining the thunder law. The lightning inside his body continued to spread thunder. Lindbergh was continuing his good works. Lin Baiyu flipped through her junior and senior high school required memorization of ancient poems. A small sword was hidden in Lindbergh's blue and white striped hospital gown. Lin Baiyu had an idea. Since a sword was hidden in the second ancient poem, what about the first one? Lin Baiyu once again recited Trapped Dragon. There was a breath in front of him. But the breath was dead. Lin Baiyu shook his sleeves. From his own sleeve fell out a small pocket-sized flying sword. However, now that there were many people, Lin Baiyu did not allow it to act extraordinary. And the sword was still open and sharpened, so the nurse must have taken it away when she saw it. Lin Baiyu recalled the things that had appeared before. First, she had cut her finger to the bone, and that was why a series of things had appeared. Lin Baiyu decided to try then again. The little sword touched it on his own index finger. A poem ensued under his breath. 10 years of luck, the dragon is trapped in the well, wants the power into the green clouds. The green dragon is unstoppable in the sea, and the clouds are set in the sky. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes. Feeling a long creature in front of him. Lin Baiyu extended her hand. He touched the dragon's scales, then closed his eyes and began to look at the location of the dragon's head. 3rd floor, doctor's office. Inside Dr. Fong's office, Nurse Xiaozhang said, "Dr. Fong, Director Chen has been away for the past 2 days, so I'm troubling you to keep an eye on Lin Baiyu." Dr. Fong immediately felt his head spinning. His situation, it's so complicated, I don't have that kind of ability. It's okay, just 2 days. Dr. Fong stood behind his desk and pushed open the window, then looked down. Seeing inside the small courtyard on the 1st floor, Lin Baiyu was walking on the lawn touching the air with her eyes closed. By the looks of it, it's a pretty common psychopath. Dr. Fong felt a bit of a headache, but still said, "I'll observe and watch, but I don't have Director Chen's ability." "Thanks a lot." Lindbergh is on the 1st floor lawn. Suddenly walking to the front of a trash can, he closed his eyes, his palm touched the green trash can and kept nodding his head. "Yeah, neck well, the front should be your head." Lin Baiyu took this green trash can and gave it a lift with both hands before putting it down. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes and felt blind in broad daylight. After passing through the dragon's neck, Lin Baiyu made another grab. A precise grip on the little nurse's breasts. Lin Baiyu closed his eyes with a serious face as he was feeling this piece of dragon scale. Why are your dragon scales so swollen today? It's not hard to pinch. Lin Baiyu closed his throat frowning, resting this odd dragon scale twice. Lin Baiyu continued to touch the air forward. The nurse who had molested her was grabbed by 3 co-workers by the arms and legs, and another co-worker covered her mouth. It wasn't until Lin Baiyu closed her eyes and walked away in the small courtyard that the 3 of them let go of their colleague. Heartily, he said, if you had just screamed, this patient's condition would have turned horrible, and it would have only stirred up a bigger mess. Then why, I'm going to work a shift for that. He's just a diva, don't get mad. Lin Baiyu walked away with her eyes closed. He'd been walking around this small yard, eyes closed, for so long that he hadn't even fallen on his face. Dr. Fong, who had been watching the entire time from the 3rd floor, kept scratching his hair. He was praising Lin Baiyu for actually being able to walk with his eyes closed without falling, and another one was feeling horrible. Director Chen, how exactly did you treat this guy? Dr. Fong feels like a hot potato. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes and continued to feel this dragon. Suddenly, he touched the dragon's head's dragon hyena. On the 3rd floor, with trembling palms, Dr. Fong removed his glasses, wiped them clean on his white coat, and sent them trembling up his nose. This time see it more clearly. Through the lens, see the 1st floor. Lin Baiyu walked over to the 2 patients who were playing chess. One of the patients had a bouquet of yellow flowers on his head and was squatting on a stool eating a horse. The mouth was crunching. The other, however, had gray hair, almost no hair on the top of his head, grown from the side then smoothed down to the other side with his hand, barely holding back the top of his head. Lin Baiyu walked to the back of this bald patient, his face surprised to touch on his bald head, and then a handful of the white law that covered the yellow skin of the head was jerked up. Ha, I finally touched the dragon hyena. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes and sounded excited. Then he brought his head down and rubbed his face against the bald old man's scalp again and again. Wow, I finally found you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The few hairs that were originally not much, were tossed around like this by Lin Baiyu, and a few more rubbed off. Lin Baiyu stepped on the chess stone bench with 1 foot, then stood on this with a solemn face. I finally found you. Dragon's eye. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes, lowered her head, and met the old man who was squatting on a stool and eating a horse. Having just finished eating a horse, this old man burped and was about to continue with the soldiers. However, Lin Baiyu was merging his fingers like a sword. Swish. The index and middle fingers were inserted into the nostril force of the old man with the set yellow flower. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes. At the moment he couldn't see any of it. But he could feel it. Blowing a mouthful of dragon's breath in front of his own face. This dragon's breath was blazing hot and was accompanied by a dragon roar. In front of Lin Baiyu. A golden dragon no longer void within his eyes. Instead, there was an extra drop of blood. This drop of blood rendered out and transformed into a dragon pupil. And then eyes grew out of 2 originally black eye holes. Eyes blinked. This dragon in the void was completely alive. It threw back its head enchanted. Dr. Fong on the 3rd floor was originally watching Lin Baiyu carefully. But the result? The sky was blowing a gale somehow. The clouds in the sky flew around at an incredible speed. These clouds swirled over the asylum, the 2 running into each other forming a yin and yang diagram. And then the gale's speed increased. Even Dr. Fong, who was on the ground, or those nurses and patients felt the abnormal weather. The clouds in the sky formed a cloud tornado coalescing in the sky. Next. It was like rain in the sky, dropping uncountable birds. One of the sparrows spread its wings, fluttered them, and flew to the threshold of Dr. Fong's window. The wings were not injured, but more like they were frightened. The breath fell there, and the body was shaking all over. The sky. Is there something? Dr. Fong clearly felt that the bird wasn't afraid of himself, but of a higher, more terrifying being. Clouds from dragons, wind from tigers. A sea of clouds raged in the sky, and gusty winds swept up a sea of thousands of clouds. Again the most kind converged over the mental hospital in Zhanghai City. The masters who run drops in Zhanghai City, the customer service who make phone calls in office buildings, or the white-collar workers in the office. Or the people walking on the street were shocked by the strange sight before them. The clouds in the sky rolled like waves on the earth. Typhoon? But I didn't feel the wind. Man, after living for so many years, this is the first time I've seen this kind of celestial phenomenon. Wow, a great celestial phenomenon, could it be that a strange beast has come out? The old Taoist counted a fortune. Class, do you know what weather in the sky is called in science? Professor, we don't know. That's right if you don't know, because I don't know, I've never seen anything like it. Chapter 63, Playing in the handheld game, steel refinement and iron bones become natural. Lin Baiyu's body refinement completion. Lin Baiyu continued to close her eyes. It was as if the whole world had nothing to do with him no matter what shape it shook into. Lin Baiyu jumped off the chess table. One moment. The visions in the sky subsided. That one frightening dragon cloud roll also slowly stopped, then returned to calm and natural. The entire mental hospital, all the patients, hid because of that horrible vision they just had, cowering under the corners. No one dared to stand in the courtyard. Lin Baiyu was the only one in the courtyard. Lin Baiyu still had her eyes closed. He was completely unaware of what was going on in the outside world. He listened with his ear to the side. I see what you mean. Do you need an entity too? I get it. I'll get on it. After saying that, Lin Baiyu reopened her eyes. Third floor. Dr. Fong watched it all. Then from the cabinet behind him, he took out a material. Write Lindbergh's name emphatically at the top of the material. It's a bad disease, and I'm limited in my ability to cure it. A patient who doesn't know danger, who doesn't know fear, can't be considered at all. If even the normal consciousness and judgment of being a human being has disappeared, such a person is too horrible for me to intervene and save. After writing a long analysis and thoughts, Dr. Fong had only one idea. Director Chen, who was able to intervene in Lindbergh's case, is really fierce. It's really the light of the psychiatrists in Shanghai City. The morning's events didn't make any noise. Because these people are psychopaths, and almost every one of them has been so traumatized inside that even if the world were to end and the earth were to explode next, none of them will be sad. They'll just think that the earth's explosion came too late. Lindbergh's behavior was not punished by anyone. Because Dr. Chen is no longer. To be precise, it was Dr. Fong who simply did not know how to guide Lin Baiyu. Noon, cafeteria. The team of 4, dazzling rice, is gathering for dinner. Zhang Shuiyan gave Lin Baiyu a piece of chicken thigh meat from her own plate. You love it. Lin Baiyu nonchalantly ate into her mouth. Words. Lin Baiyu asked, do you guys know how to raise a dragon? He Ching said, through nanomaterials, the face starch that comes to be obtained simply cannot harmonize the author's homesickness. Lin Baiyu. Zhang Shuiyan picked up a mouthful of rice. Dragons don't even exist. Dinosaurs exist instead. So dinosaurs can evolve into dragons? Big Smart pulled a folding fan out of his hip pocket. The folding fan snapped open. Only 4 words were written on the white fan. Brilliant. Big Smarty laughed. Shake the fan. Ugh. Big Smart shook his head, pretending to be a tall man. He only felt that the 2 people in front of him were so stupid that his good brother had answered the question so obviously. But these 2 people are actually still here discussing it and working on it. Finally, Big Smart couldn't look away. Let me tell you what my brother said. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan looked over at the same time. Big Smart began to translate the meaning of his brother He Qing's words. There are dragons in this world. How else would the dragons of the zodiac exist? And you want to raise a dragon out of it again, which is actually hard to say and easy to say. You need to raise a fish, and when that one fish has enough power, it will start to turn into a jiao, and the jiao is raised further up than a dragon. Are the species of fish strict? Lin Baiyu asked. Big Smart looked over at his best buddy. He Cheng said, Ruru is empty again. He Cheng looked at Lin Baiyu and uttered these words, and Lin Baiyu was confused in both eyes. What do you mean? Then he looked back to Big Smart. He Cheng looked at Lin Baiyu while Lin Baiyu looked at Big Smart. Big Smart, on the other hand, looked at He Cheng. Oh. Big Smart snapped out of it and translated, it's like this. This kind of thing depends on chance. As long as you look at it with an eye, then it means it can be raised. Zhang Shuiyan looked at He Ching as if she didn't believe him and then looked at Big Smart. Is that really what he said? Of course, you heard it with your own ears. Big Smart said. Big Smart looked at He Ching again. He Chang nodded in recognition at Big Smart. Fish? Lin Baiyu decided that she would go and find Director Chun for a bit this afternoon. Lunch at noon. Lin Baiyu didn't directly go to the 3rd floor. Because he was now obsessed with refining his body. Mario. He finally got the hang of it. The Black Wind Xian Fury bone refining technique had finally been practiced to a small degree. The bones in his body were practiced like steel, and Lin Baiyu doubted that he would set off the alarm when he crossed the subway. Nowadays, Lindbergh is grabbing his handheld and doing a very important and crucial step on his bed. Eat mushrooms. The red Mario on the screen skillfully went up and down at the controls of Lin Baiyu. He's died 12 times in front of this turtle. This time, I'm going to eat this mushroom. After Lin Baiyu finished speaking, Finally, Control Mario jumped over the turtle and ate the mushroom before it fell into the abyss moments before. Lin Bayu's body fell backward down in and lay on her bed. Finally. It finally worked. Lin Bayu after eating that mushroom. The veins in his body injected a layer of powerful chi and blood power. The muscles on his body looked like they had been chiseled by 1,000 hammers, and the body under the clothes, without the tired fat, showed the muscle lines on his body, and the abdominal muscles were even more blocky. What Lin Bayu had gained, this was not all. Lin Bayu got up from the bed with renewed vigor. Zhang Shuiyan was lying on her own bed, pushing the bedding to the side, playing with a puzzle in earnest. Suddenly she felt something in her heart and looked up, her eyes moving from the puzzle to Lin Bayu's body across the room. Under Zhang Shuiyan's puzzled gaze, Lin Bayu took it upon himself to start taking off his upper clothes. One by one, the blue and white striped hospital gown unbuttoned. And then the clothes inside. When she reached this point, Zhang Shuiyan propped up her chin with one hand and lay on the bed and asked curiously, "Do you want to change your clothes? I'll go wash them for you." Not. The clothes aren't dirty. Zhang Shuiyan didn't understand. Lin Bayu took off her outside hospital gown. Then past inside was a white long sleeve. Lin Bayu crossed her arms and grabbed the clothes and started lifting them from the bottom up. Lin Bayu lifted his clothes to his chest position when he did so. Then he heard the entire ward resounding with Zhang Shuiyan's wailing. After Lin Bayu had stripped off the top half of her clothes and thrown them on the bed, Zhang Shuiyan, who was lying on her own bed, was no longer satisfied with her screams. Instead, there was a whoosh. Rushing to Lin Bayu's front. Lin Bayu's face was expressionless. "You're tickling me a little. Bear with me, get used to it." For the first time, Zhang Shuiyan looked at something with her eyes shining brightly. With her hands, she touched Lindbergh's abs, then reached behind and squeezed Lindbergh's ass. Backhanded with some bounce. Zhang Shuiyan had a happy face. "Wow, what a great feel, nothing like my own." "Yes? Yes. Touch yours." Chapter 64. This doctor, please calm down. Learn from the patient's composure. Lin Bayu's face was still as usual, without any expression. Uttered a sentence. "Touch yours." Zhang Shuiyan couldn't see any evil in Lin Bayu's expression. A bite. Zhang Shuiyan made her decision. "Okay. But Lindbergh. I'm not one of those casual girls, don't get me wrong. I, for one, am so clean that I never even had a relationship in school." Lin Bayu nodded. "Touch it then, don't give me the finger oh." Zhang Shuiyan still held a hint of caution, then turned around. After turning her back to Lin Bayu, Zhang Shuiyan didn't forget to add one more sentence. "Don't forget, we are very good friends, although we are on good terms, but if you touch my bottom line, friends may not have to do." Zhang Shuiyan said a whole lot of words with complex thoughts. She neither wanted to annoy Lin Bayu, nor did she want to say something so unpleasant that it would hurt others. But behind his own back, only Lin Bayu's unsalted ENN. Zhang Shuiyan took a small step forward, then leaned forward, placing her hands on her thighs and puckering her butt slightly. Lin Bayu took a deep breath. He didn't know what was happening to him, but suddenly his heart was beating faster. But Lindbergh knew what he wanted to do. Only to see Lin Bayu clasp her hands together, then cross her fingers and clench them. Finally, he stood behind Zhang Shuiyan, his eyes locked on his target. The index and middle fingers were up. Outside the door of Ward 666, only a sound could be heard coming from inside, Lin Bayu's mid-air shout. "1,000-year kill." Then, a pig-killing squeal came out from Zhang Shuiyan's mouth, resounding throughout the entire corridor. "Ow ow 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 ow." Zhang Shuiyan's eyes brought tears to her eyes as she jerked forward 3 steps in pain before collapsing onto her bed. Oh. Lin Bayu couldn't see what expression was on Zhang Shuiyan's face. But he himself, at the moment, was in a very marvelous mood. Lin Bayu couldn't say it herself. It took a long time to come up with a word. Thoughts come through. Zhang Shuiyan collapsed on the bed and whimpered for a short while before covering her ass with both hands and turning her head to look at Lin Bayu with a grumpy face. That look in her eyes, it was like a whiny woman. Not mentioning anything, he just stared at Lin Bayu desperately. Lin Bayu felt his thoughts pass. Walked up to the window. Pulled back the curtains and opened the window. Now that he had achieved a small amount of success with the Black Wind Shin Fury Bone refining technique, Lin Bayu wanted to try out how strong his fleshly body really was. Lin Bayu thought about it. From the outside wall, gouge a piece of siding. The siding was about as thick as 10 sheets of paper stacked together. Lin Bayu held this wallpaper between his thumb and forefinger. Then take a deep breath. Within Lin Baiyu's body, tiger and leopard thunder sounds were actually emanating. Lin Baiyu emitted out a huge force starting from his own feet. Lin Baiyu himself didn't know what was wrong with him, but he always felt that he would exert the most power if he exerted it from his feet. Because Lin Baiyu's hand was sticking out from the wire mesh, the flinging of the handbowl was very limited and could not do much force at all. Trying to have the power to kill the enemy with such a big restriction. Gotta take advantage of any leaning point that you can power up. And Lin Baiyu just felt that it was especially soothing to lean on that launching point under her feet. It was all done almost instinctively. Lin Baiyu didn't clip too many silks, and the whole person struck out in a natural way. Like a master who has been practicing kung fu for decades, he strikes to enter the realm of realization and does not need to think about it, but strikes the most precise path. From the feet up. A force that traveled to the back. Lin Baiyu's waist exaggeratedly twisted 60 degrees, and then this stream violently increased more than 10 times. This force was like magma within a volcano, rushing into the back before converging on the shoulders. The pupils of Lin Baiyu's eyes suddenly narrowed by 1 point. On the opposite side of the street across the street, the rotten building, Lin Baiyu saw that there was a hawk landing on the wall. That's you. This huge force flowed quickly. Lindbergh is controlling the pace quicker. A flick of the wrist. The sighting held between the thumb and forefinger. It flew straight out, towards the one rotten building. But Lin Baiyu had underestimated his power. Even more so, I underestimated the strength of that thin piece of sighting to withstand it. As it spun and flew into the sky, it was in the air, exploding into a cloud of pulverized fine debris. The fragments scattered through the air, then wrapped themselves in the aftermath. Flying shot at the whole rotten building. The rotting building was attacked with an even burst of shrapnel from the 10th to the first floor. Countless pieces of debris that shot up on the rotten building. A great deal of dust was splattered. Then a gust of wind blew through. The dust, like dust and fumes not disposed of by the site's construction crews, billowed into the air. Lin Baiyu looked over. That ash is spreading more and more. Then blowing down the wind into the section of the neighborhood behind the rotting building. The roofs of every building inside the neighborhood were covered with a light layer of black ash, and the greenery in the neighborhood park was similarly covered with a layer. The cleaning ants came out of the underground garage after a half hour of lazing around inside. Discovered that Sky Tap was up. A cleaning ant with very curly hair and overalls, holding a broom, pinched her waist and shouted inside the neighborhood, "Who is it that is so unethical to renovate? You don't even dust, you're a scourge." Lin Baiyu didn't know what was going on inside the neighborhood in the distance. He only looked at the rotten situation in front of him. It's no longer considered a bad building, it should be called a bad and dangerous building. With that strike just now, Lin Baiyu was satisfied. Afternoon. Lin Baiyu walked to Director Chen's office. Knocked twice on the door. I'm surprised there's no response in there. Lin Baiyu knocked 2 more times in disbelief. Finally Lin Baiyu's movement caught the attention of Dr. Fong next door. Dr. Fong. Lindbergh had dealt with it. Dr. Fong sat inside his office and shouted towards the outside, "Baiyu Lin?" Lin Baiyu walked to the door of Dr. Fong's office. "Dr. Fong, where did Director Chen go?" "He's on vacation, and Nurse Chang has already told me that you can come to me with any questions you may have. Come and sit down, and I'll be sure to offer any help I can." Lin Baiyu sighed. "If Director Chen isn't here, forget it, that's all for now. After all, Director Chen had once told me that if I had a question I must ask him, because it was not good to keep it inside." Although Director Chen was not around, but Director Chen's teachings, Lin Baiyu still remembered. Lin Baiyu walked into Dr. Fong's office with some unhappiness. And then boom. Smoothly, he brought the door closed. Ha! Dr. Fong felt in this moment that he was not meeting the patient. Instead, I've met a living hell. Dr. Fong often built his body and lifted the desk directly in front of him, blocking it across his face to protect himself tightly. Only a head was left out, and a pair of legs. Some cold sweat broke out on Dr. Fong's forehead, and he shouted in incomparable panic, "Lin Baiyu, I advise calmness. I didn't mean to hurt you. You calm down." Lin Baiyu placed both sides on both sides of his body, his face expressionless. Speaking in a flat tone, "Dr. Fong, I'm calm, but please calm down and put the table down first." I. Dr. Fong's tongue was a little tongue-tied as he spoke from behind his desk. Those 2 voices of Dr. Fong just now startled the nurse outside the door. Nurse Chang opened the office door directly. Then Dr. Fong was relieved. Nurse Chang came over and instead of comforting the patient first, she comforted the doctor first. "Dr. Fong, report the meaning. If Lin went to see Director Chen, they both liked to talk behind closed doors. Lin students are so used to this that they forget the rules of the hospital. Lin Baiyu didn't say anything from the sidelines. Dr. Fong, being a psychiatrist, really doesn't have a high enough sense of looseness. It was only at this time that he calmed down, then released his desk from his hands and resumed his place. Dr. Fong smiled awkwardly. Lin Baiyu, just now it seems to be a misunderstanding. You have something to say, you say it. Don't close the door. Unlike Director Chen, I don't really like talking with the door closed. Lin Baiyu nodded and then sat on the bench. Nurse Chang was not yet at ease to leave. Standing outside the door, he waited, fearing that Lin Baiyu would have some kind of accident if she met a stranger. Dr. Fong finally spoke. Lin Baiyu, you can speak now if you have any questions. Chapter 65. Dr. Fong, do you think I'm mentally ill? Lin Baiyu spoke. I want to raise a dragon. But I don't know how to raise it. I was going to ask Director Chen what he could do. But he wasn't there, that's all. Dr. Fong's eyebrows knitted together as he listened. What kind of questions are these? Delusional? That's not right. Lin Baiyu's medical record doesn't say it's delusional. Dr. Fong just felt so troubled. One is not even this patient's doctor. Simply do not understand the details of the situation, casually open the mouth to give a response. I am afraid that it will cause trouble, but also will make Director Chen's later work difficult to do. Dr. Fong sat behind his desk thinking. Lin Baiyu looked at him and didn't move a muscle. Stand up. Walk to the back. There's a water fountain in the back. Lin Baiyu took out 2 paper cups from below and poured 2 cups of hot water. One for myself and one for this side of the doctor. Lin Baiyu advised, Dr. Fong, take it easy. Saying so, Lin Berg's right hand went towards his hospital gown. Dr. Fong looked at the image as if it were an enemy. It's a gesture that looks like the gesture of drawing a gun in an American movie. What's he going to pull out? Dr. Fong thought so. Just about ready to be lifted up again by the desk again. But then he thought that there was Nurse Chang standing outside the door, and he had to raise a little of his own nerve. Only to see Lin Baiyu pull out a red book from her own hospital gown. The red book had 3 big words written in hot gold. Psychosis. This thing. The patients in this hospital almost have a copy of it. Lin Baiyu opened his spirit card, revealing his 2-inch headshot. Then he asked Dr. Fong, Doctor, do you think I'm a seminarian? Hiss. Dr. Fong was like an enemy. In this case, it is evidence that the patient is questioning his or her self-identity, as well as an active sense of self. This is a problem that can be deadly if not handled properly. This human life, not with the patient, is his own. Thinking about this, Dr. Fong's forehead, cold sweat flowed down again. Nurse Chang was still standing there outside the door. But Dr. Fong felt that he could not hold on any longer. I can't handle it. I really can't handle this patient. It's killing me. How can you open your mouth with a giveaway question? Lin Baiyu, who was sitting on a small bench, said kindly, usually when I ask this question, Director Chen will ask me, can you let me have a cigarette first? And then he'll ask why you think that. This way it avoids the possibility that the patient will think too much because of this problem. Then I'll answer why, but there's a note of caution at this point because you want to be precise in your questioning. You need to steer the patient in a good direction, and being able to get them to describe the real problem is one of the important tasks of a psychiatrist. Then at this time Director Chen. Lin Baiyu explained how Director Chen did it while teaching Dr. Fong in front of her. The two of them talked about it for a good 20 minutes. Lin Baiyu took a patient consultation and hardened it into a doctor's symposium. Only the person in the meeting wasn't Director Chen, it was his patient. Lin Baiyu would come to the end and asked, will you heal me now? Oh, Dr. Fong looked as if he had suddenly received 20 years of inner strength, as if he had come to a realization. I see. Lin-san, tell us why you're here, there must be some other reason. Lin Baiyu commented, the way you said that, it has an internal flavor. That's how Director Chen spoke. Lindbergh, I wanted to raise dragons, and then my friend said that with something like a dragon you need to start with a fish and then feed the resources a little bit. Let him leap another dragon's door before he becomes a dragon. Oh. Dr. Fong rubbed his chin, so you want a pet. There are rules in psychiatric hospitals, certain patients are allowed to have pets, and pets can boost the spirits of patients at certain times. It's kind of a good thing. Because a normal person, aka someone who wants to treat their life well, is willing to give, is willing to make their life more true and beautiful. Dr. Fong told Lin Baiyu to wait. He went out of the office by himself. After a long time, Dr. Fong brought back a fish tank from outside. There is a small golden fish in the tank. How about this, Mr. Lin? Lin Baiyu glanced at the small fish and reluctantly said, not bad. Dr. Fong felt happy because he could finally send this troublesome patient away. Lin Baiyu hugged this fish tank and left the third floor, walking back inside his ward 666. Lin Baiyu placed the fish tank on the table. Zhang Xueyan wasn't in the house, they went to the seminar. Lin Baiyu sat alone in the sick room. Stare at the goldfish in the clear water. How he looked, how he looked. Dr. Fong also gave him a small package of fish feed. Maybe it's because I didn't feed it yet. A little bit of feeding might just add to the eye candy. Lin Baiyu thought so and unwrapped the packet of feed. The fish feed was red, and Lin Baiyu pinched out a very small portion and dropped it into the water. Look at the goldfish in the water. Lin Baiyu still wasn't interested. This fish was very lively in front of Lin Baiyu, but Lin Baiyu just couldn't like this goldfish. Can't even bring myself to do it. Lin Baiyu had seen how Zhang Xueyan looked when she was putting together a puzzle. That look, that excitement lying on the bed with joy. That's what Lin Bird wanted. But how can you not feel good about keeping this one little goldfish yourself? Looking at the little goldfish swimming, Lin Baiyu only felt upset and wanted to flush this one little guy into the toilet with water. Out of sight, out of mind. Lin Bird decided that he would attend the seminar this afternoon. Anyway, would rather attend a seminar than play with this goldfish. The second floor lounge area, with over 20 chairs at the far end. All gathered in one place. At the top, Nurse Chang is happily speaking. Lin Baiyu arrived late. Drawing out a chair in the corner, he then walked over to Zhang Xueyan's side. Zhang Xueyan asked the person beside her to move. Cluck, cluck, cluck. 2 or 3 people moved to make room for Lin Baiyu. But obviously the locations are all big enough. Those a little farther away still deliberately moved their chairs and made the legs of the stools grinding out the sound of shelving on the floor as a means of interrupting Nurse Chang's speech. They would rather move their stools than continue to listen to Nurse Chang. Nurse Xiao Zhang also felt a headache when she saw them like this. Although you are a nurse, you should take your job and your patients seriously. But all hearts are made of flesh, and one's own nature cannot be worn out. Nurse Xiao Zhang said to her colleague, forget it, don't discuss any positive energy. I'm tired of myself. What about that sister moon? Put some news on it, they kind of love it, be official media not self-media. Okay. In the middle of everyone. That one screen suddenly lit up, and it was obvious to feel everyone's heads rise. The atmosphere changed all of a sudden. On screen. The short-haired, solid-looking hostess, talking clearly to the camera, began to read from her script. Recently, there has been a sharp rise in the number of cases in our country. Experts speculate that this was not a flu or virus, but a toxic spell. A wide range of poisons similar to those in the category of compulsion. If any odd person sees this piece of news, please also get in touch with our Oversight Law Division. A party in distress. Chapter 66. Director Chen, I have a better plan for raising dragons, Mr. Lin. This one news item at the end doesn't put out exact numbers. It was only the repeated pleas of the newscasters for the odd man out to come forward and contact the state. And it was implicitly stated that this time the spell poison had spread far and wide. Lindbergh gave this news a read. The world out there, how did it become like this? Wasn't it fine before? Just then, someone sitting in a chair raised their hand. Now that Nurse Chang is recovering her energy, the other nurses will take over the hosting of the seminar. The little nurse hadn't even opened her mouth. Benjamin Chang, who raised his hand, then spoke again. Only a strong sense of conviction saw him rise from his chair. Then stood in the center. All around him. It's all a trap. Alarmed. Lin Baiyu suddenly came into the spirit. Because he saw that the host didn't look like he was lying at all, and more importantly, the other party's words were spoken as if it was a real crisis. Zhang Benming continued to speak. Come to think of it, gentlemen, if it really is to such a crisis as the news tells us, why can't they think of these strange people? They already have to guard against being taken for human research. They're already in hiding. To have them come out at this time is like letting the sheep into the tiger's mouth. If there was a real crisis, they could have created a place for the odd man to play out, so that the odd man could get rid of the spell poison this time, without the need for the odd man to show up at all. In my opinion, the country still wants to carry out human research on immortality. They have too bad a heart and are still engaging in wishful thinking at this time. Lin Baiyu listened and nodded admiringly. Big Smart sat at the other end and couldn't help but clap his hands. What a sense of logic, it totally makes sense. The seminar was concluded. In the evening, in Ward 666, Zhang Xueyan was lying on her own bed, playing with a puzzle. This time the puzzle was finally difficult and she had a blast playing with it. Lin Baiyu hugged her arms and stood in front of the fish tank, looking at the goldfish in the water with a complicated expression. Because he really can't like it. Sure enough, it still has to be Director Chen. Lindbergh gave up. He went back to his bunk, then put on his headphones. An electric guitar tone passed. Iwaki stores are filled with the smell of smoke. Next door is a martial arts school. Inside the store, there are 3 tea ceremonies. A fire chi was born in Lin Bayu's dantian, which rushed straight upwards and coalesced into an orange-red flame in his lungs. Now the 6 din divine flame had indeed been practiced. However, the accumulation of the 6 jins of divine flame required samadhi flame. Lin Bayu was calm and did not pay attention to the speed. Instead, he picked up his handheld. And then keep playing Mario. Oh! Lin Bayu grabbed the palm top and suddenly stood up from the bed. Zhang Shuiyan, who was lying on the bed and working on a puzzle, looked over. The big smart guy on the top bunk, on the other hand, was sleeping on. What? Zhang Shuiyan asked. Lin Bayu said, I know what the problem is. What? Lin Bayu looked at that one fish tank. He knew what the problem was. He liked everything Director Chen recommended, but although Dr. Fong was also very nice and understood what he was saying, the things he recommended, Lin Bayu couldn't get enough of them. In Ho Qing's words, there was no eye contact. After figuring out this key, Lin Bayu sat down once again. Then stared at his handheld. Alas, I really hope Director Chen will come back tomorrow. This problem can't be solved by Dr. Fong at all, it has to be Director Chen. Zhang Shuiyan, who was lying on the bed, rolled over. Then stretched and asked, so what kind of fish do you want? Basically, fish that are farmed at home, that's what they are, and what you have in front of you is kind of the general public's favorite fish. Not too fattening and grows up to be very ornamental. Any better fish, that would be expensive, and besides, this is a mental hospital, so you won't get you that expensive fish. Lin Bayu was confused by Zhang Shuiyan's triple question. I don't know. But I know I want fish. Lin Bayu suddenly felt so distressed. Don't even know what you want. Don't bother, just ask Director Chen tomorrow. Lin Bayu was suddenly a little less confident. You've already given me a rundown of all the fish in the market, and I have a feeling that Director Chen won't be able to come up with a different fish for me. Lin Bayu closed her eyes and recited a poem under her breath. 10 years of fortune dragon trapped in a well. Lin Bayu felt that there was a dragon coiled in front of him. Not waiting for Lin Bayu to speak. Out of that dragon's mouth, there was a roar. Lin Bayu closed her eyes and turned her ears sideways to listen. I see. Lin Bayu opened it, sighed, then never looked at the fish in that tank again and decided to return it tomorrow. How? Zhang Shuiyan asked. It said that it didn't like that fish either, and that if it possessed that fish's body, it didn't know how many centuries it would take to cultivate it before it could grow a single scale. It thinks it's too slow, and the fish's bloodline is too low. That's about it. Lin Bayu was not satisfied, and neither was this dragon he had only just acquired. Zhang Shuiyan tossed the puzzle aside. Lin Bayu, let's go out tonight, I want to eat skewers again. Okay. Lindbergh didn't wait for the lights to go out. Then he boldly removed the screws from the window. Lin Bayu took out a set of clothes from his space and threw it to Zhang Shuiyan. Zhang Shuiyan pulled the cloth curtains closed, then hid in the corner and started to change her clothes. Taking off the hospital gown, he changed into the couple's outfit that he had worn the last time he was with Lin Bayu. Lin Bayu carried Zhang Shuiyan on his back as usual and jumped out from the 5th floor. This time, though, it was different. Lin Bayu's body didn't fall down directly, instead, he stepped on top of a white cloud after his legs were extended. This time the white cloud actually didn't break. When Lin Bayu stepped completely behind this white cloud, it was actually able to firmly resist the weight of Lin Bayu plus Zhang Shuiyan. Lin Bayu's cloud climbing is finally complete. Go! The 3 flowers in Lin Bayu's body dispersed a large amount of aura. The cloud of white clouds under their feet was about as fast as an electric car, and flew out with Lin Bayu and Zhang Shuiyan. It can only go so fast. Any faster and Lin Bayu felt that this little white cloud was afraid to fall apart. Zhang Shuiyan wrapped her arms around Lin Bayu's neck and looked towards Zhanghai City below. Zhang Shuiyan's expression was puzzled. Then he joined his fingers like a sword and dabbed at his own eyes. In the darkness, a pair of brilliant golden eyes showed up. What? See anything? With a sudden retching, Zhang Shuiyan almost spat out the meal she had eaten in the evening. You might as well read it yourself, I really don't want to look at it any more than I have to. It's disgusting. Zhang Shuiyan withdrew her golden eyes and at the same time decided that today's skewer plan was cancelled and that she would not eat skewers for the next month. Lin Bayu's eyes closed. Opening again, the black pupils, replaced by a golden light, emanated a brilliant golden light over the dark sky. Oh! Zhang Shuiyan carefully observed Lin Bayu's expression. I can't believe you're oh so psychologically strong after that. Eh? Lin Baiyu controlled the clouds to lower the height a bit. In his golden eyes, spider after spider flew in the air of Jianhai City. These spiders fly on the wind with long spider silk trailing from their tails. As soon as this spider lands on a person's body, it goes towards their nasal passages. Other than that, it wasn't what made Zhang Xuan nauseous. What was truly sickening was the fact that in Jianhai City, there was a head with 3 girlish arms and a dark head that opened up to spit silk over and over again. Half of the commercial buildings in Jianhai are now wrapped in white spider silk. Lin Baiyu thought about it. With my strength, I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 days if I handle these. It would be easiest if you were to use samadhi fire, a mouthful of fire. But that would make this place hell on earth. The reach of the Leifa is limited. A Jianhai has become like this, really do not know how serious the other places will be. Let's go back. Lin Baiyu was, at the moment, most worried about Director Chen. The next day, on the 4th Ring Expressway of Jianhai City, Director Chen sat in the driver's seat, while the co-pilot was Chen Jiahao. Just don't go to work for a few days and hide inside the house. That won't work, my patients need me. You? What do I have to say about you? Aren't you a little depressed at work? Just don't go at this time of year. Seriously, you believe me? I believe it, but my patients need me. Director Chen suddenly said, I've also watched the news and know that it's not peaceful lately, but what does that have to do with us commoners? Ahem. Chen Jiahao was suddenly startled. You coughed. What are you panicking about? Director Chen smiled, I'm a doctor, I have a cold or a fever, can I not know? I'm fine. Don't make a fuss. LOL. Never ever call mom. Chan Kaho suddenly didn't say a word on the passenger side. Director Chen smiled and took out a pack of cigarettes from his own bosom. Chen Jiahao lit one, and then Director Chen himself also lit one. Chen Jiahao rolled open the car window in a depressed mood. Family style. You can say anything with me. Chen Jiahao suddenly said as if he had made a decision, I transferred all my money. Honestly, times like these are when the country needs me. But I don't want you to die, and I don't want anything to happen to our mom. Sacrifice. I don't care one bit, but nothing can ever happen to you or mom. Director Chen sensed the seriousness in his brother's tone, and his face couldn't help but turn serious. Chen Jiahao said, if a situation arises, don't hesitate to take your mom out of the country, you can live for a long time with that money. Although, it won't be peaceful abroad is all. Director Chen said nothing. He drove the car to the mental hospital. Chen Jiafan took a taxi and left by himself. In the car, the cab driver coughed. Chan didn't wear a mask. Because it's not a virus, it's a curse, a poisonous curse. Zhang Bei had already made more than enough analysis of this thing, and by Chun, in his madness, sought out the Taoist sects and begged for almost all 13 of them. Just didn't find out what it was and what the solution was. Chen Jiahao was sitting in his car when he suddenly received a call from his boss. Boss, later, I'm not in the office right now. It's okay, it doesn't matter if anyone else hears it. So, it's not classified, then. On the other end of the conversation, Pak Chun was saying, I've come up with a great idea. Boss, that's what you said last time. So what, the problem was solved in the end. Boss. What do you want again? Well. Jiahao, in fact, I won't hide it from you anymore, we've reached the bottom of a very dangerous step now. The 100 Demons group of the East Japan, deployed half of the people, has now landed in China. You know the news in Shanghai 2 days late. We, have already had brothers sacrificed. In addition to the East, even the Eagles want to take advantage of this opportunity to screw us. Boss. Is it really hopeless? Chen Jiahao didn't realize that the Chinese border had gotten this serious. He was never expecting it. Chen Jiahao had an urge to hurry back right now and ask his brother, Chen Jiafeng, to take his mom out of the country. It's indeed serious. The tone of Baek Chen Jie on the other end of the phone instead relaxed. But I've come up with another idea. Ha? When Chen Jiahao heard this, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, the next second, on the other end of the phone, Boss White blurted out a very muddy idea. The situation is this bad anyway, why don't we create a smoke bomb to confuse our opponents and let the Supervisory Law Division last 2 more days? Confused how? Get 2 jumping gods and write 2 epithets to heaven for a blessing. Hearing these words, Chen Jiahao completely broke his defenses. No boss, what are you thinking? It's a time of crisis and survival. Do you still want to make a fake news to confuse people? Harm, maybe it'll work. Anyway, confusion, soldiers are not afraid of deception. This thing is in your hands, yo. On the other end of the phone, the mission was released and then Chen Jiahao was given a sizable amount of funding. 2 million. As well as, the director, executive, and crew. All set. Chen Jiahao thought something looked familiar. Isn't this the same white glove that did the fake news last time? Come to take this job again. All is ready to go, it's just a matter of turning it on. Chen Jiahao's task was simple, to hand out money, and everything else was taken care of by the crew. After all, messing with fake videos, they're pros at it. Even fake news can be filmed. First call over $500,000. Everyone is busy with Director Sang's crew. Field Agent Su, who was having a drink with his arm around a lady in a nightclub, suddenly felt his cell phone vibrate. What is it? Do you want me to find a stand-in actor who can do cartwheels and pretend to be a jumping god? Requirements: true flip, no protection, possible death. Another requirement is hard 8s. So many requests, where to find? CO Field Service flipped through his cell phone contacts. Then it stopped on the avatar of a person. The account was the default avatar, and the name was Zhang Lin. Field Agent Su taps on this contact. Then fingers snapped and typed rapidly. Masters, got time to pick up a job? I've got a tough job here, and I need you two to take a shot at it. Is Big Brother here? Big Brother, if you see it, please reply me ah. Please brother. After sending it, Field Agent Su put his cell phone down. Drunkenly, he said, where is Wang Gang? Let Wang Gang come and keep me company. Jianghai City Psychiatric Hospital. First floor, small courtyard. The 3 flowers in Lin Baiyu's body were functioning, and the thunder law was spread all around. But there are somewhat fewer new energy vehicles today, and I don't know why. I'm afraid it has something to do with yesterday's news. Big smart guessed so. Lin Baiyu was practicing 20,000 steps and 8 cups of water a day. While cultivating the spatial laws, Lin Baiyu also didn't forget to practice flying in the clouds. Last night was the first time I experienced the joy of flying in the clouds, and it was a different feeling than jumping around with a light weight. If he was able to climb the clouds even stronger, Lin Baiyu felt that his speed would be a bit faster. Lin Baiyu, who was walking in circles downstairs, suddenly tapped her head and remembered something important. I haven't returned my own tank of fish yet. I didn't feed it seriously myself last night. Lin Baiyu remembers that Director Chen asked him to do good deeds. If this fish is screwed up, then is it considered doing evil? Director Chen won't be thunderstruck. Lin Baiyu rushed back toward 666 as fast as she could. Luckily, this goldfish looks small, but it's a hearty one. Lin Baiyu held this one fish and walked to the 3rd floors. As she passed Director Chen's office, Lin Baiyu's eyes lit up. Director Chen. Inside the office, behind the desk, Director Chen smiled. Mr. Lin, you like to raise fish? That's a good thing. Lin Baiyu walked in holding the fish tank. Not really, the fish. I don't like it. Yesterday when you weren't there, Director, I went to Dr. Fong, and he gave me a little fish, but I didn't like it. Director Chen coughed twice from behind his desk. Blushing a little. Director Chen? Lin Baiyu cast a concerned gaze over. Director Chen waved his hand, indicating that it was not a problem, just a small cold. Lin Baiyu, nowadays, there is no more Tian Lu. If there is a drop given to Director Chen, no matter what, the disease can immediately get well. Director Chen took 2 sips of hot tea before speaking. Student Lin, it's not right for you to raise fish like this. And I should? Don't you want a dragon? Yes. Something like a dragon is insubstantial and has never been seen by any human being at all, and you're struggling to raise a dragon with traditional thinking. I have a better way. What a way? Director Chen smiled and pointed to the stool in front of him. Lin Baiyu understood, and he set the fish tank down. Then sat down on the stool. Hands rest naturally in your lap. It is really better to communicate with Director Chen. Director Chen touched this fish tank. Student Lin, I have a better method of raising fish that is more efficient and faster than this method. Cough, cough, cough. Director Chen suddenly covered his mouth, and his entire back shook as he coughed. Director Chen, red-faced, spat out a thick phlegm with blood, and then breathed twice. His face was normal again. Lin Baiyu didn't have time to look at herself when Director Chen had his head down. The dark eyes lit up with a golden light. In Lin Baiyu's eyes, the entire world had changed. His gaze pierced through Director Chen's skin, pierced through the knot of his throat, and then saw a spider that had grown to the size of 2 thumbs in his neck, diving deep into the flesh and constantly sucking on Director Chen's blood. Lin Baiyu, after seeing this spider. In an instant, the empty phase on the dantian flashed with lightning. Don't you dare! A thunderbolt flowed into Director Chen's body from the ground. Director Chen is completely unaware of this. This ray of lightning, like a big hand, directly grabbed the spider in that neck. Heavenly thunderbolt descending. In the blink of an eye, the spider went up in smoke. Director Chen suddenly touched his throat. So relaxing. Sure enough, spitting it out makes it better. Lin Baiyu hurriedly retracted his golden eyes. Director Chen took another sip of hot tea, and his entire body was much more energized. Ha, Lin student, remember what I said about doing more good deeds? Remember. You see, I just thought I'd do a good deed by coming to treat you today and getting over my own cold. Director Chen, I trust you. Doing good deeds will definitely benefit you. Right, let's get back to that topic we were just talking about. Director Chen smiled mysteriously and stuck his hand into his white coat. He came to work today, and that was a good thing. Student Lin, would you like to know the new concept of cultivating true dragons? Chapter 67, Doesn't a wooden fish count as a fish? Lin Baiyu nodded heavily. Director Chen, I want to. Well then, I'll teach you. As the chief leader of the Qi Tian program, I have finally discovered the secrets of the dragon race after years of research. And by gathering the strength of all of Huaxia, he created a true dragon path. As long as you work tirelessly, you will be able to create the legendary true dragon. Lin Baiyu was suddenly puzzled. Director Chen, what you're saying isn't right. Lin student, you say. Lin Baiyu told Director Chen to wait after she finished speaking. Then close your eyes and mouth the words. 10 years of luck, the dragon is trapped in a well, but once it has gained the power to enter the green clouds. The green dragon is unstoppable in the sea, and the clouds are set in the sky. After reading, Lin Baiyu sat on a chair in front of Director Chen and spoke to the air. Then listened sideways for something. This act, in Director Chen's eyes, seemed like a textbook-level performance without physical objects. Director Chen is very patient. Wait until Lin Baiyu finished listening. Only then did Lin Baiyu reopen her eyes and replied, Director Chen, what you said is somewhat incorrect. The resources needed to cultivate a true dragon is as hard as reaching the sky in terms of the lower realms. It's just impossible. It's naturally impossible when you look at it in the usual way, but what if you open your mind a little? What do you mean, Director Chen? On what grounds is a wooden fish not a fish? Alarmed, Director Chen had been hiding for so long that he finally took out what was inside his white coat. It was a solid black wooden fish, reflecting light in the daytime sun. The surface of the wooden fish is finely crafted, and if you look closely, you will find that the side of the fish will reflect a dark red wave pattern when the sunlight hits it. This stuff, it's not expensive. But it was Director Chen who had been poking around in the market for quite some time yesterday. The wooden fish has a hollow belly with a mouth in the center in front of it, and a small mallet is placed inside the mouth. The tip of the little stick is round and the stick is thin enough to just fit through the side of the woodchuck's mouth. The little mallets are also black like the wood fish. Director Chen took this wooden fish in his hand and then pushed it in front of Lin Baiyu. Mr. Lin, you try it. Like this kind of wooden fish, it is very good to feed, also do not eat, do not need to drink, and even can be used as a weapon of self-defense when necessary. Saying that, as if to show that his words were true, Director Chen grasped the wooden fish in his hands. Then slammed it twice toward the office wall. Boom boom. The wooden fish is intact. And, of course, the wall is intact. The wooden fish was repositioned in front of Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu took the wooden fish. The moment this palm made contact with this wooden fish, a feeling connected with him. That's the kind of fish I want, that's the kind of fish I want. Lin Baiyu said happily as she hugged the wooden fish. The dragon of the void, which only Lin Baiyu could feel, had its entire body drilled all the way into this one wooden fish. Director Chen sat behind his desk and smiled proudly before getting up to go pour himself some hot water. Just the moment Director Chen turned around, the wooden fish in Lin Baiyu's hand, with dark red wave patterns on both sides, emitted red light in the daytime. For a moment it trumped the sunlight outside the window. Director Chen knew nothing about this and was pouring hot water with his back to Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu asked expressionlessly, Director Chen, it glows. Oh, that's normal, the surface is coated with a black paint, that's why it reflects in the daytime. It's licking my hand, ugh. Of course, you're his master now, he'll do more than just lick your hand, you'd better put it next to your pillow to sleep at night, he'll even talk to you. Director Chen, it's flying, ugh. The wooden fish in Lin Baiyu's hand, his body trembled and whirled, floating in the air and flying to the roof inside Director Chen's office. It whirled around above and also flew overhead behind Director Chen's back. Director Chen poured himself hot tea at the water fountain. Then a tap on the head. Forgot to put in the tea. He himself went on, digging through the cupboards, pulling out only so many strands of the good tea left over from ages ago. Director Chen smashed his mouth, but still put it in. Wow, the wooden fish you gave me from Director Chen is so naughty, it flew outside the window. Oops. Director Chen placed the teacup in the cabinet, then said without turning his head, it's normal, after all, it's a pet. It's normal to be naughty. Psychiatric hospital, first floor, small courtyard. In this moment, Nurse Cheng suddenly felt at ease. She was squeezing in time to catch up on the work report she forgot to write yesterday. So then he stayed in the yard with the patients, found himself a bench, sat on it, and wrote with a ballpoint pen. And Nurse Chang suddenly felt that the whole body and mind were soothed. It's like someone who's been mentally tense all along, and suddenly the relaxation gets a breather. Ha! What's wrong with me? Nurse Chang sat in her chair and looked up. Finally, I understand why this is. Because it's quiet now. All the noisy noises in the small courtyard disappeared, all the patients, no more giggling, and no more people crying out or throwing tantrums. The psychopaths in unison raised their heads to the sky without a word. So quiet. Nurse Chang could hear the wind blowing through her ears. After working for a long time in such a high-pressure and noisy environment, the sudden quietness made Nurse Chang's whole body unconsciously relax. What a rare treat. Nurse Chang took a deep breath and closed her eyes, enjoying the moment of peace. It was only until a certain patient said, "Sister Xiao Zhang, there is a flying wooden fish in the sky in our courtyard." Nurse Chang opened her eyes and gave a sweet smile. Aha! Then proceed to close your eyes and enjoy this hard-earned leisure time at work. Zhang Benming walked over to Nurse Xiao Zhang and touched her shoulder. Nurse Xiao Zhang, don't you think this matter is amazing? Yeah, Chang, a wooden fish flying in the sky, hey. I know everything. Nurse Chang replied as she relaxed. The rare silence relaxed her at the moment. Nurse Chang, look up, will you? There really is a wooden fish in the sky. I know. All the patients were bickering once again, like an unsupervised classroom of elementary school children. Quiet. Nothing again. Nurse Xiao Zhang held her forehead and laughed bitterly. The peace I had only just gotten was ruined again by these patients. All the patients were shouting with excitement. Some of them pointed their fingers to the sky and gave extremely exaggerated descriptions to Nurse Xiao Zhang. There really is a flying woodchuck in the sky. Nurse Zhang, we really didn't lie to you, there really is a wooden fish flying. Please look, Sister Nurse, I'm afraid. Whoa. Okay, I'll see how it goes. Xiao Zhan was speechless. Give the material sheet in his lap to the chair with the ballpoint pen clipped to it. Standing up, he looked up towards the sky. Chapter 68, Your way of raising fish is not good enough, I'll teach you a new science. In the sky, flying outside the third floor was the one black wooden fish. In an instant, with a whoosh, he rushed towards the groundhouse. Then a precise break. Stopped behind Nurse Chang. Nurse Chang looked up. Then a cry of laughter. Of course there was nothing there, and if there really was, Nurse Chang felt it was time for her to check in for hospitalization. Well, big and little friends, I've looked and there's nothing in the sky. Break it all up and go do what you like. But the group of psychopaths was, unsurprisingly, more emotional. There was a flurry of pointing at Nurse Chang's back. Xiao Zhang, behind you Behind you. Little Sister Zhang, run away, it's right behind you. It's back there, that black thing is back there. Xiao Zhang let out an alas, somewhat helpless. One can only turn around as if coaxing a small child. The black wooden fish, on the other hand, was sticking to Xiao Zhang's back and came in for a body shot. Togethers turned around. Chang looked behind himself. Sure enough. Nothing. Why have these patients become so naughty today? They've learned to come and tease the nurses. All right, break it up. Nurse Chang shouted breathlessly. She still has yesterday's work report to write. But Zhang Benming was all agitated. Nurse Zhang, we really didn't lie to you. That flying blackwood fish is really behind you and it's still there. All right. Xiao Zhang said, I know, everyone disperse. Zhang Benming was furious. Nurse Xiao Zhang, although I am an honorable psychopath, you can't insult my intelligence. It's really right behind you. Nurse Xiao Zhang sighed again, then said, I know la, anyway, it did not hurt me, we are afraid of fear it. Just leave it in the yard like that. Hearing Nurse Chang say that, all the patients, all of a sudden, felt the same. The thing was just a little darker, but it didn't hurt. So everyone went about their own business. Running, eating chess, talking to the trees. Nurse Chang sat back down and grabbed her work report, but turned the page to write ahead on today's report. Benjamin Zhang's condition has worsened and he needs to take a higher dosage. The black wooden fish flew to the third floor again, then flew in through Director Chen's office window. Lin Baiyu reached out and caught this wooden fish. Dr. Chen made tea and resumed his seat. He poured 2 cups except that the one from Lindbergh had no tea leaves. Lin Baiyu grabbed the wooden fish. Director Chen asked, Mr. Lin, are you still satisfied with this wooden fish? I have one more question. How should I raise him? I want to raise him to be a dragon. This would be very simple, you just knock at least 3 times a day. This, is a phallic instrument that brings faith with every strike, which is the nourishment of the wooden fish. If you strike it enough times and have enough faith, then your wooden fish will keep growing, and one day, it will transform from a fish into a dragon. So it is. Lin Baiyu was finally somewhat happy. In this way, the cultivation method of this one wooden fish, Lin Baiyu was considered to know all about it. Lin Baiyu removed the mallet from that wooden fish. Then 3 gentle taps with his hand. Knock, knock, knock. 3 strokes over. Lin Baiyu felt an extra white light around the wooden fish. The white light was sucked into the mouth of this wooden fish like smoke. Lin Baiyu felt the wooden fish in his hand become heavier. Sure enough, it's growing. Lin Baiyu hugged the wooden fish and left Director Chen's office contentedly. As for the fish tank, it was left behind. Director Chen pinched out a little bit of red feed and then sprinkled it inside the tank. Lin Baiyu carried this wooden fish back to her hospital room. He was the only one in the room. Zhang Xueyan and the others were inside the small courtyard on the first floor. Lin Baiyu sat on her own bed, put her headphones on, and then took out her required ancient poems for middle and high school. Start chanting. Meanwhile, the right hand is tapping on a wooden fish. After 3 minutes, Lin Baiyu struck 50 times. Because every time he knocked, Lin Baiyu's hand would unconsciously stop. What a pain in the ass, isn't there a more convenient way? At noon, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan walked out of the cafeteria. The two walked back toward 666 together. After Zhang Xueyan pushed open the door, he saw that on Lin Baiyu's bed, there was an additional pure black wooden fish. Oh, so this is yours. What? It made quite a ruckus in the morning, and I guessed then that it might have something to do with you. Dr. Fong gave me a fish, I didn't like it, so I went to Director Chen with his new fish. Wooden fish? The one that can transform into a dragon. How do you transform it? Isn't it going to be fed some heavenly material, some heavenly aura thingy? Lin Baiyu introduced with an expressionless face, it's not necessary, you just need to keep tapping on it. But well, the knocking is so troublesome that I can't be bothered to do anything else myself. Zhang Xueyan hemmed and hawed. Grab the black wooden fish. Then try to get the little mallet in the woodchuck's mouth yourself. Ha! Zhang Xueyan pinched and tried to pull out with her fingers. But the first time, it actually didn't pull out. Try to increase the force a bit more. Zhang Xueyan's face went red, but the result was still not taken out. Zhang Xueyan lay on Lin Baiyu's bed, gasping for air. Oh my god, this thing is so tight. The press can't take it down. Yes? Lin Baiyu removed the wooden fish's mallet from Zhang Xueyan's hand. Zhang Xueyan took it with great difficulty. But Lin Baiyu took it down with ease. This whole process was completely different from Zhang Xueyan's. Zhang Xueyan took the small wooden hammer from Lin Baiyu's hand and her hand went up to the wooden fish. But it turned out that this wooden fish and that little mallet, like a pair of magnets, bounced right off. Not letting Zhang Xueyan touch herself. Lin Baiyu, you can't be teasing me, this thing simply can't afford to knock anymore. Zhang Xueyan tried so many times in front of Lin Baiyu, but she couldn't knock it down. Lin Baiyu thought seriously for a moment. Analyze it logically. Because he's my pet and I'm his owner, he doesn't like people or letting people touch him. So you can't knock it. But if I say. Lin Baiyu's sudden bottomed out and leaned in beside the wooden fish and said, be good, let her touch you. Zhang Xueyan suddenly had a feeling. The wooden fish on this hand seemed to come alive just now. Zhang Xueyan held the gavel again and knocked down. Knock. This time it finally didn't bounce back. Zhang Xueyan saw a white mist spreading around the body of this wooden fish after he knocked down this mallet. Then without wasting the slightest bit of this mist, all of it was sucked in by this mouth. Lin Baiyu said towards Zhang Xueyan, you see, it's this problem that bothers me. I still need to refine my body. If I accompany it, I won't be able to cultivate other techniques at all. Zhang Xueyan held the mallet in her hand and struck it a few more times. Then stared at the wooden fish and thought. Can you let anyone else knock, you pet? It should work, it won't resist as long as I agree. Well, let someone else knock it, and it will grow. Yes, equally effective. And what if the knock wasn't human, would it be just as effective? Chapter 69 Technology, Changing the Speed of Cultivation. Lin Baiyu asked curiously, what does it mean? What do you mean the knock is not human? Zhang Xueyan hemmed and hawed. The ward has a stowed-away electric fan stowed away in a cupboard. Zhang Xueyan took out this one electric fan, then had Lin Baiyu remove the outer shell, revealing the fan blades inside. Do you know what I want to do? Zhang Xueyan asked. Lin Baiyu shook her head. I'm not sure this plan will work, but I'm just so eager to try it. Zhang Xueyan pulled out 2 shoelaces from her own shoes, then tied the knot to connect them into one. Then tie out the mallet of the wooden fish. Zhang Xueyan made sure the mallet was tied securely. Perfect. Lin Baiyu asked from the side, what the hell are you doing? You'll understand when I plug it in. Zhang Shuiyan plugged in the electric fan. Then the fan blades turned slowly, and finally faster and faster. Even the mallet above it brought up a small vista. Lin Baiyu looked, so? Zhang Shuiyan shouted at him, stupid. He said, taking the black wooden fish in his hands and leaning towards the fan. Lin Baiyu's mouth widened into an O. So it is. Zhang Shuiyan leaned the wooden fish toward the fan. After finding a good angle, the mallet and the wooden fish made a thumping sound. But the results? It made Zhang Shuiyan's expression very bereft. Because there wasn't any white mist appearing at all. Well, I thought it would really work out that way. It seems like some things are just too good to take seriously for fun. Zhang Shuiyan sighed. Throwing this wooden fish to Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu looked at the wooden fish and then at the fan in front of this. The blades of the fan slowly came to a stop and the plug was pulled out by Zhang Shuiyan. Lin Baiyu said, not necessarily. Only Lin Baiyu stood in front of the electric fan and then snapped her fingers. At his fingertips, he rubbed out a bolt of electricity. This bolt of electricity instantly landed on the floor, then ran out across the floor and rolled inside this one white fan. The motor in the fan ran up slowly. Lin Baiyu leaned over with the wooden fish. This one was different than just now. The mallet was carried by the fan blades, which flew and struck the wooden fish. Knock, knock, knock. Sound after sound after sound after sound. And from the wooden fish, a large amount of white mist was spat out. It's done. Zhang Shuiyan ran over and looked on in surprise. Why not just now? Machines are dead things, but if I put in my share, then that share of machines will no longer be just plain dead things. This feeling Lin Baiyu had felt before. Every time one charges the new energy vehicles on the roadside, one can have a hint of induction with those machines, such as being able to know whether the power is sufficient or not. The wooden fish tapped frantically. Echoes were heard from Ward 666. Zhang Shuiyan gritted her teeth. This isn't good either. How can I sleep at night? There's a place just right. What? Divine Heaven Jade Clear Mansion. There's plenty of thunder in that place. Just the thing to use for dragons. Zhang Shuiyan took out two pieces of the puzzle from her bedside, one of which was the Southern Heavenly Gate and the other was the Divine Heavenly Jade Clear Mansion. Lin Baiyu took the hand at the same time. Then grabbed this fan. The entire person disappeared into thin air. The location where Lin Baiyu reappeared in the next second was outside the South Heavenly Gate in the sky. Arrived. Lin Baiyu took the piece of the Divine Heavenly Jade Clear Mansion's jigsaw puzzle in his own hands. Then pressed on the Southern Heavenly Gate. This Southern Heavenly Gate originally had no entrance. But when Lin Baiyu pressed the fragments of the Divine Heavenly Jade Clear Mansion outside this Southern Heavenly Gate, an additional powerful suction force appeared inside the gate, sucking him in with the fan. Lin Baiyu took a step forward. Then I looked up again and realized that I had come to a familiar place. There is a loft here. The plaque reads 4 words. God's Heavenly Jade Clearance. The place is here. Lin Baiyu walked in and pushed open the door. Found a corner and dropped this wooden fish in with the fan. Snapping his fingers, the fan with the mallet began to tap the wooden fish at a rapid pace. After adjusting the height position, Lin Baiyu exited the Divine Heavenly Jade Clear Mansion and retreated outside the Southern Heavenly Gate, then closed his eyes. The whole world went black. Opening his eyes again, he found himself in patient room 666 again. Evening, Ward 666. Was sitting on his bed playing a game with his headphones on. Zhang Shuiyan isn't interested in puzzles today. After putting together 2 big workloads in a row, she couldn't put it together any longer without feeling like this wasn't touching a hobby, it was a part-time job to go to work. It's too torturous, I don't want to spar today. Lin Baiyu sat on her own bed, then it's not spelled out. I'll take a walk with you? The last time I said I was going to buy new clothes, I still haven't. Hey. Zhang Shuiyan lay on the bed, rolled over, and leaned over towards Lin Baiyu, grabbing her own pillow and smashing it against Lin Baiyu. She laughed badly and flirted. Lin Baiyu, I originally thought you were very straight. I can't believe you remember what happened half a month ago. And kinda cared about people roaring. Lin Baiyu asked squarely in return, do I look much like someone with a poor memory? Zhang Shuiyan was lying on her back on the bed, both hands propped up as she looked at Lin Baiyu. You gave me your cell phone to juggle. Oh. Lin Baiyu waved his jade hand. From his space, he took out Zhang Shuiyan's cell phone. Zhang Shuiyan long pressed the on button. But it won't turn on for ages. Lin Baiyu knew thunder magic, and Zhang Shuiyan knew it herself, but she just used it less. Zhang Shuiyan pinched her fingers, trying to imitate Lin Baiyu and snap her fingers out like that. But after a moment's hesitation, it was better. Don't mess up and ruin this hand. Lin Baiyu, give me a charge. Okay. Lin Baiyu's fingers gripping the palm top lifted. A current then flashed through the ward. Then hit the phone with precision. Zhang Xueyan held her phone and saw a display on the screen that it was charging. Lin Baiyu had headphones hanging from her ears, her head lowered as she continued to play the game. Mario is almost through now, and Lin Baiyu has been playing more obsessively in the past 2 days. Zhang Xueyan was lying on her back on the bed, her cell phone in front of herself, her arm propped up there, just quietly looking at Lin Baiyu. Until the cell phone on the bed. Buzz. Vibrated a little. Zhang Xueyan then took it over and turned it on. The phone turned on and slowly connected to the hospital's Wi-Fi. Of course there is Wi-Fi in the hospital, after all the doctors and nurses need to use their computers and cell phones that. Zhang Xueyan opened her cell phone. Wi-Fi connects automatically. Less than a second then passed. Zhang Xueyan hadn't even opened her shivering in when she noticed a dozen message notifications popping up at the top. All of them are clear of Microsoft. Question mark. What is it? The tweets were urgent in tone. It was posted by a guy with a Captain America avatar. Oh. Zhang Xueyan saw this avatar before she realized, so it's him. Zhang Xueyan asked Lin Baiyu across the table without lifting her head. Want to go out today? Going somewhere? To buy clothes? Not buying clothes. We've been asked to do a movie. Chapter 70 Righteous Father is above, please accept my child's obeisance. Zhang Xueyan took her cell phone and plopped down on the bed to say the message from the opposite side word for word. Brother, I have a very urgent announcement on my side that only you can make. And please come out again, the requirements for this act are simple. After Zhang Xueyan finished reading these 2 sentences, Lin Baiyu sat on the bed, grabbed her Palm Pilot and shook her head, no go. Lindbergh had 1 level and was able to pass Mario. Now is the most critical time. Filming, he has no interest in. Oh. Zhang Xueyan nodded. Drops. Another message came through from across the room. I'm not going. Lin Baiyu grabbed the handheld and had opened the level. Hiss. Lin Baiyu slammed his thighs, he had just caused himself to die because of talking to Zhang Shui. 3 lives, he had used 1 before, and now he had the last one left. Lin Baiyu placed her palms on her thighs and wiped the sweat. Then flung it twice. Take a deep breath. Don't talk to me, no matter what he says, I'm not going. Lin Baiyu picked up his handheld. Start maneuvering the red Mario to move. Jumping, topping bricks, and going over cannibals in one fell swoop. Lin Baiyu's eyes didn't even blink as he stared at the handheld screen in front of him. Zhang Xueyan could see that Lin Baiyu was determined to pass Mario off today. Looks like there's no getting out tonight. Zhang Xueyan directly turned off WeChat. No longer paying attention to the messages sent across the room and a frantic cry for help. Zhang Xueyan opened Shakian. A voice came out of the cell phone. Sisters, this is a cute and adorable way to wear a double ponytail. First let's get the hair. Zhang Xueyan placed her phone on the bed in front of herself and began to imitate the woman in the video. Zhang Xueyan parted her hair into 2 strands and then lay on the bed to learn. Only a somewhat sorry expression on his face. Finally she couldn't hold back any longer and whined, ugh. It's just a shame that people are offering $1.5 million for the movie. Zhang Xueyan's casual complaint, which was not very loud, was purely said for her own ears so as to vent out the unpleasantness in her heart. But just then, Zhang Xueyan heard herself on the opposite side of the bed. A chirp erupted. What? $1.5 million. Big Smart's eyes widened in disbelief. He grabbed the edge of the bed, his whole face there in surprise, his eyes fixed on Zhang Xueyan across the room before asking. Are you right, it's 1.5 million? You're not wrong. No. Zhang Xueyan realized that in this house, the only one who could understand herself was actually Big Smart. Lindbergh continued to control Mario, jumping up and down. Indifferent to the words in his ears. On the top bunk, Big Smart jumped straight down and sat next to Lin Baiyu. Brothers, big brother, father. Big Smart grunted and got up from the bed. Taking a step back, he stood in front of Lin Baiyu and knelt down on one knee. Righteous Father is above, please accept my child's bow. Righteous Father. Big Smart took a step forward on the ground, then wrapped his arms around Lin Baiu's thighs and began to shake. Righteous Father, please, your old man, go and make money. Lin Baiu's eyes were fixed on the palm top and he didn't say a word. Righteous Father. Whoa whoa. Big Smart cried. Only not a single tear came down, kneeling there in dry wail. Righteous Father, please, your old man, go and act. Righteous father, the game can be played anytime, but this money, if you miss it, you'll really miss it. Lindbergh watched as Mario used up his last life because his hand slipped and Mario didn't have time to jump on it. This last level has to be fought all over again. Lin Baiyu let out a breath, his mind adjusted extremely quickly, and once again, he manipulated Mario. Zhang Xueyan said from the side, Lin Baiyu, that's a lot of money. Lin Baiyu said without lifting her head, a lot of money, and it has nothing to do with me. Zhang Xueyan wanted to speak, but still didn't make a sound, then lowered her head and started braiding her hair. From double ponytails are easy to learn, the hard part is how to make them look good. Zhang Xueyan played with her hair, picking at the strands and combing them over and over. Big Smart still won't give up. Righteous father, a lot of money has something to do with me. Righteous father, think about it, little brother, I have lived such a poor life, you all have cell phones but not me. Righteous father, the child's heart is bitter. Lin Baiyu listened to Big Smart's words. Suddenly, he put down his cell phone. Then coldly said to Zhang Xueyan, where are they filming? Let's set off. ? Zhang Xueyan felt a little surprised as she lay on her back. Lin Baiyu was actually moved by Big Smart. Even Zhang Xueyan herself didn't convince Lin Baiyu that Big Smart gave the talk. Okay, I'll take a look now. Zhang Xueyan said and flipped out WeChat. The location is the same as always. Lin Baiyu removed the iron net of the window with his bare hands. Outside the window, a small palm-sized cloud coalesced. Zhang Xueyan and Lin Baiyu were too late to change their clothes. Zhang Xueyan remained the same as always, wrapping her arms around Lin Baiyu's neck before obediently lying on Lin Baiyu's back. Lin Baiyu stepped across the window. At the landing point, the white cloud seemed like it possessed self-awareness and immediately flew to Lin Baiyu's feet. Inside Lin Baiyu's chest, a froggy cry exploded. Lin Baiyu took Zhang Xueyan and violently rushed out. The curtains by the window whirred and were rolled outside. The sheets inside the house were rolled up. Big Smart squinted his eyes and felt the wind blowing around the room. A moment later, though, silence returned to the ward. The figures of Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, disappeared. The stronger Lin Baiyu's body refining became, his speed today was not comparable to before. After Lin Baiyu's speed diminished in the air, a white cloud was once again born from the landing point under his feet. Once again, he stepped with a single, hard thrust. Phew! Bringing out a trail of stubble. Carrying Zhang Xueyan on his back, he rushed at breakneck speed. Red Leaf Forest. Everyone in the crew squatted on the floor and, for those who could, sat on ponies. There was no one present who wished to speak. But every now and then someone on the set would cover their mouth and cough twice. The two lead actors, dressed in period costumes, were also filmed a dozen times in a row, just because they couldn't help coughing. All of them have people's faces all over the place. Director Zhang sat in front of the camera. Red-faced, cussing out the assistant director and the groundskeeper. You two are simply dying. To make this movie about randomly fooling the old 100 sex, you have to find that what? What's his name? Field Agent Su stood in front of big director Zhang and whispered with his head lowered, Zhang Lin. Have to find some kind of changeling. And you Chen bye-bye, you are also dying, followed me for so many years, the usual tricks of the people above you do not know. Just fool around and be done with it. What time is it now? Do you know how messed up the country is? Damn it, you can't do this kind of thing right. Have to be waiting for that whatchamacallit Zhang Lin to come. Making a fake movie, something for comforting the mind, and you guys are still thinking it's of any use. I'll tell you. Director Zhang cursed a lot there, then started coughing before he could finish his sentence. He hurriedly pulled a pill from his pocket and took it. He had air coming out, not going in. Every time I inhale, it's like a broken blower and my mouth feels like it's whistling with water in it. Director Zhang De is the sicker type. Chen Baibai reminded Director Zhang, do you believe in God? ? Director Zhang sat down on the matzah, gasping for air, and looked at his men twice. Essentially, Director Zhang De is not a believer in God, as the education he received was a foreign education, and he did not return to China until he was 15 years old. Chen Baibai could see his leader's meaning. Then he said in a serious tone, Director Zhang, you wait a little longer, when those two come, our domestic disaster, it will be gone. Chapter 71 Letting you write a confession to bless the heavens, you brought out the Jade Emperor's decree. Chen Baibai said this with extreme seriousness. Director Zhang all felt that the people in front of him were crazy, just like those media people in the country. I can't believe that I actually believed that something like aura could exist in this world. That's just a trick. It's not scientific at all. But Director Zhang. Field Agent Su suddenly spoke up, we're superstitious about gods, but aren't you also superstitious about science? Director Zhang felt that the two people in front of him were incomprehensible. But he really did feel a twinge of something wrong at the moment. Because in reference to that one Zhang Lin, the entire crew, all of them, remained silent and held those two words in the highest reverence. He had the crew shoot his scene last time, and when he came back again, everyone had a tiny lightning strike log around their neck. Zhang Lin. What kind of person? Director Zhang didn't understand, nor did he want to. All he knew now was that he couldn't use the people under the group. Deputy Director Chen was just pushed out to protest and explain himself on behalf of the crowd. Field Agent Su, on the other hand, was the one who took the blame, as Zhang Lin was someone he strongly sought out. It's just such a stalemate time. Outside the Red Leaf Forest, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan walked in together. They saw the woods just outside, flashing with a light source. There it is. This time the place stayed the same, but the location changed. Not where it was taken before. It's a real relief to make a movie. This patch of woods they can find different angles to shoot from. It's actually not that simple in there. The two of them, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan, walked together to the crew. Deputy Director Chen rushed his way to his leader's ear, warning him again and again. Director Zhang, you can just scold me, you can scold me like a grandson, you must not disrespect these two. Assistant Director Chen was about to say something, then quietly said, you'll understand when you're in the aftermath. Director Zhang had just cursed, and he still had a clear distinction between work and emotions. Only when Lin Baiyu arrived, Director Zhang did not speak with him. Because Director Zhang also knew who Zhang Lin was. It's the stand-in actor that he himself complimented last time and admired so much. But it's just okay stand-ins, there's no need to mess with the whole crew, including Chen Baibai, to respect them so much. It's not like we haven't run into great talent before. Director Zhang decided to say less as he pulled out another cooling tablet from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth. Throat, still uncomfortable. It's like something is blocking it, or like someone has a rope around their neck. I don't believe in poisonous spells, that's all a lie. Director Zhang closed his eyes and waited for Lin Baiyu to change her costume. Once Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan arrived, everyone in the entire crew took the initiative to lean up and greet Lin Baiyu. Assistant Guide Su led Lin Baiyu to the tent, handing over 2 sets of brand new clothes to Lin Baiyu. Gentlemen, here are your clothes. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan took it, wearing different clothes this time than last time. The last one was a purple-robed Taoist priest. And this time the clothes show was a golden robe embroidered with 3 auspicious clouds for the temple priests. After Lin Baiyu had the experience of the previous 2 times, she nimbly took off her clothes. Then Zhang Shuiyan pulled up the curtain in the center. The two began to get dressed in the tent. This time, there was finally no need to let Zhang Shuiyan help herself. Lin Baiyu alone put the clothes on, the curtain was pulled back, while Zhang Shuiyan wore the same as Lin Baiyu, only in women's style. And there's less gold filigree on the dress. When Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan walked together, they could tell who was the primary and secondary of the two. Put your clothes on and come out. Field Agent CO sent the script up. Lin Baiyu looked at it, the content was simple, and there were even notes written in certain places. Assistant Director Chen invited credit from the sidelines. I wrote the annotations. Well, Lin Baiyu felt a bit embarrassed, there are so many demands. Assistant Director Chen immediately changed his words. I scribbled it, it's not what was filmed. The shoot was simple and everything has been acted out by the two leads. Now it's down to the final, and most important, scene. That would be to write a confession and read it to the Lord for blessing. After all, there's been no peace in the country lately, and I wanted to ask the heavens to keep me safe and remove the evil spell. Lin Baiyu grabbed the one-page script in front of her. Scratching his hair, I wouldn't. I don't know how to pray. It doesn't matter. Zhang Shuiyan said from the sidelines, just play freely, look at this time they don't even give us any lines. That confession is still written and read at random. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan walked to that one altar. The altar consisted of 5 long tables in virtue of which 3 animals, a pig, a sheep and a cow, were offered. On the rest of the sides, lined up were carefully made coiled peaches and jade fruits, as well as 3 jars of good wine sealed up. In addition to these, there were 2 rows of group performers dressed as children, kneeling behind Lin Baiyu Zhang Shuiyan, with a gift held up flush on both hands, all of which were given to the heavens. The assistant director has only one request for these group actors, and that is that they are allowed to look up no matter what happens. And their ears, too, were so stuffed with cotton and headphones that they couldn't even hear the words. Lin Baiyu stood at the front. Start. Director Sang's camcorder was already on. On the left and right, all the camera work started. There were also hidden cameras that started capturing at the same time. Lin Baiyu himself was a bit confused. I don't know how to do evil spells. It's okay, just go ahead and do it as if there's an evil spell. That's fine. Lin Baiyu took a deep breath and walked to the small yellow table on one side in front of that altar. At this moment, outside the asylum, in front of the small temple built for cyberfoam in the west, Wang Limin drove and parked on the side in the middle of the night, and then his face was white, coughing and walking into the temple, and he walked staggeringly. Reluctantly, he knelt before the clay statue in the temple. Wang Limin was very weak at the moment and couldn't stop coughing at all. Yet he was not sad. As usual, he reverently took out the incense he had brought with him and then lit it and inserted it into the tiny incense burner. The ash in this incense burner was still his own from the last time he lit it. Wang Limin reverently knelt on the futon and worshipped. Forehead to the ground. Thanks to Sepher, my wife has been released from the ICU and the doctor said it was a miracle, thanks to you. I'm content, really cough. Cough cough cough. Lin Baiyu, who was in the red leaf forest, suddenly felt something in his heart. The consciousness entered his dantian and found an opening in the empty phase of the lightning above. Then the whole thing burrowed in. Then the next second, the world in front of Lin Baiyu's eyes turned as white as snow, and then after that a door was seen in front of her. The view outside the door was one he knew well. Through this door, Lin Baiyu returned to the small temple. Hiding in the mud sculpture body, Lin Baiyu's golden eyes automatically opened. Lin Baiyu looked at Wang Limin who was kneeling in front of him. Ha! How come he has that thing in his throat too? Lin Baiyu did not rush out. Instead, he closed his eyes. The incense in him was connected to 20 men. Thunder light flashed within Lin Baiyu's body. I need an anchor point. After thinking about it, Lin Baiyu found a way. A ray of lightning flowed out. Found the location of these 20 people in Zhanhai City. At this moment, Li Yujun, who was swiping his cell phone at home, suddenly realized that his cell phone had a virus. The news on the cell phone was disconnected. An additional image appeared on the phone. Li Yujun found it strange how this virus was so familiar. Hey, isn't that the whatchamacallit I've had a pillar of incense for? Cyber Buddha? Li Yujun remembered that the portrait of this cell phone was the Seabrook Buddha that he had incensed himself. He tapped his phone hard, only to find that he couldn't return it. A string of electricity suddenly sprang from the phone. Frightened, Li Yujun let go of his hand, and his cell phone fell to the ground. While in the bedroom, Li Yujun's lover, who had a mask on her face, ran out, "Hubby, my cell phone seems to have gotten a virus." "Show me." A fruit cell phone that had been used for 3 years was handed over to Li Yujun, while Li Yujun painfully picked up his own cell phone on the ground. 2 cell phones put together. The couple's eyes widened. "Ha! You've been hit with the same virus as me." On the 2 men's cell phones, the same time, they were fixed on an image that was very familiar to Li Yujun. Seppo Buddha statue. And at that moment, the 2 cell phones simultaneously flashed a flash of blue thunder. Then the couple heard, from upstairs, a noise. "Honey, my phone has a virus." Li Yujun heard, in the building where he lived, a constant stream of alarmed cries coming from the neighbors in their homes. Then there were houses in the neighborhood that had lights off that suddenly lit up and you could see figures inside running around. This copy of the virus spread to the entire Zhanhai city at a terrifying speed. Namyuho Court, Building 6, Room 606. Director Chen had already changed his clothes and was lying on the bed coughing. His cell phone, which was sitting on the table, suddenly sprouted a flash of blue light. Then the screen eerily lit up. The screen's lock screen wallpaper changed to a Seppo Buddha statue. Lin Baiyu found himself flying. The clay body, which was originally in a small temple, is now viewing the entire earthly city from the perspective of God's eyes. With his current ability, he would only be able to see the entire river and sea. There's no way his lightning method has a limit. Lin Baiyu looked at Director Chen's body a few more times. Inside Director Chen's neck, another spider smaller than a pinky crawled in. Lin Baiyu had already solved it once before. But now come again. I'm afraid it's not just Zhanhai, even the outside is full of this stuff. Lin Baiyu's lightning method was limited, and there was nothing he could do about it. But, just because I, Lin Baiyu, don't have this ability to make the thunder law cover the whole of China, doesn't mean that the 9 heavens Ingyuan thunder sound Puhua heavenly honors can't do it. In the mangrove forest, Lin Baiyu suddenly moved. From the time Lin Baiyu's consciousness entered the clay figure, everyone in the entire crew didn't dare to utter a single breath. Even if they couldn't suppress a cough, they were able to hold it in. The only person present who felt peculiar was Director Zhang. He felt strange. It was so strange how this stand-in actor made him feel, with an inexplicable desire to kowtow and submit. Am I MOM? Director Zhang chanted in his mind and then hurriedly stopped. Because the more he thought about it, the more he realized that he couldn't look straight at the stand-in actor in front of him. The feeling in my heart that I wanted to offer my head in worship was getting heavier and heavier. Not only director Zhang, but the other crew members on the set all felt the same way. This person in the temple priest's uniform, how immortal. If one stares, it always feels like there is an intense line of sight looking over one's head. But if you look up, you'll see it above your head. Except for days. Nothing. Ha! Look, you guys, how the clouds in the sky are breaking up. Within the crew, I don't know who said something like this. Then director Zhang raised his head and realized that the clouds in the sky had really dispersed. He had lived for a long time and had never seen such a clear sky. It was as if it had been washed with water so clean. The bright moon in the sky was even clearer to see, and you could see the outline of the moon. Lindbergh waved his jade hand. Originally placed in front of their own 4 treasures of literature, Huizhou paper disappeared. It was put away in his storage space. Then again, Lin Baiyu took out a document from his own sleeve. The instrument is blank. Unfold this instrument and lay it flat on the table. At this moment, within the woods, sparse movements came out. Field Agent Su stood outside and suddenly bowed his head. Question mark. He fixed his eyes and realized that there was actually a weasel at his feet. It's not just under your own feet yet. The props guy outside the set, and the cameraman behind the camera. With a weasel standing at each of his feet, Field Agent Su violently covered his mouth, not daring to let himself make a sound. Only to see that outside of this theater group, it had been surrounded by weasels inside and outside. And farther into the darkness, all the animals deep in the woods, but with so much as a hint of spirituality, were nudging their heads toward this place. And these weasels were even more pious, neatly kneeling on the ground and kowtowing in the direction of Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu lifted his brush. Just put pen to paper on this instrument. Toward the heaven and earth, the sky and the earth, and the sky and the earth, and the sky and the earth, and the sky and the earth. I am examining all beings today, and the people are not at peace. Divine Heaven Jade Clear House, 9 Heavens Ing Yuan Thunder Sound Puwa Heavenly Honors at my disposal. Correcting yin and yang, separating good and evil, killing ghosts and demons, and protecting all living beings. After writing these few words, Lin Baiyu immediately put aside his pen. A white cloud was born under Lin Baiyu's feet, and Lin Baiyu raised the instrument high with both hands and spread it out in front of the stars of heaven and earth. The white clouds held Lindbergh high up in the air. Director Sang's camera slowly raised up. It wasn't until Lin Baiyu soared above the height of the original prop masters created pressure. The prop masters of the crew, in unison, loosened the wires from their hands, letting Lin Baiyu fly into the sky. Lin Baiyu was dressed in a large golden robe with a serious expression, looking at heaven and earth. Hold the instrument in your hand and recite it respectfully and loudly. Toward the heaven and earth, the sky and the earth, and the sky and the earth, and the sky and the earth, and the sky and the earth. Read the contents of that instrument over. At the end of the instrument, that one honorable red clay seal down. The 4 words, Taishang opens the heavens and executes the symbols, and the imperial calendar shine brightly in the darkness of the night. The darkness in the sky was pierced. An eye-catching light rushed into the sky from Lin Baiyu's hands. A pillar of light that went straight up to the heavenly will, breaking through the clouds and opening the heavenly phase. At this moment, all the people of Jianghai City were lying on the windows of their homes, or standing on the streets, looking up to watch the light that was rushing into the sky. Only the darkness of the sky was pierced. In the sky, space shattered open to another image. And in that world, auspicious clouds were everywhere. 2 great pillars stood in the sky, and on them were entwined golden scales shining with the sun and red-bearded dragons. In the center above the large pillar, 2 words were written. Nan Ten. That one great light of golden splendor. Rushing up from the ground, he ascended to the clouds, broke through the southern heavenly gate, and flew into the interior as a rush of light. Then, in the canopy, thunder suddenly rolled. But then again, it's like a rush march of 1,000 horses. Just outside the southern heavenly gate. A cry of rage. As if marching in formation, 500,000 people roared in unison. Goodbye behind the auspicious clouds, revealing a square array. The darkness of Jianghai City broke. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A thrilling thunderclap came from the black sky. Next. Prick. Purple lightning pierced the air, and a little sound-piercing noise burned through the air. But the sound is not as pronounced as thunder. Another bang. Prick. Another purple thunder flashed across the sky. Boom. In the sky, purple light continuously flashed against the canopy, with thunder following closely behind. The citizens of Jianghai saw an image that they will never forget in this lifetime. Only to see a noble 100-foot golden body come out of the darkness above the canopy. This person was holding a thunder light spear in both hands, wearing a thunder light armor, a heart protector mirror in front of his chest, and an immortal belt behind his back that welcomed him without wind. Only to hear this immortal open his mouth. Rolling heavenly sounds rocked the sky above this Shanghai city. All anyone saw was a thick male voice. By order of the Jade Emperor. Divine Sky Jade Clear Mansion, Xian Pavilion Myriad Pavilion, General Thunderduke of the Nine Heavens. Then another god-man stepped out, with a great radiance around him, and opened his mouth in the sky, and then followed by one person after another. East-West Wadai General Yufang Yunlei. Middle Division, 5 Square Savage Thunderbolt Emissary. The 4 Houses, the messenger of the Chief of the Thunder Ministry. As well as the 36 Thunder Dukes standing behind these generals, 500,000 Thunder Ministry soldiers shouted in unison. By order of the Jade Emperor, all the divisions of the Ministry of Thunder have descended to Earth. Correct yin and yang, separate good from evil, kill ghosts and protect all beings. This one voice did not only resonate in Shanghai City, even the remaining 2 cities could hear this voice of heavenly might. The moment all the heavenly deities of the divisions of the Ministry of Thunder on that day shouted out together to protect all beings. The streets of Shanghai City are filled with drunks on the side of the road, demoralized people who give up on themselves and think that the world is ending, pagans who advocate the end of the world and propagate cults, and capitalists who are fleeing to foreign countries, taking their assets with them. In this moment, everyone all stopped what they were doing in unison, and they looked up at the scene in the sky. Then in silent agreement, he bowed his head and knelt down, toward the gods of the Thunder Ministry in the sky, toward the unspeakable one who had written the Jade Emperor's decree. His forehead hit the ground and he bowed heavily. In the sky, purple light rose. Purple divine thunder filled the sky. The heavenly thunderbolt descent has begun. Thunderbolts from the sky into the earth. Shanghai City, on top of the Wanda Commercial Building. White spider silk nested here, and within the nest shrank a huge monstrous creature. Style, Kotenjuko. The original 3 arms on the yin and yang head opened into 50, and the dense white arms converged in one place to form spider-like legs supporting the yin and yang head and also the buttocks at the same time. The little heavenly beads with 50 white arms grew, and the whole thing went numb. She doesn't understand. How? What role am I to deserve such treatment? A purple light heavenly thunderbolt smashed precisely on her head. The lightning went out. Gouts of black smoke rose from the spot. 36 lei gongs, each leading 13,000 men, flew off in all directions, and then spread out over the rest of the cities of Huaxia, together announcing the Jade Emperor's decree. Wherever the lightning passes. All of them are slogans to kill ghosts and protect all living beings. Patients lying in bed at home, skinny and out of shape, and social animals holding onto their breath to work overtime, and hospitals bursting at the seams within patient departments. The patients who wail about not being able to sleep. After the purple lightning flashed in the sky. A large mouthful of disgusting thick phlegm with blood came out of his mouth. Ha! I'm better. I can breathe, doctor, I can breathe. The neck is finally comfortable and there's no strangulation of the throat. I'm so hungry, I want to eat. Finally, no more coughing. Relief, my God. Chapter 72. Lin Baiyu begs Director Chen for evaluation. Director Chen returns to still practicing. Sanpei Ichiro of Akai City is lying on a park bench. The expression was like a wailing. But this morning is not someone else's, it's your own. Above his head, a Reika held a Reiku chisel in his hand and aimed it at Sanpei Ichiro's head. Then Lei Gong punch and Lei Gong chisel slammed into each other. Boom! Heaven! A purple thunderbolt fell. The spot where Mihaira Ichiro had been standing was scorched black. A cloud of black smoke then rose. After the smoke cleared, there was a white eyeball left on the ground. All over China, there were such Easterners who died under the violet lightning. Red Leaf Grove. Lin Baiyu's hands were empty. Then it fell back to earth on a cloud. Lin Baiyu felt bad in her heart. Because it looks like you've demonstrated the ability to climb clouds in front of other people. Shouldn't have tied me up. Director Zhang, sitting behind the camera, had his 3 views turned upside down. At this moment an atheist, completely worshipped under the gods. Director Zhang had just coughed up a mouthful of bloodied phlegm. He felt completely well. The poisonous spell is well and his condition is completely gone. Not only Director Zhang, but even the rest of the crew coughed up a mouthful of bloody phlegm. The whole person feels refreshed. Director Zhang called out the card. Lin Baiyu finally came out of the shoot she had just done. He wanted to explain. That white cloud just now. Before Lin Baiyu could finish his words, the prop master stepped forward. I did it. And me. Good, that white cloud was made by our props team. Lin Baiyu didn't expect the people in the props team to actually take the initiative to help themselves. But he had one more thing to explain. That golden light just now. I did it. And us. The lighting technicians stepped up and said that they were the ones who made the golden light and all that. And those Ministry of Thunder. Director Zhang took the initiative to speak, we synthesized it in post. Zhang Xueyan couldn't watch from the side, but it's too realistic. It would be a shame to spend so much money and not be realistic. Seems so. Director Zhang took out a contract and signed it again for everyone. And then a solemn warning to all. No word about tonight, or I can sue you for breach of contract until you smash your ass. The entire crew in the theater respectfully sent Lin Baiyu away. Take your time, immortal officer. Immortal officer, I used to disbelieve in gods and goddesses, and I am completely repentant today. Immortal officer, keep in touch from now on. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan left the Red Leaf Forest. Do you think I'll be exposed? Will I be taken for human research tomorrow? No. You're so sure. Okay. But the strange people out there are strong and scary. Just rest assured that I'll be on top of it if someone does get you. Lin Baiyu suddenly felt a warmth in her heart and stopped in her tracks. He looked at Zhang Xueyan, who was walking further and further away, and the emotions in his chest were somewhat restrained. What? Zhang Xueyan stopped and looked at Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu walked in front of Zhang Xueyan. At this moment, in the grove, in the darkness of the night, with a starry, blue sky in the sky, Lin Baiyu's heart pounded. He felt an emotion within his heart that was really close to being restrained. Lin Baiyu grabbed Zhang Xueyan's shoulders and pushed Zhang Xueyan a step further. Zhang Xueyan blushed. Zhang Xueyan suddenly realized something. Usually, there are a lot of people in the mental hospital and the wards have big smarts in. Now, no one. Lin Baiyu's breathing turned sharp. The moonlight shone on Zhang Xueyan's face, making her add a hint of good looks. Lin Baiyu leaned over facing Zhang Xueyan. The two of their heads were getting closer together. Then the foreheads leaned against each other. Zhang Xueyan could even feel Lin Baiyu's panting. Zhang Xueyan closed her eyes in fear, not daring to look at the next image. I'm too young to look. Zhang Xueyan thought like this and closed her eyes. Then he heard Lin Baiyu in front of him call out to himself. Grandpa, I missed you so much. Zhang Xueyan's eyes widened before she revealed an I'm really convinced expression. Zhang Xueyan looked at Lin Baiyu with a smile. Lin Baiyu, still filled with that kind of emotion within her heart, asked Zhang Xueyan, I just really couldn't help myself. It's so tempting to call out to your grandfather. Or I'll call you Grandpa from now on, okay? Ha 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 ha. Zhang Xueyan smiled, her teeth showing a very standard smile, but her expression was tinged with bitterness. Lin Baiyu, you go ahead of me, we'll go back to the courtyard first. Good. Lin Baiyu sniffed and continued walking. The two of them, he and Zhang Xueyan, walked on the path in the red leaf tree forest, one after the other. Zhang Xueyan was in the back and Lin Baiyu was in the front. Zhang Xueyan clasped her hands together behind her, then clenched them tightly, and asked without moving, Lin Baiyu, you've recently achieved a small success in body refining, right? Yeah. Zhang Xueyan raised her own index and middle fingers. A streak of lightning emerged from his fingertips. Electricity and lightning, strong thunder, millennium kill. The next day, early morning. Shanghai City on the 4th Ring Expressway. Director Chen slept soundly last night, but the happiest person wasn't Director Chen, but rather Chen Jiahao, who was in the passenger seat. All the poisonous spells disappeared last night. It's all gone. Homewind, yesterday. Forget about nothing. Chan Ka-ho didn't light his cigarette. Instead, he rolled down the car window and then felt the wind outside the window. Director Chen was driving his car when he suddenly realized that his brother's cell phone screensaver had changed. Hey, on this wallpaper of yours, what kind of god is it? Cyberfoam. Did you sleep a lot last night? That's called a good night's sleep. I haven't slept that well in days. Then you probably don't know about yesterday. Get out of the car and look at the shaking cause and you'll see. The car pulled up to the first psychiatric hospital of Shanghai City. Chen Jiaohao got out of the car. Director Chen suddenly spoke up and asked, by the way, how's your job? Have the workers been recruited? No, but my big problem is solved. That's good. 3rd floor, Director Chen's office. The door was pushed open and Director Chen pushed the window open. Then skillfully taking out his white coat inside his locker, then he picked up the tea leaves he had brought in and then made himself a cup of tea. Director Chen remembered what his brother had said. Just look on Shakian to find out. He tapped his own cell phone and then opened Shakian. 10 hot searches on Shakian today, all uniformly dominated by one thing. What the hell happened last night? Director Chen looked at his cell phone in surprise. Almost all of the official media, aka self-published media, all of them, uniformly publish one thing. That's the God of Heaven coming down. And Director Chen found the official media of Shanghai City, which had the most comprehensive information. The first one is an altar, and then the next one is just writing a prayer to God. Originally, all the steps from before were very simple, but it was just a ritual of sacrificing and praying for blessings passed down from the ancient times, and there are still a lot of people criticizing this as superstition. But no one says that anymore. The picture on the cell phone video was different from that moment on. A cloud rose under the feet of the person praying, and then the whole person flew up into the sky. The pop-ups on the video were all over the place in this instant, uniformly swishing a phrase. Correcting yin and yang, separating good and evil, killing ghosts and demons, and protecting all living beings. Just when Director Chen didn't understand why everyone was brushing off this paragraph, he finally realized. That one teenager in the video, the words chanted from his mouth, were exactly that. Screen 1 again. All that could be seen was more auspicious clouds in the sky, and behind the auspicious clouds was a gate. 2 words were written on it. Nan 10. Director Chen was surprised. Yeah, what a powerful CG now that modeling has broken through to this level. It's almost like the real thing. Director Chen watched it with great interest. But the thing that made him feel most surprised was this. The official host. An old face. The host of the news streak actually appears at the end of the credits of this hot video and then makes a very official announcement. The poisonous spell that plagued our country for many days and posed a horrible threat has been removed. In this we have taken special note of these comments from the internet. What an honor to be born in China and to be blessed by an immortal. It's time to tell the foreign barbarians to know that I, Huaxia, have always been sheltered by gods and men, so that the foreigners don't dare to take a step. Forgive me my suffering today, and return me to the golden body in the great temple tomorrow. Director Chen watched with great interest. He couldn't figure out how the official media was not decent and started to say the same fake and empty words as these self-media. Director Chen thought about it and decided to leave a comment. The power is okay, but it's that much short of fire. Knock knock. Director Chen looked up. This is not a time when people usually come to themselves. As a result, after looking up, he realized that it was actually Lin Baiyu. Rin-san ah. Lin Baiyu nodded and walked in. He came in early today, or rather after breakfast, without even doing his morning exercises. Director Chen, I did something good yesterday. Lin Baiyu looked at Director Chen's cell phone, which was replaying what Lin Baiyu had done last night. Lin Baiyu said, Director Chen, I did a very good deed last night. This good deed blessing will also give you a portion of it, right? Oh, did good, huh? N. Lin Baiyu nodded heavily. It's a very good and great. Good deed. Director Chen couldn't help but laugh a little. Student Lin is really childlike, thinking of getting praised for doing something small. Director Chen felt that he should also take care of the patient's mood, so he didn't splash him with cold water and deliberately asked, What good things have you done? Come and tell me. Lin Baiyu pointed at Director Chen's cell phone. That man is me. Yeah. Director Chen sounded slack-jawed. It looks casual. So you're doing well, you've been praised by the national media. Lin Baiyu suddenly saw Director Chen's comment in this video. The power is okay, but it's missing that fire. Lin Baiyu's desire to share was suddenly gone. It seems that my behavior yesterday is still not strong enough in Director Chen's eyes. It must be because I used external forces and didn't use my own power. Director Chen, I've got it. What? Director Chen was confused by Lin Baiyu's words. Wasn't it just on the subject of talking about doing good deeds on your own? How to know something again? Mr. Lin, you have to make things clear first. The thing is, I used a decree left behind by the Jade Emperor yesterday to mobilize everyone in the Ministry of Thunder, and then saved many people. But seeing Director Chen's comments, I realized that I'm simply not strong enough. Those are just external forces, not my own at all. Ah. Right, Lin-san. One cannot rely on the power of external objects, only the fullness of one's own heart is truly strong. Director Chen. Lin Baiyu suddenly asked again, only this time the question had a more serious expression. You are the head of the Chi-Tian program, can you tell me if the strange people out there are exceptionally strong, and how much stronger than the current me? Director Chen smiled. Mr. Lin, that's a particularly good question, let me have a cigarette first. Lin Baiyu obediently sat on the chair. In fact, Lin Baiyu came here early in the morning, not to ask for advice, but simply to tell Director Chen about what happened yesterday, and to tell him that he really did continue to do good deeds. There is in the good exercise of the 9 heavens in Yuan thunder sound universalizing Heavenly Father's way. But to Director Chen, it was a different picture. Director Chen opened the window and lit a cigarette. Wow, it's killing me how I was thrown such a hard question at work. That said, I did have a temporary patch coming before vacation. Director Chen took 2 puffs of his cigarette, then began to rummage through his drawers. Lin Bayu's information he had placed in the most prominent position. One flip and I found it. Leave your own laptop open. Director Chen also didn't forget to avoid Lin Bayu a little bit as he could. Turn to the last page at the top. Sure enough, found it. Director Chen was greatly distressed, looking at the latest patch he had memorized above. How can I tell him about heaven? It must have been because I had instilled the idea of heaven in him, which led to making Lin's classmates go further into the mythological side of the story. Director Chen closed the notebook and then rummaged inside his own locker for a measurement chart made for children. Lin student, just fill this out. Director Chan is just stalling. Because he wanted to pull Lin Bayu back into the real world again. This kid, why does he keep running into those myths? Ugh, blame me, I was in bad shape the other day and I actually hit the wrong patch like that. While Lin Bayu was writing that form, Director Chen began to go through his own notebook in an attempt to round back the previous patch. After searching for a long time, Director Chen finally turned up an important piece from a large pile of patches. Chapter 73. So Director Chen, will you seal the gods? Director Chen flit to one of the patches he had made in the past. 9 heavens ing yuan thunder sound po wa heavenly honors. There you have it. Let's start with him. Lin Bayu did the questions very carefully because he mistakenly thought that Director Chen was testing himself. But it's not really true. Director Chan is just trying to stall for time. Director Chen also didn't let Lin Bayu stop, but let him continue to answer the questions. Lin Bayu wrote for 20 minutes before finishing the contents of this piece of paper. Director Chen said, yeah, some progress Lin students. Director Chen faked a few glances at the answer, then received it behind his locker. Starting to step into the thick of things. Student Lin, do you know about the 9 heavens ing yuan thunder sound puwa heavenly honors? I know that it is this thunder ancestor's way that you have taught me, Director Chen, and I have been doing good deeds every day. That's right. Director Chen was pleased in his heart. Sure enough, student Lin still listened to the doctor's advice. A patient who can follow medical advice is the best patient, bar none. Have you ever met Lei Zhu, Lin student? Didn't see it. Lin Bayu was suddenly a bit surprised. Then again, it feels like it should. After all, he was the one who handed over the divine heavenly jade clear mansion to himself. What's going on in there? Director Chen should know about it. Director Chen, do you know why Lei Zhu isn't here? That's because he's immortal and we're mortal, and he stayed in the past a long time ago while we're in the present, so we can't see him. So it is. Lin Bayu came to a realization. No wonder the divine heavenly jade clear mansion was that kind of scene. Director Chen looked at Lin Bayu's expression and rejoiced in his heart. Great, taking Lin's concept of reality and reinforcing some of it, and not having to patch it up more, that's a great thing. Director Chen continued while the iron was hot. Mr. Lin, you have to understand that the past is in the past, and we have to keep our eyes on the future. How to see the future? You and I are the future, and we make the future. By me. Create the future. Director Chen, I see what you mean. Director Chen was greatly relieved, but he didn't dare to relax yet, because there were misunderstandings in the communication between people. So Director Chen asked again, Mr. Lin, come to understand how to create the future. Lin Bayu said, the 9 heavens ing yuan thunder sound puwa tianzuan is already in the past. Yet the Ministry of Thunder still exists, and you and I still exist in the here and now. Then, it's up to us to hand out the divine seed in heaven. It's up to us to create the future, it's up to us to make gods and immortals. Director Chen sat behind his desk for a long time. How? Sure enough, communicating with a psychopath, relying solely on words, won't work. Director Chen had removed all the sharpness from his words, hoping to soften them a bit and make Lin Bayu recognize reality. But the result? Let's just say it was expected. But it always came out as a result of fixing that previous patch of his own that told him that God was in the past. Take your time, take your time. Director Chen followed Lin Bayu's words and asked, so, how do you plan to make a god? I don't know. Director Chen smiled slightly. Mr. Lin, do you believe me? Director Chen, I believe you. Lin Bayu believed in Director Chen from the bottom of her heart. That's good. Director Chen suddenly found the feeling, and again found the feeling of being able to lead Lin Bayu down the path. Sure enough, coming back to work after a day of vacation just feels different. Director Chen walked outside the door, then went next door to Dr. Fang's office. Lin Bayu waited in place, wondering what Director Chen had gone to do. Not long after, Director Chen went and returned. When he came back again, he had a small cloth bag in his hand. Director Chen held the item in his hands without opening it the first time. Lin, the handheld I gave you, are you still playing it? I have seriously practiced the Black Wind Shin Fury Bone Refining Technique. Black Wind Shin Fury Bone Refining Technique? What the hell is this? Director Chen rushed to go through his notes. Then dawning on him, he turned to Lin Baiyu. Has Mario passed yet? Not even close. When you're through, I'll teach you the deeper levels of the Dharma. Good. Director Chen liked the way Lin Baiyu insisted, and even more, he liked the way he followed the doctor's advice. With that, Director Chen himself lit up the palm of his hand. That's what he just went out looking for. Then it unfolded in front of Lin Baiyu. This is a simple map with 4 corners on the map. For different players respectively. In the center of the map, there is space after space where the ground is. Director Chen said, Hey, student Lin. The first step in creating a god, is to have the ground first, and if you don't have the ground, then there is no way you can create a god. Let me show you how to buy land. After saying that, Director Chen picked up a dice and threw it. The dice rolled twice, showing the number 5. From his position, Director Chen took out a small flag. From your own location. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Director Chen spent his most primitive funds to buy a plot of land. Mr. Lin, it's your turn. Lin Baiyu nodded and picked up the dice, then threw it. It's a deuce. Lin Baiyu picked up the small flag and took 2 steps under Director Chen's command. Just as Lin Baiyu placed the small flag on the second space, the whole world has changed. Alarmed, Lin Baiyu realized that his consciousness was detached from his body. Left to go somewhere else. This place is. Lin Baiyu was currently floating in a building. The building was in a state of disrepair, with scorched blackness all over the inside and exposed rebar within the concrete. And the whole building is a dangerous building that looks like it's going to collapse at any moment. This place. Why is it so familiar and strange? Lin Baiyu was like a ghost at the moment, only able to be in place, unable to leave, but able to constantly watch in 360 degrees. After just Lin Baiyu had put his sights on the opposite side of the room, Lin Baiyu finally understood why this place felt so familiar and strange. For this place, which was opposite the mental hospital, was the same poor little building that had been spoiled by his own Rudraksh and Samadhi fire. Oh, so it's you. Lin Baiyu understood what was going on. Does that mean I need to buy the place? This thought of Lin Baiyu's instantly turned into something like smoke and exploded out. This one thought flew to all parts of China. Unmavik. Baekshun is resting in his quarters as he lies down. Yesterday, he stayed up all night, in the knowledge that the one from Jianghai had struck again. And for once, it actually came out so big right out of the gate. He could finally let go of his exhaustion for good. Lay down at home and fall asleep. After 5 minutes, Baekchun Jae was suddenly pulled into a strange world. In this world where darkness and light filled together, he saw a big Buddha, but this big Buddha was somewhat special, not like the Buddha statues in ordinary temples. This great Buddha looked toward Baekchun Jae. Then point your finger in one direction. Baekchun was looking over toward there. 2 crappy buildings? Cyberfer, are you? Just as Baekchun was trying to pursue the question, woke himself up suddenly to a phone call. There were no pleasantries on the other end of the line, just picking out the highlights. We've already established that the one that Jianghai can't hide out is one of ours. Now that that one has helped us with a heavenly favor, how do you think we should return the favor, Baekchun Jae? A return gift? Baekchun didn't think that his leaders above him would think of this point up. Baekchun was in the middle of thinking about how to answer. Suddenly remembering the dream image from just now, and the direction of that cyberfoam's finger. Well, I might know what to send. Chapter 74, Good Brother, Open Your Brain. Baekchun was spilling the beans on what he had just dreamed. I am not surprised that the other party immediately agreed. Tear down those 2 buildings. Build it as a general temple to the golden body of Cyberfoam, and if there's anything else Cyberfoam looks at in the future, just let us know. Okay. Inside the first psychiatric hospital of Jianghai City, Lindbergh figured out the rules of the game with this thing. I already understand this game of Director Chen. Oh, comprehending so quickly? Then tell me about it. When Director Chen first came into contact with this game, he always lost to others, and he relied on himself for a long time before he realized the trick. He didn't believe that Lin Baiyu would be so powerful that he would be able to realize it all at once. This game isn't really hard, just keep buying land. The more territory you buy, then the more power you get. Not bad, not bad. It seems you've grasped the essence. Director Chen felt very backward. Lin Baiyu had actually grasped the essence of this game so quickly. Student Lin, then I'll give this to you, take it, and comprehend it well. Thank you Director Chen, I'll definitely take enough land and go create God. Okay, cheers. Director Chen watched Lin Baiyu leave. Today wasn't a very good start but it wasn't bad either, after all Lin's condition remained stable. Director Chen thought so. After leaving Director Chen's office, Lin Baiyu put the tycoon into his bed in Ward 666. In the morning, in the small courtyard on the first floor of the psychiatric hospital, Lindbergh sat in his chair with his headphones on. He closed his eyes. The 3 golden flowers in his body had all coalesced into a pure golden color. Flawless without a single flaw. And then in that gaping hole in the empty phase at one's dantian, Lin Baiyu once again walked inside a long corridor. The hallways are still white. Lin Baiyu walked to the end of this corridor. Opening his eyes again, the picture in front of him changed again. That's outside the mental hospital, the little temple of Lin Baiyu. But this time, the outside of the small temple was overcrowded. And the incense burner in front of him was filled with incense. There were also so many people performing prostrations on the futon. Lin Baiyu absorbed many joss sticks, and almost every minute he received was the amount of joss sticks from the previous day. Because while there used to be people who would worship a little bit, it would be 10 people or 5 people. But it's different now. Lin Baiyu raised her eyes to look forward. Outside of the small temple, there was actually a long queue. His own eyes left the outside of the small temple again and found that it was actually about to take up the entire road, and there were 2 people who spontaneously acted as volunteers to start clearing the road. Although there were really very few cars passing on this one road, the line was rather longer after emptying the opposite lane. Directly the whole road is taken up. The queue turned a corner after the second. Then line up in the back. That's where Lin Baiyu couldn't see. The small temple was filled with rushing incense. All this incense, I'm afraid I know what it's good for. Because within Lin Baiyu's palm, there was an additional jade seal. The seal is engraved with a coiled dragon. The seal stone is 4 square and underneath. Lin Baiyu turned over this coiled dragon treasure seal on his palm. 8 big words are written on it: Tai Shang Kai Tian, execution of runes and royal calendar. Just then, Sister Zhang brought over a small bunch of grapes bearing 5 watery red grapes. Little Sister Zhang gently tapped Lin Baiyu's shoulder. Lin Baiyu's consciousness jumped back from her golden body. Then first she was a bit confused, then she saw Sister Xiao Zhang beside her. Student Lin, have some fruit, I even saved the best few for you. I don't really want to eat it, give it to Zhang Xueyan. After saying that, Lin Baiyu closed her eyes once again and her consciousness returned to the gold body in the small temple. Lin Baiyu finally had a chance to properly survey this side of the coiled dragon treasure seal in his hand this time. What was inscribed on it was exactly the same as on the instrument used yesterday, exactly the same. Strange, this thing. How come it's in my hand? It shouldn't be, it doesn't make sense, I've never picked this up before. Lin Baiyu was puzzled in his mind. Just as well, I will go to Director Chen's place again this afternoon. Lin Baiyu's palm fell, and realized that this thing existed in his golden body, and no one could take it away, and when he told it to manifest, it appeared, and when he told it to leave, it left. Lin Baiyu's consciousness came out of his golden body. Then begin the morning practice of 20,000 steps a day. Lin Baiyu didn't choose to wear headphones this time. Because he hears it from somewhere and always wears headphones, which can mess up your ears. So this time, Lin Baiyu simply went outside. Then hug yourself to your old junior high and high school poems and keep practicing prancing. 64 absolute sentences. Medicine becomes an elephant when it meets gas, and Taoism is natural when it meets Xi. A golden elixir is swallowed into the belly, and I realize that my destiny is not in the hands of God. Lin Baiyu grabbed the MP3 in her hand, playing J Theory's nunchucks at super loud volume, and then grabbed the book in her hand. In the small courtyard, the son, constantly turning in circles and then shaking his head, read to the happy time while also be unconsciously drooling out of the corner of the mouth. On the 3rd floor, Director Chen climbed out of the window and crouched on the air conditioning unit outside the building's wall, then lit a cigarette and stared at the patients below, especially Lin Baiyu. Staring at Lin Baiyu, who was constantly spinning in circles in the courtyard while super loud externalizing her voice and reciting ancient poems uncontrollably. Director Chen squatted on the outside of the air conditioner and exhaled second-hand smoke. The situation is stable. My treatment is working. At the very least, Lin Baiyu is very lively, isn't she? Director Chen threw the unextinguished cigarette directly under the building. Then into his white coat he pulled out another one ready to light it. Noon, cafeteria. Beside Lin Baiyu sat Zhang Xueyan, and across from her were De Smart and He Cheng. He Cheng didn't eat, but stared at his little friends. His expression was a little upset. Lin Baiyu finally noticed He Cheng's abnormality. What's wrong with you? When He Cheng saw that someone was finally talking to him, he instantly looked sad. Last year today in this door, smoking and drinking and scalding. After saying that, Lin Baiyu did not speak for a long time. Zhang Xueyan also stopped her dazzling rice and looked at him with a questioning face. Big Smart was the last one to look up, chewing on shredded radish fried by the cafeteria lady. Shelving rattles. Big Smart said he's getting out of the hospital. Ha! Like this. Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu were both a bit surprised. However, Zhang Shuiyan was the one who responded, "Congratulations, finally you can go out." He Qing wasn't happy, however was covering his face with some pain. "Let us be companions in the red dust, eating dirt and suffering." Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu's simultaneous looks to Smart, expressing their inquiries. Big Smart said, "What he means is, where can I find a place that provides food and shelter? And we don't have to work here to be waited on every day. So you don't want to leave yet? You can cheat on the test the doctor gave you so you can stay." He Qing cried, "If I could, I would also like to swallow Mr. Ma's anus raw." Zhang Shuiyan listened with a diaphragm. Big Smart translated, he's saying that he also wanted to recognize a rich man as his father, but he didn't have any money of his own, so he was kicked out of the mental institution. Lin Baiyu said, "Are you going out?" "Just the thing to help me scout and explore the outside world." He Qing, dying for the Tao, nothing else. Big Smart, he said it would be his honor to serve Ringo. He Chang nodded, indicating that this was indeed the case. Lin Baiyu thought about it. "You what, leave? Last year at this time. Since you're leaving, I'll give you two things." Lin Baiyu thought about how the strange people out there were terrifying, and He Qing, as their heavenly court, was the first to walk out a weakling. One must have the means to protect oneself, and then again, one must have the means to save one's life in order to do so. The three golden flowers in Lin Baiyu's body coalesced into a ball of heavenly dew. Lin Baiyu's hand was open. A fist-sized ball of celestial dew coalesced on top. As parting gifts go, this is a big one. Then again, Lin Baiyu suddenly mouthed the words again. "A golden elixir is swallowed into the belly, and then I realized that my destiny is not in the hands of heaven." After finishing, Lin Baiyu, who had her eyes closed, felt that there was an additional object in front of her. He flicked his wrist again. A small sword fell out of the sleeve of his shirt. Lin Baiyu used her small sword to cut a small wound on her finger. Then a drop of blood pointing in front of Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu said, "I took it out." A few simultaneous nods from the men in front of them. "Yes, you took it out. That's right, you took it out. I can see it with my wise eyes." Lin Baiyu left the grain of golden elixir at his fingertips to He Qing. The fist-sized cloud of heavenly dew immediately poured over his body from the top of his head. He Qing instantly felt that he had become different. His body was as if it had been re-washed from the inside out, and he and the aura in the heaven and earth became more intimate, and the speed and effect of absorption became amazingly good. "I can actually still get this strong." Lin Baiyu fiercely reminded, in the outside world, people are even stronger. You go out and be 1,000 times more careful, and hold back as long as you can. Roger that. He Qing said that he would absolutely do it. At noon the big guys gave He Qing a simple farewell ceremony. In He Qing's hospital room, a few people from Lin Baiyu stood outside the door. He Qing had very few things, an old Taoist robe and a few wooden hairpins. And then what comes after that is an outdated cell phone. Carrying his own small school bag, Big Smart walked closest to He Qing. Big Smart tears flowed in a big stream. "Brother, I can't spare you. The body is not there, the mind is there." Walked from the 4th floor to the 1st floor, then stopped in front of an iron railing. There were 5 doctors there guarding the gate. "You can't go any further. Only He Qing can go out alone." He Qing carried his own bag and walked out of the iron fence. He stood outside and looked towards the inside reluctantly for a few moments. He said goodbye to his good brother, Big Smart, as well as Lin and Zhang Shuiyan. He Qing waved his hand at Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu nodded. "This gesture means that what you ask me to do, I will do for you." Zhanghai City, headquarters of the Division of Supervision, Law and Order. Chan Kaho is in a biological research lab. The body was dressed in sterilized green clothing and white gloves on his hands. On the operating table lay a man who was already dead, a ninja from Japan to be exact, who had been taken in last time. And on another operating table, 3 men were gathered around, dissecting another man. Chan Kaho was wearing a mask, knife. Zhang Bei sniffed and handed over a scalpel. The scalpel is hilted and the blade is disposable and extremely sharp. Chen Jiahao took out a doctor's special surgical blade, carefully tore open the package, and then the tip of the blade was attached to the handle. The index, thumb, and middle fingers pinched the scalpel. The body lying on the operating table, all frozen white, finds its way to the stomach area. Find a line down the center and cross it. Huffing and puffing. The white skin was cut like tofu skin, followed by yellow fat, and then the next layer was blackened flesh. Chan Kaho has a steady hand. There was no expression on his face either. Before the eyes of the crowd, the peritoneum inside this dead man's stomach appeared in the air. Chen Jiaohao directly discarded the scalpel. Treats will then tear open this peritoneum with their bare hands and then their arms reach in. In an instant, the fishy stench exploded out, and the entire Zhang Bei who was closest to him could not top it directly and took a step backward before continuously dry heaving. The other old men from the Department of Supervision and Law Enforcement were originally able to hold the fort for a while. But after seeing Director Chen pulling out the contents of this man's stomach with his hands again, they couldn't take it anymore, and they also took a few steps back, not daring to look at it again. What is this? From this dead man's stomach, Chen Jiahao drew out a large mass of long black hair, grasped this long hair in his hands, and leaned in towards his eyes to see. Not like human, more like animal hair. Chen Jiahao remembered the conversation he had with the only living ninja. How do you practice? Everyone. Cultivate together. Chen Jiahao looked at this large mass of black hair in his hand, which had formed into clumps in his stomach, and couldn't help but wonder, how in the world do you guys practice? Bring the bucket over. Chen Jiahao ordered. Hollered Director Chen. A large red bucket was brought out over. Chen Jiahao threw the hair in his hand inside the bucket, while he was still yanking it inside this enduring stomach. As more and more were yanked, half the space of a red vat was filled with this weird black hair. And then there's no end in sight. Just as Chen Jiahao was wondering in his mind, Zhang Bei had already finished dry heaving. Worthy of being a disciple of Longhu Mountain, he grew up really fast. All have been able to adapt to the scene. The elderly members of the Supervisory Law Division who were present were all honed for 10 years. Zhang Bei looked at the person on the operating table and suddenly shouted, "Wait a minute, Director Chen." ? Chen Jiahao unconsciously stopped his hand, then looked up at Zhang Bei before following his gaze to the ninja in front of him. Ha! Chen Jiahao was amazed. What the hell are you, man? The body of this corpse in Chen Jiahao's face was actually drying up. Starting with the limbs, and then the body, they're all shrinking to varying degrees. Is it hard to believe that this guy is not a person? Little Lu. Chen Jiahao shouted loudly at the outside of the operating room. Director Chen. Xiao Lu outside the door whispered in fear, "I don't dare to go in. You go get me a chainsaw." Outside the door, Lu Shou sighed in relief. It turned out that it was not going to go and get the operation on its own. He left on his ass after a while with a chainsaw designed for sawing trees. The chainsaw was delivered to Chan Ka Ho through someone else. Chen Jiahao walked up to the head of this ninja's corpse as he looked at the dead man lying on the operating table. Damn it, let me see if you're human or not. Say it. The electric saw teeth in Chen Jiahao's hand turned. He was going to violently dismantle the male corpse in front of him. If you want to know if this thing is human, take the brain apart and you'll see. Inside the operating room. Woohoo! Surprisingly, it rang with the sound of renovation. Holding a large chainsaw in both hands, Chen Jiahao stood on top of the male corpse's head and pressed down with a knife. In an instant, red blood splattered onto the lighting on the zenith, as well as Chen Jiahao's face. The others, on the other hand, were 5 paces away from Chen Jiahao, not daring to get too close. People always have a fear of the unknown. The scalp was easily sawed away, followed by the bone. The bone was from the location of the heavenly spirit, opened a huge mouth, the whole head, just a little bit of the face did not crack, otherwise it would be divided into 2. The sound of the chainsaw in Chan Ka Ho's hand went out. The gears slowly rejoined then stopped. With a thud, the chainsaw dropped to the floor. Chen Jiahao's expression was grave, his hands pressed on the operating table, his body pressed down, and his eyes stared at the inside of this male corpse's brain from a close distance. Then he let out a puzzled cry. Is this even human? Chapter 75, Skip. Zhang Bei was scared, but still leaned over curiously. He stood with Chen Jiahao and then went to look inside the corpse's brain, resulting in a backwards breath, but then hastily held it in. After all, it smells really bad in this operating room. The others leaned in curiously. Chen Jiahao moved out of the way, then walked over to the other operating table and asked his men about the situation. How's it going on your side? The rest of the colleagues of the Supervisory and Legal Affairs Division immediately surge up, picking up his head to see. But it turns out that some people just look at it and throw up on the spot. Zhang Bei didn't throw up this time. He reached out and went to touch this guy in the head. Only to see that inside the bones of this dead male corpse from the east, apart from the white brain matter, there was a centipede lying on top of it. The centipede is different from what you normally see. The foot under the abdomen was very thin, like a slender hair, and the back was actually not an armor, but like skin with black filaments. The black hair that Chen Jiahao had just drawn out grew from the body of this centipede, and then the black filaments were like the roots of an old tree. crawling all over the brain before continuing down from the brain and following the blood vessels into the guts, eating the man's internal bones. Zhang Bei boldly reached out to touch it. Suddenly the centipede inside his brain actually moved. The black silk on the brain was like tentacles that tried to wrap around Zhang Bei's fingers. Zhang Bei let out a loud cry. Alarm Chen Jiahao. The black hair strands then entangled towards Zhang Bei. In the heat of the moment, Zhang Bei summoned all his strength and shouted, "Thunder Law! Thunderbolt!" A blue electric light drilled out from Zhang Bei's hand. The black hair immediately retracted. Then the one centipede twitched and fell off the brain. There is also a red eye on the abdomen, though it turns white extremely quickly upon contact with the air. What's wrong? Chen Jiahao hurried over to check the situation. Then you see the centipede that fell out of your brain. Zhang Bei wanted to explain. Chen Jiahao raised his hand, telling him to keep quiet for a while. Bring that over here. Someone immediately brought over a lunchbox. It's got a piggyback sticker on it. Question mark. Chen Jiahao revealed a grudging smile. Isn't this my lunchbox from noon? Yeah, chief, the eyeballs are packed in. Chen Jiahao wanted to cry. Open your own lunchbox. Instead of rice, it contained a white eyeball. Compare this eyeball to the one on the operating table. Exactly the same. This eyeball in Chen Jiahao's hand was taken from the place where that Sanpei Ichiro had died. On the other operating table, in the open brain, there was likewise a so and so centipede. Looks like a bust. Chen Jiahao received all three centipedes into his lunchbox, and then intercepted and took out a little bit of black hair from the red bucket. Walked out of the operating room with his brothers. Remove the clothes from your body and leave the changing room. This time, it finally saw the light of day again. Director Chen, this autopsy room really isn't for people. It's so bad, the inside of my nose smells. It's disgusting, I just had my hair yanked and I still have that feeling in my hand. Chen Jiahao encouraged, although we are working a little harder, it's still rewarding. The biggest takeaway is, in the East, I'm afraid there aren't many real living people left. Eastern Japan, a Japanese-style private and exquisite courtyard of 600 square feet, with a circle of white cherry trees planted outside. But even with all the cherry blossom trees, they couldn't hide the fishy odor in the air. Outside the door, the secretary, dressed casually, greeted Ms. Masami Mimoto. Ms. Mimoto, congratulations on passing all the training. Please sign the work contract with the president today. Thank you very much. Please follow me, the president has been waiting for a long time. Masami Mimoto is wearing overalls today, a wraparound skirt on her ass and black stockings on her legs. Great, so lucky to be in such a big company right out of school. It's just that this air doesn't smell very good. Masami Mitsumoto spat in her mind. Walked through the gate and saw the courtyard inside. I had known that it was extravagant inside, but I hadn't thought it was extravagant in this way. After walking through the cloisters, there is a very Eastern-style wooden sliding door, which is very dark, completely blocking out the sunlight, and where the fishy odor is at its greatest. With a smile, the secretary pulled open the sliding door. Come in. The wooden door pulls open and Masami Mimoto suddenly wants to get out of here. The secretary had a stiff smile on her face. Come in. Masami Mimoto took 2 steps forward. The wooden door slammed shut behind him. Then again, the house went dark. But Masami Mimoto knew why this yard stank so fishy. Because the source of the fishy odor was a red tentacle. This red tentacle was so fast that it was invisible to the human eye, and in an instant, it tied up Mitsumoto Masami's feet and hands, and then hung her entire body in the air. Darkness. She saw a bug's head with eyes bigger than her entire body, eyes that were compound eyes with hundreds of shrinking hexagonal eyes inside. Behind the eyes were black shells, and on the shells were fine dense tufts of hair, about a finger long. The thing was just a joint in the other's body, a larger one hidden in the darkness. In front of the head are mouthparts that look like crab pincers. The abdomen looked soft and supple, a pinkish-colored flesh, over which naturally dangled one oversized shaped milky bonbon after another. And that's when Masami Mimoto finally got a good look at the. It was this pinkish-white flesh that locked his arms and legs. From the pinkish-white flesh, the front end of that huge milky mass, a tentacle protruded, which was exposed to the air and drip drop after drop of a slimy green liquid. Masami Mimoto wondered how in the world such a thing could exist. She lowered her head and tried to ask that secretary lady for help. But the secretary was standing by, looking mad. Ms. Mimoto Masami, you really do have a lot of talent. So, please accept to be a messenger of God. The one in the air touched stuffed into Masami Mimoto's mouth. Masami Mimoto's throat was held open as if a hand had been stuffed into it. At the moment she couldn't speak, but her body still had the feeling that she wasn't dead, and she felt herself tasting the green sticky leaves, which tasted bitter. What followed was like eating a week's worth of meals in one sitting. This was followed by another 2 tentacles, starting at the legs and reeling Masami Momoto in. The black stockings, and the thighs, and then past the waist, then the upper body, all rolled into the pile of tentacle flesh dripping with green slimy juice and resembling an enlarged human tongue. The 3 tentacles, indistinguishable from you and me in this opaque room, constantly wriggled like pink and white maggots on a dry toilet in the countryside, on dried black. Only the difference is that it's an Eastern woman in this pile of red tentacles. Chapter 76. Does Zhang Xueyan eat walnuts? I'll use the dragon seal to smash it. The secretary's face was so excited that her eyes had fallen out of their sockets from sheer delight, and 2 eyeballs hung on her face by the optic nerve. The secretary was as happy as a child, bouncing around the room. There was a complete lack of the composure of the hitman who had just been there. The eyeballs on her face, from bouncing, were like pinballs on her face, bouncing from her head to her cheekbones and back to her head. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Miss Mimoto Masami, arigato. None of us would have been able to find such an advanced talent without you. It is amazing that your gift has brought out so much power from the Lord. When you wake up, we're sure to get stronger, more powerful companions. Miss Secretary, bouncing so high with excitement. Benton. The optic nerve attached to the eyeball is broken. The white eyeball bounced twice off the boards and rolled to his feet. Error. The secretary looked down to see. In her eye sockets crawled a centipede with long white hairs and black eyes on the top of her head. This one centipede crawled from the left eye socket to the right eye socket. The centipede inside the eye socket poked its head out, as if scrutinizing the situation in front of it. The secretary then said, Nana, Tuanjo loves doing chores, so up Tuanjo's eyeballs. La 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 la. Secretary Duck sat down on the floor, then pulled a packet of needles and threads out of a small drawer next to him. Started taking the eyeball to the optic nerve hanging from his face and started to suture it. At the same time while saying, Masami-sama, you need 10 days to finish it. Oh, at that time, you'll be one of us yo. Zhanghai City. In the afternoon, Lin Baiyu knocked on the door of Director Chen's office. Come in. Lin Baiyu walked in, bringing the door shut in the process. Director Chen was impassive. Because Lin Baiyu was very stable lately, he didn't need to worry about risking his life. As a psychiatrist, it's important to maintain the necessary slack. He was in front of his own computer recording a summary of what he had learned over the past few days. Hands tapping away on the keyboard. Lin Baiyu obediently sat on the small bench. Director Chen, I have a problem. You said Lin's student. I have, in the morning, gotten something. Question mark. Director Chen stopped his hand. Why is this kid talking in a weird way today? Is he under the influence of something again? But well, that's normal. Student Lin. Director Chen stopped the work at hand and finally faced Lin Baiyu. Make your question complete. I got, in the morning, the Jade Emperor coiled dragon jade seal, but I don't know what to do with it. So? Director Chen smiled slightly. From the back of his locker, he pulled out a black plastic bag. Then a mysterious smile. Ah, Mr. Lin, do you know that the human body has the most basic needs? No. So yeah, when a person has, say, vitamins, proteins, or water in their body. Once it's missing, then it can cause pretty heavy trouble and problems. But what if we replenish the body? Then the body will be at peace again. So? Lin Baiyu asked in disbelief. How is this related to getting the coiling dragon treasure seal by himself? Director Chen took out the contents of his black plastic bag. Inside was one black walnut after another with a hard shell. If you could just eat this walnut, you'd understand it all. Understand all this? Yes. Director Chen said with a serious face. Then Director Chen hurriedly said, Student Lin, do you still trust me? Director Chen, I believe you. Lin Baiyu walked away holding the pile of walnuts. Since Director Chen said so, then there must be his reasoning. Just eat this walnut and you'll surely know what it's all about. Director Chen would never lie to himself. Lin Baiyu thanked Director Chen and then carried this large bag of walnuts to leave. Just then, Lin Baiyu suddenly tapped his head. Yeah, now that I'm able to condense so much heavenly dew, how can I forget Director Chen? But today's portion of heavenly dew was all used for He Ching. Lin Baiyu felt that she could only wait for tomorrow. Lin Baiyu carried a bag of walnuts and returned to his ward 666. Zhang Xueyan flopped down on her bed. After a few days of rest, Zhang Xueyan's interest in puzzles had finally returned. She was sprawled out on her bed gleefully piecing together the pieces of 2 of the packets. Now it spelled C and D for both packs. What did you do? Zhang Xueyan asked without lifting her head. She could hear Lindbergh's footsteps. Went to see Director Chen. What happened? A rather large thing. I got the Jade Emperor's coiled dragon treasure seal this morning. It's pretty big. Zhang Xueyan continued to look down at the puzzle after she finished speaking. In her eyes, the puzzle was still more fun. Moreover, there was something about Lin Baiyu's words that she didn't believe. The coiled dragon treasure seal or whatever it is, definitely doesn't exist. So you've spoken to Director Chen about this? Said so. What did Director Chen say? Gave a bag of babies. Zhang Xueyan suddenly climbed up from the bed. What a baby, make me conk. Opening the black plastic bag that Lin Baiyu had placed on the table, it was full of walnuts. Zhang Xueyan's face was unhappy. Felt that Director Chen had gone a little too far. Flirting with Lindbergh like that? Lin Baiyu took out one of the walnuts and stood in front of Zhang Xueyan. You? Not happy? Do you think I'd be happy? I might be happy that you're getting screwed. I'm not getting screwed. The more Zhang Xueyan spoke, the more angry she became, pointing excitedly at the walnuts. Director Chen sent you walnuts as a message, telling you that if your brain doesn't work, you should eat more walnuts to make up for it. Zhang Xueyan hugged her arms and sat on her but on the bed, then stopped looking at Lin Baiyu. Her face was hard. The whole thing was not red and warm, but it was as hard as if she had lost her money. Thanks to my respect for him, he turned out to be just an ordinary doctor. How could he say that about you? Lin Baiyu put down the walnuts. He didn't understand how Zhang Xueyan was suddenly like this. Lin Baiyu recalled how her grandfather coaxed her when she was a child. Then raise your hand and drop it. The palm of his hand was placed on Zhang Xueyan's head. A gentle rub in her dark hair. Zhang Xueyan sat on the bed without saying a word, but the arms she was holding were unconsciously loosened. Lin Baiyu said, "No, Director Chen would never lie to me." Director Chen. Definitely not a regular doctor. He's. Lin Baiyu thought about it but kept her mouth shut. After all, Director Chen hadn't allowed himself to reveal his identity outside. Lin Baiyu went to get the walnuts on that table. Actually, it's also very simple to prove that what Director Chen said is true. That is, by me in front of you, personally, demonstrating the truth of Director Chen for you. Zhang Xueyan no longer had any temper in her heart, but she still didn't believe that eating the walnuts could have any strange effects. These are just the cheapest and most common kind of hard-shell walnuts inside food markets and supermarkets. If it was her, she wouldn't buy it yet. After all, the shell of this thing is so hard and crusty, you can't even crack it without a brick. Lin Baiyu did not refute Zhang Xueyan because facts speak louder than words. Lin Baiyu was convinced that if she ate this walnut, she would be able to know the truth of the matter, as Director Chen had said. Would you like a walnut? Lin Baiyu asked. How are you going to open it? Zhang Xueyan searched around the ward and couldn't find a hammer brick or anything like that. Try the table legs in reverse. Lin Baiyu placed the walnuts on the ground and said to Zhang Xueyan, "Isn't it easy to open this thing?" Lin Baiyu's consciousness went into his empty phase, then returned to the ward the next second. Lin Baiyu's hand rested up, and there was one more thing in his hand. What is it? Zhang Xueyan asked. Lin Baiyu replied, "The Jade Emperor's coiled dragon treasure seal." Chapter 77. I get it all, I know everything. Only to see Lin Baiyu squatting on the ground with a black walnut on the floor in front of her. And in his hand he was holding a large seal. The seal is carved with a coiled dragon and then a quadrilateral below. Lin Baiyu raised this coiled dragon treasure seal and slammed it on the walnut. The one used is still that side of the taishang that opens the heavens and holds the talisman and the calendar. Lin Baiyu aimed at the walnut and smashed it directly. The walnut shell clicked in half. And it shattered extremely intact, not a bit of flesh crumbled off, and all the shells were perfect as if they had been peeled off by hand. Lin Baiyu handed this walnut to Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan was a little afraid to take a bite. Will this work? Zhang Xueyan's eyes were suddenly sharp again, and she saw that above this walnut, there were actually 8 big words printed down. Taishang opens the heavens and executes the symbols and the calendar. The words on this precious seal actually shrunk and landed perfectly on top of this walnut. Seeing this, Zhang Xueyan was even more afraid to eat it. She hurriedly advised Lin Baiyu to get rid of the thing. What if you get sick if you eat it? Don't eat it. Lin Baiyu, however, did not hesitate and directly opened her mouth to stuff this walnut into her mouth. You. Zhang Xueyan was instantly anxious. Didn't I tell you not to eat it? Lin Baiyu didn't explain much because he felt that if he hesitated for a second that would be a distrust of Director Chen. I believe in Director Chen's words. Lin Baiyu explained with an expressionless face. After putting this one walnut kernel into her mouth as a whole, Lin Baiyu felt a breath of air in her mouth that was playing its way to her head. Lin Baiyu's eyes rolled back and his entire body involuntarily convulsed. Zhang Xueyan was anxious and immediately went up to her hand to pick out the walnuts from Lin Baiyu's mouth. However, the world changed in Lin Baiyu's eyes. Lindbergh's eyes saw that his ward began to crumble outward from his feet. Floor tile after floor tile caved in underfoot and then extended outward. Lin Baiyu saw that after the floor caved in, there was an endless darkness, and all the furniture in the entire ward was gone, including Zhang Shuiyan. Lin Baiyu wanted to touch his own body but realized that even he didn't exist. What existed here was a mouthful of Lin Baiyu's consciousness. From beneath his feet, the darkness stretched out, and a star lit up in the darkness outside. Lin Baiyu stared at the stars of the heavens, watching them orbit and destroy. In the midst of destruction, there is constant creation and rebirth. Lin Baiyu saw a lot of things, saw the world, the last of everything. So this is the truth of it all. But it's simply not useful for me today. Lin Baiyu after uttering this sentence. A hanging purple aura appeared in front of him. This hanging heavenly purple chi tore apart the entire dark space, and an image appeared in the torn opening. The picture is of a man, Director Chen. But at this moment, Director Chen's mouth and nose were spitting dirty water, his fingernails were grasping mud and sand, and his entire face was swollen and white from the blisters, so if Lin Baiyu hadn't been too familiar with Director Chen, he wouldn't have been able to recognize him at all. Behind Director Chen is the city of Shanghai. The asylum is in ruins. Not only is the mental hospital, even the entire city of Shanghai, where more than 10 meters of the tall buildings all collapsed, once the steel forest, now left one after another stumped son like being pushed a bald head. This bite of Lin Baiyu's consciousness was silently watching. From this moment on, this mouthful of consciousness gives all the images that follow to the entirety. Give me the truth, give me the truth, I want to see the reason for everything. Everything in front of me began to reverse. Behind this vertical heavenly violet chi, there was a complexly structured wheel of time and light, with 64 hexagrams on the outside, followed by 8 trigrams on the inside, and then the black and white blended Taiji diagram on the inside. And on the outside of the 64 trigrams was supported a single, white rib that could not be seen at the head or the tail. This time the wheel of light began to run in reverse. Director Chen went from being in a state of death to struggling in the ocean waters and then backward to secretly smoking a cigarette in his office. The scene slows down from this moment. Phew, the years are quiet. Lin's student actually didn't come to me today. Reward yourself by smoking one. Director Chen pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his arms before he could light them. From outside the window, 100-foot wave swept towards the entire Shanghai city. This is where the picture of the purple breath hanging in the sky ends. There was no way for this bite of Lin Baiyu's consciousness to jot down any more information. But enough is enough. It's enough to know what Director Chen died of. That was the original truth. In Ward 666, Zhang Shuiyan locked Lin Baiyu from behind, strangling his hands on the area directly below his chest, his left hand grabbing his right wrist followed by a fierce strangulation. Lin Baiyu was strangled by this strong force from Zhang Shuiyan, and her entire body lifted up in the air. Ahem! Lin Baiyu's mouth opened and spat out a black round walnut nut. The walnut kernel rolled down to the ground, and on the surface of the peach kernel, the red seal bearing the words Taishang Kai Tian, execution of runes and royal calendars, flashed out a hint of golden light. Then like a firefly, it flew into the air a little bit and then completely annihilated. It's like it never existed. Lin Baiyu breathed heavily, as if she was choking on her throat. Zhang Shuiyan put down Lin Baiyu. The tone was fierce, the first time she had ever been so fierce. You simply don't want to die, I told you not to eat it, why don't you listen to me? What will I do if you die? Zhang Shuiyan said a lot of things. Lin Baiyu all stood quietly and listened. Looking at Lin Baiyu who couldn't let out a single word, Zhang Shuiyan was even more furious as her fists clenched. The bite of consciousness that Lin Baiyu had lost earlier had returned. He knew why Zhang Shuiyan was like that, but Lin Baiyu explained, don't be angry. This walnut is not an ordinary thing. Lin Baiyu looked at the 8 walnuts that were still inside the black plastic bag. He said seriously, Director Chen is not going to lie to me, these walnuts are not ordinary things. I already know all about it. Director Chen's words were indeed correct, and after eating this walnut, one could really know everything. But alas, Lindbergh couldn't bring all the answers. The memories of just now were all gone, but the feeling was still there. Lin Baiyu felt that if he wanted to, he could accelerate the science of this world by 200 years. It can also tell all the people in this world what the top 10 mysteries of the world once were really about. As well as telling the historian where exactly Zhu Yunju ended up hiding, what kind of history existed in China before the Xia dynasty and so on and so forth. In this place, he knows that Lin Baiyu knows the last of everything. That feeling of knowing everything, Lin Baiyu couldn't forget it. Lin Baiyu didn't bring over everything, he only brought over one message. Zhang Shuiyan, I saw a big flood. A great sea disaster that destroyed the entire city of Shanghai. Impossible. Zhang Shuiyan immediately said, Shanghai city covers an area of 5,000 square kilometers, what kind of tsunami can submerge it? There are, like Poseidon. Chapter 78 Miscellaneous Fish, Miscellaneous Fish, Miscellaneous Fish, Miscellaneous Fish. Poseidon? If there really is a Poseidon, what should his name be and what would he look like? And what is the ability to make such huge waves? Zhang Xueyan asked so many questions in a row. Lin Baiyu froze in place, then seemed to be reminiscing and pondering. I remember seeing what she looked like, but didn't bring it out. Lin Baiyu thought, why don't you go eat another walnut yourself and then split a stream of consciousness, then take out the likeness of that sea god. However, Zhang Xueyan directly put away the pack of walnuts. Zhang Xueyan's speed was quick and nimble, and the walnuts, along with the black plastic bag, were received under her nightstand. No, you can't have any more of this. What Director Chen gave you before was all very good and nice for you, and it's something I like to see you eat. You just did that. Zhang Xueyan suddenly stopped talking. That expression Lin Baiyu felt very much like a puppy, the kind of pug that looked ugly as if it was very unhappy and aggrieved. Zhang Xueyan, however, was gritting her teeth and holding herself back from crying out in front of Lin Baiyu. I know, no more food. Lin Baiyu suddenly spoke a little softly. Then surprisingly, he took the initiative to hug Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan's head leaned on Lin Baiyu's shoulder. Zhang Xueyan cried out silently from a place Lin Baiyu couldn't see, God damn it, the steel was melted by me. Terra Nova. The headquarters of the 100 Demon Group. Donut Sauce got out in a stretch Mercedes, then stood in front of the door to the small courtyard of Dingyuan and stretched out. Ah, so tired after a long day of work. Want to eat human brain marrow so bad. Too bad the boss won't let us eat it. Troop Jam, in addition to just getting off work, bought an outfit. Why does the boss want me to go shopping for children's clothes? It's so weird. Well. Push through the small courtyard. An even more foul and fishy odor emanated from the courtyard, through the cloisters, past the center garden, and then to the one wooden sliding door. There was no more movement inside. That niggling sound of tentacles rubbing against flesh disappeared. It's very dark inside as usual. Excuse me. Donut Sauce walked in, then pulled the wooden sliding door closed. In the main guest spot in the room stood a girl with pink hair and nice compact size. Ha? It's a lie. Tuanju covered her mouth in surprise, then quietly asked, Are you Ms. Mimoto Masami? This little girl turned around. The first thought that came to Tuanju's mind was ridiculous, because this person wasn't even Ms. Masami alright. Ms. Masami just graduated this year, that figure, that look is very youthful, right? And in front of me, it's just a brat. Though the face is so long and cute that is. Darkness covered the pink-haired brat from the neck down. But the dark shadows could tell that she was small, with slender arms and calves. The next moment, the bag in Donut Sauce's hand disappeared. When? A black shadow abetted and appeared behind Tuanjio, then moved unhurriedly and began to put on the children's suit. Blue fat spikes, then a black plaid skirt and a white sailor suit. Lastly, a pair of short white socks. After she was dressed, she scanned from the back, from the legs of the Donut Sauce, then upward all the way to the breasts and finally the face. Hoof. She grunted dismissively as she hugged her arms. Behind the eyeball was a centipede with pink hair that was swimming continuously in the brain bone. The centipede's abdomen had a black eyeball, and its 100 feet, a black hair, controlled the whole brain, and then from the blood vessels under the brain, it derived to the whole body for control. Donut Sauce kept his head down, looking at the little guy in front of him. Hoof. Masami Mitsumoto clasped her hands in disdain, her expression tinged with disgust. Don't talk to me with that disgusting fat ass of yours. Era. Tuanju covered her mouth and smiled. I didn't realize it was actually really Momoto Masami-sama, you finally come out. Mitsuru positively flung his face in the air and pointed his chin at Donut Sauce. If you're willing to learn how to bark, I can keep you company for a bit longer. Is that so? Tuanju reached out and touched the head of the schoolboy like Miss Masami Mimoto. Masami-sama, you're so cute nowadays. Even after being scolded by you, I'm not only not angry, but I'm a bit excited. Long-winded. You're an octogenarian with two fat ones hanging off your body. This lady has no time for you. With that, she pushed open the wooden sliding door and was about to leave the place in her little leather shoes. Dumpling Jam looked embarrassed. Ms. Masami. That was once a name, I'm now called Misako. Sitting on the threshold wearing his own little leather shoes, Misako said without looking back. Sansanzi, if you go out now, you don't have any money on you and you don't have a place to stay. You're very long-winded, big fat-breasted woman. Hey! People are obviously concerned about you. Sansanzi tried the shoes to see if they fit, and then he went out of this small courtyard. Toi Oyabi. On the ground in front of the izakaya, Murano, who weighs 200 pounds, is collapsing to the ground as he grabs the bottle. As the man who was divorced at 40 and spends his days in the company being more than just pissed off by his bosses and flirted with by newcomers. Every day it was all he could do to let off a little steam with alcohol, and this was the most relaxed he'd been all day. Lying in front of the izakaya. Bakaturo, those people deserve to die, those baka guys, they deserve to all die under me. Ayaha, why did that woman run off with a cowboy? I obviously love her so much, I have worked super hard, why is this happening? Why did my life have to turn out like this? Murano was lying on the ground, his head resting on the hard ground, when he suddenly looked at a good loli, sticking out his head and blocking the moonlight from the sky. Uncle, you have a hatred for life too, huh? Murano heard the milky voice, and saw a little pink-haired loli actually talking to herself in front of the izakaya at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Murano's heart felt comforted. Murano thinks he should be an adult for a bit. Can't scare the kids. Thank you for comforting Uncle, who is feeling much better now. I hope Uncle didn't scare you. Misako stood in front of Murano with her head bowed and didn't say anything as she waited for a long time to pass. Po ha ha ha. Misako laughed with tears in her eyes as she looked at Murano in front of her with a pitiful gaze, casually say one or two kind words and you think I'm comforting you. No wonder you were robbed of your wife by a cowherd. You're really too good a dead fat pig to cheat. Ha ha ha. Jussie, you're really going to kill me with laughter. Do you think there's going to be one of those little Lolitas that stays up in the middle of the night and suddenly comes over to comfort a failed wasted dog like you? People like you, who are so fat you can't even look down and see the road, just make me laugh. I'm afraid it's been too long since you've spoken to a woman. You've gone crazy with repression, Uncle, at your age. What kind of innocence is that? Laugh your ass off. You little brat. You can't fix it. Even if it was me, it was never enough to humiliate even a little kid. Grabbing the bottle. Murano staggers backwards and forwards, trying to get to his feet. Hands on the ground for a moment, failing. Braced himself again, only to have the paralysis of the alcohol cause his brain to lose control of his body, and the obesity of his body make it even more difficult for him to get up. Misako stuck out her red tongue and licked her lips, then her lips quirked. 2A. A mouthful of white transparent saliva spat onto Murano's face. Ha ha ha. Misako hugged her belly and laughed so hard. Murano clenched his fists and stared at Misako. First the face, then the sailor suit, then the black plaid skirt. Misako's laughter stopped when she felt Murano's gaze. A dark shadow clouded her eyes and she looked at Murano in front of her with a look of evil suspicion. You don't look at a girl like me and think that kind of thing, do you? It's awful. Scum, garbage, scum. Misako hooked her index finger around the base of her own shoe, then easily removed the small leather shoe. A foot then stomped on Murano's face. The foot in the white sock stepped on Murano's face, then crushed it hard underneath. You're not thinking about me, are you? You're really gross. Nasty, nasty, nasty. You really make me sick. Misako lifted his foot and re-stomped, repeating one after the other. Until Murano just didn't want to get up. After stomping for a long time, Misako put his foot on Murano's face and looked at Murano, whose nose was bleeding. Then crouched down. While squatting down in order to prevent herself from getting naked, Misako was self-loving enough to cover her skirt with her hand. Not giving Murano the slightest bit of a chance. After all, Troop Jam forgot to buy her safety cool. Murano took a big breath. Looking at Sansan Z, who was leaning in close. There was no anger in his heart, only. What a cute girl. God-sama told me to die now. It was as if Misako had read his mind. Sansan Z said with a loving face, Uncle. Misako covered her non-existent chest and said to Murano, I can do it, oh. Sansan Z can accept you, oh. After all, only Sansan Z can accept someone like you in this world. It's okay, oh. Misako wants to be with you, oh. Really? Murano asked excitedly, forgetting that the other man's foot was still on his face. Po ha ha ha. Sansan Z laughed out loud while holding his stomach, then gave a look that said he couldn't really do anything about you. You guys, you're really a lolicon. So innocent. So, you really do react to me. Miscellaneous fish, miscellaneous fish, miscellaneous fish, miscellaneous fish. Misako's feet crushed Murano's face one at a time more heavily than the other, as if he were stepping on garbage. She didn't stop until Murano's face started to turn purple. Misako bounced away from Murano's side, then put on her own little leather shoes, then lofted them on the ground for a thorough fit before reapproaching. On the ground, Murano's eyes are watering, but it doesn't look like it's hard. Well, Sansan Z is hungry. You are honored to be the first to enter the circle of Sansan Z Yuko. You're a dead mongrel. You're picking up the slack. It's disgusting you. Misako stood beside Murano. She didn't care if there was anyone else around or not. The black plaid skirt was windless. Then the front lifted up. Chapter 79. As a Taoist priest, it's normal for me to deliver, right? Then the front lifted up. Misako pinched her fingers around her black-clad skirt and stood staring at Murano with a look of evil suspicion on her face. Miscellaneous fish. I can't believe I'm going to make this move on you. Miscellaneous fish. From under the skirt, stretched out an elephant leg thick milky white, is regularly wriggling caterpillar. Caterpillar surface white looks soft like wet off the paper towel, can see 2 or 3 black whiskers long on the top. This head of the caterpillar has no eyes, also has no sense of hearing, feeling, can only rely on instinctive wriggling. The fat caterpillar's head under the black-clad skirt split into 4 and opened into a red, bloody mouth. Inside the mouth is a sight of triangular glass clean and white. Starting with Murano's feet, he started swallowing straight away without even sparing his clothes. Thousands of Murano's faces were reflected on the glass inside the bloody opening, and Murano looked back to see that nice cute little loli. As well as also seen, glassing their lives within the bloody mouth. One side of the glass reflected himself at different times, and he could even hear what he had said then. When I was a junior in Kunitachi, I stood in front of the door in my black school uniform, with my mother in her kimono laughing heartily, while I myself shouted at my obese self outside the mirror. In the future I will be an athlete in the Hakone Ekiden, and I will catch up with Takashi Sugiyama. I'll take over the spirit of Sugiyama senpai without letting go a bit. As a high school student, already much taller than her mother, there was no smile on her face in front of the school, just disgust. I hope to get into a good college and make a lot of money. You asked me about my dreams. Things like dreams are built specifically for geniuses, and people like me are just corpses for others to step over on the path of dreams. In the other mirror, his body has become severely fat, and he kneels for the camera with tears and snot running down his face. Why on earth? I obviously have to work very hard to make money. The president and seniors every day to scold me, I am still working hard to make money, all because of you. What is it about me that's not good for you? Please don't leave me, after all these years of marriage. Don't go. Murano slowly closed his eyes, he felt so sleepy and so suddenly relaxed. No last words whatsoever. The white worm blood mouth finally swallowed his head, and then slowly closed. The white worm body then just fattened a whole big circle. Inside is stuffed with a living person who was still breathing. The white worm's body struggled to push back. It went from the throat area of the bloody mouth, then pushed to his abdomen, then to the root of his body. At the root of that connection under the black plaid skirt, the white worm was working hard to push the bloated mass of energy deeper and deeper. San-chan. It's dying. Daba. Deaweo. The older man who was lying there in front of the izakaya disappeared. Then a man collapsed on the floor, pink-haired and wearing a sailor uniform. Misako's face was red hot. The black-clad skirt had a white shadow shrinking back extremely dramatically. Then again the black-clad skirt naturally covered the thighs. Misako fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. A young man on the side of the road with his hands in his pockets, strolling here happened to catch a glimpse of Misako, who had fallen to the ground. Plain touched San-san's forehead and laughed wistfully. Yo, you seem to have a fever, let me take you back to my house to treat it. My house is big and oh so therapeutic for your whims. Zhanghai City, Sky Right Road. It's been 2 days since Iching stood out of the mental hospital. He had obeyed Lin Baiyu's orders and had been searching for the strange people out there these days. From being incredibly careful to being bored. He had $1,000 in savings on him. There is neither heaven nor earth as far as the eye can see. Iching decided to give up. Zhanghai City was already halfway through the city, and they hadn't even found the so-called strange man. There's nothing out there. Iching walked and entered a scrapyard. Then pointing to an electric bike that looked fairly new on the outside, but was actually broken, he asked. How many buns? The owner of the recycling station was wearing overalls, and his puzzled gaze glanced from side to side at Iching's body. Before carefully asking, you mean how much, right? Iching nodded. The owner said, I charge this stuff by the rags, you want it? I'll count you 160 well. It was 70 when he recovered it. Iching paid the money on the spot. Then the boss also brought over a power cord and then demonstrated it to Iching. Boy, I'm not in this scamming business, there's something wrong with this car. Look. The owner plugged it in and it showed 0% power. After 5 minutes the power went up to 3%. But it won't go up no matter how you charge it in the back. Then the power was unplugged again and the boss twisted the handle by hand. The rear wheel doesn't turn at all, but plugged the power cord back in and the wheel turns again. Guy, do you still want this? If not, I'll give you your money back. 2. That's fine. Since the other party had said that, the boss was relieved to give him the stuff. Iching pushed the car out of the scrapyard, then sat on it, took out his outdated cell phone, and downloaded a Meituan crowdsourcing. You have taken the order. He Ching smiled slightly. As a Taoist priest, it's normal that I would deliver takeout to support myself, right? Wearing a Taoist robe with an ebony wooden hairpin on his head, He Ching held his cell phone in his hand and then turned on the navigation. There was no way around it, and if he didn't make money, he would literally starve to death. He Ching rode on this battery car. The boss stood in his own doorway, would like to see what kind of posture this little Taoist should use to push this car out. He Ching was seen sitting on the car, then within his palm, a trace of electric light flashed out. Then handlebars on the handlebars, followed by a twist of the throttle. The battery car's wheels turned as if they were flying, giving He Ching a strong recoil. With a huff, He Ching rode away. The owner of the scrapyard ran out of the front of the store in disbelief, then looked away from the man who had left as if flying in an electric bicycle. That's not right, I've tried many times, that battery is just bad. He Ching rushed inside a duck blood vermicelli in Wanda Plaza on an electric bicycle. 044. The attendant at the front desk looked at He Ching in this Taoist dress and looked rare. In addition to her, another takeout clerk who rushed over from the back to pick up the food was also more than a mouthful at the same time. Taoist master, you also come to deliver takeout? Ah. Life. He Ching said with a smile. He Ching picked up this takeaway. Then it was time to get on his electric bike and navigate the customer's address again. First time delivery, start with just one delivery to warm up. The thunder spell in his hand coalesced once again. The battery car's horsepower was so strong that the tires rolled out a black mark on the ground. He Ching glanced at it and immediately reduced the output of his own lightning technique. Take your own delivery out of the Wanda Plaza and then follow the directions on the map to deliver your food. Shanghai First Psychiatric Hospital, greeting room. Big Smart walked through the iron fence on the first floor, then met He Ching, who was waiting in a chair, led by the doctor. Big Smart had a look of excitement on his face. Good brother, you've finally come back to see me. There were only 2 chances to meet in a month, and it wasn't easy for He Ching to come once. He Ching raised his hand and rushed to hug his brother. Then with a wipe of her eyes, she complained, the road is blocked. You have suffered. Big Smart tightly grasped his good brother's hand. You're not doing well out there, I knew it. Can that be a good place out there? It's still our yard, it's still our yard. It was only after the 2 men had talked a great deal that Big Smart remembered that Lin Baiyu had asked for his favor. Oh right. Big Smart slapped his forehead. Lin Baiyu asked me to ask you, how are you doing out there? Tell me properly, if you're having a hard time, I'll let Lin Baiyu help you. Everyone's in there, but if you're in trouble, we're all absolutely there for you. As soon as He Ching heard this, he gave a brainwave of all the difficulties and unhappiness he had encountered while delivering takeaways on the spot. Separation is not enough, the great sun tops the clouds, and the mouth and teeth are dry and thirsty and cannot be quenched. There are a lot of things to do with little profit and a lot of harsh words. The security guards treat me like a dog. I am on my way in alone, and it is difficult to go up to the blue sky for the rest of my life. If you want to be transformed into a god, one death will do the trick. Woe is me. Woe is me. Gave all the unfair encounters of his recent delivery to a brainstorming session. He Ching hugged his good brother and cried out in pain. Until you've cried enough and your heart is at peace. It was only with great wisdom that he said seriously, I will definitely convey what you said to Lin Baiyu. Don't worry, he'll be able to help you, and so will I. This month, you have one more chance to come see me for 2 days. Oh no, it might take a week to apply, so remember to come see me. My humble brother keeps this in mind. Big Smart left the greeting room. With a belly full of things to do, Big Smart went through the bars and then was also searched. Make sure Big Smart doesn't have any injurious razor blades, or anything dangerous like that, before letting him in again. Walked back inside, then up the stairs again, then back down again. Enter the patient area. Then push open a door and enter the small yard. Inside the small courtyard, Lin Baiyu took the MP3 music outside. Then walk 20,000 steps a day there and cultivate your spatial laws. Zhang Xuan, on the other hand, was holding the mandatory ancient poems of junior and senior high school in the sense of prancing clouds. As soon as I saw Big Smart coming over, Lin Baiyu immediately stopped her pace, then took a sip of water before pulling him over. The bench Zhang Xuan gave way to the 2 of them. Lin Baiyu pulled Big Smart to sit down, then asked, the strange people outside, how strong are they? How is He Ching doing out there? Big Smart let out a long sigh, his expression extremely mournful. He Ching, he said that he was being chased every day and couldn't even run. What, it's actually this serious? That's not all, it rains, it shines, he runs outside. Run every day? No time to run. Are the strange people out there strong to this extent? Lin Baiyu sucked in a breath of cool air. You're so lucky that you can't meet them every night when you go out, it seems like it's just too dangerous at night. Lin Baiyu asked again, then is he running all day and not at night? Yes. Big Smart replied, he usually sleeps at night. Sure enough, Lin Baiyu slapped his thigh. It's true, it corresponds to my own experience. Outside the mental hospital, it's really dangerous during the daytime. Did he ask for any help? He said he wanted a diversion. Splitting technique? Lin Baiyu blinked. He doesn't know how to split himself at all. There were only so many of the old ones that he knew. The most outstanding was the thunder technique, followed by the 6th divine flame, and Lin Baiyu had thought that I Ching would ask himself about these. However, if one could split their body to confuse their opponents, it would be a very good choice indeed to use to escape. I Ching has done so much for himself and deserves to help. I don't know how to split, but I can ask Director Chen. Chapter 80, I don't know how to split, but I know a little bit about incarnation. Jianghai First Psychiatric Hospital, 3rd floor, Director Chen's office. Knock knock. Come in. Director Chen looked up, and it turned out that the person knocking on the door was Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu walked in and closed the door smoothly. Director Chen didn't say anything, but got up and went to get a paper cup to pour a glass of water. Lin Baiyu sat in his old seat. Hands on her lap, she waited for Director Chen to return. Director Chen's teacup was full, and he went to catch a cup of water before pushing it in front of Lin Baiyu. Come on, have a drink first, have something to say then. Lin Baiyu nodded and realized that the water in the cup was lime green. Hey, here's the green tea I bought. According to the rules, you can't give a patient this stuff to drink, but well. You drink it, Mr. Lin. Lin Baiyu first sniffed and felt that this green tea smelled good, then she went down to her mouth and blew twice before taking a shallow taste. Found the flavor to be pretty good. It wasn't as bitter and hard to drink as he thought it would be, on the contrary he thought the sip of green tea tasted great. Giving the tea 2 more sips. Director Chen asked from behind the desk, how does it taste? Not bad. You're here today with questions again, aren't you, Lin-san? Not really. Director Chen sat in his seat, his gaze somewhat startled. How can you come to yourself without a problem? It's not science. How can you step into a doctor's door without any mental problem? Director Chen thought there was something odd. But as a psychiatrist, the necessary looseness in him was not to be discarded at this time. Director Chen fished out a pack of cigarettes from his arms and then began to light them up. He also did not forget to open the window and stood next to the window to smoke, preventing the second-hand smoke from drilling into Lin Baiyu. Student Lin, did you pass the first level of the body refining technique I taught you earlier? Speaking of this matter, Lin Baiyu suddenly slammed his head. Oh yeah, I forgot about that, I'm already on the last level and I'm so close to that boss. Then it seems like you're progressing quickly. I'll teach you the next game once I finish all the levels. I'm referring to the body refining technique. Did you take the walnuts back and eat them? How did they taste? It was okay, I just didn't swallow it. Are the laws of space, the prancing clouds, continuing? Yes. Does Razor Avenue still hold up? Doing good dries up every day. It's all there, Director Chen, why are you asking me so much all of a sudden? Well, I'm a doctor, so of course I'm going to ask a few more questions about the patient. Director Chen smiled, then took a drag on his cigarette. Director Chen looked at the clouds outside the window, then silently thought, so my treatment was effective, I have stabilized him. Could it be that the reaction was not caused by himself, but perhaps by an external object? Director Chen asked again, Student Lin, you want to learn the art of splitting? Yes. Let's be more specific and give you the full story of your problem. That's because outside the hospital. Lin Baiyu gave a full account of the conversation between the two people, Big Smart and I Ching, and then relayed the words before saying why he had come to ask about something like the divergent technique. So it is. Director Chen finally understood why Lin Baiyu had asked this question. Sure enough, it's still because of outside influences. My treatments and interventions are fine, and even the patches that have been punched down have been helping Lindbergh on my behalf. This one happened because of outside influences. Outside? You're forbidding Lin to have contact with Ho Ching? No, having Lin stabilized is just a second best request. My real idea is still to make Lin completely well, that's what I'm really asking for, well. Better to block than to block. Director Chen suddenly leaned against the window and laughed. Ha ha ha. Director Chen laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. It took a long time before he wiped away those tears. Lin Baiyu sat on a small stool and looked at Director Chen with a confused expression. Director Chen? It's okay, I just suddenly thought of something happy. Director Chen calmed down for a moment and then suddenly burst out in a strained laugh again. He tapped on the window in joy. Director Chen? Lin Baiyu, who was sitting on the stool, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Director Chen finally steadied his own breathing a little bit before he stopped himself from laughing. Nothing, I just remembered something very happy. Director Chen coughed. This time he really wasn't going to laugh anymore. Director Chen jerked open his drawer, then pulled out his small notebook. On second thought, forget it. He opened his own computer and wrote a string of words. In graduate school, he had studied the paper on group influence, which was an excellent experimental paper, but summarized in one sentence. Not affecting the patient individually, but affecting all the people where the patient is, as a whole. Director Chen's hands were on the keyboard and he suddenly stopped typing. He was a little hesitant, as he had never used this method before, and this kind of lab stuff was hard to practice. But well, it's worth it, and I'm just going to take control. Director Chen finally tapped on the keyboard a few more times to write down all the theories first. Then dropped the keyboard and faced Lindbergh again straight on. Lin student, do you believe me? Director Chen, I trust you. Just believe. Classmate Lin, the splitting technique that you wanted to ask for advice on, that's actually a very low-level thing. The things that come out of it are half fake, half real, and not very powerful at all. I can teach you a more powerful, more bullish thing. What? Out-of-body incarnation. Ever heard of such a thing as out-of-body incarnation? No. But Director Chen, I think it's an awesome name. That's certainly more than awesome, it's awesome to use. Student Lin, this discipline of out-of-body incarnation is actually not that difficult for you. Lin Baiyu's sudden snatch of an answer, but it's actually hard to hold on. Right too. But in addition to persistence, there is a rather special condition. What? That is, when practicing this diversion technique, the environmental requirements are rather special, so think that legendary person. Buddha, for example, was enlightened under the Bodhi tree, and more recently, Wang Yangming was enlightened from the dragon field. That's why there's a rather harsh condition for cultivating this out-of-body body. The environment has big requirements. Director Chen, what is the request? The requirements are that there has to be water, and that you have to recite an incantation when you use your incarnation. I see, it seems that this out-of-body incarnation is indeed rather special. I'll teach you the divine spell now. Director Chen waved at Lin Baiyu, signaling to come closer. Something like a secret is worthless when told to a third person. Lin Baiyu pressed her hands on the table, then leaned her body forward, her ears sideways. Director Chen put one hand over his mouth and leaned in to whisper in Lin Baiyu's ear. Lin Baiyu's face was elated, suddenly understanding a lot. So that's how it is. After listening to the divine incantation, Lin Baiyu sighed in admiration before sitting back down on the small stool. Director Chen asked, how is it? Did you write it down? Director Chen, I've taken note of it, but this time the divine spell is also ordinary. It is true that the more bullish something is, the more ordinary it is, to the point that people often ignore it. I can't believe I didn't even realize it was such a big secret before. Haha, that's for sure. Without my guidance, it's impossible for an ordinary person to discover it. Director Chen, I must try to experiment with out-of-body incarnation tonight. After Lin Baiyu finished speaking, she thanked Director Chen twice more before leaving the office. Chapter 81, Enhancing the Speed of Samadhi True Flame Cultivation. Evening, cafeteria. The original dazzling rice quartet is back to being two again. Zhang Xueyan sat across from Lin Baiyu. Big Smart ran off somewhere. Lin Baiyu took the last bite of his meal and then announced, I'm going to do something big tonight. ? Zhang Xueyan didn't understand. To do what? Director Chen imparted one thing to me. I'm going to practice it tonight. Had dinner. There is a rare free time in the evening. Big Smart ran to the first floor of the courtyard, actually rarely seen in an effort to exercise on the Shenjiu Tian bone wash and easy tendon technique. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, returned toward 666. Zhang Xueyan was lying on her own bed playing with a puzzle. Since the Southern Heavenly Gate and the Divine Heavenly Jade Clear Mansion were spelled out, Zhang Xueyan no longer stayed up all night to spell them out, so the progress became slower all of a sudden, but Lin Baiyu didn't care and didn't rush her. Zhang Xueyan was also finally able to play as a gaming hobby. Lin Baiyu grabbed her own set of clothes and then walked away, holding a basin. Lin Baiyu went to the shower room. There aren't many people in there. Lin Baiyu undressed herself and took her own basin to find an empty shower. The silver white hot water switch is mounted on the wall, and when you twist it to the right, hot water automatically spills out overhead. Lin Baiyu took a deep breath and felt the hot water with just the right temperature pouring down from the temperature above his head, then began to cultivate his out-of-body incarnation. Director Chen, I'm going to recite the supreme incantation you've imparted to me now. Now the environmental requirements have been met, the water is available, and the spell has been received from Director Chen. Lin Baiyu cleared his throat, then with a serious face, he stood under the shower and began to recite the divine incantation. I love to bathe my skin well. Put on a shower cap and sing and dance. Inside the pool, there were 5 people comfortably soaking in the hot water. Wang Chang, who had some defects in his right eye and only had the left side of his face to make expressions when he spoke, commented with a displeased face. This Lindbergh is singing in the shower today. I think it's a little loud. Ugh. Say, would it be unusual to sing in the shower? I don't know. Wang Chang said, anyway, I'm a very normal human. Hey, that who? Your plum and pork covered rice is ready. Wang Chang's face was so happy that he was busy climbing out of the pool. Great. Rising violently from the pool, he brought out so much splash that the 2 men next to him wiped a handful of water into their own faces. Next to the sink, back rubbing chairs, a gas tank was added and then a gas stove was installed. The back scrubber used his bare hands and went down inside the iron pot to pour the stir-fried pork with preserved mustard greens into a bowl before snapping it into the top of the rice. One dish done. Wang Chang walked over and sniffed hard with his nose. Fragrance. Wang Chang used his one good eye to pleasingly look at his plate of food. That cafeteria doesn't taste good at all. And it can't be fried that well. After that, he took a bowl and a pair of chopsticks and then walked over to the sink. One of the planters that he carefully picked up from his feet. A green slipper is buried in the center of the pot, the toe of the shoe facing the sky and the butt of the shoe buried inside the pot. Instead of dirt, the inside of the flower pot is rancid rice and vegetables. Wang Chang placed the flower pot on his lap with a gentle face, and then poured a little bit of the plum and vegetable buckwheat inside the bowl into the pot. Little boy, dinner is ready. Pour in a third. The guy next to me asks, hey, why don't you just pour it all in at once? Wang Chang blankly glanced at the other party, caring for others with the eyes of a retard. A pig in a pigsty eats, and has to take it one bite at a time. Have you ever seen a human being eat all in one mouth? After cursing, Wang Chang then refaced his slipper on the flower pot with a gentle face and leaned in close to it and whispered, they're nuts, don't listen to them. The other guy, who was soaking in the water, snapped, don't you guys think it's weird that someone's making fried rice next to the bathtub? Have you ever studied abroad? Nope. If you've ever seen a classmate shot in the bathroom, you'd realize that someone selling fried rice on the side is nothing. Yikes, turtles, senior techies. That was once. Now what? Soul-crushing wretches. That makes it right. How? Those on high deserve to fall. You just followed your destiny and quenched your fall. You are here for the right reasons. Geez, man, what you said, so philosophical. What do you do for a living? Oh, me. I study waste development. Think about how so many people in this world develop geniuses, but no one develops waste. If we leave so much waste around the world undeveloped, isn't this a huge waste of resources? Professor, you're so philosophical. Lin Baiyu was under the shower, chanting the divine incantation as taught by Director Chen. As he recited the mantra for the 3rd time, the palm of his hand rubbed over his chest and something rubbed off his skin before appearing in his hand. A black mud ball. After this mud ball fell into his hand, it actually did not melt in the water but solidified solidly. This thing. Lin Baiyu didn't move and turned off the hot water valve, then used her own towel to dry her hair. Walking to the changing room, he wiped all over his body and changed into clean clothes to go back to the hospital room. In the hospital room, Zhang Xueyan was lying on her own bed playing with puzzles, while Big Smart was actually flipping through a book in a very rare manner. Lin Baiyu threw the changed clothes under the bed. Then stared at the black pill in his hand. Big Smart suddenly plopped down on the edge of the bed. Where'd you get the chocolate beans? It's not a chocolate bean. Ah, which is what? Out-of-body incarnation, it's me who doesn't know how to use it. Zhang Xueyan, who was lying on the bed, played with her own puzzle and said without looking up, look at the gods in the TV series, they all blow twice after plucking a hair. Do you want to try it too? Like this? Lin Baiyu looked down at this clay pellet in his hand. He held it to his mouth and blew softly. Then the mud balls were tossed to the ground. As soon as the mud balls made contact with the ground, they began to change. Like a compressed towel touching water, it began to expand and grow larger. To the eyes of the crowd, the mud ball began to grow limb bodies from body parts, then a disembodied head. This mud ball then proceeded to continue to get bigger. Eventually the limb body becomes elongated and more pronounced. And then the head took shape. Right in the middle of Zhang Xueyan's astonished gaze, this mud pill's head parted with a single black hair, then the 5 can appeared on his face, and by the time this happened, he had the basic appearance of Lin Baiyu. Then finally the surface of the body changed to look like human skin. And then there was blood on his face, his hair and skin had a texture like it was real, no longer like it was made of clay. Mudblood's eyes were closed. If the nurse were to pass by the room at the moment and look inside, she would see the name that there was actually an extra Lin Baiyu in this ward. Zhang Xueyan was lying on her back on the bed, and she didn't even realize that the puzzle in her hand had fallen off. She got off the bed with an incredulous look on her face, then walked over to this guy who had turned from a ball of clay into a forest white jade face. Reaching out with one finger, he gently pinched his face. It has the texture of skin. And there are bones in the face. But it just won't move. Lin Baiyu closed her eyes while her opposite self opened them. Lin Baiyu himself was watching himself from another perspective, with a peculiar feeling, as well as the big smart guy on the upper bunk and Zhang Shuiyan, who was pinching his face. The sensation on the face was dull though, almost to the point of not feeling the pain. So it is. The clayman Lindbergh opened his mouth. The words that came out were in the same tone as Lindbergh's own tone. He moved his arms and legs, finally able to barely walk, and then his eyes rolled back on themselves. However, this body was like a ball of papier-mâché compared to Lin Baiyu himself, poorly. Lin Baiyu said to great intelligence, "I know how to make an external incarnation. The next time He Qing comes over to you, you'll teach him the password in method." Big Smart spread his hands helplessly. "I can't teach him at all. Lin Baiyu, I'm not like you, what things to teach once others will know. When I taught He Qing a month to wash the bones he could not learn. Some things can only be taught by you." "Like this?" Lin Baiyu's consciousness returned inside her body. "I have an idea." Lin Baiyu bit through the fingertip of her left hand. "Then close your eyes again and enter the empty phase above your dantian." On a piece of intertwined empty phase like a thunder net, there was an extremely obvious opening, and Lin Baiyu dove in headfirst. In front of them was a pure white space with a door on the opposite side. Lin Baiyu took a few steps forward, and the road that clearly looked like it was 200 meters away. Lin Baiyu returned to his golden body. In the small temple of the golden body, the tiny copper incense burner was filled with thread incense, and the incense ash inside was so much that it fell to the ground. Even the small futon inside was rotten on the surface from being knelt on day after day. But even with this, no one disliked it. Instead, more and more people knelt down. When I think about it, this place, except for Wang Limin who would patronize it, there was no one else. The golden body of Lindbergh jade contains a piece of incense. In this golden body, the accumulation is like a sea. In the sea there are the prayers of countless people and stray thoughts, and even the evil thoughts of some of them are present. Lin Baiyu looked at this sea of incense and fire, and his 7 emotions and 6 desires were struggling. It's like a mouthful of colorful soup with a fire on the bottom, bubbling at the top, and all sorts of things canceling out and adding to each other. But there are also some of the purest essences. Lin Baiyu stumbled upon a flash of blue in this sea of fire. He was like a true immortal, fishing with his bare hands. It then took in the flash of blue in its hands. "I want peace in the world, and I want good people who are suffering to be helped." Lin Baiyu held this flash of blue in his hand, and the scene around him changed for a moment. It's a bedroom with children's drawings on the walls. In the house, a young mom sits on a stool with her back to her daughter. In front of the mom is a desk with a book, and a little farther away, the kitchen. This house has no living room, the home is small but cozy decorated, and the photos on the wall document the couple's marriage, and then the children's schooling. Lin Baiyu stood in this house and looked at the family of 3 with an expressionless face. In his father's hand was a motorized pusher. On the small plastic stool sat the little girl with her hair down, holding a SpongeBob in her arms. "Mom, want to see me shave my head, hee hee hee." Mom, sitting at her desk, nodded, trying to speak but unable to. "Daddy, let's get started, I'm a brave little girl." As Lin Baiyu watched, the man first averted his eyes, then his eyes reddened before his thumb pushed down the switch on the electric fader. Sound of. The motor spun. The tines on the front of the fader vibrated. This father carefully grabbed a strand of hair and then started forward from the back of his head. On the desk, the woman had her hands clawed into her hair, her whole being listening intently for movement behind her. Strands of long black hair were piled down, and then my father gave a little bit of it a good brushing with a small red leather band and tied it up. Mom was sitting on a stool when she suddenly felt someone tugging on her coat. She reflexively turned around and then met a small bald man. Which for the little girl hemmed and hawed and asked, "Mommy, I'm turning into a little baldy, yo." "Mommy, why are you crying?" "Mom, you said to be a brave little girl." Without a word, the man was gathering up his own daughter's hair, tying them up and storing them in bundles in a plastic bag. This mom, on the other hand, hugged her daughter and carried her to sit on her lap. "Didn't we go to that Cyber Buddha temple yesterday to offer incense? Our sugar will get better." "That's right, tell mommy what you wished for." This mom said, hiding her other hand behind her back. The man, who had been tidying up, suddenly stood up and quietly rummaged through a small bag from inside the shoe cabinet behind the door, taking 3 stuffed animals out of it. They are Patrick Star, Squidward, and Mr. Krabs. Delivering these 3 stuffed animals to his wife, deliberately not letting his own daughter find out. The daughter, who had become bald, had her mouth closed and was touching the yellow sponge in her arms. Come on, say it, tell mommy what you wished for. My daughter continued to keep her mouth closed and smiled like she wasn't talking. Gee, I hear SpongeBob has 3 best friends. The wish you made yesterday might come true today. The daughter, who was sitting on her mother's lap, petting SpongeBob SquarePants, suddenly looked up, those black eyes ebullient. Can it really happen? Really, tell me first, what did you wish for? A sudden extra smile appeared on Mom's face, and her father, who was 33 years old and standing behind her, suddenly giggled silently. Finally, the boy was somewhat pleased to say what he had wished for yesterday. I want the good people who are suffering to be helped so that when I die, my mom and dad will be sure to have a good life. Don't you worry. My daughter put up her hand in front of her own mother's face, and I probably hid so little in it. Between thumb and forefinger, a distance was compared. No, it should be bigger. It could be that big. It's wishing for everyone, but I have so much inside my heart that I hope my mom and dad will be better off when I die. Lin Baiyu looked at the family of 3 in the room. He found it harder to be emotional when he got into it. He made a turn, feeling a little bored and wanting to get out of here. At this time, an image suddenly flashed through Lin Baiyu's mind. This world. Ahem. It's very unsavory and very beautiful. Forget the ones that hurt you, and remember the ones that are good to you, and the ones that are kind, and protect them. Lin Baiyu floated in place, but his gaze was penetrating past the present. Back to that day, back to that night when his own grandfather's last words to him were spoken. Lin Baiyu violently raised his hand, trying to catch the hand that remembered his grandfather's feeble droop. But unfortunately, his own hand went straight through his grandfather's palm. Yes. Memory. Lin Baiyu turned around once again. A pair of golden eyes swept over the family of 3. The 3 golden flowers in his body were slowly running. And then the heavenly dew, which was as big as a marble, landed between Lin Baiyu's fingers. But not 1 drop of heavenly dew, but 2. Lin Baiyu curled his fingers and flicked. A celestial dew flew straight towards the daughter's head, and then a whole celestial dew landed on it and was digested and absorbed by her at a very fast speed. Lin Baiyu's pair of golden eyes landed on that for the mother. On the other man's lung he saw a black spot the size of a thumb. Lin Baiyu aimed at the black spot and flicked again, hitting it with precision. In the next instant again, Lin Baiyu returned to his golden body. Lin Baiyu tapped his index finger on his brow inside the small temple, then closed his eyes and pulled something out of his own mind. This was his epiphany, for the out-of-body incarnation. If others could put their wishes in his place, Lin Baiyu could naturally take out his own wishes and throw them somewhere else. Lin Baiyu's fingertips were detached from his eyebrows, and a pale white stream of light was wrapped around his fingers. Surrounded by many incenses, lax but not dissipated stays at the fingertips. Lin Baiyu suddenly spoke. Medicine becomes an elephant when it meets gas, and Taoism is natural when it meets Shi. A golden elixir is swallowed into the belly, and then I realize that my destiny is not in the hands of God. In Lin Baiyu's hand, this stream of light mixed within the golden dan. He passed through a white gate and returned to the empty phase full of lightning, opening his eyes again toward 666 in front of him. In Lin Baiyu's hand, there was an additional golden elixir. If He Ching comes looking for you next time, you give this to him and tell him that the out-of-body incarnation was put inside by me. This would allow He Ching to learn about out-of-body incarnation. This was equal to Lin Baiyu directly passing on his own understanding to others. It was the same as teaching others on the spot himself. Lin Baiyu taught the golden elixir to great intelligence. Big Smart looked at the heavy golden dan in his hand and suddenly gulped. I say, Lin Baiyu, why don't you get me a few more grains? I'm also very interested in that bone refining technique. Why don't you just let me learn it? I don't have that kind of time, and there are some things that are better on your own. Lin Baiyu's words were indeed true. The out-of-body incarnation that Lin Baiyu had previously transformed into automatically disappeared after his consciousness detached. There was only a little bit of gray sand left in place. Lindbergh took his MP3 out of his own pocket. I have a bigger problem that needs to be solved right now. Zhang Xuan, do you have any method to make my Samadhi true flame cultivation speed become faster? Chapter 82. The fish sent by Director Chen turned out to be the ancestor of all dragons. Samadhi fire? Lin Baiyu's samsara fire has to be boosted by listening to headphone music. Originally, the lyrics were mouthed. Now it's time to listen to headphone music. Why don't you try making the music twice as fast? I've already adjusted the speed to triple. The fire Qi-born in the Dantian is indeed faster than before, but I still don't think it's enough. Do you want the 6-dimensional divine flame so badly? Yes, I need a lot of 6-dimensional divine flame. Great cleverness put away that golden pill, and when he heard Lin Baiyu's words, he suddenly spoke, according to my logic. Since your samadhi is born from playing music, you can improve your efficiency in terms of speed. But we have another way besides speed. What? Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu asked at the same time. We can get everyone in the whole asylum to sing for you. Wouldn't that be nice? Zhang Shuiyan rolled her eyes, nerve. What mental hospital have you ever seen where the patients sing together so neatly? But Big Smart's words inspired Zhang Shuiyan. Come on, let's go out tonight. Zhang Shuiyan put away her puzzle with a happy face. Then the center curtain was pulled up. Behind the curtains, Zhang Shuiyan shouted, Lin Baiyu, my clothes. Lin Baiyu then threw in a set of clothes from outside the curtains. The barbed wire on the windows, Lindbergh began to unload. Then taking off her own hospital gown, Lindbergh was taking off her own pants and then was about to put on pants that were easy to move around in. Zhang Shuiyan's side pulled back the curtains. Lin Baiyu stood at the edge of the bed, with one foot in his pants, while the other was being lifted up and tucked inside. Lin Baiyu stood on his golden rooster, grabbed his pants, and looked at Zhang Shuiyan expressionlessly, and, You go on, I'll just watch, I won't interrupt. As Zhang Shuiyan spoke, Lin Baiyu numbly pulled his pants up. Lin Baiyu then stood by the window, and Zhang Shuiyan naturally wrapped her arms around Lin Baiyu's neck. A white cloud coalesced outside the window. Lin Baiyu jumped up and the white cloud flew towards the center of Jianghai. Zhang Shuiyan propped both of her hands on Lin Baiyu's shoulders and carefully discerned the direction before pointing over there. Let's go that way. That's not a mall, is it? It's not a mall, it's a very small, but awesome digital store I've been to before. Then we're not going anywhere. Question mark. You wanted to buy clothes before. Yes? Yes, it's been a long time. Lin Baiyu took Zhang Shuiyan to the Wanda Mall within Jianghai City, and the two of them first went to buy 3 new sets of clothes, and then threw the set of clothes they were wearing to the dry cleaner. If these clothes were to be washed in a mental institution, Lin Baiyu was already able to think of Nurse Xiao Zhang's sharp bursts. On Zhang Shuiyan, she wore a thick white long sleeve with a black dinosaur printed on the left side of it, while Lin Baiyu's was the opposite, with a white dinosaur printed on the right side, and the main body of the dress color black. A very remote small store near Jianghai No. 1 Middle School, so remote that it doesn't even have a billboard. But glass on the front door was all cracked to crack and actually taped up. Inside the store, the shelves are filled with parts of disassembled computer mainframes. Inside, there was a counter, which was the only place that was relatively clean, and behind it, a handful of tangled tools and a large box of obsolete used cell phones. At the counter, there was a young 30-year-old, dry and thin with glasses slumped over a computer programming. Zhang Shuiyan brought Lin Baiyu in. This Wang Kong stared at his computer without raising his head and asked, What's the budget? Lin Baiyu, who was walking behind, reflexively replied, 20,000. On the counter, Wang Kong had a big smile on his face. This is the first time I've fought such a rich battle. How many machines do you want? Zhang Shuiyan said, Not with a computer, it's me who has a request. Oh. Wang Kong was like an aggrieved daughter-in-law, sitting back in front of the computer without a word. I want software that will allow MP3s to play music in multiple tracks. Zhang Shuiyan asked Lin Baiyu to take out that one small MP3. Wang Kong took this MP3 in his hands and quickly judged, This thing of yours, so old-fashioned. The sound quality was considered okay in the beginning, but now? How about changing it? You can't change it, just ask if you can change it. This shell can't be changed, you just have to fulfill my request, the money won't be less for you. Is the sound quality required? Nope, just play it on multiple tracks. One playback that overlaps 10 to 7 songs at once. The other person was willing to pay, although he didn't understand why the guest was asking for it. Wang Kong can do it, and there's nothing technically difficult about this stuff, just move your hands. Zhang Shuiyan asked for an expedited one. Wang Kong thought about it and asked for a very bold price. 13,000. No problem. Zhang Shuiyan paid a deposit of $500 on the spot. Wang Kong assured himself that he would get things done before tomorrow night. In addition to wanting samsara fire, Lin Baiyu also needed a lot of iron, preferably a divine weapon like Muramesa. It was a pity that Zhang Shuiyan couldn't help him with this favor. Outside the first mental hospital of Jianghai City, the 2 rotten buildings were finally demolished. The superintendent of laws led the construction of a grand temple. The rest of the temple is empty, only in the main temple in the most important position, built to that phase, and Lin Baiyu have so a few points want to be similar to the clay sculpture of the golden body. The brethren of the superintendent of laws supervised the construction of the whole thing, and were here until the end of the work to oversee every bit of the building. But even without their supervision, these workers would never slack off. Because this one time this thing of building the great temple of Cyber Buddha is the 12 bureaus of the Central Construction Bureau competing together. In the end, the 12th bureau grabbed 10 times in a row, changed the shaking of the sign, guessing, then seniority and other twists and turns, before being the 5th bureau of the construction of China. So these workers are treating every brick and tile here with the utmost care. The heart did not dare to slack off in the slightest. In his golden body, Lin Baiyu could hear the prayers and hearts of these people. Thank you Cyber Buddha for saving my family, your great kindness is something that I dare not forget. I am willing to be a vegetarian and do good deeds for the rest of my life, and I only pray that Seb Buddha will shelter my family for a long time. And please bless my family for a long time to keep my parents well. My boy works at the grassroots level, and I'm afraid that without your great favor this time, the world would have died. In his own golden body, Lin Baiyu heard the voices of these workers. But he ignored them all. The great temple was built with many vacancies in it. Lin Baiyu walked back through this golden body again. Ward 666. Zhang Xueyan had already laid down to sleep. Lin Baiyu took the 2 pieces of the jigsaw puzzle on the bed. In the next second, he disappeared along with his body. The body came to the southern heavenly gate, and then entered the Thunder Ministry through the fragments of the divine heavenly jade clear mansion. This place was originally a small attic, but at this moment it was more than 10 times larger. Lin Baiyu stood in front of the door of this large 3-story mansion, with the 5 words Divine Heavenly Jade Clear Mansion written above his head. Further to the left and right, there should be 2 small soldiers guarding the door, but Lin Baiyu only saw 2 pieces of vanity, and without any power. Crossing the threshold, the middle is a rockery, the rockery is a glazed color, from the top is clear purple, and then gradual change to the end into mud white, like alive out of the 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains arranged in this place. Lin Baiyu looked at the mountain and didn't dare to touch it. Inside this courtyard, to the left and right, there are signs written clearly what the place is. To the left and right are, respectively, the Genken Myoko, and the east and west Watai. And on the periphery of this place are the 4 mansions and 6 courtyards. Lin Baiyu walked through the rockery, and then toward that directly in front, the most imposing palace. The palace was divided into 3 tiers, the upper 2 empty and high, with a large bright light shining permanently but not blindingly on the main roof. In front of Lin Baiyu's feet were 15 steps of alabaster, and then the fence was still the same as the last one, a divine bird engraved with the relief of goodness. When you walk up, it's a large door. Before Lin Baiyu could make a move to push, this gate opened slowly. Only after opening a crack, Lin Baiyu heard a continuous thumping sound coming from inside. When the door opened completely, the sound became more and more extreme. Then Lin Baiyu heard what sounded like a dog and what sounded like a tiger spitting and panting. Da-day-day-day. From the house came the sound of footsteps. Lin Baiyu was shocked. What the hell, there are still people in this place. A guy jumped out of the clouds inside. The body was fat and round, the surface was muddy black, a pair of dragon horns were borne on the top of the head, the body was like a huge glutinous rice cake, the abdomen was elastic, and the appearance was a bit funny as it rushed towards Lin Baiyu. Relying on the elasticity of its abdomen, it rushed over with a jump. Lin Baiyu looked at this unlikable strange fellow with some familiarity. Wait until the bastard comes running to his face. Straight away, he rolled over his belly and kept rubbing Lin Baiyu's pants leg with his own dragon horn. You shouldn't be the fish I keep. Hearing Lin Baiyu's words, the bastard's neck and body were simply indistinguishable, and the 2 dragon eyes blinked continuously. Then look at the side of its eye, there is a red wavy line that spreads all the way down the back of its body. Lin Baiyu was certain that this was the same fish that Director Chen had given himself. Placed in this divine sky jade clear mansion to cultivate, it actually grew so fast. Now that even the dragon's horns had grown out, transforming into a dragon went smoothly, faster than Lin Baiyu had expected. This black cargo happily led Lin Baiyu forward. Lin Baiyu walked inside the central Yuqing mansion. The figures of the Thunder Dukes inside as well as the generals of the Thunder Ministry had become even weaker than the last time, and the power left behind was also much smaller. Lin Baiyu's incense breath made the divine heavenly jade clear mansion bigger and stronger. However, the strength of the Thunder Ministry guys inside didn't follow along with the increase. In the Thunder Chi within the mansion, a piece of Bixiao Brahma Chi condensed, Lin Baiyu's palm held a piece of Bixiao Brahma Chi in vain, and the thunder light within his body fiercely increased by 3 more. Among them, the one that was initially cultivated was actually vaguely transforming into violet light divine lightning. Cultivating thunder law here was unimaginably fast. Lin Baiyu stood in this mansion, closing her eyes as her consciousness coalesced in empty thoughts. There was an opening within the empty phase and he stepped inside. But alas, there was indeed a door extremely far ahead, or it connected to the city of Jianghai and to his golden body. But the trouble was that the path was just too far, and Lin Baiyu simply didn't have the strength to walk into the mortal realm. The divine heavenly jade clear mansion was able to connect to the bottom, but Lin Baiyu didn't have the strength to do so. Lin Baiyu stood in front of General 9 Heavenly Thunder Duke, who had the weakest image. This divine position was about to completely break apart. If Lin Baiyu swung a punch towards him, then this divine position was going to completely disappear. How about? I'll enthrone a Thunder General to keep the divine position. The black cargo has a very soft belly that bounces off the ground. Lin Baiyu saw that the black cargo drilled in amidst a slice of thunder gas. This place was more familiar to the black cargo than him nowadays. There was like something cowering in the corner there. Lin Baiyu was curious to see. The black cargo could also be heard growling in whispers, trying to dislodge what was inside. The little guy hidden in the thunder breath reluctantly stepped out. Lin Baiyu's golden eyes deliberately narrowed without bothering to actively look at the little guy, because he already knew what it was. From the thunder gas, a small dragon 2 chopsticks long and as thick as a thumb flew out. This one finally looked like a dragon from the Chinese legends, not like the thunderous black goods. It has white scales, a dragon's horn spreading on its head, a slender snake-like body, 5 claws borne under its belly, and 2 dragon whiskers hanging from its mouth. Very reluctantly, he flew to Lin Baiyu's face. Closing his eyes, he didn't dare to look at Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu curiously went to stare at it. The little guy was found to be trembling somehow. Lin Baiyu wanted to reach out one finger to touch the dragon scales on this little guy, wanting to know what a dragon really felt like. But his own fingers hadn't touched it yet. This little dragon then keenly sensed that heavenly might was upon him. The body stiffened like a dead tree branch falling from mid-air onto the ground. After hitting the ground, his head was dizzy as he looked around. The black cargo roared 3 times in a row with an irritated expression. Ho ho ho! Like the old mother who pushes her children out and wants to show them off in front of their elders. The children of the black goods, on the other hand, are like introverted children who meet the elders of their family for the first time on New Year's Day. If you can't avoid it, you can't escape it, so you pass out from nervousness. Lin Baiyu, it's okay, it's okay. This little dragon in front of him, he would have great use for it later. But just 1 isn't enough for me, you'll have to produce 3 more for me. The black cargo nodded, indicating no problem. I have heard that there is a dragon in this world that is the ancestor of all dragons, and it has given birth to countless true dragons. Lin Baiyu stroked the black cargo's fat head. The fish Director Chen sent me is really extraordinary. Chapter 83, Buddy, my company is short of people to borrow one from you. Who is it? Lin Baiyu. Zhanghai City, on the 4th Ring Expressway. The co-pilot, Kenneth Chen, looked unhappy. Director Chen drove with one hand, leaning back in his seat with a leisurely face and staring ahead. Unhappy? It's very upsetting, I've got another big problem at work. Tell me about it and I'll get you out of trouble. You can't fix it. Go ahead, I can listen anyway. My leaders above me have asked us to have a big check to see who has recruited more workers under their hands. But I'm still a bachelor. It's okay if you get fired, you know how strong our mom is, she's more than capable of supporting you for the rest of your life. That's no good, I've worked hard to get to where I am today, my dream is to serve the people, I'm not going home to chew on my old age. Besides living with mom. Director Chen and Chen Jiahao spoke at the same time, torture. Then the sound of harumphing came from inside the car. Director Chen said, inspection well, our President Su once also engaged in, to be honest, the big inspection of this kind of thing, is your leadership to cope with to the leadership above to see. You really can't find 2 dragons, teach 2 or 3 lines, and just deal with it. Huh, that reminds me. It's just that this actor is not easy to find. Older brother, in fact, I really do have an actor in mind who fits our leader's requirements perfectly. Who? That patient of yours, Lin Baiyu. What? Director Chen was so anxious that he almost lost control of the car as he laughed and said, Chen Jiahao, you're kidding me. How my patient is a drag queen for you. Oops. He's almost too much of a likeness for my liking. Meet? Director Chen suggested that he'd better go to the art academy and find 2 students who could act, they'd be more in line with your requirements. You don't understand, normal people can't act like that kind of master. Remember the last time I saw your patient? He actually said in front of me, Director Chen, I've already practiced the Samadhi True Flame, so how can I cultivate the 6th Din Divine Flame? On the passenger seat, Chen Jiahao slammed his thigh inside in praise. Like. It's just too much like. It was too much like a strange master who had strayed away and not been discovered by him. Luckily, his own old brother had said that he was mentally ill, or else Chen Jiahao himself was really going to be fooled by this kid. There is a saying in the world that if you can't even fool yourself, then how can you fool anyone else? That Lin Baiyu was really too much in line with Chen Jiahao's requirements, not only had she tricked herself, but she was also able to trick others as well. Older brother, seriously, can you let that Lin Baiyu follow me out of the hospital for 2 days? It's just for 2 days, I'll give it back when I'm done with it. No, absolutely not. How can I release a hospital patient to you? That's something that could cause a big mess. How can there be a mess? He's just a little kid. A high school student is better to control than a clear and stupid college student. There can't be any danger if I let him stay with me. No, absolutely not. Director Chen shook his head repeatedly. How can you not agree with your oldest brother? Geez, just help me out, I really need to cope off this big check. If I can't cope with it, then I'm going to run away from tonight, Shanghai that really can't stay. Really? Absolutely not false. Director Chen was very reluctant to see his brother leave Shanghai. It had been years since he had seen him. I've seen him once since he graduated from college, and that was the only reunion dinner, and I've rarely seen him since. But he was a doctor, a psychiatrist, how could he let his patients out of his sight? Between his own kinship and professional ethics, Director Chen still can't get rid of his professional responsibilities. No way, I could never agree to something like that. Lin's classmates have to be by my side, let alone put outside. Even if I'm not there for a few days, they'll still be out of it. Never let him out. Chen Jiahao was in the passenger seat, and after hearing this from his old brother, he didn't get excited, but instead, he had a bad smile on his face. You're saying that as long as he's around you, nothing will happen to him, right? What do you want to do? Seeing this wilted expression on his brother's face, Director Chen's first thought was that it was over. Chen Jiahao sat on the co-pilot with the look of holding his oldest brother. You mean he won't be sick if he sees you, right? Director Chen sucked in a cool breath, feeling that something very bad was about to happen. What do you want? I'm not doing anything, I just want to take Lin Baiyu out for a stroll, don't worry, absolutely nothing will happen. But? Director Chen was still to speak. But Chen Jiahao, however, was hemming and hawing, laughing with treachery in his voice. As long as I keep you by his side, won't nothing happen to him. Anyway, playing one person is acting, playing two people is also acting. Director Chen felt something big was wrong. Things are very wrong today. There's no way I'm going to agree with you. Don't even think about it. Shanghai City, the first psychiatric hospital. Director Chen's office on the 3rd floor. Chan put on his white coat. With the experience of the last time, this time he pretended Chen Jiafeng pretended to be more like him. Even the nurses inside, when they just came in, it was Chen Jiahao who greeted them, mistaking most silent Chen Jiafeng for an outsider. Watching his white coat being put on by his oldest brother, Chen Jiafeng's heart was dripping blood. Chen Jiahao had a look of displeasure. I always thought that the doctor's white coat was good and new, how come you're running threads all over the inside of this shirt? Your hospital is so cheap, not giving you a new one. Chen Jiafeng disliked him with a displeased face. What do you know? You don't know anything about the benefits of this dress at all. Chen Jiafeng's tone was a bit unkind. Then repeated the warning, according to the rules of the hospital, I, as the director, do have the authority to let a certain patient have a walk out of the hospital. And if I'm the one taking a patient out, I'm not allowed to leave the confines of the hospital for 100 meters, despite the rules. Chen Jiahao suddenly interrupted him, rules are just rules, we're the ones who are alive. You're not allowed to leave the hospital, that's because you're afraid something will happen to the patient, don't worry. I definitely took good care of Lin Baiyu, I supervised the law. My co-workers inside my company that are all very good people, all high-quality people. Put on a white coat. Chan Kaho listened to his oldest brother's warning a few more times. Alright, I'm going to find Lin Baiyu. He's only just finished eating, I think, at this time of day, and you can bump into him by going to the little courtyard on the 1st floor. And one more thing, I want to solemnly remind you that he's just a patient, my patient, you must never ever irritate him, and if he says anything nasty, there's a reason for it, you must never ever. Chen Jiahao suddenly interrupted him, I understand, I will definitely not get angry with him, much less fall out with him, on the contrary, this time when I go out, I will definitely serve him as if he were my own father. There's a problem, something goes wrong, I block it all back. He's just a backdrop that doesn't need to talk, to help me hold the stage. Master actor, understand? Do you know Jet Li and Fong Sai-yuk? He's such a character, no need for him to make a move. That's all I need is a van. A pretentious fan is around to hold up the facade of Chan Kaho's supervisory law division. So that by Chun and understand that he is really working in Shanghai that. Chen Jiahao went out wearing a white coat. There was also a black ballpoint pen in a pocket on the white coat. 1st floor, in the small courtyard. Lin Baiyu was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed. From an outsider's point of view, it was a closed eye. But he himself, in fact, put his consciousness into the golden body. It's in that big temple outside the mental hospital. Wang Limin came over as usual today and burned 2 incense sticks. The incense has been going strong in cyberfoam lately. Wang Limin came rather less often. But Wang Limin has a pivotal position in the cyberphone circle. After all, that first and original small temple was the one he had invested all his money in creating. Wang Limin devoutly burned 2 incense sticks. Then kneeled down. Thank you, Sebfer. My wife is out of the hospital. If there is anything I can get my disciple to do for you, please feel free to ask. Wang Limin was not only cured of his wife's illness, but because of his status, the first person to build a small temple for Cyber Buddha. It led to him receiving help from many people in the community. Families that were struggling to make ends meet are getting better. His life is getting back on track. Just at this time, Wang Limin suddenly saw that in front of him, the golden body actually emitted a golden light from its surface. Wang Limin hurriedly kowtowed. Chapter 84, Brother, you can't use Lin Baiyu like that. What else could it be but a manifestation of the Cyber Buddha when this happens in the middle of the day? The surface of the clay figure was covered with a golden light. That golden light was like a god-man. Then only Lin Baiyu's voice could be heard echoing in this one large temple. I need iron, and I need steel, and I need copper more. Need metal. After Lin Baiyu finished these words, then it closed its mouth. The clay and gold body then returned to peace. Wang Limin waited until the large temple was completely quiet before raising his head anew. Cyberfer needs iron? I don't know why, but since it's Cyberfer's orders, then no one in today's Zhanghai would dare disobey. Lin Baiyu's consciousness returned from his golden body. He opened his eyes and saw Director Chen coming to him. Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu raised her head and suddenly realized that today's Director Chen. His hair was better groomed than before. Director Chen, I had planned to look for you today. Looking for me? Chen Jiahao was wearing a white coat and his heart snapped. Finished, this patient actually wants to see my oldest brother. I'm not a psychiatrist. I don't know how to answer this patient's questions. Chan Kaho decided to stabilize first. If one couldn't even pass this first hurdle, then how could one bring Lin Baiyu out of the mental hospital today? You ask? Chen Jiahao said somewhat vainly. He was not at all as composed as Director Chen. However, Lin Baiyu didn't notice anything unusual about the Director Chen in front of her. Lin Baiyu spoke with a serious face. I have now become a small success in body refining, and the bones in my body have been pounded thousands of times and soaked tens of thousands of times with powerful medicinal effects. Wearing a white coat, Chen Jiahao stood in front of Lin Baiyu's face happy as if he was going to laugh up to the sky. Wait a minute that Ling Yu. Just wait a minute. Chen Jiahao turned around in front of Lin Baiyu, then extreme excitement appeared on his face. Fists clenched and pulled hard in front of him. Yes. 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 I found it. This is the actor I'm looking for. The acting was so damn good. It's almost like it's real. Chen Jiaoxiu roared madly in his mind several times. He turned around once again, carefully observing Lin Baiyu's expression. And the way he talks. It's really so forced. This teenager talking is simply too much of a model. It really damn well has the feeling of a Jedi Master. It's much more exemplary than that what's his name Zhang Bei who came down from the Dragon Tiger Mountain. Chen Jiahao took a few deep breaths to adjust his mind. It's not even out of the hospital yet, he can't show his face. Chen Jiahao adjusted his emotions and then flashed a smile. He was trying his best to imitate his oldest brother's behavior, but well, since he hadn't seen how Director Chen usually dealt with patients. So the imitation is just appearance without that one point of real God. Lin Baiyu, however, didn't think much about it. That Lin Baiyu. You continue what you just said. Director Chen, I believe you. That's why I want to know how to refine the following part of the body refining divine skill you taught me before. Chen Jiaohao's face was in a difficult position. Then the mind was frantically calling the police. No, I've only just met you and I'm about to show my face? What kind of body refining technique? I've never heard of it from my oldest brother. What to do back? But as Director Chen of the Department of Supervision and Law, he has seen all kinds of big storms. Will a high school student in the district bring him down? Lin Baiyu, you first report back to me on how your body refining mini completion went, then I can decide whether or not to teach you to continue refining your body after I finish my assessment. Chen Jiahao said in a serious manner, with a touch of gentleness. In his mind, he was simply awesome. Mentally, he boasted, ho, I really do have a sense of urgency. No matter how Lin Baiyu answered, in the end, he directly said that your assessment doesn't answer the standard, you first practice for a few more days then I will teach you. This would dump the problem on his oldest brother once again. But just when Chen Jiahao thought that it would be some troublesome psychological puzzle. From the pocket of his hospital gown, Lin Baiyu pulled out a PS4 handheld. Then boot up. In front of Chan Ka-ho, start controlling Mario. An operation in line to get the last level through, and it was a one-life pass. There is no stopping rustiness in the operation. I see, so that's how it is. Chen Jiahao understood. Seems like my oldest brother's job isn't too hard, it's just playing games with people. If that's the case, then I'm fine on me. Lin Baiyu got through the last level before pointing at the Sol Doluo on top and asking, Director Chen, it's time for you to teach me how to refine my true self. Hiss. Chen Jiahao sucked in a breath of cool air. He finally realized why the little teenager had such a strong sense of conviction. Hopefully it was all his own oldest brother who taught him. My brother is being bad. But since the other party asked, Chen Jiahao decided to follow his brother's words and continue to make up. Good, I will now teach you the great stance of cultivating your true self. Being the king of kids as a kid, he that beat up all the kids in the neighborhood around him in the game Contra. Chen Jiahao received Lin Baiyu's palm top, then skillfully tapped into this game. Lin Baiyu, let me teach you the secret of Contra's invincibility. Alarmed. Undefeated? Of course, undefeated. Chen Jiahao's voice suddenly rose an octave. You think I'm joking? I was the #1 Sol Doluo in the world back then. Hiss. Lin Baiyu's eyes lit up. Director Chen, I want to learn undefeated. No problem, I'll teach you the secret, it's a guaranteed win. Chen Jiahao sat down next to Lin Baiyu and then began to show him how to play this Contra game. This game there's a really awesome one-kill trick where you just keep pressing the attack button and keep jumping. This bullet spreads out, no matter who it is, it can't hurt you. So it is. Chen Jiahao demonstrated for Lin Baiyu. The first level of the barrier passed easily in his hands. Handing over the Palm Pilot to Lin Baiyu's hands, Chen Jiahao felt that he had already made it very clear there had been so many people who had asked him for the secret book, but he had not agreed to teach it. Lin Baiyu held the palm top in his hands, but he didn't play it first. Instead, he looked straight at Chen Jiahao. Chen Jiahao was puzzled. What? Something on my face? No. And you? Director Chen, you still haven't told me what the name of this gong method is, what the mnemonic is, and what kind of effects will occur. Hiss, Chen Jiahao sucked in a breath of cool air, suddenly feeling a bit headstrong. My own brother didn't say he was going to do any of this stuff. Well, as a graduate of the National University of Science and Technology, he could only blurt out a couple of sentences back casually. This gong fu that's a big deal. Clouds of white come and go, and return, and fate is unpredictable and hard to free. I have not seen myself in all my trials and tribulations, but in the end I have not repaired myself. Cultivate the bones and the body more than the path, I see the true self in all beings. This gong method is named. Chen Jiahao got stuck. Surely a psychiatrist is not for everyone. I really don't have the same ability as my oldest brother, so I suddenly got stuck and didn't know how to go on. Chen Jiahao suddenly asked, then what is the name of this gong method of yours? Have I talked about it before? There was talk. The name of this technique is called the Black Wind Xian Fury Bone Refining Technique. Chen Jiahao spat in his heart. What black bone kung fu? This name is so low, old brother's aesthetic still hasn't progressed after so many years. Watch me give you a hard time. Chen Jiahao copied his hand into the pocket of the white coat on his body, then stood up and turned around twice in front of Lin Baiyu. He suddenly thought of something and then laughed. Lin Baiyu, I'll tell you what the name of this gong method is right now. What? This body refining divine skill that you have learned, the Black Wind Xuanfen Bone Refining skill is only a small part of it, and seeing the true self is also a small part of it. There's also a meritocracy in the back. But they always add up to a pretty big name. What is it? Lindbergh. At the same time, Lin Baiyu was a little curious as to how Director Chen hadn't talked to him before. Chen Jiahao smiled faintly and deciphered, 89 Xian Gong. After reading the name, Chen Jiahao's heart was much cooler. Still, I'm a tough name to call. Older brothers make up names that are too watered down to be ruthless. Chapter 85, Lin Baiyu, you're acting too much like a master. Lin Baiyu repeated the name a few times under his breath. 89 Xian Gong. 89 Xian Gong. Director Chen. How's that for a cool name? I can't feel it, but I suddenly realized something. What's the problem? Chan Ka-ho asked. Why are you different today? After Lin Baiyu said these words, Chen Jiahao's heart tightened. The first thought was that it was over, he had been shown up by this kid. It doesn't make sense. It's not right. I'm obviously very well disguised. Chen Jiahao pulled over his white coat and looked left and right, he should be well disguised. Even those nurses and doctors didn't see through themselves, how did this teenager see through them? Just as Chen Jiahao was wondering what he was wearing out. Lin Baiyu continued, Director Chen, when you used to say the names of your feats, they were so long. Why are the names of the feats so short this time? After hearing this clear and stupid question from Lin Baiyu, Chen Jiahao as a whole exhaled loudly. Then completely paralyzed, he sat down on the chair beside Lin Baiyu. Just now in front of Lin Baiyu, he experienced the feeling of going from heaven to hell. Chen Jiahao laughed, then said, None of this matters, Lin Baiyu. I came here today to ask you to do a job. Chen Jiahao looked to his left and right. Then choosing to whisper extremely quietly, I'm taking you out of town today. Oh. Lin Baiyu replied faintly. Chen Jiahao was confused. This reaction is not like being locked up in a psychiatric hospital for a long time, is it? Is this a normal patient response? But just then, from the flower bed behind him, a man came out. I'm going too. Zhang Xueyan had a smile on her face with an impish look. Nima, who is this person? Chen Jiahao's heart tightened. This voice of Zhang Xueyan just now almost made his heart jump out of his chest. Zhang Xueyan flopped down on top of the flower bed, then rolled over and sat down next to Lin Baiyu's side, next to his thighs. Zhang Xueyan looked at Chen Jiahao with a smile on her face. Chen Jiahao just wanted to say that he could only bring one person. But suddenly, he realized that this voice of Zhang Xueyan just now had actually startled quite a few people. If at this time, one rejected Zhang Xueyan again, there was no guarantee that the little ninny would not yell even louder. At that time, his own plan to take Lin Baiyu out would fall through. That said, can you discharge 2 patients at once? Chan Ka-ho doesn't know. I didn't ask so much when I left. Who would have known that you would run into so many things in this hospital? Everything has to be solved with your own superintelligence. Forget it. Change with the times. Chen Jiahao turned to Zhang Xueyan, this one. Zhang Xueyan, Director Chen, it seems that I have said too little to you. Then Zhang Xueyan, I'll take you with me, but you mustn't wander off, we're on a mission for once. Mission? Lin Baiyu was curious. But Chan Ka-ho decided not to linger any longer. Counting the time, Baek Chun-jae should be arriving at Shanghai soon. He himself also brought Lin Baiyu over. If we go on, we'll inevitably get bad again. Chen Jiahao took the 2 mental patients by himself and walked to the big iron gate on the first floor, then opened it easily without any doctor coming over to inquire. This was expected to be the hardest step, but instead it was the easiest. It seems that my brother has a great reputation in the hospital. Chen Jiahao rushed to the underground garage with Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan. Inside was a set of clothes that Chen Jiahao had prepared for Lin Baiyu. But I didn't expect another Zhang Xueyan. Chen Jiahao himself immediately dialed his own cell phone and asked his brothers to hurry up and prepare a set of girls' clothes out. The OCS is quick to act. Just as Chen Jiahao finished speaking on this side, he started to act on that side. Shanghai City, a large ship is approaching. Bai Chun is bringing the rest of the local supervisory and legal department over to make a big comparison. Its purpose is twofold. One is to know exactly how many oddballs have been collected in China nowadays. Secondly, I want to know what they are capable of and get a step on them. The big ship docked. Bai Chun is not the first to get off the boat. Instead, he said respectfully to a certain old man, Mr. Ma, after you. Baek Chun was speaking to a 69-year-old boxer. This old boxer was wearing a white practice outfit with black and white Tai Chi drawings on the back of the costume. This one, Mr. Ma, on the other hand, was quite formidable, the strongest of the strange men Baek Chun-jae had received. Hardly ever out of hand. He had 3 disciples under him. These 3 men, in the supervisory law division, grouped out a considerable force. It couldn't be helped that Chen Jiahao hadn't even recruited a single oddball in Shanghai City. These 3 people in the supervisory law division all of a sudden became treasures, and their master, Mr. Ma, even became a supreme master, great master. Teacher Ma smiled faintly. Xiaobai, you know the rules. Teacher Ma is very happy. But you don't know the human heart. Mr. Ma is sad. We're both odd people, there's a reason for me to go first there. You should be saying to everyone together, let's get off the boat together. Yes, yes, yes. Bai Chunin nodded his head repeatedly. Mr. Ma, you taught me a lesson. Then let's get off the boat together. With that said, all the oddballs stood up in unison. However, 3 of Mr. Ma's disciples were blocking the way off the boat. Only let your own teacher go over first. Mr. Ma is humble for the sake of everyone being happy, but if you go ahead of Mr. Ma, then Mr. Ma will be the first to be unhappy. Get off the boat. Bai Chunin has no leadership stance whatsoever. Mr. Ma suddenly felt a little thirsty. Giving a wink towards his disciple. That disciple immediately understood the meaning. The 3 disciples got off the pier and walked to the nearest shopping street, then stood under a tree on the street. The 3 men took a white turban out of their arms and subsequently put it on their heads, after which 3 sticks of clear incense were lit on top of their heads. Then pin it on your head. A small ceramic white bowl was held in his hand. "I have a favor to ask you, Jung-hee-bo. Deliver sweet tea for me." And then the three individuals started dancing. Mr. Ma sat on a chair across the street in front of Starbucks with a calm expression on his face, but he couldn't help the smugness in those eyes. Inside Starbucks, the male clerk who was wiping down the tables suddenly asked the store manager, "Manager, I'm going to get rid of those people or not?" "Little Lua." The store manager said in a serious tone, "I'm happy that you're working seriously, but next time before you work seriously, remember to protect yourself first. Then think about work matters again. So, those people outside the door, let them be." They danced and left. Mr. Ma sat in his chair, and Bai Chun ordered several drinks for every odd person in the entryway. Outside the door, those three disciples jumped, only to see that the white ceramic bowl in their hands was actually being filled with clear water little by little. The three disciples respectfully placed the bowl in front of Mr. Ma. "Then wait aside." The rest of the odd fellows stretched their necks in their chairs and watched. Teacher Ma smiled slightly and poured this tea, with a tilt of his head, into his stomach. The teacup was set down and it was empty. But in front of the eyes of the crowd, the water actually overflowed a little bit again. It's as if there's an endless fountain down there, and you just can't get enough of it. Mr. Ma Lao has drunk 7 cups in a row. But this teacup, putting down his hand, was still spilling out clear, sweet spring water. Until after the 8th cup of tea was full. Mr. Ma was about to raise his hand. On the opposite side of the room, one of the disciples of the dancing great god, his lips turned purple with white foam coming out of his mouth, and then collapsed to the ground. The first disciple as well as the second disciple had similarly ugly faces. Mr. Ma grunted through his nose and finally stopped drinking. Seeing their teacher like this, both of them gave a simultaneous sigh of relief. The incense above his head was extinguished instantly, and then he bowed respectfully to heaven and earth to invite away the river bow. "Check on your companion again." Removing the turban from his forehead, he took down the incense and waved it out, and hurriedly fished out 2 pills from his arms. The pills are crystal clear smelling of ginseng. After taking down 1 capsule, the fallen disciple's face turned pale, and a weak sweat kept coming out of his body. Weakness is not compensated for. This 1 grain of ginseng is the limit to eat, the rest will have to be tempered out slowly by himself. It's good to know that people have come to their senses. This hand of Mr. Ma's is really powerful. Bai Chun said in admiration. The rest of the group marveled in the same way. Only on the other seat, there was someone who laughed and then didn't say anything. The entrance to Starbucks is black stone tile on the floor. The man was dressed in a karate practice outfit. Aged around 26, with large, firm breasts that peeked out from within the dress. Only to see his foot slamming into the ground. Click, click, click. The black stone tiles on the ground were squeezed out of the floor and then landed with uncanny precision on the man's body. The karate grandmaster's chi was contained in his dantian, and his mouth let out a soft cry. Ha! The big boobs inside the karate suit actually clipped a whole rock. All the people around them looked over. He couldn't help but feel smug in his mind. I've been pressed all the way by this horse, and now that I'm finally on the ground, I'm going to be pressed by you again? After such thoughts were thought, he held up a finger. A finger poked the table. Baekshun was looking over. The karate grandmaster's finger was stuck in the table, then slowly pulled it out. On the table, there was an extra large hole with a round hole. However, from this hole, layers of spiderweb like cracks split outwards. The table then thumped and swung up in a cloud of dust. The table crushes. Hiss. There were constant sounds of people around them sucking in cool air. Some passers-by even stopped, raised their own cell phones and started taking pictures. Eldest brother stood up from his seat and took a step in front of Mr. Ma. The superintendent of laws doesn't need to invoke the presence of God at all. In the world of the future, force will inevitably prevail. Supervisory Law Division, the presence of my karate department is enough. On the other side, the man with boxing gloves around his neck stood up. What do you mean? Think I'm not strong enough? With that said, his body shook and the pair of red gloves around his neck flew into the air before his hands were firmly planted into the gloves. The thin cord of the loop is then secured to the hand by strangling it with the mouth. I have been practicing hard for 13 years, and I have practiced the Dragon Tiger Fist to great success. Only 3 punches were seen in the air from his fist, and the air rang with the sound of a punch. This friend's fist came out on the 8th punch. Back. The glass of the Starbucks front door snapped off with the wind of a fist. Another man rose from his seat and clasped his fists at those around him. I am the heir to the southern heavenly crippling foot, courteous. After saying that, he raised his leg high, then swung it down violently, smashing the table in front of him. The table split in 2 down the middle, but the split was as sharp as a blade, and the kick. It made the glass wall by the front door of the Starbucks behind him shatter with a cool thud. Glass crumbs fell all over the place. Lee, who was wiping the table, silently grabbed a mop from the back warehouse. The store manager's mouth opened into an O shape as he looked outside with an excited expression. Awesome, is this a tournament? The crowd outside Starbucks was gathering more and more. So many people are videotaping. Bai Chunin did not expect things to go in this direction, although the reason for bringing so many people together was that he wanted to feel the strength of the odd man out in the country today. But I never thought I'd be competing in front of a Starbucks. In his seat, the other man couldn't sit still. The man was wearing a yellow tabard and had a cigarette in his hand. What's so great about fisticuffs? It's the age of cultivation now, and in the future we'll be playing with auras, yay. The tone was full of disdain for these people who could only move their fists and feet. Said the man, his mouth bulging like a frog. His stomach sucked in within a moment, holding the cigarette in front of his fingers. Phew! Out of his mouth came a large ball of flame. That one cigarette burned to ashes. To make others understand that they are not a jungle trick. He also made a point of breathing fire again. Awesome, awesome. Awesome! The people around them applauded when they saw the man spit 2 balls of fire out of his mouth. The odd man in a lab coat waved his hand at the people around him with a proud face. Big Brother Karate suddenly ran out of things to say. He swallowed the line in his mind, I mean everyone here is trash. The words were swallowed into his stomach. Everyone seems to be pretty strong. In the distance, Director Chen's Mihanjia was driving into this one small commercial street as it was positioned. He came down in the parking lot outside. Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu in the car had both changed into a good outfit. But Chen Jiahao is still wearing his white coat did not take off. Chan Kaho is still a bit uneasy and decides to help the actor find his form again. Mimicking his oldest brother's tone of voice, he said in a pleasant manner, Lin Baiyu, what's your specialty? Lin Baiyu frowned, lowered her head and thought for half a day before finally spitting out a sentence, sick historian. Chen Jiahao cried and laughed, but he still didn't show it, instead teaching Lin Baiyu very patiently. I mean, do you remember what you know? Me? Know the laws of space and samsara fire. Yes, yes. Chen Jiahao almost jumped up in joy. He wanted this sentence, and Lin Baiyu's expression of unparalleled honesty made it even more so that this sentence of his seemed too damn true. That's nice, that's nice. Chen Jiahao said, if someone asks you later, this is how you answer, remember keep it so honest. But? Lin Baiyu said honestly, but I didn't lie either, how else can I be honest? Yeah. You're not lying, you're definitely not lying. Chan Kaho was happy to take off in place. That's great. Getting Lindbergh to cope with the leader's inspection was fantastic. This eyes, this demeanor, and more importantly, Lin Baiyu's tone of voice, that look of certainty, speaking simply as if it were true. Chen Jiahao felt completely stable this time. Although popping champagne at halftime is a big no-no, Chan can't help but cheer. Chapter 86 Tell the grandson across the street that Lin Baiyu is the hidden big brother in Shanghai. Chen Jiahao's side put Lin Baiyu in place. His men trotted over. Little Lu, why are you alone? Zhang Bei said that he wants to go back to Longhu Mountain, he's been sneaking out for too long and wants to go back to report peace with his master. Why pick this time of year? Chen Jiahao was not happy in his heart. This is the time to deal with the leadership inspection, how can we go? Xiaolu looked at his boss and asked out of curiosity, Director Chen, why are you wearing a white coat today? Is it to go to Comic-Con to cosplay as a doctor? You? Chen Jiahao became anxious in an instant when he heard this. I've been hiding my identity for half a day, and you're going to blow it for me in one sentence? Sure enough, piggybacking is scary. Lin Baiyu looked puzzled, does Director Chen still need cos? Isn't he just a doctor? Chan Kaho playfully gave his little brother colors. Xiao Lu, as the most troublemaking person in the supervisory and judicial division, after seeing his boss's wink. He gets it. Oh I get it. Hearing these 2 words from Xiao Lu, Chen Jiahao hurriedly pulled him aside. Xiao Lu and Chen Jiahao hid on the side of the road, leaving Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan aside. Xiao Lu had a look on his face that said, Director Chen, did you go to the Comic-Con? Those 2 are the actors you pulled back from the Comic-Con, right? Shoo. Chen Jiahao put his finger up in front of his own mouth, you kid keep your voice down. Director Chen, this is a high move on your part. This bunch of midgets at Comic-Con, who are midgets every day, think they can travel to the second dimension and feel like they are the hope to save the world. You go and hire them to play the masters, and it's absolutely proper. Their sense of conviction, I wouldn't say first, but second, that's not wrong. They are the masters, don't spread the word around. I get it, they're just masters. You also pass the word to the brothers, don't let them spoil me. The boss came to our territory, and it's still our call on everything. Understood. But Director Chen, you're really bullish, being able to fish these two over from Comic-Con to come here. Are they performing professionally? The sense of conviction, I believe, is sufficient. And you talk about acting, Chen Jiahao used his own finger, smashing it on Xiaolu's head again and again, causing his brain to swell up into a small bag. Director Chen, I was wrong. I'll give you one more chance to organize your words. Director Chen, I'll take the two wonders to see boss by now. That's more like it. Lin Baiyu was looking at the shopping street and didn't bother to pay attention to what the two of them were exchanging. Instead, it was Zhang Xueyan who secretly observed that Director Chen all the way. Lin Baiyu, do you feel that there is something strange about Director Chen today? Didn't think so. Why? Zhang Xueyan felt that it shouldn't be Lin Baiyu that is the most familiar with Director Chen. She could tell that today's Director Chen was a bit different from every day. How could Lin Baiyu not see it? Lin Baiyu returned expressionlessly, because I believe in him. Director Chen walked back with Xiaolu. Xiaolu smiled and deliberately asked, this young teenager, are you better at boxing and kicking, or are you better at Taoism? Lin Baiyu lowered her head and thought carefully, then returned, is Thunder Law considered Taoism? Xiaolu could barely hold back his laughter. If it wasn't for the fact that Chen Jiahao's fierce eyes looked over, he really would have laughed out loud on the spot. Xiaolu nodded his head with a serious face, it counts as Taoism, it counts as Orthodox Taoism. After the speech he began to walk at the forefront to lead the way, but in his heart he was still admiring. Director Chen is really something, he actually managed to find such a professional actor to answer Lei Fa. This is what Director Chen taught him, isn't it? Otherwise he wouldn't have answered like that. It's a pity that Zhang Bei is gone today, or else the words of the Thunder Law should be demonstrated by Zhang Bei. Xiaolu led Chen Jiahao and the others to the shopping street here. From a distance, I saw people there who looked like they were about to fight. Lin Baiyu suddenly stopped walking, unwilling to move forward. What's wrong? Zhang Xueyan asked. They're gang firefights, aren't they? That can't be a good place to be, we'd better not go. Lin Baiyu's grandfather taught him during his lifetime that people not less to bad places. Chen Jiahao thought finished, forgetting that this teenager is still a high school student, although pretending to be a master is very similar, but his mind is still poor. If it stops right here, then isn't it all over? Chen Jiahao felt that he had to do some thinking for Lin Baiyu. He gave Xiaolu a look. Xiaolu said he understood. Trotting off to meet up with the guys at base camp. At the same time, he strung along with the other brothers, telling them that Director Chen had gotten an actor to come over, and that he mustn't botch the play. After Xiaolu left, Chen Jiahao did mind building to Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu, you don't have to be afraid of those people are just taking a small test for the Supervisory Law Division. The test is very simple, as long as you name your strengths such as fire breathing, thundering, and so on. It'll pass, easy as pie. But there was one more thing that Chan Kaho hadn't said. That is, you must maintain a strong sense of conviction as you speak. Like that Mr. Ma who never put up a fight and only let his disciples do it, hell if he's real or not. Baek Chun-jae had wanted to know this guy's bottom card countless times, but Mr. Ma just hit it, which made Baek Chun-jae have to smile. And pat Mr. Ma on the back every now and then. It was because he was inspired by Mr. Ma that Chen Jiahao came up with this trick. Come and hold someone out yourself. Anyway, there's still a big man in Shanghai who refuses to come out. If Boss White really wants to push me, I'll bite the bullet and say that Lin Baiyu is the unseen big brother. Anyway, Lin Baiyu has such a high sense of faith, and with the brothers under my hand, would Boss Bai still dare to question the identity of that big brother in Shanghai who can't be hidden? Wahahaha non, I'm really too smart to come up with such an overwhelmingly masculine plan. Chen Jiahao actually laughed out loud at the thought. The truth is that he is impeccable in this Yangtze scheme. On Xiaolu's side, he was also the first to rush over and report the situation to his brothers. The 20 minions of the Supervisory Law Division surrounded them together. Has Director Chen found any other strange people yet? Damn it, old me was just actually mocked by the Supervisory Law Division of Nanguang City, heck. Mobbies, what's the big deal about having a lot of people? If that big man from Shanghai comes over, he'll move a finger to have all these people die. That's as far as the gang dares to jump in front of us. Stop arguing, did Director Xiaolu Chen find the odd man out? Xiaolu said to his brothers, activate Plan B, got it. All of them looked disappointed, but in a reasonable way. Odd man out. Strange my ass, how can you find it all of a sudden when you've been looking for it for so many days and there's not even a hair on it? And again, it's such a special day for a leadership inspection. It's impossible. There's no such thing as coincidence in this world. Xiaolu realized that everyone's chi was not high. He followed Chen Jiahao's example and smashed a chestnut on the head of each of his colleagues. Just the right amount of strength to not hurt your brain. Xiao Lu's eyes glared and he fumed. What are you doing? Are you dead fathers or dead mothers? Get the serious. Director Chen has found the odd man out. I found the odd man out. Xiao Lu's voice suddenly rose an octave. All TM give me spirit. I repeat, those two are our Jianghai City's strange people. Yes. Director Chen has found the odd man out. 20 voices were suppressed, but sweeping away the emptiness of what had just happened, they replied in unison. The supervisory judges from the other cities who had arrived did not understand what was going on across the street, but all of them were sneering coldly. That bunch of useless trash, even if there are wonders, how can they compare to the power of you, Lord True Flame? The man in the waistcoat making fire stroked his goatee with a look of acceptance. Fist King, Zhang Hai, that man is here, just give him some color. Being pressed by the surname Ma, it's hard to be afraid of a brat. Che, a little kid who's never even been in a boxing ring. Boxer Zhao Long's gloves touch each other on his hands and his feet start to warm up. Teacher Ma sat calmly in his seat. His one disciple had already woken up, only his feet were still a bit weak. Everyone was looking in the direction of Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu, after hearing Chen Jiahao say that all the people in this area were supervisors and lawyers. His heart surged for a moment. The mouthful of 6-digit divine fire contained in his lungs was about to be flung out. Zhang Xueyan stood in front of Lin Baiyu and touched his face. No fear, no fear. Lin Baiyu was much more composed then. Going to see Director Chen again, Lin Baiyu's heart settled down even more. Chen Jiahao was a bit confused, not understanding what was wrong with Lin Baiyu, but he always remembered his brother's words, that is, he absolutely must protect Lin Baiyu, and not let him suffer half a bit of harm and irritation. At this time Chen Jiahao had already thought, really cannot just lose the title of Director of the Supervision and Law Division, it is a pity that it will spread to the brothers below. Lin Baiyu, what's wrong with you, are you uncomfortable somewhere? Those are my people, you don't have to worry, talk to me if you're uncomfortable, or we'll go back to the hospital now. Ha! Lin Baiyu's gaze suddenly shone brightly as he asked with a curious expression, Director Chen, aren't you the person in charge of the Qi Tian program? How is it that the supervisory and judicial department has become your people? What? Chen Jiahao's first thought was, what Qi Tian program, never heard of it. What's going on? Older brother here is in the hospital, talking to patients every day about what's going on. How to talk about all these godly things, old brother the psychiatrist, should not be bought, right, feels so unreliable. But Chen Jiahao only had one thought in his mind at the moment. That is, no matter what Lin Baiyu said, he just had to go along with it. You know, the biggest taboo for a psychopath is to never irritate him. So although Chen Jiahao didn't understand what exactly the Qi Tian plan was, he still went along with Lin Baiyu. Yes, Zhanghai's Supervisory Law Division has already been taken over by me. I'm also the head of the Zygote program, and that's the current situation. So that's what it's like. Lin Baiyu was rarely happy. He smiled and said, Director Chen, I really didn't expect that you actually did such a great job. Okay. Then since I won't be captured and studied, I'm relieved that I won't be afraid this time. With a twinkle in his eye, Chen Jiahao tried again, then go answer a few questions for the supervisory judge and the others, will you? Yeah, what's up with that? Lin Baiyu replied easily. Phew. Chen Jiahao let out a long breath. His brother's jobs under him, and their year-end bonuses are preserved. Chen Jiahao raised his head there and touched his forehead to the sky. His mind just felt like it had been on a roller coaster. So now it's his turn to need to soothe his psyche. It was in this gap that Lin Baiyu very coincidentally opened his golden eyes. Let's see how strong the people from the Supervisory Law Division are. Strange, how come none of them have 3 flowers, and the aura in their bodies is pitifully low? Lin Baiyu spat in his mind. Maybe, they're all clerical then. Lin Baiyu was at this moment when she suddenly turned her gaze to Director Chen. Lin Baiyu's face was not happy. What? Zhang Xueyan opened her mouth to inquire, does Director Chen have any problems? Lin Baiyu wondered, puzzled, I clearly used 2 grains of heavenly dew to cleanse Director Chen's bones, and it was fine before, so how come the impurities in his body came back this time? Simply. It was almost as if it had never been baptized with heavenly dew. The body is dirty and full of waste gases, and there are many problems in the blood and bone marrow. Of course this was Lin Baiyu using her own body as a comparison. In terms of modern science, this body of Chen Jiahao was just the right time to break in. It's good. The 3 flowers in Lin Baiyu's body were slowly operating. Then a heavenly reveal as if it was the size of a fist coalesced out in his hand. The hand was then dropped. This one sky dew accurately smashed into Chen Jiahao's head. Chen Jiahao had just about finished building himself up mentally. Putting down his hand, he was about to take Lin Baiyu to join by Chen Jie. But after taking 2 steps, he suddenly had a waxy face and his legs were shaking like an 80-year-old man spending the night with an 18-year-old girl. 2 more steps. Chen Jiahao's face went from waxy yellow, suffocating to red. I can't. It's over. Leaving behind this mysterious sentence, Chen Jiahao took out the speed of a 200-meter sprint and flew out. Bai Chun was standing in front of Starbucks. Then he saw his own men, rushing as if they were flying. That's fast enough to catch up with flying Su Bingtian. Chen Jiahao brushed past his leader and headed straight for Starbucks, then asked loudly, "Bathroom, bathroom, bathroom." The clerk's hand pointed. Chen Jiahao rushed over like flying. There was a loud bang and the door closed. Can't figure out what's going on with my own boss though. But Lu took on the task of being his own director. Xiao Lu walked over to Lin Baiyu's side. By the time this happened, the 20 people from the Supervision and Law Division immediately realized that this was the actor director Chen had hired. This actor is so young. Shut up, he's not an actor, he's the strange man of Jianghai City. Right. He's our Jianghai City Wonder Man. That said, what rank is the realm of the odd man out? Director Chen didn't say, so that means it's very high. High enough to scare the hell out of them kind of thing, just like that to those grandsons. Xiao Lu smiled kindly at Lin Baiyu. This classmate, let me take you there. Chapter 87. I didn't curse, but I really am your ancestor's ancestor. Call me Lin Baiyu, she's Zhang Xueyan. Xiao Lu smiled and nodded in response. His mind couldn't help but think of the phrase, I armored him super. The 20 men from the Supervisory Law Division surrounded Lin Baiyu as if they were protecting a star. No one is allowed near. 8 men lined up to the left and right, and 12 men in 3 columns blocked the front. Lin Baiyu walked right in the center, proper C position. Xiao Lu led Lin Baiyu over to Boss Bai. At the entrance of the Starbucks, Teacher Ma, Karate Grandmaster, True Fire Lord, and all these other people, all of them had their eyes on Lin Baiyu's body. Bai Chun is in the old workplace. The face was refined to the state of realization, not being able to see any expression, but again, it was silently probing Lin Baiyu's bottom. Come, have a seat. Bai Chun was greeting warmly. Xiao Lu tugged and spoke, who are you to say anything to this master behind me? Baek Chun Jae's face was expressionless, still maintaining the gentle temper that a leader should have. Jianghai City Supervision and Law Division, a playwright. Let me tell you, this one behind us is a real big shot. You are in no position to speak to him. I urge all my colleagues to think clearly about who in Jianghai can actually be addressed as that one. Bai Chun Jie's face changed violently. That one. Could it be? Bai Chun in the first heart ecstasy, and then as if cold water poured on the head, the heart of the excitement a little bit of pressure down. It shouldn't be. Xiao Chen would be the first to take credit from me if he really got in touch with that one. The kid doesn't look like he's matured either. What he originally wanted to ask Lin Baiyu, he suddenly didn't dare to ask. If it's really that one, that's the character of a living ancestor, never to be offended. Originally a bellyful of words, just as Chen Jiahao had predicted, Bai Chun's I really couldn't ask. Bai Chun didn't know who this Jianghai City that one refers to. But the other oddballs don't know that. That real person on fire, grabbing his goatee, asked with a defiant face, where did you come from, little doll? There's something to it. After saying that, he was old-fashioned, picking up the drink from Starbucks that Baek Chun Jae had just brought over and drinking it. Lin Baiyu said, my ability? Lin Baiyu was not a child who loved to lie, because if she lied, Director Chen would be angry. In order to give the other person a better understanding and at the same time give the questions in words. Lin Baiyu took a breath and said the complete question to this real person on fire, I should be considered your ancestor's ancestor, and if I go a little deeper, the fire in my body might not be willing to recognize you as a grandson. The people from the Jianghai City Supervision and Law Division who surrounded Lin Baiyu's side uttered a single word at the same time in the bottom of their hearts. Yes. Got spit on by the guys half the time. Now, that's the way to dislike it. What face, what manners, all ing bull. This actor, talking is simply awesome. That's right, take what I just mentally wanted to curse and turn it right up in my face. It's too good, this Lin Baiyu friend, it's too good. Keep your voices down everyone, and protect this actor from getting hurt. Sitting in the chair on the fire on the real person, the corner of the mouth twitching apparently did not expect this late generation actually dared to so kind of scold themselves. Grandma can tolerate it, grandpa can't even tolerate it. You boy. Realist on fire pointed a finger at Lin Baiyu's nose, arrogant. After that, his abdomen sucked in. The people around them knew the trick the bastard was up to and immediately ducked out of the way. Bai Chunin rushed forward, waving his hand widely and said, don't, have a good talk. But unfortunately, Bai Chunin these days, give this bunch of guys too good face to see, this fire on the real people actually do not even listen to him, stomach sucked up. The mouth is about to spit fire. Lin Baiyu looked at him quietly. Then in front of the crowd, the fire-upper realist spat out a mouthful of fireballs at Lin Baiyu's facade. Not good, brothers, block for me. With a greeting, Xiao Lu told the brothers of the Supervision and Law Division of Jianhai City to protect Lin Baiyu at the risk of injury. Xiao Lu, the foremost supervisor of the Law Division, immediately shielded his head with both hands and used his back to try to block the ball of fire. All of these people in front of Lin Baiyu, all of them, wanted to completely block it for him. Lin Baiyu read in his heart, Director Chen is really powerful, worthy of being the head of the Qi Tian program, actually able to bribe the Supervisory Law Division into this kind of situation. Xiao Lu, from the Supervision and Law Division, blocked the front. He clasped his hands to his head, fighting off the physical reaction within his body that wanted to run away. Xiao Lu has already planned to be ready to lie down in the ICU by himself. But wait a long time. That's weird, it's not hot on me, ugh? Little by little Lu lowered his arm, and through his arm he saw the people sitting down in front of the Starbucks. There was his top boss, Baek Chun, there was the arsonist, the real person on fire, and the champion of the fighters who had just been swinging his fists to warm up, and the big brother of karate who had never defied anyone from the beginning. At this moment, they all looked as if they were frozen, all of them tilting their heads up to look at the sky above. It's like there's something there. Especially that sitting on the position, had been pretending to hide not to come out of the master teacher Ma, is more eyes staring about to protrude, the whole person's mouth gas only to the outside, did not see the inhalation. Shocked has become a wooden man. What's going on here? Xiao Lu had an innocent and curious look on his face. How nothing is happening on your own. Xiao Lu turned his head and realized that his brothers were also uninjured, and their clothes hadn't gotten a single spark of fire on them. And look at the street. The original good eaters, holding up the cell phone hand, actually all the powerless dropping down. At the moment, all of their eyes were staring in one direction, and that direction was the same as Bai Chun in their line of sight. Xiao Lu finally placed his gaze on Lin Baiyu's body that was surrounded inside. Hiss. Xiao Lu sucked in a cool breath. The entire group was completely stunned. He stood still, feeling that from the soles of his feet a rush of blood went through his chest straight to his heavenly soul, and because he was so excited, his hands appeared to be trembling irregularly. A ball of fire was reflected in Xiao Lu's eyes. Lin Baiyu stood in the middle of these 20 supervisors and judges, holding a ball of fire in one hand in vain. The fire was half the size of a closet. Lin Baiyu used the simplest, roughest way to prop up. Lin Baiyu was looking at this mass above his head. Flame that didn't have the slightest characteristic or feature. In order to not let the other party be too sad, he stayed merciful and commented, "You're a fire. It's actually quite hot, but it's just not good enough. And I didn't just curse because my fire is, literally, the ancestor of your ancestor." A wisp of black smoke rose from Lin Baiyu's mouth and nose. In broad daylight, the mouth lit up with an extremely bright orange-red glow. Lin Baiyu spat out of his mouth. A grain of samsara that was as small as a grain of rice was spat out. This 1-meter grain-sized samadhi true flame, when it touched that massive mortal fire, it was like a cigarette fire scalded a balloon. The ball of flame in Lin Baiyu's hand instantly dissipated. It was emptied by the samadhi fire. The samadhi flame went on its way and continued to rise, flying up to the height of a 10-story building, making sure that it wouldn't cause any harm to the buildings underneath and those innocent pedestrians. With a bang, the samsara fire swelled up in the sky. A huge round ball of fire that burned in the sky. The tremendous heat made some of the girls on the street have their hair naturally curled. A huge heat wave, with a whirring sound, rolled over the entire shopping street. If Lin Baiyu had not just spat this 1-meter-sized samadhi flame into the sky, but instead spat it out on the ground, everyone present is going to die. Bai Chun was still thinking in his mind just now, if this person was really the one from Jianhai, how would he do, how would he talk, how would he befriend the other party, and what kind of means should he use to enlist them? Originally, there was still a trace of doubt in his mind just now. But nowadays, this man was really the one who was already confirmed. Baek Chun is trying to talk. As a result, all that came out of his own mouth was a whimper of unknown significance. I forgot how to even say the words myself. A huge fireball in the sky baked everyone. Lin Baiyu had controlled the samadhi flame very well this time. The fire mass lasted only 30 seconds in the sky before dissipating. But when the samadhi fire dissipated, the entire shopping street, however, was all silent. While those strange people were just competing in martial arts moves, these people were feverishly eating their melon. But when Lin Baiyu made his move, all of them were out of action. Just when it was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Suddenly, flutter. Mr. Ma, who was on the bench, knelt on the floor with 3 steps and a kowtow. With both hands, he bowed to the ground, shouting loudly under his breath, "I beg Master to accept me as his disciple." Eh? Lin Baiyu was stunned by this guy. Lin Baiyu looked left and right. Then one more look at Xiao Lu, who was blocking his forefront. Oh, so that's it. Lu, people are talking to you. Xiao Lu, who was standing in front, finally reacted at this time. It was like he had 3 souls in one place. Slapped his face. Oh. Then he looked at Mr. Ma, who was kneeling on the ground and was originally treated like an honored guest by his top boss, Boss White. Xiao Lu picked up Mr. Ma with both hands, dragged him back to his seat, and said in a gentle voice, Mr. Ma, you are a highly respected teacher. You can't be like this. You let go, you let go. I'm going to learn immortal technique from the master. You let go. When Mr. Ma used his chemical energy, Xiao Lu realized that he was actually no match. Mr. Ma is like a slippery loach that his body can't even grasp. Just tried to grab him, and the body flinched and fled. Baekchun had reacted by now to who really deserved to be served. Chapter 88, Lin Baiyu, Body Refining, huh? I don't really understand it. It was really unexpected that Qin Jiahao actually did, in fact, invite that one here. For him, for the supervisory law division, and for the whole of China, it was an unimaginable heavenly good. Bai Chun was trying to speak, but his own brain scratched his head and couldn't come up with an appropriate sentence. He had been shrewd, but suddenly all he could do was stand on the spot and giggle. Big brother Chen is quite ballsy, really inviting that one here for me. Bai Chun was in a constant state of lamentation. And the original little Chen had changed from his mouth to Big Brother Chen. Real life on fire slowed Mr. Ma down long enough to get out from behind the position. And then it's going to go down to that floor and kneel. The supervisory judge in front of Lin Baiyu at this moment also finally woke up from the daze he had just been in. They all get it, they understand what's going on. Director Chen really invited that one, so he wasn't joking with us, he really invited that one. These Jianghai supervisors and lawyers, one by one, looked at each other in the bottom of each other's heart, all have one thought. Director Chen, really too ruthless, actually really invited that one here. At this moment in the Starbucks bathroom, Qin Jiahao, with a waxy face, stood up from the pit a little bit by holding onto the wall. Who? I can't. Qin Jiahao stood on the pit with difficulty, then moved his fingers a little bit. As a new age civilized him, not flushing after finishing would be a 5 thunderbolt. He pressed pump. Hula hula. Chen Jiahao finally smiled with satisfaction. No, I still have to go out and see what kind of trouble I can get into without my little brats. And I don't know if Boss White saw through the actors I hired. That Boss White guy, he's dog smart. Qin Jiahao was relieved to see Lin Baiyu, even more so because he was his brother's patient. The bottom line for yourself is your family. Lin Baiyu can't afford to make any mistakes. Qin Jiahao stood for less than a minute and realized that his legs were actually not sore anymore. Ega, my legs and feet are much better than before. According to Qin Jiahao's life experience, squatting in the pit for such a long time, without 2 or 3 minutes, these legs of his own don't want to take a step. But it had just been numb for a short while, and it actually came back. This made Qin Jiahao feel TSK. Seems like it's pretty good to run around and get your body worked out. Qin Jiahao covered his stomach and left the bathroom. But only 2 steps. Gollum. Qin Jiahao's face changed again. The face began to redden again. What's going on? Qin Jiahao covered his stomach, realizing that the feeling he had just experienced was back, and his stomach ached unbearably. I just came out of the toilet, how did I become like this again? Qin Jiahao took a deep breath, thinking that maybe it was a fake pain, so he could just endure it. He then took 2 more steps ahead of that. Gollum. I can't. Where he stood at the moment, he just happened to be able to barely see out. What was the situation outside? Qin Jiahao had to rush over immediately to check it out. Qin Jiahao lifted his head in an effort to look outside. He saw his henchman Xiao Lu pushing Mr. Ma continuously, and then there were 2 other dicks stopping the front of the real person on fire. Sure enough, we're going to do it. I'm going over. Gollum. Qin Jiahao's face, from its original reddened color, began to turn wax yellow again. Qin Jiahao covered his stomach, his fingers tightly pinching the flesh on his stomach. He said fiercely, I bet you're a fart. Come on, bet. Drum clatter. With the soup, it ran down to the floor. Store clerk Lee has a subway elderly cellphone.jpg look on his face at the moment. The store manager didn't feel anything. Because all of that, what happens, or is it unacceptable? Qin Jiahao's eyes looked at his feet in horror, but his heart was still worried about Lin Baiyu, and he hurriedly looked up towards the outside again. It's a billion points of chaos out there, but I'll trust my own men, I guess. After Qin Jiahao finished speaking, he decided to return to the thatched pit again. Qin Jiahao walked all the way, the floor of Starbucks was pulled all the way by him with soup and mud, and it was not easy to walk to the bathroom after the inside. He had no choice but to rush outside. That, I'll pay you, and I'm willing to pay you for that, including the soiled floor, so see if you can get me a pair of pants. Xiao Li's whole body is numb, work for so long, today is anything to touch. I only have one pair of staff pants, you see? No problem, no problem. What's the point of picking at this point? Chen Jiahao was in the bathroom, squatting down again, and he could only pray that it wouldn't be too bad outside. Brothers! When I'm done pulling this pass, I'll be out there to help you. Outside the door of Starbucks. Under Xiao Lu's forced field control. Mr. Ma finally took his seat, but the look in his eyes was clearly saying, take me as an apprentice, take me as an apprentice. It wasn't just him, it was everyone else. The eldest karate master immediately clasped his fists and asked sincerely, my karate is now practiced to this point, and I can no longer improve, so I would like to ask for your guidance. Since I'm not allowed to be a teacher, I'll shamelessly ask for guidance. The moment the words of the karate grandmaster left his mouth, all the other people's eyes glowed. Realist on Fire also wanted to open his mouth to ask how to cultivate. Lin Baiyu did not expect things to develop like this, did not say that he would ask himself questions to assess. How did it suddenly become like this? Lin Baiyu didn't think much about it, but just said very modestly, actually, body refining, for now, is my weak point, I'm not very good at it yet. But I can't talk about instruction, well. I'll demonstrate. Lin Baiyu has never been instructed by Director Chen, never instructed others now to ask him, he instead brained some dangling do not know how to answer. Hearing Lin Baiyu's words, Bai Chun nodded in silence. Think it should be. After all, people's energy is limited, only able to specialize in the same, how can someone be proficient in everything, perhaps the one in front of you, only proficient in the fire system Dao. The real person on fire was a bit upset. Karate practitioner, you don't disturb the time of the master, how would the master have time to instruct you vulgar fist and foot martial artists? The guru has agreed, when is it your turn to speak? See, these two are about to get into a fight. Lin Baiyu wanted to persuade. He pressed his hand in vain before the words were spoken. At once, all the field fell silent. This field control ability was 33 heavens stronger than Bai Chun Jie. Lin Baiyu also didn't expect that with just a lift of his hand, these two in front of him would be so well behaved. This made Lin Baiyu think of the time when he had a conversation with Director Chen. I'll teach it more seriously, just like Director Chen taught me, so seriously. Lin Baiyu looked down towards the ground. At your own feet, pinch up a rub of ash in your own hand and put it on your finger. The hand then jammed this rub of ash onto the index finger as if playing marbles as a child. Lin Baiyu said expressionlessly, my body refining is, in fact, average, so I'll show you what I can currently reach. The big karate brother, and that boxing champion, and Baek Chun Jae and the crowd of the supervisory law division were all feeling very puzzled. What are you doing with the ashes? Even if you're an expert, it's still picking up a rock or something. What's the point of picking up an ash? Bai Chun said in his heart, sure enough, this one is still unfamiliar with body refining. But this is also a normal thing. Lin Baiyu waved his hand, causing the crowd of supervisory law division in front of him to disperse. Then he took 2 steps back. Thumbs up. The crowd didn't see what was happening. Only to see a flick of Lin Baiyu's thumb, a huge air pressure rushed up from Lin Baiyu's direction. The white air pressure washed into a mist that blew over all of them. The scattered Jianghai City Supervisory Law Division received a little bit of residual power and was not injured. But the front of the karate big brother is miserable, the whole person's face skin, like a plastic bag, was blown like to be separated from the bones, eyelids on the eyelids like a kite is going to fly out, the mouth is also involuntarily opened, the skin on the mouth is like a balloon blowing up, you can see the white teeth in the mouth. The champion was directly forced to put his hands on his head, his whole body bowed, his feet grasped on the ground a little bit to pan backward, his shoes scuffed down a black mark on the ground. This barometric pressure came and went. Karate Grand Master's eyelids collapsed feebly, and his mouth finally closed all at once. The champ, on the other hand, had his mouth open, exhaled, and dropped halfway to his knees, his fist on the ground in a small gasp. The boxing champion glanced at the big karate master next door and made a judgment in his mind, this person, indeed, is a bit stronger than me. The champ looked at Baek Chun Jae again and realized that his eyes were currently looking towards the Starbucks store. I don't know if it's by Chun Jia, and that Mr. Ma, and a bunch of people from the supervisory law division. I'm afraid the glass at Starbucks is blown and cracked. The champ thought so. After all, with his strength, he had just broken that glass as well. He turned his head to look, utterly dumbfounded. A bowl-sized hole was blasted in the corner of the Starbucks wall, 1 person up. But there's more. This wall, the hardest part of the wall, has more than just holes in the corners. The hole went right through that wall inside Starbucks. The flick that Shang Xian had just made, just pinching a little bit of gray sand, had left such a large hole in the wall, piercing through 2 walls at the strongest corners of the walls. From his position, the boxer saw through the hole, the path behind the Starbucks and the switchboard hidden behind the milkshake store next door. The expressions of the people present froze. That's not good at body refining. The big karate brother fell straight to his knees. Looking at that one hole, it just felt like the sky was the limit. This is simply. It's not something you can achieve with karate. It's destructive to a person from the point of view of belief, and it's still the naked kind. Lin Baiyu scratched his hair, then asked Zhang Xueyan beside him in a very low voice, "Did I not teach him well enough?" "No, it's good, I feel good." Zhang Xueyan nodded seriously. "It's happening right now." Sitting down, Mr. Ma slapped his hands on the chair under his buttocks, the whole person to half a meter high in the air, and then a positive stomping leg sprint, through the small loose legs between. A perfect sliding knee through the layers of the Ganghai City Supervisory and Judicial Department. Teacher Ma got down on the ground with both hands and pleaded once again, "Please master, accept me as your disciple." Lin Baiyu looked at Teacher Ma, who was kneeling on his stomach in front of Zhang Xueyan's face. "He's paying his respects to you." Zhang Xueyan waved her hand, "No thanks." Xiao Lu's neck stiffened, his face reddened, and he shouted, "Men, push this old man out of here. Brothers of the Department of Justice, one word of acknowledgement." And then this Mr. Ma was sent back to his seat. Mr. Ma wanted to cry, but he was strong enough to hold it in. Around Lin Baiyu's body, it was emptied again. Zhanghai's brothers of the Supervisory Law Division pulled a tighter layer of defense, absolutely not letting any of them get close to this one. Baekchun was bubbling in his eyes. It's tempting to say something, it's tempting to want to get an autograph or something with this big shot, it's okay. Lin Baiyu, however, remembered what he had just said. Director Chen treats his patients with all the answers to their questions. After all, it's not good enough to keep your doubts to yourself. Lin Baiyu turned her head again and said to the fire-upper realist who had long since gone numb, "Actually, fire, I haven't refined it to the level of a home, and I've only just begun. If I want to show you the real doorway, I'm not really at that level yet, but if you all can mobilize a little bit of resources for me, I can demonstrate the demonstration of the fire path for all of you." "And also, what else?" Baekchun asked with an excited look on his face. Lin Baiyu slowly raised her hand once, then pointed a finger at the not-too-far-away pier on the coastline. "It can also cure a big tsunami in the meantime." Baekchun's exuberance disappeared. It was followed by a drop in the ice. "What's that?" The passerby looked along that shoreline, only to see that the sea outside that pier had lifted up a large tsunami, and this tsunami was still climbing higher and higher. A height of 1 meter is considered a small wave, and if the height is 5 meters, then it is considered a big wave, and 30 years ago, there was a tsunami wave with a height of 30 meters. That one caused more than 200,000 deaths in Tennessee. But now they saw this tsunami, but the horror of 300 meters, this time the power, enough to make the whole city of Zhanghai suffer. A natural disaster this horrific is simply not scientific. Baekchun J's first thought was that the nest was overthrown. "Supreme Immortal, can you cure this tsunami?" Baekchun asked in all sincerity. Lin Baiyu shook her head. "This is a natural disaster, how could I possibly be so capable?" "It's over." Baekchun J's face went white. "We're all going to die here." But Lin Baiyu continued, "No need to be afraid, I have already prepared a backhand." Earlier in the day, Lin Baiyu had seen the catastrophe through Director Chen giving walnuts. And he has made preparations. "But you still need to help me a little." "Supreme Immortal, I will definitely help you with all my might." "Not you, but the entire city of Zhanghai. All at the command of the Supreme Immortal. I want you to pull the air raid siren for the whole of Zhanghai." "It's no problem. Something's wrong and it's not the sirens I need." "And you?" "I want a smith." Chapter 89. I don't know how to refine weapons, so I'll just refine the simplest form. The pier in Zhanghai City. Red and blue containers, one by one, all open in place. Inside these crates, they are not filled with goods, nor are they so-called flood control sand piles. Instead, it's tons and tons of raw ore, and some of it is smelted open steel, brass, and the like. Because time is very tight, so Wang Limin finally had to let the Zhanghai municipal government directly on the ore raw materials. These things Lindbergh was happy with. At the moment, the great tsunami in the distance looked like a giant wall that was advancing from that end of the coastline towards here. There was a huge wave that sounded like a building collapsing and the ground looked like it was shaking. But the shopping street of the nearest pier, everyone here had a calm gaze. If I were to say why, it would be because Lin Baiyu had started to make a move. A white cloud condensed under Lin Baiyu's feet. This white cloud carried both Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan up slowly. Looking at the ore raw materials neatly yards on this pier, Lin Baiyu was very satisfied. Much more than he wanted. Baekchun went down on one phone call, and all the leaders of the entire Zhanghai city moved. According to Lin Baiyu's request, all the neighborhoods, all the schools, all the commercial buildings, all the roads, buried in the sound, all the control on. The entire city of Jianghai is all connected as one, countless audio equipment, at this moment all of them are all connected by Bai Chun in the phone. The government employee on the other end of the phone asked with a respectful face. Leader, we are ready, do we need to say anything? You speak now, and we'll have the whole of Jianghai's audio put out all over the place. Start on your side. Bai Chun was saying. In fact, Bai Chun was tempted to say that he wasn't going to talk at all, but to play a song. Bai Chun J's cell phone connects up with their backend. At this moment, the people in the center of Jianghai City are still not clear about what is happening on the beach, all the people are buried in their work, and the students inside the school are going to school. Dropping. An ear-piercing chirp sounded from above the office building, and the same was true inside every classroom in the school, where students who were originally taking exams and attending classes were also interrupted. Inside the office building, the social animal playing hard to get on a sales call at his desk suddenly stops his hand. Gee, what day is it and why is there a siren? The teachers in the school, too, looked up in unison. What day is it? It shouldn't be. The teacher began to reach for her cell phone and started checking the date. It's neither a holiday nor an anniversary of any kind. Just when everyone in the entire Jianghai City was feeling puzzled. Inside the Jianghai City Psychiatric Hospital. Director Chen is looking at the latest hospital journals that have come out this month. He was deaf to what was going on around him. The office door was unlocked in order to create the illusion that he had already left the house, and he himself had 2 loaves of bread for lunch. The patients inside the asylum, on the other hand, are completely indifferent to what's going on in the outside world and live completely in their own world. Ha, I've eaten all your cannons and horses, so what are you going to fight me with? By my logic, this must be the hospital treating our tinnitus. But just at this moment, the vision came out of nowhere. Bai Chun Jae, who is in the commercial street of the pier, takes someone else's cell phone and opens the Netflix cloud player, which then plays a piece of music. The sound of music came out of that cell phone speaker mouth, then into Bai Chun Jae's cell phone, and then to the entire city of Jianghai. Everyone in Jianghai City saw a scene that they would never be able to forget in their lives. The teachers of the school and all the students in the entire class looked open-mouthed at the one stereo on the wall inside the classroom, which was actually emitting a ball of orange fire. And it's not just this one classroom by itself. In every classroom throughout the school, a band of orange-red fire emerged from the front door and flew up into the sky. The bands of fire were like clouds in the sky, grouping up freely, and then one by one the students stopped even listening to the lesson and all rushed outside the corridor. The teacher also threw down his lesson plan and grabbed his cell phone for the first shot at Shakian. The students in the school, each and every one of them like curious babies, were all sprawled out in the corridor outside the classroom, looking up at the once-in-a-lifetime spectacle in front of them. A band of fire flew out of the classroom, and in the sky more and more bands of fire gathered and turned into a cloud of fire. It's not just this one school. Jianghai City office buildings, as well as those parks, as well as roadside greenbelts, as well as government buildings, and even shopping streets, trade buildings are all such a scene. A ribbon of fire flew into the sky. The entire city of Jianghai looked from above, and uncountable bands of fire flew up from the ground. These bands of fire flew into the sky, forming a cloud of fire. The fire clouds stretched into pieces, covering the sky completely, making the entire sky of Jianghai City like an inverted sea of fire. These seas of fire were flowing in a unified direction. The 3 flowers in Lin Baiyu's body were slowly operating. One finger pointed toward the bottom of the dock. Zhang Xueyan also stepped in to help at the same time. One by one, those iron ores below floated and flew. Lin Baiyu then looked at the sea of fire flowing over behind himself. Good coming. A massive amount of samadhi true flame flowed into Lin Baiyu's circumference and then began to compress and condense. The sea of orange-red fire stopped to form a golden coastline behind Lin Baiyu. At first, that one gold line was so tiny it was almost invisible. But as time passes, the coastline becomes thicker and whiter. With a wave of Lin Bai's jade hand, the strip of golden fire fell in front of him. Refined by the 6 divine flames. Lin Baiyu was like an old farmer, picking up the iron ores from the dock containers on the ground one by one and throwing them inside the 6-dimensional divine flame. Zhang Xueyan felt that this was somewhat like catching a doll. Hakuro stayed silent as he tilted his head back to look at the 2 men in the sky. Because if you open your mouth and talk, it will affect the other person's Tao, right? Senior Immortal's Tao is really strange, actually needing to play music to go along with its execution. Immortal spells are really not something that mere mortals like me can guess at. Bai Chun read in his mind, his mouth that was closed tightly. In the Starbucks bathroom. Chen Jiahao squatted down on the pit and listened with his ears perked up. It seems to be quiet out there. Well, I wonder what Boss White and the others are doing. This was the 5th time Chun Jiahao had pulled it. Each time, after ting my pants, my stomach rumbles again. He's found a pattern now. Don't go out until after he puts on his pants. A few more laps around the pit and those babies in his belly will come. Chan Kaho performs this mysterious ritual in this bathroom. The containers on the pier were emptied one after another by Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan. All the iron ores were all thrown inside the 6th din divine flame. In front of Lin Baiyu, 4 iron divine weapons were refined. Lin Baiyu didn't know about weapons or refining, so he used the most direct and simplest shape, a stick. In front of Lin Baiyu, in the 4 clusters of 6 ding divine flames emitting golden light, the 4 sticks were refined more and more decently. After all, this kind of weapon is simple in shape. Lindbergh didn't even need the extra effort to polish it. The 4 big masses of 6 ding divine fire constantly big burning hammering, inside the impurities little by little to be removed. Lin Baiyu also do not bother so much, these 4 pieces of weapons finally into what appearance, that is what appearance. Wait until the 6th-dimensional divine flame can't be refined anymore. Lin Baiyu understood that these 4 iron rods were already refined to the end. He would only have one 6th din divine flame nowadays, and his skill in refining weapons was dish beyond words. These 4 things had been refined to the point where they were currently the very best in terms of Lin Baiyu's own strength. It would be unattractive to continue to burn. With a wave of his hand, Lin Baiyu collected the excess 6th ding divine flame in the sky. Bei Chen Jie also hung up the phone. The 6th-dimensional divine flame emitted a golden light. The sky and the earth were white, but at this moment these 4 iron rods were shining brightly, illuminating the waves on the seashore into gold, and the faces of those large ships anchored on the shore, as well as the faces of the people on the ships tilting their heads up to look at them, were all illuminated with a golden light and streaming colors. The monstrous wave on the distant shoreline was getting closer. Not only the pier, but even those a little farther away had felt a little sense of earthquake under their feet and heard a horrible noise coming from that end of the beach. Lin Baiyu was about to throw the 4 divine weapons in front of him. Wait. Zhang Shuiyan suddenly spoke out to stop it. What? These are all your first works of refining, can't you give them a name? Besides, they were all refined with the 6th din divine flame. There won't be that many resources for you to use in the future, so don't you treasure them at all? Name. Lin Baiyu pondered slightly. A golden 6th din divine flame lit up between his fingers, and he was about to go and carve words into this weapon through the air. How about calling it 1, 2, 3, 4? Zhang Shuiyan was infuriated by Lin Baiyu's words and slapped Lin Baiyu's hand off with one hand. You're simply fooling around. In front of Lin Baiyu, the 4 iron rods looked like they had spirituality, and all of them gave a martial sound like an aggrieved child. Lin Baiyu scratched his head with some innocence on his face. Zhang Shuiyan sighed helplessly. You write 1, 2, 3. Who can know that you refine these things? You have to protect the fruits of your labor, okay? Then you can start it for me. No, these are your things, you have to think for yourself. Mine and yours, they're all pretty much the same, just think of names for me. Zhang Shuiyan twisted her head away, deliberately not letting Lin Baiyu see her happy expression at the moment. Zhang Shuiyan took a deep breath. I really can't do anything about you, I knew you couldn't do it without me. Zhang Shuiyan scrutinized the 4 iron rods and suddenly smiled at the corner of her mouth. She took Lin Baiyu's hand and said to him, I'll read out the name now, and you write and carve it with the 6th ding divine flame. Good. In order not to ruin the 4 pieces by making the words written by Lin Baiyu look like they were chewed by a dog, Zhang Shuiyan was controlling Lin Baiyu's hand as if she was controlling a pen. A hint of golden light emerged from between Lin Baiyu's fingers. Lin Baiyu saw Zhang Shuiyan use the 6th din divine flame to carve these 4 names on these 4 iron rods, from left to right, and they were: Rui's weapon, Casual hardcore soldier, Prime white jade pillar, the purple and gold beams that frame the sea. When the name is engraved, these 4 ugly iron rods suddenly blazed with light, like a lamp suddenly lit up, showing their true splendor in the darkness. The top and bottom of the first glowed with a golden, precious color, while the middle section was dark and ebony. The second root is up and down a piece of pure color radiance, but with the first close, reflecting the light is similar to the first 2 points. The third was like white jade, while the fourth radiated a misty purple vapor. Get the 4 sticks names up. Zhang Shuiyan clapped her hands. Great job. Lin Baiyu, on the other hand, was also impressed. The name is so beautifully named and pretty. Ha ha. Zhang Shuiyan laughed twice and didn't say anything about the origin of these 4 names. Lin Baiyu looked at the one sweeping tsunami in front of him. He grabbed the first Rui weapon in front of him and casually threw it. Rui's weapon disengaged and left the room. After it flew out of Lin Baiyu's hand, what was originally a small stick was proportionally enlarged in size. Flying out of the dock. A weapon that was originally so thin that a person could just hold it in the palm of their hand had been transformed into a heavenly iron pillar, on which the 5 characters of Rui weapon shone brightly. This rod of Rui's weapon flew over the pier, over the shore, and towards the sea again. It finally disappeared into the sea and fell into the water. And just after this one Rui weapon hit the water, a whirlpool swirled in the sea. At the bottom of the sea, this one Rui weapon continued to rely on the power of Lin Baiyu's swing to keep going, until it lost its potential completely and landed in the seawater, then settled in the bottom of the sea. That terrifyingly large tsunami that rolled in front of Rui's weapon was like a fist smashing into a heavenly rift made of cast steel. This great tsunami was like a giant demon of the sea that could no longer fly and immediately landed in front of Rui's weapon. The sea is fixed, the filth is cleared, the sea animals are dispersed, and the people are at peace. Chapter 90. Chan Ka Ho is still in the bathroom. Lin Baiyu had 3 more iron rods in front of him. This was sent into the northern, western, and southern seas of China respectively. In order to prevent unseen opponents from flooding the earth from somewhere else, Lin Baiyu had specially refined 3 more. After all, it's only right to prepare a few more hands to protect Director Chen. Lin Baiyu blocked the wave of the great tsunami that should have flooded the entire river and sea, and managed to keep Director Chen alive. Lin Baiyu shook his arm again. From within his sleeve, a small dragon head drilled out. The dragon was covered in white scales and had a pair of pocket-sized horns on its head, and was curiously watching over the outside world. It flew out of Lin Baiyu's sleeve little by little, like the first baby to come into the world. Zhang Xueyan finally got a full view of the thing. It was a small white dragon. It's only as long as 2 chopsticks. But it's because it's tiny and looks very cute. Zhang Xueyan teased it with her own finger and realized that this guy even knew how to spit out his tongue and lick his finger. Wow, it's so cute. Do you have any more of them, Lindbergh? Yes. Lin Baiyu's sleeves shook once again. 3 more small ones flew out from the inside. These 3 smaller ones were not as long as the one white dragon, and the horns on their heads were not yet long enough to be perfect. Lin Baiyu looked at the 4 little dragons. Stop it. Lin Baiyu opened his mouth with a simple cry, and did not have any majesty, but these 4 little dragons were trembling with fear and trembling and flew in front of Lin Baiyu's face and did not dare to move. Zhang Xueyan was teasing that one little white dragon. While playing happily, the little dragon then flew away. Zhang Xueyan said unhappily, "Hey, what are you doing? I was teasing it." Lin Baiyu turned to the little white dragon again, "Then you continue to play with Zhang Xueyan." The little white dragon roared twice and flew back, but his ears were listening attentively to Lin Baiyu's speech. Lin Baiyu said, "Those 4 iron rods I refined, although they have spirituality, they are ultimately dead things. I'm afraid there are terrifyingly strong people in the sea. I want you to go into the sea and help me guard the 4 seas. But with the 4 iron rods around, the sea can't make any big waves, and you guys don't have to get tough with the other powerhouses." After all, Lin Baiyu looked at the 4 little dragons. "After all, you look too weak to protect yourselves in the first place." The 3 little dragons nodded their heads one after another, while the little white dragon in front of Zhang Xueyan nodded in agreement as well. The dragon roared from its mouth. After Lin Baiyu finished speaking, Zhang Xueyan touched this white dragon. "This one is arranged to be closer and can still come to the mental hospital to play with me if nothing else." "Yes." Lin Baiyu then said to that white dragon, "Since you are the first to come out of the world, which is the head of the 4 dragons, I'll let you land in the East Sea. The rest of the 3, go your own ways. Remember to run into the strange people out there and avoid them, and you guys remember that I only have one request when you go out." The 4 dragons raised their heads at the same time. Keep in mind these next words of Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu said, "I only have one request, protect yourself." The 4 dragons responded with a simultaneous roar from their mouths. "Go on." The white dragon took the lead and flew to the nearest East Sea, disappearing without a trace as soon as he entered the water. The remaining 3 dragons then bid farewell to Lin Baiyu at the same time. The 2 dragon claws in front of the tiny one followed the human's example and bowed to Lin Baiyu to the end. Then each of them flew off towards the Chinese waters. Lin Baiyu stood above the white clouds and glanced at the people underneath. His mission, his business is actually done. Lin Baiyu felt that she had already taken care of Director Chen, as well as her own big trouble. But at this time, he couldn't help but ring in his mind the words of his grandfather again. "Remember to protect those who are good." Lin Baiyu then had the 3 flowers in his body working at the same time, and his aura filled his chest. The commercial street at the bottom by Chun-in, the karate big brother, Mr. Ma, the Jianghai City Supervision and Law Department, and the street on the way. More outside on the highway, the traffic all stopped, all the people from the car down, stopped to watch Lin Baiyu this side, and then extend out along the road, the entire Jianghai City, all the people in the eyes of this side of the watch. Some have guessed what happened. There are also some who know that they have been rescued once again. The people in the center of Jianghai City couldn't clearly see Lin Baiyu's side of the situation. It was just that when Lin Baiyu refined the 4 divine weapons just now, the commotion was too loud, causing the whole town to look this way. Lin Baiyu spoke aloud. His voice was not loud, but he used his aura. The aura carried Lin Baiyu's voice throughout Jianghai City. What Lin Baiyu said was simple and clear. All evils are forbidden to enter my Chinese waters. This sound of heavenly might was so powerful that it spread to the entire river and sea. Those who had been speculating, guessing that another catastrophe had occurred, were suddenly inexplicably at ease. Jianghai City Police Department, newspaper reporters, government media and just now has been all mobilized. All the leaders are thinking about how to broadcast the news, to let the people to settle down, continue to live their lives, continue to work. But now, they realized with a jolt that their work no longer needed to unfold. Inside the police station, Officer Zhang lit up a cigarette while Officer Li was holding a lost cat from who knows whose house. Firefighters eat popsicles and discuss the fire that just broke out in the sky. In the food market, the older woman started chopping prices again. In the neighborhood, unschooled dolls babble and learn to walk. At school, the teacher herded the bunch of the flowers of the motherland back into the classroom, and a few mischievous students laughed and joked around. Jianghai City, under the office building, a yellow-haired foreigner, 45 years old like a teaching teacher, Taylor grabbed his cell phone, found his Facebook, flipped to his own country's friends Billy. Then a long string of messages began to be sent. Billy, I'm sorry to bother you, but please, when you wake up from your nap, please tell my mom that I've finally found faith in my soul. Also tell her for me that I'm really sorry, but I've never felt better. Also, bring yellow flowers, she hates white ones, and tell her not to worry about me anymore, that I will be safe for the rest of my life, and that I won't try to kill myself again. Because I understand that I am loved by God. After Taeyil finished, he tapped send. Also send over a red envelope. Then he took off his necklace, which had a cross hanging from it, and he slipped it into his pants pocket. Tail walked to the nearest supermarket, went inside, and asked in Chinese with a slightly foreign accent, "Do you have any security tags for cyberfoam? I'd like to buy one." After Lin Baiyu dispersed the 4 little dragons, he didn't know what they were doing in the seabed. Zhang Shuiyan asked, "That little white dragon, it slipped away so fast, were you ever too mean to it?" "No," Lin Baiyu said with certainty. The last time he himself had met him, he had just petted its head. "There's no such thing as mean, okay? Then what's it going so fast for?" "Because, there's something else in the sea, and it's rushing over to protect the Rui weapon." "Can it handle it?" "I didn't ask him to deal with it, gave him the task of protecting himself." "Oh." In the sky, the two of them stood above the white clouds, and then dropped down as if they were in an elevator. On the commercial street, all the passers-by tacitly put away their cell phones. Baek Chun of the Supervisory and Judicial Division is quick-witted. Have this group of men under you demobilize the people around you. Also take note of anyone who was just there who might have watched and seen this. If these people dared to chew the cud, then the Supervisory Law Division would invite them for tea. Starbucks inside the bathroom. Chen Jiuhao took out the last piece of paper from his pocket. The cigarette inside his mouth was sucked to the part of the butt. Strange, what was that noise outside just now, moving so hot? Damn, boss, I couldn't have beaten up Lin Baiyu. I have to go out and take a look quickly. Chapter 91, Little Lu, you're a good actor. Chen Jiahao looked at the piece of paper in his hand with a difficult face. He suddenly remembered that a blogger had taught him how a piece of paper wiped his ass when he had been swiping Shakian. Oh ho, the knowledge of the past will finally have a chance to be practiced. He began to hold the paper in his hands, then folded it several times, then tore a small corner, then unfolded it again to reveal a finger-sized hole in the center of this piece of paper. Just Lin Baiyu fell back from the sky. Suddenly looking around, he asked, why is everyone suddenly gone? Baek Chun Jae walked out with an excited face, like a student who wanted praise, and immediately stated, I drove away, I arranged everything. Oh. Lin Baiyu gave a nonchalant response. Bai Chun was a little struck in the heart when he heard the response. Lin Baiyu still remembered what he had just used fire for. It was to show someone a bit of the fire path. That's about it for the fire path. As for the next level up, he didn't teach me. When these words came out, all of them, including Bai Chun Jae, were petrified together. What? There's actually another one. Behind this big man, there is actually an even deeper hidden person. Bai Chun chilled at the back. I can't believe that there are so many capable people in my China, and behind this one, there is actually an even more terrifying, even more skillful at hiding big brother. And the rest of them, likewise, pretty much thought the same thing. The big man behind this is so sick, how can he hide it so well? Can't it be that it's an old bastard who's been alive for 1,000 years, the kind that hides from the world? In the Jianghai City Psychiatric Hospital, Director Chen is looking at the computer. Suddenly. Achoo! Who's cursing me behind my back? Director Chen blew his nose and continued surfing upwards. He had nothing better to do than play 4399. Lin Baiyu's side. The Fire Supreme Reality was already too excited to be himself at this moment. He immediately clasped his hands and worshipped down, shouting, "Your elder." Simply. Whoa whoa. When people get emotional, they forget how they even talk. Lin Baiyu demonstrated the fire path for him, making the Fire Lord understand his insignificance. And understand that the way is so high and wide. Lin Baiyu had already finished answering their questions. The moment. In Starbucks, Chen Jiahao washed his hands over and over again with hand sanitizer. As much as he wanted to go out and find out what was going on outside right now, it's better to wash his hands first. Chen Jiahao washed and prayed in his heart, don't let anything happen. He'd just been in the bathroom and had had a brief moment to pass out from the pain, and he'd only vaguely sensed that it was loud and noisy outside. But just don't know what's making the noise and what's making the noise. Chan Ka-ho trotted out. Seeing what was going on outside Starbucks, he then detected what he could see in Boss White's gaze, and in the expressions of his own minions. Steady. It's great that Boss White didn't see it coming. Chen Jiahao didn't know what happened in the middle process though. But he was able to cope with this visit to Boss White's door, then it was enough. Bai Chun was at the door of the Starbucks, finally calmed himself, and then asked, "Excuse me, Supreme Immortal. What is your name?" Lin Baiyu slightly opened her mouth and was about to report her name. Suddenly. Wait. In the Starbucks, Chen Jiahao now changed a pair of pants to the Starbucks clerk's work pants, and then his body is still draped in that one white coat. The white coat is still clean and did not get dirty a little. Chen Jiahao raised his hand and shouted, "Wait a minute." Then he rushed to Lin Baiyu's front and shielded him. "Can't tell you." "Xiaolu, where is Xiaolu?" Chen Jiahao watched from left to right and nervously greeted his men. The people of the Zhanghai City Supervision and Law Division all take Chen Jiahao's orders as their own. Although he didn't know why his boss wanted to do this, Xiaolu absolutely only followed his boss's orders. 20 people from the Supervisory Law Division once again formed a large formation and surrounded Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan. Chen Jiahao finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was relieved. Then again, he turned to his top boss and said, "Boss Bai, I can't tell you the name of this expert, there are secrets involved." Chen Jiahao's stomach was planning that no matter how much his boss pressed him, he would just bite the bullet and say that it was confidential. But not expected. Bai Chun in but smiled like a spring breeze, a face also did not pursue the meaning, I understand. Brother Chen, whatever you say is what you say. When Chen Jiahao heard his boss address himself, suddenly the hairs on his entire back stood up in sweat. Chen Jiahao felt like he had heard the most terrifying words in this world. Boss White. Before Chen Jiahao finished his words, Bai Chuanzai panicked and said, "Brother Chen, what are you talking about? In the future, brother, we still need you to take care of us." Ha? Chen Jiahao was completely confused. What's going on here? I just went to the bathroom, how did it turn into this? Chen Jiahao was dumbfounded, and at this time, he remembered Lin Baiyu who he had brought here. Lin Baiyu, have you answered what Boss Bai asked you? Back, I told them that I know how to do samsara and body refining. Oh. Chen Jiahao came to a realization. Then he looked at Lin Baiyu's face with a look of sincerity, as well as his determined eyes when he said the words about refining his body. Like, it's almost too much. That's said like it's a real thing. The light that flowed out of the eyes of the Lindbergh High School student was not mixed with any hint of pretense, and it was made to look as if it was real. Chen Jiahao laughed in his heart. Bull, Boss White was actually fooled by me. Perfect, just perfect. Although he wasn't present, it was enough for Boss White to be able to lull him over. Chen Jiahao then looked at the few strange people that Boss Bai had brought over, and the gaze that he looked at Lin Baiyu was actually filled with awe as well. Bulls. This bull's actually fooled even the odd man out. Lin Baiyu, you acted simply great. Chen Jiahao would be practically happy and joyful if it wasn't for the fact that there were so many people here. Pulled out his cell phone and checked the time. Chan made an excuse. Retreated with Lin Baiyu. When they came, 20 people from the Supervisory Law Division protected Lin Baiyu's arrival and used the same formation when they left. Once backed into the parking lot off Commercial Street. Chen Jiahao personally pulled open the car door, then Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan got in together. After closing the car door, Xiaolu finally couldn't hold it in and excitedly called out, "Director Chen, where did you find this expert?" Chen Jiahao's eyes narrowed, revealing a playful smile as he pointed at Xiaolu's nose and said, "You brat, you're acting quite like it. It almost all fooled me." Chapter 92. The Dragon Clan will take over the Eastern Sea from today. Xiaolu looked confused. What did I lie? Director Chen, I didn't cheat. What I said isn't the truth. Shouldn't this be clear to you? You found this expert on your own. Yeah, I'm the one who found it. Chen Jiahao suddenly slapped his head again. Don't give me Lin Baiyu's name out. Don't ever keep it a secret. Xiao Lu patted his own chest and assured him. Don't worry, Director Chen, you gave the order, the brothers will definitely keep it a secret for you. Chen Jiahao glanced at the time again and was about to get into the car. Xiao Lu once again asked curiously, Director Chen, you still haven't told me where exactly you found this expert from. Chen Jiahao smiled faintly and returned, secret. Then pull open the car door, before getting in the car again, pointing at Xiao Lu reminded, confidentiality to remember. After finishing, Director Chen closed the car door as soon as he was done, put on his seatbelt, and thanked Lin Baiyu in the back. Lin student, you really did me a great favor this time. Not at all. Lin Baiyu said with a slate, Director Chen, you took down the Jianghai City's supervisory and legal department, so I'll feel much more at ease in the future. Oh, yeah. Chen Jiahao didn't take Lin Baiyu's words seriously, and just took them as a very normal way of speaking for a mentally ill person. Zhang Xueyan suddenly asked curiously, what did Director Chen just say outside? In the car, they couldn't hear a little bit of sound outside. Zhang Xueyan suspected that this was a special car, the main driver, no one outside was locked. Chen Jiahao casually made up a few excuses, just saying that it was nothing and then fooled around. Zhang Xueyan felt that today's Director Chen was particularly strange. The Chen family limousine put on first gear and drove out of this parking lot. Witness the departure of your own director. The rest of the brothers came together and surrounded them from the side. How about it, did Director Chen tell you where he found the expert? Come on, what did Director Chen say to you? Xiao Lu scratched his head. Director Chen said that he told us to keep the name of the expert a secret and not to tell anyone. It's no problem. This is not the point is the expert from where to find, brothers, but the Jianghai turned upside down did not find Director Chen didn't say, and I feel like I can't see through Director Chen. The rest of the group asked, what does that mean? Because we all already know the true identity of the master, but why does Director Chen still insist that the master is an actor? Hey! Brother Lu. A certain person from the Supervisory Law Division suddenly raised an index finger and had a bright idea. I've thought of a possibility. Xiao Lu and the rest of the brothers perked up their ears to listen to this brother's analysis. The 21 of them surrounded themselves in a circle, encircled, and would never give away the secrets of their conversation. Just tell me, could it be that Director Chen is trying to hide his identity as an expert, so he first lied to us that he's an actor? But he didn't anticipate that the true identity of the masters would actually be exposed in front of all of our eyes. But he's balked at the idea that the master is the actor in order to keep the master's identity hidden. This way, brothers are on the 3rd floor, confidential master information. But Director Chen is on the 4th floor, truly making it look like a fake, telling everyone that the masters are the actors. Oops. Xiao Lu slapped his thigh and gave a thumbs up. Director Chen, this hand to the real is really high. So Director Chen's wave is in the atmosphere. I have a question. Boss Bai and the others already know the identity of the master. Is it still fun for Director Chen to act like this? Of course it does. Isn't it fun to trick your own people first in order to deal with the enemies out there? I see, Director Chen is really powerful. The waters of the river sea. A monstrous fish swims through the black ocean floor. They swam across the back of the Rui weapon, pointing straight at the Ganghai Pier. Just in time. From the shoreline, a small white dragon burrows Indiana. As soon as the white dragon entered the sea, its body was like a balloon, enlarging in equal proportions. From the original length of only 2 chopsticks, it was only a few breaths before it zoomed into the length of 2 streetlights. The white dragon swims in the sea. Saw this bunch of alien monstrous species. Only his dragon's tail was seen sweeping under the water. Hidden in the reef and the sea shrimp, one by one the body becomes larger. The body of the lowest 2 shrimp feet like human legs stand in the sea. The other shrimp feet are shrinking, collected in the abdomen. The other 2 shrimp pincers is thick like a bodybuilding blogger's hand. The shrimp shells on the top of the head is upturned up, revealing a black face too. 1,000 shrimp soldiers stood at attention, ready to go. The white dragon's tail swept again, and another 100 crab generals materialized. You guys go and kill all those mole crickets. After issuing an order of his own, Shiro mused slightly, just follow that one's orders and protect myself. Killing these guys clean would be part of protecting myself. After the white dragon released the shrimp soldiers and crab generals, but did not stop. But continued to swim towards the deep sea, and of swimming out of the Chinese waters. It swam to where the gang of monstrous sea fish were most densely populated. The white dragon hid his figure and was underwater as if he was invisible, easily dodging the group of monstrous sea fish. Then before him was a dock in another country, and the white dragon came up out of the sea. Saw what's going on this dock. So it's you. On the dock stood one, with powdered hair and a black plaid dress, Misako. At the moment, San Z was pouting, his back facing the sea. From behind her, under a black plaid skirt, protruded a monkey with a single eye and wrinkled, slime-covered skin, which protruded its upper body from under the skirt, armless. The mouth was exaggeratedly split to the neck area. From inside his mouth, he kept spitting out all sorts of monstrous fish monsters. Misako hummed and shook her leg. And at that moment, Misako found herself blocked from the sun by a shadow. The shadow was strange, like a snake but with a pair of antlers on top of its head, and was burrowing out of the ocean floor to look at itself. San Z turned his head with a stunned look on his face. And Shiro looked up at each other. The white dragon spewed a mouthful of seawater out of his nose, scattering it precisely in San Z's face. White Dragon said, "So it's you, you're threatening me and that one. WH. What?" The expression on San Z's face at the moment was much like that of Xiao Zhu Tianzi before he died. San Z asked politely, "This brother, I don't think I have any grievances with you." Or maybe Misako thought he couldn't dare mess with the other guy. Shiro didn't say anything. He kept in mind what that one had asked of him. Protect yourself. A streak of blue lightning flowed from the white dragon's closed mouth. The dragon's mouth then opened and the house rushed down, its teeth extremely sharp as it bit off San Z's head. 2A. Misako's head spit on the sand. The body on the dock collapsed helplessly, no longer continuing to spit out the monstrous fish. In order to protect the waters of China, as of today, the waters of eastern Japan will be taken over by the Dragon Clan. After saying that, the white dragon sank into the water a little bit. After sinking into the water, the white dragon thought to himself, "I guess I did okay, I had good protection." Chapter 93, The Heavens Know Me Well, and today the Taoist heart is complete. The first psychiatric hospital of Zhonghai City. Shin Jiahao drove Mihanjia into the underground garage. Lin Baiyu's and Zhang Shuiyan's clothes were changed back into hospital gowns. Chen Jiahao looked at the time. There's 5 minutes to go before the night shift comes in to hand over. This was 2 hours later than Chen Jiahao's estimated time. Damn, if there wasn't traffic, I'd be there already. Chen Jiahao complained in a small voice. Lin Baiyu said from the side, "Director Chen, I could have dragged you away by using the Tongyin driving mist." Chen Jiahao didn't take Lin Baiyu's words seriously. Just smiled and responded, "Being able to take the car along in the sky. Can." Lin Baiyu recovered seriously. Good. Chen Jiahao said along with Lin Baiyu, "I feel happy to see you so strong." True da. Really? Chen Jiahao brought Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan back to the mental hospital and swiped his face from the first floor. Made it in. Chen Jiahao was greatly relieved by this time. It's finally back. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan went their own way, so Chen Jiahao didn't have to worry about managing the two of them. There was only one target for himself, and that was his oldest brother's office on the 3rd floor. Chan Ka-ho headed to the 3rd floor. The door opened, and inside the office Director Chen was already tired of playing 4399. The moment Chen Jiahao opened the door, he happened to stumble upon Director Chen sitting in front of his computer shouting, "Huangji armor." Director Chen's words ended abruptly. Face to face with Chan Ka-ho, who had just opened the door. Director Chen coughed, then exited the game with an expressionless face. "As a psychiatrist, it's normal for me to maintain my image while I'm at work, right?" Director Chen turned off the game, then from his own drawer, he took out the patient's medical records, then flipped through Lin Baiyu's patched notebook. "All in all, it seems like you're busy, but you can't tell what you're busy with." Without saying anything, Chen Jiahao took off his white coat. "I brought you back the man." "Ah." Director Chen put on his white coat. This day Director Chen had a frightening day, afraid that President Su would come to find himself. "But luckily, I got lucky today and played the game all day by myself." Director Chen now waits for the night shift to come in, summarizes the day's work, and then waits for the nurses to hand over and call it a day. Director Chen asked, "How's it going? What's the result of your leadership inspection?" Chen Jiahao laughed happily at the thought of it, and he said with an excited face in front of his oldest brother, "Perfect. Simply perfect. I'm telling you, Lindbergh is simply brilliant, so perfect. Blew my leader away, and my inspection was perfectly handled. Of course there were bad things in between, like his stomach. Just thinking about it made him feel another ache in his gut." Director Chen asked again, "Tell me what happened in between." There's nothing to say about my job." Chen Jiahao wanted to hide his real job. It's naturally impossible to give away what happened in between. But the reason Director Chen is fighting is that he wants to know what's going on out there and if it might be affecting Lin Baiyu's mental health. Since the old brother asked so, Chen Jiahao will be able to say the place to say out, Supervisory Law Division by Chunin, strange people, these things to all hide away. Director Chen grumbled a bit after hearing this. Although you are going along with what he says to avoid irritating him, don't forget that you are talking to him as me. You go along with it, which in turn pulls him in the direction of the myth. I'm going to have to continue the tugging to help him toward reality the next time I see him. Harm, you're a doctor anyway, so just work hard. Director Chen was infuriated by his brother's words. If you weren't my brother. Alas, not talking to you. Director Chen emptied the water left in his teacup in one gulp, and then placed all of his things inside the cabinet behind him. Chan Ka-ho left the hospital earlier. Director Chen went to hand over his work. Greeting room on the first floor. Big Smart went through the bars as the nurse and doctor examined him and then walked in. In the greeting room, He Ching is still wearing his own Taoist robe today, but this robe is stained with a lot of mud spots, some yellow on the chest. He Ching's eyes were very dark, and taking advantage of this period of waiting for Big Smart, he leaned his own head against the wall and actually fell asleep. Big Smart looked at his nose and didn't dare disturb his brother. It wasn't until He Ching had slept for a while that Big Smart gently woke him up. He Ching's eyes opened, and they were all red and bloodshot. Big Smart grabbed his brother's hand. Good brother, you've suffered. The soul is dead, and the heart is even deader. He Ching replied indifferently. He could no longer see any desire for survival on that face of his. Currently only one last mental stimulus away from death. Big Smart hurriedly took something out of his own pocket. At the same time, with a concerned face, he advised, you can't think like that. The big guys in the yard are thinking about you. We're all concerned about you, you mustn't think that way. He Ching closed his eyes and sighed, heartbreaking tears on earth, where to tell them to others? Sour vinegar, thick salt, and a cup, it's hard for the little people at the bottom to get away with it. Big Smart let the golden elixir in his hand to He Ching's face. Look, what is this? He Ching opened his eyes and looked at his good brother's hand. On that hand, a golden elixir fell. This item? He Ching looked at Big Smart with a look of incomprehension. Lin Baiyu gave it to you, you trust Lin Baiyu, you will be able to use it after you eat it, and it will definitely help you. He Ching knew Lin's ability, and he took this golden elixir in his hand on the spot under the persuasion of Big Smart. Then swallow it. After swallowing a golden elixir, He Ching felt like there was one more thing in his head. His consciousness pulled from his body into the world of his own consciousness, in which there was an endless sea to look at. The sea is sometimes tidal and sometimes calm, in short, disorderly. But in this great sea, there was a very conspicuous silhouette. This person was Lin Baiyu. He recognized it. Lin Baiyu stood in the middle of the sea. Coiled in the center of this sea, there was no expression on his face. Then Lin Baiyu moved. With this movement, the incarnation was yet 100 feet tall, like a Mount Sumeru in this sea. He Ching realized that his consciousness had become so strange. He disappeared himself, became a cloud of air, became a cloud. Then his own vision was moving around. Looking at Lin Baiyu in front of him, he was casting a Tao magic aptitude. Lin Baiyu's body moved slightly, but it stirred up the wind and waves in this sea of consciousness. Lin Baiyu had already suppressed her movements to the slightest, but He Ching still felt shocked. Only to hear Lin Baiyu recite under his breath. I am subject to one thought, and all things in heaven and earth are subject to me. Then Lin Baiyu's palm opened, and in the center of his palm stood densely packed with little people. Each one of them looked and stood no differently from Lin Baiyu, and one by one, these people jumped down from this gigantic Lin Baiyu. Then landed on the sea. One after another of the living, or jump or joy, or crying and mourning ran in all directions, and then He Ching did not know to what time and from a cloud from a state of consciousness and cohesion into the original appearance of standing on the sea. Countless Lin Baiyu formed a stream of people, like a sea of tourists in a shopping mall, like listeners at the end of a concert, one after another walking past He Ching. He Ching's heart felt something. Suddenly realized, when I move a thought, heaven and earth change. When I do not move a thought, heaven and earth are greatly quiet. He Ching fiercely realized that the pain he had suffered these days outside was actually like a puff of smoke, dispersing a little bit from the deepest part of his heart. He stepped back from the sea of consciousness. Already knowing what Lin Baiyu had given herself this time, he pronounced the name of the thing word for word in front of Big Smart. Out of body incarnation. That's right, this is what Lin Baiyu gave you. He said you'll be able to use it, for sure. He Ching suddenly swept away the exhaustion he had just felt. He turned to his good brother and said, many thanks, my brother's intention is appreciated, and I wish to convey it to my brother. This month, the 2 chances He Ching has used up. He would have to wait until the next time to come and meet with Big Smart again. Big Smart asked reluctantly, is there anything else? We'll all help you. He Ching suddenly threw off his Taoist robe and said in a dashing manner, my heart is bright, what more can I ask for? Since He Ching said so, Big Smart didn't say any more. He was only told that next month, he could come back to see himself again, and at the same time, the great cleverness was unable to spare his brother, and bade him come and see himself even if there was no trouble of any kind. He Chang, of course, nodded in agreement. After exiting the greeting room, He Chang and Big Smart left in completely opposite directions. He Chang left the door of the mental hospital. After exiting the gate, He Chang, standing on the side of the road, his eyes found the 5th floor in the building, then went from left to right and found Ward 666. At this moment, dark clouds in the sky just happened to cover the sun, and a piece of rain was blown by the cool autumn wind, blowing diagonally onto the ground and onto He Chang's Taoist robe. He Chang's Taoist robes, which hadn't been washed for more than 10 days, were as new as his heart when they were washed by the rain. He Chang stood in the rain, his left hand in front of him and his right hand folded behind him, and made a heavy salute in that direction. Then He Chang straightened up again and stood in this heavy rain with a wave of his Taoist robe and a laugh. The God of Heaven also knows me, and today the Taoist heart is complete. He Chang took a step forward. It splits into 2, and when you take another step forward, 2 becomes 4 again. He Chang mounted his own electric bike and left with a twist of the throttle. And on this day, the city of Jianghai, Ganghai City Elderly Welfare Center, Orphanage, School for Disabled Children. Both welcomed a strange man who wore a Taoist robe and had a clear gaze. The first thing that came out of my mouth was, "Short on volunteers?" Chapter 94, What's your name, boy? If these people could have a communal working large group, they would realize that the people who come to volunteer in their homes today, surprisingly, they all look exactly the same. Inside the orphanage, He Chang spoke his first words to the staff at the front door. "Short on volunteers?" Inside was an older woman in her 50s, short hair looking like she swept and cooked, holding a handful of cowpeas in her hand as she pinched off the bad parts with her fingers. She looked He Chang over from head to toe. "Doesn't the Taoist master practice monasticism?" "Fix it." Auntie reminded again politely, "We, the volunteers, can't provide the money for the joss oil." He Chang smiled, knowing that the other party had misunderstood the meaning. "It's my practice to come here and volunteer, so if you're willing to help me, introduce me to the dean." "I'm just the dean, volunteers don't get paid, and honestly the kids are pretty rowdy, not as comfortable as you'd think." "It's okay, I'm here to do a good deed." The older woman smiled and said, "If you want to leave just let me know, you can help me with the cowpeas first. I'll go arrange your dormitory." The dormitory environment also only has a small bed of No problem. He Chang was getting cowpeas here, and there was not a single child in sight in the yard for some reason. Obviously this is an orphanage. Finally, from inside the inner gate, a boy came out. The boy, whose hair and eyelashes were all white, and whose skin was also white, carried a little girl, 5 years younger than him, on his back in strips torn from a bedsheet. Walking from the house to the outside and then back inside again, in a constant process of putting the little girl to sleep. He Chang noticed that the little girl child was just like the boy, her hair was all white and her skin looked abnormal. He Chang felt it was too bad if he stared at his house all the time, although he was also curious. But still, he lowered his head and continued to pinch the cowpeas. A handful of cowpeas Ho Ching handled very carefully. The bad part does not go cut and poured pot is possible to be eaten into the stomach. He Ching was busy with his work when he suddenly felt a person standing beside him. Then a childish voice spoke up and asked, "You're not Mama Zhao, are you? Mrs. Cho? I think that's the dean." He Ching raised his head and locked eyes with the teenager, and it was only at this close range that he realized that his eyes were also white. "Can't you see?" He Ching asked. The teenager's ears twitched, and then he gave an expression that he had heard right. "I can't see it, but I can see the light, and I was able to tell it wasn't Mama Chang by the sound of your breathing." "Is that your sister behind you?" "Yes, but not the biological kind. Joe's mom said she was an albino like me." Because of this, the teenager was surprisingly kind to this little girl, almost literally looking at her as his own sister. He Ching felt that this teenager was good. As to why he was good, probably because of appreciation. He Ching then had his first meal here at noon. When this time came, he realized why Zhao's mother had said that it wasn't a good place to stay. Originally, He Ching thought that the so-called volunteer labor was nothing more than doing physical work, but it wasn't, especially in this orphanage. Those children with physical problems, you even have to change their diaper wetting as to why you can't see them inside the yard. Because very few of these children are able-bodied. Mama Joe had said that none of the able-bodied children would stay here, the kind that would soon be adopted away, and it was these remaining children that were the huge problem. He Ching seldom took a break from eating. All of these children need adult supervision, and even eating a meal requires constant attention. Finally, after a midday meal, the real moment of testing comes next. Joe's mom is simply all-powerful. Sign language, braille, physical rehabilitation training. Almost all of the time is spent with these kids. But He Ching's arrival allowed her to have a moment of respite. Here, there's no one else. He Ching asked. Yes, but they're also volunteers with their own lives, and most of them need me. Joe's mother smiled. As time went on, I learned a little here and a little there, realizing I knew them all. He Ching stood in awe. Then asked Mother Zhao, are there any clothes here? What's wrong? This robe is getting in the way, I'm going to change into something else. He Ching changed into an old long-sleeved, like the oldest man to wear, and then clicked 3 or 4 scissors to cut the long hair he had stored for many years. Zhao's mother was anxious. Don't, you're a Taoist priest. What kind of Taoist priest do you look like with your haircut? He Ching's handiwork was poor, and the top of his head was cut so long and short that it looked like it had been chewed by a dog. He Ching touched his long and short hair and smiled. It's okay, I'll stay here for a few more years, I'll grow back in time. He Ching decided to start by passing the toilet and wiping the hood. Zhao's mom doesn't have time to do this on a regular basis, and some parts of this orphanage are too dirty. Those kids aren't even as tall as the table, much less doing this. He Ching's first night, he slept soundly. The following morning, he missed the time for breakfast, and Zhao Mama did leave food for him, but after He Ching finished eating, he walked to the front yard. Although he was out of the mental hospital, He Ching would still practice the Xian Jiutian bone washing and tendon strengthening technique at this time of the day. One is to elevate the situation. Secondly, it was always a thought to practice and still look like the big guys were with him. He Ching's body frame held the void, and the rhythm of his pace was very slow and light. When he got out of the mental hospital, there was no one to correct him, and he was so hard on himself in every practice that he was afraid that he might make a mistake above the details. There's no Lindbergh to point out now. He Ching was practicing there when he suddenly realized that there was a pair of pale white eyes looking at him. It was the teenager, but this time he wasn't carrying his sister. Being one of the few who could move around freely, the teenager could at least come and go even though he couldn't see. The teenager was clearly invisible, but he suddenly spoke. Brother He, you fought beautifully. Can you see? Can't see it, but I see the light staying in you. Really, want to learn? This stuff is good for the body. Learn to be nice to my sister, to everyone in the yard? This question put He Ching in a difficult position. Lin Baiyu did say that this gong has a bone-washing effect, but if you really want to be good to others, then I'm afraid that you have to learn from Lin Baiyu. Do more good deeds, and the 3 flowers coalesce to reveal the sky, so that you can be blessed with the blessings of others. He Ching returned, can. Instead of strangling someone, tell a good lie. Then I want to learn. I'll teach you. He Ching, when Xian Jiutian washed the bones and tendons of the work is very difficult, was taught by the big smart. Half a month cannot enter the door. Teaching a blind child would only be more difficult. But the teenager learned the lesson the hard way. He Ching didn't have much hope, after all, it was too hard to learn. But he realized he was wrong about the teenager. This kid. Inexplicably ruthless, although his eyes couldn't see, He Ching taught him a move and he would die to make his body memorize it. This kind of ruthlessness is not the ruthlessness of taking a knife to someone else, but the kind of ruthlessness of taking a knife to cut flesh into yourself and then giving it away in front of you. He Ching was convinced by this ruthlessness of his. Are you eager to learn how to become one? He Ching asked. The teenager smiled, but seriously said, I want my sister to get better. What's your name? We were abandoned by our parents at birth, so we are nameless. But I gave myself one. Call it what it is. Yang Jian. Chapter 95. What is it that covers my eyes? So it's the southern hemisphere. In Ward 666, Big Smart was mopping the floor with a mop, while Zhang Shuiyan was holding a water-soaked rag and wiping the lights on the roof. When Zhang Shuiyan took a look at the rag, the original yellow color was no longer visible. The top was dark. Water. Lin Baiyu stood on the ground with a water basin in her hand, then passed it upwards. Zhang Shuiyan, who was riding on Lin Baiyu's neck, bent down and dipped the rag in her hands. Dust mixed with dirt melted inside the water. The water, which had been crystal clear, was instantly blackened. Lin Baiyu's eyes were dark at the moment. Zhang Shuiyan, who was bent over, blocked the scenery outside and sent another piece of scenery. Lin Baiyu couldn't help but take a sniff. Some fragrance. A hot breath exhaled from Lin Baiyu's nose coincidentally exhaled on Zhang Shuiyan's southern hemisphere. Zhang Shuiyan swallowed her saliva and pretended to know nothing. Keep washing the rags. You're wearing perfume. Never spray that stuff, and besides, how can there be perfume in a hospital room? But you do smell good. Oh, it could be another flavor. What flavor? Lin Baiyu asked curiously. Zhang Shuiyan wrung out the rag with both hands and looked at Lin Baiyu, who was being ridden underneath him, and suddenly wanted to punch him. Zhang Shuiyan said in a very small voice, if you're nicer to me and more sincere, I'll treat you to that flavor. Also, there are some things. About girls, you can ask more if it's just you and me, but right now. Zhang Xueyan gave Lin Baiyu a look. Lin Baiyu followed Zhang Xueyan's gaze. Their big smart had finished mopping the two innermost corners, the back of the cabinet was still clean from his mopping, and was now pushing it back into place. But there's someone else now. Zhang Xueyan finished her sentence. Lin Baiyu blinked, so that's how it should be when I'm with other girls, right? Ha ha ha. Zhang Xueyan wrote on the top, listening to Lin Baiyu. This sentence suddenly gave a gas laugh. At the moment she wanted to speak, but the real gas cannot say out. Lin Baiyu then looked at Zhang Xueyan holding the rag with a good happy look, but although that smile was still happy, the movement of her hand was very vigorous. Zhang Xueyan rubbed Lin Baiu's head hard with one hand, while the other hand held a rag and spat on Lin Baiu's face, rotating it 15 times clockwise. Not washing my face, Lin Baiyu said with her eyes closed. Zhang Xueyan was on top of him and he didn't even have anywhere to hide. Lin Baiyu carried the water basin and staggered around the house. Wanted to avoid the hand of Zhang Xueyan on the face, but couldn't avoid it, and the water inside the basin shook left and right and spilled out quite a lot. Once that aunt in the graphic store had told Zhang Xueyan to be a little more patient with such boys. But at the moment, Zhang Xueyan had just one thought. Man, it's not worth it. Ugh, I'm in a good mood this early in the morning. It's lost to you. Zhang Xueyan let out a cry of self-pity. Then urged Lindbergh to walk over to the spot she had just been on and she was going to continue the roof scrubbing. In addition to the lights, the tops of the walls are very much to be cleaned, and since they are to be cleaned then they are to be cleaned all at once. The wards handled their own hygiene, while an auntie did the outside. Not only the patient's ward, but Director Chen on the third floor was also cleaning up in his office. The nooks and crannies inside the room, all of them have to be swept thoroughly. There are also some useless things that should be disposed of. It's years old and no longer useful. Keep these for defense. Harm, how can there still be an 18-band manga? Stay? Director Chen stared at this one comic in deep thought. Because when he first entered the industry, his teacher once said that the patient, well, actually more difficult problem is not know how to be a person. And as a doctor, that has areas that are not conveniently involved, and a big part of that is the gender thing. This kind of thing, the domestic research is not much, psychiatric scope of that is more almost counted no. This manga was bought by Director Chen's teacher when he was traveling in the East, for no other reason than it was a very serious introduction to body-related manga. Well, keep it in the future. If Lin Baiyu really goes to school to study, she should always fall in love and get married. Director Chen decided to throw this book of dust-eating old guys in. Some of the medical journals that had been given to him to rummage through were categorized, and those of them that were useful continued to be kept, and those that were useless or of little use were given to be thrown away. All of these things are so specialized that there's not much room to donate even if you do. Next door, Dr. Fawn, also holding a large box, dropped his stuff off. It's all useless in there. Today, there was a big cleanup in the hospital, and not only the patients, doctors had to clean too. President Su personally supervises. After cleaning up in the morning, each person added a chicken leg to their lunch meal, which was free. Lin Baiyu was satisfied as she ate the stewed spiced chicken thighs. Zhang Xueyan said from the sidelines, puzzle, I can't put it together. Oh, no spelling then. That's not what I meant in the physical sense of the spell not being completed. Question mark. Lin Baiyu was confused. Harm, you'll see when we get back to the dorm. The two men continued to bury their heads in dry food. Today, Lin Baiyu bought 2 more bottles of Coke after the meal. 1 bottle each with Zhang Xueyan. The two men, Coke in hand, walked through the plastic curtain in front of the cafeteria doors, where a patient was coincidentally heading inside. Crossed paths with a couple of people. Lin Baiyu sipped a Coke and walked outside the cafeteria with Zhang Xueyan. The two of them walked side by side. Zhang Xueyan's Coke was undrinkable, having only just eaten she held it in her hand. 5th floor, room 666. Zhang Xueyan took out all of the puzzle pieces and placed them on her bed. There are 3 diagrams that have been put together so far. They were the Southern Heaven, the Divine Heavenly Jade Clear Mansion, and a piece that Zhang Xueyan had only recently put together, which was not a house building. Instead, it's a peach orchard. On this industrial style full of puzzle pieces, a shoddy peach tree is painted with industrially painted unattractive red peaches. Zhang Xueyan once again disliked it. This manufacturer made it so ugly, it's a waste of such a good puzzle. Lin Baiyu didn't feel that, instead he felt that this peach tree, Nantian painted it extremely well. Very pleased with myself. Lin Baiyu wanted to know how Zhang Xueyan couldn't put up a fight. Zhang Xueyan took out 2 puzzle pieces from the bedside, then slowly approached. In order to let Lin Baiyu see a little more clearly, Zhang Xueyan placed one of the pieces on her bedside, then took a piece of the puzzle and moved closer to the articulation. Only the piece of the puzzle on the bed moved forward a little like a magnet. The further Zhang Xueyan moved forward, the more the puzzle on this bed fled. Lin Baiyu was slightly surprised by this scene. He took the puzzle from Zhang Xueyan's hand. It's either a magnet or a jigsaw puzzle, that's right. What's going on here? Has this happened before? No, just found it last night when I was spelling. Lin Baiyu was also puzzled in his heart. Since you are puzzled, then ask Director Chen. Chapter 96 Director Chen, what the hell is 89 Shin Gong? I haven't patched this. Third floor, Director Chen's office. Knock knock. Come in. Director Chen looked up and realized that the person who came was Lin Baiyu. Director Chen immediately greeted Lin Baiyu with a smile and came in. Lin Baiyu sat on that small white chair and surveyed Director Chen's interior. Director Chen, your office has gotten cleaner. Although once also very neat, but after cleaning is really different. In the past to come to Director Chen's table things on the table is scattered, now coming above things put are neat and tidy. Yes? Yes. Director Chen poured Lin Baiyu a glass of water. He now had urgent questions he wanted to ask Lin Baiyu. How do you feel now? Not good. Director Chen's heart tightened and he said that it was not good. Sure enough, I shouldn't have let Lin bird to my own brother and let the psychopath go out and help my own brother cope with his work. He had really lost his mind before agreeing to Chen Jiahao's request. Later. No, there's no more later. It's the end of the line. Director Chen suddenly stood up and pushed his side of the window open. Lin Baiyu knew what Director Chen would do next. Lin Baiyu took the initiative and said, you smoke it, Director Chen, I don't mind, and I won't tell Dean Su. Director Chen gave a you know me very well expression. Director Chen didn't plan to smoke it now. Lin student, do you know that cigarettes are bad for your health? No. So there's one general consensus among us smokers. Question mark. Lin Baiyu listened curiously. That is to be sure to smoke when one's body or mind is hurting, and in that way one can counteract the harmful parts that are present in the cigarette itself. Think about it, I'm already hurting inside and in my body, and it's all starting to take a toll on longevity. This time of year, yeah. Fizzle. Director Chen clenched his fingers empty and then placed them in front of his mouth to take an empty breath. This is the time when we can smoke again, so we can fully enjoy the pleasure of cigarettes without worrying about its bad effects. Ha 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 ha. Director Chen felt that his joke was simply too good to be true. Too much fun. Unfortunately, Lin Baiyu, who was sitting on a small white stool, was expressionless. Director Chen got to the point, oh student Lin, go ahead. Lin Baiyu thought about it and decided to start with the initial question. I've run into difficulties with the cultivation of the 8-9 metaphysical skills. Wait. Director Chen suddenly interrupted Lin Baiyu's words, then rummaged through his own drawer and pulled out his notebook. Deliberately, he turned the cover of his notes towards Lin Baiyu and carefully viewed the patches on the notes himself. He turned from the last page. Ha! No luck. One more page ahead, eh? Still nothing. That's not true. Director Chen was a bit flustered, but there was still determination in his heart. But when he turned this one notebook to the first page, Director Chen was completely confused. No. How could there be none? I missed the patch again? When was that? Phew. Director Chen closed the notebook and put it back in the drawer. He had just gone through it so carefully that there was no need to go through it again. The notebook just didn't have what Lin had said. Director Chen was in a bit of a bad mood. Mr. Lin, let me smoke one first. Okay. Director Chen stood up and leaned against the window, then pulled a black Type 64 pistol from his white coat. The gun was pointed at the cigarette. Pull the trigger. LOL. A small red flame popped out of the muzzle. Director Chen took 2 puffs and a green smoke floated out from inside his mouth. Then he withdrew the pistol into his own white coat, his eyes narrowed with the cigarette in his fingers, his shoulders unconsciously relaxed, and his whole body leaned comfortably against the window. White second-hand smoke drilled out of his mouth and nose. Life nah, it's wonderful. Director Chen smoked a cigarette, suddenly remembered yesterday, and leaned on the window again to ask Lin Baiyu. Yesterday. How did it feel to get out of the hospital? It feels like you're so powerful, Director Chen, that you were actually able to bribe the Zhanghai City's supervisory and legal department. That's what I admire the most. Question mark. Director Chen was confused. What's this about the Department of Justice? What's this about payoffs? Didn't my brother take him out to deal with the leaders? How did he get involved with the Department of Justice? Director Chen was eager to ask Lin Baiyu what had happened yesterday when he went out. But to ask directly would not be to show that it was not he who had taken him out yesterday. It's hard to ask. Forget it. Let's ask Ha-Ho. Director Chen smoked a cigarette and asked again, so, besides all that, how do you feel about going out on a trip? No feelings. Doesn't it feel cozy and meaningful? Meaning. Lin Baiyu lowered her head, then thought for a moment. Maybe saving a lot of people and doing a lot of good deeds is considered meaningful. Oh, that's pretty good. Director Chen's eyes lit up. Although he didn't know what exactly Lin Baiyu had done outside yesterday, being able to hear from this child's mouth that it made sense to do good deeds, it meant that his treatment was having a very great effect. Director Chen was now able to be 100% certain that Lin Baiyu would not develop an antisocial personality in the future, which was another step forward for him to enter society and be accepted by everyone. Not bad. Not bad. But as a psychiatrist, it's important to have the necessary looseness. It's only for the moment, and there's a future backlash to prevent. Director Chen finished his cigarette and then sat down in his seat. Student Lin, tell me about the difficulties of the 8-9 Xian Gong. Director Chen silently spat in his heart, although I don't know what the 8-9 Xian Gong is all about either is all. Lin Baiyu said, the game machine yesterday did not teach me the secret of Contra, but I practiced, but I can never reach the realm of seeing the true self and seeing all beings that you said, Director Chen. So I thought I'd ask how to go about it. Director Chen's first reaction was that it was broken. Owned the patch and got it broken. Director Chen pulled open his own drawer, grabbed out his notebook, and flipped through it quickly. The pages of the book turned rapidly, tracing out a sheet of vapors. Turned straight to one of the pages. Director Chen exclaimed in his mind that he had found it. He himself had initially given the Vajra patch before giving the handheld to Lin Baiyu. But now this Vajra unbreakable body was changed by Chen Jiahao. Director Chen found it inexplicably difficult to get around. Then Director Chen finally remembered the same old excuse he had used so many times. Student Lin, do you remember what I told you at the time? I have a low blessing. I can't remember all these feats and stuff. Lin Baiyu said, then I'll memorize the mantra for you again. Cloudy white comes and goes. That's how it is, and you said, Director Chen, that after learning it, you'll be invincible. Director Chen sucked in a breath of cool air, suddenly having the feeling of being sold out by his pig teammates. This. Is this an invincible thing? Every time you patch yourself, that's to draw Lin Baiyu towards reality. Is this an invincible thing? Handheld games, listening to music, watching movies, taking walks and drinking water, even reading extracurriculars, that's all just for a purpose, an ultimate purpose. Getting Lindbergh to accept reality and gravitate towards the real world. Well, that's a big deal. Director Chen's head hurt from the anger. No, I have to smoke another one. Director Chen didn't ask Lin Baiyu's opinion this time. Directly, he took out the cigarette in his white coat and filled his mouth, then took out that pistol from his arms again. Suddenly he froze. Director Chen smiled. He took his own pistol and lit a cigarette. Wisps of white smoke wafted from the inside of his mouth. In order to prevent Lin Baiyu from sucking in, he purposely leaned towards that window. Director Chen said, Mr. Lin, you just asked me why you can't see your true self or all beings, right? Yes. Lin Baiyu nodded silently. Let me tell you why. Director Chen suddenly leaned down and said with a serious face, that's because you didn't stare carefully. You have not given your attention to the fullest use, and that is why you do not see all beings or the true self. I see. Lin Baiyu came to a realization. Every time he refined the spells himself, it was all about one work and many refining. In order to increase efficiency, he never concentrated on just one spell. Even when he was refining his body, it was with earphones to refine the Samadhi true fire. Seeing that Lin Baiyu was logically self-referential, Director Chen was overjoyed. But the expression on his face was earnest and serious. From behind his desk, Director Chen asked, Student Lin, do you trust me? Lin Baiyu returned without half a hesitation, Director Chen, I believe you. That's good. With a solemn face, Director Chen placed this gun in his hand on the table and then pushed it in front of Lin Baiyu. Do you know what this is? Lighter. Wrong, it is ostensibly a lighter. But really, it is a pistol-shaped lighter. You are unable to see your true self and all beings, all because you lack a tool. So that's how it is? Lin Baiyu's face was confused. Director Chen pushed this pistol in front of Lin Baiyu, then said faintly, trust me. If you utilize the tools, you will surely be able to see all beings. How? First of all, with 3 points, focus your attention and then rely on this one tool, and you will surely see the beings. There are 3 main points. Meditate, concentrate, and pay attention to your breathing. Lin Baiyu listened attentively. Director Chen felt that this wasn't enough and had Lin Baiyu pick up this gun with both hands and then taught him how to read the center of gravity. Lin Baiyu held the gun with both hands, staring at the center of aim while remembering the essentials and listening carefully to the sound of his breathing. That's right, keep it up. Lin Baiyu held the gun with both hands and suddenly felt his body disappear. The 3 flowers in his body no longer presented a left and right side-by-side situation, but instead, the 3 flowers were suddenly ordered up and down in a single line, and they were slowly running in his body. Lin Baiyu's sight was directed downward. The earth beneath his feet became the heavenly way, while the universe above his head was covered with land. Lin Baiyu raised her head again. Saw Director Chen beside himself. Director Chen's body stood in the clouds, in a 4-dimensional unaccountable life form. Lin Baiyu understood at first glance what this life form was, that it was Director Chen's life and the Tao of his life, which also included the depth of his blessings. In addition to these, it also contains what Director Chen will meet tomorrow, and what he will do and what things he will meet tomorrow, next year, and 2 years from now. But unfortunately, Lin Baiyu couldn't see anything that deep and could only feel it in a daze. Lin Baiyu weakly spoke, Director Chen, I saw the beings. Everyone has a destiny, and it is difficult to escape the way of heaven in life. Director Chen was not surprised when he returned, oh, that's quite normal, after all, you are very talented. Director Chen smiled happily. After Lin Baiyu asked the first question, there was a second one. Director Chen, why can't Zhang Xueyan put together a picture? Chapter 97 Ling Xiao. Jigsaw? This matter had an impression on Director Chen. This thing was indeed given to Lin Baiyu by himself, but the intention was to give it to him to play with. I didn't realize that Lin gave it to someone else. But it can't hurt. It's for patience anyway. Director Chen listened to this question of Lin Baiyu listening to the real thing. It's just a matter of not being able to put the puzzle together. It's so easy. Moreover, Director Chen felt that if every question Lin Baiyu asked in the future was like this one, involving reality away from the unreal, then he would be very happy. Jigsaw puzzles, if a person has never seen something, then it is definitely not possible to put it together. It's normal. Never seen it before. Lin Baiyu fell into deep thought. Then a realization dawned while sitting on a small white stool. Oh, I see. It's because none of us have seen the rest of the landscape that we can't spell out the next pattern. Director Chen, yeah, that's an easy one. Lin Baiyu finally stood up, her entire body incomparably relaxed. Director Chen, thank you, I finally have no more doubts. Director Chen smiled faintly. Student Lin, remember to come to me if you still have questions. Okay. Director Chen watched Lin Baiyu go out. He himself took out his notebook from the drawer, then added this times patch on it. Lin Baiyu smoothly brought on the door of Director Chen's office. The moment the door closed, on Lin Baiyu's body, the striped hospital gown changed. Starting to drag from the hem position, the color on the dress changed from a striped color to pure white, and Lin Berg's appearance began to change. As he closed the door completely and turned around, a nurse happened to be passing by, holding a few papers. He smiled slightly at Lin Baiyu and said, Hello, Director Chen. Lin Baiyu's mold appearance had completely turned into Director Chen. It's the more subtle things like blood type, genes, and voice that are not yet mimicked well, so Lin Baiyu didn't speak with your nurse and just nodded. Lin Baiyu left the 3rd floor and then entered into the stairway. He lifted his own head and looked to the top of the wall. A golden light emanated from his eyes sight across the asylum and all the way up to the sky. Lin Baiyu at the moment unfolded his golden eyes in Director Chen's body to see the scenery in the sky. In the middle of the sky, there was a large hall. This great hall was located in the center of the 33 heavy heavens, being topped by 9 layers of clouds to the highest point. Lin Baiyu's eyes met the name of the plaque on this great hall. 2 words are written on it, Ling Xiao. Lin Baiyu retracted her gaze and suddenly spoke, so what they saw was this scenery. With this opening, Lin Baiyu's change broke open, and his body naturally took on his own form again. He walked up from down the stairs back to the 5th floor. Room 666. Lin Baiyu asked Zhang Xueyan to take out the 2 pieces of the puzzle again. This time Zhang Xueyan easily connected the puzzle pieces. It worked. Zhang Xueyan was a bit surprised. Lin Baiyu said, it's really good, just like Director Chen said, if you've seen it you can definitely spell it out. How did you do it? Zhang Xueyan was curious. Lin Baiyu felt that instead of explaining, it would be better to just demonstrate it. Standing in front of Zhang Xueyan, Lin Baiyu's body turned in place and his entire appearance changed instantly. Except for the difference in height, the outer shape of the mold was exactly the same as Zhang Xueyan. Zhang Xueyan's mouth couldn't close as she watched from the opposite side of Lin Baiyu. Zhang Xueyan first stayed shocked for a long time before she went up to touch the face of this person across the street. First the face, then the hair. Just like. It's like looking in a mirror. Zhang Xueyan kept her sight down, then blinked wordlessly. It's not uncommon for something to grow on one's own body, but if someone exactly like oneself appears, then intense curiosity takes over. Zhang Xueyan said softly, Lin Baiyu, don't move. Let your sister check your health. Zhang Xueyan's hands came together and touched on her own breasts on the opposite side. Then slowly rubbed it clockwise while tutaying. Wow, so this is how it feels? It doesn't feel like this at all when it grows on its own body. Whoa, why is there a very satisfying enjoyment inside? Zhang Xueyan rubbed lightly with a soothing expression. The moment the door toward 666 was opened. Big Smart had a peach in his mouth and a white plastic bag in his hand, which he had brought for his roommate. The whole thing froze as soon as the Big Smart door opened. What do I see? Zhang Xueyan touched Zhang Xueyan's fierceness, and then the two of them together looked to the doorway that was about to open the door and come in themselves. Big Smart had just opened the door with some kind of motion, and now it was like a movie rewind before closing the door again. Outside the door of the hospital room, Big Smart leaned his back against the room, the peach he was gnawing on in his mouth falling to the floor before bouncing on the ground and rolling to the side. Big Smart raised his hand over his head as he was ushering in a brainstorming session. If I touched myself, would that be considered committing hooliganism using logic? But if it counts, then it's me who's in jail, and I. Big Smart's eyes rolled up and his brain went down. Inside the dormitory, Zhang Xueyan withdrew her hand, indicating that she had had enough fun. Lin Baiyu's body turned once again, and like magic, the whole person changed back once again. Now that he had cracked the mystery of the puzzle, Lin Baiyu felt that it was time to go to the Great Luo Heaven once more. After all, there was still a place that Zhang Xueyan hadn't visited in the diagram she had spelled out. Lin Baiyu grabbed onto the pieces of Nan Tian's puzzle while her other hand grabbed Zhang Xueyan's hand. Then the next moment, the two of them disappeared out of thin air from the hospital room. Even if the nurse realizes they're missing, she can just use the excuse that they were in the yard. Once again to the southern sky. Zhang Xueyan couldn't get tired of seeing the scenery here every time she came. Let me see it a little longer. There's nothing to see at the gate. But I think it's beautiful. Pretty? The scope of the southern heavenly gate is not large even compared to the divine heavenly jade clearance mansion is quite small. The only imposing thing is these two large pillars, and the scope of being able to walk around is relatively small. It had to do with Lin Baiyu's strength. Zhang Xueyan didn't forget Lin Baiyu's purpose of coming here. She held the latest spelled-out diagram in her hand and then pressed it on the southern heavenly gate. In the next second, a powerful force sucked the two of them in. Feeling dizzy, Lin Baiyu flew over unmeasurable distances at an extremely fast speed and then landed on a ground. The first person Lin Baiyu went to help was Zhang Xueyan after she stabilized herself. Compared to Lin Baiyu, Zhang Xueyan flew over and went unabated, and the whole thing flew out with recoil, plowing a trail on the ground before planting into the garden. This land was not like the divine heavenly jade clear mansion, which was a small attic or a small building. It's a deserted, waiting to be developed field, with no buildings around it, and all that's underfoot is black mud. At the moment, Zhang Xueyan's entire upper body was stuffed into the mud. Zhang Xueyan. Lin Baiyu trotted over and grabbed Zhang Xueyan's ankle, then pulled it out like a radish. After Zhang Xueyan's entire body was plucked out, a golden glow emerged from within the pit on the ground. Zhang Xueyan ate a mouthful of mud and her hair carried a lot of black mud. Bah. What's the matter? Why is it so unstable this time? Lin Baiyu stood aside for a long time without saying anything. Zhang Xueyan let out a tisk and clenched her fists. The whole person didn't stand up, just sat there and said, Lin Baiyu, you heartless, thanks to me washing and drying your clothes every day. I met you in my last life. When you see me down, you don't even know how to help me up. The more Zhang Xueyan thought about it, the angrier she became. I really don't know what's so great about this man. Pat yourself on the face and the black mud in your hair after you're pissed off. It's only been 2 steps. Suddenly it felt hot in the palm of his hand. Well. Zhang Xueyan's small face blushed. Out of. Lin Baiyu grabbed her hand. Lin Baiyu's 10 fingers ambiguously began to cross up to interlock with Zhang Xueyan's fingers. After knowing each other for so long, this was the first time that Lin Baiyu had taken the initiative to hold her hand, and it was still in such an ambiguous position. Zhang Xueyan was lying when she said she wasn't shy. Obviously, he had just been so angry, but now his face was shy. Lin Baiyu clasped Zhang Xueyan's hand with her 10 fingers, and then the back of her hand also deliberately lightly rubbed against Zhang Xueyan's thigh. Like a cat that knows it's done something wrong and trots over to rub its body against the human's ankle over and over again. Zhang Xueyan suddenly wasn't angry anymore. And some can't stand the look of Lin Baiyu. This guy. Why is he suddenly enlightened? He's too good at dealing with girls. Zhang Xueyan was still angry just now, and then suddenly knew that Lin Baiyu was retaining herself because she was angry. The heart of his grudge, and cannot help but a little bit of dispersion, Zhang Xueyan, and turned to think, their own people are not too demanding. Instead of being like that yourself, you're being unreasonable. I forgive. Zhang Xueyan's word you hadn't even been uttered yet. Suddenly, he realized that his entire body was thrown up by a huge force. With his feet in the air, heaven and earth turned upside down. The last image in front of her eyes before her vision was obscured by a patch of black mud was that of Lin Baiyu grabbing her hand and playing over the shoulder drop. Zhang Xueyan's entire body, the upper half of her body was plunged back into the mud again as if she had cut down a green onion. In the dirt, Zhang Xueyan's lower half was exposed. 2 arms, with only the wrist area exposed. Zhang Xueyan's fists were clenched tightly. Zhang Xueyan's roar came from the muddy ground. Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu grabbed Zhang Xueyan's feet. Then with a hard pull, once again, she was taken out. Zhang Xueyan ate a mouthful of black mud. Ba. Zhang Xueyan gasped and laughed, looking at Lin Baiyu with a smile on her face. Lin Baiyu, however, didn't notice her. Instead, he stared at the ground with a curious face and went to look at the mud pit that Zhang Xueyan had just stuck out. Only a ball of golden light emerged from the deepest part of the mud pit that Zhang Xueyan had thrust out. These golden lights coalesced but did not disperse, and a life was brewing inside. Lin Baiyu could feel something in this underground. Taking another look at the black mud that Zhang Xueyan had just spat out of her mouth. After these black mud fell back into the garden in the mud spots, a little bit of green actually burrowed out, and then this green began to yellow again, and finally withered, and then rooted down and grew a green shoot. And the dirt that Zhang Xueyan combed from her hair, when it landed on the ground, it drew out a bud of green grass seedlings. Originally there was only black dirt in the small garden. At this moment, the first signs of life appeared. On the other hand, the 2 small pits that had just been inserted continued to condense their golden light without much movement. Amazing! Lin Baiyu suddenly felt someone tapping his shoulder. A pair of soft hands then grabbed his shoulders. A huge force lifted Lin Baiyu to his entire body and then flung him into the air. The last scene Lin Baiyu saw was Zhang Xueyan, who was angry like a tigress. That expression, the face is all over the place. The upper half of Lin Baiyu's body was plunged backwards into the mud. Both legs stood naturally on the dirt floor. Zhang Xueyan stared between Lin Baiyu's legs with a bad smile on her face. Raise a palm and clasp it into a claw. Stealing peach dragon claw hand. The small garden followed. A miserable cry came from under the black mud. Zhang Xueyan exhaled softly and raised her head. 45, cool. The sound was long-lasting and echoed throughout the small garden. After a long time, Zhang Xueyan grabbed Lin Baiyu's ankle and it took some effort to pull him out. Originally, he wanted Lin Baiyu to come out on his own. But as a result, she squatted and watched for a long time, but Lin Baiyu was lifeless. Lin Baiyu was dragged out by Zhang Xueyan. The whole thing looked like it was going to die. Zhang Xueyan was very careful and gentle, little by little, combing the black mud off Lin Baiyu's head. Fingers combed into the hair, little by little, Lin Baiyu's hair was cleaned. Lin Baiyu couldn't figure out why it was the same person, but just now and now were worlds apart. Zhang Xueyan sat on the ground. There was a clean hospital gown in the sick room anyway. Lin Baiyu also had clean clothes, after all, she still washed them, she knew best. Zhang Xueyan sat on the ground and rested Lin Baiyu's head on her lap. Little by little, I helped him wipe the black mud off his face. Zhang Xueyan looked down at Lin Baiyu. What's wrong? Why don't you say anything? Are you in a bad mood? Lin Baiyu rested on Zhang Xueyan's thigh and turned her face sideways without saying anything. Ouch! Zhang Xueyan hooked out a strand of hair with her fingers and pinched herself, the end of her hair sweeping over Lin Baiyu's neck. With a concerned look on her face, she said, "Gee, isn't my baby happy?" Lin Baiyu continued to remain silent. Nor look at her. Lin Baiyu looked at it and realized that he had just plunged into the ground, causing a crater. Surprisingly, no golden light came out. However, the mud pit caused by Zhang Xueyan was still oozing with golden light now. And the breath of life bred within the golden light became 1 point more intense. Another look at the black clay that had just been taken out of her hair while brushing it for herself. When they fell to the ground, they all sprouted a greenish-colored green shoot as well. The problem was with Zhang Xueyan. Lin Baiyu sat up in order to verify her thoughts. Then he found a grain of black mud from his own hair and dropped it on the floor. The black mud was still black mud, without any semblance of change. Sure enough. Zhang Xueyan sat on the ground and suddenly pursed her lips and said in a complaining manner, "What's Big Smart doing buying peaches? I suddenly want to eat grapes." After all was said and done, Lin Baiyu then saw. One of the green shoots beside itself began to grow at a rapid pace. A black vine grew, and then consciously began to look for a place where it could climb upwards. Naturally, he approached Lindbergh. Using Lin Baiyu's arm as a medium, the black vines climbed up like creepers. Then green leaves grew and flowers bloomed. Again the flowers fade and begin to bear fruit. Zhang Xueyan looked at the scene in front of her with surprise. Chapter 98, Members of the Heavenly Court Reunion. Location of this reunion, Yuqing Mansion of the Divine Heavenly Palace. And then under the gaze of Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan, this vine produced a purple-red grape. Zhang Xueyan reached out and picked a grape, then brought it into her mouth. How does it taste? Lin Baiyu asked. However, Zhang Xueyan was not answering. Instead, she was eating grapes and froze on the spot. Lin Baiyu didn't understand and ate one on the spot. The grapes were sent into his mouth, and Lin Baiyu's tiger body shook. The six-din divine flame in his body rubbed up. It's something that's actually so beneficial. On the contrary, Zhang Xueyan, the three flowers within her body had completely solidified into three green ones. However, the greenish ones on top were not solid, nowhere near as solid as Lin Baiyu's. This place, it's not simple. Lin Baiyu said. Although he had been to the Divine Jade Clear Mansion before, that place was only able to cultivate lightning techniques, but this place was much more different than the Divine Jade Clear Mansion. The two of them, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan, were voracious eaters and picked this whole bunch of grapes and ate them into their stomachs. The growth effect of this thing varied from person to person. Lin Baiyu ate it to increase her strength, while Zhang Xueyan ate it to increase her own origin. After Zhang Xueyan finished eating this huge bunch of grapes, she suddenly said, "And I seem to know what's going on." Zhang Xueyan fished up another handful of soil from the ground, then put it in her hand and kneaded it. After a good long while, it was then given to be thrown into one of the two potholes that had just been smashed out by itself. The golden light finally disappeared from that pit. A green shoot was sticking out. This one green shoot was mostly bigger than the grapevine just now and wasn't growing as fast, but it was certainly growing in knots. Lin Baiyu watched as this one shoot began to blacken and then grow black bark. And then watched the tree grow in slow motion. Where does the nutrients for this thing come from? Lin Baiyu wondered. Zhang Xueyan thought for a moment, it might be a blessed fate. When Lin Baiyu heard this, the three flowers in his body condensed a fist-sized heavenly reveal. Then slammed the punch, Sky Dew, right into the tree. The original black tree whose growth had already stopped, after receiving this one heavenly dew's baptism, its growth speed was 10 times faster than just now, and it directly climbed up to the sky with a sound of miso. The roots of the tree stepped into the dirt going deeper into the surrounding area. From originally being only Lin Baiyu's calf height, it had turned to the point where it was about to be shoulder to shoulder with Lin Baiyu. However, such growth was what made Lin Baiyu unhappy. This thing, it requires too much heavenly dew. Although Lin Baiyu was able to condense heavenly dew, according to the tree's growth rate, the amount of heavenly dew needed would be an ocean for the current Lin Baiyu. Because, this thing is a peach tree, so precious it must be hard to raise. Zhang Xueyan said, stuffing the last grape into her mouth. Let this grow naturally, there's no need to add nutrients to it. Lin Baiyu nodded. This small garden, about 2 acres in size, was so cloudy outside out of this area that it was impossible to see anything at all. Lin Baiyu tried to reach his hand outward, but he didn't touch anything. Instead he touched a gust of wind, and when he touched the edge of this ground again, the outside was just an empty space. It was doubtful that if you jumped out of this knot of clouds, there would be sky outside. Lin Baiyu decided to follow the way he came and return out again. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan took a step forward. It wasn't smooth on the way in, but on the way out it was a step away from this small garden and then back in front of the southern heavenly gate. Late night. In front of the great golden temple of Cyber Buddha. One of the delivery boys stopped his battery-operated vehicle, then took a few sips of water to recover first. Only then did he undo his own helmet and head inside the temple. He wasn't carrying takeout in his hand, though. Walked into the temple. By this time there were no more joss stickers inside, and only the overhead lights, and the red candles for the offerings on the mahogany incense table in front of the great golden body of Saibawo were still lit. This delivery boy was no other than He Ching. He Ching is waiting. It's been a long wait. Suddenly a great golden light lit up on Cyber Buddha's body. Then a door was opened in front of the chest of the great Buddha by a gentle push from the inside. Inside the door, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan looked outward with curious faces. He Ching was over here, reading both of their expressions, as well as their demeanor. But inside they don't seem to see this way. Zhang Xueyan hid behind Lin Baiyu's back with a cat's waist, and Lin Baiyu stood in front, looking at this side, her face with an unknown and a little bit of fear. He Ching spoke out, "Brother Lin." It turned out that the other side looked like they didn't hear it. "Brother Lin." He Ching spoke out again, his voice echoing throughout the large temple, but the two people behind the door still acted as if they hadn't heard him. Finally Lin Baiyu inside the door took a deep breath and then extended her hand. First, he scratched at the air several times, then he was feeling down until he touched the feet of this cyber big Buddha's golden body, and then Lin Baiyu was brave enough to put his feet out. Then the other hand, then the head. The first thing Lin Baiyu saw when she stuck out her head was no one else but I Ching. This Lin Baiyu was both expected and unexpected. Lin Baiyu shrunk back again. A few words were said to Zhang Xueyan. The two walked out together. Standing in the arms of the golden body of Cyber Buddha, Zhang Xueyan hurriedly urged Lin Baiyu to come down quickly after realizing the great Buddha behind this. The two of them were light on their bodies and hard on their feet. Jumping out in a beautiful arc, he landed in front of I Ching, the tribute on the mahogany incense case and the candles not even touching a bit. Standing underneath the Buddha, Zhang Xueyan hurriedly folded her hands together and recited towards the Buddha, "Your old man is not to be blamed." And then reached out and pinched Lin Baiyu's ear, displaying criticism to the great Buddha. "How could you open the door in someone's arms?" Lin Baiyu expressionlessly allowed Zhang Xueyan to tug on her ears. After finishing, Zhang Xueyan once again bowed to the great Buddha. "I've already beaten him, so don't be angry." Lin Baiyu opened her mouth, eager to speak. "I'm the one you hit, and I'm the one who apologized." Zhang Xueyan did not know the relationship between this cyber Buddha and Lin Baiyu. The so-called relationship was too close, but instead, the lights went dark. I Ching said, "Brother Lin, I'm coming." I Ching had been to the mental hospital once in the afternoon, and Big Smart relayed Lin Baiyu's words to wait here. "Originally, I didn't know why this was, but now I realized that I could run into Lin Baiyu here." But I Ching still asked in puzzlement, "This trip is a lot of learning." Lin Baiyu explained, "I never stop releasing my thunder law day after day, and the mental hospital is surrounded by private cars and new energy cabs. With so many people, I'll be damned if it's too much of an eyesore to fly out on a climbing cloud." Zhang Xueyan complained, "It used to be okay, after all, there are very few cars walking through here during the day, but now it's different." I Ching didn't make small talk with Lin Baiyu. This time he came mainly because Lin Baiyu came to find him, and likewise he was eager to find Lin Baiyu. "Let's get your business out of the way first." Lin Baiyu exited first. I Ching thought for a moment and said, "I've taken on an apprentice outside. What criteria are required to join the heavenly court?" Lin Baiyu was speechless for a long time when she heard this, then asked rhetorically, "Is he also mentally ill?" "No." "Then it's better not to join. There's nothing to be gained by joining an organization like ours." When Director Chen said that, "There are so many clubs in the university, people don't send them to us since they're fine, they can join a more normal club," was talking. Lin Baiyu suddenly felt something in his heart gaze at the great Buddha. I Ching and Zhang Xueyan also looked over together. Lin Baiyu's finger made a point in the air. Once again, a door was pushed open from the inside of the great Buddha's chest. Inside the door was Big Smart in a hospital gown. Big Smart didn't have the caution that Lin Baiyu had when he came and crossed over directly. Big Smart is wearing a hospital gown and standing on this big Buddha gold. Then with an excited look on his face, he shouted, "Brother." The entirety of Big Smart was like a big flying meatball that flew in front of I Ching before giving him a bear hug. On the chest of the great Buddha, the one door slowly closed the wall and then closed tightly. 5th floor of the psychiatric hospital. Nurse Cozy Cloud, who was on night duty, walked up from the 3rd floor to check on the 5th floor. The usual pause for a look as he passed Ward 666. Through the window. The house and the individual, lying in his own bed, sleeping in a standard position, lying as if lying on a board and not moving. How come people in this house don't roll over in their sleep? All flat on their backs. After sputtering, Nurse Cozy Cloud left. If she could have stayed a little longer, she would have realized that everyone in the room, lying in bed without breathing, was a dummy. I Ching and his brother hugged. Then he asked, "My brother has summoned me on what must be a serious matter." Lin Baiyu said, "I'll take you to a place. But this time you can't walk your own golden body away. Got to change places." Lin Baiyu walked to the back of this great Buddha, then with a push of his palm, the wall, which was originally muddy, actually opened a door. With the experience from the last time, Lin Baiyu took a step forward this time, and his walk was extremely smooth. Then it was Zhang Xueyan who entered in turn. Zhang Xueyan had been here many times, but I Ching and Big Smart had all come to this great Luo heaven for the first time. I Ching didn't need to say much, the entire person was shocked and speechless. Instead, Big Smart was first shocked and then ran around with open arms, excited like a child. "Wahahaha, this, how can this be? This is exactly like what I've seen in my dreams. It's great, this place is just fantastic." "Right." Big Smarty thought of another thing violently, peach tree. Is there any kind of peach tree full of peaches here? The kind that are red and especially delicious and fragrant? Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan shook their heads together and returned, "No." Big Smart went crazy for another 10 minutes outside this southern heavenly gate, and even if there were no peach trees he wasn't lost. The scenery here is truly breathtaking. He Cheng, who had been cultivating for many years, was dazzled by the sight. Let's go. Lin Baiyu spoke. He brought He Ching here today because he had something to do. There was a barrier on the southern heavenly gate, and without the puzzle pieces, even Lin Baiyu couldn't enter the divine heavenly jade clear mansion with his physical body. Lin Baiyu waved his hand. Took out a jigsaw puzzle from his space. Ready? He Chang and Big Smart nodded their heads together. Zhang Xueyan suddenly swallowed her saliva, then tightly hugged Lin Baiyu's waist. This time if it flies out again, just use Lin Baiyu as a meat cushion. Lin Baiyu took the shard and pressed it against the southern heavenly gate. A group of 4 people, all of them were sucked in. He Ching felt like he had traveled through layers of cloudy immortal light, and then his body suddenly stopped, and the feeling of solid ground came from under his feet. With another wink of the eye, he found himself in a place. Here, it was a large palace that could not be seen to the right or left. The palace is open with 3 doors on the left, center and right. Lin Baiyu led the crowd to step in. Into the eye was a wigwam. This wigwam was like a carved-out picture of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains standing in the middle of the courtyard, and you could see the mist surrounding the mountain, some of it condensed into a small stream that flowed down the mountain path from this mountain, and then disappeared. Goodbye to the left and right, respectively, is written in the middle division of the 6 hospitals, more inside the east and west of the Huatai Xiankanyagu. And behind the wigwam, and further inside, was a 3-story building. The 2 words God's Sky are written upstairs. Lin Baiyu hadn't even walked into this divine heavenly palace yet. The door to the building had then opened. Out of it ran a round thing with a black body, bouncing delightfully on the ground. And then a small sword flew out. The sword came later but was first. It was precisely the first weapon that Lin Baiyu had refined. With the eyes of Ru Lin Baiyu, the refining was not thorough enough, only to blame the 6 Ding divine flames were too few in the first place. The flying sword circled around Lin Baiyu, while the black ancestral dragon begged for Lin Baiyu's touch. Zhang Xueyan was also seeing this dark fellow for the first time. Big Smart wanted to reach out and touch it. But this one turned out to be open-mouthed and fierce. After being touched by Lin Baiyu, it ran to Zhang Xueyan's leg again and rubbed hard. Zhang Xueyan reached out and touched it a few times. Big Smart looked on in secret pity. Lin Baiyu pointed at that divine sky tower and said to Yi Ching, "I'm looking for you because I want to ask you to go there." Yi Ching looked towards the divine sky tower, his gaze revealing incomprehension. This place, does it have any connection to itself? Lin Baiyu spoke in the next second, "I want you to become the god and goddess here." Chapter 99, What's to the east? Further east is still the East Sea. He Ching hadn't reacted to the first blow, and only when the second blow came did he completely realize what Lin Baiyu had said. Then pointing to his nose, "Me?" He Ching said, "Can I?" Lin Baiyu led He Ching inside, with Zhang Xueyan and Ji Ching following behind. Enter into the divine heavenly tower. On the first floor is obviously a meeting place. Standing on either side here were the gods in the Ministry of Thunder. Among them, the divine position of General Thunder Duke of the 9 heavens of the Ministry of Thunder had reached the point where it was about to be disorganized. Lin Baiyu said, "I don't have the ability to create a god position. Once the godhead is gone, then it's a big loss." This matter had to be traced back to the last time Lin Baiyu had forced a Jade Emperor decree to summon the gods of this Thunder Ministry to Earth. The first general of the Thunder Ministry to walk out at that time was this general of the 9 Heavenly Thunder Duke. The 9 Heavenly Thunder Duke general, who originally had no colonel, wore away the last vestiges of his divinity. It's on the verge of falling apart now. Lin Baiyu finally got to the main topic. "I want you to become the general of the Thunder Ministry so that this divine position can remain." After Yi Ching heard this, he asked with some hesitation, "Are you sure I can afford this share of the godhood?" "Can afford it." Lin Baiyu patted his shoulder, "I trust you. After all, you're the one who has been practicing monasticism for so many years, your heart is more immaculate than a normal person. The Ministry of Lei is also involved in a very important place, and that is Director Chen. Once Director Chen said that if I don't do good and do evil, he's going to get a 5 thunderbolt. That's why the importance of the Ministry of Thunder is big here in Lindbergh." He Ching thought for a moment, "Temporary is fine, can I quit later?" He Cheng didn't want to be any kind of thunder god, he preferred his current life. "No problem." Lin Baiyu saw He Ching agree. With another wave of his hand, he took out a piece of emblematic paper from his space and then a pen. Lin Baiyu immediately plopped down on Lei Zhu's case and wrote. The content is simple, just one sentence. He Ching Feng transformed into General Thunderer of the 9 heavens. After writing that one simple sentence, Lin Baiyu's palm opened and a coiled dragon treasure seal was held out in his palm. Lifting up this coiling dragon treasure seal is going to cover down. But suddenly a repulsive force floated under his hands. Ha! It's never been done before. It was the first time such a situation had occurred since Lin Baiyu had obtained this coiling dragon treasure seal. Lin Baiyu suddenly looked downwards, and behind He Qing, the divine position of that nine heavens Thunder Duke General was suddenly a bit unstable. There is a saying in this world that virtue is not worthy of position, but there is the same concept of position not being worthy of honor. Murphy. Lin Baiyu lifted the coiled dragon treasure seal in his hand up. The divine position of that nine heavens Thunder Duke General had finally restabilized again. It's like a person catching their breath and relaxing after a great suffering. Lin Baiyu looked at the Huizhou paper in front of him. In the Ministry of Thunder, General 9 Heavenly Thunder Duke had an honorable position and was the head of the generals. If even this 9 Heavenly Thunder Duke General couldn't be subjected to He Qing, then who else could it be? Lin Baiyu took out his own pen and made a change on this paper. Scribble out the words General Thunderer of the Nine Heavens, and then boldly write down these words. He Chang and his party standing under the case did not know what had happened to Lin Baiyu above. All that is known is that he was writing the decree of the law. After correcting the paper, Lin Baiyu lifted up the coiled dragon treasure seal again. This time he laid down the seal extraordinarily lightly, just to know if this would work. Start with the underprint and work your way up to being thoroughly printed on the paper. This time there was no exclusion at all. The whole process was smooth as can be. He Qing, the blessings on you are so high. Question mark. He Qing didn't understand what Lin Baiyu meant by this. But the next thing he'll know. There was no movement at General Thunder's shrine. The opposite is true. On this divine heavenly tower, there was a large seal hanging in the middle of a large beam, which naturally fell down from the sky. Then it released its light and landed accurately in front of He Qing. He Qing subconsciously reached out to catch it. Immediately after, inside the divine sky tower, the generals moved in unison. Though they are only god positions and do not have any thoughts. But at this moment, it remained together in the opening. The generals of the Ministry of Lei, all of them bowed to He Qing and at the same time exclaimed in unison, "Greetings to my lord." He Qing was stunned. How it's a little off from what I thought it would be. I thought it was the general of the Ministry of Thunder. How did it suddenly become like this? Lin Baiyu stepped down from the top position. Nowadays, this place should be He Qing's, and that big case will be He Qing's office in the future. He Qing hurriedly asked, This isn't right. Lin Baiyu shrugged, "You have a deep blessing on you. Ordinary god positions simply cannot afford your character, and now the great position of Thunder Ancestor just fits you." After all, Lei Zhu's path was all about doing good deeds. He Qing became the new Thunder Ancestor. The Ministry of Lei is no longer in the air. General 9 Heavenly Thunder Duke's divine position instantly stabilized, and was no longer as ethereal and festering as it had been before. It's more than that. The entire Ministry of Thunder has seen a big change. The second and third floors of the Divine Sky Building are completely open. He Qing's mind was flooded with countless information. The first message is earthly. In He Qing's mind, it flashed across the entire region of China, all the places where he could exercise his power, as long as it was Chinese airspace. All of them themselves have the power to cut down demons and order thunder. The power is not insignificant. And in the outer reaches of China, there was a blanket of darkness. Ha! He Qing's expression suddenly became odd. What? Lin Baiyu asked. He Qing drew with a hand pen, "How come the map of our country has changed so strangely?" Zhang Xuan, Lin Baiyu, and De Jiqing looked at He Qing at the same time, and together they asked suspiciously, "Strange?" He Qing took a hand pen and drew a circle out. "If this is the map of our country, then I can see it." Then from the southeastern side of this circle, a long, large tail was propped up, which was long enough to be as long as the radius of the entire circle. The map of our country has this extra part. Lin Baiyu was listening to a head of steam. Although he himself was receiving a sea of incense, his own small temple was only available on this side of the river and sea. What can be known about the situation is only Jianhai, the rest of the world is not known. But He Qing was a great god who was the rightful lord of the heavenly court. Lei Zhu's avenue is spread throughout China. He Qing saw more than Lin Baiyu. But in terms of ability and status, it was still Lin Baiyu who was superior. Zhang Xuan, who had read a lot of books, suddenly reacted, "What you see, is it our country's 9-line now?" He Qing couldn't say, scratching his hair as he also had no way of accurately describing what it was that he was seeing. "Since I can't say it, I simply won't say it. Anyway, the ship is in the right place. If there's real trouble, you'll find out what the trouble is later. There's no need to look for pain now for future trouble." The crowd ascended to the second floor together. Led by He Qing, watched the second floor of this divine sky tower. Upon entering the second floor, the room was filled with Bishao Brahma Chi. Once the massive amount of Bishao Brahma Chi came into contact with it, it caused the people present to have the thunder law in their bodies rubbing off on them. Lin Baiyu gave a sudden wave of his hand. Stop the Bishao Brahma Chi. Zhang Shuiyan and Big Smart felt all the thunder chi in their bodies calm down, unlike just now when it was growing playfully like a rocket launch. But even if they were stopped by Lin Baiyu, this one increase in thunder law was enough to be worth a year's worth of hard practice for the two of them. Zhang Shuiyan and Big Smart looked at each other's eyes. Read the emotions in the other's eyes. Greed. Brother Lin, take as much as you can, this object is not my favorite. What I love is the love of heaven and earth. Lin Baiyu explained, thunder law is good law, forcibly upgrading our thunder law, I think it's only bad and not good. After all, Director Chin is going to be struck by 5 thunders if we do something bad with our thunder law upgrade. He Ching smiled faintly, trying to tell Lin Baiyu not to worry. He himself is now the great ancestor of the Thunder Ministry, and it is up to him to decide whether or not the thunder will fall. You don't have to. But the words were just bubbling to the surface. Outside the divine skyscraper, there was a loud boom. This thunderbolt was not violet light divine thunder, much less an ordinary thunderbolt. It was black thunder, like darkness tearing through a corner of space in the daytime, punching out cracks. This black thunderbolt rumbled loudly outside the divine heavenly palace. Like a warning, more like a reminder. Even if you are a great ancestor of the Thunder Ministry, there are still existences of a higher level than the Thunder Ministry. Black lightning pierced through the clouds outside the divine heavenly jade clear mansion, running through towards the bottom. On the sky of Jianghai City, Director Chen, who was lying on his bed in his dormitory and swiping his cell phone, suddenly had a pain in his heart, and he looked up outside the window with a face of jealousy. Only to see a black thunder wrapped in golden light on the outside of the night, penetrating from the layers above the dark cloud layer, and then landing in the sky above Jianghai City. As soon as this black thunder landed in the sky above Jianghai City, it thundered loudly. Within the city center, the reinforced glass of commercial buildings above the 30th floor was reduced to pieces in an instant. The thunder boomed everyone's heart and liver dramatically. Even those who grew up upholding that as long as I didn't do anything evil, even thunder wouldn't strike me, were shrinking their necks in fear. And those who usually do evil are even more nearly pissing their pants. This black thunder was completely different from ordinary lightning. After a roar, it actually didn't fall apart. Instead, they continue to linger in the sky and then find their way. Director Chen, who was lying in bed, saw it. This weird black thunder was searching like a snake spitting out its letters. And then turned the tables on himself. Director Chen broke his defense and spoke, no. Only to see that the black thunder actually rushed in his direction. Then it stopped under its own neighborhood building and struck the ground. Luckily it didn't hurt anyone. Unlucky. Director Chen rolled from his own bed to the floor in fear, his back covered in cold sweat. Did I do anything bad? Director Chen muttered to himself and wiped his forehead. Jianghai City's court, at the moment there are 2 waves of people below the judge in a lawsuit. After the thunder, the developer suddenly covered his heart and said with a pious face, I testify that they are all my owners and their houses are all theirs. They couldn't produce a contract to prove they own the house, all because I was in the dark. Take me to jail. After saying these words, the developer's boss suddenly felt much more comfortable in his heart. It would be more comfortable to be directly punished by the law than to be struck to death by lightning. The divine heavenly jade clearance mansion inside the divine heavenly building. He Ching's mouth was slightly open, and only the sound of him sucking in cool air could be heard, no half-hearted exhalation could be heard. He had only just tried to say that all the thunder in heaven and earth was under his management, but immediately a black thunder struck opposite him. It's... Lin Baiyu turned to Zhang Shuiyan and Jiqing with a serious face and said, you two remember, you must do good deeds and never be bad. I promise. I promise too. The pressure of that black thunder just now was still lingering outside the divine heavenly palace. The crowd here perceived it clearly. But He Ching suddenly realized something was wrong. There is indeed a level above the Ministry of Thunder. He Ching slowly shifted his gaze from his own body to Lin Baiyu's. If you can appoint yourself, you can naturally depose yourself. It goes without saying who the upper echelon of the Ministry of Thunder really is. He Ching looked at Lin Baiyu and thought, Brother Lin did this on purpose, didn't he? To keep others in awe, but not away from the masses. The tactics are brilliant. He Ching said, it seems that there are indeed minds that even I cannot control, and one must do good in one's life. Lin Baiyu said with concern, I don't know where that Lei Fei has gone, since I got the Lei method, I have never done anything evil. Director Chen should not be in trouble. By the way, now you are the Thunder Ancestor, and the Thunder Ancestor's way, by definition, has been moved from my body to yours. Remember. He Ching looked at Lin Baiyu, and Remember to never ever do anything evil. If you do, Director Chen will be struck by 5 thunders. Yes. He Ching replied seriously. The Eastern Sea. In the depths of the sea. The white dragon lay prone on a sandy beach, looking from the water at those frolicking on the far side of the beach. From the looks of it, the women's dress did not fit the Chinese aesthetic. At the side of the white dragon lay 500 shrimp soldiers and 10 crab generals. As well as an old turtle with a green back that naturally carries its own gossip. The turtle had a green shell on its back, a wide red robe, a figure-8 beard on its mouth, and a white framed spectacle with no prescription in front of its eyes. The white dragon stared cautiously at the crowd in the distance, while questioning a centuries-old turtle he had turned out of the ocean only a short while ago. Is this still domestic? The turtle prime minister held out his own hand, then his body twisted and a rolled-up map fell out of the turtle's shell. Turtle Prime picked up the map then unfolded it a little. To the Dragon King, the sea realm we are currently in is known internationally as the Philistine Sea. The white dragon nodded its head before asking again, so is this still domestic? Turtle Prime was about to speak. The white dragon's eyes were fixed on Turtle Prime before opening the question once more, is this still domestic? The turtle prime minister gritted his teeth and said with a single affirmation, this is domestic. The white dragon asked the shrimp soldiers and crab generals under his seat, do you remember what the 3 main principles of our dragon race are? One by one, the gang of shrimp soldiers and crab generals looked like idle veterans who had suddenly received an order to march in haste, and one by one, they stood up from the beach. Then spit human words out of his mouth and shouted in a very untidy voice. Protect yourself. Protect yourself. Or protect yourself. Good. White Dragon nodded in satisfaction. You will secure this sea now. The 500 shrimp soldiers and crab generals were immediately ordered to disperse towards the sea. Then the seawater gurgled and bubbled, and then there was no sign of these shrimp soldiers and crab generals, all of them burrowed into the sea. The white dragon once again looked at the turtle prime minister in front of him and asked with a respectful face, you have a lot of knowledge, can you tell me more about this world? The turtle prime minister suddenly had a bad feeling. The white dragon respectfully asked, and what is in the sea a little further east? Further east? Turtle prime minister didn't even need to look at the map and said bluntly, further east, that's the open sea. The high seas? The white dragon asked in a quizzical voice and with great love, doesn't anyone protect it? Chapter 100, palm clapping 3 times, doesn't it mean that I should come to find my master at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night? The red-robed turtle prime minister was a bit embarrassed, that place is considered communally owned by everyone. The white dragon was suddenly excited, that's just right, I'll go protect it. But Lord Dragon King. You don't agree? Shiro's tone went cold for a moment. Turtle prime minister immediately explained in a panic, not really, but the point is that Lord Dragon King. We have no one left. Ha! It was only at this time that Shiro went to look underneath himself. The soldiers he had just sent out were the last ones under his hand. If he tried to create shrimp soldiers out of it again, then he would hurt his own origin. Some things can't be rushed, the current strength of the Dragon Palace is only so big, and it's unlikely that the creation of shrimp soldiers will continue further down the line. Turtle Prime realized that this one was finally willing to stop. It's already been fought here, is it really going to be fought on the high seas? The Dragon King Sama's obsession with territory is really too deep. But these Turtle Prime Minister only dare to say in his heart, after all, he of old age is not one to die. Pity. The white dragon sighed helplessly. Actually, it's more than that. The Turtle Prime Minister weighed his words. Then speaking in a more elevated manner, Lord Dragon King, the territory you currently occupy is indeed. White Dragon's face clouded over. Turtle Prime immediately changed his tone, no. You do take protecting yourself seriously, but the problem is that while the scope of our protection has expanded, the manpower to manage it is getting harder and harder. There are quite a few places that are all protected by us, but they're all really not even that much more than what they appear to be. After your departure, no country has claimed vassalage to China. When the white dragon heard these words, he suddenly flopped down into the seawater, his nose gurgling and spitting bubbles. White Dragon sighed and said, I'm so useless, I can't even do such a small thing well, my mother will definitely reprimand me when she knows. The Turtle Prime Minister finally saw that the time was ripe and spoke, Lord Dragon King, why don't you go and beg that one? Hearing this sentence from the Turtle Prime Minister, the white dragon's entire body only felt like its dragon scales were being lifted up. A shiver ran down his spine. No. In White Dragon's mind, he immediately carved out a person, as tall as the great sky, with a terrifying and intimidating pressure. As well as the one finger that nearly pinched himself to death when he was a child. I would never seek out my grandpa, who left me too horribly traumatized from my childhood. Back then, I was in my late teens, and a big biker pocket hurt me big time. The Turtle Prime Minister saw that straightness would not work, so he curved it. Lord Dragon King, if you are not willing, I am willing to handle this matter. You? Yes. After pondering for a while, White Dragon's voice once again inquired, can you do it? Affirmative. Then you'll go for a run and a lie down in Jianhai, but to be honest, I'm not quite sure where exactly Grandpa Zoo is hiding. Just know they have a name for it. Name calling? What is the name? Celestial Court. Turtle Prime Minister's eyes rolled and he immediately said, I see. Turtle Prime Minister departed immediately. Before leaving, the Dragon King also gave him a special magic weapon. A gong. If he rings, the Dragon Palace's small soldiers and generals are at his disposal. Turtle Prime went down to the bottom of the sea, holding a gong on one side and a small stick on the other. The Turtle Prime Minister of the East Sea Dragon Palace is here. Choke on it. The sound of the gong spread out. He traveled unimpeded within the sea, swimming in a straight line distance to the river and the sea. As for the White Dragon, he was going to be in his own East Sea, which had now spread to the Philistine Sea. To stay over here a little longer, to protect. The Thunder Ministry matter had been taken care of, so I Ching could cultivate here with peace of mind. I Ching realized that as he sat within the second floor to cultivate, the lightning magic within his body could be considered to be growing by leaps and bounds in a single day. He didn't do that though, he wanted to be more down to earth like Lin Baiyu. So a line of people left. Lin Baiyu left the divine heavenly jade clear mansion in one step, and in the next moment appeared outside the southern heavenly gate. Then Zhang Xueyan and the others came out together. Big Smart said, I got off for once, I'm not going back to the ward now. I Ching said, it's not easy to get together again, why don't we go out for a meal? It's just that Big Smart is so conspicuous in this outfit. The four of them left the heavenly court together and returned to the great temple of Cyber Buddha, I Ching leaving first. He was familiar with the route situation in Jianhai City. He himself went and returned not long afterward, with a suit of clothes in his hand. It's the right size for Big Smart's. Big Smart changed his clothes. Zhang Xueyan called a cab with her cell phone in her hand. I say, let's a few of us go eat skewers. Zhang Xueyan proposed. It was an offer of advice, but she had already positioned the car in front of the kebabs that frequented the school there. I am all viable. I can do both. I'll eat anything. The four of them got into the car and headed inside Jianhai City. I Ching's battery-operated car stayed where it was. Jianhai City's southern pier. There was an old turtle that had ascended the shore. Turtle Prime Minister of the East Sea Dragon Palace. With the sound of a gong. This Turtle Prime Minister naturally wouldn't be so stupid as to go looking for a person in the vast earth. Dragons have the power of dragons, and turtles have the gift of turtles. The Turtle Prime Minister stood on the pier, and then the turtle shell behind him began to rotate clockwise. Until on the seventh turn, 3 copper coins fell from his tortoise shell. Ha! It's hopeful when it changes in 7. But one cannot be optimistic. The Turtle Prime Minister stared at the trigrams on the ground, and then had a direction in his mind. He pointed to the copper coin trigrams on the ground and read, my trip although there are many twists and turns, but in the end, you can get the results you want, but that one is really unpredictable providence. See him. The Turtle Prime Minister shook his head in awe, I still want to live for a few more centuries. He then stops obsessing, has a bottom in mind, and only asks to reach the worst, the most inferior result. This will enable you to change at every 7. The Turtle Prime Minister began to follow his own trigrams to find someone. Inside the city of Jianhai, on the fast lane of the 4th Ring Road. I Ching, who was sitting on Lin Baiyu's left, suddenly let out a soft eep. Lin Baiyu asked, what? I Ching stared out the car window and said silently, someone is looking for me. As the main god of the Thunder Ministry, if someone pronounced his honorable name in his mind, he would have some sense of it. But if anyone dares to count this Thunder Ministry Lord God, then it will get his intense attention. The sky of Jianhai City suddenly flashed a few thunderbolts. I Ching immediately calmed his thoughts. Having gained the godhood, one appears to have changed a bit. Luckily, though, I Ching's power was so deep that he wouldn't be led by the god position, but he would still be affected. In the sky of Jianhai City, the situation became quiet once again. I Ching said, the other party is not malicious, but instead is begging me. The car continues to move. The other side of Jianhai City. The Turtle Prime Minister was now in the form of a short humanoid, just with a somewhat larger stomach that hid the turtle shell. The Turtle Prime Minister immediately bowed continuously towards the sky, and recited with sincerity under his breath, little turtle doesn't dare to offend your honor, it's just that this karmic relationship of the Dragon King involves you, so that little turtle is forced to look for you. If your honor is unwilling to see Little Turtle will immediately kowtow and return to the sea. The turtle prime minister recited it several times to the sky, finally bracing himself to open his eyes again, finding no hint of movement in the sky. Agreed this is? Turtle Prime tries to take one more step towards the city of Shanghai. Not a single movement in the sky. It was only then that he continued with his broken voice, "Thank you, Your Honor, thank you, Your Honor." Then trotting this off in the direction his trig pointed. Somewhere in a small roadside pig's foot restaurant in Shanghai, there was a man sitting inside. The man's face was a little tired, and he was wearing the clothes of a staff member in the orphanage. The owner of this store was familiar with Zhao's mom, so when He Ching came over for dinner, he gave counted the friendly price, almost unprofitable. "He Chan, you a pig's foot rice is ready." "Thanks." He Ching didn't eat. Instead, he pushed the smoldering hot pork feet rice in front of that teenager across the room. "Eat?" Yang Jian blinked his white pupils hard in an effort to restrain his facial expression, but his nose still betrayed him. He wanted to eat. "Master, you eat." Yang Jian pushed the pig's feet rice in front of He Ching. He Ching laughed, "I told you not to call me master, but you insisted. Master told you to eat, don't you listen to master." Yang Jian's face was delighted, "You are willing to accept me." He Cheng didn't answer positively, but nodded the table again, "Eat." Yang Jian didn't push back this time. At his age, it's the time to take a big bite. The so-called half-breeds eat poor old man is exactly that. If he hadn't been in the orphanage, Yang Jian would have been taller. Outside the Pig's Foot restaurant, the turtle prime minister took a somewhat comical step towards the inside with his rounded stomach. The moment he stepped into the small human restaurant, his gaze locked onto He Ching's body. "Found it." The turtle prime minister's face was pleased and he was about to continue inside. But suddenly, the teenager who had never been noticed by him, who had been eating on the table, suddenly raised his head, then looked towards him with a sense of purpose. This young man had white hair and white pupils, and was handsome. Turtle Seal had the urge to read the boy's fortune. Turtle Prime Minister walked up to He Ching. Yang Jian had extraordinary hearing and immediately opened his mouth to ask, "Master, your friend?" "No, stranger, but this stranger came to me." Yang Jian stopped talking and continued to bury his head in dry rice. Turtle Prime Minister had planned to show his intention to come first, and then be polite and courteous. But He Ching didn't want to bother. Getting down to business, the shorter the conversation the better. The Turtle Prime Minister immediately nodded his head, then stood aside and said in a regimented manner, "There is a small situation in the East Sea. Lord Dragon King has nothing to do every day, exploring the sea, and now he has many shrimp soldiers under his command but can't manage them." Instead of saying that his Maharaja was going around hogging the territory, the Turtle Prime Minister glorified it as a small situation and then interspersed it with his own mind. "Hopefully that one will, slightly, so much as restrict the Lord Dragon King from going around fighting." "Is there more?" "No more." He Ching sat across from Yang Jian. "Then lift your own hands and clasp them together in front of you." Pop, pop, pop. 3 taps in a row. Both Yang Jian and Turtle Prime Minister were uncertain. However, Shanghai City No. 1 High School, at the skewer stall by the school, He Ching, who was sitting in his seat with a skewer of mutton in his hand, was about to bite down to get the mutton into his mouth. But suddenly his body lurched and then stopped moving. He Ching opened his eyes as if he was receiving a signal, aware of the thoughts sent over by one of his bilocations. Is Yang Jian so thin? The boy's got to be patched up. Then he exited again and said, "There is something wrong with the Dragon Palace. This whole table has all but stopped drying out." Especially Lin Baiyu was extraordinarily concerned. "How?" Lin Baiyu asked with a serious look on her face, "Which part of the sea is in trouble?" "In the East Sea, there is nothing wrong with the Dragon King, but the shrimp soldiers are in a big mess." Zhang Shuiyan and Lin Baiyu, who were present together, turned their heads to look at Big Smart. Big Smart eat greasy mouth chewing rice cake, hard to say, Dragon King idle as pain, know half of the knowledge, relying on blood relations directly as a leader is not work, you have to cultivate him. That's how it can be a qualified leader, a qualified Dragon King. What company, since the beginning of time, has not been ruined by the hands of parachuted leaders? Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan's nodded together, so that's how it is. Lin Baiyu felt a little embarrassed. He has also never started a company and is creating a club for the first time. How exactly should this heavenly court be messed up? One doesn't really understand. He Ching said, "This person is still beside me, how can I say this?" Lin Baiyu thought for a moment, "Wait for me to go back to the hospital and ask Director Chen, I really don't know much about this kind of thing." "May." He Ching nodded. Then raised his hand and then clapped it 3 times. In the Pig's Foot restaurant, Yang Jian took a big bite of the pig's feet rice. Although Xiao's mom is also very good at her craft, this restaurant really doesn't taste the same. Yang Jian, who was eating for the first time, was excited. He Qing suddenly asked the turtle prime minister, "How do I contact you?" "In the sea, all you have to do is say to any little fish, turtle prime minister of the dragon palace in the East China Sea, and I will come." "Go ahead," the one said to wait and get back to you. Turtle prime minister respectfully retired. He went away with joy in his heart. Great. It's true that if you follow the trigrams you're right. I didn't meet the one, but I did make contact and spoke my mind as per the minimum requirements. This side of the snack stand. The celestial reunion has reached its climax. The great clever warrior is number 1. Zhang Xueyan ranked second. Ho Qing is second. Lin Baiyu doesn't eat much herself. When he had eaten to the very end, He Qing suddenly slapped his head. My brother has an important matter. Say. I have taken a disciple and taught him for several days but could not make him successful. Why? This time there was no need for Big Smart to translate, because Lin Baiyu understood. After spending too much time with He Qing, those words of his finally mulled over a bit of flavor. Lin Baiyu said, Upper Xian 9 heavenly bone washing and tendon strength? Yes too. You taught them all according to our laws? Yes too. That means that the problem is not with the Gong method, but that the person's blessing is not enough. The blessing is not enough, that's why he can't condense the aura, and you want him to merit it. There are 2 ways. One of them directly ferried aura to him and cleansed his bones for him, and the feat was accomplished. But it's a stupid way to go afterward. A really good way to go, or so says Director Chen. He Qing suddenly had a flash of realization and spoke, blessed fate? Exactly. He Qing now possessed quite a lot of blessings within his body, and if he wanted the 3 flowers to coalesce to reveal the heavens, he could do it himself. Thanks a lot. He Qing knew what he had to do. The reunion dispersed. The crowd took a cab from wherever they came from and went back to wherever they came from. Lin Baiyu, a few people, slipped behind the great Buddha and gave it a gentle push. Opened a door. A few of them fishtailed in, and then the wall was completely restored. He Qing, on the other hand, rode his own electric bicycle and rushed towards the city. He didn't go to a delivery, he went to a place. An orphanage in Zhanghai City. It was now 1 o'clock in the night. On the street that was the orphanage, all the other homes, except for the streetlights, went to bed early. The orphanage was no exception, it was quiet inside. Only a faint light was on outside the door. Under the door stood a man. In the distance, the wheels of a battery-operated car pressed over the not-so-smooth pavement, then drove up to the entrance of this orphanage. He Qing met up with his doppelganger. He Qing raised his hand, and a celestial dew as small as a sesame seed grain coalesced on his fingertips. He wasn't Lin Baiyu, and couldn't coalesce a fist-sized one. Just such a small portion of heavenly dew had consumed quite a bit of his mental energy, and for the next week, it would be impossible to recreate heavenly dew. After sharing this drop of heavenly dew, He Qing rode off. This car is the equivalent of unlimited power to get around. The door to the orphanage closes and the streetlight over the door goes out. He Qing's doppelganger beautifully laid down on his own bed, then covered the large flower bedding and slept. Slept so well for a while. He Qing was lying on the bottom bunk when he suddenly felt someone shaking him. He Qing rubbed his eyes and climbed up, realizing in the darkness that it was his disciple Yang Jian. At night, Yang Jian is equivalent to daytime. After all, he doesn't rely on his eyes to recognize things. Is it morning? He Qing looked toward the door in a daze. It's so dark at the moment, it shouldn't be light out. Yang Jian said, it's not dawn. Is that something? He Qing wondered. It was you, Master, who told me to come to you. Me? Yeah, it's Master. He Qing remembers the night is to take him to eat a pig's foot rice. He did not say this kind of words to come. He Qing grabbed the cell phone at the bedside and looked at the time. It happened to be 3 o'clock at night at the moment. Yang Jian's pair of pale white-eyed pupils stared at He Qing and said seriously, palm clapping 3 times, doesn't it mean that I should come at 3 o'clock in the night, to pay my respects to the master? Chapter 101 Apprentice, promise your master that you will do good deeds and be a good person. He Qing was lying on the bed. If Yang Jian's eyes worked, he could definitely read a passage from He Qing's face at the moment. I'm so convinced. He Qing was so angry that he wanted to laugh. But the one who stayed here was just a doppelganger of his, and it didn't matter if he slept or not. Let's go. He Qing lifted his large flower bedding, then began to dress. Let's go to the front yard, don't startle anyone. Good. Yang Jian retired first. Then where He Qing couldn't see, Yang Jian clenched his fists with a face of excitement. I knew it, he's asking me to go 3 at night. How could that kind of whatever watchdog skill be taught casually to an ordinary stranger? And how could that true skill be displayed in front of the public's eyes? The evening finally affirmed that I was his disciple and clapped again. If I can't understand such a big hint, then I, Yang Jian, am too much of a failure. Good lord. Finally I get to learn real skills. Yang Jian was excited, then stood down in the front yard in advance. He thought about going to turn on the light. If I turn on the lights, I'll waste Mrs. Zhou's electricity bill, and then I'll have to pay more money again, right? But I can't. Master can't see. He Ching didn't know Yang Jian's small mind. He got dressed and walked out to the front yard. He Ching snapped his fingers and a trace of electricity flowed out at his fingertips. The front yard lights came on naturally. He Ching whispered, "Let's get started." Yang Jian was a bit excited. Because he finally realized something. Master, you're not an ordinary person, are you? Because just now, the lights in the front yard were left on and unenergized. But his own master just snapped his fingers and made the lights come on. How could such a tactic be ordinary? Yang Jian's pale white pupils looked at his master through the light. He Ching didn't retort. If we were talking about yesterday, he was indeed an ordinary man, but today, it's an ordinary man with a divine position. He Ching said, "Practice once more, the Shangchuan 9 heavens bone washing and tendon strength that I taught you." Good. Though he didn't understand his master's intention. But master told himself to practice, so he did. Although Yang Jian was blind, his movements were extremely standard, almost to the point of being a perfect copy of He Ching. Even if this is the case, there is still a big problem. That is, Yang Jian can't realize half of the spiritual power out of it, it's just an empty frame without a real form. He Ching raised his right hand, and a grain of heaven revealed itself by condensing at the tip of his fingers. Yang Jian was practicing there, playing very seriously. He Ching aimed at Yang Jian's head, then curled his fingers and flicked. The heavenly dew directly transformed into a piece of starlight and scattered into Yang Jian's body. And it's done. He Ching felt like he didn't need to see it anymore. With the heavenly dew, Yang Jian will definitely be able to practice this time. And besides, if Brother Lin said it would work, then it would definitely work. He Ching never felt that Lin Baiyu's judgment was wrong. Yang Jian, who was practicing martial arts, suddenly felt his body burning hot. His eyes were blind, so his physical senses were more varied and intense than an ordinary person's. Yang Jian could feel his 5 organs burning like fire inside his body. The blood in his body weirdly flowed backwards at this moment. The heart area trembled against the grain, and then all the aura in heaven and earth surged into his body at that instant. Instead of feeling pain, Yang Jian felt the comfort of his body. If Yang Jian could see at this moment, he would realize. In this dark night, the blood inside him dyed from red to gold. The blood shines through the body and gives off a golden glow at night. He Ching looked on with a calm face. But in his heart he was thinking, is it because he doesn't have golden eyes that he walks out differently than we do? He Ching was thinking here. Suddenly something strange happens. I only saw Yang Jian after he finished his 3rd feat. The golden light on his body turned more and more brilliant. Centered by him, the floor tiles under his feet changed from ordinary cement to green water tiles, and wherever this golden light swept through, everywhere changed. The front yard disappeared, the clothesline was swept by the golden light and turned into a weapon rack with swords, guns, clubs, and sticks, and then the surrounding area still changed from an ordinary small yard to a wide martial arts training ground. And the next second, the golden light finally swept over the place where those orphans resided, and also at the same time, the place where Zhao's mother slept. As the golden light swept by, the old 2-story mansion disappeared and turned into a green hill that rose up, on which an entire hill was completely flattened. Starting halfway up the mountain, a large sitting temple was created with the mountain as its base. On the temple, the immortal clouds fly, and the immortal grass knots fluorescence. After ascending the 100 feet of stairs on this mountain, you arrive at the main gate of this temple, on which are written the 4 characters Jade Base Sanadu. This miracle was manifested in the darkness of the night. Until Yang Jian finished the 3rd feat, all the wonders disappeared together. The orphanage is still an orphanage, and the little light overhead is still a little light. It's like what just happened never happened. He Ching didn't say anything, while Yang Jian continued practicing. Until today, he didn't realize how powerful his master was. This credit is simply not comparable to the days of old. After playing a whole set, Yang Jian was panting heavily and his whole body was covered in sweat. Layers of black dirt adhered to the surface of the body. It was only when Yang Jian's breath was calmed that He Ching opened his mouth and asked, "Did you see any scenery just now?" Yang Jian replied back, "No." Yang Jian is still invisible, what was before is still now. Only what made He Ching feel very surprised was Shangchuan 9 heavenly bone cleansing and tendon strength. Yang Jian gave all the hits at once. There was no need to learn step by step like He Ching. Maybe it was because of the good foundation in front of them, but those who could practice from the beginning to the end at once, except for Lin Baiyu. This was the first time He Qing had ever seen someone do it all in one go. He Qing said, "Well, Thunder Law?" Thunder Law. Yang Jian's expression was a bit puzzled. Yeah, the kid hasn't even seen what Ray looks like. He Qing's fingertips jumped with electricity, controlling the force, and then pointed at Yang Jian's body. Yang Jian was poked and prodded for a moment, then immediately understood what master meant. Only Yang Jian followed his master's example, and then he wasn't too skillful. First, he struck out the fourth feat of the Shangshuan 9 heavenly bone washing and tendon technique, setting up a Weituo offering pestle stance, and finally felt a trace of thunder chi stored out in his body. But this thunderbolt wasn't enough. Like a fire, it lights up the darkness, but not enough more for complete illumination. He Qing pointed out, recite the mantra, and the aura in your body also moves mentally. Yang Jian nodded, and then recited the mantra of the third gong. Cultivating the heart of the way without the way. While chanting, Yang Jian realized that just as his master had said, the flow of aura in his body accelerated and began to coalesce above his dantian. A ray of lightning coalesced on his dantian. Yang Jian then keenly felt an electric current emerging from within his palm. Yang Jian retracted his stance and opened his pale white eyes, looking hard. He couldn't see anything, but could only see a weak light that flashed on and off in his hand, and it still had a shape. He also felt something in the palm of his hand, something he couldn't grab, but he could control it to stay within his hand. He Qing assiduously taught, what you have in your hands is the thunder law. You have to keep one thing in mind. Always do good deeds and never do evil, or else. Yang Jian was suddenly inexplicably nervous, or what? He Qing had one hand, quietly hidden behind his back, and then his index finger thumbs rubbed against each other. After rubbing dozens of times, a small cloud of darkness changed out between He Qing's fingers. In order to conceal himself from this gifted disciple, He Qing had gone through a lot of trouble. Let this little dark cloud fly out of his back and then silently out of the orphanage. He Qing observed this disciple of his for a long time and realized that he really didn't hear or feel anything. He Qing was then relieved. Then with a very serious tone, he said, "If you do evil, then I will be killed by the heavenly might that is upon me, and the 5 thunderbolts will strike me to death." After He Qing's words were finished, that little dark cloud that just flew out immediately ordered. Floating in the sky, it shot out 2 blue thunderbolts. The lightning struck He Qing's feet with precision. He Qing gulped and wiped a handful of cold sweat from his forehead as he gazed toward the small dark cloud on the sky and complained, "You're hitting too close to home. This is just a small detachment, really hit by this thunder, can be dissipated on the spot." This thundercloud, too, was not the strength of the out-of-body incarnation, but was borrowed from the honored one side. Yang Jian's originally white and handsome face was even whiter with fear. He spoke in panic, "Master, master, take back Yang Jian's power." "How can I take back what I taught?" He Qing spread his hands, expressing helplessness. "Hey, something's not right." He Qing sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time he shouldn't be saying, "Master, I will promise to do good deeds." This. Why is this answer a little different from myself? He Qing once again knocked this disciple of his, "Yang Jian, will you do evil things in the future?" Yang Jian, who stood opposite He Qing, was speechless for a long time. He Qing's face was liver green with anger. His fingers can't stop trembling, pointing at Yang Jian's nose. "You rebellious son. You're not even a master yet and you're going to bully your master and destroy your ancestors." Yang Jian took a deep breath and then confessed, "Master, you said that with these eyes of mine, heaven wants me to be invisible. Is this day considered good or evil?" This matter stumped He Qing. If Yang Jian only asked about his eyes, He Qing could tell him that the road is impermanent and his destiny is fixed, and then tell him that his destiny is also fixed, that he will definitely meet himself. However, Yang Jian followed his own words and linked this to the matter of good and evil. Yang Jian saw that his master didn't open his mouth. He then continued to open his pale white eyes and said, "Yang Jian does not recognize good or evil, but only the law. If it is based on good and evil, then Yang Jian will never have an answer as to how this heaven is. But by virtue of earthly jurisprudence alone, then everything has its own characterization. Yang Jian only acts by law." He Qing breathed a slight sigh of relief. This kid, at the very least, won't be a bad person. After all, jurisprudence also advises against evil. All right. He Qing is not willing to continue discussing with this disciple of his on this dharma, good and evil, as long as he learns the skills, not to do evil, not to harm people. Now the Shangshuan 9 heavenly bone cleansing and tendon repairing technique has been taught to Yang Jian. He Qing told him that the cultivation of the thunder law required performing good deeds. As for the samadhi true flame, He Qing felt that Yang Jian didn't need to learn it because the cultivation of that thing required the use of ears. Yang Jian usually relies on hearing voices to recognize things, and without his ears, his daily life is a problem. He taught Shangshuan Jiutian washing bone and tendon technique. He Chang, however, felt that it was not enough. This child, although he knows thunder technique, it's not like he's following the path of the thunder ancestor. TSK, this kid has a good enough temper, he was already my disciple, and then passing on my great Tao to him. He Qing suddenly shivered. He was genuinely afraid of that one black thunderbolt being poured on his head. Let yourself die without even a body. But after all, he was his own great disciple. He Qing felt that the Shangxian 9 heavenly bone washing and tendon strengthening technique was just the basics. Yang Jian has to learn some real life saving skills before he can do that. Well, I have a lot of vacant god positions under me, but then this brat would be completely tied to me. I don't see him as a master who listens to discipline. He would definitely not be willing to be a pawn in the thunder ministry. I'll have to go and ask Brother Lin for something more, at least so that this child has real skills and doesn't know so little furry kung fu. The following day, the Jianghai Psychiatric Hospital. In the hospital cafeteria. The members of the Heavenly Court team uniformly only ate thin porridge this morning, and no one even nibbled on the buns. The question is, I ate too much last night, and I woke up early this morning with an overwhelming thirst. Only this thin porridge is what they want to eat the most. Zhang Shuiyan hugged the bowl and reminded Lin Baiyu, remember what happened yesterday? Remember, the East Sea Xiaobai thing. Lin Baiyu returned. When the morning came, he went to Director Chen's office to ask. Chapter 102, Taking in Knowledge from a Gymnastics Where Sister. Finished breakfast. In the morning, Zhang Shuiyan and Big Smart were in the courtyard on the first floor. Zhang Shuiyan was taking a walk. She was very interested in Lin Baiyu's set of spatial laws and felt that this spell was the most practical. The Great Intelligence, on the other hand, is obsessed with the 6 jins of divine fire. Think it's simply awesome to invoke a large fire with your bare hands. Unfortunately, the MP3 was not there, so Big Smart had to practice in the dumbest way possible, by mouthing the divine mantra. The pace is slow, but it's good to see a little progress. 3rd floor, Director Chen's office. Knock knock. Come in. Director Chen didn't have to look up to know who the visitor was. Lin Baiyu walked in, then closed the door smoothly. Director Chen laughed a little to finish off the work at hand. Lin Baiyu sat on the small white stool in front of Director Chen. Mr. Lin, how are you feeling these days? Director Chen found a very interesting thing, that is, recently Zhang Shuiyan and Big Smart also the situation is greatly improved. It seems that your own group therapy is in good shape. At the very least, they are having a good effect. Lin Baiyu sat on the stool and thought, it feels alright, just met trouble again. Tell me about it. I didn't follow your advice, Director Chen, and form the club. Yes, I'm still a member of this club. I formed a club with more people and was asked what I should do about management. Oops. Director Chen had a look of joy on his face. I didn't expect it when you were able to ask this question, Mr. Lin. Nowadays, Lin Baiyu finally has a sense of me, and others, and more importantly knows about group consciousness. That's a nice piece of progress, yeah. Director Chen's heart rejoiced. It's rare. Director Chen asked again, any other questions? You can ask your business more completely. Oh. No, it's about the establishment of the society. Director Chen stroked his hair in a rare flashback to his school days. Clubs actually need discipline because when there are few people, people just hang out, but when there are more people, it gets complicated. And association management. That's talking a little too deep. Director Chen immediately closed his mouth. There's no need to pull all that boring theory when dealing with a mentally ill person. To make Lin students understand something, like educating students, it's useless to make test papers to test education that way. So, Director Chen smiled slightly. Suddenly stood up, then mysteriously opened the cabinet in his office. Director Chen opened the cabinet door. Lin Baiyu could see inside the clothes that Director Chen had changed from work, and a replacement white coat with an open can of tea inside, and leaning against the innermost part were stacks of medical journals and a white baseball bat. Director Chen noticed Lin Baiyu's gaze. He hurriedly deflated the cabinet door. Then with a serious face to Lin Baiyu, he asked, Lin student, do you believe me? Director Chen, I will trust you. Hey. That's good. A child who follows medical advice is a good child. Director Chen used his white coat as a cover and mysteriously took something out from inside the cabinet. It was hidden in Director Chen's arms. Then he closed the cabinet door again and resumed sitting in front of Lin Baiyu. Student Lin, you have to realize that in this world, knowledge is vast and infinite, and it's impossible for a person to know all of it. But, Director Chen added with a twist of words, there are so many in this world that are both rewarding and on a less difficult path. After saying that, Director Chen took out a disc from his bosom. On this disc is a group of red-clad kids surrounding a teacher with 4 big words, Dead Poets Society, written on it. This thing might help you. Lynn student. Remember that movies and television are also a source of ingested knowledge. So it is. Lin Baiyu brought the disc back. At night, inside the great temple of Cyberfoam. Behind the golden body, a door opens. The two of them, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan, walked out. The two of them had long since changed their clothes. After stepping through the door and then closing it behind him, the walls were tightly closed and no trace of it could be seen. Lin Baiyu stepped out of the great temple of Cyberfoam. Holding Zhang Xueyan's hand, let's go. A white cloud was born under Lin Baiyu's feet, carrying the two of them together as they flew away. Standing on the clouds, Zhang Xueyan pointed in a direction, it's that way. They were going to the digital store where they had given the MP3 to someone to modify the last time. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan were taken out by Director Chen, and that thing was almost forgotten. But nowadays, Lin Baiyu could no longer use this thing either. This visit to that store was for another purpose. In a hidden place, Lin Baiyu landed. He and Zhang Xueyan walked up to the door of this digital store. The glass on the front door was still crack sealed with duct tape. Pulling open the glass door, the two of them stepped inside. The boss, Wang Kong, was still lying on his back in front of his computer with his hands hammering out eye-opening code. Yo, it's you guys. I thought y'all didn't want that stuff anymore. Wang Kong stood up from the table and immediately began to rummage out something from the mountain of messy electronic junk behind him. That was the MP3 that Zhang Xueyan had thrown at him not long ago and asked him to help change. I'm here today for another thing besides getting my stuff. Zhang Xueyan asked, you've sold plates here before, right? Wang Kong laughed, those has long been eliminated by the society, now who still watch DVD are taking the cell phone to watch. He has so much dust-eating stuff in the back of his storage unit that he wants to throw away but can't. Zhang Xueyan glanced at Lin Baiyu, meaning that I didn't find the wrong place, right? How many? When Wang Kong heard this, he suddenly felt that he had stumbled upon a big customer. I have, there, over 1,000 of them, all brand new and first hand. Any type. Zhang Xueyan told Lin Baiyu to keep quiet. After all, she was better at bargaining. 10 discs for $1. Boss, the price you're offering is too harsh. Not for sale, then forget it. Don't go away, if you really want to wrap it all up, this price isn't out of the question. Deal. The seashore of Jianghai City. It was late at night at the moment and no tourists lingered on the beach. He Ching himself held a large pile of CDs and placed them on the sand. And a brand new DVD all in one. He Cheng stood on the shore and chanted towards the sea, Turtle Prime Minister of the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Read it 3 times in a row. Suddenly a gong was heard, as well as a reply in a screaming voice. I am coming, I am coming. Only in the waves, there swam over an old humanoid turtle wearing a big red robe with wide sleeves. As soon as he saw He Ching, he kept bowing and then trotted over. My lord, we meet again. He Ching pointed to these things by his feet, this is that one's reply. This. The turtle prime minister has seen enough to recognize what this thing is. Still, he spoke up again and inquired, what does that one mean? He Ching made a long story short, if you're bored at the bottom of the sea, watch more movies, and manage your men to learn from them. So it is, thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. Turtle Prime replied with a smile. At the same time the mind was relieved that his purpose had finally been achieved. Anything to make the Dragon King stop. But that one really went out of his way to not be able to be understood in normal eyes, and would actually think of letting the Dragon King Sama watch a DVD to kill time. But it's not a no-no. In the meantime, the western, northern, and southern oceans were similarly not spared by Lin Baiyu. Each of them sent out an alter ego to reach each sea, and then threw the DVDs in their hands, along with the discs, into the sea. The little fish in the sea spit out a bubble to wrap the thing in and bring it to his Dragon King. Deep in the East Sea, Turtle Prime Minister swam to the Dragon King within the ocean, holding a huge bubble filled with plates and a DVD player. The white dragon was currently swimming in his latest protected sea. What is this? Lord Dragon King, these are the instructions from that one after I went to Jianhai. Oh, bring it to me quickly. The white dragon's head stared over. That one tiny DVD player was only 2 or 3 dragon scales big in front of him. This thing will help me protect myself better? Can't. So what does it do? Lord Dragon King, this thing, is the crystallization of human wisdom. The exterior is not what makes it great, the interior is. Let my subordinate demonstrate for you, but it requires the Dragon King to cast a little bit of lightning, but just a little bit. Okay. The Dragon King cooperated with his subordinates. A tiny bolt of electricity erupted from his mouth. The power light came on for this one DVD player that had been in storage for years. The turtle prime minister was quick with his hands and feet, taking a disc and displaying it. As long as you give this in, then you will be able to release the image. The turtle prime minister didn't bother to read the words on this disc, only thinking that since it was the one's instructions, it would be good to follow them thoroughly, and there was no need to question the heavenly might. The disc goes in. Click to play. Put up a screen from the DVD player. A little snowflake appears on the screen and then the playback goes normal. The white dragon deliberately shrunk his body, floating in front of this one DVD machine in the middle of the sea, watching with a serious face. The turtle prime minister was finally relieved. That one is really powerful, really making Lord Dragon King subside. With so many discs, it can surely be a good thing for Lord Dragon King to spend his daylight. The East Sea finally doesn't have to be all expanded. As Prime Minister Kamehameha thought so, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the image playing on the screen. It had these big words written on it in big, bold letters. The man of the kooks is in the jungle. Turtle Prime Minister's eyes widened, his eyes full of shock. Ugh, no. Is it really good to show this to the Dragon King? Turtle Prime Minister quickly said, Lord Dragon King, I may have misplaced it, let's change one. No need to change. A trace of excitement actually appeared on the Dragon King's face, and the dragon's tail swayed involuntarily in the seawater. This thing, it's quite useful to me. West Sea. A yellow dragon lay on the coral in the middle of the ocean floor. The same thing was received in front of Huang Long. Again, there is a turtle chancellor. Huang Long asked, what are these things? Tell me about them. Well, Dragon King Sama, this one is from the No Code series. Oh. It's a Chinese subtitled series. Oh. This one is from the teacher-student romance series. Oh. This one is from the Tentacle Heavy series. Oh. The Yellow Dragon King asked with a puzzled look on his face, so, what exactly are these? And what use are they? He was not as good as his own white dragon brother, who had only been born not many days ago. It is still a minor situation. There are still a lot of vague perceptions about the outside world, about the world. After entering the Western Sea, it never swam, always lying in place and waiting for orders. With a twinkle in his eye, the Prime Minister turned on his little wisdom. I feel that the Lords had an important purpose in handing this item to Lord Dragon King. What is Grandfather Ancestor's purpose? The Yellow Dragon King asked curiously. The Prime Minister returned with a bite, spread the bloodline. Expand the Dragon Clan. The yellow dragon blinked its own dragon eyes with a look of innocence. Expanded how? Oh that's why the OP brought this to us. The Prime Minister grasped 5 discs in his hand, overlapping them in his hand from left to right, in order as if he were playing cards. The Prime Minister swam in front of the Yellow Dragon King and asked, this young Dragon King yo. May I ask if you want to see a student series, or a wife series, or a big sister series, or start looking at the gymnastics uniform sister. Yellow Dragon blinked his ignorant eyes, then picked a random disc. Let's start with the gymnastics uniform sister. Chapter 103 The small garden bears its first peach. Lin Baiyu takes the immortalized bone. Deep in the North Sea. A purple dragon, currently lying on its back on a reef in the water, was using a product of human technology for the first time in its dragon life. He had no prime minister, no men, and in the whole depths of the sea, he had even less clan. Since parting from his 3 brothers, he had always wandered alone in these dark and lonely waters. He wanted to go back to shore countless times to go to his mother. But heaven's might is hard to measure. He could only be patient, hiding in deep water and slumbering in solitude for all but the most basic of sustenance. Until today. The purple dragon fiddled with this one DVD in front of him and played the picture. He lay on his back on the reef and saw the screen the yellow-haired teenager, sitting alone on the swing, a scene that completely touched the heart of the purple dragon. Within the depths of the sea came a loud dragon roar. Oh, get the jerk toy. My God, how in the world can there be people like me? Something to give. You do not want to leave the village, do not leave the village, With tears streaming down his face, the purple dragon stared at the screen on this one DVD in front of him. Grandfather Ancestor, you've really given me the best gift ever. I've found faith and joy in my life, Grandpa Zoo. The South Seas, black dragons in the ocean floor, scoff in the face of these discs. Boring little human thing. With a sweep of his dragon's tail, he directly knocked them down into the seabed. The red-robed Prime Minister was alarmed. Lord Dragon King, this was sent over by that one. So what? The black dragon was quite resentful. These humans, they never know how to be satisfied, they don't deserve to be the king of the land at all. Tell those humans to keep sending the tribute down, and if they don't send it for a day, let the surrounding fishermen not be allowed to go to sea for a day. Zhanghai City, He Ching stood on the beach and threw down all the discs and a DVD player. Lin Baiyu stood in front of He Qing. You still have things to do. He Cheng said, I want a technique. A very strong technique, and I also want to ask for a ball of 6-din divine flame. No problem. Lin Baiyu closed his eyes and took out a ball of incense out of his golden body, and borrowed the incense to drop the cultivation enlightenment of the 8-9 Xian Gong in his body, and then recited the poem under his breath. A grain of golden elixir was swallowed into the abdomen. Lin Baiyu's hand had an additional golden elixir. This golden elixir contained Lin Baiyu's 8-9 Xian Gong. Hand over the golden elixir to He Qing. Lin Baiyu condensed another large golden fire in his palm. He Qing led Lin Baiyu away from the beach and onto the road, where a battery car was parked with a takeout box on the front. He Qing exhaled a mouthful of thunder ancestor Dao Qi from within his mouth. Lin Baiyu's 6-dimensional divine flame was stored in it. In this way what He Qing wanted was finally ready. The next day, the first mental hospital in Zhanghai City, inside the small courtyard on the first floor. Zhang Shuiyan was walking 20,000 steps a day, while Big Smart was holding an MP3 in his hand and rocking it constantly, and Lin Baiyu was sitting on a chair without moving. On the third floor, Director Chen opened the window and looked down. Lit a cigarette and watched in silence, then said, The years have been good. Since there's nothing to do today, why don't you take half a day off? Director Chen spoke to President Su, and the other party readily agreed. As the hospital's model worker, Director Chen wanted to take leave, and President Su couldn't find a reason not to agree. After leaving the mental hospital, Director Chen pulled his car out from inside the garage. After pulling up in front of the hospital, the passenger door was opened. Chan got in the car. Where are we going today? There's a really good barbecue place, let's go eat. Director Chen began to maneuver the car's navigation, while his own eyes made a point of skimming the electricity. Sure enough, it's still full. This world is really getting more and more magical. Director Chen muttered in his heart before continuing to maneuver the navigation. Chen Jiahao suddenly slapped his head. Ugh. No, I've been here for so long, where is your girlfriend? Why don't you introduce me to her? The ugly daughter-in-law still has to meet her in-laws. Didn't you buy the car to take your girlfriend to and from work? Director Chen put both hands on the steering wheel and let out a long sigh. Alas, it was split long ago. What? When was that? TSK. Director Chen obviously didn't want to mention more on this matter and just pulled away from the topic. How are you doing? I'm a psychiatrist, so I'll take this leave. You won't have a problem with that. Ha ha. Speaking of this, Chen Jiahao couldn't help but feel smug. You don't know, I'm now in front of my leader. That was just plain smug. They said yes to everything I said and would never say a word more than that. Of course this could not have been done without the strong support of his own brother. Without Lin Baiyu, that would not be as dashing as he is now. Director Chen in the car was driving according to the navigation. Suddenly Chen Jiahao's cell phone rang, and Director Chen purposely turned off the soft music in the car. Chen Jiahao took a look at the incoming cell phone call. Boss White. Strange, what's the point of calling me when the wind is calm? Director Chen, who was on the side, said, just answer it, and if something happens, I'll send you back. That said, I've never been to where you work. Chen Jiahao laughed and thought in his heart, the place where I work that cannot let you know. Chen Jiahao rolled down the window of the car, and then his body deliberately leaned towards the car window to make sure that his oldest brother would not hear his official business. Sha Baiya, what's the matter? Chen Jiahao opened his mouth to ask. On the other side of the phone, Bai Chun said with a gentle face, Brother Chen, I was not sleeping and dreaming last night. Cyber Buddha is going to have another idol added to his great temple. Oh, that, I see, which great god is it? 9 Heavens Xing Yuan Thunder God Po Hua Tianzuan. Oh, then this is something I'm going to have to get on with. There's more. Bai Chun on the other end of the phone was hemming and hawing, then said with a supplicating tone, Brother Chen look. Can we get that one to come over to the side of Machin City? Chen Jiahao's expression froze. What's with that one? Chen Jiahao's expression suddenly tensed up as he asked in a low voice, what are you? South China Sea this side, out of a little bit of movement, we do not want to be rough, mainly to find a little bit of strength, and the bottom of the sea under the Dragon King to discuss. Hiss. Chen Jiahao sucked in a cool breath. That's a tough one, so tough. Chen Jiahao asked for more details about what happened and then hung up the phone. He gave his men a word about the great temple of Cyberfoam and then put his cell phone away. Chan Kaho sat in the passenger seat. Stand up straight, like a schoolboy. Director Chen turned on the soft music in the car again, then asked, at work? Yes. Chen Jiahao nodded, staring ahead, thinking about how to speak. I'll walk you back? No, I'll leave it to my men. Say, what's the big thing you want to say to me? Ah ha ha ha. Chen Jiahao rubbed the back of his head and said in embarrassment, "This is all seen by you." Director Chen gave him a look to experience it himself. Chen Jiahao gritted his teeth and said, "I want to bring Lin by you." "No way." Director Chen directly interrupted him. Regardless of what his oldest brother's next words would be, Director Chen didn't give him another chance to continue. Director Chen suddenly remembered that his oldest brother said to Lin Baiyu about the 8-9 Xiangong and immediately criticized him in the car. "Do you realize how much trouble this has caused me? It gave me such a fright at the time that I thought I hadn't remembered the patch I had made." "Harm, the kid is just a little paranoid, just saying it won't." "Don't you mention to me that you won't. In any case, he's just a patient, and I've been generous enough to help you cope with a leadership inspection once, and I definitely won't let you take him out a second time." Chen Jiahao took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and then lit it. Chan Ka-ho exhaled second-hand smoke. Suddenly it feels the same. After all, that kid is a psychopath. One can't really take him to that Dragon King or whatever. Can Zhang Bei hold up the scene? True enough, the search for the odd man out must continue, to find a big man for the supervisory law division who can truly hold up the fort. Chen Jiahao was suddenly despondent. "I say, no more barbecue. ? I want a drink to drown my sorrows. Woo-hoo. In fact, you're right, if I really do stay like this forever, never finding workers, and only rely on getting fakes to fool the leaders, it's only a matter of time before this pokes through. Then work hard, you'll find the worker you want." Chen Jiahao wanted to say something, inhaled a cigarette and said quietly, "All of this, it's not as simple as you think." Director Chen suddenly laughed. "I often tell my patients one thing." "Which sentence?" "Do you trust me?" Chen Jiahao had a head full of questions. Director Chen showed contempt. Look at you, or graduated from the National University of Science and Technology. All less than a patient who never went to high school. Haven't you ever heard the saying, don't say what you don't mean? Chen Jiahao immediately retorted, "I don't believe it." Cut. Director Chen stopped talking to his oldest brother, cranked up the volume of soft music, and drove with a cozy face. He lit a cigarette himself. Inside an orphanage in Zhanghai City, Yang Jian had just coaxed his sister to finish her lunch. Recently he felt that his body was getting better and better, although he could not see, but nowadays his body perception was so powerful that even without relying on his eyes, he was as normal as a normal person, and he even did not need a blind cane when he was out and about. So much for being able to help Joe's mom with what she does. Feeding his own sister the last bite from her bowl. Yang Jian he smiled at his sister before not letting anyone see his expression and walked out of the house. When he came to the front yard, his face was grim. In the front yard, there was a large red basin in front of He Qing, which contained those children's clothes. It's not that Zhao's mom was too upset about the small electricity bill to put it in the washing machine, but these kids, with a little bit of skin disease, had to be washed by hand. He Qing took a rubbing board and sat down on a small horse to rub the clothes. He Qing washed his clothes and asked without looking up, "In a bad mood?" "Master." Yang Jian could sense that everyone in the courtyard, especially his own sister, had the worst health, and it was still a question whether she could live to be 12 years old. "If you have something to say, say it. Have you ever heard of the Supervisory Law Division, Master?" "I've heard of it, managing odd people. I want to join the Supervisory Law Division." "And then what?" "Follow the Chinese jurisprudence and punish evil and accumulate blessings. I want to condense the heavenly dew and cure my sister, and I don't want to give up everyone in the entire orphanage if I can help it. I've also looked at Mother Zhao's body, and it seems fine at the moment, but at her age, I'm afraid that if she continues to be so busy." He Qing was very blunt back. "I don't agree. Master." Yang Jian was in a hurry. "You're weak now, you'll die if you go out against a real expert. I don't want to see you die for nothing." Yang Jian could only be silent when he heard this. He Qing wiped his hands on his body. Then from his arms he took out a red plastic bag. Along with the red plastic bag, he tossed it to his apprentice. "If you really want to go to the Supervisory Law Division, you can. When you have the real thing." Yang Jian opened the plastic bag and there was a pill inside. The elixir gave off a golden halo in the sunlight, emitting a strong medicinal fragrance. Just by smelling this medicinal scent, just let Yang Jian's mind be greatly benefited. "Master, what is this?" "Eat and see." Yang Jian sniffed and swallowed it in one gulp. Then Yang Jian felt that the whole heaven and earth had turned upside down. 4 words suddenly popped out of his mouth. 8-9 Xiangong. Heavenly Court, Southern Heavenly Gate. The Lin Baiyu in the small courtyard on the first floor of the mental hospital was just an alter ego. The real Lin Baiyu was currently standing outside the Southern Heavenly Gate. With a wave of Lin Bai's jade hand, a jigsaw puzzle fell onto his hand. The jigsaw puzzle in hand is the peach orchard. Lin Baiyu took a step forward and his entire body disappeared outside the southern heavenly gate. Take the next step and come to the small garden. I came over today to see, mostly to observe, how the two trees were doing. But after coming here, Lin Baiyu was in a kind of trance. Am I at the wrong door? The situation is considerably different in this small garden. From the original size of 2 acres, it had grown to 2.5 acres, and the whole space had expanded by a circle. But if it was just this, it wasn't enough to make Lin Baiyu feel like she was in the wrong place. Just see this small garden that originally had only black dirt. A spring was actually magically dug out. The spring wasn't deep, just a small puddle to be exact. But inside this mouthful of puddles, all there was a pool of fresh water. Lin Baiyu stretched out her finger to dip it into a little bit of clear water. It was immediately clear what this thing was. Ha! This is actually heavenly dew. Where did this come from? Lin Baiyu knew how precious heavenly dew was. That's used a little, then a little less, and needs to be reaccumulated for the blessing. But this tiny spring was bubbling with heavenly dew. It's a limited portion, but it's better than being able to keep gathering. Lin Baiyu was still here today on a mission. Lin Baiyu began to loosen the soil for the 2 trees. This is what Zhang Xueyan asked for. Said the tree was still small and had to be taken care of from time to time to live well. Lin Baiyu surrounded the 2 trees, and with his hands, he began to continuously loosen the soil around this tree. After loosening the soil given by the 2 trees, Lin Baiyu, who was doing farm work for the first time, wiped the sweat from her forehead. It's not like this is going to be easy. After loosening the soil, 5 green leaves grew on one of the trees, and in the midst of the green leaves, a refreshingly fruity aroma emanated. Lin Baiyu followed the scent and tilted her neck. Saw a peach hidden in those 5 green leaves under the tree. Lin Baiyu stared at the peach and suddenly had an uncontrollable urge before picking it. The peach was small, like it was unripe, only the size of a baby's fist. Lin Baiyu opened her mouth and bit down. It's not very watery, and it's a little sour, but the flesh is fresh and flavorful, and even though it's not fully ripe, it's still delicious. Lin Baiyu took a bite of the peach and the tiger's body shook. The entire body, from the inside out, diffused a path of energy. The space around them fluctuated. The silhouette of Lin Baiyu's body was like a sea wave, spreading out towards the entire outside of heaven and earth. A cloud of immortal mist was born under Lin Baiyu's feet, baptizing his entire body. After the immortal mist had washed him from foot to head, it instantly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Lin Baiyu gave the peaches all of them. He looked within himself. Discover the last rib on your lower left side, completely morphed. Originally, it had already been refined to the most extreme point by the Black Wind Xian Fury bone refining technique. But now it is out of that layer of polarity. Lin Baiyu silently recited under his breath the differences and changes between this body and the previous one. Immortal bones. It's just a shame it's not the most complete, just one of the bones. But this one bone had already caused Lin Baiyu to have a metamorphosis. Zhanghai City Psychiatric Hospital, small courtyard on the first floor. Zhang Xueyan had just finished her 30th lap and now picked up Lin Baiyu's water cup to drink. She stood in front of Lin Baiyu, a mouthful of water in her mouth before she could swallow it. Just the pupils opened wide with a surprised face. In front of him. That doppelganger of Lin Baiyu had been sitting on the chair like a log, which was why Director Chen lamented that the years were quiet. And now, I don't know how it suddenly changed, the whole split actually looks like a mud man. Starting from the top of his head, he melted a little bit, and then his body turned mud black. The collapse and distortion of the 5 views together, and then about to disappear in place. Without saying a word, Zhang Xueyan took this doppelganger, directly carried it on his shoulders, and ran away. To rush this doppelganger to the wards before he was completely out of it. Boom! Push open the door to the small first-floor courtyard. Zhang Xueyan happened to bump face to face with Nurse Xiaozhang. Nurse Xiaozhang's eyes were surprised. This kid, is he so strong? Girl, you are. Ah ha 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 ha. Zhang Xueyan's face was covered in sweat, and she forced herself to say, exercise for exercise. So you're using Lin as exercise equipment? Yes. Zhang Xueyan fled carrying the identity of Lin Baiyu. If he didn't escape again, Lin Baiyu's detachment would completely disappear in place. At a 100-meter sprint, he rushed to the 5th floor. Opened the door to room 666. Zhang Xueyan's entire body rushed in. Then, the Lin Baiyu clothes on his shoulders began to shrink, and then the entire person disappeared. Phew! Zhang Xueyan moved 2 steps, leaned against the wall, and sat down. Just now. Just a little bit. Just after Zhang Xueyan mistakenly thought she had dodged a bullet. Cluck! The ward door was wrenched open. Grass, grass, grass. Zhang Shuiyan panics 6 times. If a doctor or nurse comes to check in at this time, then wouldn't that be the end of it? Zhang Shuiyan was distraught, her heart thumping as she stared at the door of the room. Only the door was pushed open little by little. A man walked in from outside. Lin Baiyu looked at Zhang Shuiyan, who was sitting on the ground as if she was in danger. What? Behind Lin Baiyu, it was not the corridors of the hospital, but the clouds of the southern heavenly gate and the various heavenly palaces hidden in the clouds. Ugh! Zhang Shuiyan completely lost her strength and lay on the ground. Just now, she had experienced a day trip to heaven and hell. Lin Baiyu walked in and closed the door. The space outside the door twisted and changed, and the clouds as well as the southern heavenly gate disappeared. The corridors of the hospital and the door to the sick room across the street reappeared. Zhang Shuiyan gave a brief account of what had just happened to her. Lin Baiyu said, I suspect that it was caused by the fact that I suddenly boosted too much, and my out-of-body incarnation couldn't withstand being affected. Lin Baiyu told the story about the peach tree and the peaches it bore. So it is. Lin Baiyu opened the cabinet inside the ward and then started rummaging around. Are you going to change your clothes? Zhang Shuiyan cupped her chin and said in a rather demented manner, it's just the right time to show me what you've become today after your body has changed. Box, ha. Lin Baiyu said without looking back, no. Lin Baiyu finally have rummaged through the cabinet and found what she wanted. It was a black bag with 8 walnuts in it. Lin Baiyu picked up one of the walnuts and then placed it on the ground. The palm of his hand transformed into a coiled dragon treasure seal out of thin air. I want to know, Kun, and my body, and more. After saying that, Lin Baiyu raised the coiled dragon treasure seal and smashed it against the walnut. Chapter 104 Refining sticks is too meaningless, why not refine? 3 points and 2 blades. There was a click. Walnuts perfectly shelled perfectly broken open. Without damaging a single kernel of flesh, the hard black peach shell split perfectly in half. On the peach kernel fell a small, red seal of equal proportional size, on which was written Taishan Kai Tian, execution of the runes and the royal calendar. Lin Baiyu grabbed this one peach kernel and immediately ate it into her mouth. In order not to let Zhang Shuiyan stop herself, Lin Baiyu ate quickly. The whole world changed when Peach Nut ate it. Lin Baiyu left the mental hospital and the world. He held a belief. Director Chen won't lie to me, so after eating it, I will know everything about the world. 12 great pillars of white bones traversed the entire heaven and earth, and in the center was a wheel of time. The whole heaven and earth is chaos. Lin Baiyu finally came to this place again. After entering this world, Lin Baiyu saw everything once again, repeating under his breath the words he had said on his first visit. So that's what it's all about in the end. But that doesn't matter. The main thing that Lin Baiyu wanted to see was his own recent situation. The wheel of time in front of him obeyed his will and turned again. Time traveled to an extremely critical point in the future. The black dragon of the South Seas devours the people. This share of doing evil does not directly affect you. On the screen, it changed once again and came to Lin Baiyu's familiar Jianhai city, the inside of a small courtyard on the first floor. Director Chen is chatting with a patient in the small courtyard. A heavenly thunderbolt landed precisely on Director Chen's head. A nearby nurse ran over, and then Director Su of the hospital also heard about it. Instead of calling 120, they notified Director Chen's parents to come. Because Director Chen had died on the spot. Lin Baiyu raised the dragon of the 4 seas, and the black dragon's evil did not work directly on his own body, but rather fed back to Director Chen more first. Lin Baiyu looked at the picture of Director Chen's miserable appearance after his death from the thunderous fall of the roof. Can't help but have red eyes. Lin Baiyu covered her heart, breathing a little sharply. Why is it a little hard? After a few breaths, Lin Baiyu's mood completely calmed down. He looked at the picture. Once Director Chen died, He Qing was also affected because he was in charge of the Thunder Ancestors' Way. Lin Baiyu continued to look on. Until he saw He Qing backfire and get very sick then die in the orphanage, then his disciple joined the Supervisory Law Division and went to the South China Sea to slay dragons. Having suffered the loss of blindness, being plastered with a cloud of ink on his face, the black dragon bit off his left arm, and nearly died in the sea with his sword in his hand, which had been refined out of the 6 jins of divine flame. Enough already. Any more than that, even if Lin Baiyu read it, he couldn't bring it out. I can only take a little bit away. Lin Baiyu took a deep breath and chose to cut out 2 images, the death of Director Chen and the failure of He Qing's disciple to slay the dragon. Lin Baiyu's consciousness left this world. Returned to his body. Zhang Shuiyan locked onto Lin Baiyu's stomach, then strangled it with force. In Lin Baiyu's mouth, a walnut came out. Lin Baiyu was back again once more, and he wiped his mouth. Found lots of white foam at the corners of my mouth. Zhang Shuiyan threw that walnut on the ground into the trash can. What did you see this time? Lin Baiyu blinked. Saw a lot, but I just remember two things. What is it? Need an eye and a powerful weapon. At night, Wan Limin suddenly woke up from his bed. He received a message. Cyberfur needs me. 10 boxes of iron ore were once again piled up on the wharf in Jianhai City. After the stuff is unloaded, these crews leave on their own and don't need to stick around. The two of them, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan, walked over. What do you want to refine this time? Zhang Shuiyan asked. It's better to stick it, it's good to refine. TCH, can't you change the pattern? It's always the same mold, unoriginal. You want to? Zhang Shuiyan used her finger on the ground and drew a shape out. I want this. No problem. A white cloud appeared under Lin Baiyu's feet and took Zhang Shuiyan along with her into the sky. View of the entire marina from above. One by one, the containers were opened and black iron ore flew out from them. Lin Baiyu's hand made a move. The golden six jin's divine flame shone out in the darkness of the night. Countless iron ores were melted into red iron water the moment they met the six din divine flame. The iron flowed like a river and poured into one piece. Lin Baiyu carefully melted. With the powerful firepower of the six din divine flame, these mortal refinements were burned and refined. In front of Lin Baiyu, a weapon gradually formed. Until the six din divine flame had refined out all the essence, Lin Baiyu quietly waited for it to take shape. This weapon, you name it as well. Lin Baiyu said. That's natural. I see that this weapon has a unique shape, so why don't we call it the three-pointed two-edged gun? Zhang Shuiyan grabbed Lin Baiyu's hand. Then the six din divine flame on his fingertips carved the name on this one weapon. Compared to the last refining, Lin Baiyu was much more skillful this time. In addition to this weapon, Lin Baiyu had to add one more thing. Only to see Lin Baiyu light up his golden eyes. The three flowers in his body then slowly operated. The right hand is folded in front of the right eye. Little by little, you take down your golden eye sex. The right eye has lost its former color and has turned into an ordinary look. However, it is not a hindrance to daily use. Lin Baiyu took out the golden eye and refined it greatly in his hand with the six ding divine flame. After thinking about it, I think it might not be enough. With another wave of his hand, he brought out the peach course he had left over from his lunchtime meal in the small garden. This stuff is not ordinary either. Together, they were also thrown into the six din divine flame and refined. The golden-eyed nature fell into the six-dimensional divine flame and immediately turned invisible before entering a peach core. The two are one big yang and one little yang, and they refine each other. A goldenized peach kernel was refined. Take the hand, it's warm inside. The two things are what Lin Baiyu had prepared for Ho Qing, for Director Chen. This, of necessity, will prevent the end I have seen. Lin Baiyu took these two things with him, maneuvered the white cloud under his feet, and flew to an orphanage. Inside the building, in the staff quarters, He Qing opened his eyes. Just put on my clothes and rushed out. Brother Lin. Only to see that in the front yard, there stood Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan. And yes, Lin Baiyu didn't come empty-handed this time. Lin Baiyu opened his mouth and asked, "Do you still remember what Thunder Ancestor's great Tao is?" He Qing wondered if he had rushed to his place in the middle of the night just to ask this question. As the current Thunder Ancestor, he knew better than anyone else. Naturally, it's a good deed, and it's extremely deeply involved with Director Chen. Yes. Lin Baiyu nodded, so give these two things to your apprentice. A three-pointed, two-bladed gun and a stone. It's still vaguely warm to the touch, not like a dead thing. He Qing didn't expect Lin Baiyu to actually send these two things. With these two, it would save him from refining weapons for his disciple. And this stone that Brother Lin sent over seems to be no mortal object. Lin Baiyu handed these two items to He Qing. Then again, he instructed, remember to let him do good. Talking about this word, He Qing's face changed a bit. What? Lin Baiyu suddenly asked, he has a bad character? It's not bad, it's just some little temper. He Qing finished scratching his head. Lin Baiyu left after handing over these two items. He Qing lay back down to sleep. 3 o'clock at night. He Qing walked to the residence of those kids, then gently shook Yang Jian. Yang Jian asked with his eyes closed in a daze, "Master? Follow me." He Qing immediately walked towards the door. Available results. Turning his head, the kid Yang Jian dipped his head on the pillow and continued to snooze. He Qing retraced his steps and shook Yang Jian awake again. Yang Jian opened his pale white eyes and opened his mouth to ask, "Master, aren't you going to sleep? Get up and practice." "Okay, Master, you go ahead and practice." After saying that, Yang Jian fell down and continued to sleep. Brat! He Qing smashed a chestnut into Yang Jian's head. Yang Jian ate the pain and finally came to his senses. The two walked to the front yard one after the other. Yang Jian snapped his fingers. The front yard lights were lit. He Ching looked at the light bulb above his head for a long time without words. Thunderbolt mastery is quick, just not as strong. It's just that I'm afraid this kid will do something bad and hurt Director Chen. He Ching touched a fan from his own back and then handed it to Yang Jian. You open it. Yang Jian took the fan, opened it and fanned it a few times. It's just a very common fan, nothing unusual. He Ching laughed and brought the fan back again before flinging his hand. What was originally a small folding fan had instantly turned into a chilling, glittering, three-pointed, two-bladed gun. The hilt is black, flush to the shoulder, and on top is a three-pointed sword of formidable proportions. He Ching handed the three-pointed, two-bladed spear to Yang Jian and then plunged it heavily into the ground. Yang Jian stretched out his hand to touch it and felt the cold black column, just enough to grip it in his palm, and then carefully touching it upwards, it was a blade. The expression on Yang Jian's face changed and changed. He Ching said confidently, I'll give you 3 days if you can pull it out within 3 days. He Ching's words were not yet finished. Yang Jian held the sword pillar with both hands, his feet were like tree roots stuck in the ground, and the 3 flowers in his body worked like crazy. All the surrounding auras surged towards him crazily. A hint of redness appeared on Yang Jian's white face, followed by a low gulp from his mouth. The three-pointed, two-bladed gun was raised by him. Yang Jian was panting heavily, with tired sweat all over his body. After this three-pointed, two-bladed spear was drawn from the ground, the sword and himself seemed to melt into one, and the two bodies were closely related to each other. He could feel that with today's self, these three-pointed two blades could only barely hold, wanting to fully utilize the strength out, still need to be honed. This thing. It's so heavy, I've only pulled out 1/10 of its weight today. As for why it's 1/10. Yang Jian felt that there was also a layer of attraction between this thing and himself. Otherwise, one would never pull it out. He Ching never expected that his disciple would actually give a direct pull out. This shouldn't be, this thing is heavy. However, He Ching is a person who pays a lot of attention to credibility. Since Yang Jian has already pulled it out, let's hand over the other thing as well. It was a thing that looked like a stone on the outside, but was somewhat hot to the touch. He Ching himself couldn't even see what was inside. Since you pulled it out, then this thing, together with it, will be given to you. He Ching threw this stone like peach kernel in his hand to Yang Jian. Yang Jian didn't understand and kept fumbling with his hand. Master, what is this? Don't ask, Master. He Ching spread his hands, I don't know either. As a blind person, Yang Jian can only rely on his hands to feel things, so the strength of his fingers is much greater than others. This stone-like thing looked hard, but after Yang Jian gave it a few hard pinches. I can't believe I crushed it. A golden light came out from it. He Ching was startled and tried to catch this golden light. Palm outstretched. This golden light, however, was extremely fast, slipping out from between his fingers. He Ching saw that this golden light was radiant and did not look like an evil demon or evil thing at all, and it was still given by Lin Baiyu, so he stopped trying to grab it. Instead, he watched in silence. Only this golden light was seen flying around Yang Jian. It then landed in front of Yang Jian's door. Yang Jian's eyes were open, and he saw a light, which was completely different from the light he had seen in his life, making him unconsciously attracted to it. Yang Jian stood still. The golden light flew little by little towards Yang Jian's forehead and eyebrows. Chapter 105, What should I do on the first day of obtaining the God's Eye? Stab myself, of course. Yang Jian noticed that there was an additional object at the center of his brow. So hot, so hot. This thing is merging with itself. That golden light landed between Yang Jian's eyebrows. Then the golden light converged inward, and Yang Jian's body changed once again. Yang Jian only felt an itch at his brow. He unconsciously scratched his fingers twice. At this moment, He Ching, who stood opposite Yang Jian, had alarm bells ringing in his heart. I only saw Yang Jian scratching at his own brow twice afterward. In the center of his brow, a white divine splendor flashed out, which condensed into a finger-thick beam of light. Like a pointing light on the sea, it shoots through the darkness. This beam of light hit He Ching squarely in the head, splitting his head in two from the top of his head, and with undiminished power it then shot into the old mansion that housed the orphanage behind him. On the third-floor wall, through a small hole, and then shot through the roof and then went to the sky like a meteor. In the sky of Jianghai City, Lin Baiyu set up a cloud and was flying in the direction of the mental hospital. While this was happening, a white light was suddenly visible shooting through the sky, flying to who knows where. Lin Baiyu blinked, it sure is dangerous out there. That one golden eye had been refined and was already different from its original essence. Lin Baiyu herself didn't even recognize who the owner of this light should be. In the orphanage. Yang Jian fell backward onto the ground, and a cloud of dust swirled around him. The white light on Yang Jian's forehead disappeared, and there was one more silver and gold seal, one left and one right, biting each other up and down. In the center, the white divine light gradually went out, and then returned to peace. Yang Jian got up from the ground and was first quiet, then kept listening with his own ears. As a result, Yang Jian panicked. How is it that in this yard, there is no sound but his own? Master? Master? Yang Jian first inquired in a low voice. It wasn't until the second sound that Yang Jian was completely flustered, ignoring Zhao's mom and the rest of his buddies who were still sleeping. Start yelling at the top of your lungs to find it. Master, master. Yang Jian went crazy and started to feel for it with his hands, with all the senses in his body. But no, there's nothing anywhere. He had lived in this place for more than a decade, and he had felt every corner of this yard 1,000 times. But now, nothing. Yang Jian didn't know how ugly his expression was right now. Master. As he screamed, Yang Jian's voice dried up. Mother Zhao finally heard the commotion in the front yard and rushed over the first time she got dressed. Just look and see Yang Jian lying on his back, just as helpless as when he was small, exploring the surrounding with his hands a little bit. What's wrong? Mother Zhao ran over and hurriedly picked up Yang Jian. Yang Jian's heart immediately felt like a drowning person grasping for straws. Where is master? Where is master? Where is Master Zhao's mom? Zhou's mom went to look around the house. Finding no one around, Yang Jian was the only one. Are you sleepy? You're the only one here. What about my master? Probably sleeping. Go ahead and go to bed, you'll see him tomorrow. Zhao's mom finally let Yang Jian go to bed after 1,000 words. However, Yang Jian searched around the courtyard again alone after Zhao's mom left. No one, still no one. Rummaged through Yi Qing's bed as well, still no one there. Yang Jian was in the front yard, standing where he had just stood, kneeling down towards where Yi Qing had last appeared. Tears streamed from his eyes. Master. Kneeling from the darkness of the night until the break of day. The golden sun rose over the horizon, beams of light beating down from the clouds, and a backdrop of homes falling around them. In front of the orphanage, a small flower bed was surrounded by red bricks. Inside, wildflowers are stained with morning dew. Yang Jian raised his head. He touched the strange extra thing on his forehead. A mouthful of anger in his heart rubbed through his head. All sanity is gone. It's you who killed my master. Murder pays for life, and today, I want you to die. Yang Jian stood up from the ground and held the three-pointed two-bladed spear with one hand. With a heavy step of his right foot, he raised the three-pointed two-bladed spear with force in his arm. Lifting to mid-air, Yang Jian kicked the gun again. The three-pointed two-edged gun was reversed by the force, and the tip of the gun was facing Yang Jian's side. Yang Jian's palm grasped a blade with a bare hand. The sharp blade easily cut through his white palm, dripping a large amount of blood from the tiger's mouth position. Yang Jian grabbed the three-pointed, two-bladed spear and stabbed himself in the head. Just in time. Above the sky, there was a sudden bolt from the blue. Boom! A thunderbolt, coincidentally, struck where Yang Jian was standing. Yang Jian's internal 8-9 Xian Gong naturally operated, skimming off the divine blade, and the three-pointed, two-bladed spear was naturally erected on the ground, with another palm protecting the top of his head. The lightning struck Yang Jian's body without even scratching his clothes. Instead, the hand that had just been cut by the triple-pointed blade was being repaired with the naked eye. Not far. Yi Qing was riding an electric bicycle and had just finished delivering an order. He sat on the electric bike, eyes closed, blue thunder bubbling inside his palms. He looked down on the river and the sea with his divine position and realized that his stupid disciple was actually going to do something stupid. In fact, since the beginning of the night, Yi Qing knew that his bilocation had been destroyed. However, due to the fact that they were exterminated so quickly, their own bilocation was gone without even sending back a thought. Yi Qing didn't take it seriously either. Anyway, if he is destroyed, Yang Jian is also an accomplished kung fu master, so he can cope with any trouble. But what Yi Qing didn't expect was that he had only just looked at him when he saw the scene where this stupid kid was about to commit suicide. What the heck, can you still let me deliver takeout? Yi Qing took out his cell phone and started to call the next order of customers. Hello? Is Mr. Yang the one who ordered the yellow stuffed chicken? Ow, I can't deliver this order yet, my apprentice is at home killing himself with a triple-pointed gun. Grace, thanks. Hanging up the phone, Yi Qing began to rush towards the orphanage. West Sea. The depths of the sea. The Dragon King of the Western Sea swam in the sea to a grouper and asked in a whisper, "Is your mom home?" This one female grouper spit a bubble. The Dragon King immediately understood and replied, "Oops, it's okay if it's not there. Uncle me, I'm not here to see your mom today. Hey, this is not to hear, you became an adult today, uncle prepared an adult gift for you. The female grouper spit another bubble. The huge dragon body of the Dragon King had begun to encircle this fish, not allowing it to have a retreat to escape. Oh, you want to know what the gift is? The gift is teaching you to be an adult, ha 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 ha. The dragon's body completely wrapped the female grouper, and from the outside, he couldn't see what was happening inside. You can just see the Dragon King spitting out so many bubbles. East China Sea. The DVD was finally turned off to Shirio's satisfaction. Turtle Prime Minister carefully asked, Lord Dragon King, the men and horses have all been summoned. The white dragon glanced at the Prime Minister who had followed him everywhere to protect the East Sea, his original normal dragon voice gone, his voice in his mouth turning into a low heavy artillery tone. Turning to Turtle Prime, he said, you don't even want to call me Godfather. Chapter 106, next year today, horse treads on Tokyo. Luoyang Heideleo Hot Pot Restaurant. The store is only open at the moment, and it's time to be cleaning up. Older employees were gathering to chat. New employees then stand in front of the store manager, get paid for a week, and sign a contract along with insurance. The store manager was a man in his late 40s, but very spry. Sitting at a table with a completed submission in front of him. The newcomer across the table got up and left. Next. The store manager sat down across from a 20-year-old clean-looking guy. The store manager was very impressed with the employee, and the other worked especially hard. Gender? Male. The store manager rolled his eyes and decided to help the guy write the contract himself, just let the guy write his own name at the end. Nation? Dragons. The store manager looked up at the guy again inside. How young and brain dead. Help him write down Han on the contract. Home address? On the bottom of the North Sea, swim a little to the left, it's a reef, and the coral near the head is where I live. Emergency contact. East Sea Dragon King, my own brother. Alright, sign your name here. The word North Boat was written down. The store manager credited him again with his previous paycheck. North Boat's heart was joyful as he grabbed his own cell phone and looked at the paycheck that arrived. Bouncing out of position. The store manager moves on to sign the contract with the next person. North Boat went to an empty seat with no one in it by himself and started shopping online. Finally, I have money, I'm going to buy the first courtyard in Dragonborn. Ha. It's really great to make money. Zhanghai City, in front of the orphanage. A battery-operated car stopped. He parked the car aside and then walked into the house. Yang Jian was standing in the front yard at the moment, and his whole body was in a daze. Suddenly Yang Jian turned his head to listen. The footsteps of this visitor were to be familiar. But Yang Jian couldn't believe it all of a sudden, couldn't believe that it was the master who had come back. Until Li Qing took the initiative to speak. This weapon is not bad, but it doesn't look like I can refine it. Li Qing couldn't be more clear about how much strength his doppelganger had. Yang Jian couldn't believe it, who are you? Li Qing was left speechless by the question, take a good look with your third eye, who am I? No way. Yang Jian remembered the power of this glance. Definitely not willing to hurt anyone else. Li Qing took a step forward as his own doppelganger went to deliver the takeout. The essence decided to stay and teach this disciple of his properly. This eye is infinitely powerful when mastered, how can you let go of such a treasure and destroy it? Do you still want to perform good deeds to condense the heavenly dew? Think. Yang Jian naturally wouldn't forget his goal. If you want to, then go out and do it for real. Ha? Didn't you really want to go to the superintendent's office? Now. But master, I'm not out of the master yet. The moment you draw your three-pointed blade, you're out of the division. The eyes. Let's rely on figuring it out in actual combat. What the master can teach has been taught to the end. Zhanghai City's 4th Ring Expressway. Director Chen took the steering wheel. How's it going? Did you get any of the workers you wanted? On the co-pilot, Chen Jiahao had a dying look on his face. He glanced at his cell phone and there were 10 missed calls from Baekchen Jie. I wouldn't have come to you if it had been recruited. Blowing in the wind, Chen Jiahao decided that it would be a good idea to light one to spread out. Director Chen looked at his oldest brother's difficult look, and he couldn't help but laugh a little before saying, you have to believe that the car will get there. Chen Jiahao immediately picked up on the next sentence, a ship is naturally straight when it reaches the bridge, right? Yeah, so don't you worry, everything will be fine. Chen Jiahao was silent. Director Chen once again snapped, do you believe me? Chen Jiahao replied this time, I believe it. Ha. Director Chen laughed heartily. That's right, work you have to keep some slack, you can't get things done when you're too tense. Sending his oldest brother to the mental hospital, Chen Jiahao himself took a taxi back to the main camp of the Supervision and Law Division. He's under too much pressure to act like he has the cards in front of his men. There's no one to talk to. The only one who can say that is his oldest brother. But again, my oldest brother couldn't talk too much and was only able to talk about the most superficial things, but fortunately, my brother's psychiatrist is not bad, and it does relieve his stress greatly now. Forget it, just take a step. Chan Kaho returned to the main camp of the Supervisory Law Division. Here, at the front, is a small anteroom where hardly anyone comes, and the only kind of people who do come are oddballs. But the Odd Fellows test is exaggerated to the point of outrageousness for ordinary people. But today is different. There is a teenager standing here waiting. The people from the Department of Supervision and Justice were waiting here early in the morning. After Chen Jiahao arrived, he immediately knew all about the situation from his men. Chen Jiahao brought a teenager with a somewhat outstanding appearance to the Supervisory Law Division's human training room. Chen Jiahao walked ahead and asked without looking back, "Little guy what's his name?" "Yang Jian." "That said, I hope you're not too upset, can you see that?" "Can't see it. If you don't count this extra eye on top of your head. Because Yang Jian hasn't mastered it yet. Then let's start with the basics." Chen Jiahao led Yang Jian to a pure black wall. On this wall, there's a screen. The current record high is 181 pounds. Chen Jiahao spoke, "Try throwing a punch. The lower limit of the dust-treading realm is 181 pounds. If you can reach it, then we'll recognize you as a wunderkind." Yang Jian opened his mouth and asked, "What if it exceeds?" "Ha ha." Chen Jiahao laughed, "Overall? Zhanghai City Supervisory Law Division, from now on, you're number one in battle power." Excitement appeared on Yang Jian's face. He said nothing and stood in front of the black wall. Chen Jiahao began to have people record the data. Lu turned on the computer on the sidelines. All the instruments went off in a flash. The three flowers in Yang Jian's body slowly operated. One fist was collected under his body, and both feet were rooted to the ground. This was followed by a soft drink from his mouth. Punch out. Wall shattering. A blasting sound like C4 explosives roared in Chen Jiahao's ears. An explosion shattered an entire side of the small, purpose-built, two-story building, sending gray dust swirling into the sky. Countless pieces of the wall crumbled to the ground and flew into the distance. This movement spread to within a mile radius. And this is just the power of Yang Jian's punch. Inside the training room, Xiaolu gulped as Chen Jiahao's jaw looked like it was dislocated and couldn't be retracted. Yang Jian relied on his ears to recognize sounds. He felt as if he had punched out hard. "I overestimated the hardness of this black wall. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. I made it. I made it." Chen Jiahao suddenly laughed like a child. Unable to resist, the hands clapped up against each other and jumped in place. Chen Jiahao smiled widely and trotted around this training room. He pushed open the window and shouted at the sky outside, "I've made it. I did it. I've finally." Chen Jiahao clenched his fist and swung it vigorously towards the sky, shouting loudly, "I've finally recruited a strange person. Little Lu, did you see that?" Chen Jiahao turned his head once more and looked at his subordinate with a face of heartbreaking tears. Xiao Lu was also infinitely emotional. "Director Chen, we've finally succeeded." From outside the training room rushed in a large number of black yayas, these people with gongs, chest tied with big red flowers, playing drums with a face of excitement. "We did it. Finally recruited. It's done. It's done. The year-end bonus is secure." Chen Jiahao suddenly raised his hand. All the voices came to a screeching halt. Chen Jiahao took a few deep breaths. "Lu, on your admission form, what grade does it say?" Xiao Lu sniffed and looked down. "Strange person, dust-treading realm." Chen Jiahao looked at Yang Jian differently this time, putting away all his contempt. He trotted over and held Yang Jian with both hands. Although he knew that Yang Jian's eyes were blind, Chen Jiahao confessed from the bottom of his heart, "My dear brother, we've really been cheated too many times, that's why we're indifferent to you. You mustn't let my attitude just now get to you." Yang Jian was a bit uncomfortable in the face of this sudden enthusiasm. It won't." Chen Jiahao said to Xiao Lu again, "Change it to the mountain-moving realm for me. This punch from Yang Jian just now is at least 1,000 pounds. "Good." Xiao Lu gave the original paper to scribble off the words he had just written and changed it to mountain-moving mirror. It's one level higher than stomping dust. But it's still in the category of the odd man out. Chen Jiahao said, "Unfortunately, if one can possess means beyond the physical body, then one can judge into reclamation. Yang Jian with your battle power is properly reclaiming the realm. It's just a pity that the standard of the test requires means other than the physical body." Yang Jian heard this like this. From behind himself, he fished out a folding fan. This fan is flat. But after Yang Jian took it in his hand, he flicked it off. This folding fan, in front of a group of supervisory law division people, actually shone. A cold, glittering, three-pointed, two-bladed pistol pillars on the ground. Yang Jian discerned the direction and found the direction where he had just made a big hole by himself. Then he lifted his three-pointed two-bladed spear and stabbed towards the sky. The tip of the gun stabbed out a sharp aura that went straight into the sky. Chen Jiahao took a tentative step out to Yang Jian's right. He poked his head out, careful to look. Though the face was violently lopsided and the lips were slightly parted, only the sound of inhalation was heard but forgotten to be exhaled. Then it stayed in that one position, frozen there looking up. The rest of the men didn't understand what was wrong with their director. This means of turning out a handful of weapons was truly amazing, but it was only as powerful as the weapons. What has to do with people? However, if one were to rely hard on this hand of weaponry, one could indeed judge the reclamation realm as well. Xiao Lu walked up holding a pen and a form and stood on the other side of Yang Jian. Then too, his expression changed violently, just maintaining the same posture as Director Chen, tilting his head speechlessly. What's going on with those two? No way what's going on with Director and Lu? Is it hard to have a UFO in the sky? Just go check it out. The group of brothers from the Supervisory Law Division came up with a hefty grin and a cheeky grin, wondering what they were looking at. All of them gathered around and surrounded Yang Jian and Director Chen into a ball. But when these members of the Supervisory Law Division unintentionally saw what was happening in the sky that day, the expressions on their faces were shocked. All of them, like Director Chen, had their bodies frozen in place as if they were under a fixation spell, tilting their heads speechlessly. Director Chen has recovered from the initial shock. Lu, on the other hand, took a slight step back and recovered his emotions. Xiao Lu rubbed his nose, then asked Director Chen, should Yang Jian's realm be upgraded by another level? Xiao Lu did not go to flirt with his brothers, but on that form, once again, scribbled off just wrote down to the realm, and was about to write the word reclamation upwards. Director Chen interrupted, the reclamation realm is merely the mastery of 1 to 2 attacking techniques other than the physical body as a realm. But Yang Jian is no longer suitable for this realm, his power. Director Chen's gaze, towards the heavens, resumed. There, it was a source of shock for all the disc staff. Only to see that in the sky, a blade appeared, splitting the clouds layer by layer like tofu. If one stood beside this Yang Jian and had the best perspective to look at it, one would have realized that the saber on went straight into the sky, and I don't know how many layers of the sky it had killed through. Director Chen explained, as the saying goes, one man can do anything. The origin of this fourth realm is this phrase. Yang Jian, already invincible on earth. Lu, give me a pen and paper. Xiao Lu sniffed and handed over the form, along with the black pen. Chen Jiahao personally wrote on this entry form, behind Xiao Lu's scribbling, once again in a new realm. Breaking formation. Xiao Lu sent announcements to the major state supervisory and legal departments in Yanjing, Mordor, Chuanzhou, Huizhou, and so on. The Jianghai Supervisory Law Division, except one cultivator today. Realm breaking. Chen Jiahao suddenly straightened his back, incomparably proud, tell all the people. Jianghai Supervisory Law Division, number 1 in China's war power. Xiao Lu suddenly licked his lips and asked with some uncertainty, Director Chen, is this announcement too arrogant? Without waiting for Director Chen to speak, the rest of his colleagues finally recovered from their shock. Hubris my ass. Those without strength are called arrogant, those with strength that's called the confidence of a great nation. Grandma, next year today horse treads Tokyo. The little Heavenly Pearls account hasn't been settled yet. With Yang Jian, we must tell everyone in this world and internationally. Supervision of the Law Division, to investigate and supervise public opinion, and to judicially rope the world's lawbreakers. Director Chen laughed out loud. Ho, that's a beautiful thing to say. That's the way it should be in the Supervisory Law Division. Chen Jiahao told his men to start moving. Then he picked up his cell phone and prepared to dial Beck Chun Jae's number. Before making the call, he deliberately looked at Yang Jian. Here I am, in a big mess, do you want to go? Yang Jian's pale white eyes stared at Director Chen and asked, did the other party break the law? Several of them. What are we going to do? Yang Jian asked. Chen Jiahao said, talk to that black dragon that is doing evil, talk. With you, we can at least get to the negotiating table. Yang Jian shook his head. Chen Jiahao put down his cell phone and wasn't going to call. However, Yang Jian said, killers pay for their lives, what's there to talk about, just behead them. Chen Jiahao's eyes sizzled. Looking at this Yang Jian is even more fervent than looking at his own daughter-in-law. Chen Jiahao grabbed his cell phone and dialed his top boss, Bai Chuanzai's number. Chapter 107, Yang Jian receives order, beheads the dragon. The phone found Bai Chun's number, then Chen Jiahao put the phone to his ear. 2 beeps. The other end of the line was picked up. Chen Jiahao was about to open his mouth. Suddenly Hakuhara was completely tense and anxious at that end. On the other end of the phone, there was no sense of elation that Chen Jiahao had taken the initiative to call. Instead, he broke into a fit of rage. Chen Jiahao could feel the anger of his top boss, Bai Chuanzai, on the other end of the phone. He subconsciously wiped his face. It felt like several invisible spitballs had been sprayed in his face. "Hey, what's wrong with you here, Boss White?" Boss White continued his scolding. "What are you doing, you brat? Look at the announcement you posted. Get rid of it now. You've lost your mind, or you're just stupid. Who told you to post the announcement like that? Do you know that announcement can be seen by everyone in the country? Remove it for me. Remove the announcement before it spreads out now." Oh. Chen Jiahao gave a bad smile. "So that's what you're worried about? Ha ha. I'm not withdrawing." Chen Jiahao clearly felt that on the other end of the phone, his own boss had a feeling that he couldn't do anything about it. "If you don't withdraw, then I'll withdraw for you." Hearing Boss Bai's words, Chen Jiahao's bones finally hardened. Grabbing the phone, he said, "Don't you dare." This sentence let the opposite Bai Chun and suddenly remembered one thing, that is, this one of his own henchmen is not an ordinary henchman, his hands are holding a most important big resource. Bai Chun was silent on the phone for a long time before suddenly testing the waters. "That one is willing to come to the South China Sea?" Chen Jiahao could hear that there was unhidden joy in his leader's tone. "Ha!" Chen Jiahao deliberately sold a lie. "We're going to the South Seas now." Bai Chun's voice suddenly rose 8 decibels on the other end. "You got that one invited?" Chan Ka-ho didn't say anything. Bai Chun's eye said, "Then I'll start contacting the manpower now and wait for you at the airport over in the South China Sea. With that one's help, the Black Dragon under the South Sea can always be negotiated." "Wrong," Chen Jiahao said with great bravado. "The Shanghai Supervisory Law Division is not traveling this time to negotiate." "And you are?" Chen Jiahao replied with 2 words, simple and clear. "Chopper." Chen Jiahao stopped talking, having finished his own words. The Shanghai Municipal Supervision and Law Division, led by Chen Jiahao, began to act. Take a car, then a plane. Shanghai City, a dark cloud coalesced over the mental hospital today. In the small courtyard on the first floor, all the clothes were put away. Dr. Fong, who was in the office, put on an extra shirt. While wearing it, I looked outside the window. Strange, there were no dark clouds when I went out in the morning. He pushed open the window and looked twice into the distance. The sky was clear in the distance. It was the area around the hospital that was covered in dark clouds. Inexplicably, Dr. Fong closed the window and began to prepare for the day. Director Chen was next door, sitting or standing. He pulled the curtains closed, but it made it even darker in the office. Director Chen not only do not feel comfortable, on the contrary, more anxious and impatient. Calm down. According to psychology, the more a person encloses himself in a dark space, the worse it is for the body and mind. Starting with getting up and going to work this morning. Director Chen then realized that something wasn't quite right with his situation. The whole thing was inexplicably put out of mind. Lose the flabbiness of old. In the car, Director Chen had done 10 minutes of meditation and breathing adjustments. In short, all the mental adjustments he knew how to make, he had tried all of them himself. But none of it worked. The mind is just inexplicably anxious and impatient. Especially not daring to look straight up at the sky. Director Chen thought about grabbing the curtains and trying to pull them back so that the few bits of light would shine in again. But only then did he pull back a corner and look up. It was found that the dark clouds in the sky had become thicker. Director Chen stumbled, tripped over a chair leg, and his entire body fell to the floor. Even the hand didn't even react to the support. Director Chen fell to the ground like a patient in shock and hurriedly hid in the corner. Director Chen clutched his legs, his heart turning good and fearful for no reason. What's wrong with me? What's going on today? What the hell is going on? Fortunately, Director Chen's door was closed. If a colleague saw it, there might be some misunderstanding out of it. Shrinking into the corner, Director Chen's body stopped trembling and began to breathe rhythmically, his entire body soothing down. After all, he is still a doctor and knows how to adjust himself. Director Chen opened his eyes and tried to stand up. He still gave an involuntary shiver when he saw his hand. It was not until this time that Director Chen had a greater appreciation of how painful his patients were. A normal person on their own would be like this when things are bad, how painful their world should be. Director Chen took a deep breath. Then from the back of the cabinet, he began to rummage through the judgments he had made for his patients and the diagnostic treatment books. I'm not in the right place at the moment, and the only person who can help me is my past self. After rummaging around for a long time, Director Chen finally found a proposal that meets the current needs. Director Chen walked out of the office. Come to the first floor and go through a large door. Walked into the small courtyard. Director Chen, wearing a white coat, walked inside and took the initiative to greet a particular patient. The patients were very enthusiastic about Director Chen and almost always responded to what they had to say. Director Chen inexplicably felt slightly better. Just never look up at the sky. Director Chen walked over to the chair and chatted with his patient. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky became denser, and a thunderous light flashed within the dark clouds. The lightning was hidden in the dark clouds, and every time it flashed, the next time it reappeared, it would be 3 times more powerful. South China Sea. Bai Chen-jae had led the way to the beach. Bai Chun took a slight step behind, allowing a windy mortal, wearing Tai Chi practicing Kung Fu, Mr. Ma, to stand in front. Mr. Ma, this one is still up to you. Mr. Ma said nothing with his hands behind his back and his eyes looking straight at the South China Sea in front of him. Bai Chun was inexplicably a little more at ease. Not far away, a group of people rushed over. The leader was none other than Chan Ka-ho. At Chen Jiahao's side, he was followed by an extremely eye-catching, white-haired, white-pupiled teenager. The teenager's gaze was a bit empty, and every place his eyes landed was not a solid place, and if one were to stare at him carefully one would realize that he wasn't relying on his eyes to discern things. Chan Ka-ho was saying something to him. The two came all the way side by side. Behind them, the brothers, 20 in number, were black, all carrying a suitcase in their hands. Bai Chun's face was joyful, but after not finding that one silhouette in that crowd, the joy on his face gradually flattened out. Until Chan Ka-ho came to the beach. Bai Chun said, "What about that one?" Now Baek Chun-jae hasn't given up hope. But the next moment, Chen Jiahao was straightforward and spoke the truth. Didn't come. Chen Jiahao spoke as easily as if I hadn't brought you lunch at noon. Bai Chun-jia was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood on the spot. The Chinese Supervisory and Judicial Division, White Spring Walking, has mobilized half of his main force here, for the sake of negotiating with this black dragon. But the result? This kid Chan Ka-ho actually didn't do anything. It was hard for Baek Chun-jae not to be annoyed. You, Bai Chun, pointing to Chen Jiahao, old half a day, do not want to say anything. Things have reached this point, what else can be said? Behind Baek Chun-jae, there are some bold fishermen. There were even some of them dressed in white mourning clothes and draped in jute. One of the girls, no more than 10 years old and similarly dressed in mourning, knelt and crawled across the cordon. Then rushed to the front. She rushed up to the supervisor of laws, who was dressed in black clothing, all of which was fraught with fury. You guys, you're here to kill that evil dragon, right? Baek Chun gave his men a look. Immediately a member of the Supervisory Law Division stepped forward and grabbed the little girl by the sleeve. Little child, first go with uncle, okay? The little girl flung out her hand and asked with red eyes, murder pays for life, what makes you not to do justice for the people? None of the supervisory judges present answered. Bai Chun in front of Mr. Ma, the old god still looks like a worldly superior. The little girl felt that she had found the right person, and with a flutter, she knelt down towards Mr. Ma. Old gods, please take revenge for me. The 53 members of the Ping fishing and boating folk have lived and repaid you all their lives. Bai Chun and the people from the Supervisory Law Division suddenly didn't go to pull this little girl. If we can really get Mr. Ma. But Mr. Ma did not say a word, hands behind his back, a look of his strong let him be strong, the clear wind whisking the mountains and hills of the inscrutable. Just then, there was movement in the waters. Yang Jian walked to the little girl's side and pulled her up, then dusted off the white sand on her pants with his hand a little bit. Yang Jian didn't say anything. Ears flicked to hear voices in the sea. Bai Chun-jae as well as a group of supervisors and judges only heard it a little later, and when the commotion grew louder and louder, all of their gazes looked towards that sea. The sea, which was already unsettled, became even more unpredictable. The waves lapped at the shore again and again. The corners of Bai Chun-jae's and also Chen Jiahao's and other people's pants were all wet with seawater. One individual's face was serious as hell. Bai Chun at this time glanced at Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma still had his hands behind his back, a breezy look on his face. Bai Chun, after a little thought, took a big step back and stood behind Mr. Ma. And one by one, Baek Chun-jae's men followed suit, lining up behind Mr. Ma like a single long dragon formation. Standing behind old-time Ma, Bai Chun was noticing that Mr. Ma was still maintaining a breezy expression. There was even a starfish that was knocked up by the waves and slapped him in the face. Mr. Ma didn't even move a bit. Tall man. This is definitely a high man. Good job, Mr. Ma. Mr. Ma is awesome. With Mr. Ma protecting us, brothers don't need to be afraid. Brothers, let Mr. Ma stand at the front. Chen Jiahao glanced towards that Mr. Ma and found that Mr. Ma's upper body was still in danger, but his heels were trembling uncontrollably. On the surface of the sea, first a pair of dragon horns surfaced, then an entire black dragon head. That black dragon devoured several human lives and enjoyed dozens of days of offerings from the surrounding fishermen. Within the 4 sea dragon kings, it actually became the largest in size. The black scales on his body actually shone and reflected a golden rainbow light out in the daytime, and on the dragon's head, a pair of dragon eyes stared at everyone looking over. Even though Qin Jiahao had been mentally prepared before he came, when he actually faced this black dragon directly, he realized that it was simply not something that an ordinary person could face directly. A dragon's eye is half a man's size. On the black dragon, the largest dragon scale, it had to take 2 people to lift it. Qin Jiahao had also thought to say a few words on the scene to grow the reputation of the Shanghai Supervisory and Legal Department. But when it came to the scene, it wasn't that he was a wimp, but he really couldn't go against his instincts as a human being. Couldn't even open it. Humans, so small. Qin Jiahao thought in his heart. On the contrary, Bai Chun was over there, all of them hiding behind Mr. Ma, and actually found himself inexplicably at ease. Qin Jiahao was contemplating whether or not to run over and hug his thighs as well. But one more look at the little girl in the white morning dress. Seeing this girl clad in morning clothes, her fists clenched tightly, she stood in the middle of this group of supervisors and judges, looking straight at the dragon's head that dangled above the sea. The families behind this girl, on the other hand, are all looking at death as well. The people are not afraid of death, so how can they be afraid of death? Infected by this emotion, Qin Jiahao suddenly lifted his chest and looked straight at that one black dragon. Then one step at a time. Tilting his head, he spoke at the black dragon. I am the Shanghai Supervisory Judge, Qin Jiahao. All of the brothers of the Supervision and Law Division of Shanghai City had their eyes on their boss. While Bai Chun and the gang of Supervision and Law Division colleagues, but also looked over at the same time, one cannot say, just from the bottom of the heart, admire this man. Xiao Lu and his brothers, one by one, glanced at each other, then tacitly walked forward and stood behind Director Qin, protecting that little girl. The black dragon's eyes were all pressed on Qin Jiahao's body. Qin Jiahao immediately felt the pressure hit his head like a mountain, but instead, Qin Jiahao locked eyes with that black dragon. Within the dragon's head spit out the words, "Where is your tribute?" Qin Jiahao laughed coldly, pointing his sword at the black dragon's nose. Thou hast eaten several people of my human race, do you know that your sins are heinous? The black dragon body carapace swam a little bit cozily in the sea. The sea was then stirred up by him. Slapped on Qin Jiahao's body. Qin Jiahao was like a small fish struggling in the water, his body was unsteady all of a sudden. A white mist came out of the black dragon's nose. His face was full of disdain. Qin Jiahao finally managed to stand still as he raised his head and looked at this black dragon in front of him. Feeling like I don't need any more words. Bai Chun's entire face was pale, thinking about how to end this, already prepared to sacrifice himself to calm the Dragon King's anger. Bai Chun was about to walk out. However, he saw Qin Jiahao speak again. And the opening was not a plea for mercy. Yang Jian. In. The Supervisory Law Division issues an ordinance. Qin Jiahao looked straight at the black dragon and hissed in a voice that everyone could hear, "Behead the dragon." Yang Jian stepped out from Qin Jiahao's side and took out a mediocre folding fan from behind his back. Crisply speaking, Supervisor Yang Jian. Yang Jian threw the folding fan in his hand violently. The folding fan shot out like a javelin. On its way to fly and shoot, it spun and emitted white clear light, which then changed. The black dragon's alarm bells went off, but it was too late to avoid it. Only the one folding fan was revealed in its true form. It transformed into a 3-pointed, 2-bladed spear and accurately hit this black dragon on its tail. The black dragon scales, in front of these 3-pointed and 2-edged blades, were actually fragile like a thin sheet of paper. The entire tip of the gun was lost into the dragon's flesh, and the black dragon scales were instantly colored with a layer of blood red. The black dragon instinctively began to fly towards the sky, wanting to shake off the 3-pointed 2-bladed spear on this dragon's tail. But unexpectedly, this 3-pointed 2-bladed spear is extremely heavy. The black dragon's upper body violently took off into the air, but this tail was firmly nailed to the surface of the sea, and the dragon's tail was dragging him up and he couldn't fly up. The dragon's head was turned towards the sky, struggling impotently. An angry dragon roar exploded on the surface of the sea, a sound wave spread out on the seawater, everyone on the shore covered their ears, their waists slightly bowed to resist this force of the immortal god. Qin Jiahao's shocked chest boiled, and something boiling hot was about to be spat out. It was at that moment that a hand yanked him over. Qin Jiahao immediately felt much better. Upon further inspection, it turned out to be his top boss, Bai Chun in. Bai Chun had pulled Qin Jiahao just now, otherwise, this dragon roar would have shocked Qin Jiahao. Taking another look at the brothers of the Supervisory and Legal Department who came from Shanghai, they were all saved by Bai Chun's men. Together they hid behind Mr. Ma. Bai Chunin said, "Hide behind Mr. Ma. Teacher Ma will protect us." The rest of the brothers of the Supervisory Law Division joined in saying, "Brothers of Jianghai, hide behind Mr. Ma, behind Mr. Ma is the safest." Chen Jiahao thanked his leader. Don't look at the two people on weekdays some contradictions, but as to the key time, the character of this leader, Chen Jiahao was the most trusting, dare to hand over the back to him. Chen Jiahao took another look at Mr. Ma. The starfish plastered on the face of Mr. Ma, who was standing at the front, was gone. But the hands that were originally behind his back were unconsciously placed on either side of his thighs and were trembling violently from the neck down, except for his head. Chen Jiahao looked at such a Mr. Ma and asked worriedly, "Is Mr. Ma like this?" Bai Chun said with a joyful face, "Mr. Ma must be sending out power to protect us." "Really? I think it's true." Bai Chun was replying. The backstabbing Overseer Law Division minion suddenly offered theoretical support. "I thought of something. Athletes have to warm up before running. Do you guys think that Mr. Ma's body shaking so hard is a precursor to powering up?" "It must be." Bai Chun was heavily affirming. Chen Jiahao didn't say anything, but he felt that hiding behind Mr. Ma was really quite reassuring. It made a huge difference in his impression of Mr. Ma. "Originally, I thought you were a charlatan." Chan Ka-ho looked at the sea again. Only Yang Jian threw out his own three-pointed two blades with one arm, and his body was as fast as a black shadow. With his feet on the surface of the sea, he stomped dozens of times in a row and rushed in front of the black dragon on that seawater. Then stood on the dragon. Yang Jian finally opened his mouth and finished what he had just left unfinished. He had white hair and white pupils and stood on the back of a black dragon. Yang Jian takes the order. Yang Jian raised his hands and clenched them into claws. "Give this one black dragon a ticking. How much pain you make others suffer, Yang Jian will return that pain 100 times over." Hands stabbed on this black dragon, a little bit of reverse forward, picking off the dragon scales on this back a little bit. On the surface of the sea, the black dragon's roar became louder once again. And the voice became more mournful. Yang Jian had picked off all the dragon scales on the left side of his lower body from the tail area, all the way upward. The red dragon's blood stained the surface of the sea, coloring the water a light red for a while. The black dragon couldn't take the torture any longer, and its body charged violently. The dragon's tail was split into two by the three-pointed two-edged gun, and blood dripped from the split wound in the center. But yet, because of the strong flesh, the blood started to stop bleeding after a little bit. The black dragon's air is covered with thunderlight, showing its teeth and biting towards Yang Jian. Although Yang Jian couldn't see it, he felt the danger in front of him. Chen Jiahao and his brothers on the shore had their hearts tightened. Only to see that the black dragon's mouth directly bit down and took Yang Jian into its mouth. Thunder was bubbling on that dragon's teeth, and the power was terrifying, not something an outsider could think of. Chen Jiahao just had a pain in his heart and wanted to rush over. Bai Chun was holding Chen Jiahao's waist with both arms. "Don't go." Chen Jiahao, however, was in a state of total disarray. It was so hard to get a Yang Jian. Chen Jiahao would never allow Yang Jian to die here. Chen Jiahao lost his mind and struggled to rush to the sea to save Yang Jian. "Even if you can't do anything on your own, you must go." On the beach, Chan Ka-ho went crazy trying to rush over. Bai Chun was pulling on this subordinate with all his strength, as well as the brothers of the Supervisory Law Division behind him, who were also pulling on Chen Jiahao together. There's no point in dying more people. Zhanghai City Orphanage. He Qing was correcting these children's homework, and except for Braille, which he couldn't read, he could still recognize the work of ordinary children. He Qing took the answers and compared them, and the test papers were all from Zhao's mom. He Qing looks like he's grading test papers. But in fact, the majority of one's own mind was on the Godhead, using the Godhead to enter the sky to look down on a certain sea realm in Huaxia. He Qing watched as his disciple was bitten by the black dragon into the mouth of interlocking thunder and light. He took a red pen, made a cross, and whispered under his breath, "Do you want to try the wonderful method of the 8-9 mysteries? It's not bad, it's best to experience it for yourself, no amount of talking from me will help." South China Sea. Just at the moment when everyone was dumbfounded. Above the sea, the black dragon's body suddenly trembled. Then the mouth snapped open as if it couldn't take it and spit out something. I just saw this spit out stuff that rose up against the wind. The moment he saw this thing, the black dragon's expression was stunned, and he couldn't believe his eyes. And those on the shore, including Chen Jiahao, didn't expect that Yang Jian could still have this move. Only in front of the black dragon. A pure white dragon rose against the wind. The body size was only a circle smaller than the black dragon. What was unchanged about this white dragon was that there was still a mark on its forehead, the same as the one on Yang Jian's forehead, except that it was enlarged in equal proportion. It reflects a silver-gold color in the sun. Shiro opened his eyes, first in a trance. So, is this what the world looks like? Yang Jian saw this colorful world for the first time. Chapter 108, What's the use of keeping a god who is useless in the mortal world? But beyond lamenting the colorfulness of the world, Yang Jian was more surprised by the changes within his body. The flesh of the dragon race and the human race is completely different. The body's like an invisible sea, the aura in the sky and the earth is constantly pouring in. And the physical body was also completely different from that of a human, and there was no such thing as needing to beat up the root bones in the body. Just by staying alive and then swallowing the aura, the body naturally passes through the years, and the strength will rise along with the physical body. This black dragon in front of him dared to be so arrogant because of these. Yang Jian was not immune to having his mind affected by this dragon body of his. With the same body of a dragon, where can I not go in the great expanse of heaven and earth? Why should I fight for these mortals of the supervisory law division? Such thoughts come up. Yang Jian realized that the anger that he had just retained within himself, as well as a series of feelings, all disappeared. Instead, he looked at the black dragon in front of him and felt that it wasn't a big deal if he just ate a few people. Those people are no different from the fish and shrimp in the water, they are all just guys with low bloodline and low bones. Just when Yang Jian's thoughts like this were leaking out in 1,000 miles, and he could no longer put the brakes on it, his brow suddenly released a white clearing. Yang Jian only felt his brain trembling, his mind painfully stabbed by this light. Just want to pluck this obstruction off my brow. Yang Jian's heart couldn't help but harbor anger. Just maneuver the dragon's claws to stab between the eyebrows. But at that moment, the light was growing stronger and stronger. The white dragon transformed by Yang Jian fell directly from the sky into the sea. It kept twisting and rolling in the seawater. The sea churned up irregularly. Fortunately, this time there was a smaller wave of people on the shore. In the seawater, Yang Jian was pulled back by the stabbing pain. Thinking again about the thoughts that had just crossed his mind, the entire person's heart was struck with a wave of fear. Just now, he was really planning to abandon everything and just be a dragon. It was really the many wonders of the dragon's body that made him unable to help himself, completely discarding the fundamentals of being a human being. How menacing! Yang Jian has been riding high since he followed his master's cultivation and has never encountered any problems. For one thing, it was his own eyes that caused his mind to be free of distractions. Secondly, He Ching teaches extremely well. But the cleaner the mirror, the more obvious it becomes once it gets dusty. Yang Jian's eyes were open at the moment, just taking a look at the splendor of the world. Many more desires floated in the mind. The thoughts that had just been waved away floated to the forefront of his mind once again. However, the one heavenly eye on the forehead was continuously emitting light, not allowing Yang Jian to leave. If I give up on me, then who will be the one who turns into a dragon body? Would that still be Yang Jian? Yang Jian didn't dare to continue. Immediately, he performed the 8-9 mysteries and changed back again. In the sea, a man surfaced in some distress. With a tri-tip in hand, his white hair and white pupils felt everything. Yang Jian, who had changed back to his original appearance, was once again greatly tranquilized. The black dragon had wanted to speak. Because he was curious about Yang Jian and why there was such a hint of familiar flavor on him. Yang Jian raised his divine blade and slashed down. The blade landed precisely on the black dragon's neck. Knowing the terror of this weapon, the black dragon gathered 12 points of concentration and barely dodged it. But through the dragon's scales, it felt a vague pain. Yang Jian took the divine blade and fought with the sea for 10 rounds, and this black dragon only dodged but didn't attack. Although Yang Jian has a high level of skill, the black dragon is like a loach that can't be grasped at all. Yang Jian finally couldn't hold back. Because these 3-pointed two blades were simply too heavy, he was already close to exhaustion after wielding them so many times. Yang Jian decided to risk a close attack. As long as this dragon's head is chopped off, the dragon race will still be alive no matter how strong their physique is. Yang Jian flew close to the ground and raised his 3-pointed two-bladed spear. Just then, a hint of teasing appeared in the black dragon's eyes. The dragon's head finally didn't dodge, but it gently opened up and exhaled a mouthful of ebony cuttlefish powder. Yang Jian landed in the ink cluster. Physical perception immediately went haywire. It's like taking a bat, who is only recognizable by echo, and putting him in a muffled room where he can't hear everything. Yang Jian immediately felt the surrounding, but the whole person was disoriented. There was no way of knowing where the black dragon actually was on its own. Chan Kaho on the beach made a loud noise and yelled. But unfortunately, Yang Jian couldn't hear anything. The black dragon sneered, definitely not going to miss this time. A bite towards Yang Jian. Just at this moment of crisis. Yang Jian, however, had a heart of gold. He dropped the divine blade and his body relaxed as he floated in the air. The body was mimicking that night, the moment when it had no intention of using its celestial eyes. The more nervous I get, the less I feel the presence of the eye of heaven. Relax, it was meant to be one with me. Yang Jian's brow. Divine splendor. The divine splendor was like the rising of clouds, flying down around Yang Jian and dispersing all those black inkstone powders. Yang Jian's third eye finally opened. This time, he was no longer looking at the world through the 8-9 mysteries, transforming into another race. Instead, they really rely on their eyes to look at heaven and earth. Yang Jian's gaze was fixed on the black dragon. The heavenly eye shone on the black dragon, staring to see that there was a piece of reverse scale in this black dragon's body. Over here. The heaven's eye light all converged, and then a white light, as thick as a finger, shot out from his forehead. The precise point hit the black dragon on this piece of reverse scale that was only the size of a human thumb. A miserable dragon roar resounded throughout the South China Sea. The entire body of the black dragon was like an earthworm disconnected from its control, falling over the seawater and losing control. Yang Jian retrieved his weapon and walked step by step in front of this black dragon on the sea. Panic flowed from the black dragon's eyes. And on the shore, all were staring at the scene before them, only to see a white-haired young man holding a three-pointed, two-bladed blade standing in front of a head, a god that humans had originally thought was absolutely undefeatable. The black dragon growled in a voice everyone could hear. "You can't kill me, you mustn't kill me. Behind me is the heavenly court. It's the master of all the living beings in this world. If you dare to kill me, the heavenly court will definitely revolt against you in the future." The black dragon's tone was not at all that of a defeated general, but instead was even more rampant when mentioning the heavenly court. Yang Jian stood in front of the dragon's head, which was hundreds of times bigger than himself, like a small mountain, and didn't open his mouth to speak for a long time. The black dragon suddenly laughed out loud, its eyes glowing with blood as it stared at the human in front of it. Ha 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 ha. The coast and the sea echoed with the black dragon's smile. But gradually, the black dragon's laughter stopped. The shore is not to be heeded. The point is that it's in front of this, the person who beat himself. His face was all but blank. There is no joy or pleasure in defeating yourself. There was also even less fear when he spoke of the heavenly court himself. Could it be? Aren't you afraid of heaven? The black dragon lying on the surface of the sea asked. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black dragon didn't even realize that there was a hint of a sob in his voice. The black dragon's dragon eyes stared at Yang Jian's face, hoping to see through this person, hoping to see that this person was bluffing and that he still had a chance to live. Yang Jian tilted his head to look at the black dragon. Then he raised his own three-pointed, two-bladed spear high in the air. Just now, Yang Jian wasn't thinking, but rather gasping for breath. This three-pointed two-bladed gun was really too heavy, he was a bit unable to hold it himself, and had just been secretly running the 3 flowers to recover his physical strength. Yang Jian stared at the black dragon with pale white eyes. Tell you one thing. If heaven does not recognize earthly jurisprudence, Yang Jian also dare to kill the heavenly court. What is the use of keeping a god who is of no use in the mortal world? Yang Jian held the three-pointed two blades in his hand and slashed down towards the back of the dragon's head. The divine blade of the three-pointed two-edged spear was cold and cold, as flat and smooth as a knife cutting through tofu, severing the dragon's head. Yang Jian was finally able to put down his three-pointed two-bladed spear. As if he was relieved, he hurriedly gave the three-pointed two-bladed spear into a folding fan. The mountain-like weight cleared instantly. This prohibition was still given by his master. Yang Jian tucked the folding fan into his back. Then grabbed this black dragon's whiskers and little by little dragged this dragon's head to the shore. Then his feet stepped on the white sandy beach, and little by little, he dragged this one huge black dragon's head to the shore. Finally dragged in front of the Superintendent of Justice. By Chun Zai and Chen Jiahao's 2 hearts were moved to get out of the way. Baek Chun Jae suddenly realized that Mr. Ma, who was standing at the front, suddenly didn't move or tremble. So pinch him under the armpits and move him like a human sign. The supervisory judges in the back were also getting out of the way one by one. Then it revealed the little girl in mourning who was protecting the innermost part of it. Yang Jian stood in front of this little girl with his dragon head in tow. Yang Jian relied on his perception to recognize the location of this little girl. And left. Yang Jian didn't say anything pretty. For he recognizes neither good nor evil, but only legalism. Now that the jurisprudence is in place, there is no need to say more. The fishing village in the South China Sea has since erected a golden body. Meanwhile, fishermen have passed down a saying for generations. No matter how unjust this world is, there is after all a great God of justice who holds up the jurisprudence of the 3 realms and shelters all beings. Chapter 109. Mr. Ma is not for you to use like this, you have to stir with your feet. Inside the orphanage, He Ching suddenly sneezed. Who cursed me behind my back? He Ching continued to correct the test papers. Shanghai City's mental hospital, a small courtyard on the first floor. Big Smart was humming along to the music. Zhang Shuiyan, on the other hand, was in the cultivation of spatial laws by walking 20,000 steps a day. Nowadays, her cultivation has grown quite a bit. Lin Baiyu, on the other hand, had been keeping an eye on the dark clouds on the sky since morning. Until now. The dark clouds in the sky finally lifted. Lin Baiyu stared at the sky and finally clapped her hands continuously as she let go of her heart. Under his breath, he kept repeating, "Fall apart, fall apart, fall apart." Director Chen, who was sitting in his chair, suddenly felt that his state had finally adjusted back. The palpitating feeling in himself had finally disappeared. Director Chen looked at Lin Baiyu and realized that student Lin had her eyes fixed on the sky and had been clapping her hands continuously. And at the same time, the sunlight spread out from the sky. Director Chen felt his body become more comfortable as he closed his eyes and enjoyed the sunlight falling from the sky, his ears listening to the repetitive and incessant clapping of Lin Baiyu. This world, it doesn't feel so bad. South China Sea. All the families will finally be able to disperse and their dead family members will be laid to rest. However, all subsequent matters will be handled by the supervisory and judicial division. The head of the dragon belongs, naturally, to the superintendent of laws. But when the superintendent of laws suddenly tapped his head and remembered, the dragon body was still down in the sea. By the time they went looking for it, there was nothing left inside the sea. The superintendent of laws had to give up the dragon body. And if Yang Jian could skillfully use his heavenly eyes at this moment, he opens the eyes of heaven and realizes one thing. After doing this one thing, heaven and earth condensed a grain of golden blessing towards his body. As for the group of supervisory judges, those who had just been protected by Mr. Ma, a grain of blessed golden light also surfaced within their bodies. These golden lights flowed not to Yang Jian, but to Mr. Ma's body. Collapsed on the beach, Mr. Ma's body had hardened. The body lay planked down on the gravel. Bai Chunin walked over and laid on Mr. Ma's chest, listening to his heartbeat, and suddenly his face was shocked. Finished. Mr. Ma has no heartbeat. Bai Chenjie lost his mind for a moment. It must be because Mr. Ma protected us too much just now and endured the sound wave too many times. Mr. Ma. Why are you? Hey no, isn't it possible to resuscitate? Bai Chun snapped out of it when he heard his men's words, yeah. Resuscitate the salvage. Mr. Ma is so strong, he would never die just like that. Bai Chun was starting CPR on Mr. Ma. Instead, Chen Jiahao pushed Bai Chun Jie away with a palm, get out of the way. Teacher Ma's body is not for you to use like this. Bai Chunin collapsed on the beach and looked at Chen Jiahao in a daze. Chen Jiahao lifted his own foot and stepped on Mr. Ma's heart and said, Mr. Ma's body is so fierce, you have to stomp with your feet. 2 men to hold me up. The supervisor's junior brother held Chan Ka-ho up. Chen Jiahao was held up by 2 people, and with his feet together, using his arms as support, he kicked hard at Mr. Ma's heart. With each kick, Mr. Ma's body bounced on the sand from the huge force. Mr. Ma's originally stiff body gradually softened, and his lips gradually changed from black to blood color. It's just that people still don't wake up. Chen Jiahao suddenly let out a yell, Xiaolu! Aren't you a man? Come over and give Mr. Ma artificial respiration. Oh good. Xiaolu walked over and stared at Ms. Ma's face, crouching down to stare and stare. Xiaolu took a few deep breaths, as if he had made some sort of determination. He raised his hand and slapped Mr. Ma. Snap. Chen Jiahao, who was stomping on Mr. Ma's heart, stopped his feet. Ha? Chen Jiahao looked puzzled. Didn't I tell you to do artificial respiration? Xiaolu hemmed and hawed. I think that this way is more suitable for waking up Mr. Ma. Chen Jiahao no longer cared about Xiaolu and continued to stand over Mr. Ma, stomping on his heart. Ahem. Beach. Mr. Ma coughed twice. A mouthful of seawater came out of his mouth. Breathing is coming up. Ya. Bai Chun was indescribably happy in his heart and immediately greeted, someone come, send Mr. Ma to the hospital. Mr. Ma opened his eyes, his face as if he had expected it, that evil dragon, die. Mr. Ma, how did you know that? Bai Chun was in a state of surprise. This Mr. Ma is really deep in his heart. I can't believe I even know about this. Mr. Ma was old and relaxed, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, showing his mastery. He offers no explanation, just closes his eyes and lies on the beach, his whole body full of mystery, being carried on a stretcher. In the ambulance. The doctor gave Mr. Ma a brief examination. Then looking at the old man, who was nearly 70 years old, he said with immense admiration, with all your ribs broken, how did you manage to hold back from screaming while not passing out? Mr. Ma looked around and realized that the people from the Supervision and Law Division, as well as Baek Chun-jae, were not in the car. He didn't know where the strength came from in his body, and lifting a trembling hand, he plucked out a small book from the bosom of his Tai Chi practice clothes. There are 7 big words written in the book. Actor's Self-Mastery. Mr. Ma turned the latest page inside. If you run into an unexpected situation while acting, remember to guess in the right direction. You got it right. Just play mysterious and don't explain much, guess wrong. That's right, because I'm just messing around with this book. Mr. Ma rolled his eyes and fainted. The doctor rushed over to see how he was doing. But even after passing out, Mr. Ma still clutched this book in his hand, Actor's Self-Cultivation. The Machan City Supervisory and Judicial Division took care of the families and all the mass tasks. The main point is to tell people that they can fish in peace from now on. Chen Jiahao and Yang Jian did not leave directly. Chen Jiahao is a leader, generous once with all the brothers to the nearby famous mountains, hot springs, massage, king crab tuna all to a circle. 2 days later the crowd is incomparably happy to return to Jianhai City, a small uninhabited island in the vicinity of the South China Sea. The headless dragon's body, skinned and hanging from a tree, and the black dragon scales were neatly collected. On the little lonely island, a fire was lit. It was sunset at the moment, there were no fishermen at sea, no one would find this place. Next to the fire, there was a white dragon as well as the turtle prime minister of the Western Sea, and a hairy little dragon. This dragon has a strange shape, at least compared to the white dragon the appearance is extremely different, a pair of bull horns on the top of the head, for hooves under the feet of the body is not slender, but very strong, but the tail is a dragon tail. Prisoner Bull is the eldest son of the Dragon King of the Western Sea. Prisoner Bull inhaled his nose and stared at the meat on the fireball, sighing, "Fourth uncle smells so good." Shiro grimaced and didn't say anything. The Western Sea Turtle Prime Minister was scared out of his wits, and disregarding the difference between his minister and his master, he copied his hand and twisted it twice on the prisoner bull's ear. "What are you babbling about? It's pork tenderloin." "Oh." Prisoner Cow wiped her tears and dared not speak again. White Dragon's voice was low. "Nephew, why didn't your father come to see me?" The Turtle Prime Minister of the Western Sea immediately greeted him with a smile and replied on his behalf, "Lord Dragon King, he who works day and night in the Western Sea really can't get away. Therefore we have come." White Dragon didn't say anything and asked again, "What about third brother? How come you didn't even send any of your men?" The Turtle Prime Minister of the Western Sea looked like a schoolboy who had already prepared an answer, and returned in an organized manner, "Lord Dragon King of the Northern Sea, my subordinate has already searched for him, and he asked me to bring over one thing." Shiro came to be interested, only to see the Prime Minister of the Western Sea Turtle pulling out something from the cuffs of his own white official clothes. A used smartphone. Turtle Prime Minister of the Western Sea, following the teachings of the Lord Dragon King of the Northern Sea, opened the cell phone's video recording. White Dragon and Prisoner Bull all looked over curiously. "And?" White Dragon's mouth was puzzled and tinged with a hint of surprise. "This young man, could it be that he is the third brother?" As if it was expected, the video, the guy a few enthusiastic greeting to the camera, he was wearing the staff uniform of Heidi Lau. "Big brother, it's me, as to why I look like this." Beijo laughed and scratched his hair. "Oops, it's convenient to make money if you take on a shape. You sent Fish over to ask me about Saturday's party. I really can't make it, I'm busy here on Saturday, so if you need something, record it, and if you can't, have Fish bring me a message." The White Dragon felt as if the great cause of protecting the Dragon Clan had all fallen on him this time. "I've decided," White Dragon suddenly said as he stared at the firelight in front of him, "I'm going to form a tang. This will allow me to utilize my men more efficiently and protect a larger area of the Eastern Sea. The wider East China Sea." The White Dragon then said to the Turtle Prime Minister of the Western Sea, "Take this section of pork tenderloin, which is 300 meters long, and bring it to third brother. There is another section you bring back to the Western Sea." The largest section of the White Dragon took itself away. In the bottom of the sea in the South China Sea, a dragon's shadow surfaced, and he looked at the world in front of him translucently. "I'm not dead? I'm dead. But..." The South Sea Dragon King looked at his soul body with shock in his eyes. "And the fishermen's towns on the coast." Villager Luer got up in the middle of the night to pee, walked outside the cabin, and started venting into the sea. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Lifting his pants and turning his head again, he saw an incredibly kind face. His mother, who had died when he was 10, had returned. Luer did not have any fear. Instead he asked, "Mom, did you come to see me?" Chapter 110. If you can't even kill ghosts, how can you cross all beings? Zhanghai City, at the 10th intersection there is a guy holding up a cell phone and taking a bowl of rice at the intersection. A few incense sticks were then lit. Then spoke into the live feed of his cell phone. "Brothers, break the superstition now. saying something about eating incense ash and rice on the side of the road at 12 o'clock in the middle of the night and being able to run into ghosts. I'm going to eat it for you today, ow. This guy is a chatterbox, but by his own bold operation, violently found himself in the live room of the number of people actually rubbing up. Such a large number of people made him overjoyed. What's wrong with eating this bowl of rice for money? But before he eats, he puts the rice in front of the camera again. Brothers, today I'll show you an action that ghosts absolutely don't exist. After that, he set up his angle. The meal then began. The fragrant ash mixed with the rice before taking the first bite. He was just about to speak to his family inside his cell phone, but his whole body was frozen in place, his head looking towards the intersection. He saw that the road was densely packed with nearly 100 people, wandering mindlessly along the road, and these people were so light that their feet were not touching the ground, their bodies were almost floating forward. With a small click of his feet, his body was like an empty and pumped-up balloon, slowly jumping to a height of over 2 meters. Holy! The man dropped his bowl straight away and the whole thing scared the out of him. Shanghai, and indeed the entire world, had the same thing popping up in every corner. That's the Seoul, South Tibet, 1000 Buddha Palace. The moon is full in the sky at the moment. Inside the palace of 1000 Buddhas, a monk is holding an oil pot made of cast gold. Little by little, they add lamp oil to the fire in front of each of the great Buddhas. It was at this moment that the door of the 1000 Buddha Palace was pushed open, and a moonlight came in from outside. The moonlight cast down a dark shadow. The black shadow's entire body was covered by a black robe. The man took a step in. The monk who added oil continued to add oil to the Buddha, while the black-robed man walked behind this monk. When the monk took a step, he took a step forward. Finally the monk spoke, "You are not human." A bit of laughter came out from under the black robe, and then the man's voice opened up in a non-male voice, "Your next sentence, are you going to say Dewei Tianlong?" The monks obviously didn't understand the stunt. From his clothes, the black robe threw out a knife. The monk's face was expressionless, but the hairs on his back stood up. Because this ring-bearer is fine. But just now, the corner of this black robe lifted up, but a strong smell of blood came out. It wasn't animal blood, it was human blood. The black-robed misogynistic voice spoke again, "Kill me." The monk was speechless, only folding his hands. "Xuandu. Can't do martial arts." The black robe looked as if it had finally found a point to speak, and spoke heatedly, "You can't even kill me, so how can you kill Buddha? You evening Buddha." Xuandu's expression was furious. The black robe cackled and slapped his palm on Xuandu's chest. Xuandu's entire soul came out of his body and realized that he was actually flying into the sky. Looking further down, I found that outside the palace of 1000 Buddhas, there were many lonely souls standing on the earth with nowhere to go. The black robes captured Xuandu back again and returned to the 1000 Buddha Palace. The black robe asked in 2 consecutive chants, "In the past, the world-honored one once said that I am the only one in heaven and on earth. If you can't even kill Buddha, how can you kill the murderous ghosts in this world, and how can you save the innocent people in the world?" Xuandu squeezed the Buddha beads around his neck and turned them quickly. This sentence pierced straight through Xuandu's Buddha heart. Zhendo was in a cold sweat. The black robe looked like it had had enough fun, and finally opened its mouth to speak one last word. "Master, is it this clay sculpture you're facing, or the beings?" The red string around Zhendo's neck that held the rosary broke. Yellow wooden beads tumbled to the ground. The black robe turned into a black shadow and retreated extremely fast. Xuandu asked in a loud retentive voice, "How do you cross all beings?" Only after that black robe left, there was a leisurely voice that echoed throughout the 1000 Buddha Palace. "There is a Buddha in the river and the sea, which the world calls salvation from suffering." Xuandu muttered and repeated under his breath, "Shanghai." The next day, the gate of the 1000 Buddha Palace was open. Visitor tickets are $300 a head. There was a steady stream of incense. There are those who seek peace, those who seek wealth, those who seek health, and those who seek selfish desires. Inside the palace of 1000 Buddhas, 1000 great Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, with their precious elephants sitting majestically on lotus platforms, looked at all beings. And on top of each of the big cases, there is a lama in a big precious red Buddha's garment, facing the golden Buddha to pray for every incense burner. Xuandu suddenly stood up, then took off his own precious red big Buddha clothes and spoke to his master and elder brother. "I'm leaving." Then he walked against the many incense burners and turned his back on the thousands of great Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on the lotus flowers in the 1000 Buddhas palace, and then walked towards the Buddha's door. Above the big case, many lamas suddenly turned their rosary dharma instruments sharply. One of the oldest lamas sat down on a large case, then turned his back toward Xuandu, who was about to cross the threshold, and asked, "Don't you practice Buddhism anymore?" "Fix. Then why did you leave home?" "It is not enough to ferry those at home, I want to ferry all beings in the world." You don't recite the scriptures, you don't learn how to cross without the Dharma. Xiandu suddenly laughed out loud and stood on the threshold looking at the great world outside the Buddha's door. If the law should be surrendered, how much more so should it not be? Instead of chanting sutras and seeking the Dharma, you should walk with the Buddha. The old Lama was speechless but felt that his disciple was becoming more and more demonized, and he wanted to open his mouth. Xiandu, however, went on to say, after leaving this door, I see that everywhere on this earth is a pure land, and when I fall into this mount of sitting spirit, I see that everyone is a true Buddha. I will go to my true Buddha, and these clay figures will have nothing more to do with me. Xiandu went out of the Buddhist sect and left 1,000 Buddha palace. The old Lama, suddenly enlightened, sat down on the big case and looked back to suddenly realize. Within this 1,000 Buddha palace, the gazes of the thousands of clay Buddha statues on the lotus flowers seem to be looking towards the departing Xiandu. Instead, the lamas within this Buddhist sect have their backs to the living beings and their faces to the clay molds. Zhendo had a ring knife on him and 2 old clothes, then left. He traveled from the west to the east to meet the true Buddha and seek the Dharma to transcend all beings. It was morning at the moment. Lin Baiyu was still a disembodied body, thrown in the mental hospital, sitting dryly on a chair. After experiencing what happened yesterday, Director Chen finally realized that he had probably been out of the sun for too long, which was why he was so afraid of thunder. Director Chen then decided not to hide in the office in the morning, but to stay here with the patients in the sun. Director Chen was holding a joke book in his hand, and beside him sat Lin Baiyu. Director Chen said to Lin Baiyu's doppelganger, Student Lin, let me tell you a story today. Lin Baiyu sat on the chair, motionless, like a wooden man. If he hadn't seen him breathing, Director Chen would have thought that the one in front of him could have been switched, and that the real Lin Baiyu wasn't actually here. Saying this thought of his, Director Chen sat beside Lin Baiyu amused by himself. Big Smart held the MP3 in his hand and practiced samadhi with extreme seriousness. Unlike Lin Baiyu, he was picking one thing and concentrating on it. Not only listening, but also reciting the divine mantra under his breath. Zhang Xueyan, on the other hand, was practicing the laws of space and learning to soar into the clouds in the meantime. In the small courtyard on the first floor, constantly spinning in circles, while holding a book in his hand and flipping through it there. And Lin Baiyu at the moment. Being in a small garden inside the South Heavenly Gate. I came back to the small garden today and found that things had once again changed. Chapter 111. The hospital is haunted. Director Chen decides to work the night shift. Today, the spring in the small garden that bubbled up with heavenly dew turned out to be more abundant. So much that it overflowed onto the floor for nothing. Lin Baiyu secretly said that it was a pity. It would be a shame to waste something so precious. Lin Baiyu looked at an entire small garden. It's too troublesome just to use both hands to loosen the soil or something. And I don't know how to farm either. Lin Baiyu used the old method once more. Bending over, he loosened the black mud, and then the heavenly dew flowed into the peach tree along the trail he had loosened. Lin Baiyu had been working like this for quite a while. Leave the small garden. Lin Baiyu returned to Ward 666. In the room, his doppelganger sat motionless on the bed and suddenly began to shrink as if it had shrunk then disappeared. Zhang Xueyan was lying on her own bed, playing with a puzzle. Any knotted peaches? No. Too bad, I wanted to taste the peaches. According to Lin Baiyu's estimation, a peach was supposed to come out, but the peach tree did not bear any fruit because of the waste of the blessing. There were supposed to be peaches, but Lin Baiyu gave a rundown of what happened in her small garden. Zhang Xueyan was extremely sorry after hearing that, but those trees were hit by her rocket head hammer after rocket head hammer. Say, this small garden became a circle bigger after Yi Ching landed on the god position. Will it become bigger and bigger in the future when you settle on more and more gods? Absolutely. Lin Baiyu said, I figured out the source of that heavenly dew. It's from the divine heavenly jade clearance mansion. Ah, trouble. Zhang Xueyan flopped down on the bed and continued to play with her puzzle, then said under her breath, professional things should be done by professionals. Lin Baiyu said, why don't I teach you out-of-body incarnation if you take care of the small garden? I don't want it. Zhang Xueyan directly spoke up and interrupted him. I don't want to be playing with mud, and I have to take a bath if I'm dirty. If you're asking me to plant it temporarily that's fine, but asking me to play with mud every day, I don't promise. Lin Baiyu walked over to Zhang Xueyan's bedside. Then sat down. Zhang Xueyan didn't take it seriously and moved around holding her puzzle, telling Lin Baiyu to just not press on her puzzle pieces. Lin Baiyu didn't say anything. Instead, he was on Zhang Xueyan's bed and reached out his hands to cup Zhang Xueyan's face. Zhang Xueyan met Lin Baiyu's eyes. She had never been in such an ambiguous position with Lin Baiyu. Zhang Xueyan's eyes averted and her face flushed. You? What do you want? Zhang Shuiyan's heart felt like a deer in headlights. The current situation is very bad. She even have no place to escape. Zhang Shuiyan had nervousness and a little bit of excitement in her heart. But more than that, it was panic. I told you, I'm not going to mess with mudblood no matter what methods you use to torture me. Lin Baiyu stared at Zhang Shuiyan. Do you have any feelings? Well. Zhang Shuiyan's face flushed red as she flopped down on her own bed, feeling the warmth of Lin Baiyu's palm coming from her face. Today, it's just the two of them. In such a private space, Zhang Shuiyan didn't dare to look at Lin Baiyu's gaze. Just a small confession of his feelings. I have feelings. Lin Baiyu's face showed rare empathy. Me too, I feel it too. So, let's go find Director Chen together. Once Zhang Shuiyan heard this, she understood that she was once again teased by Lin Baiyu. Without saying a word, Zhang Shuiyan wrapped herself tightly in the bedding. From within the bedding came the deep, muffled voice, I don't want to care about you. Lin Baiyu's face was expressionless. If you have any doubts, of course you should look for Director Chen. Since Zhang Shuiyan wasn't going, then he would go himself. Lin Baiyu left wardroom 666. At this time, Director Chen was still resting when Lin Baiyu waited for another 15 minutes. Lin Baiyu began to walk outside the ward to practice the spatial law of walking 20,000 steps a day. In the afternoon, inside Director Chen's office on the third floor, Lin Baiyu sat on the small white stool, a little nervous and uneasy. Director Chen sat across the table and didn't say anything, but took out his notebook. You have to have kung fu yourself before you can treat it. Director Chen gave all of the patches he had previously made a look over, and first had a good idea of what he was going to do before he spoke. Lin student, how do you feel? Trouble, distress, and incomprehension. Hiss. Director Chen's expression changed. Lin's problem this time doesn't seem to be small. Director Chen touched up his chest, his hand resting on the box of his own cigarettes, ready to redeem himself a little with nicotine. But it wasn't the most painful time yet, and Director Chen was ready to let Lin Baiyu talk some more. Oh Lin student, be more specific, all of it, so I can tell you what to do. Lin Baiyu's brows furrowed, her face struggling and hesitating a bit, but Director Chen sat on the opposite side of the desk and suddenly pulled out a pair of glasses from his white coat. There is a special button on the glasses. Director Chen put this pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose, and then found a small switch on the temples behind his ears. Press on. The glasses on the bridge of the nose are no longer transparent, but from the glasses frame on a circle, reflecting white light, so that the lenses in the daytime to emit white light out, cannot see the eyes of the director of the chin behind. With that, Director Chen folded his hands against his chin, his elbows propped up on his desk. An eerie light reflected off the lenses of his glasses. Lin student, do you believe me? Lin Baiyu sat on the opposite side of the table, his hands protecting his body as he gulped. With a hoarse voice, he spoke, Director Chen, your body. She is so strong. You are truly worthy of being the head of the Chi Tian program, you actually have such a powerful aura. Director Chen maintained this position, sitting motionless behind his desk. Lin Baiyu, however, realized that on Director Chen's body, his aura was becoming stronger and stronger. Director Chen, I trust you. Behind the desk, Director Chen hemmed and hawed, tell me about your troubles. Lin Baiyu said, I have a small farm garden, but it's too big, and with the heavily dew always bubbling out of it, there's no way I can take care of him. This was the reason why Lin Baiyu was not in a good position to speak. Director Chen is just ahead of the Chi Tian program, how can he deal with farmland issues? But after hearing this question from Lin Baiyu, Director Chen, however, didn't care with a wave of his hand. Oh, so that's what you're asking, that's too easy a question for me. Director Chen spoke with his eyes on. Lin Baiyu suddenly asked, Director Chen, can you take off your glasses, the oppression is too strong on you. Oh, that's good. Being a patient does cause psychological discomfort when faced with unfamiliar surroundings. Director Chen took his glasses off. By the way, a flick of the switch turned off the light effects on the eyes. Lin Baiyu then felt much better. Director Chen said, who said I wouldn't take care of a small garden? Director Chen took out a book out from the cabinet behind himself. A complete introduction to everyday objects. Director Chen pushed this book in front of Lin Baiyu. Mr. Lin, in this society of ours, you need knowledge to live well. In addition to knowledge, common sense is even more necessary. If a person does not even know how to use common sense, he will be disliked when he walks into the society. What about this one? It is a normal phenomenon, as if a certain number of people would be angry with their elders who do not know how to use a smartphone. And what about certain adults who will still get mad at kids who can't do their homework right? These, are all part of human nature, and those who can handle them are masters. Lin Baiyu nodded her head in confusion. Director Chen stroked his head on one side, feeling that he had spoken too much nonsense, but it seemed like he couldn't find a better way without using his speech to transmit a bit of his ideas. Hard to get. Director Chen didn't know if there was any effect, so he could only adjust himself and continue. Student Lin, this book has cooking and computer assembly, as well as the basic parameters of a cell phone, finding a clean snack stand, and a host of other things that you're bound to use in your life. Even if you're talking about dealing with the orchard, it describes the cultivation of the plants. Lin Baiyu asked, that means this book is all-powerful? It can be interpreted that way. Director Chen felt that he had described too many teachings today, and whether or not Lin Baiyu could absorb them was another matter. He hurriedly shut his mouth and mentally warned himself never to say another conceptual word. Director Chen breathed for a moment, then said, "Oh student Lin, you'll take this book back with you and specifically look for the ones that interest you." "Thank you Director Chen." Lin Baiyu went back with this book. The trouble of coming had been solved for Lin Baiyu by Director Chen. When Lin Baiyu left, she remembered one sentence. The book, which is the Almighty. Director Chen put the glasses back on again and then turned off the power on them. Took the selfie function on my phone and looked at it. Hey, don't tell me, it feels different than usual with the glasses on. Director Chen had a rare stinker. I'll wear it after work, pretend to be an intellectual hee. In the evening, Director Chen pulls open the door to the conference room where the off-duty handover takes place. What took him by surprise was, he was actually the last one to arrive today. Ha! You guys are so early today. Director Chen took his seat. After Director Chen sat down, he keenly realized. There is something wrong with the atmosphere of the people in this room. What's wrong with you guys? Little Xiaoyun, you look so ugly. Xiaoyun was wearing dark circles under her eyes, and the bags under her eyes were a bit swollen. Not only was her complexion poor, but her spirit was also a bit out of sorts. Ask for the lights to be turned on while you talk. Xiaoyun went to look at the back of her chair, and under the conference room table with a nervous face. Only then did he sit down again and repeat what he had just said to Director Chen. The hospital, it's haunted. No way. Director Chen immediately stated, I'm an atheist. But then on second thought, the world has really started to get magical lately, and atheists haven't been viable for a long time. Currently it is the theory that there is a God and a science that is prevalent. Xiaoyun said, it's true, I didn't lie to you Director Chen. I've seen it more than once at night behind a chair, the ghost of a baby with blood on it, and I've seen blood all over the hallway, all over my shoes. Saying that, Xiaoyun directly cried. She covered her face and sat in her seat crying. I've been afraid to look behind me at every room check for the past few days. I have blood marks all over my back. The entire conference room. All the faces were fearful. Only Director Chen had a straight face. You guys? Director Chen had wanted to say these superstitious ones to rebut everyone and get everyone's spirits up. But when you think about it, today is the time for everyone to fetishize Cyber Buddha. Suddenly Dr. Fong spoke up, let's go off work and beg the Cyber Buddha, the big temple is right next to our hospital anyway. Director Chen's face was unhappy, don't be superstitious. Cyber Buddha is right next to him, why don't you exorcise and take the ghosts? All the men stopped talking. Currently Cyber Buddha has become a political correctness and no one from the government down to the common people dare to say a word against Cyber Buddha. If it was said, it was feared that it would be beaten up if some of the extreme worshippers of Cyberfoam heard it. And there's no place to cry when you get hit. Director Chen saw that each of these co-workers had their heads down and were in a depressed mood. He then straightened up and said something treacherous. If there really is a Cyber Buddha, I don't believe him. Even if he believes, it should be him who believes in me. In the entire conference room, all the people swished and looked up at Director Chen in unison. The doctor closest to the conference room door. Hurry and see if there's anyone outside the door. Only then did he sit back and kindly said, Director Chen, you can't say that outside. Why can't we talk? Director Chen stood up and looked around at all the people in a dignified manner and said, if there really is a God in heaven, he should be the one to believe in us. I believe that we can take care of our own lives, Instead of the people on the ground, go ahead and believe that the guy in the sky will suddenly take pity on me and come running to help himself. The entire conference room was silent. Director Chen said, it's also time to change shifts, let me take the next night shift, I'd like to see which little brat dares to come in front of me. Xiaoyun, you don't need to be on duty today either, just leave the room check to me. Tomorrow's shift change is also as usual, the matter of changing my shift today, you guys don't talk to President Su. As soon as you talk to him you'll have to open your mouth to lecture again, and that's it for this matter. But Director Chen, you've called me director, it's okay for me to work hard, and the nurse you're with should also take an extra day off. Night, 12 o'clock. Director Chen, wearing a white coat, began to check the room. Today it's just him. Exiting the nurse's station, the hospital corridor was lit only by a few illuminated lights on the first, second, and third floors. From the third floor up to the seventh floor, all of which are to be checked, the night nurses actually have the easiest time as long as they are safe and sound. But just be afraid that something is wrong. Fourth floor. The corridors of the patient's hospitalization area are bubbling with an eerie, ghostly aura. Patient 412, Zhang Benming, hugged his bedding and cowered in the corner of the ward. Don't. Zhang Benming playfully pressed the pager on the bed. Somebody, Nurse Xiao Xiaoyun, she's. This female ghost is hot again. Nurse Xiaoyun, come to the rescue, Nurse Xiaoyun. Come and save me. Ah, Mom. A sliver of green goo oozed from the crack of the door to 412's hospital room, which flowed into the room and then formed into a person. A woman. A female ghost would be correct. Black hair, white face as white as if it had been muffled by someone's hand. Black on the lips. The eyes contain only the whites of the eyes without pupils. This pair of pure white eyes without eyeballs met Zhang Benming. The voice in Benny Zhang's throat came to an abrupt end. He found himself speechless. The female ghost was wearing a clean white-colored dress, and her body had turned from being translucent to solid. She grabbed her hands towards Zhang Benming. Under her breath she said slyly, I want to be a young mom, can you help me? This female ghost, standing in front of Zhang Benming, pinched her white skirt with both hands and pulled it upward a little bit. On the belly of this female ghost, there was a red crack, and the crack opened. A dead baby's head wrapped around its arms, and its heart and intestines all tangled up in a ball drilled out. Spit a stinky breath in front of Zhang Benming's face. Zhang Benming's entire body now wanted to faint, but yet he couldn't because of the extreme fear that made his body hyperactive to faint. This ghost baby spoke, Daddy, your daddy. Director Chen, who had only just made it to the second floor, frowned and realized that something wasn't right. Why is this stairway so eerie? The dark stairway, with a dim green glow rising from above, was quiet to the point of darkness, and from time to time a sound, if any, of a stabbing noise came through. It's like someone took a fingernail cap and ground it into the wall. Director Chen suddenly felt a strong discomfort flooding his heart. Only the top of Director Chen's head was visible. On the backside of the building lay a female ghost with 6 slender white arms, her body slender and her neck elongated but flexible like an elephant's trunk, and the eyes on her head were glowing green. That one head is just now moving towards the Chen master's residence. Director Chen thought for a moment, it's true that you still have to have the sun without the sun it's true that it makes his heart uncomfortable. How about? Director Chen took out a pair of glasses from his white coat. How about some artificial sun? Director Chen wears these glasses on the bridge of his nose. In this moment, with Director Chen as the starting point, a domineering pressure swept towards the entire hospital. Lin Baiyu in Ward 666 opened her eyes in a daze then rolled over. Director Chen is really strong. The one female ghost above Director Chen's head instantly collapsed. It's as if it never existed. And in Ward 412, Zhang Benming was just about to have an intimate kiss with that one ghost baby. The female ghost suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. The hegemonic pressure instantly rolled over. The female ghost instantly disappeared without a trace. And in the corridor outside, all those ghosts floating and crawling with incomplete bodies were crushed into pieces by this overbearing pressure. The blood that seeped out of the ground quickly evaporated, and the entire hospital corridor looked as if nothing had just happened. It wasn't until Director Chen's pressure had enveloped 500 meters that it stopped spreading further. But Lin Baiyu opened her mouth again and said, Director Chen is really so strong. The pressure spreading out from Director Chen's body once again rose wildly. The mighty pressure was no longer confined to the ground, but broke through the ceiling and went straight to the sky. It was as if the sky above Director Chen's head was also hijacked together. This pressure rose from the ground and went straight to the canopy without seeing the limit, and continued to spread out on the ground. With Director Chen as the center, within a range of 2,000 meters, all the Buddhas of heaven and earth bowed their heads. The evils are not allowed to breathe more. Director Chen himself, but unaware of the changes in the outside world, put on his glasses then pressed a small switch hidden in the legs. The glasses lit up again. Heh, it's true that if there's light, it makes you feel good. Oh, I sure am pulling my weight like this. Director Chen felt the feeling that had just caused his heart to palpitate disappear. Now look at the darkened stairway again. The green light that had just emanated from above didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. Director Chen walked up the stairs with a leisurely face as if he was in his daytime work state. Then came the 4th floor. Started walking down the hallway checking out rooms. In the corridor, Director Chen looked at the quiet and peaceful mental hospital. What the hell, it's not the same as it was before. Sure enough, girls are just more afraid of the dark if they are. Just after Director Chen said this, There was a sudden heavy tap on the door in the 412's hospital room. Nurse Xiaoyun, help me, Nurse Xiaoyun, Mommy, I want mommy. Director Chen walked over unhurriedly, while not forgetting to turn off the pulling lights on his glasses. As a psychiatrist, it's important to keep a sense of looseness in your body. Once you hear a patient screaming in panic, then how can you be a doctor yourself? Director Chen walked over with a breezy face, then stood in front of the door and asked, "What happened to Zhang Benming?" Benjamin Zhang, a severely mentally persecuted patient in the hospital. It's Dr. Fong's patient. Director Chen mentally recalled this patient's information. Zhang Benming recognized Director Chen crying and screaming inside the door. Director Chen, over there. There's a ghost over there. There really are ghosts over there. She even showed me her son and asked me to be his father. Director Chen, save me, I don't want to die. Director Chen stood outside the door and looked in twice through the glass on the door. Where Benjamin Zhang pointed, there was nothing. The man is in the midst of another victimization delusion. Alas, Director Chen exhaled helplessly, but still said with a patient face, "Zhang Benming, you can take a leather band and put it around your wrist if you feel something, or if there's any part of your brain that's uncomfortable, you can flick yourself with the leather band. You have to understand that what the brain feels is just that, a feeling." Zhang Benming cried. Director Chen, I really didn't commit a crime, I really saw a female ghost. Woo. Director Chen is helpless, crying like this is not a solution. Still need to soothe the emotions first. Director Chen took the key and unlocked the door. The moment the door opened, Zhang Benming violently rushed out. Hugged Director Chen and started crying. Director Chen had a breathless look that he really couldn't do anything about you. He felt that all of Lin's classmates were better than this Zhang Benming. Hey, no, you have to have great love for your patients. Director Chen said, how about this, you will accompany me to check the room, in this actually really nothing. Zhang Benming looked at his dark room and then at the dark hospital corridor. If he really had to choose, he chose to stay by Director Chen's side. Then, let's check in together, in fact, there's really nothing. Director Chen said gently. Then he led Zhang Benming forward. While checking the room, he was told that absolutely no ghosts existed in the hospital. Walked from the 4th floor to the 5th floor and then to the 7th floor. Zhang Benming's mood improved badly. Zhang Benming hugged Director Chen's arm and whispered, could it be that I'm really a psychopath, and everything I just did was an illusion? Director Chen is not in the habit of wearing glasses. The first time I wore glasses it was really uncomfortable. Director Chen took his glasses off his face and rubbed the bridge of his nose. And at that point, Zhang Benming's face swished white. He saw that blood was beginning to seep from the floor in the hallway on the 7th floor. And behind his own back, he suddenly felt a breath of cool air exhale on his neck. Zhang Benming's body instinctively stiffened. And then a little bit of a turn of the head. A head of PPO was at his back. Zhang Benming stared at Piao. The whole person could not speak, as if a walnut was stuck in his throat. Abba ba. Zhang Benming's mouth shouted out a scream of unknown significance, and his hand was straining to shake Director Chen's sleeve. Alas! Director Chen was rubbing his eyes, had to stop to look at Zhang Benming, breathless, and what's wrong? Abba. Benjamin Zhang pointed to the back between the two men. Director Chen felt that Zhang Benming's look of being so frightened that he couldn't speak and was mentally deranged was simply too well acted, and it was too bad that this person didn't go to be an actor. Abba. Zhang Benming looked at Director Chen, his hand still insistently pointing in that direction. On that end, PPO was getting closer and closer to Director Chen. Chapter 112. Director Chen begged you to put on your glasses, please. And it's more than that. In the corridor on the 7th floor, a large amount of blood was continuously seeping out from the floor. Bubbling from the blood. Golem. A ghostly figure drilled out. On the ceiling, strings of bloody intestines tied to human heads dangled from exhaust vents. The whole hallway had an apocalyptic, creepy look to it. ABA. Zhang Benming's ABA sound screamed more and more urgently. Director Chen let out a helpless sigh. Let me put on my glasses and see how it goes. Director Chen put that pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose. As a result, the ghostly hand that was only a hair's breadth away from Director Chen's white coat. It's starting to fall apart. Piao watched his palm, from the fingertips a little bit began to collapse, then followed by his arm, then the whole body. Too late to hiss. The entire spiritual body was directly and completely annihilated. And it's more than that. Zhang Benming was surprised to see. The heads hanging on the hospital corridor space pipes all dissipated, and the bloodstains on the ground all evaporated like water vapor, leaving not a trace. Director Chen turned around. It turned out to be empty. The hospital is still the same, and the corridors are naturally still the same. Ugh. Director Chen looked at Zhang Benming in front of him. Then take off your own glasses. A look of I'm really convinced. Zhang Benming thought he was finally saved. But suddenly saw. Behind Director Chen in that air duct once again hung down a red intestines again, and the intestines were tied with a human head, and the head was still laughing silently at himself. Abba, Abba, Abba. Once again, Benjamin Chang's playfulness went to point behind him. At the same time Zhang Benming's eyes opened extremely wide and his mouth was not sharp anymore, then he used his own eyes to tell Director Chen that there was something behind him. His eyes went wild and pointed toward his back. Abba, Abba, Abba. Blood like a fountain rose from the ground behind Director Chen. On the ground, a translucent hand once again reached out. Long hair stained with blood crawled out of the ground. The shadowy ghostly aura swept little by little throughout the hospital's corridors. Abba, Abba, Abba. Zhang Benming really cried this time. He knelt down in front of Director Chen, shaking Director Chen's white coat with a sobbing face, and inside his mouth he was calling out Abba in an unknown meaning. The right hand is pointing playfully at Director Chen's back. Director Chen suddenly had a thought. This Benmei's expression doesn't look like an act. Director Chen calmed Zhang Benming. Take it easy for now. Let me put on my glasses and see how it goes. Director Chen put his glasses back on the bridge of his nose. An unrivaled overbearing pressure was once again centered by Director Chen and swept towards the entire hospital. Director Chen turned around. Everything as it is. Director Chen couldn't laugh this time. His face was a bit serious as he said to Zhang Benming, I'm telling you AO, don't get in the way of my work AO. Doctors, that has a temper too. Director Chen is on the 7th floor and has the last few rooms to check. Director Chen continued to check toward the back of 715. Then the hand, naturally, took off the glasses. Around the entire hospital, the unrivaled hegemonic pressure once again disappeared without a trace. Zhang Benming remained in his kneeling position as he watched Director Chen walk towards the front. What did Zhang Benming do to get up and chase after Director Chen? Just take a step. Suddenly it felt like a string of sticky stuff glued to his face. Benjamin Zhang took his hand and pushed it away. A string of bloodied intestines was writhing and, like a snake, wrapped around his arm and began to circle toward his neck. Zhang Benming pulled his legs out in fear and fled. But this blood sausage was a force to be reckoned with, and actually obstructed him. And with this obstruction, all of those netherworlds around them gathered. Wrapped him up and stuck him against the wall with his feet off the ground and nowhere to run. Aha! Director Chen save me, Director Chen save me. Zhang Benming cried out for help. But in the next second, a ghost baby suddenly landed in front of Zhang Benming. It then began to burrow towards his mouth. A shrill yet ethereal cry came from Zhang Benming's mouth. Daddy, Daddy, your daddy. Ha! Director Chen, who was walking ahead, suddenly felt something was wrong. Let me put on my glasses and see how it goes. The ghost baby's entire head was stuffed into Zhang Benming's mouth, and Zhang Benming felt that for the first time in his life, he had a big mouthful of not meat but a baby. Zhang Benming's eyes were streaming with tears. Just when he had completely given up. The foul odor in his mouth disappeared, as did the sticky, bloody intestines that bound his body's limbs. He lost his hold from the wall and sat down with his whole body against the wall. Zhang Benming suddenly had a feeling of having survived a robbery. I'm alive? Zhang Benming subconsciously went to touch his face and then stepped on the ground with his feet to make sure he was still a living person, not a ghost. He suddenly wanted to cry. But just when it's time to cry. In the darkness, a pair of flare-like gazes illuminated him. Zhang Benming jerked in fear. The light on the 7th floor was already bad. So Director Chen flipped the switch on his own glasses. At this moment, Director Chen's eyes radiated an expansive white light that dispelled the darkness. Director Chen stood aside. What's wrong with you again? Zhang Benming had just experienced a life and death, and at this moment, he actually had the feeling of an old monk with 4 great emptiness. Zhang Benming suddenly laughed, revealing a standard smile with 8 teeth. Director Chen, can you not take off your glasses? After he finished speaking, Director Chen immediately took off his glasses. Benjamin Zhang saw it. Behind Director Chen's back, red blood sausage after red blood sausage hung down from the exhaust pipe opening, and there was a dead man's head tied to the end of the sausage. Zhang Benming still had stamina at the moment. After all, the epiphany of the 4 great emptinesses remains in the heart. Zhang Benming, wearing the patient's characteristic striped clothes, sat on the ground with a calm face and said to Director Chen, Director Chen, actually I have already figured it out. The so-called sobriety or coma is just a comment from an outsider. I find out nowadays. And? Director Chen also squatted down opposite Zhang Benming and asked curiously, what did you find? Although Zhang Benming was not his patient, Director Chen was born with a keen sense of the changes in his patients as well as endless curiosity. Zhang Benming smiled. Behind Director Chen, exhaust vents in the ceiling, dropping out blood sausage after blood sausage and with a dead head tied to it. Zhang Benming qualitatively moved his gaze back and placed it on Director Chen's body. He raised his hand and touched Director Chen's face, whispering softly, "I am now enlightened. I turned out to be really a psychopath. I was really delusional. Everything Dr. Fong said is true." Oops. Director Chen had a look of joy on his face. "You finally realized, you wait, let me write it down. Such a good case, Director Chen must not let go, and it is right in front of you." As soon as Director Chen bottomed his head, he turned toward the inside of his white coat. He was looking for a pen and paper. "Hold on, I'm going to take notes." The moment Director Chen lowered his head, the blood sausage threw out the dead head he had tied. It just so happened that Director Chen flew over Director Chen's head. It smashed Zhang Benming's face. The first kiss in Zhang Benming's life was taken away from him. Zhang Benming grabbed this one dead head with both hands and playfully pulled it out. But this dead head's tongue actually pried his mouth open. Mother of. Zhang Benming sat on the ground and shook left and right, making a deadly effort to pull this dead head off his mouth. He realized that he had, inadvertently, learned to tongue kiss. Zhang Benming grabbed a dead man's head by the hair with both hands. Mouth, boop. Plucked the dead man's head. After pulling it off, Zhang Benming only felt that his mouth was hot and spicy, like he had just eaten a spicy bar kind of thing. Zhang Benming's hand was like throwing a baseball, slamming the force to throw out this one dead head. Zhang Benming leaned back against the wall again, realizing that he was a bit weak. Director Chen squatted across the room with a cry of surprise. "Yeah, I found it." Director Chen was as happy as a child, taking out a pen and then a tiny palm-sized notepad. Come on, tell me what it was that you realized this for and what you learned in the process." Zhang Benming leaned against the wall. "Ahem. Director Chen. Can you put your eyes on first? So tell me first, what did you learn?" "I learned to tongue kiss, just now." "Ha?" Director Chen's eyes showed confusion and doubt. "How is this not quite the same as what I learned in school?" Director Chen did not doubt the patient, only his own knowledge. As the saying goes, there are no limits to what you can learn. Director Chen felt that today's discovery might have a major revolution in the psychiatric department for future treatments. Director Chen got down on the floor and began to write a chart entry. The one that just flung out a dead head. Arms actually grew from the neck down. Using her arms instead of her legs, she moved across the floor at a not too slow speed and rushed towards Zhang Benming. "You're still coming." Zhang Benming hastily raised his arms to block his head, focusing on his mouth. "Benjamin Zhang is protecting himself." Suddenly the entire human tiger body shuddered. Zhang Benming bowed his head once. The middle of his own pants, stained with a dead man's head on it. This dead man's head had his arms wrapped around his waist and his face buried in the middle of his pants. "You." Zhang Benming fiercely felt what this dead head was doing by kissing himself just now. Zhang Benming suddenly felt thirsty. And look at the change in this dead head. The ones below the neck are slowly growing again. She's sucking the yang energy out of the living. Zhang Benming grabbed the hair of this dead man's head and pulled it out with force. At the same time, he begged for mercy under his breath. Don't stop, go on." Zhang Benming's entire body went limp with a look of lust. Director Chen was originally about to raise his head to continue asking about the condition. But suddenly the patient's request was heard. Then without looking up, he continued to lie down on his little book and asked without raising his head, "So Benjamin Zhang, what have you learned in the meantime besides tongue kissing?" Zhang Benming leaned against the wall, his face no longer showing any pain. "I also opened the door to a new world. I suddenly feel really great about being alive. This world is clearly. Hiss, great, just great, this world is great." Director Chen nodded thoughtfully as he lay on the floor, then continued to take notes in his book. "Zhang Benming, these words of yours today, it means a lot to me, for me to find a path of prosperity to heal my patients now." Zhang Benming leaned against the wall, his body breaking out in a hot sweat. He felt refreshed and revitalized. "Raise your hand again." Big deal. All the crescents of the 10 fingers disappeared, and starting from the small thumb of the left hand, the nail caps began to dry and twist like old tree bark, and then were devoid of blood color. Then the ring finger. At the tip of his blink, the skin of his entire left hand darkened, the veins on the back of his hand blackened. And then watch it spread to his right hand. All of Zhang Benming's sanity came back between life and death. "Director Chen, put on your glasses. Wait a little longer, the letter department you provided is important." Director Chen plopped down on the floor and wrote as he replied. Benjamin Zhang, tell me again how you feel right now. Director Chen. Zhang Benming shouted, you put on your glasses. Zhang Benming watched as his right index finger lost its blood color and then spread towards his middle finger. Oh, it seems like you're in a hurry to look like that. Is it because of a change of heart? Does it get particularly irritating? Director Chen, there's a ghost here. Put on your glasses. Looks like you're mentally delusional possibly. If there's a ghost it won't help if I put on my glasses. Why don't you flick the leather band around your wrist? Benjamin Zhang lands a right hand. It spread to the ring finger, and now only one pinky was still bloody. Zhang Benming suddenly had a ball of fire born in his heart. He looked at the sprawled Director Chen, couldn't take it anymore. Holy! Zhang Benming pulled the black hair of this dead head with both hands, plucking her violently from her body. Then it smashed heavily on Director Chen's skull. Zhang Benming tossed the dead head aside. Then he put Director Chen's pair of glasses on him. The blood sausages that were about to attack all around them were annihilated once again. Director Chen lay on the ground and looked at Zhang Benming, blinking his innocent eyes. Why are you doing this to me? Zhang Benming's chest continued to rise and fall. I've said it many times. Before he could finish his sentence, Director Chen immediately grabbed the answer, but wearing glasses or not has nothing to do with your condition at all. Son, you have to understand that the condition is on the inside and my glasses are on the outside. There is no connection between the two of them at all. Look. Director Chen said and took off his glasses again. Blood bubbled outward again from the ground around them. Zhang Benming's fists were clenched tightly in a constant tremble. You put your glasses back on first. But they... Without saying a word, Zhang Benming raised his fist and slammed it into Director Chen's face. I told you not to wear your glasses. I told you not to wear your glasses. I told you not to wear your glasses. Director Chen's miserable screams came from the corridors of the hospital. After half a second, Director Chen covered his face, his glasses on the bridge of his nose. It was clearly Zhang Benming who had struck out, but he looked as if he had been greatly angered. I've told you to wear your glasses. I've told you to wear your glasses. You just won't wear them. Next time I see you without your glasses, I'll beat you up every time I see you. Zhang Benming poo-pooed. Then walked back to his hospital room. He had been sucked so much yang qi, and now that the life and death crisis was lifted, his whole body was sleepy. The next day, in the People's Hospital of Jianghai City, President Su wore his regular clothes today and came to visit someone in one of the wards. On the hospital bed, lying is not someone else, but the head wrapped layer after layer of white gauze Director Chen. Director Chen opened his mouth and ultimately didn't say anything. Moved positions without authorization and didn't report that he was covering his own shift, and contacted a patient who wasn't his patient and was beaten up. Any one of these three things taken out, Director Su could punish him severely if he wanted to. I only saw Dean Su carrying a lunchbox inside his hand. Lunchbox open. Inside is a 3-course meal. Then put it on the table. My lover made it, try it and see how it goes. President Su said something that Director Chen would never expect. Director Chen was also getting hungry right now, so he nonchalantly picked up his meal and started eating it. President Su accompanied with a lot of small talk on the sidelines. It just doesn't say anything about any penalties. Psychiatric hospital, cafeteria, noon. Is Director Chen not working today? Lin Baiyu asked. Didn't see it, probably took a vacation. Zhang Xueyan returned. So? But it didn't matter, because Lin Baiyu didn't have any more doubts at the moment either. Finished lunch. The two of them, Zhang Xueyan and Lin Baiyu, went back to Ward 666 together. Zhang Xueyan peeked in and waved her hand. There was an extra object within the originally empty hand. A smartphone. Zhang Xueyan secretly started swiping her cell phone. Lin Baiyu left a doppelganger in the house. Then stand in the doorway. As soon as you pull the door open. Outside the door is not the hospital corridor, but a place of auspicious clouds in front of the southern heavenly gate. Lin Baiyu took a step forward and was about to close the door. Wait, I'll go too. Zhang Xueyan trotted and rushed over. One step across the gate to the south heavenly gate. With you gone, there's less people in the house. Aya, it doesn't matter Director Chen isn't working today again, we'll be very laid back, no one will pay attention to us. But? Wouldn't you just throw in one more doppelganger and turn him into my likeness? I'll try, then. Lin Baiyu tried, and sure enough, failed. There was no choice but for Lin Baiyu to go forward within the small garden alone. In front of the southern heavenly gates. Lin Baiyu pressed the pieces of the small garden onto the rise. The next second the whole person disappeared in place. Entering into the small garden, this time it remained as usual. There was a lot more wasted sky dew in that puddle spring. Lin Baiyu secretly said that it was a pity. Those 2 peach trees were growing slowly, and if this heavenly dew could be drawn into the trees, then things would be different. Lin Baiyu swung the water. An extra book came out of his hand. It's the book Life's Great Science that Director Chen gave me. After Lin Baiyu took this book out. Flick. The pages of the book turned automatically, page after page. Until after turning the page on one of them. Life's Greatest Hits has finally come to a halt. A small chart appears in the book and then there is an introduction. 9-toothed nail rake, good at drawing water, can follow the heart. Question mark. Good stuff. Lin Baiyu decided to create a 9-toothed nail rake to be used to haul the heavenly dew. Director Chen really didn't lie to me, this book is really powerful. Lin Baiyu immediately left the small garden. He entered outside the southern heavenly gate and came to the edge of this place to look at the sea of clouds outside. Then took a deep breath and jumped in. Lin Baiyu jumped and landed into a sea. Lin Baiyu was the first to run the 8-9 Xiangong and turned into a small goldfish. But unsurprisingly, the little goldfish simply couldn't get used to the sea. One more look at the dolphin swimming past him. When the dolphin swam past this little goldfish, a dolphin identical to it came out from behind the dolphin. Lin Baiyu swam into the sea and began to call out. The call was simple but brutal. Beside Lin Baiyu's body, a black mass emerged with a pair of dragon horns on its head. It's the blackfish. The blackfish's tail was a mallet that began to pound into his stomach. The depths of the East Sea. The white dragon, who was giving a meeting to his men, suddenly raised his dragon's head and then swam in defiance. Mother, mother, mother! The generals under his command, as well as the turtle prime minister, all looked puzzled. Lin Baiyu swam freely in the middle of the seawater. Not long ago, the depths of the sea rolled out a channel of the water tornado, the sound terrible, the surrounding water was all washed away, fish and shrimp and so on is even more life-threatening rapid escape. Lin Baiyu was thinking about whether or not he should escape as well. The black fish rubbed its head against Lin Baiyu. The next moment, the ocean is calm. The white dragon swam from the seawater. My mother, alas. Mother, I miss you so much. You finally came to see me. I in the East China Sea specially left a big house. You will live with me from now on. Mother. The blackfish patted the white dragon and pointed to the dolphin he was swimming alongside. The white dragon looked over with a pair of dragon eyes. It took only a glance to realize one thing. Then to the flatulent dolphin he said, "Look thee away, get out of here." The black fish flicked its tail and knocked it directly on the white dragon's head. Great displeasure on his face. The scales of the white dragon were wrapped around its body, and this knock actually broke half of its face scales, scattering blood in the sea. The white dragon was actually unable to repair the damage from this tail, and could only watch in vain as his dragon's blood was scattered in the sea. Then it was swallowed by some unknown little fish or shrimp. The white dragon covered his face. "Mother, you can't hit me, the dragon element in me is precious, and the dragon blood is even more so that it can't be consumed." The black fish once again gazed towards Lin Baiyu. Shiro blinked, then looked over at the dolphin that was simply flat to the core. "Mother, you can't make me curtsy to an ugly dolphin." The blackfish was finally furious this time. One fat mouth. A dragon roar was released. Bright red dragon blood instantly flowed out of the white dragon's nose and mouth. What he had just suffered was an external injury, and he would be fine after recuperating, but what he had suffered this time was an internal injury. Dragon roar shocked the white dragon, body sore and soft, in the sea turned belly up, a moment actually cannot move. It was only after a while that the white dragon was finally able to regain its movement. And this time Shiro met someone he definitely didn't want to see. Shock appeared on the white dragon's face. "Why did your old man come over as well?" In the seawater, Lin Baiyu revealed his true form. And then it changed, transforming into the dolphin it had just been. "I need something to refine tools for farming, source materials, prepare some for me." Always bothering Wang Limin to prepare the materials made Lin Baiyu somewhat unable to bear it. But if Wang Limin knew what Lin Baiyu was thinking, he would be greatly saddened. After all, he was the only temple priest of the Temple of Cyberfoam. Chapter 113. This East Sea is very, very wrong. Tate, do you know what our country's motto is? Kush, is that what you asked me here in private for? Oh no, my old buddy, please see that we are not in the political arena and put away your politician look. Kush waved his hand. The bikini-clad secretary approached with 2 glasses of fresh squeezed orange juice. Kush personally gave a glass to his political rival, not forgetting to flirt a bit. "Enjoy, this is a beach, okay?" A large blue net was set up on the white sandy beach, flanked by Kreiner High School's cheerleading team playing beach volleyball. All in their youth, none older than 19. Kush sidled up and asked, "Which one do you like?" I'll put her in your bed tonight. Tate gritted his teeth, suppressing the desire in his body, and said guardedly, I could have gotten you out of Magnesian politics forever with that one statement you just made. Oh ha ha ha, Jesus. Why are you remembering politics? Kush sucked on the juice in his hand and suddenly waved his hand to call his secretary over. The secretary immediately knelt by the white chair and attached her ear to her boss's orders. Kush reclined in his sun chair and pointed to one of the group of girls, a standard blonde with large 3060 balls. Get her naked, I don't want to see her with clothes on. Tell her, by the way, that this is a voluntary act, and if she'd like to volunteer, I'd be happy to write her a letter of recommendation as well. Yes, boss. The blonde, who was playing beach volleyball without the slightest hesitation, stood 200 meters away and faced Kush as she removed the last piece of fabric from her body with a twist. Kush raised his hand to send his opponent a kiss. Tate immediately had to get up. We're the world lighthouse. Kush teased, looking over at Tate. We're the world's only lighthouse, right? I don't want to talk to you. You're violating the freedom of those girls with all this behavior. You're waiting for the full force of the Democratic Party. Tate left immediately. Lying back in his chair, Kush smiled and asked again, Tate, are you still lifting that thing without your meds now? Tate continues to walk forward, thinking that this political opponent is just plain crazy, and that he's going to win this election. While thinking like this, the other party's words rang in his ears again. So you're so mesmerized by power that you don't even care about eternal life. Oh, poor guy. Tate stood abruptly on his feet, then turned back with hesitant but deliberate ease. You've invested in drug companies again? Those are all lies. I'm a businessman, they're deceitful tricks I know best. I came here today to ask you if you would like to take the chance of eternal life with me? Get your words straight. I have found a way to become Poseidon. It only takes 500,000 people, and we can create a god, said Kush as he drew with a hand pencil. Let the sea drown a group of dead people, and we will become gods and life will be infinite. Tate was silent and refused to speak. You may leave. Kush didn't feel the other man was a person to be communicated with anymore. Tate said, I'm not refusing your request to make 2 people Poseidon. With a population of 1 million, Magenta can't afford it. Who said anything to you about Magnesia? Our forefathers used to kill Indians to gain land. We can make other countries die for profit today. The Middle East, aka Mr. Bunny. Sacrifice life with the power of Poseidon and we get eternal life. It's good business. Tate suddenly lay back down, now completely letting go. Tell me about your plan. Wood can't float, feathers can't fly, only the ark can save the world of man from that great sea plague. No? We'll use that one sea to drown enough people. Believe me, no one but the ark can control this naval disaster, not even Mr. Rabbit next door. Inside the East China Sea. Lin Baiyu told the White Dragon what he needed. The White Dragon said, these you want, the East Sea. There are definitely some in the East Sea, but there are quite a few. I can't guarantee when I'll get it all together, can I? The White Dragon was a little too weak to look Lin Baiyu in the eyes. In fact, the real reason was that he was so busy protecting himself that he had no idea how many resources he had in his own waters, and the Turtle Prime Minister didn't have it with him to be suddenly difficult to deal with. One can only say yes with a stiff upper lip. At the end of the day, White Dragon suddenly asked again, Grandfather Ancestor, do you want these things to be useful? Useful. Lin Baiyu said, build the 9-toothed nail rake, it can control water, planting fruit trees, it will be a big help. Shiro nodded. Since it was Grandpa's intention, he himself did as he was told. After Lin Baiyu finished those words, the black fish followed behind Lin Baiyu. Shiro reluctantly watched his mother leave. Return the way you came. The dolphin that Lin Baiyu had turned into leapt upwards and left the East Sea again to return outside the southern heavenly gate. The black fish was sent back to the divine heavenly jade clear mansion, and Lin Baiyu wrung out the moisture on her clothes and redressed them before taking a step forward again. The door to Ward 666 was pushed open. Lin Baiyu walked out with wet hair. He walked over to his bunk, then pulled the curtain closed. Zhang Xueyan said happily, do you want to come and see my puzzle? Behind the curtain came Lin Baiyu's voice, don't. Cut. Zhang Xueyan had a sullen look on her face as she plopped down on the bed and continued to play with her puzzle. After Lin Baiyu changed into a clean outfit. Start rummaging through your own cabinets. A small package was rummaged through by him, and Lin Baiyu placed this on the bed. The curtain in the center was suddenly pulled apart by Zhang Xueyan, who stood beside her bed. Do you have some unspeakable secret you're hiding from me? Only to see Lin Baiyu lay a monopoly on the ground. On it, there were 4 directions of power, with Lin Baiyu occupying one side. Currently occupying a small territory. That ground Zhang Xueyan knew was none other than I Ching, the great ancestor of the Thunder Ministry who had been enthroned only a short while ago. Lin Baiyu took this out, and Zhang Xueyan asked, "Are you asking for it?" "I want to enthrone another god," Lin Baiyu said with a tired face, planting. "It's so troublesome. I really don't want to continue tending the small garden. Although the fruits are really delicious, it's really troublesome. I need to continue practicing my spatial laws, as well as the cloud carrying, and the 6th-din divine flame has completely slacked off in the past few days." "But can you do it? Doesn't this dice throw require a god position, and you even have a god position?" "Ow, you're the one who actually has a god position vacant at the moment." "Where?" Zhang Xueyan pointed to the head of her bed. "It's a puzzle I just finished putting together, just missing the last piece." Zhang Xueyan handed over the last piece of the puzzle to Lin Baiyu. Lin Baiyu personally finished off this piece, the final piece of the puzzle. Only to see this piece of the puzzle is a huge palace, opulent as if the capital of the palace, but is more imposing than the palace. Because the puzzle is actually from the writing school, only tracing the outlines, not realism. But this rather added to the beauty of this palace sitting, and made it impossible to see through to the end. Lindbergh returned to the Monopoly board. "Pick up that one dice and throw it upwards." The dice landed with precision on the board and spun, then landed a number 1 point. Alert! How can it be a little? Lin Baiyu pushed his side of the chessboard 1 step forward, but that side of the chessboard was once again pulled back. Zhang Xueyan said, "That said, enthronement of a god is to enthrone someone else, right, and it seems that oneself doesn't count." "What do you mean?" Lin Baiyu didn't understand. Zhang Xueyan pointed to the jigsaw puzzle on her bed. "Why don't you take this piece of the puzzle and go see where it will be after entering the southern heavenly gate?" "What's there to see?" Lin Baiyu knew the door. "Ling Xiao Baodiana, this is still a puzzle piece I can see, I remember it clearly." "So you don't see it?" "I can see what's going on. Since it's the Ling Xiao palace, then there should be a god as well. I'll enthrone him and tell him to go plant in the small garden for me." Lin Baiyu stroked his chin, feeling very perfect. Zhang Xueyan suddenly asked, "Whose is the coiling dragon treasure seal?" "Of course it's the Jade Emperor." Lin Baiyu slammed his forehead. "I understand." "Hey, no! I've never wanted to be the Jade Emperor. Ah. Ha!" Zhang Xueyan gave Lin Baiyu a middle finger. Lin Baiyu looked at the chessboard again, only to see that among the 4 directions of forces, the one in the upper left corner suddenly moved, and the original flag actually took 10 steps forward. And Lin Baiyu looked down again and saw that there were only 3 steps here on his own. Zhang Xueyan suddenly slapped the back of Lin Baiyu's head. "You go too. If you want to win this game of Monopoly, you have to grab the land." "But I only have 1 thunder ancestor, and I can't throw the dice without any other god positions." Lin Baiyu was already trying to throw one more time, to get a god position to plant for himself, but unfortunately the dice couldn't be held. "Who said you didn't?" "Ah, there is?" "Where? Aren't the 4 little dragons you threw into the sea the dragon kings of the 4 seas? Doesn't that count as a god position?" Zhang Xueyan finished her words. 4 golden rays emerged from that sieve. Lindbergh can throw 4 more times. And just this time when Lin Baiyu and Zhang Xueyan were talking, Lin Baiyu pointed at the chessboard with a nervous face and asked, This. He's moving too fast." The original 10 steps were actually 7 more steps toward the front. Zhang Xueyan stood behind Lin Baiyu, sucking in a breath of cool air as she stared at this unknown power player. "You kid, are you secretly open?" Zhang Xueyan raised her middle finger at the small flag on the board. "You horse, open dog." Then she urged Lin Baiyu, "Don't stare, hurry up and throw the dice, losing momentum that can't be lost." "Oh," Lin Baiyu said, "then it will be the divine seed of the South Sea Dragon King first." After saying that, Lin Baiyu threw the dice out. The dice spun on the board, which proved to be a valid god position. The dice slowly stopped, revealing a number 1 point. There was no need for Lin Baiyu to do anything. A small flag on your own side of the force, a step forward. But today it only occupies 3 small spaces on the ground. The power in the upper left corner, however, is firmly in possession of 17 frames. Go on and on. Zhang Xueyan urged. Lin Baiyu picked up the dice again. Below is the Dragon King of the North Sea. The dice were thrown and spun before landing a point on the board. The throne of the Dragon King of the North Sea is once again recognized. Lin Baiyu's side of the power banner once again took a step forward. And just as Lin Baiyu's side of the flag took a step towards the front, the upper left force, the flag was taking 2 more steps. Lin Baiyu was suddenly a bit bereft. He had used up 2 god positions himself, but the gap with his opponent had not been reduced. This feeling of frustration made Lindbergh a little reluctant to throw anymore. "So troublesome, forget it," Lin Baiyu said. Zhang Xueyan didn't persuade him, but said from the sidelines without staring coldly, "If he loses, I wonder what will happen to Director Chino." Alarmed, Lin Baiyu took a deep breath, sweeping away all the disheveledness of just now. He sat up straight and eyed the one dice on the board. Now there were only 2 golden lights left, which meant there were only 2 chances. He could only take 2 more steps. There's no harm in taking 2 more steps forward. Lin Baiyu decided to step forward. Zhang Shuiyan rubbed Lin Baiyu's head from the side and comforted, "Good boy, there's no point in comparing with that bunch of open dogs. We have to find what we believe in our lives, and then take 1 step at a time toward that belief." "Yes." Lin Baiyu nodded seriously. He has regained his confidence. Then he grabbed the dice and said, "Dragon King of the Western Sea." After all was said and done, Lin Baiyu cast the dice, this time spinning them around the board, but gradually realized that something was wrong. The dice actually turned outside the board and landed in a point. This godhood, unrecognized. Zhang Shuiyan looked at Lin Baiyu, who himself was staring at the chessboard and scratching his head, not knowing what the problem was. Forget it, just continue to take another step. I'll be thankful if I can take just 1 more step in the last god position." Zhang Shuiyan comforted herself on the side. Lin Baiyu nodded in agreement. Not to destroy their own wind up others' ambition is really their own strength, really cannot be compared with others. People that step up, there is no less than 5. But this by himself. Except for the 3 steps on the Thunder Ancestors Avenue, the rest is pathetic. Only the last golden light remained on the dice. This last golden light is like a candle in the wind and snow, the last chance in the game's lottery pool. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan didn't expect it to bring them anything. All that was expected was a consolation prize. Better not be unrecognized like the Dragon King of the Western Sea. Lin Baiyu, consolation prize, consolation prize. Zhang Shuiyan folded her hands together, not daring to look at it again, and prayed under her breath, "Consolation prize, 1 more consolation prize." Lin Baiyu casually threw his hand. The dice kept spinning on the board. It then landed steadily in front of Lin Baiyu. This time, 6 o'clock. Lin Baiyu was shocked and speechless, her eyes wide open as she looked at the dice in front of her. Zhang Shuiyan covered her face with her hands as she heard the dice stop spinning and asked, "What time is it? It shouldn't have landed outside the board." "No." "Ha?" Zhang Shuiyan's tone was filled with relief. "So it's a consolation prize then?" "No." Zhang Shuiyan couldn't help her curiosity and peeled open her fingers a little bit, then saw the chessboard on Lin Baiyu's bed through the cracks in her fingers. Then there are the dice on the board. Zhang Shuiyan was stunned. 6 o'clock? Zhang Shuiyan rubbed her eyes before looking again. Found out it really wasn't wrong, it really was 6 o'clock. On the board, the flag belonging to Lin Baiyu's side of the force moved. The 2 of them, Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan, did not dare to utter a single breath. Eyes follow this one flag as it moves. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Until after moving to step 6. Lin Baiyu and Zhang Shuiyan stared at the flag, and the 2 of them simultaneously revealed a wave of gratified smiles. In this way, the gap with the other side was always reduced. But just as the 2 were thinking so, this flag of his side, however, as if it had been installed with a super energy battery, actually accelerated and rushed out, with no sign of stopping at all. From your own territory, open out again to expand more. It didn't stop until it was 30 paces. At this moment, the territory occupied by Lin Baiyu's flag had already encircled half of the territory of the opposite party's forces. Lin Baiyu turned his head with a confused expression and asked Zhang Shuiyan, "Am I also an open dog?" Zhang Shuiyan opened her mouth and said, "Bao, you're not, your feet on the ground. Forward." So, what's going on in the East Sea? Lin Baiyu greatly did not understand. Could it be that the white dragon is stronger because it's the first dragon? Makes sense. Lin Baiyu nodded. Put that way, it seems to make reasonable sense. East China Sea. Today's dragon palace has not yet become a scale, just some of the sea stone and coral piled up from the ground, but this inside the white dragon, and a group of East China Sea generals are here to have a banquet. At the head of the table, White Dragon distributes pork tenderloins. You and others have been meritorious in guarding the East Sea for me, and this top-quality tenderloin is given to you. For the sake of the family's great cause, all of you must forge ahead and protect the greater East Sea. After the Dragon King of the East Sea finished speaking, he raised the wine cup made of red shells and then raised it. The 10 great generals of the Eastern Sea raised them together. There was also a turtle prime minister along. Everyone said in unison, "Protect the greater East China Sea." The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was about to drink. From outside the Dragon Palace suddenly swam sharply over a shrimp soldiers, mouth whistling urgently, all the way to rush, all the way to shout, "Report!" From farther away to closer, the sound trailed off, getting louder and clearer. The Dragon King of the East Sea's drinking movement lurched. The same was true for Turtle Prime Minister and a group of great generals. I saw the shrimp soldier swim in and make a bow with his hands like a human being. This was a rule set down by the Turtle Prime Minister and also approved by the Dragon King. As a family, what's the difference between no protocol and a small street gang? The people present all unavoidably stopped their drinking and looked at this little shrimp soldier. The Dragon King coughed twice, switching to a low tone, "Speak." In the center, the shrimp soldier collected his salute and finally spoke, "Your Majesty, over there in the Atlantic Ocean." The Dragon King didn't hear him out and his face immediately grimaced. On the side of the red-robed Turtle Prime Minister, he copied his own wineglass and instantly smashed it. Standing up and cursing loudly, he said, "West your ass. We only focus on domestic matters." Shrimp Soldier ducked under it and didn't let the blow hit him. He kept nodding his head, "Yes, yes, yes, it's the East Sea waters of China, and a special report has come from the Economic Development Western region." Turtle Prime Minister looked at Lord Dragon King of the East Sea with a frightened face. Only to see the Lord Dragon King of the East Sea, who was sitting in the main seat, grabbing a wine cup with a cozy face and starting to drink. And the rest of the great generals, together, began to drink. Only then did the Turtle Prime Minister relax and let the little soldier continue. Word has come in from the small gang leaders in the West End that a large tsunami is erupting toward us, and it's trending stronger and stronger. Hearing this, the Dragon King of the East Sea didn't have a trace of worry on his face. "There's no harm in it, we have the sea-fixing needle given by the heavenly court here. A mere tsunami can't turn any waves." Chapter 114. Please enter a title. But Lord Dragon King, this one's not what it used to be. According to the tuna from the West came broadcasting, that tsunami bizarre people, all the birds in the sky that were encountered flew differently, and the creatures that fell into the sea one by one all drowned. Lord Dragon King was surprised. In that case, there's something not quite right. Wait, am I overlooking something important? What was it? The Dragon King sat in his seat, his eyes thoughtful. "By the way, my grandpa wanted me to get something. That thing is called something like the 9 rakes, and it draws water." Turtle Prime. In. The Dragon King made a list and then gave it out asking, "Do we have any of these things in the East Sea?" "Naturally. Do it immediately. Afternoon at the mental hospital, 2nd floor recreation area. It is also the venue for the afternoon seminar." Lin Baiyu decided to give herself a vacation for once today. Lin Baiyu was at the seminar, holding a ping-pong paddle and playing alone without communicating with anyone. If Director Chen hadn't warned him that the game handheld should never be shown to others, he would have continued practicing the 8-9 Xiangong by now. Lin Baiyu belongs to one of the special care, as long as he can be there then small cozy cloud nurses, thank God. Now the shifts in the hospital have finally changed again. The day shift has been replaced by Nurse Xiao Xiaoyun, and Nurse Xiao Zhang has been switched to the night shift, where she can only be seen at night. Xiao Xiaoyun worked too many hours on the night shift and had difficulty adapting to the intensity of the daytime work as well as the pattern. It was an afternoon seminar, and she was red-faced and felt like she'd made a terrible mess of it. Not to mention that the patient couldn't lift a finger, but even she herself was so confused in her head that she didn't even know what she was talking about. Barely making it through her turn to speak, she finished 10 minutes early and hurriedly turned on the TV to start showing everyone the news. She hadn't had a moment to catch her breath until this moment. "Feeling like I'm finally able to take a break. Wow, how does Zhang Yu come over every day?" Xiao Xiaoyun hurriedly slipped aside to recover her emotions properly. As a nurse, emotions are a major concern, and once you collapse, you're done for the rest of the day. On the LCD screen, a short-haired newscaster began to read a script into the camera. A massive tsunami that swept up from the Atlantic Ocean is now responsible for 7,000 deaths, according to a news release on foreign media. All the commercial ships or ordinary ships that came near him were all spared, even the most creepy ones. It was a Boeing flying over it that fell from 10,000 meters in the air. "We have no means of accessing him today, and we ask that those of you who need to travel avoid this time." Lin Baiyu suddenly stopped. The ping-pong paddle in his hand no longer swings. There was a lot of shouting from the field. "Oh no, there's another big tsunami coming. Didn't we solve it last time, and we're sure we can this time. It's not the same, alright, look at the last tsunami, no one died at all, this one died before it even hit the shore, it's evil. Could it be Western magic? Pouring magic potions into the seawater so it becomes so powerful." Lin Baiyu sat in her seat with her ears perked up and listened curiously. "Magic? It feels so powerful." Zhang Xueyan, who was sitting next to Lin Baiyu, suddenly poked Lin Baiyu with her elbow and asked, "Hey you, do you think that of the 4 directions of strength, one of them will be magic?" "You mean on the chessboard? I didn't realize Director Chen hadn't said anything." Big Smart asked worriedly from the sidelines. The tsunami is coming. We, the Celestial Court Organization, should not run away, right? Otherwise, the first to suffer will be Zhang Hai. By the way, also inform my good brother He Ching. Lin Baiyu tapped her head, and Director Chen. Lin Baiyu actually forgot about Director Chen these days. Director Chen is within the Heavenly Court Organization, the first member of it. Zhang Xueyan asked carefully from the side, Shall we try to save more people? Lindbergh's face was expressionless as he continued to play with his ping-pong paddle. Save more people? Director Chen didn't say anything like that. He only told himself to do good, not to save people. But just at this moment, Lin Baiyu sat on a stool holding a yellow ping-pong ball, swinging the paddle against the white wall. Swing after swing after swing, never missing a beat. But suddenly Lin Baiyu's hand froze and the yellow ping-pong ball flew out. He didn't catch it. Zhang Xueyan trotted out and picked up that ball. Standing in front of Lin Baiyu, here. Zhang Xueyan touched Lin Baiyu's arm. Why isn't it moving? Lin Baiyu's physical fitness, a ping-pong ball. He can even catch a bullet. Hey kid, what's your swelling? Zhang Xueyan asked from the sidelines. Then ruffling his own hair on his forehead, he bent down then pressed himself against Lindbergh. It's okay, too. Lin Baiyu breathed in. Just now a voice suddenly rang in his head. That one voice, because it was too long ago, so ringing out once again made Lin Baiyu inexplicably extremely emotional. Zhang Xueyan parted her forehead and suddenly realized that Lin Baiyu's eyes were red. Zhang Xueyan suddenly panicked a little and stood at Lin Baiyu's side at a loss for words. I'll tell you a joke. Once upon a time there was a mountain called I True Mountain. There's a temple in the mountains called the Temple of My Truth. There was an old monk in the temple called I, the True Monk. He has. Baiyu Lin, let me take you to Director Chen. Zhang Xueyan moved her hand and pinched Lin Baiyu's face. Nurse Xiao Yun had only gone out for a short break when she returned and noticed the anomaly. Why aren't you moving, Lin Baiyu? There is a saying in the hospital that it is not afraid that Lin Baiyu will make a scene, but it is afraid that Lin Baiyu will suddenly stop moving. Xiao Yun's heart was in her throat. Rushing to pass a glance to one of the doctors. The doctor nodded, and from his own white coat, he pulled out a finger tiger and put it on his hand. Xiao Yun breathlessly rubbed her forehead. I'm asking you to take the wheelchair. Oh. Embarrassed, the doctor removed his finger tiger. Nurse Xiao Yun was incredibly nervous. Zhang Xueyan averted her gaze from Nurse Xiao Yun as she twisted her head away with a very unhappy face. The impression of Nurse Cozy Cloud was lowered from a 6 to a 3. Lin Baiyu? Can you hear me? Nurse Xiao Yun asked tentatively. Can. Lin Baiyu nodded. Then he took the yellow ping-pong ball from Zhang Xueyan's hand and started swinging the paddle. The many patients present had the same expressions as usual, but all the nurse practitioners were greatly relieved. Phew. Nurse Xiao Yun exhaled, her entire body looking like a deflated balloon. Then stood not much farther away and watched as Lin Baiyu swung her racket. She walked over to one of the junior nurses and whispered a few words in her ear. The other understood, then left the second floor lounge area and pulled open the door into the staircase before making a mad dash for the third floor. Zhang Xueyan said, let's go back to the dormitory. What? Lin Baiyu asked. I don't like the way they look at you. ? Lin Baiyu grabbed the ping-pong ball that bounced back from the wall, then looked at Zhang Xueyan. Are you upset? Zhang Xueyan suddenly laughed again. Lin Baiyu scratched his head. Why are you laughing again? Nothing. Lin Baiyu put down the ping-pong ball, then Zhang Xueyan followed, and the two walked side by side. It just so happens that the cinnamon flowers are blooming outside the window. Zhang Xueyan turned her head to look at the flowers outside the window. Lin Baiyu's hand reached inside the iron net and pushed the window open. A pungent osmanthus fragrance blew in, blowing up Zhang Xueyan's long hair. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder in front of the window. Unfortunately, the beauty of it is this iron net. I'll break it down for you. Fools ha! Nurse Xiao Yun could go crazy on the spot. Zhang Xueyan also reached out the window just as a gust of wind blew by. Zhang Xueyan enjoyed turning the palm of her hand to the wind. Lin Baiyu didn't pull her hand back either, and the two of them stretched their hands out beyond the barbed wire fence and stood inside the hospital building, looking out at the world and enjoying the scent of osmanthus blossoms blowing in. Lin Baiyu had no feelings about it. Zhang Xueyan, however, closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Lin Baiyu, have you heard the story of the wingless bird? Nope. Wingless birds fall into cliffs of their own accord in order to fly. It's going to hurt. Will. Zhang Xueyan opened her eyes. Inside the conference room on the second floor, all the patients were living in their own worlds. The nurses of the hospital were busy with their work, and Nurse Cozy Cloud didn't have the heart to bar all of her energy on one particular patient. Zhang Shuiyan's hand, which was stretched outside the window, moved a little closer towards Lin Baiyu. One finger crossed with his and then clasped 10 fingers together. Zhang Shuiyan smiled at Lin Baiyu. Then in a very low voice, "No one will find us. The cinnamon outside the window still smells good, and the hand in front of the cinnamon is in the free wind."